Walker descends into the DC universe with the essence of Deadpool. Immortal? A trivial matter. Maximizing wit and banter is the true path. Does Batman find me too noisy? Is Superman wary of my penchant for destruction? Fear not, for I am here to save in a rather unconventional manner the world. Villains, are you prepared to welcome the most unreliable savior? The world, please stay away. Chapter 1, Arrival in Gotham. In the DC universe, on Earth. The sky above Gotham City remains perpetually shrouded in thick, greasy clouds, resembling a rag soaked in murky water draped over the metropolis. In this city, a nexus of darkness and crime, the hope for sudden clarity is absurdly naive. The streets of Gotham at night are eerily desolate, with scant pedestrians, only the distant wail of sirens, the ethereal melodies from affluent district soirs, and the lurking criminals in shadowy alleys, akin to venomous serpents, provide a chilling pulse cold, perilous, imbued with the scent of rust and decay. Within a narrow alley in Gotham, reeking of refuse and stale urine, the air shimmered slightly, and a radiant veil of teleportation light flashed. Walker stumbled momentarily before landing steadily. He inhaled the city's unique, fragrant air, nearly choking on its pungency. Disregarding any complaints about this dismal landing site, he promptly closed his eyes and focused. The extraordinary intellect of Mr. Fantastic activated, instantly analyzing and perfectly adapting to the physical enhancements and intricate combat memories bestowed by the Deadpool template. Muscle memory surged into his limbs like a tidal wave, each nerve awakening to the explosive power and almost perverse regenerative abilities of his new form. Within mere seconds, Walker opened his eyes sharply, his gaze piercing through the darkness, a smirk of irreverence playing at the corners of his mouth. "Well then, Gotham, it's more flavorful than I imagined," he murmured, sensing the unprecedented vitality coursing through his cells, and he prepared to leave this unsettling corner. As he reached the mouth of the alley, two idle thugs, lingering in the shadows with cheap cigarettes dangling from their lips, blocked his path like hyenas catching a whiff of blood. One sported a mane of colorful hair, while the other bore a grotesque scar across his face. "Hey, buddy." The colorful-haired thug grinned, revealing a gap-toothed smile. "What's the rush in the dead of night? Gotham's nights aren't safe, why not let us keep you company for a bit?" He appraised Walker's seemingly clean and thin attire, his greedy gaze unmistakable. The scarred thug ominously brandished a sharpened screwdriver, letting out a low, threatening chuckle. Walker halted, his amusement deepening. He leisurely patted his uncharacteristically clean pockets, suddenly recalling, aside from the template and the so-called DC Universe achievement system, the system had provided him nothing but this outfit, not even a dime. "Tisk, stingy system, 1-star review," he mentally grumbled. Gazing at the eager thugs before him, Walker sighed, his tone laced with a mixture of resignation and mockery. "Valuable items? Brothers, I'm poorer than you. How about a little sponsorship?" "Quit the chatter," the scarred thug snapped, advancing menacingly, his screwdriver aimed at Walker's stomach. Yet, in that instant, Walker's body seemed to possess its own will. The combat instincts honed by the Deadpool template took over, and without conscious thought, his body slid aside with an impossible agility and speed, evading the blade precisely. Simultaneously, his left hand shot out like a vice, seizing the scarred thug's wrist and twisting it downwards. Arg! Accompanied by the sickening sound of bones dislocating and the thug's anguished howl, the screwdriver clattered to the ground. The colorful-haired thug, witnessing this, lunged forward, fists aimed at Walker's face. Rather than retreating, Walker advanced, lowering himself into the thug's space, driving his right elbow forcefully into the thug's ribs. The thug's cry abruptly ceased, his eyes bulging as he curled in agony on the ground, gasping for breath. In less than 3 seconds, both thugs lay groaning on the ground, stripped of their fighting spirit. "I did mention him quite poor," Walker shrugged, his expression devoid of guilt, even tinged with a "you brought this upon yourselves" demeanor. He crouched down, beginning to rummage through the two thugs' pockets. Although the system had failed to provide startup funds, local benefactors had graciously made offerings. He skillfully extracted a few crumpled, sweat-stained bills, a battered Zippo lighter, half a pack of crushed cigarettes, and a set of keys of unknown origin. Just as his fingers brushed against what felt like a wallet in the scarred thug's pocket, an indescribable chill surged up his spine, spreading throughout his body in an instant. Danger! This threat did not emanate from the two inept thugs before him, but rather from the depths of the alley behind him. A sensation of extreme, frigid awareness, akin to being targeted by a top-tier predator, seized him. The superintellect whirred into overdrive, and combined with the heightened perception granted by the Deadpool template, he heard not sounds, but the subtle flow of air being sliced by a massive, swift, and silent entity. A shadow, so indistinct it nearly melded with the darkness, darted with superhuman speed between the walls and fire escaped behind him, as fleeting as a mirage. Walker's movements abruptly halted, his muscles tensing instantaneously. He maintained a half-crouched stance, refraining from turning immediately. Gotham's shadows silenced this oppressive sensation, the answer was imminent. He inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the instinctual tremors. Mr. Fantastic's brain was rapidly analyzing the situation, while the audacious spirit imparted by the Deadpool template began to surface. Gradually, he stood upright, still clutching the grimy bills he had pilfered from the thugs, and with a deliberately theatrical tone, directed his words into the empty, shadowy depths of the alley behind him, as if in soliloquy. What in Gotham enjoys wandering alone at the stroke of midnight, loitering at the alley's entrance? Let me ponder. He paused deliberately, as if contemplating seriously, yet every fiber of his being heightened to capture the slightest movement around him. The dust in the air seemed to suspend, leaving only the distant, faint sirens and the thugs' muffled groans. Walker snapped his fingers audibly, the sound resonating sharply in the stillness of the alley, tinged with a hint of playful affirmation. Of course, it must be our Batman. The final syllable of Batman had scarcely dissipated into the damp, cold air. At that very moment, in the dimmest corner, less than 3 meters ahead, where several dilapidated trash bins were stacked, the darkness came alive. No longer merely an absence of light, but coalescing, taking form, rising from the ground. A towering, formidable figure emerged before Walker, as if summoned from the depths of hell itself, blocking the meager light that trickled into the alleyway. Clad in a full-body suit of matte black, resilient armor, every muscle was accentuated by the stern contours of his protective gear, exuding an aura of raw power. The enormous yellow bat emblem on his chest, reminiscent of a tear in the night sky, radiated a disquieting glow in the dimness. His voluminous black cape cascaded down, nearly blending into the shadows behind him, its edges undulating ever so slightly, as though it were alive, breathing. Beneath the mask, 2 icy, emotionless white lenses fixated intently on Walker, as if they could pierce through flesh and gaze into his very soul. Thus, the Dark Knight of Gotham, Batman, made his formidable entrance before Walker, imposing both visually and psychologically. The air seemed to evaporate, leaving only a stifling silence and those 2 chilling, scrutinizing gazes. Chapter 2. The first confrontation with Batman defeat. As Walker uttered, "Of course, it's our Batman," the atmosphere froze into an icy stillness. Batman's presence brought not sound, but an overwhelming an oppressive blend of coldness, weight, and the scent of gunpowder and leather, instantly saturating the narrow alleyway. The 2 thugs sprawled on the ground stifled their groans, trembling like leaves in the wind, wishing fervently to disappear. Yet Walker seemed oblivious to the suffocating pressure that would incapacitate an ordinary person. Instead, he casually weighed the crumpled bills in his hand, stuffing them into his equally empty pocket before lifting his gaze, a nonchalant and even slightly intrigued smile adorning his face as he met the chilling white lenses. "Wow," Walker whistled, breaking the oppressive silence. "The real deal. Way cooler than the posters. This outfit custom-made, I presume? Night vision, bulletproof, and, maximum scare factor." Batman remained silent. The very absence of sound served as a weapon, a means of psychological intimidation. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, scanning Walker from head to toe. His overly pristine attire, jarringly out of place in Gotham's underbelly, the exceptional combat skills displayed in taking down 2 thugs far beyond mere street brawling, and most crucially, the absurd calmness he exhibited in the face of Batman. This was not a fad. Batman could discern the artifice of fear. The ease with which this man stood before him was ingrained in his very being. "Who are you?" came the low, gravelly voice, modulated with a mechanical edge, akin to sandpaper rasping against cold steel, each syllable laden with undeniable inquiry. This voice alone could cause criminals to quiver. "Me?" Walker pointed to his nose, grinning widely. "Just the new guy. You can call me, Walker? Or the indestructible cockroach? Whatever you prefer, Batsy." The flippant moniker Batsy seemed to tighten Batman's jaw momentarily. He stepped forward, his massive shadow nearly enveloping Walker entirely, heightening the sense of oppression. "Your combat skills." The source, Batman's voice grew colder, carrying a dissecting scrutiny. "Self-taught? Gifted?" Walker shrugged, his tone as casual as discussing the weather. "Watched too many kung fu movies. You know Bruce Lee, Jackie Chan, and a bit of Deadpool? That guy's got a mouth on him, but he sure knows how to fight." "Deadpool?" Batman seized upon this unfamiliar name, yet Walker's demeanor escalated his wariness to new heights. The irreverence in his tone reminded Batman of a certain painted lunatic, but this individual lacked that chaotic madness, instead exuding an infuriating cavalier attitude. Purpose. Batman's third question was succinct, yet carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. Gotham did not need another enigmatic troublemaker with a penchant for extraordinary skills. Purpose? Walker tilted his head, seemingly contemplating earnestly. To save the world? To uphold cosmic peace? Or perhaps, simply to tour Gotham? I hear the nightlife here is quite unique. He gestured towards the overcast sky and the indistinct silhouette of Wayne Tower in the distance. Enough. Walker's flippancy danced upon the taut nerves of the Dark Knight. A glint of cold fury flashed in Batman's eyes as he ceased the banter. His movement was swift as a spectre. The massive cape billowed out, casting a shadow as he lunged towards Walker like a hunting bat. There were no feints. He struck with lethal intent. A punch, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, aimed directly at Walker's face, a blow potent enough to shatter an ordinary person's skull. In an instant, Walker's grin vanished. The combat instincts bestowed by the Deadpool template took over. He leaned back sharply, his body bending in a remarkable display of flexibility, narrowly evading the deadly strike. The force of the punch grazed his nose, leaving a stinging sensation on his skin. Wow, that was close. A disfigurement package right off the bat? Walker exclaimed, his movements unimpeded. Utilizing the momentum from his backward lean, he executed a nimble backflip, attempting to create distance. Yet Batman's extensive combat experience allowed him to anticipate Walker's actions. As Walker landed from his flip, Batman's legs swept towards him like a steel whip. Simultaneously, several razor-edged batarangs sliced through the air, sealing off every possible escape route for Walker. There was no way to evade. Damn, Walker barely had time to curse, crossing his arms to brace against the sweeping kick. Thud! The heavy impact resonated, and Walker felt as though his forearm had been struck by a hammer, a searing pain radiating through him as he lost his balance. At the same time, two batarangs struck true, embedding themselves in his shoulder and thigh. Thud! The sound of metal piercing flesh rang clear. Blood quickly soaked through his pristine attire. Ugh! Walker grunted in pain, stumbling against the cold brick wall. Batman showed no sign of pause. Like a relentless shadow, he pressed closer, once again enveloping Walker in darkness. A hand, encased in hard armor, grasped his throat with the force of a hydraulic clamp, pinning him firmly against the wall. Thud! Walker's head struck the bricks, stars exploding in his vision. The sensation of suffocation overwhelmed him, his airway constricted, producing a rasping sound. Batman's other hand shot out with lightning speed, not a fist, but a small, intricate device, a metallic disc glowing red, which he forcefully pressed against Walker's bleeding shoulder wound. Zzz. A high-pitched, agonizing vibration and burning noise erupted. The device unleashed a powerful adhesive force, while sharp metal barbs extended inward, embedding deep into Walker's muscles and bones, effectively nailing him to the wall. Agonizing pain coursed through him like electricity. Ugh! Walker's body convulsed in agony, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He attempted to struggle, but the device's grip was terrifyingly powerful, combined with the pressure on his throat, rendering him nearly immobile. Batman's face loomed dangerously close, the frosty white lenses nearly touching Walker's own. His voice, deepened by the modulator, resonated like echoes from the abyss, laden with absolute authority, each word hammering into Walker's ears. One last time. Name, origin, purpose, who sent you? The grip on his throat tightened further, and Walker could hear his own cervical vertebrae protesting under the strain. He had no doubt that if he continued to play coy, that hand would unhesitatingly crush his windpipe. However, pinned against the wall and teetering on the brink of death, Walker's face, contorted in agony, managed to force out an exceedingly peculiar smile amidst the suffocation and excruciating pain. His gaze held no fear, only a semblance of near madcap mockery. With great difficulty, he spoke in a halting, raspy voice, distorted by the struggle for breath, yet still imbued with that infuriating sense of playful irony. Cough. Huh, Batsy, your methods are truly brutal. He labored to draw in air, casting a glance at the device sizzling on his shoulder that pinned him to the wall. This new toy, quite exquisite, though a tad too enthusiastic. Batman's breath appeared to halt for a moment, the grip around his throat showing no sign of relent. Walker strained to move his eyes, locking onto the cold lens, his lips curling into a blood-stained arc. My name is Walker. As for my origins, You wouldn't believe me if I told you. I am sent by God to save humanity. Chapter 3, The First Encounter with the System, a chilling expanse of white, infinite and all-consuming, devoured any sense of direction. Walker floated in this void, rubbing his aching cheekbone, his gaze fixated on the orb before him, which emanated a gentle white light and endeavored to assume an expression of innocence. Thus, Walker's voice emerged, tinged with the rasp of survival and profound resignation. Is this transformer you hired, the one that wordlessly crashed through the window, landed a precise uppercut on the 23rd floor, and subsequently sent me flying to this wretched place, merely to facilitate my journey across dimensions? He deliberately emphasized the word facilitate, his tone steeped in absurdity. The white orb, which dubbed itself the system, flickered slightly, simulating a bead of perspiration that rolled down its smooth surface. Well, its electronic voice carried a distinct hint of awkwardness. To be precise, I am solely responsible for the allocation of your special abilities and the guidance through this world. As for the specifics of the transportation and execution, that falls under outsourced operations, which is frankly beyond my purview. It endeavored to imbue its voice with sincerity. Are you not even the slightest bit curious about the fact that you have truly traversed dimensions? This is the kind of adventure that countless individuals yearn for. Walker inhaled the seemingly non-existent air in this vast white space, compelling himself to accept this surreal reality. He scanned his surroundings, confirming that apart from the luminous orb and himself, there was naught else, before redirecting his gaze to the system. His brow knitted in concentration as he posed the pivotal question, why me? Alas, the system emitted a human-like sigh, its radiance dimming slightly. Do you think the opportunity to traverse dimensions is as common as cabbages? Just because one wishes to, does not mean one can. Such opportunities are exceedingly rare, not to mention the stringent criteria for candidates: stability in soul wavelength, compatibility of worldview, and a requisite level of potential willpower. These are as rare as phoenix feathers. If I do not act swiftly and decisively, this precious quota will be snatched away in an instant by those predatory entities lurking in adjacent divine realms and infinite flow systems. It paused, the orb's light coalescing anew, taking on a solemn gravity. All right, the preamble is concluded. Now, allow me to grandly introduce you to the stage upon which you are about to embark on a tumultuous and spectacular life. The system elegantly gestured with a simulated little hand through the air. The space seemed to tear open, revealing a visually striking poster that unfolded against the backdrop of a pitch-black Gotham night. A silhouette, cloaked and billowing, stood atop a dripping beast, the enormous bat emblem seemingly poised to burst forth from the paper. Ding, 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 ding. The system's electronic voice rose in pitch, brimming with a certain delight in dark humor. Welcome to the multiverse. Are you surprised? Is it unexpected? Just think about it, young one. To fight alongside your idol, Batman, and to save the world with the god of mankind, Superman. This is the ultimate experience that countless superhero enthusiasts dare not even dream of. Walker gazed at the poster, his expression transitioning rapidly from bewilderment to astonishment, finally settling into an indescribable countenance, akin to having swallowed a fly. He tugged at the corners of his mouth, releasing a sound devoid of warmth, a hollow chuckle. Go. System, do you truly believe that this little frame of mine is fit for saving the world? Once again, one might find oneself as mere cannon fodder, or perhaps shouting for Superman in the sky, facing those towering red and blue figures. His voice deepened, as his mind involuntarily flashed through scenes from comics and films, the weekly Gotham Villain Carnival, the monthly cosmic invasions, and the unpredictable whims of the Flash, Walker, whose very countenance darkened with a visible intensity, rivaling even the cape of Batman upon the poster. The system's exuberance resembled a deflated balloon, the glowing orb awkwardly rotating in place. Well, this is primarily due to extraordinary circumstances. The divine entity of the universe, that supreme being, has recently taken a holiday in the universe designated as 666 for some well-deserved relaxation. Before departing, he specifically entrusted me with the task of finding a reliable temporary administrator to oversee matters, lest upon his return he discovers his home either obliterated by antimatter or consumed by the dark multiverse, leaving no sanctuary whatsoever. It attempted to alleviate the tension with a light-hearted tone. urging not to fret, young one. You have yet to inquire about the most crucial question. What is the golden opportunity one have prepared for you to thrive and flourish in this perilous universe? A flicker of hope ignited within Walker's otherwise dull eyes. A golden opportunity? Could it possibly grant me divine power, allowing me to reset the universe at will against those I disfavor? Ahem. The system flickered violently, as if choked, exclaiming now, that would be far too overpowered. It does not conform to the intensity standards for beginners. Moreover, it could provoke severe rejection from the consciousness of the universe itself, rendering it counterproductive. It quickly explained, however, rest assured, what I have prepared for you is undoubtedly valuable. I have gone to great lengths to exchange my cherished quantum entanglement snack pack for a Deadpool template from the neighboring Marvel system. What do you think? An immortal existence, superintelligence, though often used for sarcasm, coupled with acute combat intuition and the potential to break the fourth wall. This is the pinnacle of survival configurations. Deadpool? Walker's expression became exceedingly nuanced as he instinctively touched his relatively intact face. That fellow whose skin resembled that of a lobster boiled to perfection? Surely, won't he end up disfigured? Absolutely not. The system immediately assured him, its glowing orb producing a resounding clap, simulated sound effect. The template is one thing, but your initial appearance remains entirely your own. Furthermore, this is merely a foundational benefit. Each time you successfully resolve a cosmic crisis, whether it be thwarting the Joker from detonating a bank or foiling Darkseid's invasion, I shall bestow upon you a random reward based on your performance, ensuring you possess a trump card to reverse dire situations in the future. Its tone brimmed with confidence, as if marketing an unparalleled artifact. It sounds somewhat acceptable. Walker conceded reluctantly to the proposal, yet another question arose. But why is the golden opportunity produced by Marvel? Would the universe not react adversely? This is indeed a regrettable necessity. The system's aura wavered, as if shaking its head. Although the two universes have collaborated in the past, it emphasized, hinting at those crossover issues. The foundational rules remain distinct. The other abilities at my disposal are either excessively advanced, such as the power of the Phoenix or the fragments of the heart of the universe, which, before you even step into the threshold of the cosmos, could have you deemed a foreign virus by the wall of origin, swiftly absorbed and rendered as mere ornamentation, or they are far too rudimentary. Like archery skills akin to Hawkeye, or combat techniques reminiscent of Black Widow, which might suffice in Gotham, but would leave you utterly defenseless in the face of a demonic army or Kryptonian brawlers. After much contemplation, I concluded that only a template like Deadpool, centered around a rule-based form of immortality with relatively high compatibility, could ensure your safe arrival, granting you ample time to survive and develop, ultimately fulfilling the monumental task of saving the world. It mimicked a gesture of exasperation, as though it had endured great hardships to arrive at this optimal solution. Do you have any further inquiries? The system inquired, its luminous sphere leaning slightly forward, exuding an air of patience. Walker remained silent. His mind raced through the apocalyptic scenes from the later comics, the Laughing Bat, Barbados, Perpetua, Dark Multiverse, and he recalled the hundreds of invaluable resources saved on his computer's hard drive, now forever unattainable. An overwhelming sense of tragic resignation washed over him. Nothing left, he sighed, as if resigning himself to fate, waving his hand dismissively. Pondering too much was futile, he was already here. If it truly came to an end in the cosmos, beyond even the reach of the Flash, he could only hope that the Almighty would return from vacation to clean up the mess. May his holiday not be excessively prolonged. Very well. Splendid. The internal radiance of the system became suddenly resplendent, as if a monumental task had been accomplished. Since you have completed your mental preparations, we shall not delay. Let's embark. I wish you great fortune in Gotham. No, in the cosmos. No sooner had the words left its mouth than the system's simulated hand swiped once more. A profound whirlpool, seemingly leading into an endless void, suddenly opened beneath Walker's feet. The powerful suction caught him off guard, leaving him no time to scream, only able to raise a finger in a gesture of amicable defiance towards the radiant sphere, which bore an expression of relief. Whoosh! The figure vanished, the whirlpool sealed. The once blank expanse returned to its eerie silence. Once Walker's presence had entirely dissipated, the brilliance of the system's sphere noticeably relaxed, simulating a virtual hand to wipe away non-existent sweat. It turned to the empty space beside it and, with a hint of irritation, remarked, "All right, come forth." This delivery incident required considerable effort to rectify. In the future, can you ensure more precise coordinates when sending travelers? Avoid the blunder of materializing into someone's living room on the 23rd floor. Such intrusions can lead to troublesome disappearances in the human realm, attracting unnecessary attention from observers. The adjacent space twisted, revealing a smaller entity resembling a delivery drone, its somewhat haphazard lines betraying its nature, emitting a few short, sheepish electronic beeps, as if an apology and assurance. "Glad to hear you acknowledge your mistake." The system's electronic voice conveyed a weary tone. "Now, you may return. Stand by in the warehouse. I will contact you when there are new crossing orders. Remember, this shall not happen again." Beep. The great machine emitted a confirming sound, its metallic form twisting and blurring before swiftly vanishing into the void. After the confirmation of its disappearance, the spherical system hovered momentarily in place, its inner luminescence swirling as if processing some stream of information. Ultimately, it quivered gently, akin to a signal interruption, and silently dissolved from this pristine white space. Chapter 4. Escaping the Tiger's Mouth God? Savior of Humanity? Batman's voice descended into a somber tone, the modulation from the voice changer infused with a chilling undertone, laced with an inscrutable ripple. Was it a sense of absurdity or a deeper awareness? This term felt exceedingly detached from reality, resembling a form of deranged rambling or a meticulously crafted smokescreen. Yet the individual before him, with his combat prowess, his self-healing abilities, though not fully displayed. Batman astutely noted the wounds on Walker's shoulder and thigh where the batarangs had pierced, the blood flow diminishing alarmingly, and his infuriatingly irreverent demeanor that remained unscathed even in the face of death, rendered the notion of absurdity less absolute. The grip upon Walker's throat showed no signs of loosening. Instead, it tightened further in response to Walker's newfound audacity. Walker's face began to flush from lack of oxygen, his cervical bones groaning under the unbearable strain. "Cough, take it easy," Walker managed to rasp, his eyes darting frantically as his superbrain operated at high speed amidst the agony and asphyxiation, scanning every detail in the vicinity. The alley remained eerily silent, save for the distant blare of police sirens and the stifled breaths of the thugs beneath him. There was no third heartbeat, no light footsteps, no trace of that youthful and reckless vitality. Where was Robin? According to Walker's hazy recollections, Batman was always accompanied by a colorful sidekick, especially during such nocturnal patrols. Was it the loquacious Nightwing, the defiant Red Hood, or perhaps the most tragic second iteration? He recalled the palpable darkness and oppression that enveloped Batman upon his arrival. The armor still tinged with the remnants of gunpowder and a faint, forcibly suppressed aura of sorrow, coupled with Gotham's atmosphere of heightened desolation and despair. Along with the brutal efficacy of this dark night, the device piercing his shoulder, the merciless grip around his throat, it all seemed to be a cathartic release of pent-up fury. A bold and almost certain hypothesis swiftly took shape in Walker's mind. Suddenly, Walker released a few bursts of ambiguous, short laughter, the mockery in his gaze transforming into a near-cruel insight as he fixed his stare upon the white visor so close at hand. Summoning all his strength, he forced the words from his constricted throat, each syllable like ice-laced needles. "Why are you alone? Where is your little bird?" He intentionally paused, sensing the fingers tightening around his throat stiffen abruptly. That slight hesitation served as the loudest answer for Walker. He grinned, exposing a bloodied, malevolent smile, his voice rising sharply, laced with biting mockery, like a blade that pierced directly into Batman's deepest wound. "Oh, it just came to me. Is it that boy in the green-scale shorts? Jason Todd, is it? I heard he was blown to pieces. Such a pity at such a young age. One wonders if he cried for help at the end. If he called out for Bruce." Silence. The voice of Batman, resonant like a deep abyss, surged with unprecedented intensity. It was no longer a cold interrogation, but rather a tempestuous fury, reminiscent of an impending volcanic eruption. The hand gripping Walker's throat unleashed a terrifying force, plunging him into darkness, where he could almost hear the ominous cracking of his cervical vertebrae. Yet, at this critical juncture, the opportunity he awaited materialized. In that fleeting moment of vulnerability, the absolute calm of Batman, shattered by pain and rage, revealed a perilous fissure. Now is the time. The super intellect calculated the precise moment. Walker's leg, pinned against the wall, erupted with the ultimate strength bestowed by the Deadpool template. Muscles bulged in agonizing defiance, dismissing the searing pain from the barbed spikes embedded in flesh and bone. Snap! A sound that sent chills through the teeth. The metallic barbs forcibly severed from the bone by sheer muscular force. Blood sprayed forth. Ack! Walker let out a pained roar. Yet this agony fueled his escape. Harnessing this explosive energy, he pivoted around his pinned shoulder, leaping upward with reckless abandon. Simultaneously, his unbound hand shot out, not to strike Batman, but to seize the iron grip constricting his throat. Batman, taken aback by Walker's audacity to free himself in such a self-destructive manner, was further astonished when Walker dared to touch him. The moment Walker grasped his wrist, an immense self-destructive pull surged forth. Walker was not attacking. He was leveraging the force. With every ounce of his strength, combined with the force pulling his arm, he forcefully kicked off the wall behind him. Boom! Brick shattered. The tremendous recoil, coupled with his explosive power, propelled Walker forward like a cannonball. His target was not Batman, but the narrow gap beside him. He barely scraped past Batman's formidable gauntlet and cape as he rolled out. The implanted device on his shoulder still bore remnants of the broken barbs, tearing at flesh as he rolled, leaving a vivid trail of blood on the ground. Batman's reaction was swift. The moment Walker broke free, his other hand, accompanied by a rushing wind, lunged for Walker's ankle. His fingertips were nearly upon him, yet, bolstered by the instinct to survive and his regenerative abilities, Walker's speed reached its zenith. Like a slippery eel, he narrowly evaded that lethal grasp, rolling out of Batman's shadow and plunging into a narrower, darker alleyway nearby. Do not think of escaping. Batman's low growl resonated like thunder, his formidable figure pursuing closely, an avenging specter diving into the narrow passage. The alley was cluttered with dumpsters and debris, light nearly non-existent. Batman's night vision activated instantly, capturing the sight of the staggering figure ahead. Bang! 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 Several bat darts whistled through the air with a chilling sound, aimed at Walker's back and legs, their angles sharp and menacing. The hairs on his neck stood on end as his super-intelligent mind melded with primal instincts, prompting his body to execute an array of unimaginable contortions and evasive maneuvers within the confined space, as if performing a macabre dance of death. One dart grazed his ear and embedded itself in the wall. Another sliced through his calf, yet failed to inflict severe damage. He dared not look back, instead propelling himself forward with desperate urgency, feeling the sting of wounds on his shoulder and leg gradually succumb to a tingling sensation of healing. However, the loss of blood and excruciating pain rendered his steps unsteady. He ran aimlessly, twisting and turning in a frantic bid to shake off the relentless shadow pursuing him. The streets of Gotham stretched beneath his feet, resembling a vast, malevolent labyrinth. After an indeterminate duration of flight, the oppressive feeling behind him seemed to wane slightly. Yet Walker did not dare to pause. He burst forth from an alley cluttered with discarded newspapers, stumbling a few steps and narrowly avoiding collision with a speeding taxi. "Hey, are you trying to get yourself killed?" came the furious honk and curses of the driver. Steadying himself, he gasped for breath, cold sweat mingling with blood, soaking his garments. With a heart still racing, he cast a cautious glance back. The dark figure had not yet emerged from the depths of the alley. He exhaled a sigh of relief, finally able to survey his surroundings. This place appeared to be in a relatively bustling area near the docks, though the streets remained filthy. Neon signs flickered from shops lining either side. The air was thick with a peculiar blend of cheap perfume, alcohol, and the briny scent of the sea. Directly ahead, across a narrow road, stood a building adorned in an ostentatious and bizarre architectural style. A massive neon sign pulsated with a cold blue-white light, outlining the abstract silhouette of a penguin, jauntily wearing a top hat and puffing on a cigar. A scarlet carpet led up several steps to the entrance. An impeccably dressed doorman stood expressionless on either side, his sharp gaze scanning the sparse passers-by. Occasionally, luxury cars would halt, and elegantly attired individuals exuding an air of danger, flanked by bodyguards, entered through the heavy brass doors, embedded with frosted glass. Above the grand entrance, a flamboyant inscription, composed of neon tubes, glowed conspicuously in the night. The Iceberg Club. Walker gazed at the sign, then glanced down at his bloodied, disheveled appearance, before feeling the crumpled coins scavenged from a thug in his pocket. A grimace, more grotesque than a cry, crept across his face, tinged with absurdity. The Iceberg Club? The lair of the penguin? He murmured, wincing at the pain still radiating from his shoulder. System, you truly have a knack for selecting my starting points. As he hesitated between fleeing this den of iniquity or recklessly plunging in for a stroke of luck, an almost imperceptible sound, akin to the fluttering of bat wings, echoed from the depths of the alley he had just exited. Batman had not yet given up. Walker felt a sudden jolt in his scalp, his mind rendered almost blank as his instincts took over. With a single, frantic leap, he dashed across the street like a startled hare, aiming directly for the entrance of the Iceberg Club, which gleamed with a chilling luster. Chapter 5. Chaos. The faint yet deadly sound of slicing air from the alley behind him was akin to the tolling of death's bell. Walker had no time for contemplation. Propelled by the primal instinct to survive, he unleashed his final reserves of strength, charging across the frigid road like a bloodied bullet. Stop! The doorman's fierce command coincided almost perfectly with the bodyguard's swift motion to draw his weapon. Two burly men in black suits instinctively positioned themselves before the crimson carpet, attempting to intercept the bloodied and suspicious intruder. Yet, Walker had no intention of explaining himself, nor could he afford a halt. His sole focus was the brass door, symbolizing a fleeting sanctuary. At the last moment, just as he was about to collide with the bodyguards, he dropped low, slipping through the narrow gap between them in a desperate, almost slide-like maneuver. The wound on his shoulder was violently agitated, causing him to grimace. Bang! He nearly crashed through the heavy frosted glass door, the momentum propelling him into the brilliantly lit yet chillingly atmospheric hall of the Iceberg Club. In an instant, he was engulfed by the deafening jazz, the thick smoke of cigars, the cloying scent of alcohol, and a multitude of astonished, disgusted, and wary gazes that surged towards him like a tidal wave. The hall was filled with elegantly dressed men and women whispering and jesting under the dim blue lights, while high rollers surrounded the gambling tables. However, Walker's entrance was akin to a soiled rag thrown upon an exquisite velvet carpet, shattering the veneer of pretentious opulence in an instant. Seize him! The bodyguards outside bellowed as they rushed in. Simultaneously, the frosted glass door behind Walker was once again forced open with tremendous violence. It was not merely pushed, but shattered open. The hinges groaned under the strain, and a colossal, dark figure, reeking of gunpowder and blood, burst into the scene like a vengeful deity. Batman. His iconic black cape billowed dramatically as he crashed through the door, resembling unfurled bat wings, his icy gaze locking onto the just-recovered Walker. The air in the entire hall seemed to freeze instantaneously. The music came to an abrupt halt, leaving only the sounds of terrified gasps and the clinking of glassware. My God! Someone exclaimed in shock. It's Batman. Panic began to spread. Stop him. Protect the guests. The henchmen of the Penguin reacted swiftly. Though they may have feared Batman, they feared their boss's wrath even more. 7 or 8 henchmen, clad in black suits and armed with clubs or pistols, surged from the shadows. Some lunged toward Walker, while others recklessly charged at the figure embodying endless dread. Chaos. Absolute chaos erupted. Batman's singular focus was Walker. As the henchman charged, he became a whirlwind of darkness. One punch. A frontline enforcer, with a collapsed nasal bridge, screamed in agony as he was sent hurtling backwards, crashing into a table laden with champagne. Liquid and shards of glass scattered in all directions. A swift side kick sent another enforcer crashing as if struck by a truck, the sound of his ribs fracturing unmistakably audible as he slammed into a colossal ice sculpture, ice fragments flying everywhere. His movements were precise and efficient, infused with a chilling aesthetic of violence. With each strike, an enforcer was inevitably felled, either dead or grievously injured. Yet, the sheer number of enforcers pressed forward, and gunfire began to sporadically erupt. Bullets ricocheted off Batman's armor, creating sparks and forcing him to evade and block, momentarily stalling his pursuit of Walker. Walker found himself in dire straits as well. 2 bodyguards and another pair of enforcers had him cornered. The Deadpool template endowed him with extraordinary combat skills and flexibility. but the injuries to his shoulder and thigh severely hampered his speed and strength. He clumsily dodged a baton aimed at his head, skillfully deflecting a grasping hand. It still took a vicious blow to his back that left him momentarily dazed. Damn, do they think I'm a punching bag? Walker spat out a mouthful of blood, his gaze fierce. He spotted a heavy brass ashtray on a nearby gambling table, adorned with a half-smoked expensive cigar. He swiftly ducked to evade a sweeping strike and seized the ashtray, channeling all his strength to smash it down onto the knee of the nearest enforcer. Crack! The sickening sound of bone fracturing accompanied a piercing scream. Seizing the opportunity as a gap appeared in the encirclement, Walker wriggled free like an eel, rolling and crawling towards the bar at the back of the hall. He knew that Oswald Cobblepot, the penguin, typically preferred to observe his kingdom from that vantage point. Indeed, behind the bar, in a raised area separated by bulletproof glass, the penguin leaned on his signature umbrella cane, his face ashen with disbelief as he surveyed the sudden chaos unfolding in his establishment. His avian features were contorted with rage and incredulity. The carefully maintained order he relied upon for money laundering and trade was being turned into an arena by these two madmen. Stop, you lunatics! This is the Iceberg Lounge, not your playground. The penguin's sharp voice pierced through the glass, filled with desperation. Walker caught sight of the penguin, as well as Batman, who, like a bulldozer, forcefully threw down the last two enforcers in his path. His cold gaze pierced through the tumultuous crowd, locking on a Walker with unyielding intensity. Batman's cape billowed behind him, a deathly banner, as he stepped over groaning enforcers and shattered furniture, advancing towards Walker with an imposing presence that seemed capable of tearing Walker apart. Batman's determination was palpable, sending alarm bells ringing in Walker's mind as his super brain raced. A direct confrontation? A certain dead end? Another escape? The hall's exit was blocked. Glancing at the frantic figure behind the bar, an audacious and, one might say, reckless plan rapidly took shape. Sorry, Birdman. I'll be borrowing this, Walker growled, summoning his last reserves of strength as he lunged towards the bar. He disregarded the bartender's terrified gaze and the attempts of the bouncer to restrain him, scrambling over the bar with fervor, his sights firmly set on the imposing wooden door of the enclosure. Stop him! The penguin's personal bodyguard immediately drew his weapon. Yet Walker's movements were swifter. In a fleeting moment before the bodyguard could pull the trigger, he forcefully burst through the unlatched wooden door, charging into the penguin's domain like a cannonball. You! The penguin, a mixture of rage and astonishment, instinctively raised his custom-made umbrella, its tip glinting ominously as it pointed towards the oncoming Walker. However, Walker's intention was not to attack him at all. The direction of his entry was perfectly aligned with the massive, one-way, bulletproof glass that overlooked the entire hall, where Batman's silhouette had already reached the bar, only mere steps from the entrance to the enclosure. Hey, little bird, catch! A manic grin spread across Walker's face. And before the penguin could react, he lunged forward, his blood-stained hand not to strike, but to encircle the rotund waist of the impeccably dressed Oswald Cobblepot. Then, amidst the penguin's horror-stricken gaze and his incredulous shout of "How dare you!" Walker summoned every ounce of strength, embracing the heavyweight boss of Gotham's underworld, using his corpulent form as a living, breathing shield, and hurled himself towards the Dark Knight who had just breached the door. The Penguin Cobblepot, one of Gotham's most cunning and image-conscious crime lords, was now akin to a panicked bowling ball, lifted off his feet by Walker, shrieking as he hurtled towards the newly arrived Batman. Batman's movements froze in an instant. He could effortlessly incapacitate any criminal, but what was hurtling towards him was Oswald Cobblepot, a figure of immense influence in Gotham, harboring countless secrets and intricately linked to the City Hall and various legitimate institutions. More critically, in the glaring spotlight, especially within a venue like the Iceberg Lounge, if Batman were to kill or severely injure Cobblepot, the ensuing repercussions would be catastrophic. Countless eyes, including potential surveillance, were upon them. In that split second, Batman was compelled to restrain his force. Walker seized the moment, exploiting the brief disruption and chaos created by Cobblepot's body. He slipped away from the embrace, like a slippery eel, and darted toward the small door leading to the kitchen or staff passage at the side of the enclosure. Farewell, Bat-Brat, and thank you, Mr. Cobblepot. You are truly a good man. Walker cackled as he vanished behind the door. Batman forcibly sidestepped to avoid the penguin. who was careening towards him like a projectile, and with lightning reflexes, extended his hand in an attempt to grasp the fading specter of Walker, but only seized empty air. Thud! The rotund form of Cobblepot crashed heavily onto his exquisite Persian rug, rolling several times before coming to a halt. His lavish tailcoat now sullied with dust and wine stains, his top hat flung far away. He felt dizzy and enraged, trembling all over as he pointed at the door through which Walker had vanished, then at Batman, his voice sharp and strained from sheer fury and humiliation. You all, Batman, and that damned lunatic. You've ruined my club. I demand you pay for this. His roar suddenly faltered as he caught sight of Batman's cold white lenses fixed upon him. The warning and lingering malice within that gaze rendered the furious Penguin as helpless as a duck with its neck clutched, and the threatening words he had intended to utter were swallowed back. Batman paid no further heed to the disheveled Penguin sprawled on the floor. His gaze swept over the door Walker had exited, then surveyed the chaos in the hall, the terrified guests, and the moaning henchmen. He recognized that the pursuit ended here for the night. That slippery, babbling fool who had audaciously used the Penguin as a human shield had successfully slipped away amidst the turmoil. Chapter 6. The onset of chaos. Batman's enormous black cape unfurled like bat wings, merging with the dense nocturnal darkness of Gotham outside the Iceberg Club, and he vanished in an instant. Inside, beyond the shattered frosted glass door, there remained a suffocating silence following the thunderous jazz that had long since ceased. Mingled with the acrid scent of cigar smoke, alcohol, and blood, along with the scattered debris and the lingering fear of the guests, Oswald Cobblepot, the Penguin, struggled to rise with the assistance of his bodyguards, appearing utterly disheveled. His expensive custom-tailored tailcoat was soiled with dust, wine stains, and dubious marks. His meticulously styled hair was in disarray, and his signature monocle hung askew on his nose, the lens even cracked, trembling with rage. His bird-like visage flushed an unhealthy hue from sheer fury and humiliation. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. He shrieked, brandishing his umbrella cane and striking the nearest bodyguard with it. Those two lunatics have turned my place into this. My carpet, my ice sculpture, my guests have fled. Loss. Enormous loss. He lamented over the overturned poker tables, shattered bottles, and the trampled Persian rugs. The boss, Batman, one of his bodyguards attempted to interject. Batman. And that damn blood-soaked eel. That bastard. How dare he treat me like a punching bag? The Penguin's fury intensified as he recalled the humiliating moment when Walker had used him as a human shield, his vision blurred with rage. He pointed at the small staff door through which Walker had escaped, his voice splitting from fury. After him. Find that madman. I want to shove him into a shredder and turn him into fish bait. Now, the bodyguards, feeling a sense of reprieve, immediately dispatched several of their number toward the door, while the others began dispersing the shocked guests and clearing the scene. The Penguin gasped for breath, leaning on his umbrella, pacing amidst the wreckage, contemplating how to recoup his losses, how to exert pressure on the city hall, and how to track down that accursed Walker. Just as he was consumed by thoughts of revenge, a cold, palpable malice descended upon him from above without warning. The Penguin abruptly looked up. In the shadowy recesses of the Iceberg Club, adorned with intricate reliefs and chandeliers, a colossal black figure descended, suspended like an authentic bat. It was none other than the caped crusader himself, Batman. He moved silently, like a specter, his massive cloak cascading around him, enveloping him in darkness, save for the chilling glint of his white lenses that shimmered ominously in the dim light. With a hand clad in formidable armor, he seized the Penguin by the nape of his neck with the precision and swiftness of an iron claw. Alas, the Penguin could only emit a brief gasp of surprise before being yanked off the ground by an irresistible force. Batman showed no hesitation, gripping the Penguin's neck. He propelled himself off a chandelier, the tremendous force sending them crashing through a grand, stained glass window depicting an iceberg, shattering it into a torrential downpour of glass. The cold wind rushed in. Gotham's frigid, damp night air sliced against the Penguin's plump face like a knife. In terror, he realized he was being held aloft by Batman. Dangling from the towering exterior of the Iceberg Club, below him lay the street, a mere ribbon of twinkling lights amidst unfathomable darkness. A profound sense of weightlessness and the dread of death seized him, causing his corpulent body to writhe in a frenzy. emitting a shriek akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "Put me down, Batman. You lunatic. What are you doing? Murder." The Penguin screamed, his hands futilely clawing at Batman's iron-like arms, his umbrella long since relinquished to oblivion. Batman held him aloft by the nape, his hefty form dangling in the biting night wind, as though he were a plump goose destined for slaughter. His body clung steadily to the vertical wall, one arm hanging at his side. His voice, altered by the voice modulator, resonated coldly, as though emanating from the depths of hell, crashing into the Penguin's buzzing ears with the weight of 1,000 tons. "The nuclear bomb. The one you sold." No superfluous words, straight to the point. The Penguin's scream abruptly halted, his rotund face drained of color, leaving only pallor and sheer terror. His pupils dilated. Incredulity etched across his features as he beheld the white lenses mere inches away. How'd he know? This matter was exceedingly clandestine, meticulously executed in his own estimation. What nuclear bomb? I don't know what you're talking about. I, Cobblepot, am a legitimate businessman. The Penguin feigned composure, his voice trembling violently, cold sweat cascading like a stream down his forehead, chilled by the wind to the point of making his teeth chatter. Batman's grip tightened on his nape, suddenly forcing him downward. Ah! The Penguin felt his body plummet slightly, the sensation of weightlessness tightening his bladder, nearly leading to an accident. He squeezed his eyes shut, emitting a wailing cry that warped in pitch, his hands flailing helplessly in the air. "Name. Buyer." Batman's voice remained utterly devoid of emotion, cold as a machine. His grip descended once more, bringing the Penguin's toes perilously closer to the abyss below. I'll tell you. The Penguin completely unraveled. What dignity, what reputation, is worth anything in the face of the terror of utter destruction? Tears streamed down his face, his voice quivering with a mixture of sobs and sheer dread. "I was merely a facilitator, but it wasn't mine. I am just an intermediary. Someone offered an exorbitant price. They asked me to help find a way to dispose of old tactical nuclear warheads. I merely connected the dots. The transaction was legitimate. I never touched that item. I swear I didn't touch it." "Who?" The voice of Batman grew colder, his grip around the back of the Penguin's neck resembling an icy iron clasp, ready to release at any moment. "I don't know. I truly don't know who he is," the Penguin cried out, his body trembling as if caught in a sieve. The transaction was conducted through an encrypted dark web channel. From start to finish, the money came from an anonymous account. The cargo was delivered to Gotham's abandoned Pier 13, a designated container. My people were only responsible for placing the key at the specified location. I never saw the buyer, not even a sound. He used a synthetic voice, extremely cautious, very professional. I swear, that is all I know. Batman's white lenses bore into the Penguin's contorted, terrified face. The super detective's instincts and micro-expression analysis indicated that the Penguin was not lying at this point. Fear had utterly crushed him. He truly did not know the buyer's true identity. The trail had gone cold. The biting wind howled, scattering the Penguin's cries and pleas. Batman remained silent, like a cold stone statue, his grip on the Penguin's neck unwavering. The Penguin felt as if he were losing his mind, his legs flailing helplessly in the air, the icy despair engulfing him. "Please, let me go. I've told you everything. I really don't know. I swear on all my possessions." A few seconds of silence stretched like an eternity. Finally, Batman moved, with a sudden force. He gripped the Penguin's neck and hoisted his corpulent body upwards. Simultaneously, his other hand shot out the grappling hook with lightning speed. With a swift motion, the hook latched onto the sturdy structure of the shattered window ledge above. In the next moment, Batman, still holding onto the screaming Penguin, used the pull of the hook to swing the Penguin's hefty form forcefully into the broken window. Thud! The Penguin crashed onto the luxurious yet disheveled carpet, rolling several times before coming to a halt, dazed and disoriented, as if all his bones had been dislocated. "Mind your legitimate business, Cobblepot." Batman's icy voice echoed from the broken window like a final warning. In the next instant, his figure vanished into the night of Gotham, leaving behind the shattered stained glass moaning in the cold wind, along with the shaken and nearly unconscious Penguin and the terrified gazes of his subordinates. The Penguin lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, a profound sense of exhaustion from narrowly escaping death intertwined with a furious humiliation. He gazed in the direction where Batman had vanished, recalling the madman named Walker, and a flame of seething resentment ignited in his eyes. "Batman, Walker, just wait. I shall have my revenge, and if I don't, I'll write Cobblepot backward." Meanwhile, in the Batcave, the thunderous roar of the immense waterfall drowned out the sound of the Batmobile's engine as Bruce Wayne emerged from the cockpit, his expression grim. Heavy footsteps fell upon the cold, rocky ground as he removed his cowl, revealing a visage marked by fatigue and a steely demeanor. His brow furrowed with an unmistakable gloom and a barely perceptible sense of defeat. Alfred had long been waiting nearby, holding a clean towel and a steaming cup of red tea. He keenly sensed the lingering scent of gunpowder, blood, and the chill of river water that clung to Bruce. Remnants of the Penguin's icy grip outside the window. It seems the social engagements of the evening did not unfold as planned. "Master Bruce?" Alfred's voice remained calm, tinged with a subtle concern. Bruce did not reach for the towel, nor did he glance at the cup of tea. He strode directly toward the imposing Batcomputer, stripping off his blood-stained and soiled gauntlets with a rough motion. "The trail has gone cold." His voice was hoarse, laced with suppressed anger. Cobblepot had brokered a nuclear deal, yet he was merely an unwitting intermediary. The buyer was exceedingly cautious, utilizing encrypted dark web channels and synthetic voices, vanishing after the transfer at Dock 13. On the vast screen, a satellite map of Gotham's Dock 13 and all pertinent information materialized, a torrent of dense data scrolling across the display. A tactical nuclear warhead has fallen into the hands of an unknown buyer. Alfred's tone grew grave. This was sufficient to plunge all of Gotham into a state of panic. Or worse, even more troubling is the presence of multiple unknown factors. Bruce summoned an exceedingly unclear surveillance image captured from the chaotic scene at the Iceberg Lounge. At the center of the frame was Walker's face, smeared with blood and adorned with a mocking smile. Walker's origins were shrouded in mystery. His combat skills were a bizarre amalgamation of various styles, with hints of inhuman traits. His regenerative abilities were formidable. Bruce's brow furrowed deeply. He seemed to harbor knowledge regarding Jason. The mere mention of that name caused the atmosphere within the Batcave to thicken palpably. Alfred's hand, holding the teacup, faltered momentarily. "He is deliberately provoking me with thoughts of Jason." Bruce's voice lowered, imbued with profound anguish and a chilling intent to kill, designed to create an opportunity for escape. Alfred paused, placing the red tea gently at the edge of the console. "A stranger who possesses perilous information, acts recklessly, and seems to harbor a twisted interest in you. Master Bruce," coupled with a missing nuclear bomb. The old butler's tone was fraught with concern. The night in Gotham appeared to grow ever darker. Bruce remained silent, his gaze fixed on the indistinct visage of Walker on the screen and the adjacent images of the empty containers at Dock 13. Frustration and an overwhelming weight bore down upon him like a frigid tide. The shadow of Jason's tragedy had yet to dissipate, and now a new, more lethal threat had quietly emerged. He struck the sturdy console with a clenched fist, producing a resounding thud. "Find him. Find that nuclear warhead." Bruce's voice was as resolute as tempered steel, cold and unyielding, willing to go to any lengths. The illumination of the Batcave cast elongated shadows behind him, resembling the outstretched wings of a bat, shrouding the two colossal, unresolved threats, the enigmatic buyers, and the mysterious intruder known as Walker. The abyss of Gotham seemed to deepen. Chapter 7, a series of unfortunate news within the Batcave. Only the roar of the waterfall and the low hum of the computer's cooling fan broke the silence. The information panel regarding Walker remained a glaring blank. Bruce Wayne mobilized every resource at his disposal: global databases, intelligence networks, and even some obscure surveillance channels, all leading to a singular, unsettling truth. This individual, named Walker, appeared as a phantom, leaving no trace prior to his arrival in Gotham. No birth records, no medical files, no educational background, no digital footprint. It was as if he had materialized directly from the void. Frustration coiled around Bruce's heart like a frigid serpent. The searing pain of Jason's death had yet to subside, and this mysterious intruder, with his flippant words, had reopened old wounds before vanishing into the shadows of Gotham, leaving behind a myriad of unanswered questions. More alarmingly, he seemed to possess knowledge about Bruce, about Batman, and even about Jason's tragedy. The unknown often evokes greater dread than a known adversary. He was akin to a variable that did not belong to this world. Alfred, standing nearby, spoke in hushed tones. his gaze behind the lenses equally grave. He pulled up the footage of Walker's brief and chaotic battle at the Iceberg Lounge, where Walker's movements were fluid to the point of being uncanny, exhibiting an inhuman flexibility and explosiveness, particularly evident when he freed himself from the impaling device, displaying a tendency for self-healing that disregarded excruciating pain. Bruce shifted his gaze from Walker's indistinct face, clenching his fists at his sides until his knuckles turned white. Yet he forced himself to redirect his attention to another imminent threat, one capable of erasing Gotham from the map: the missing tactical nuclear bomb. Temporarily set aside Walker, Bruce's voice was cold and resolute, imbued with undeniable authority. Priority: nuclear bomb buyer. Cobblepot's lead pointed to Pier 13. Mobilize all port surveillance. Trace the shipping records of all containers entering and exiting Pier 13 over the past 72 hours, particularly those with unusual weight or special markings. Analyze all irregular financial flows and encrypted communication patterns associated with Cobblepot's dark web channels for any clues. Contact Fox. I require more advanced signal tracking and decryption capabilities. Yes, sir. Alfred promptly executed the orders, and a massive screen erupted into a frenzy of data, the satellite map honing in on the steel forest of Gotham Harbor. Bruce approached the equipment station, beginning to don new gauntlets and replenish the spent batarangs and gel explosives. His movements were precise and swift, each detail betraying a suffocating urgency. Time was the most extravagant commodity at that moment. With every passing minute, the nuclear bomb could be activated and transported to a far more lethal target. Just as he was about to fasten the last piece of armor, the Batcomputer's piercing alarm shattered the stillness of the Batcave. Alarm! A significant security breach has transpired at Arkham Asylum. An alarm has sounded. Multiple surveillance nodes in the No Way Island region have lost signal. An urgent surge of communications is flooding the Gotham Police Department's emergency channel. The screen instantaneously shifts from port data streams to a multitude of split screens. The iconic entrance of Arkham Asylum, resembling the fangs of a monstrous beast, has been obliterated. Smoke billowing forth. On the chaotic streets of No Way Island, figures clad in striped patient garb or bizarre costumes are rampaging, looting, and setting fire to everything in sight. Burning vehicles, shattered storefronts, terrified citizens fleeing in all directions. The police communications are filled with frantic cries. This is the No Way Island Patrol, requesting immediate assistance. Repeat, requesting immediate assistance. We are under heavy attack. It is Scarecrow's fear toxin. Central. Poison Ivy is in the botanical garden. She is controlling the vines to attack. We cannot approach. Mr. Freeze. Mr. Freeze has appeared in the dock area. He is erecting ice walls to block the streets. Civilians are trapped. Chaos. Out of control. The darkest corners of Gotham are flooded with the imprisoned madness, surging forth like an unleashed torrent. Bruce's movements instantly froze, his pupils constricting sharply. He abruptly turned to the main screen, where an urgent satellite feed displayed. Within Arkham Asylum, hordes of rioters and patients were pouring out like locusts. Among them, several figures stood out prominently. Scarecrow, Jonathan Crane, in tattered burlap, wielding a scythe. Poison Ivy, Pamela Isley, adorned in green and entwined with massive vines. And the chilling Mr. Freeze, Victor Fries, brandishing a freeze gun. It is Scarecrow. He has released the fear toxin. Many patients and guards have succumbed to madness. Commissioner Gordon's hoarse and desperate voice cut through the encrypted communication, directly reaching the Batcave, the background filled with deafening explosions and screams. Batman, we need you. Now. No Way Island is turning into hell. Poison Ivy and Mr. Freeze have also taken advantage of the chaos to escape. They are inciting even greater disorder. The shadow of the nuclear crisis has yet to dissipate, and Arkham's insanity has erupted like a plague in Gotham's most vulnerable areas. Bruce felt a rush of icy blood surge to his head. In that moment, he comprehended that this was no mere coincidence. The uprising at Arkham, erupting at this precise moment, was akin to a meticulously planned smokescreen intended to distract him, rendering him unable to devote his full attention to the pursuit of the nuclear bomb capable of annihilating everything. Flit. Bruce's voice shattered like ice. Imbued with unprecedented urgency and resolve, analyze the rioters' escape routes. Identify the core positions of Scarecrow, Poison Ivy, and Mr. Freeze. Activate the Batwing. Destination, No Way Island. Master, the nuclear bomb. Alfred attempted to caution. I know. Bruce growled, already donning the bat cowl, the icy white lenses illuminating. But Gotham cannot wait. If the chaos on No Way Island spreads, if the fear toxin disseminates, it would spell another disaster. He cannot stand idly by while innocent citizens perish in madness. Even if it means the clues to the nuclear bomb may be entirely obscured. The silhouette of Batman surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, racing towards the Batmobile, whose engine roared with a deafening ferocity. Alfred swiftly manipulated the control panel, transmitting the analyzed heat map of the thug's distribution and the coordinates of primary threats to the Batmobile's navigation system. The Batwing had been prepped, poised to provide aerial support and monitor the diffusion of toxic gas. Master Bruce, please exercise utmost caution. Alfred's voice resonated with concern. Maintain surveillance on all leads at Pier 13. There must be no pause. Batman issued his final command, and the Batmobile shot forth like a bolt of black lightning, bursting from the cavern behind the waterfall, plunging into the crimson-tinged night of Gotham, engulfed in chaos and flames. Inside the Batcave, a massive screen was divided into two halves. One side displayed a chilling satellite image of Gotham's Pier 13, where countless data streams struggled to capture the traces left by the elusive buyer. The other side revealed a hellish real-time scene of Arkham Island. Streets ablaze, rampant vines, a thick green mist of toxic gas, and the desperate cries of those frozen in despair. One side presented an unknown threat capable of annihilation, while the other depicted a madness unfolding, horrifyingly tangible. Batman accelerated towards that inferno of insanity. Meanwhile, the hidden nuclear bomb and the ghostly figure of Walker were temporarily cast into deeper shadows, like the silent countdown of a ticking time bomb. The night sky of Gotham burned crimson with the flames of the Arkham riot. The chaos was merely beginning. Chapter 8. A chaotic feast, the Batwing, resembling a harbinger of death, tore through the night sky of Gotham, saturated with fire and smoke. Its engines shriek, overwhelming the tumult below on Arkham Island. Batman's white lenses coldly surveyed the hellish scene below, burning vehicles resembling colossal bonfires, shattered glass sparkling in the flames, and frenzied figures in striped hospital garb screaming, vandalizing, while thick, fear-inducing gas spread across several blocks, forming eerie green clouds filled with hysterical wails and maniacal laughter. Massive vines like living entities crawl between buildings, entwining, destroying, while a bone-chilling cold froze several streets in a treacherous traps of death. Target, Arkham Asylum. The Batwing hovered above the gaping maw of Arkham, blasted open like a beast's jaws. Without hesitation, Batman opened the hatch and leapt down. His dark cape billowed amidst the flames and smoke, a banner of vengeance. With a thud, he landed heavily in the chaotic square before the main building of Arkham, the tremendous impact sending several thugs scrambling, who were in the midst of seizing weapons from the guards. It's Batman. Terrified shouts erupted amidst the pandemonium. What greeted him was not fear, but a throng of patients, ravaged by madness and gas, mingled with desperate criminals. They surged towards the solitary figure in black, wielding clubs, fire axes, and even pilfered police firearms, their eyes glinting with a desire for destruction and perverse excitement. "Get back to your cave, Bat," bellowed a burly thug, his face marred by a grotesque scar. As he swung the fire axe down upon him, Batman moved. He was no longer the furious figure provoked by Walker's words at the Iceberg Club, but had regained an absolute calmness and efficiency. With a deft sidestep to evade the axe's blade, he delivered a precise strike to the wrist of the axe-wielding assailant, causing the fire axe to slip from his grip. Simultaneously, a powerful knee thrust to the opponent's abdomen sent the burly man crumpling to the ground like a marionette with its strings cut. The movements flowed seamlessly, devoid of any excess. He swept through the crowd like a black whirlwind. Each punch, elbow, knee, and kick resonated with the distinct sound of bone cracking and muffled grunts. The specially designed bat darts seemed to possess a mind of their own, accurately striking the wrists and knees of the gunmen, rendering them ineffective. Gel bombs detonated amidst the throng, instantaneously immobilizing 7 or 8 thugs. He shattered the fear gas sprayer with a dart, then hurled an antidote mist into the gas-enshrouded area. His objective was clear: not to pursue the heavyweight villains who had already fled, but to swiftly control the chaos at Arkham itself, to prevent more lunatics from spilling out, and to drive this rabble back into their confines. The battle was fierce yet brief. Faced with Batman's overwhelming prowess and precise tactics, the thugs, now leaderless and driven solely by fear and madness, quickly fell apart. Under Batman's cover, the guards began to regroup, coordinating with him to deploy tear gas and sonic dispersal devices, pushing the remaining thugs back towards Arkham's damaged entrance, which loomed like the gaping maw of a monstrous beast. Seal all exits. Activate the backup power. Reinforce the inner gates. Batman commanded the guard captain, who had regained control of the command center, his voice leaving no room for dissent. Watching the last few struggling thugs being subdued by electroprods and dragged back into the shadowy corridors, and seeing the steel plates hastily welded to seal Arkham's entrance, Batman did not linger for a moment. He swiftly inspected several critical areas to confirm that no core villains were hidden, retrieving some samples of the fear gas left by Scarecrow before promptly returning to the hovering Batwing. The engines roared to life as the black aircraft descended, leaving behind the chaos below, which, while still tumultuous, had at least temporarily severed its source on the island of despair. Flames flickered against the cold white visor, offering no warmth. In the Batcave, the roar of the waterfall resumed its dominant melody, though the atmosphere was more somber than when he departed. Bruce removed his damaged cowl and gauntlets, his face betraying an unmistakable weariness and icy fury. On the screen, Alfred had prepared an initial report. The Arkham riot has been preliminarily quelled, Master Wayne. The guards suffered significant casualties, but the main structural integrity remains intact. Most of the lower-tier patients and opportunistic thugs have been subdued or driven back. Alfred's voice was grave. However, according to the remnants of the surveillance footage and the traces left at the scene, the core targets that successfully escaped are the screen displayed several grim photographs and names. The Joker. The last captured image showed him, with his trademark maniacal laughter, blending into a throng of patients affected by the gas before vanishing. His creations often heralded greater chaos and death. The Killer Croc, with his massive frame, forcefully breached the reinforced gates of Arkham's sewer system, infiltrating Gotham's intricate sewage network. Mr. Freeze utilized his freezing gun to encase a section of the outer wall in ice, creating an opening for his escape. His objective was his wife, Nora, along with the low-temperature apparatus sustaining her life. The Scarecrow, having confirmed the release of a substantial quantity of a new fear toxin, seized the chaos to commandeer an ambulance and flee. Poison Ivy manipulated Flora to dismantle the western wall, vanishing alongside some of her enchanted followers. Bruce's fist slammed heavily onto the console. Each name, Joker, Croc, Mr. Freeze, signified immense peril and potential catastrophe. The Joker's deranged schemes, Croc's rampage in the sewers, Mr. Freeze's willingness to resort to any extreme for Nora, and the chaos wrought by Scarecrow and Poison Ivy had reached monumental proportions. Commissioner Gordon was rallying all available police forces, coordinating with the emergency response team to establish a perimeter on Arkham Island and its surrounding areas in pursuit of the fugitives. Alfred continued, yet their capabilities were limited, particularly in the face of such extraordinary threats. Bruce inhaled deeply, forcing himself to remain composed. A nuclear bomb. The Arkham riot was undoubtedly a diversion to distract him, but now he had to split his focus. Alfred prioritized tracking the Joker, Mr. Freeze, and Killer Croc. Analyze the Joker's behavioral patterns, possible locations for Mr. Freeze's low-temperature facilities, and predict Killer Croc's activity hotspots within the sewer system. The chaos caused by Scarecrow and Poison Ivy is momentarily manageable. Gordon can handle part of it as a secondary objective. Yes, sir. Alfred immediately began to operate, segmenting the screen into several areas and initiating data analysis. Subsequently, Bruce connected to a highly encrypted communication channel. Oracle. His voice bore a hint of barely perceptible fatigue, yet more so a resolute command. I'm online. Barbara Gordon's calm and clear voice resonated from the communicator, accompanied by the rapid clattering of keystrokes. Even confined to a wheelchair, she remained Gotham's most formidable information nexus. I've observed the situation on Arkham Island. It's a mess. Any progress on the nuclear bomb? None. Batman's tone was frigid. Cobblepot is merely an intermediary. The buyer is exceedingly cautious, and the trail has gone cold at Dock 13. The Arkham riot is a meticulously orchestrated distraction. The Joker, Croc, and Mr. Freeze have escaped. I must handle them. He paused, his tone growing weighty. The nuclear bomb is the utmost priority. It could be detonated at any moment. I need you, Oracle, to mobilize all your resources and networks to trace the whereabouts of that bomb. Identify the buyer, the transport route, potential hiding spots, any anomalous signals or transactions. Find it at all costs. There was a brief silence on the other end of the communicator, the sound of keystrokes intensifying. Barbara understood the grave implications of a nuclear bomb and the significance and pressure of the responsibility Batman was entrusting to her. Understood. Barbara's voice resonated with an unwavering determination, imbued with a chilling focus. Hand me the nuclear device. I shall unearth it from shadows. Exercise caution. The Joker has escaped. This is far from over. Stay in touch. Batman severed the communication. He required no further admonishments. He held unwavering trust in Barbara Gordon's capabilities as Oracle. Approaching the armory, he quickened his pace. Damaged equipment was swiftly replaced. In preparation for Mr. Freeze, he installed additional thermal insulation and anti-low temperature coatings, substituting the frozen grenades for specially designed high-temperature gel bombs. To counter Killer Croc's brute strength and aquatic environment, he selected more potent electric shock devices, effective tranquilizer darts, alongside a portable sonar system and underwater breathing apparatus. As for the Joker, he equipped himself with a maximum dosage of powerful sedatives and restraining gear, his gaze as cold as iron. The Batmobile is ready, sir. Alfred's voice echoed. Preliminary tracking indicated that Mr. Freeze's freeze gun energy signal briefly appeared near the Gotham Refrigeration Company in the Old District. Killer Croc's biological signal exhibited a strong response at the intersection of the sewers near the Diamond District. There were currently no reliable signals from the Joker. Yet based on his historical patterns, the epicenter of chaos often served as his ultimate target. Bruce donned a newly crafted cowl, the icy white lenses illuminating, reflecting a fractured world on the screen. One side inundated with Oracle's frantic data concerning the Phantom buyer. The other, three fugitive signals representing disparate disasters flickering across the Gotham map. Maintain real-time data sharing with Oracle. Inform me immediately of any leads regarding the nuclear device. Bruce's voice, transmitted through the voice modulator, now exuded nothing but pure, steely resolve. He turned and strode toward the roaring Batmobile. Good luck, sir. Alfred's voice carried a note of deep concern. The Batmobile's engine roared thunderously, akin to an enraged beast, surging forth from the Batcave, resolutely plunging into Gotham's deeper, more perilous darkness. This time, his adversaries were not mere chaotic thugs, but the most cunning, lethal demons who knew precisely how to rend the city's wounds. Behind him, within the unseen web of information, Oracle's war had only just commenced, targeting a doomsday spark potent enough to obliterate everything. The night sky of Gotham brimmed with peril, currents of danger swirling. Batman's silhouette vanished within the tunnel leading to the Old District's cold storage. Meanwhile, on the massive screen within the Batcave, the skull icon representing the Joker remained ominously fixed at the center of the Gotham map, devoid of any movement signals, yet radiating the most unsettling chill, as if silently mocking, proclaiming, "This chaotic feast is far from over." Chapter 9. A deal with the Penguin Walker stood in the shadow of a darker alley opposite the Iceberg Lounge. A crumpled cigarette pilfered from a penguin bodyguard, dangling from his lips. He beheld Batman's towering silhouette descend like a vengeful specter, sweeping through the air with the frigid night wind, casting the screaming penguin through the shattered window in a heart-stopping aerial interrogation. The temper of Batman is truly explosive. Walker gingerly touched his still throbbing neck, where the lingering sensation of Batman's iron grip seemed to remain. Clearly, Jason's actions had truly struck a nerve. He patiently waited, much like a lurking spider, until he witnessed Batman tossing the disoriented penguin back into the fray before vanishing entirely into the shadows of Gotham. After a considerable time had passed, and the chaotic lights spilling from the shattered windows of the Iceberg Lounge had dimmed somewhat, while the henchmen began to grumble as they cleaned up the aftermath, he extinguished the unlit cigarette, adjusting his tattered, bloodied attire. Admittedly, there was little to adjust. It only served to amplify his dire appearance and increase suspicion. One does not enter the tiger's den without risking becoming its prey, or perhaps being turned into penguin feed, Walker mused with self-deprecation, a signature, slightly cynical smile returning to his face. Taking a deep breath, he strode once more toward the battered entrance of the Iceberg Lounge. This time, the bouncers and doormen reacted like startled prey. Upon seeing Walker, the harbinger of misfortune, return, several immediately assumed a defensive stance, their hands hovering over their holsters, eyes alight with vigilance, anger, and trepidation. "Halt! How dare you return?" barked a bouncer, his voice trembling, still marked by recent bruises. "Hey, take it easy, fellas." Walker raised his hands in a gesture of goodwill, signaling his lack of ill intent. "I had a little misunderstanding with your boss just now. I'm here to discuss business, serious business." He accentuated the word serious, his current disheveled appearance rendering it particularly ironic. The bouncers exchanged dubious glances, clearly unconvinced. However, a sharp voice from within the district, that of the Penguin, Oswald Cobblepot, simmering with suppressed fury, commanded, "Let him in." After a moment of hesitation, the bouncers reluctantly parted, their gazes slicing through Walker like knives. Walker whistled nonchalantly and strode inside with exaggerated confidence. The hall was in even greater disarray than when he had departed, with shattered furniture, congealed liquor, scattered chips, and several injured patrons being carried away by henchmen. The air was thick with a cacophony of blood, alcohol, gunpowder, and the cold resentment of utter humiliation. He made his way directly toward the district. The wooden door he had previously burst through hung askew, revealing an even more harrowing scene within. A massive hole in the bulletproof glass allowed cold air to seep through, and the once luxurious Persian rug was trampled beyond recognition, stained with dirt and the remnants of the Penguin's earlier tumble. At the center of the chaos sat Oswald Cobblepot, the Penguin himself, perched on the only relatively intact high-backed chair, attended by two loyal confidants who carefully wiped the grime from his face and adjusted his utterly ruined tailcoat. His beak-like visage was dark with rage, and his small eyes burned with a venomous fire, fixated on Walker's entrance. "You madman!" The Penguin's voice trembled with extreme fury as he pointed a quaking finger at Walker. "You wretched scoundrel! You destroyed my club. You've made me dangle from the ledge of a building at the hands of that lunatic Batman. How dare you come back?" As he spoke with increasing fervor, he seized a shattered base of a wine glass and hurled it towards Walker. With effortless grace, Walker sidestepped, the fragments narrowly grazing his shoulder before colliding with the wall. "Calm down, Mr. Cobblepot," he said, palms raised, his smile unwavering. "To be precise, it was Batman who caused this, and it is he who has ensnared you. I merely took advantage of the situation at hand. You understand, don't you?" "Understand." The Penguin nearly leapt from his chair. "I understand you being stuffed into a meat grinder." He was about to command his henchmen to act, but as his gaze swept over Walker's disheveled yet upright figure, he recalled the uncanny agility Walker had displayed amid the chaos, as well as Batman's unusual attention and intensity towards him. Amid his fury, a sliver of cunning, befitting a crime lord, crept into his mind. He forcibly suppressed the impulse to tear Walker apart, inhaling the brisk air deeply, his small eyes fixated on Walker, his voice slithering like a viper. "Who exactly are you? What do you want? Why does Batman pursue you like a rabid dog after a bone?" "Walker, a pitiable homeless soul," Walker replied, shrugging as he approached an overturned table. He nonchalantly propped up a reasonably intact chair and sat down, even crossing his legs, entirely disregarding the lethal glares from the Penguin's bodyguards. "And as for Batman, perhaps it is my striking handsomeness that incites his jealousy? Or maybe I inadvertently stumbled upon some of his clandestine secrets." He smirked knowingly, refraining from directly mentioning Jason's name. Yet his implication was sufficient to stir the perceptive Penguin's imagination. The Penguin's pupils constricted slightly. Secrets? Secrets concerning Batman? A flicker of greed and calculation danced in his murky eyes. Yet what unsettled him more was Walker's current demeanor, relaxed, at ease, even teasing, as if it were not he who had just escaped a life-and-death chase, rendering Batman's threat utterly trivial. Such confidence could only stem from madness or genuine leverage. "Homeless?" The Penguin scoffed. "You seem to be a harbinger of trouble. Who would dare shelter a calamity like you? That is precisely why I have come to seek your assistance, Mr. Cobblepot." Walker leaned forward slightly, his smile imbued with an almost beguiling sincerity. "You see, we share a common adversary, Batman. He has wrecked your establishment, treated you like a mere chick to intimidate, and nearly crushed my neck. It would be remiss not to avenge this grievance, Would it not? Just you? The Penguin scoffed, though his tone had lost some of its fervor. Just me, Walker pointed to himself. I managed to slip away from Batman once. I can do so again. I am quite adept, as you witnessed earlier. While I may not match him, I am more than capable of dealing with his little Robins or some of your less-than-friendly competitors. Lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper, he added a hint of mystery. I know what Batman is currently preoccupied with. He is searching for something rather hot to handle. ISNT? A little trinket that accidentally slipped through your fingers? The Penguin's expression darkened instantly, his eyes brimming with shock and heightened vigilance. A nuclear bomb? How could this lunatic possibly know? He did not fully disclose this matter, even to his most trusted confidant. Walker seized upon the Penguin's reaction, realizing he had struck a nerve. He reclined leisurely in his chair and said, "Do not be anxious, Mr. Cobblepot. I have no interest in that contraption. I do not wish to blow up Gotham. I still want to linger here. However, I am aware that Batman holds a significant interest in it. So much so that he is currently preoccupied and cannot tend to our trivial grievances." The Penguin fell silent. His plump fingers unconsciously tapped the armrest of the chair, while his mind raced. The value that Walker exhibited clashed fiercely with the risks he presented in the Penguin's mind. Ultimately, one thought prevailed. Rather than allowing this dangerous lunatic to roam freely, potentially to be exploited by his rivals, or worse, to fall into Batman's hands and divulge more about the nuclear deal, it would be far wiser to keep him under his watchful eye. Utilize him. Let him deal with those troublesome individuals. Let him vex Batman. If necessary, he could even serve as a scapegoat. The vengeful and furious expression on the Penguin's face gradually softened, replaced by a cold, calculating smile akin to a merchant appraising his goods. He waved his hand, signaling his tense bodyguard to step back slightly. "Mr. Walker," the Penguin's voice grew smoother, laced with the distinctive hypocrisy of Gotham's underworld. "It appears we can indeed discuss collaboration." He picked up a new cigar handed to him by a confidant, leisurely lit it, inhaled deeply, and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, scrutinizing Walker through the haze. "I, Oswald Cobblepot, conduct business in Gotham with a focus on reputation and power. You have demonstrated a certain unique skill set. However, my money does not come easily." He flicked the ash from his cigar, his small eyes gleaming with sharp intelligence. "Do tasks for me. Resolve some minor inconveniences that plague me. Deal with competitors who are less than acquainted with the rules. Or, on certain special occasions, ensure my safety." He intentionally emphasized the word safety, clearly still vexed by having been used as a shield earlier. "In return, I shall provide you with reasonable compensation, as well as access to certain conveniences within Gotham's underworld. What do you say?" A smile spread across Walker's face. He knew he had hooked a fish. He extended his hand, declaring, "It's a deal, boss. However, I must stipulate that I will not accept mundane tasks. Perilous jobs require additional payment. Also," he gestured to his tattered clothing and empty pockets, "I need an advance for some operational expenses and a new outfit. I cannot possibly embarrass you in these rags, can I?" The Penguin glanced at Walker's blood-stained and dusty hand, a twitch of disgust flickering at the corner of his eye. Yet he suppressed it and symbolically touched the offered hand with 2 fingers. "An advance is acceptable. Fiend," he called over a confidant, instructing, "Take Mr. Walker to the back to clean up, provide him with a fitting outfit, and give him $5,000. He stated a figure that was neither overly generous nor miserly, carrying a hint of testing. "Thank you, boss. You are truly generous." Walker exaggeratedly gestured in gratitude, as if he had received $5 million. He rose to his feet, following the bodyguard, named Finn, towards the rear room. Upon reaching the door, he suddenly halted, turning back to reveal a radiant smile that inexplicably sent a chill down the Penguin's spine. "By the way, boss, if you happen to recall any details about that little trinket that is quite the hot potato for Batman, perhaps the container number, or an inconspicuous mark during the handover, please do let me know. After all, causing Batman a bit of grief is also a form of catharsis for you, isn't it?" With that, he did not wait for the Penguin's response, humming a discordant tune as he vanished through the door behind the bodyguard. Oswald Cobblepot, known as the Penguin, sat amidst the disarray of his chamber, the smoke from his cigar swirling around his capricious visage. He glanced down at the spot where he had just touched Walker's fingers, scrubbing distastefully at the expensive upholstery. "Madman, dangerous lunatic," he muttered under his breath, yet a calculating glimmer flickered in his small eyes. Hiring Walker was undoubtedly akin to courting disaster. However, This particular beast might indeed assist him in ridding himself of some troublesome prey, perhaps even allowing him to take down the largest bat of all. He picked up the encrypted communicator, hesitating briefly before ultimately dialing a number. "It's me. Check on Dock 13 at the port. Find out who took away the frozen container, numbered 17, after the transaction, and where it was sent." "Yes, the one from that seafood shipment 3 days ago. Do it swiftly and with absolute confidentiality." After placing the communicator down, he gazed at the direction in which Walker had disappeared, a glint of cold calculation in his eyes. On Gotham's chessboard, yet another unpredictable piece had emerged, and the Penguin was intent on bringing this dangerous pawn under his dominion. Chapter 10. Initial collaboration in the depths of a barely clean storage room behind the Iceberg Lounge. Walker lay atop several stacked beer crates, using a filthy pillow pilfered from the bodyguard's lounge as his headrest. The regenerative abilities bestowed by the Deadpool template had allowed the wounds on his shoulder and thigh to scab over, leaving only a faint itch behind. With his eyes closed, his mind raced like a supercomputer, feverishly cross-referencing the fragments of information disclosed by the Penguin, the particulars of Gotham's Dock 13, and the sporadic, chaotic reports trickling in from the internal communication channel of the Iceberg Lounge regarding the massive riot at Arkham Asylum that morning. To demonstrate his sincerity in collaboration, the Penguin had indeed sent over some fragments of intelligence concerning the transaction at Dock 13, a container number, 17, a vague time frame, the early hours after the deal was finalized, and an ostensibly trivial detail. This was a specially designed frozen container with exceptional insulation properties. However, surveillance footage revealed a brief, abnormal spike in the temperature sensor reading prior to its removal, which then swiftly returned to a low-temperature state. Coupled with the magnitude of the Arkham riot, the impeccable timing, and the precise escape of key antagonists, this chaos could not have been orchestrated solely by Scarecrow or Poison Ivy. It resembled a well-aimed strike, forcefully landing a blow on Batman's vulnerable side, compelling him to stretch himself thin. A name, akin to a frigid serpent, slowly emerged from the depths of Walker's superbrain, Bane. Fragments of memories concerning Bane rapidly stitched themselves together within Walker's mind, born and raised in the notorious penitentiary of Penaduro in the Caribbean nation of San Priscas. In the suffocating darkness of his prison cell, for the sake of survival, he was compelled to engage in the cruel games orchestrated by the prison's rulers, thrusting inmates into the arena for relentless battles of life and death. Bane was the sole child to survive this brutal spectacle, ultimately emerging as its victor. In that hellish environment, Bane forged a physique and combat skills that transcended human limits, while simultaneously nurturing an astonishing intellect amidst despair. He self-taught in multiple languages philosophy, strategic tactics, and even conducted chemical and engineering experiments utilizing the prison's rudimentary resources. His mind became one of his most formidable weapons. To mitigate the excruciating chronic pain left by an unfortunate incident during his prison experiments, Bane relied on a green steroid compound known as Venom. Injected directly into his spine through a specialized pump system, Venom granted him ephemeral bursts of terrifying strength capable of shaking walls and tearing steel, albeit at the cost of profound physiological dependency and the looming threat of losing control. The iconic suit that enveloped his body, adorned with an intricate network of tubes, along with his metallic mask, served as both a source of power and shackles of suffering. Bane harbored an almost pathological obsession with Batman. He studied the Dark Knight for years, perceiving him as the only adversary capable of matching his prowess. His ultimate ambition was never merely to vanquish Batman, but to obliterate him utterly, both physically and mentally. Aware that Batman's vulnerability lay in his sense of responsibility and his unwavering commitment to Gotham, Bane's strategy often involved first dismantling everything Batman held dear, driving him into despair before delivering the fatal blow. Historically, his most infamous achievement was orchestrating widespread chaos in Gotham, ultimately locating the exhausted Bruce Wayne in the Batcave and delivering the iconic gesture that shattered Batman's spine over his knee, heralding the fall of the night. As the frozen container experienced a brief and anomalous increase in temperature, Walker opened his eyes, a flicker of understanding illuminating the darkness. Bane required the Venom to maintain a stable low-temperature state, particularly during long-distance transport. This unusual warming could very well be the result of an inspection or a momentary leak during transfer. The perfect diversion of the Arkham riot was not chaos itself, but rather a means to distract Batman, affording Bane the time to relocate and secure the nuclear bomb, while simultaneously unleashing a few heavyweight lunatics to further impede Batman. A clever calculation indeed. A cold smile curved Walker's lips. He had discerned the mastermind behind the scheme. Yet he resolved to keep this information close for the time being. Informing the Penguin? That cunning old bird would only retreat in fear or worse. Attempt to leverage this information for a transaction with Bane, jeopardizing himself in the process. For now, he required the Penguin's resources, not to transform him into a frightened prey. Bane. Walker softly savored the name, feeling an odd mixture of exhilaration and pressure. In the vastness of the universe, there exist but a few formidable entities capable of genuinely threatening the essence of Batman. To provoke him? Such an endeavor appears to be an invitation to demise. Yet, who is Walker? A traverser endowed with the Deadpool template, a superlative intellect, and an enigmatic cosmic achievement system as an unknown enhancement. High risks often yield substantial rewards, whether it be the benefits of the achievement system or the opportunity to further ignite Batman's perpetually taut nerves. With determination, Walker leaped from a crate of beer, stretching his limbs and feeling an unprecedented vitality coursing through him. Indeed, Deadpool's regenerative abilities are extraordinary. He pushed open the door to the storage room and strode directly to the front desk of the Iceberg Lounge. The Penguin had evidently made prior arrangements. As a somewhat sullen yet respectful attendant approached him, "Mr. Walker, the boss has instructed me to inquire what you require." "Money, along with a reliable tailor and weaponsmith," Walker replied, flashing a grin that revealed a set of pearly whites. "The advance funds from the boss are due for utilization. Procure the finest from Gotham's underbelly. Finances are no obstacle." He jingled a substantial credit voucher, signed by the Penguin, which was an earnest deposit delivered by Finn earlier that day. Hours later, in a clandestine workshop concealed deep within an abandoned factory of Gotham's old district, sheltered by the Penguin's influence, Walker stood before a grand floor-to-ceiling mirror. The reflection of the figure within had entirely shed the disheveled appearance of a vagrant. He was clad in a custom-tailored, form-fitting combat suit, enveloping his entire being. The predominant hue was a profound midnight blue, blending seamlessly with Gotham's shadows, while muted silver-gray accents adorned the joints and tactical straps, enhancing depth and facilitating movement. The fabric was an exceptionally resilient and elastic synthetic fiber, seemingly interwoven with a lightweight ballistic layer, exuding a smooth yet frigid touch. The design of the combat suit placed utmost emphasis on functionality. Reinforced protective pads were embedded at the elbows, knees, and shoulders, while modular armor interfaces were reserved at the chest and back, currently left vacant. Most striking was the mask, enveloping Walker's entire head and neck, save for his chin and mouth. Crafted from the same material as the suit, it presented a matte, deep blue finish, with the eye section comprising broad, slightly curved dark red lenses, equipped with night vision and basic thermal imaging modules graciously provided by the Penguin. The mouth area of the mask was whimsically designed with a wide, maniacal grin, a white depiction that reflected Walker's personal sense of dark humor, paying homage to Deadpool, while simultaneously mocking those adversaries he was destined to confront. In terms of weaponry, two modified, extended-barrel custom Glock 19 handguns, coated in matte black, equipped with laser sighting and silencer attachments, were securely holstered on the outer thigh for swift access. Additionally, a pair of retractable alloy batons were affixed to his lower back, which, when deployed, extended to nearly the length of his forearm. Their surfaces adorned with intricate anti-slip textures, and the tips equipped with high-voltage electric contacts. A specially crafted multi-functional belt, brimming with an array of gadgets, high-explosive gel bombs, smoke grenades, powerful flashbangs, several darts laced with potent muscle relaxants. A set of precision lock-picking tools, alongside a few compressed energy bars and a compact first aid kit. Lastly, a glimmering tactical dagger with a serrated back edge, nestled within a sheath strapped to his calf. Walker practiced a series of rapid draws, parries, and rolls in front of the mirror. The combat suit clung to him like a second skin, offering no hindrance whatsoever. The martial prowess bestowed by the Deadpool template felt even more instinctive with this gear. He touched the exaggerated grin on his mask and made a theatrical face at the mirror. "Perfect." Walker nodded in satisfaction, his voice filtered through the mask's built-in voice modulator, resonating with a hint of electronic rasp and playful irreverence. Now, it was time to deliver a surprise from Gotham to an old friend hailing from San Francisco. After settling the final payment, he input the vague coordinates provided by the Penguin, indicating the last trace location of the 17 shipping containers. Deeper into Gotham Harbor, a labyrinthine expanse of abandoned docks and smuggler hideouts, into the tactical wristwatch, also modified by the workshop, equipped with basic navigation and communication capabilities. Stepping out of the dim workshop, the chill of Gotham's evening air enveloped him. Walker inhaled deeply, savoring the power and sense of security that came with his new equipment. He was no longer the newcomer, chased about by Batman. He was now Walker, the Penguin's temporary enforcer, a disruptor with a manic grin, ready to poke the hornet's nest that was Bane. "I hope you enjoy the gift I've prepared for you," Walker murmured to himself, his form swiftly melding into the intricate shadows of the old district as he stealthily advanced deeper into the perilous Gotham Harbor. A storm, poised to stir the three factions over a nuclear bomb, was about to erupt at his hands. Chapter 11. Playing both sides the wind atop Wayne Tech's skyscraper carried Gotham's signature chill and dust. The immense black silhouette of Batman loomed like a solidified darkness, silently standing at the edge of the rooftop, his white lenses coldly fixating on the direction in which the deep blue figure had vanished amidst the traffic below. Through the communicator, Alfred's voice carried a note of resignation. "Master Wayne, Walker's signal has vanished. The modified device on his wrist possesses formidable anti-tracking capabilities. The technology provided by the Penguin is evidently impressive. Furthermore, a recent transaction from the Penguin's account has emerged, flowing into an encrypted wallet, the amount matching precisely with the deposit you promised." Batman's silence was as palpable as ice, his knuckles whitened beneath the armor. Playing both sides, this lunatic named Walker not only toyed with him, leveraging Jason's pain as a bargaining chip, but audaciously pilfered funds from both him and Gotham's most formidable crime lord. Such blatant provocation and exploitation struck at the very core of Batman's vigilance. "Lock onto all major entrances and critical nodes of Gotham's sewer system," Batman commanded, his voice, transmitted through the voice modulator, devoid of warmth. "Target, Killer Croc. Walker claims he intends to deal with him. I seek to be apprised of every movement of Walker, as well as to ascertain the status of Killer Croc." "Understood, Master. I have successfully integrated into the Municipal Engineering Surveillance Network and obtained certain police monitoring permissions provided by Commissioner Gordon. The sewer system is vast and intricate, with significant signal interference, rendering tracking exceedingly challenging." Alfred promptly replied. Furthermore, regarding the nuclear device, Oracle is exerting every effort to breach the situation. Yet the buyer is exceedingly cunning, leaving behind no discernible traces. Concerning the Arkham fugitives, the signal from Mr. Freeze's freeze gun has resurfaced near the cold storage facility in the old district, while the Joker remains conspicuously absent. Batman's gaze swept across the silhouette of Gotham enveloped by the night, ultimately resting in the direction of Blackgate Island and the old district. Mr. Freeze may lose control at any moment in his quest for Nora. The Joker's disappearance signifies the brewing of an even greater, unknown madness. The countdown to the nuclear device silently ticks away. Meanwhile, the newly emerged and unpredictable variable, Walker, brandishing the promise of double the bounty, charges into the sewers to hunt Killer Croc. He must act with utmost urgency. Continue tracking the nuclear device. Prioritize addressing Mr. Freeze. Batman made his decisive resolution. Although Killer Croc poses a threat, his patterns of destruction are relatively predictable, and Commissioner Gordon's forces can establish a degree of containment in the blocked areas. In contrast, Mr. Freeze, in his desperation to save his wife, may resort to any extreme measures, and the Joker's unpredictable surprises present a far more immediate and uncontrollable menace. As for the encounter between Walker and Killer Croc, it serves as an opportunity to observe this disruptor's true capabilities and intentions. The engine roared as Batman's figure shot forth like an arrow, once more merging into Gotham's night sky, with a destination aimed directly at the cold storage facility in the old district. Meanwhile, beneath Gotham, the sewer system, akin to the convoluted intestines of a colossal beast, exuded a foul stench deep within its labyrinthine depths. Walker deactivated the tactical wristwatch, modified by the Penguin's workshop, to possess a brief signal jamming function. He had just employed it to sever any tracking signals that might originate from Batman or the Penguin. Silence enveloped him. He muttered softly, stretched his neck. His deep blue combat suit nearly blending into the damp pipe walls under the dim emergency lights. The grotesque white grin emblazoned on his mask appeared particularly eerie in the gloom. His superbrain functioned at high speed. He sifted through all fragmented information concerning Killer Croc. Due to a rare atavistic genetic disorder and early underground experiments, his body is covered in hard scales, endowing him with superhuman strength, endurance, regenerative abilities, as well as underwater breathing and night vision. He is ferocious in temperament, possessing below-average intelligence, but exhibiting strong predatory instincts and a penchant for cannibalism. He thrives in damp, dark environments, particularly at the intersections of sewer systems near water sources or in abandoned drainage facilities. He builds nests and hoards food. Though his skin is tough, he is exceptionally sensitive to bright lights and loud noises. High temperatures can effectively diminish his regenerative capabilities. His low intelligence is a significant flaw, making him prone to fits of rage and loss of reason. Drawing on the vague intelligence provided by the Penguin operatives regarding the recent conflicts among sewer gangs and the cases of missing persons, along with the municipal sewer network map indicating several large, abandoned pump station areas where water flows converge, Walker swiftly constructed a probabilistic model in his mind, pinpointing 3 likely locations for nests. His first destination, the nearest old water treatment facility's sedimentation tank. Hoping for a stroke of luck, Walker chose his objective discreetly. He opted not to strut boldly through the main sewer passage, but instead employed his newly acquired mastery of basic stealth. Moving silently like a true shadow along the edges of the pipes, the shadows of support beams, and through knee-deep sewage. His movements were light and fluid, his breath merging seamlessly with the sound of the flowing water, his senses heightened to their utmost, capturing the slightest anomaly in scent, sound, or vibration. The stench of decay, the rustling of rodents, and the distant roar of rushing water became mere background noise. Walker functioned like a finely tuned instrument, filtering out the extraneous information. Suddenly, he halted. His superbrain detected a faint yet distinct and incongruous scent in the air, a heavy metallic odor of blood mingled with the distinct musk of a large reptile, accompanied by the earthy scent of mud and fish. The source of this aroma lay just beyond a massive, rusted maintenance gate ahead. The gate stood ajar, with dim, flickering light spilling through the crack. Was that fire? And the sound of bones being chewed? Walker silently grinned. He had found it. However, he did not recklessly push the door open. His superbrain rapidly analyzed the surroundings. The heavy iron gate would undoubtedly emit a loud noise when pushed open. The space beyond was vast, with pronounced echo effects. The killer reptile possessed keen senses, particularly in hearing and smell. An all-out assault would be tantamount to suicide. His gaze shifted to the corroded ventilation duct grating above the gate. It was sizable enough for him to squeeze through. The inner walls of the duct were coated with a thick layer of viscous grease and unidentified deposits, emitting a foul stench. It was indeed repulsive, but certainly preferable to confronting that enormous lizard head-on. Without a moment's hesitation, Walker, like a nimble gecko, silently climbed up to the duct beside the gate, using his tactical dagger to pry open the loose screws of the grating, carefully squeezing himself inside. The ventilation duct was narrow, slick, and reeked horrendously. Walker held his breath, relying on his superbrain for precise control over his muscles as he crawled forward slowly and silently at nearly impossible angles. Below, the sounds of bones being chewed grew increasingly distinct, accompanied by satisfied, low growls and heavy breathing. After crawling for several meters, Walker discovered a damaged observation port in the grating. He cautiously leaned down, peering through the gaps of the grating below. The sight before him resembled a corner of hell, a vast, abandoned, circular concrete sedimentation tank. At the center of the tank's floor burned a pile of bonfire, its flames flickering, illuminating the surrounding heaps of refuse. No, upon closer inspection, those were various shredded garments, broken weapons, and scattered white bones. Some of the bones still bore remnants of flesh that had not been fully gnawed away by the flickering light of the campfire. A colossal and menacing figure squatted on the ground, its back turned towards Walker, indulging in a feast. This figure was cloaked in dark green scales, as thick as armor, with a muscular back that arched high. A robust, spiny tail trailed behind, idly thrashing about and splashing in the murky water. It was none other than the killer croc. Clutched in its grasp was a fragment of a limb. Whether a leg bone or an arm bone was indiscernible as it tore into the sinew with its dagger-like fangs, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. The firelight danced upon its scales, casting immense and distorted shadows that resembled a beast from mythology. Walker could even spot several fresh, blood-stained sacks tossed carelessly at its feet, indicating that today's delivery had arrived not long ago. "Eating well, aren't we, big fella?" Walker silently mused, his gaze sharpening. He began to assess distance, environment, lighting, and the creature's level of focus. His super brain calculated an action plan at lightning speed. A frontal confrontation? The odds were exceedingly low. The killer croc's strength and defense were overwhelming. Utilizing the environment? This vast sediment pool offered little in terms of cover. The only advantage lay in the creature's back being turned, fully engrossed in its meal, rendering it less vigilant. Walker's eyes landed on a few specially designed gel explosives and a flashbang hanging from his waist, then glanced at the still-burning campfire at the feet of the killer croc. A bold and audacious plan swiftly took shape. He cautiously detached a flashbang and a high-explosive gel bomb, then held his breath, positioning himself for optimal force application. "Dinner time is over, big guy," Walker silently chanted, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. "It's time to pay my cleaning fee." With a sudden surge of strength, he delivered a powerful kick to the rusted bottom of an air duct. The corroded thin metal could not withstand the force amplified by the Deadpool template, and in an instant, a large hole was kicked open. Walker, along with the shattered metal and accumulated filth, plummeted down like a meteor towards the feasting killer croc. The thunderous noise and the collapse above startled the creature. Its massive body tensed instantly, roaring as it lifted its head. At that precise moment, Walker adjusted his position in midair and hurled the flashbang directly into the gaping maw of the killer croc. Simultaneously, he flung the other gel bomb towards the campfire at the creature's feet. The killer croc's roar was abruptly cut off. The flashbang detonated explosively before its eyes and mouth. The blinding brilliance erupted like a miniature sun within the sediment pool. Following that was a sound blast powerful enough to rupture eardrums. The killer croc let out a howl of unimaginable agony. Its eyes, adapted to darkness and extraordinarily sensitive to light, were instantaneously seared by the brilliance. The immense sound waves directly assaulted its developed auditory system. His massive form was struck as if by an invisible giant hammer, staggering backward before collapsing. His enormous claws pressed painfully against his eyes and ears, thrashing his head in a frenzy. Simultaneously, the gel bomb soaring towards the bonfire detonated. Boom! It was not a violent shockwave, but an instantaneous eruption of a viscous, searing, orange-red gel akin to molten lava. This gel moved as if it were alive. Part of it accurately adhered to the unsuspecting killer crocodile's ankles and calves, thrown off balance by the blinding light and sonic explosion, while another portion splashed onto the bonfire. Hiss! The bonfire, now coated in gel, erupted into flames. The fire swiftly spread along the viscous gel, like maggots burrowing into flesh, rapidly reaching the crocodile's ensnared legs and ankles. The high temperature scorched his dark green scales, emitting a sizzle and the scent of char. Howl! Excruciating pain, the searing agony, compounded by the disorientation and sensory chaos from the blinding light and sonic blast, drove the killer crocodile into a frenzy. He thrashed wildly, attempting to shake off the gel and flames, his colossal tail sweeping through the air like a battering ram, sending nearby piles of bones and murky water flying. Walker rolled upon landing, avoiding the splatter of dirty water and shattered bones, quickly creating distance. He knelt half-hidden in the shadows at the edge of the settling pool, dual guns firmly in hand, their cold muzzles aimed at the enormous creature writhing in pain amidst the flames and gel like a cornered beast. The effectiveness was remarkable, observing the crocodile's chaotic suffering. A satisfied smirk crept across Walker's masked face. The calculations of his super intellect were flawless. Exploit the opponent's sensory weaknesses, create confusion, and then use high-temperature gel to restrict movement while inflicting continuous damage. "Hey there, big fellow. Calm down. I'm merely here to settle a score," Walker called out. his voice laced with electronic synthetic effects and dripping with mockery, attempting to further incite the creature. Batman and the Penguin are eagerly awaiting your delivery. That hide of yours should make quite the durable pair of shoes, don't you think? Batman. Penguin. The killer crocodile's roar was filled with unbridled rage and a hint of bewilderment at this betrayal. He struggled to open his eyes, burnt and streaming with tears from the blinding light, and through his blurred vision, he glimpsed a distant figure clad in deep blue, sporting a sinister grin. You will die. The sheer rage overwhelmed the pain. Ignoring the flames consuming his legs and the constraining gel, the killer crocodile unleashed a terrifying brute force. Charging toward Walker like an out-of-control armored train, flames trailing and a thunderous roar echoing. Each step sent murky water splashing, the ground trembling beneath him. TSK. Hatred is pulling a bit too steady, Walker teased, though his gaze remained icy calm. He swiftly sidestepped, evading the direct path of the charge, while simultaneously firing both guns. Bang, 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 bang. The bullets did not aim for vital points, but were instead precisely directed at the crocodile's eyes, nostrils, and ear canals, those relatively vulnerable areas. Not seeking fatality, but rather disruption and provocation. The bullet struck against the scales, sparking, while hitting the sensitive spots, unleashed fresh waves of agony. The trajectory of the killer crocodile's charge was disrupted, rendering it more ferocious and chaotic. Its enormous claws lashed out wildly towards Walker's position. Boom, boom. The concrete walls were left with massive dents. Walker danced upon the razor's edge, utilizing the agility of his new combat suit and his masterful stealth techniques to maneuver nimbly within the confined space. He continuously provoked the enraged beast with gunfire and taunts, leading it towards the edge of the sediment pool, an area relatively narrow and cluttered with abandoned pipes and support columns. Come on, great lizard, don't just feast. Get some exercise. Walker deftly concealed himself behind a sturdy concrete pillar, shouting provocations. The killer crocodile roared, its colossal body crashing through the obstructing rusted pipes, lunging towards the pillar, just as it was about to collide with the pillar. A glint of determination flickered in Walker's eyes as he abruptly pressed a seemingly inconspicuous button on a remote control. Buzz. The area of murky sewage beneath the killer crocodile suddenly erupted with blinding blue arcs of electricity. Several powerful electroshock devices, cleverly disguised among the sewage using abandoned metallic debris, activated in an instant. ZZZZ. High-voltage currents surged through the massive body of the killer crocodile like a blue serpent, especially affecting its legs, which were ensnared in gel and in direct contact with the filthy water. Arg. More intense than the searing flames. A wave of paralysis and excruciating pain engulfed its entire being. The giant creature's body stiffened as if under a spell, its scales quivering violently from the electrical shock, emitting a chilling, distorted wail as its enormous eyes rolled back, saliva uncontrollably pouring forth. The blinding light, sonic blasts, scorching flames, and high-voltage strikes delivered a series of precise blows that utterly dismantled the beast's resistance. Walker emerged from behind the pillar, gazing at the twitching, smoke-emitting killer crocodile, temporarily incapacitated by the electric shock, and let out a whistle. Mission accomplished. This side hustle is quite rewarding. He pinched his nose. The stench of the sewer mingled with the burnt flesh was indeed overwhelming. He retrieved his communicator, adopting a coarse, streetwise tone. Hello? Director Gordon? I have a grand package for you. The address is the old sewer network, the sediment pool at the old water plant. Target, killer crocodile. Status, temporarily down. You might want to bring extra tranquilizers and a fire truck. Oh, and tell Batman that his bill is due. Chapter 12. Killer crocodile deep within Gotham Harbor. The labyrinth of the abandoned docks lay silent like the skeleton of a colossal beast steeped in the briny, damp sea breeze. Walker glided like a specter amidst the rusting containers and the sagging frames of cranes, the screen of his modified tactical wristwatch flickering faintly, displaying the vague outline of the last known area of Container 17, a complex region known as the Shipwreck Graveyard, composed of partially submerged old hulls. Bane was likely concealing the nuclear bomb there, utilizing the intricate terrain and seawater to obstruct signals. As Walker prepared to infiltrate the treacherous waters, an almost imperceptible vibration emanated from the watch on his wrist, not from the Penguin channel. the built-in miniature signal analysis module, temporarily modified by the ingenious mind of the mysterious Mr. M, detected an exceptionally faint yet distinctly characteristic scanning beam, akin to an invisible spider's web that had just brushed through his vicinity. Had he been marked? Walker immediately halted, pressing his body against the shadow of a massive oil tank. His super brain raced. Not the Penguins people. Their equipment was not this advanced. Gotham PD? Impossible. They were currently overwhelmed by the chaos of Arkham. Suddenly, a name surfaced in his mind. Oracle. Barbara Gordon was formidable. A sly smile curled at the corner of Walker's mouth. He swiftly altered his plans, abandoning the pursuit of the sunken ship graveyard. Bane's traps could be omnipresent. Exposing himself to Oracle's gaze would be akin to courting death. He needed a new stage. He lifted his gaze, scanning the surroundings. In the distance, the skyline of Gotham's downtown loomed under the grim sky. The cold outlines of skyscrapers etched against the horizon. One relatively old commercial building with an excellent vantage point caught his eye. That would do. Walker made his decision. He needed to take the initiative to control the rhythm of the conversation. Like a gecko, he swiftly ascended along the rusted pipes and fire escape. His movements quick and silent, the matte deep blue of his new suit providing superb camouflage in the dim light. The Batcave. The thunderous roar of the massive waterfall was nearly drowned out by the incessant clattering of keyboards. Bruce Wayne was analyzing the activity heat map of Killer Croc within the sewer system, attempting to narrow down the potential locations of its lair. Alfred was monitoring the faint energy signals of Mr. Freeze's freeze gun as it drifted through the old district. Suddenly, Oracle's encrypted communication forcefully interrupted with the highest priority alert. Emergency! I have detected an unusually active signal source just outside the abandoned docks of Gotham Harbor. The signal characteristics highly match the residual energy readings of the mysterious figure Walker from the chaotic scene at the Iceberg Lounge. He appears to be moving. Wait. He has stopped. The precise coordinates have been transmitted. He is on the rooftop of the Wayland Technologies building in the city center. Bruce's gaze snapped away from the sewer map, locking onto the coordinates that popped up on the screen and the blurred thermal imaging captured by satellites and high-altitude drones shared by Oracle. In the image, a deep blue humanoid heat source stood at the edge of the vacant rooftop of Wayland Technologies, seemingly gazing into the distance or perhaps waiting. Walker, this enigma, who had appeared like a phantom and vanished after provoking Jason's pain, had now made a bold appearance in such a conspicuous location, nearly equivalent to issuing an invitation. He was waiting for me. Bruce's voice was icy, devoid of any doubt. The threat of the Arkham fugitives and the shadow of a nuclear bomb were instantly overshadowed by this more direct and provocative manifestation. This Walker knew too much that he should not. His behavioral patterns were unpredictable, and the level of danger was exceedingly high. He had to confront him personally. Alfred, take over the pursuit of Killer Croc and Mr. Freeze. Stay synchronized with the nuclear bomb search from Oracle. Bruce's voice was resolute as he dashed towards the equipment bay, swiftly donning lightweight gear suited for the urban aerial environment. Master, this is likely a trap. Alfred's voice brimmed with concern. I am aware, Bruce replied, fastening the bat cowl, the white lenses illuminating as he acknowledged the urgency. He was the only potential link between the nuclear bomb and the Arkham riot. He had to be apprehended. Before his words had fully dissipated, he activated the bat grapnel, launching himself toward the rapid transit exit at the top of the Batcave. The dark figure merged seamlessly with the twilight hues of Gotham's sky, soaring at an astonishing speed towards the towering Wayne Tech building in the city center. On the rooftop of Wayne Tech, the frigid wind whipped around Walker's deep blue combat suit, tousling the few strands of hair peeking from beneath his mask. He stood precariously on the edge of the low wall, gazing down at the streets below, which twisted like veins in the distant twinkling lights of Gotham Harbor. The mask's exaggerated white grin appeared somewhat sinister in the dusk. He did not have to wait long. A colossal shadow silently enveloped the rooftop entrance. Batman materialized from the darkness, his immense cape cascading down, shrouding his armored form, each step emanating a chilling aura. He halted approximately 10 meters from Walker, the white lenses of his mask locking onto him, scanning his new equipment. Walker, his voice, deep and gravelly, emanated from the voice modulator, echoing like a pronouncement of judgment. Wow, you arrived quite swiftly. It seems Oracle's efficiency is truly remarkable, Walker quipped, turning around with a casual demeanor, even exaggerating a wave as if greeting an old friend. He astutely observed Batman's positioning, which effectively sealed off any potential escape routes, noting the taut muscles of his opponent. Poised to strike. Your origins? Batman cut straight to the heart of the matter, his tone imbued with an undeniable inquiry and a chilling threat. Walker shrugged, his voice, synthesized beneath the mask, carried a playful tone. I say I'm sent by God to save this damned world. Do you believe me? He gestured towards the sky and then to the chaotic Gotham below. Batman remained silent, the only movement being the subtle rustling of his cape in the wind. That silence spoke volumes, conveying a disbelief that was more powerful than any words. Walker sighed, his laughter, distorted by the modulator, took on a peculiar quality. All right, just a joke, don't be so serious. Abruptly, he retracted his flippant demeanor, leaning slightly forward, his tone shifting to one of earnestness, albeit still tinged with jest, regarding the name mentioned in the alley last time, Jason Todd. I confess, provoking you in that manner was merely a means of escape. I apologize for the underhanded tactics. That boy is a tragedy. At the mention of Jason's name, the atmosphere around Batman seemed to freeze instantaneously, a palpable sense of murderous intent enveloping him. He took a step forward, the weight of his presence akin to an imposing mountain. Yet Walker did not retreat. Instead, he met that gaze head-on and continued, apologies aside, I did not await your arrival today to engage in another brawl or to partake in a game of riddles. I am here to discuss collaboration. Collaboration? The voice of Batman dripped with the utmost sarcasm and skepticism. A mysterious individual, steeped in deceit and madness, speaks of partnership. Indeed, collaboration. Walker gestured towards Gotham Harbor, then pointed towards Arkham Island. I know what you seek, the little iron sphere that robs you of sleep, is it not? And those formidable guests who escaped Arkham, the Joker, Croc, Freeze, they are undoubtedly plotting a grander scheme in some shadowy corner of Gotham. You are stretched thin. Gotham PD? They may manage common thugs, but against these foes, they are merely delivering meals. He paused, scrutinizing Batman's reaction, though the latter remained as inscrutable as stone. I can assist you. Walker's voice carried an unusual allure. I can help you deal with those escaped lunatics. The Joker's mad schemes? Croc hosting a buffet in the sewers? Freeze wishing to encase his wife in eternal ice? I can handle it all, professionally, efficiently, without leaving a trace. Of course, it is not without cost. The white lenses of Batman's cowl flickered slightly, seemingly analyzing each word from Walker, weighing the immense risks and potential traps hidden within the proposal. His gaze swept over Walker's evidently expensive and fully equipped custom suit, the Glock on his thigh, the array of gadgets at his waist. This man was undeniably prepared. Your terms? Batman's voice remained cold, yet Walker detected a faint, almost imperceptible pause of deliberation. Walker grinned, the white mouth on his mask appearing to widen. Straightforward. My terms are simple, money. U.S. dollars, gold, bearer bonds, anything that holds value. Charge per head and by difficulty, clearly priced, no deception. For instance, dealing with Croc, this price. He raised a finger to indicate a figure, and for the Joker, it doubles. That man is a whirlwind of chaos. Batman remained silent. Walker's proposal was utterly ludicrous, fraught with uncontrollable variables. Entrusting a madman to capture other madmen? It was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Yet the threat of a nuclear bomb loomed large. The havoc wrought by the Arkham escapees could escalate at any moment. Gordon's forces were stretched thin, and Batman himself was indeed overwhelmed. Walker's demonstrated skills and intelligence indicated he was not without merit. More crucially, placing him under the guise of employment might allow for better surveillance and control over this perilous variable. A fa of deception. That was Batman's instantaneous judgment. Utilize him, monitor him, and eliminate him if necessary. Deal. Batman's voice, altered by the voice modulator, betrayed no emotion. Target, Killer Croc. Time frame, 48 hours. Payment of half upon confirmation of the target's capture and transfer to Gotham PD. The remaining half will be paid upon your provision of credible information regarding the nuclear device. He proposed an exceedingly stringent condition, serving both as a test and a means of control. Wow, your bargaining skills are quite ruthless. Walker exaggeratedly complained, yet a glint of triumph flickered in his eyes beneath the mask. He extended his hand, saying, All right, for the sake of our deep camaraderie, let us seal the deal. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Batman refrained from shaking his hand, instead regarding him coldly, as one would a perilous experiment. Do not give me cause to annul our agreement, Walker. The warning was implicit. Rest assured, I am quite the man of my word, Walker retorted nonchalantly, retracting his hand and shrugging indifferently. Shall I attend to that large lizard then? Let's keep in touch, boss. He deliberately emphasized the term boss with a heavy dose of sarcasm. Before he could finish speaking, Walker's figure abruptly toppled backward, plunging off the edge of the multi-story rooftop like a diver into the depths. Batman's pupils constricted as he rushed to the edge to gaze below. There, the deep blue figure gracefully twisted in midair, employing the gliding wings of his suit and the protrusions of the building's facade to cushion his descent. He ultimately landed securely atop a speeding container truck, blowing a kiss towards Batman on the rooftop before vanishing into the flow of traffic. Batman stood at the edge, his massive cape billowing in the night breeze. He silently watched the direction in which Walker had disappeared, his cold white lenses reflecting a tumult of doubt and icy calculation. He activated his communicator. Alfred, lock onto Walker's signal. Highest priority monitoring. I want to know his every move. Yes, sir, Alfred's voice responded. Additionally, a secure account belonging to the Penguin, Cobblepot, has just transferred a sum to an anonymous overseas account, the amount closely resembling the deposit you promised to Walker. Batman's fist clenched tightly at his side, the knuckles cracking softly. Two-timing scoundrel. This Walker not only used Jason's situation to facilitate his escape, but he is also leveraging the Penguin to acquire equipment and intelligence. Now, he audaciously seeks compensation from both me and the Penguin. He is manipulating both Batman and Gotham's most formidable crime lord at will. Batman's voice was low, resonating like a chilling echo from the abyss, imbued with unprecedented cold fury and a palpable sense of deadly offense. This dangerous variable must be addressed swiftly. But before that, I shall utilize this pawn to stir the murky depths of Gotham further. Meanwhile, aboard the speeding truck, Walker glanced at his tactical wristwatch, receiving two encrypted messages almost simultaneously, one from Batman's anonymous account, labeled as a prepayment, and the other from the Penguin's confidant, Finn, indicating an additional budget for operations with a note to perform well. He couldn't help but whistle, a genuine smile of accomplishment spreading across his face beneath the mask. Ding! Universe Achievement System notification. Achievement Master of both worlds attained. Successfully acquired resources and trust simultaneously from Batman and the Penguin. Reward. Random skill extraction yields basic stealth mastery, master level. Huh, double pay and a new skill? What a lucrative deal. Walker rubbed his hands together with palpable excitement, his gaze fixed upon the intricate grid of the Gotham map representing the sewer system. All right, Big Lizard, Gotham's newly minted cleaner has come to have a heart-to-heart with you. I hope your skin is thick enough to let me make some extra cash. Amidst the rumble of trucks, his deep blue silhouette melded into the increasingly darkened night of Gotham. Thus began a hunt he would lead, targeting the Arkham fugitives. Chapter 13. Escalation of Chaos. Gotham Police Department, Temporary Command Center. The atmosphere was as heavy as lead. Commissioner Gordon's eyes were sunken, and the coffee before him had long gone cold. On a massive screen, the Gotham map was divided into countless segments, with the lights representing police forces frantically scurrying about, akin to ants ensnared in a quagmire, constantly battered by the waves of chaos. In the old district's cold storage, no trace of Mr. Freeze was found. Only a few frozen passageways and the lifeless bodies of gang members frozen in time. A weary officer reported. The signal of Killer Croc at the sewer junction of the Diamond District had vanished, but Walker had preemptively turned him into a grilled crocodile with a side of electric shock, and he was now in Arkham's intensive care unit. Another officer's voice trembled with disbelief. The fear gas remnants of Scarecrow in the no-man's land quarantine area were still spreading, yet he had vanished. The territory controlled by Poison Ivy was retracting, but she too was nowhere to be found. The Joker. Gordon's voice was hoarse, still devoid of any leads. It was as if they had evaporated into thin air. The command center was engulfed in silence. Not a single core threat had been apprehended, yet the destruction wrought had left Gotham scarred. More alarming was the unsettling intentionality behind their disappearances. In the Batcave, Bruce Wayne stood before the colossal Batcomputer, his brow furrowed beneath the white visor. On the screen, the data stream from the Oracle cascaded like a waterfall, tracing the faintest hints of nuclear devices while simultaneously cross-analyzing the paths of the Arkham fugitives' disappearances. Alfred, what does the analysis reveal? Batman's voice was deep and resonant. Master Wayne, it is exceedingly strange, Alfred replied, his tone imbued with unprecedented gravity. The dispersion pattern of Scarecrow's fear gas exhibits unmistakable guiding traces. It is not a random spread, but rather abruptly interrupted at specific nodes, influenced by some sort of neutralizing agent or airflow device. The energy signal of Mr. Freeze's freeze gun suddenly diminished near the low-temperature physics laboratory at Gotham University, as if shrouded by a potent signal jamming field. As for Poison Ivy, her control over the plant network near the core area of the Gotham Botanical Garden was perfectly masked by a plethora of similar biological background noise. Alfred summoned several heat maps and signal trajectory diagrams processed through complex algorithms, clearly depicting several escape routes where external forces had forcibly erased or distorted traces at crucial nodes. Someone is aiding them in concealing their movements. Batman's conclusion was cold and resolute. The methods were professional, the resources formidable. This was not the work of ordinary gangs. He ruled out the Penguin, as Cobblepot was currently preoccupied and lacked such technological prowess. Walker was also dismissed. That fellow had just dealt with Killer Croc and was busy collecting 2 bounties. A name looms like a heavy shadow, once again enveloping the heart of Bane. Only he possesses such meticulous strategic thinking, formidable execution, and influence that spans parts of Gotham's underground network. The Arkham riot serves as a smokescreen, concealing the transfer of a nuclear device. Now, he exploits these escaped villains to sow continuous chaos, while simultaneously recovering them, or rather, gathering them. Bane's intention has never merely been to create disorder. Batman murmurs softly, a chill creeping up his spine. He realizes he is being lured step by step into an ever greater, more lethal trap. The nuclear bomb is the ultimate weapon, and these fugitives are mere pawns, designed to divert his attention, drain his energy, and even push him to his limits. Oracle, what is the progress on tracking the nuclear device? Batman connects the communication line. The buyer is too cunning. Barbara's voice is tinged with frustration and urgency. All dark web transaction records have been encrypted and physically destroyed through multiple proxies, the flow of funds obscured like a labyrinth. The container number 17 at Dock 13 was ultimately traced to a long-abandoned ghost ship registered in Panama, the Siren, but by the time our team arrived, the Siren had already sunk off Gotham's shore. Recovery will take time, and I suspect it is simply a ruse, with nothing inside. The nuclear bomb remains elusive. Meanwhile, Bane, like a spider in the shadows, patiently weaves a deadly web. Deep within Gotham's underbelly lies an abandoned sanctuary, transformed from an ancient church adorned with massive steam pipes and rusted machinery. Once a stronghold for a long-extinct cult, it has now been repurposed into a temporary command center, imbued with a cold industrial aesthetic. Beneath the dim emergency lights, a colossal tactical display hangs before peeling religious murals, showcasing a real-time map of Gotham, police deployments, and simulated strike zones for the nuclear device. Bane stands before the screen, towering like a fortress. His immense form is encased in his iconic suit, lined with green venomous tubes, while a metallic mask obscures half his face, revealing only his eyes, cold as the abyss, rational yet ignited by a fervent flame. He requires no enhancement from a venom. Merely his presence exudes a suffocating aura of oppression. Before him stand several figures. Scarecrow, still clad in tattered burlap robes, fiddling with a new, intricately designed fear toxin disperser, his eyes glimmering with a nervous light from beneath his hood. Poison Ivy, adorned in a scarlet bodysuit, her bare skin entwined with softly glowing vines, languidly leans against a massive steam pipe, a bizarre black flower coiling around her fingers. Her gaze indifferent towards humanity, yet tinged with a hint of wariness towards Bane. Mr. Freeze, his freezing gun modified to a larger size, emanating an even more piercing chill, silently stands in the corner, his eyes fixated on the tactical screen marking Gotham University's cryogenic lab, where his wife Nora's life pod is stored. Bane has promised him a more powerful energy source upon completion of his plans. And what of the Joker? Poison Ivy languidly inquired, her voice laced with a hint of mischief. Wouldn't this gathering lack considerable enjoyment in his absence? Bane's voice emerged through the breathing grill of his mask, deep and resonant, imbued with a distinct South American accent, each syllable clashing like steel, that uncontrollable element of chaos. His amusement would disrupt my order. He is not part of the plan. His words carried a profound understanding of the Joker, tinged with a barely perceptible disdain. The Joker's insanity is an unpredictable tempest, whereas Bane seeks a meticulously functioning war machine. A plan? Scarecrow chuckled nervously, his fingers dancing over the gas dispersal device. Are we your plan? To create disorder and draw the Bat's attention? Indeed. Bane's gaze swept over the three of them, exuding an undeniable authority. Your worth lies in generating sustained pressure. He gestured to several areas on the screen. Scarecrow, your new formula must spread through the financial district. Let those suited elites experience the primal terror of collapse within the Temple of Wealth. Poison Ivy, let the greenhouse gardens and luxury boutiques of the Diamond District allow vines and flowers to bloom, letting greed be devoured by nature's wrath. Bane's gaze settled on Mr. Freeze. The heating center in the slums of the old city shall freeze it. Let cold and despair reign supreme there. His commands were clear and merciless, akin to the distribution of weaponry. Sustained pressure will drain Batman's energy, tear apart Gotham's order, and allow fear and chaos to become the fertile soil. Bane's voice carried an almost religious fervor, and upon this soil I shall sow the seeds of ultimate destruction. His massive finger pressed heavily upon the tactical screen, marking the location in Gotham's city center, where the range of the nuclear bomb simulation was conspicuously highlighted in red. As Batman tires from his relentless pursuits, as Gotham plunges into the abyss of utter despair, Bane's metallic mask turned toward the virtual nuclear bomb icon, his eyes ablaze with a cold and unwavering fire. I shall personally ignite that purifying flame, turning this city, along with its decayed order and the dark specter safeguarding it, to ashes. From the ruins, a new order shall be born, defined by me. Scarecrow emitted an excited hiss, while Poison Ivy curved her lips into a chilling smile, and Mr. Freeze merely tightened his grip on the freeze gun. For Nora, he had no other choice. Go forth. Bane waved his hand, like an emperor dispatching his generals. Create your chaos. Let Gotham ignite. And he turned, his imposing figure moving towards the shadows behind the tactical screen, where a specially designed, low-temperature container stood quietly, harboring the tactical nuclear warhead capable of annihilating all. The container's interface connected to complex wiring, seemingly undergoing final adjustments and disguises. It would prepare our knight for his ultimate denouement. Beneath Gotham's night sky, a new flame of chaos was ignited. The Scarecrow's fear toxin was stealthily released into the ventilation ducts of the towering edifices in the financial district. The alluring flora of Poison Ivy emerged from the lavish displays in the Diamond District, entwining and consuming everything in its path. The Frostamister Freeze crept along the corroded pipes of the old town, utterly freezing the very sources of warmth that sustained life. Chaos escalated and panic spread. Gordon's police force was torn asunder. Yet Batman, piloting the Batmobile through the conflagration and frostbitten streets, maintained a gaze as cold as ice behind his white lenses. He discerned the unmistakable, human-made traces beneath the turmoil, sensing the tightening of an invisible web. He understood that Bane lurked in the shadows, akin to a patient hunter, awaiting the opportune moment to strike a fatal blow. He gazed towards the heart of the city, shrouded in darkness, yet seemingly harboring a sun of annihilation. Time was of the essence. He must locate the nuclear bomb and uncover Bane's lair before the final act unfolded. Chapter 14. Scarecrow in the shadows of an abandoned subway tunnel somewhere in Gotham. Batman's enormous black cape resembled solidified darkness, while Walker donned a deep blue suit, the gaping white maw on his mask glimmering eerily under the emergency lights. The air was thick with a musty scent of dampness and a tense silence. Mr. Freeze had last been sighted at the periphery of a university's cryogenic laboratory, but the signal had been jammed. Poison Ivy had vanished deep within the botanical gardens, her biological signals drowned by background noise. The Scarecrow had completely disappeared. Batman's voice, modulated through his voice changer, coldly articulated the frustrating reality. Someone was aiding them, employing professional methods to conceal their tracks. Leaning against a rusted pipe, Walker deftly flipped a tactical dagger between his fingers. Who else could it be? Your old acquaintance from San Francisco, of course. Bane relishes such games of chaos within order. The Arkham riot was a smokescreen. Releasing that pack of lunatics was merely to muddy the waters, to wear you down, while perhaps recycling them. Preparing for a grand villainous alliance? Batman's white lenses swept over Walker, offering no denial. The shadow of Bane loomed over Gotham. This was an unspoken truth. What of the nuclear bomb? Walker inquired. Has Oracle not yet seized that elusive foxtail? Batman remained silent, and that silence spoke volumes. Just then, the communicator embedded in Batman's helmet crackled to life with Oracle Barbara's urgent and clear voice, simultaneously shared with Walker. Walker. Emergency. 2 leads. The first, Scarecrow. We tracked several of his henchmen carrying materials. Their signal last vanished in the old factory district of Wayne Enterprises. That site has been abandoned for years, but the foundational equipment remains. He is likely establishing a temporary production line to mass-produce his new fear toxin, if he succeeds in disseminating it. The second, Poison Ivy. Her plant signals have explosively intensified at the edge of the Black Marsh Wetland Reserve in Gotham's northern suburbs. She is summoning some form of gigantic flora there. It could be an attempt to establish a nest, or to concoct a larger ecological disaster. 2 formidable threats loomed in opposite directions: the Wayne Enterprises old factory and the Black Marsh Wetland. Batman's fist clenched instantaneously. The old Vanguard chemical plant. It was once a venture of the Wayne family, equipped with comprehensive machinery and an intricate network of pipes, serving as an ideal breeding ground for the mass production of fear toxin. Should Scarecrow succeed, the consequences would be dire. Moreover, the power that Poison Ivy could wield within the murky wetlands would increase exponentially. The antidote. Batman's voice was resolute, addressing both the Oracle and Walker. A broad-spectrum antidote for Scarecrow's new toxin had been finalized in the Batcave, yet it had yet to be mass-produced. Without it, entering the plant would be tantamount to suicide. Oracle, lock onto the internal schematics of the Vanguard chemical plant, analyze potential production sites and vulnerabilities in the ventilation system. Alfred, prepare the Batwing. Destination, the Batcave. I require the antidote. Batman issued his command swiftly. He must obtain the antidote to effectively infiltrate the factory. Otherwise, even if he subdued Scarecrow, the casualties from a toxin leak would be incalculable. And what about me, boss? Walker interjected cheerfully, sheathing his tactical dagger with a flourish. You can't expect me to just sit here and wait, can you? You know I can't stand idleness. Batman's white lenses turned coldly towards him. Your target is Mr. Freeze. His freeze gun signal has appeared in the old district. Mr. Freeze? That Iceman probably doesn't even know which frozen hole he is in. Searching for him would be quite a hassle. Walker exaggeratedly waved his hand, then pointed to the red dot marking Vanguard Chemical on the virtual map, his eyes shimmering beneath the mask with a chaotic gleam. Look how lively it is over there with Scarecrow. The colossal smokestacks, the massive tanks, and the neurotic Dr. Crane. This is far more entertaining than chasing after an ice block. Furthermore, he leaned in closer, his electronic voice carrying a seductive tone. Just think, what if you hit traffic on your way to grab the antidote? What if that wretched plane is delayed? How about I go in first to warm up the venue? Scared Dr. Crane a little? Maybe I could accidentally spill his new formula? I assure you, I won't cause you any trouble. Oh, and by the way, this would be an extra service, so it'll cost more. Batman stared silently at Walker. The man's intentions were anything but pure. He might aim to disrupt, seize Scarecrow's research, or even have ties to Bane. Nevertheless, time was of the essence. Allowing Walker to engage Scarecrow, delaying the operation and preventing mass production, was indeed a high-risk but potentially effective option. At the very least, it was more manageable than sending Walker to pursue the more dangerous Mr. Freeze or the potentially lurking Bane. Do not alarm the snake. Do not compromise the structural integrity of the factory, leading to a toxin leak. Your task is to delay and scout until I arrive with the antidote. Batman's voice was frigid, carrying an undeniable warning. If a massive toxin leak were to occur, the repercussions would be unbearable. Understood. Delaying and scouting is my specialty. Walker instantly patted his chest in assurance, theatrically promising to keep Dr. Crane too occupied to conduct any experiments. He shifted the conversation. However, boss, seeing my proactive dedication, shouldn't I be advanced some operational funds? Perhaps for some targeted gadgets? Like an upgraded version of a gas mask or something. He rubbed his fingers together. Batman disregarded the extortion, his immense cape billowing as he turned and ventured deeper into the tunnel. his low voice resonating with a final admonition. The Oracle will provide you with the factory's internal schematics and real-time thermal signatures. Don't perish, Walker. Your debts remain unpaid. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than Batman's silhouette vanished into the abyss of the tunnel, the roar of the engine fading swiftly into the distance. He was compelled to return to the Batcave with utmost haste. Walker gazed towards the direction Batman had departed, then glanced at the tactical wristwatch displaying the Oracle's synchronized data, the detailed blueprint of the Vanguard chemical plant, along with several flickering thermal signatures indicating personnel movement. A smile of exhilaration crept beneath his mask. TSK, devoid of any sense of humor, he mused. Stretching his wrist, he thought it fortuitous. At least no one would overshadow his moment. He activated the navigation system, setting his sights on the abandoned chemical plant on the outskirts of Gotham's industrial district. Scarecrow, your surprise courier has arrived ahead of schedule. Walker chuckled ominously, his deep blue figure darting like a specter from the derelict subway tunnel, swiftly disappearing into the shadowy labyrinth of towering pipes and corroded steel that characterized the industrial area, his speed rivaling that of Batman's Batmobile. He was not reckless. His super intellect raced, delay Scarecrow, thwart the large-scale production of toxic gas. The crux lay in sabotaging critical production nodes or interfering with Scarecrow himself. The site was vast, intricate, and laden with hazardous chemical residues from the abandoned factory. The ventilation system was paramount. Scarecrow was not particularly formidable in combat, yet his fear toxin was insidious, especially with the unknown efficacy of the new variant. His minions might be equipped with rudimentary gas masks. Stealthy sabotage was imperative, avoiding direct confrontation that could lead to encirclement by toxin. The targets were the control room or critical reaction vessels. If necessary, he would utilize the environment to create chaos. Before long, the Vanguard chemical plant emerged in his line of sight, resembling the skeletal remains of a colossal iron beast. The immense smokestacks pierced the leaden sky, and rusted pipes coiled around the buildings like serpents, the air thick with a faint, acrid scent of chemical residues. A large breach marred the perimeter's barbed wire, clearly a testament to Scarecrow's handiwork. Walker eschewed the main entrance. Like a gecko, he scaled a towering, cooling tower, surveying the entire facility from above. The thermal map provided by the Oracle overlaid in his tactical visor revealed several primary heat sources concentrated in the central reactor workshop. Let's commence. Walker's gaze fixed upon a colossal, rusted ventilation duct on the side of the plant. This duct connected to the main reactor workshop and was one of the critical conduits for gas production and distribution. He descended the cooling tower silently, using the shadows and remnants of abandoned equipment to approach the enormous ventilation duct swiftly. Below the duct lay a maintenance entrance, the lock having been forcefully compromised. Like a fish slipping through water, Walker wriggled inside. The interior of the duct was cavernous, yet thickly coated with a pungent layer of chemical dust. He held his breath, relying on his night vision and the spatial awareness afforded by his super intellect to navigate quickly through the duct. As one approaches the main workshop, the air becomes increasingly saturated with a peculiar, cloying odor that carries a disorienting sense of numbness, a harbinger of toxic gas. While the concentration is not alarmingly high, it is sufficient to induce mild discomfort and hallucinations in an ordinary person. The new formula possesses an even more potent aroma, and Walker feels a slight throbbing in his temples. However, the formidable metabolic abilities bestowed by the Deadpool template swiftly suppress the discomfort. He quickens his pace. Ahead, the thunderous roar of machinery and faint human voices resonate. Walker halts at a sharp bend in a colossal pipe, cautiously peering around the corner. Below lies an expansive former reactor workshop. Now, several massive glass reactors have been reactivated, churning with a bizarre, yellow-green liquid that emits a strong scent of fear-inducing raw materials. Henchmen, clad in tattered protective gear and rudimentary gas masks, busily operate rudimentary distillation and filling apparatuses. The air is thick with a visible, pale green mist. At the center of the workshop, atop a hastily constructed platform, stands Scarecrow, Jonathan Crane. He has donned a slightly newer burlap robe, clutching a notebook and a pen, nervously recording notes while occasionally gesturing toward the reactors. His face is obscured by a more intricate gas mask, equipped with respiratory filters and eye shields, and the eyes visible beneath the hood flicker with a morbid excitement. Soon, The perfect formula for a feast of fear. Scarecrow's raspy voice emanates through the mask, laced with a chilling fervor. Walker's gaze sweeps across the workshop, his superhuman intellect instantaneously marking several critical points. The power switch for the main control panel, the valves on the raw material supply pipes connecting to the reactors, and several severely corroded support columns beneath the platform. Chapter 15. Walker's Terror. Good night, Dr. Crane. May your evening be filled with surprises. Walker silently chants, his finger pressing the remote button. Boom, boom. Two muffled explosions reverberate through the vast workshop. Not a violent shockwave, but rather a viscous gel rapidly expands, resembling a massive gray slime. Part of it adheres precisely to the critical support columns of the platform, while another portion envelopes several plastic barrels. The columns emit a distressing groan under the immense adhesive force of the gel, combined with their own weight. The entire platform lurches abruptly. The plastic barrels, constricted by the gel, sway violently within, though they do not rupture. What? An attack. Is it Batman? The henchmen in the workshop erupt into chaos, frantically seeking cover, their weapons, mostly rudimentary shotguns and handguns, aimlessly pointing in all directions. Scarecrow, standing on the platform, is caught off guard. As the platform tilts, he stumbles, and his notebook and pen slip from his grasp. He lets out a shrill cry, a mixture of astonishment and fury. Who dares to interrupt my masterpiece? A voice, laced with electronic synthesizer effects and dripping with mockery, echoes eerily from the massive ventilation duct overhead. All eyes suddenly converge. Only the deep blue silhouette of Walker was visible, resembling a mischievous sprite emerging from the depths of hell, suspended from the edge of a massive ventilation duct. The gaping white maw of his mask appeared particularly sinister under the dim light of the workshop. One hand grasped a dangling cable, while the other clutched a large-caliber flare gun, its muzzle aimed at the chaotic scene below. The performance had begun. With a maniacal laugh, Walker pulled the trigger of the flare gun. Bang! A blinding red signal flare, trailing a long tail of fire, shot forth like a hellish meteor, hurtling towards the center of the workshop. The target, several plastic barrels encased in gel, filled with toxic gas ingredients. No! The Scarecrow let out a heart-wrenching scream. Yet, at the very moment the flare was about to collide with the gel barrels, Walker's figure hanging from the duct swayed violently. His other empty hand swiftly launched a specially designed bat-shaped projectile. Though reminiscent of a certain Cape Crusader, its function was similar. Whoosh! The bat-shaped projectile struck the rear of the flare with pinpoint accuracy, the immense force causing its trajectory to shift imperceptibly. Boom! The flare grazed the edge of the gel barrel, crashing violently against the rusted metal wall on the opposite side of the workshop, erupting into a blaze of searing red light and thick smoke. It did not detonate the gas barrels directly. Walker let out a quiet sigh of relief. While the chaos was all in good fun, igniting high concentrations of toxic gas in an enclosed space would spell doom for him as well. That moment was purely intended to create maximum disorder and psychological intimidation. The effect was outstanding. Yes, up there. Take it down. The startled henchmen finally regained their composure. Fear swiftly replaced by aggression. They raised their weapons, shotguns, handguns, and even improvised tools like wrenches and iron bars, firing and hurling them madly at Walker, who hung from the duct. Bang! 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 Bullets rained down like a storm upon the duct and surrounding metal structures, igniting countless sparks. Shards of rust and ricocheting bullets flew in every direction. Just before the gunfire erupted, Walker released his grip. Like a gymnast, he performed a deft somersault in midair, narrowly evading the deadly barrage, landing securely atop a massive, abandoned reactor vessel. Hey, that's not how you play target practice. Walker cawed, his dual guns now firmly in hand. Using the towering vessel as cover, he began to execute precise and lethal shots. Bang! Bang! Each shot was accompanied by a henchman-esque scream or muffled groan. The bullets were not fatal, but were aimed with precision at wrists, knees, or the breathing valves of gas masks. He sought not to kill, but to incapacitate. Walker's figure darted through the shadows of the reactor and the myriad pipes and equipment of the workshop, moving like a specter. His masterful stealth and the agility bestowed by the Deadpool template allowing him to navigate this steel jungle with ease. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. The Scarecrow, in a state of frantic desperation upon his precarious platform, flailed his arms as he grasped a uniquely shaped sprayer, unleashing a torrent of pale green fear gas into the areas where Walker might appear. The noxious fumes swiftly enveloped the surroundings. Yet, Walker was well prepared. He held his breath, employing the precise control of his superbrain to minimize his respiratory rate, while skillfully maneuvering through the complex terrain, making it difficult for the gas to form an effective encirclement. Like a cheetah toying with its prey, he utilized the bodies of the henchmen as shields, inching closer to the hastily constructed platform. As a henchman brandishing a shotgun emerged from behind a pipe, Walker descended like a specter from above, his alloy baton slicing through the air with a piercing whistle as it struck the back of the henchman's neck with brutal force. The henchman crumpled to the ground without uttering a sound. Another henchman charged from the side with an iron rod, but Walker sidestepped, deftly twisting the man's wrist and sending him crashing into the adjacent steel framework, rendering him unconscious. Walker's movements flowed like water, each strike precise and lethal, each execution accompanied by the fall of a henchman. The cacophony of gunfire and screams within the workshop began to wane, leaving only the Scarecrow's desperate roars and the hissing of the gas sprayer. Enough! You wretched flea! The Scarecrow, witnessing his minions swiftly dispatched, descended into utter madness. He pointed the sprayer at Walker and simultaneously pressed a button on the control panel. A thick, visibly dense, viscous yellow-green fog erupted from several concealed nozzles beneath the platform, instantly enveloping Walker's vicinity. Simultaneously, the massive fans in the workshop's ventilation system began to spin in reverse, sealing the toxic gas within the confines of the workshop. Taste this. My ultimate nightmare. Relish in your fear. The Scarecrow cackled maniacally, his voice distorted and deranged through the gas mask. Though Walker initially held his breath and retreated, the concentration of the gas was overwhelming. Some of the toxins seeped through the mask's seams, or took effect through skin contact. A chilling, viscous sensation surged through his spine, accompanied by a profound sense of neurological paralysis. The superbrain immediately triggered a sharp alarm. It felt as though control over his body was slipping away. The scene before him began to warp and distort. Rusted pipes morphed into writhing serpents. Abandoned reactors transformed into forges ablaze with hellfire, and the fallen bodies of henchmen became countless decaying arms reaching out toward him. The air thickened with the gas, morphing into a multitude of snarling, screaming faces. It's just an illusion. Walker gritted his teeth, his resilience bolstered by the Deadpool template's resistance to toxins and his unyielding willpower. Yet, the Scarecrow's new toxin evidently targeted enhanced physiques with a fortified potency. Fear crashed against his mental defenses like a tangible tide. He envisioned Gotham consumed by nuclear flames, witnessed Batman's cape igniting amidst the inferno, and saw himself pinned to the wall of origin, countless indifferent eyes from various universes gazing down upon him, judging him for his perceived failures. Get away! Walker let out a primal roar, forcefully suppressing the tumultuous illusions of fear that threatened to engulf him. He understood that succumbing was not an option. The only path to survival lay in subduing the Scarecrow, seizing the antidote, or shutting down the source of the toxic gas. Drawing upon the last remnants of clarity and his superhuman intellect, he charged towards the platform with the ferocity of a blind beast, disregarding the flaming serpents and decayed limbs that lunged at him from the depths of his hallucinations. Still struggling? The Scarecrow observed the deep blue figure staggering through the noxious fumes with a mix of astonishment and rage. Grabbing a hefty wrench within reach, he hurled it towards Walker with ferocious intent. In Walker's distorted vision, the wrench morphed into a whistling skull, yet he relied on muscle memory and instinct, abruptly sidestepping just in time. The wrench grazed his shoulder as it flew past him. Now was the moment. With a final surge of strength, Walker lunged at the platform like an injured cheetah, the tremendous impact knocking the unsuspecting Scarecrow to the ground. The Scarecrow's head struck the cold metal floor with a jarring thud, his gas mask askew. The antidote! Shut off the gas! Walker pinned the Scarecrow down, one hand firmly gripping his neck while the other reached for the vials of serum and the intricate control device hanging from his waist. His voice, a raspy echo of desperation, was marred by the gas and asphyxiation, his eyes bloodshot beneath the mask, battling fiercely between madness and reason. You shall not prevail. The Scarecrow writhed in a frenzy eyes flashing with vengeful insanity. Abandoning the struggle for the antidote, he channeled all his strength into a single, forceful punch that struck a red emergency button on the console beside him. Wailing alarms pierced the air, reverberating throughout the workshop. Simultaneously, several large valve pipes connected to the primary reactor were violently opened, unleashing a torrent of high-concentration fear gas, like a raging flood, surging through the pipes and broken vents. The toxicity in the workshop surged to a horrifying level in an instant. Ha ha! Let us descend into hell together. The Scarecrow cackled maniacally. Walker felt his vision narrow with rage. The fierce anger and instinct for survival overwhelmed the churning fear within him. No longer holding back, he exerted all his strength into the grip around the Scarecrow's neck. A faint crack echoed in the air. The Scarecrow's laughter abruptly ceased, his eyes bulging, body convulsing violently before slumping lifelessly, consciousness fading as his cervical spine dislocated, leaving him temporarily paralyzed. Yet, Walker had also reached his limit. The massive release of toxic gas unleashed by the dying Scarecrow enveloped him like a lethal tide, completely drowning his senses. The defenses constructed by his superhuman intellect crumbled under the onslaught of the ultimate nightmare. He released his grasp on the Scarecrow, his body stumbling uncontrollably backward, colliding against the cold console. His vision distorted entirely, terrorizing phantoms consumed him. He saw not, but rather experienced. He returned to the 23rd floor apartment, sent flying by a blow from a transformer, his body plummeting through the shards of shattered glass. Below was not the street, but an abyss engulfed in the flames of hell. He beheld the system's white orb grinning malevolently above the chasm. Task accomplished. Next, he glimpsed Batman's cold, white lenses observing him from the darkness, a voice echoing like a judgment. You are merely a mistake. He saw the colossal figure of Bane, standing upon Batman's shattered spine, brandishing a detonator. As the countdown to the nuclear explosion reached its finale, a blinding white light consuming all, he found himself impaled upon the wall of origin. Countless fragments of universes piercing his body like shards of glass, an eternal solitude and sense of void freezing him completely. Chapter 16. The whisper of Deadpool. The abyss of fear was boundless. Walker curled upon the frigid metal floor, his body trembling violently against the edge of the control panel. Beneath the mask, his vision was torn into innumerable horrific shards. The unending fall from the 23rd floor apartment, the white orb of the system mocking him in the void. The nuclear explosion's blinding light searing his soul, and the splinters of the wall of origin penetrating his consciousness like a myriad of icy needles, nailing him to an everlasting state of emptiness and isolation. The Scarecrow's ultimate nightmarish gas enveloped his nerves like the stickiest tar, amplifying every latent fear of existence itself. Mistake. I am a mistake. I should not be here, should not exist. He rasped, his teeth chattering, each breath laced with the sweet, despairing taste of the gas. Just as his mind teetered on the brink of complete collapse, an exceedingly untimely, even absurd voice resounded like a broken gong amidst his distorted illusions. Hey, new guy, wake up. Don't let that Scarecrow's little trick scare the pants off you. This thing isn't even as good as the hallucinations I had from that bad sushi last time. Walker's disoriented vision jolted. The hellish furnaces, rotting arms, and grinning ghoul faces were violently torn away by a hand clad in a red glove, as if they were mere shabby stage curtains. A figure clad in the iconic red and black bodysuit, wielding two katana, nonchalantly perched on the windowsill of the plummeting apartment, swinging his legs. It was none other than Deadpool. Wade? Walker's mental core vibrated violently, his super brain nearly short-circuited under the onslaught of gas and illusions, struggling to comprehend how this fourth-wall-breaking character had intruded upon his realm of fear. It's me, the dashing, universe-conquering, dimensional barrier-breaking Deadpool. Deadpool leaped down from the windowsill, approached the curled-up Walker, squatted beside him, and even poked at Walker's trembling shoulder, a touch that bore an uncanny sense of reality within Walker's perception. Listen up, little Walker. Deadpool's voice filtered through the mask, imbued with his distinctive blend of irreverence and a subtle hint of empathy. Fear? I know it well. I face my own reflection every day, and it terrifies me with its handsomeness. But do you know what truly keeps me awake at night? Making me want to lock myself in a fridge? He leaned closer to Walker, whose pupils had dilated in fear. lowering his voice with a gravity that suggested he was about to unveil a momentous secret. It was Ryan Reynolds who portrayed that Green Lantern. Walker's bewildered mind momentarily stalled. What? Indeed, Deadpool suddenly sprang to his feet, exuberantly waving his arms. Spittle flying as if it might pierce the illusion and land on Walker's face. That film, that script, that infernal bodysuit, drenched in what looked like fluorescent paint. And that line, every time it crosses my mind, it sends shivers down my spine. It's a colossal affront to my personal charisma, a crime against the entire superhero film industry. Deadpool clutched his chest, feigning a heart-wrenching agony. The terror that film instilled runs deep. It has made me question life itself. Question the aesthetic of the universe. It is more terrifying than being turned to ash by Thanos. More painful than being pierced through by adamantium. It is my ultimate nightmare. My fear toxin. Walker stared, entranced, as Deadpool enacted his monologue amidst the illusion. The cold, viscous sensation of Scarecrow's toxin seemed dulled by this absurd dread. So, Deadpool bent down abruptly, the red lenses of his mask fixed intently on Walker, his tone unusually earnest. Listen up, buddy. If you happen to encounter that Ryan Reynolds, the one who played Green Lantern, whether he be flesh and blood or merely a projection from a parallel universe, or even just an advertisement for a razor he endorses, Deadpool extended a gloved finger, nearly poking Walker's nose. Promise me. Help me with a favor. A request from a mercenary, scarred by interdimensional trauma. Kill him. Deadpool's voice was resolute, tinged with a near-tragic plea. Using a gun. A knife. Those high-tech gadgets you just bought. Or even the most primitive method. Sitting on him until he suffocates. In any case, eradicate that Ryan Reynolds. Wipe him clean from this multiverse. Consider it a therapy session for me. Will you? Promise me. Walker's mind stalled at this sudden, exceedingly specific, yet utterly ludicrous commission. The Scarecrow's toxin continued to churn, but Deadpool's tirade about his fear of Green Lantern acted like a dangerously unstable adrenaline shot, forcibly yanking his consciousness back from the brink of despair. Absurdity had diluted pure terror. Walker opened his mouth, his throat parched. Do not hesitate. Just nod. Deadpool urged, quickly adopting a flippant tone. Of course, if you do a splendid job when I visit your universe next, I might consider helping you take down Bane or sneak a few photos of Batman in the shower. I know you want to see that. In the chaos of his thoughts, a faint instinct compelled Walker to nod instinctively. Whatever. Let us agree to this madman for now. Deadpool leaped in excitement. Striking a victorieux pose. Deal. I knew you'd come through. Remember your promise, little Walker. For the aesthetic safety of the multiverse. He gently patted Walker's shoulder. The phantom sensation akin to a delightful thump from a cloud of cotton candy, humming a disjointed little tune, reminiscent of the melody from the burrito song. He skipped merrily towards the edge of the abyss within Walker's illusion. Life is akin to a box of chocolates. One can never predict whether the next piece will be a Ryan Reynolds. Oh, how I misspoke. In any case, do not let a mere scarecrow intimidate you. Your story is far from over. Farewell. With that, Deadpool blew an exaggerated kiss towards Walker and, in a most ungraceful diving pose, leaped into the swirling abyss of nuclear flames and fragments of the origin wall, vanishing from sight. As Deadpool disappeared, the most extreme and abstract terrors that haunted Walker's mind receded like a tide. Although the dizziness, nausea, and lingering fear induced by the toxic gas persisted, the ultimate dread of existence itself, capable of shattering one's sanity, was disrupted by Deadpool's absurd rants about Green Lantern and his ludicrous commission. He gasped for breath, his combat suit drenched in cold sweat, his body still trembling slightly, yet a glimmer of clarity returned to his gaze. Struggling to lift his head, he beheld the stark reality of an abandoned workshop, shrouded in a pale green mist, and the unconscious Scarecrow not far off. At that moment, bang! The enormous skylight above the workshop shattered under an overwhelming force. Shards of reinforced glass cascaded down like a torrential downpour. The frigid night air rushed in, dispersing some of the thick toxic gas. A colossal, dark figure, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens, hovered outside the broken skylight, accompanied by the shriek of Batwing engines. Batman's vast black cape billowed in the night breeze, and his white lenses, akin to searchlights, instantly locked onto the curled-up Walker and the unconscious Scarecrow. In Batman's hand, He gripped a syringe pulsating with an eerie blue glow, an antidote to the fear gas. Walker. Batman's voice, processed through his voice modulator, cut through the wailing alarms and the howling wind with chilling clarity. The antidote. Walker gazed at the dark silhouette hovering above the gaping hole, feeling the icy night air brush against his face, and glanced at his disheveled appearance alongside the limp Scarecrow. Deadpool's earlier absurd commission about Ryan Reynolds needing to die seemed as bizarre as a surreal dream. He tugged at the corners of his mouth, emitting a hoarse chuckle beneath his mask, tinged with the fatigue of surviving catastrophe and a hint of the neuroticism that Deadpool had imparted. Haha, you're late. But this antidote is truly timely. Ding. Universe Achievement System notification. Experienced the ultimate nightmare and retained a semblance of sanity, barely. Achieved the fear threshold breakthrough. Minor increase in mental resilience. Additional reward. Received the special status of Deadpool's Whisper. Effect unknown. On cooldown. Chapter 17. The next step, the cold antidote flowed into his searing veins like a refreshing spring, and Walker gasped sharply, his body convulsing violently. The ultimate nightmare of the Scarecrow dissipated like a receding tide, leaving behind a lingering dizziness and nerve-wracking sensations. Yet reason had finally reclaimed its dominion. He removed his mask, greedily inhaling the frigid air that seeped through the shattered skylight, imbued with the factory's iron rust and faint traces of toxic gas. While cold sweat matted his hair against his forehead, Batman had already bound the unconscious Scarecrow with high-intensity restraints, scanning the factory for residual toxins and assessing critical equipment status with his portable device, while remotely directing Gordon's bomb squad to prepare for entry. He cast a glance at Walker, whose pale visage and uneven breathing were captured by the white lenses of his cowl. How do you feel? Batman's voice remained icy. Yet Walker discerned a faint, almost imperceptible inquiry akin to a status check. I'm not dead, Walker replied, wiping his face, his voice still hoarse, though a sense of irreverence had returned. A mischievous thought looped in his mind, playing a tune reminiscent of a certain burrito song, reminding him that should he encounter Ryan Reynolds, he ought to address the peculiar side effects of the antidote. He made a jest only he could comprehend. Batman, clearly unfazed by his ramblings, retrieved an empty syringe from his utility belt. The data on Scarecrow's new toxin formula has been obliterated, and the core components of the production line have been destroyed. He could not divulge more about Bane, only knowing that the latter had offered some technical support and operational convenience, demanding maximum chaos in return. Torturous interrogation proved futile on someone as deranged as Scarecrow, particularly given his already fragile mental state. Walker rose, stretching his still weak limbs, and followed Batman up the maintenance ladder to the vast, rust-covered roof of the chemical plant, adorned with corroded pipes and condensation towers. The cold night wind of Gotham's industrial district assaulted him, while distant city lights flickered beneath the overcast sky, with the flames in the direction of Arkham Island still smoldering. Regarding Poison Ivy, Walker observed the synchronized information on his tactical wristwatch, noting that the anomalous plant activity at the edge of the Black Marsh wetlands had surged explosively before abruptly ceasing. There were no signs of expansion nor reports of aggressive behavior. It seemed Pamela Isley merely sought a tranquil place to cultivate her flowers. Temporarily harmless? Standing at the rooftop's edge, Batman's cape billowed in the wind, resembling solidified darkness. He summoned the Gotham map, where several blinking red dots marked potential threats. Mr. Freeze. The last stable signal from his freeze gun was detected near the low-temperature physics laboratory at Gotham University, subsequently obscured by powerful jamming. His objective was unmistakably linked to the life support equipment or energy for his wife, Nora. The Riddler. Oracle had intercepted unusual access patterns in Municipal Archives database, along with sightings of his iconic green question mark graffiti at key civic facilities. This exceptionally intelligent madman was evidently orchestrating a meticulously controlled puzzle game. The Joker remained elusive, a significant unknown. Nuclear bomb. The sunken sea monster was being salvaged, but hope was dim. Bane's hideout continued to elude discovery. Poison Ivy. Threat level assessed as secondary. Batman made a decisive judgment. Both Mr. Freeze and the Riddler exhibited relatively predictable patterns of behavior. Yet their potential for destruction was immense, and they could easily be exploited by Bane. Thus, they must be prioritized. He turned to Walker, whose white lenses shone like two cold stars in the night. We will split up. You're responsible for Mr. Freeze. Your objective is to prevent him from wreaking havoc at the cryogenic laboratory or from stealing hazardous energy. Subdue him if necessary, but remain mindful of civilian safety in the university area. Batman evidently recognized Walker's delays at the chemical plant and the associated dangers, entrusting the more manageable Mr. Freeze to him. The Riddler is my responsibility, he stated, his voice laced with a chilling intent. The Riddler's games frequently resulted in indiscriminate mass harm, warranting Batman's personal intervention. Mr. Freeze? Iceman? Walker raised an eyebrow, then smiled. All right. Considering he is somewhat of a lovesick fool, I shall endeavor to be gentle. Will the remuneration be as previously agreed? Batman did not respond. With a flourish of his immense cape, the grappling hook shot into the night sky, and his figure vanished above Gotham's steel jungle. The action spoke volumes. Walker gazed in the direction Batman had disappeared, then glanced at the coordinates for Gotham University on his wristwatch, a calculating smile forming beneath his mask. Was there a possibility that Bane had hidden clues regarding a cold start mechanism for a nuclear device behind the low-temperature laboratory? It was worth investigating. Just as he prepared to depart, a communication request from the Penguin's encrypted channel blinked on his tactical watch. Upon connecting, he heard Finn's businesslike voice. Mr. Walker, the boss is pleased with your efficiency in handling Scarecrow. An additional payment has been transferred. Your new task is to investigate any recent abnormal energy procurements or equipment relocations at Gotham University's cryogenic laboratory. This may correlate with seafood transportation. The Penguin was indeed interested in Mr. Freeze's movements, or rather, in the technology that Bane might provide him. Understood. Tell the boss that I shall savor his seafood intelligence. Walker replied before hanging up and whistling. Double pay, dual tasks, all pointing to the same location. This was a profitable endeavor. He cast a final glance at the chemical plant, where faint toxic gas lingered and police lights flickered, instinctively rubbing his aching temples. Deadpool's raucous proclamation about Ryan Reynolds' demise echoed in his ears, absurd yet tinged with an unsettling sense of reality. The effect of Deadpool's whispers remained uncertain. Walker shook his head, momentarily dismissing such unreliable thoughts. With a few running steps from the edge of the rooftop, the dark blue figure unfurled the gliding wings of his battle suit, silently soaring like an owl towards the direction of Gotham University. Deep beneath Gotham, in Bane's Iron Chapel Command Center, a vast tactical screen displayed multiple segmented images. The signal from Batman's Batmobile, speeding towards the municipal archives. Walker's deep blue thermal signal gliding towards the university campus. The faint signal from Mr. Freeze's freeze gun flickering at the perimeter of the laboratory's shielded area, and the green question mark emblem representing the Riddler flashing at several key municipal nodes. Bane loomed like an iron tower, his gaze sharp as a blade behind a metallic mask. He had just reviewed the surveillance footage of the invasion, witnessing Walker like a wraith, meticulously erasing the battle records of Scarecrow's minions, including the final moments of struggle amidst the toxic gas, where destruction had not yet claimed its victim. A variable, Bane's deep and resonant voice emerged, imbued with a chilling scrutiny. His combat skills, a fusion of various lethal disciplines, were underscored by an irrational madness. His resilience surpassed the bounds of reason, and his behavioral patterns defied logical prediction. The screen froze on an image of Walker, suspended at the edge of a pipe, firing a signal flare to incite chaos. The gaping white maw of his mask gleamed ominously in the dim light. He had disrupted Scarecrow's production and delayed time, yet compelled Klein to prematurely unleash the ultimate nightmare, drawing Batman's attention. Bane's fingers unconsciously tapped on the console, resembling a mad dog intruding upon intricate machinery. The rhythm was disrupted, yet new gaps were created. Bane's gaze shifted to the corner of the screen, where a perpetual blank space represented the Joker. A profound wariness intertwined with repressed madness flickered in his eyes. Chaos, Bane murmured to himself. He despised the Joker's unpredictability, a fundamental denial of his vision of order. Yet, at this moment, Walker, the newly emerged variable equally embodying chaos, made him realize that pure suppression of order might harbor blind spots when confronting a resilient adversary like Batman and a disruptor like Walker. Perhaps Bane's voice bore the weight of determination. To combat the unpredictable chaos, he needed to introduce a more primal form of chaos. He He turned his massive frame towards a silent confidant lurking in the shadows, an intelligence officer known as the Shadow Dancer, whose presence was ghostly and minimal. "Find a Joker," Bane commanded, his words brooking no dissent. "Convey my invitation." The Shadow Dancer bowed slightly, refraining from inquiry, and his figure melted into the shadows of the command room. Bane redirected his gaze to the virtual nuclear bomb icon at the center of the screen, his eyes burning with a frigid flame. He required the Joker's madness to shatter Batman's last psychological defenses, using that unpredictable chaos to counteract the disturbances brought by Walker, this new variable. It was a perilous gamble. Yet for the sake of ultimate purification and a new order, he was willing to embrace the necessary madness. Let chaos escalate. Bane's deep voice resonated within the vast steel cathedral, akin to a proclamation of doom. On Gotham's chessboard, the most uncontrollable piece was about to be thrust into this deadly game. Chapter 18, Riddler: The Gotham City Archives. A colossal edifice embodying the rise and fall of the city over a century now stood in the deep of night like an abandoned giant skeleton. The Batmobile ghosted into a side alley, Batman's towering figure blending into the thick shadows cast by the archives as he effortlessly dismantled the decrepit electronic lock on the back door. The door hinges groaned painfully, releasing a wave of mixed scents, aged dust, moldy paper, and some fresh, acrid chemical solvent, assaulting his senses. The interior was enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by the faint, ghastly green light emitted from the emergency lamps in the distant corners of the ceiling, barely outlining the towering silhouettes of the filing cabinets, which stood like silent tombstones in the darkness. However, this stillness was soon shattered by a more unsettling sight. The walls, the smooth marble floor, and even the dusty glass of the cabinets were recklessly defaced with fluorescent green spray paint. Twisted and deranged handwriting, akin to the ramblings of a madman, crawled across every corner. I record the past, yet point to the future. The mayor clutches me tightly, yet the answers lie within his pocket of panic. Why does time weep? When a rusted heart is turned by the key. The spring of life is also the river of death. The source is in me, flowing towards the silence of the lake. Batman's footsteps echoed silently in the vast hall, the only sound being the gentle rustle of his cape brushing against the floor. The white lenses of his goggles acted like searchlights, coldly scanning each graffiti and symbol. The mind of the super detective operated like a sophisticated supercomputer, processing, recording the past points to the future. The mayor's pocket panic is highly indicative. The mayor's office safe? It holds the original contract for Gotham's Old City redevelopment plan, which includes a clause regarding a secret passage through the abandoned subway lines. Time weeping, rusted heart, key. The tower clock of Gotham City Hall, installed in 1897, emits a wailing, friction-like sound on particularly humid nights due to severely rusted core gears, and the citizens refer to it as the crying clock. The key lies deep within the City Hall, in an old vault converted into a seldom-used core emergency command center, accessible only by a special physical key. The spring of life, the river of death, the source is in me, flowing towards the silence of the lake. Could it imply a drainage system leading to the basement? But the silence of the lake, the ornamental lake in Central Park, the clues intertwined, pointing in different directions. The Riddler's masterpiece is never present but a single answer. Rather, they're intricately layered traps. He relishes watching his prey squander time on the wrong path. Oracle, Batman's deep voice reverberated through the desolate hall, imbued with a metallic resonance. Real-time thermal imaging of the City Hall vault entrance. Physical state scan of the mayor's office safe. Abnormal energy readings in the Central Park ornamental lake area. There is a singular heat source at the City Hall vault entrance, but its fixed form and unusually uniform thermal radiation suggest a trap. A decoy model. Internal structure scans reveal a dense laser grid and nerve gas canisters. The physical lock on the mayor's office safe is intact, yet there are recent electronic traces indicating tampering. Barbara's voice was swift and clear. The drainage pump station at the northwest corner of Central Park's ornamental lake. 5 minutes ago, there was an unusually high-frequency data stream pulse interfacing with the municipal water monitoring system. The signal characteristics match the Riddler's signature. The encrypted jump pattern aligns with his method of infiltrating the stock exchange last month. Wait, a concealed surveillance camera outside the pump station has been activated. and the footage is coming through. In an instant, a split screen appeared on Batman's tactical visor, the northwest corner of Central Park. The drainage pump station camouflaged as a rocky cabin, its solitary iron door slightly ajar, revealing a faint, greenish glow seeping through the crack. Beneath the doorknob, a freshly painted, diminutive green question mark, vividly visible in night vision mode, beckoned. The drainage pump station at the heart of the lake stood silent, while Batman swiftly connected all the clues. The riddle from the archives served as a smokescreen, leading to a double trap at the City Hall and Mayor's office. Yet the true operational core lay within the seemingly unremarkable park pump station. The Riddler employed the park's lake as a symbol of water source and the pump station as the origin. The silent heart of the lake likely referred to the pump station's position along the shore, its operations capable of influencing not only the lake but also a broader water supply system. Without a moment's hesitation, Batman surged forth like a dark tempest from the archives. The Batmobile's engine emitted a suppressed roar, tearing through the night toward Central Park. At the northwestern edge of Central Park, near the lake, the night breeze carried the damp, fishy scent of the water. The drainage pump station loomed like a monstrous stone creature lurking in the shadows, eerily silent. Yet, Batman's scanner pierced through the rough, rocky disguise, clearly detecting the vibrant energy fluctuations within the intricate electronic signal shielding field, and the faint scent of ozone and neurostimulants that lingered even after being forcibly filtered through the air circulation system. There was no probing, no hesitation. Batman forcefully kicked open the reinforced iron door, the tremendous force warping the hinges as it flew open. The scene inside starkly contrasted with the foreboding atmosphere of the archives, revealing a bizarre spectacle filled with a morbid sense of artistry. The space, albeit small, had been transformed into a puzzle sanctuary shimmering with eerie green light. Walls pulsated with green LED strips resembling veins, illuminating rusted pipes, valves, and discarded mechanical components akin to the skeletal remains of otherworldly beings. In the center of the room stood a colossal control console, crudely assembled from old server racks and various unidentified electronic components. Its screens flickering with segmented displays of Gotham's main power grid nodes, real-time statuses from the Water Control Center, and a chilling crimson countdown, 000417. A label beside it read, "The answer will suffocate Gotham's night through intellect." Before the console stood the Riddler, Edward Nygma, clad in a pristine, sharply tailored emerald velvet suit trimmed in gold, his hair meticulously styled with pomade, his face flushed with an unnatural excitement. He was engrossed in tapping away at the console, nervously humming an off-key tune. Upon hearing the door crash open, he spun around to find Batman's imposing figure blocking the entrance. Rather than showing fear, he exhibited excitement, adjusting his iconic green question-mark-shaped glasses perched on his nose. "You are merely 2 minutes and 48 seconds behind my calculations." The Riddler's voice was sharp and high-pitched, brimming with theatrical flair. "It seems those appetizers from the archives truly posed a challenge for you. But fret not. The main course has only just been served." He spread his arms wide, as if presenting his most esteemed work. "Welcome to my ultimate realm of intellect. Do you fancy this decor? Green, the color of wisdom." Batman remained silent, his massive silhouette exuding an icy sense of pressure as he advanced, fingers poised tightly around several specially designed electromagnetic pulse bat darts and gel bombs, aimed at electronic devices. Objective: destroy the console and halt the countdown. "Oh, do not be so hasty." The Riddler cackled nervously, suddenly slamming a conspicuous green button on the console. Buzz! A shrill alarm pierced the air. In an instant, the entire interior of the pumping station was enveloped by a densely woven green laser grid, so intricate it sent shivers down one's spine. The grid lines, as fine as a hair, emanated a high-energy, searing aura, crisscrossing to leave scarcely any passage for escape. More perilous still, the floor surrounding the console, a meter square, abruptly flipped downward, revealing a bottomless, turbulent drain channel exuding a foul stench. The sound of murky water crashing against the rocks was unmistakable. Meanwhile, the Riddler himself stood within a slowly ascending cylindrical protective shield made of thick bulletproof glass, gazing down with glee at Batman, who was trapped at the edge of the laser grid, teetering on the brink of the abyss. The ultimate riddle. How to decipher my core logic lock within 4 minutes and 5 seconds. Without triggering any strings of intellect, he gestured towards the lasers, and without stumbling into the river of oblivion, he pointed to the drain. The Riddler's voice resonated through the amplifier of the shield, brimming with frenzied excitement. The clues lay within this very hall. They are omnipresent. If unsolved, Gotham shall ponder the essence of life amidst darkness and thirst this night. Ha ha! The countdown mercilessly ticked. 000355. Batman halted at the edge of the laser grid, his white lenses scanning at high speed. The density and angle of the grid had been meticulously calculated. Any forced breach would inevitably trigger alarms or even self-destruct sequences. The console lay ensnared at the labyrinth's core, with the abyss below precluding any chance of diversion. Flickering lights, a rotating metallic cube on the wall, glass drift bottles filled with coded notes dangling from the ceiling, and the Riddler's incessant chatter. All elements converged to assail the senses, attempting to disrupt thought. Oracle, the energy source of a laser grid. Core password, logic analysis. Associative words. Batman's voice remained icy, yet his words flowed rapidly. The laser emitter signals were diffused, not a singular host. Is those drift bottles? Barbara's voice brimmed with excitement, each bottle's base embedded with miniature signal transmitters and processors. Together, they formed a distributed network. Physically destroying any of them could trigger a chain reaction. Core password retrieval. Enigma's recent behavioral patterns reveal an obsession with Victorian cipher wheels. The most commonly used associative key is, but a physical key is required to activate the cipher wheel logic. Are there any keys in the room that reflect Victorian style? A physical key? Batman's gaze sliced through every detail of the room like a scalpel. A cube? A Chinese puzzle? Suddenly, his eyes locked onto a vintage key-shaped brooch, crafted from brass and adorned with an irregular emerald gemstone, pinned above the left breast pocket of the Riddler's suit. The unique tooth marks and handle designs were a perfect match for a renowned Victorian riddle box key documented in the archives. The key lies within his grasp. Encased in an impenetrable shield, such as the Riddler's hubris, he believes himself invincible. Time, 00210. A glint of cold determination flashed in Batman's eyes. He instantaneously abandoned his elegant strategy for deciphering the laser maze and the password. When confronting madness, sometimes one must resort to more direct methods. He swiftly unleashed two specially designed gel bombs. The target was not the control console, nor the shield itself, but the two exposed hydraulic support pillars beneath the shield, glistening with hydraulic oil. With a splat, the viscous, potent gray gel adhered precisely to the critical joints of the hydraulic rods. What? The Riddler's grin froze instantly. He felt the ground beneath him give way, and the ascent abruptly halted. The entire shield emitted a disconcerting metallic distortion, beginning to tilt and descend. No, you cannot. This is not a... The Riddler's scream was abruptly cut off. Simultaneously, as the gel struck its mark, Batman's helmet activated the high-frequency neural disruption pulse generator. An invisible, powerful shockwave targeting the human brain's vestibular and neural centers pierced through the not-so-thick bulletproof glass, crashing into the Riddler's skull. Ah! The Riddler let out a chilling, brief scream, as if struck by an unseen sledgehammer, his vision blackening, the world spinning. A violent wave of dizziness and nausea rendered him unsteady, instinctively reaching out to steady himself against the glass shield. In that moment of leaning forward, his arms swept the delicate brass key brooch from his suit pocket, producing a sharp clang as it fell onto the metallic floor of the shield. The timing was flawless to the millisecond. Batman, having anticipated this moment, launched his grappling hook the instant the key hit the ground, the hook slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. The grappling line, like a swift serpent, navigated the dense laser grid, finding a fleeting gap created by the descending shield. With a clang, the hook latched onto the brass key, retrieving. The motor hummed. The key, as if drawn by a magnet, swiftly traversed the gap in the laser grid, returning to Batman's hand without a moment's pause. With the finesse of one who has rehearsed this 1,000 times, Batman grasped the still-warm brass key and precisely inserted it into a concealed slot on the side of the control console, cleverly disguised to resemble a cooling vent, fitting the key's shape perfectly. With a decisive twist, click, 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 a series of crisp, Melodious mechanical unlocking sounds resonated, as though a long-sealed treasure had been unveiled. The crimson countdown on the main screen instantly reached 0, extinguishing. The lethal green laser grid that filled the room vanished, as if cut off from power. The console emitted a low hum, all operational interfaces locked, the screen dimmed, leaving only a solitary green inscription. No. Inside the shield, the Riddler, barely recovering from his dizziness, caught sight of the halted countdown and the darkened screen, unleashing a heart-wrenching, despairing scream as his faith shattered. The sound was 100 times more harrowing than the previous screams. He had meticulously crafted the ultimate riddle to showcase his intellect as superior to that of Batman, constructing a temple of thought with great dedication. Yet, it was appallingly besmirched in the most barbaric, crude, and artless manner, with the support structure ensnared in gel, and the key to its solution snatched away like refuse, using despicable nerve pulses to interfere. This was an ultimate desecration of his wisdom and aesthetics. It inflicted a pain 1,000-fold greater than death itself. You cheat. You disrupt the rules. This is unfair. You have not solved the riddle. You do not comprehend my art, my intellect. The Riddler, in a frenzy, pounded his head against the bulletproof glass, tears streaming down his face, appearing utterly deranged. His suit in disarray, and his hair disheveled, no longer the epitome of elegance and composure. The lift was completely jammed and tilted due to the gel's influence. Batman effortlessly detonated the weak point of the protective shield with a small explosive batarang. The thick bulletproof glass shattered with a resounding crash and fell away. Batman's imposing figure stepped onto the tilted platform, casting a shadow over the crumbling Riddler. Your riddle points to your arrogance. Batman's cold voice resonated like a final judgment. The game is over, Edward Nygma. The high-intensity polymer restraints bound the incoherent, screaming Riddler, who raved about riddles, art, and unfairness, into an immobile green bundle. Chapter 19. The first encounter with Nightwing Gotham University Low-Temperature Physics Laboratory. This modern structure was currently shrouded in an unnatural chill. The exterior walls were coated with thick frost, and the emergency lights emitted an eerie blue glow refracted through icy crystals. The air was filled with a biting cold and a faint scent of ozone. Walker's deep blue figure blended seamlessly into the night, employing masterful stealth to evade the sparse patrolling security and a few unfortunate campus police frozen in ice sculptures. He precisely pinpointed the Extreme Environment Materials Testing Center on the 3rd underground level. Following the seafood clues provided by the Penguin and the residual energy from the Oracle's synchronized freeze gun, the heavy, blast-proof, airtight door was violently breached, its edges glistening with frost. Inside was a world reminiscent of an ice cave. A massive low-temperature experimental chamber was encrusted with thick layers of ice, the pipes enveloped in frost, and the floors smooth as glass. The air was so frigid that breath crystallized. At the center of the laboratory, a colossal low-temperature life pod flickered with a ghostly blue light, and within it, the faint outline of a sleeping woman could be discerned. Nora, the wife of the Freeze Man. Victor Fries. Beside the life pod, the Freeze Man, his back to the entrance, frantically operated a complex and ominous energy conversion device hastily connected, provided by Bane. His freeze gun lay nearby, still exuding an eerie chill. Clearly, he was attempting to forcibly elevate the energy level of the life pod, striving to awaken Nora, a futile and exceedingly perilous endeavor. Hey, Mr. Freeze, may I interrupt? Walker's voice, distorted through the electronic voice modulator of his mask, echoed with a mocking tone in the frigid laboratory. A forced awakening of Sleeping Beauty could very well transform her into an ice sculpture queen, you know. Suddenly, the frozen man whirled around. Beneath his frost-covered mask, his eyes blazed with paranoid fury and interrupted rage. Get lost. Whoever dares to impede my rescue of Nora shall be turned into eternal ice shards. He reached for the cryo-gun beside him, but Walker was swifter. In the instant the frozen man turned, Walker had already sprung into action. Like an arrow released from its bowstring, he glided across the slick floor, relying on the balance granted by Deadpool's template and the precision of his super-intellect, nearly skimming the icy surface. His target was not the frozen man, but rather the ground beneath his feet. With a sharp snap, an inconspicuous metallic disc was flung by Walker, adhering to the ice below the frozen man's feet. A powerful heating patch. Sizzling. High temperatures erupted instantaneously. The solid ice melted at a visibly rapid pace. The frozen man lost his footing. He gasped, reaching for the cryo gun, but his hand grasped only air as he toppled backward, losing his balance. The back of his head collided forcefully with the cold shell of the life pod. Though he did not lose consciousness, it was evident he was dazed and disoriented. Walker offered him no respite. With momentum still in his favor, he rolled to his feet, the alloy baton whistling through the air as it struck viciously at the frozen man's wrist, which clutched the energy conversion controller. Crack! The sound of shattering bone rang clear. The frozen man screamed in agony, the controller flying from his grasp. Without a glance at the device, Walker deftly lifted the baton, striking precisely at an inconspicuous clasp on the side of the frozen man's mask. Click! The mask sprang open, revealing the pallid face of Victor Fries, twisted with pain and anger from prolonged exposure to low temperatures. Apologies, love-struck fool. Walker's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible regret, yet his actions remained merciless. With lightning speed, his other hand shot forth, a high-concentration, muscle-relaxant dart plunging viciously into the exposed neck of the frozen man. The glimmer in the frozen man's eyes faded instantly, his body collapsing like a deflated balloon, his last consciousness consumed by the image of his slumbering wife. Walker surveyed the incapacitated frozen man and then glanced at the sleeping Nora within the life pod, shaking his head. He approached, carefully inspecting the energy conversion device provided by Bane, his super intellect rapidly analyzing its structure. Indeed, it not only enhanced life energy, but was secretly collecting Nora's biological data and the life pod's extreme parameters. Walker's gaze hardened. That bastard Bane wouldn't spare even a comatose patient. Was he intent on researching low-temperature hibernation technology, or preparing for some sort of cold start for a nuclear device? Just as he prepared to sabotage the apparatus and contact Gordon's associates to handle the scene, a sudden, sharp sound sliced through the air from the ventilation duct overhead. Whoosh! A blue figure descended like a hawk from the heavens, delivering a fierce kick aimed squarely at Walker's back, with swift, decisive precision. Accompanied by a unique rhythm imbued with a sense of power, Walker reacted a split second before the sound of the wind was pierced. He lunged forward, executing a clumsy yet effective roll. Boom! The forceful kick landed heavily on the spot where Walker had just stood, leaving a shallow dent in the sturdy low-temperature alloy floor. As Walker rolled to his feet and looked up, he beheld a figure clad in a tight-fitting blue and black combat suit, adorned with a soaring bluebird emblem on his chest. His eyes were concealed beneath a black domino mask. In his hands, he wielded two iconic, glimmering Excalibur batons. It was none other than the first Robin, now in Nightwing, Dick Grayson. Nightwing? Walker whistled, a grin spreading across his masked face. What a splendid evening. First Batman. And now, what a dynamic duo from B.L. Davin? What's this? Gotham's Night Patrol seeking thrills in college life? Nightwing's icy gaze swept over the unconscious Mr. Freeze, the flickering life pod, and finally settled on Walker with an expression of scrutiny and unabashed hostility. Put down your weapon and step away from Mrs. Freeze. What have you done to him? Me? Walker shrugged, deftly twirling the alloy baton on his fingertips. I just averted a potential low-temperature explosion that could have engulfed the entire university. And by the way, I've neatly packaged your lovesick poet for you, saving you considerable effort. What's the matter? Can't even muster a thank you. Good officers of B.L. Davin? Enough chatter. Nightwing was evidently unimpressed. He had been informed by Batman and Oracle of Walker's dangerous and unpredictable nature. Surrender. I'll take you down and ask questions later. Before the words had left his lips, the Excalibur batons in his hands struck like two blue bolts of lightning, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek as they aimed for Walker's head and knee. The movements were rapid and fluid, exuding a gymnast's grace. Whoa! More temperamental than Batman. Walker let out a strange cry, his body bending back with the flexibility of a rubber band, narrowly evading the strike aimed at his head, while simultaneously using his right hand to block the assault directed at his lower body. Clang! Metal collided, sparks flying. The immense force sent a tremor through Walker's arm. Nightwing's strength and speed far exceeded those of Scarecrow's lackluster henchmen. Yet Walker remained unfazed, leveraging the force of the block to spin away, creating distance between them. While deftly dodging Nightwing's relentless barrage of strikes, he quipped, TSK, TSK. Did you learn that stick technique from Batman? No, wait, Batman is much more brutish and straightforward. Yours is a certain flair reminiscent of a circus acrobat. Quite visually appealing, just doesn't seem to connect. With a sideways flip to evade a sweeping kick, he landed gracefully and cheekily made a face at Nightwing. Shut up. Nightwing, incensed by Walker's banter, intensified his assault. The Excalibur staff in his grasp seemed to come alive, jabbing, prodding, sweeping, and smashing, deftly coordinating with his agile footwork, forcing Walker to evade incessantly within the frigid confines of the laboratory. Several times, the shadow of the staff grazed his combat suit. Hey, be careful. Don't shatter those cryogenic canisters. I have no desire to become frozen meat alongside you. Walker chattered incessantly, while his movements grew increasingly fluid. He utilized the vast cryogenic chambers, the sprawling pipes, and the frozen icicles as cover, darting like an eel amidst Nightwing's onslaught. At times, he would deliberately kick a shard of ice to obscure Nightwing's vision, while at other moments, he feigned an assault on the life pod to distract Nightwing into a defensive posture. Is dodging your only skill? Like a flea. Frustration tinged Nightwing's tone as he struggled to breach Walker's defenses while enduring his taunts. Flee. How unoriginal. Walker ducked under Nightwing's staff, seized the fallen cryogun from the ground, and swung it back at Nightwing. Call me the agile chubby one? No, I have a splendid physique. Call me Gotham's problem-solving expert? Yes, that one suits me. Specializing in various grievances, including that little birdling for Broodhaven. The cryogun whistled through the air. Nightwing sidestepped, the gun crashing onto a nearby lab table, scattering ice shards everywhere. Birdling. This moniker ignited Nightwing's fury, conjuring unwelcome memories from his early days as Robin. You're asking for it. Nightwing's assault escalated dramatically. His dual sticks twirled like a blue tempest, fueled by rage, launching a more ferocious barrage. He sought to seal off every possible avenue of escape for Walker. However, in a moment he unleashed his full offensive, revealing a minuscule opening. A glint of determination flashed in Walker's eyes. He hurled the cryogun directly at Nightwing's face with ferocity. Simultaneously, he ghosted to the side, targeting not Nightwing's form, but the exceptionally smooth ice beneath his feet, which had melted and refrozen from the heated patches. Whoosh! The cryogun soared towards him. Instinctively, Nightwing turned his head to evade. Swish! At that precise moment, Walker's staff swept across the ice beneath Nightwing's feet. Nightwing's balance faltered. Although his remarkable equilibrium prevented him from falling, his movements inevitably lagged. Farewell, birdling. Say hello to Batman for me. Have him call me regarding the bill. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Walker cackled maniacally and abruptly pressed a button on his waist. Puff, puff, puff. Several bright flashbangs and smoke grenades detonated simultaneously. Blinding white light and deafening sonic booms instantly filled the cryogenic laboratory. Dense smoke rapidly engulfed the space, mingling with the lab's own low-temperature mist, reducing visibility to zero. Ugh! Nightwing, momentarily blinded and deafened by the brilliance and the explosive sound, could only flail his sticks in a desperate attempt to shield himself. As the light waned and the smoke gradually settled in the frigid air, Walker's presence had long since vanished from the laboratory. Only the comatose, cryogenically frozen man. The flickering life pod, the damaged control console, and Nightwing, standing amidst the chaos with a pale complexion and his chest heaving violently, remained. Nightwing gazed at the vent from which Walker had vanished, then glanced at the frozen gun abandoned on the ground, tightening his grip on the Excalibur staff until his knuckles turned white. This individual named Walker was merciless, spewing trash talk, and his bizarre combat prowess was undoubtedly a significant hassle. He pressed the communicator. It's me. The cryogenically frozen man has been subdued, and Nora is safe. However, Walker has escaped. He is incredibly troublesome. His voice carried a tone of frustration and gravity. At that moment, Walker, sliding out of the vent, brushed off the ice particles and dust from his body, eyeing the notification on his tactical wristwatch indicating the receipt of double commissions, along with a message from the Oracle about the Riddler being subdued by Batman, a smug smile emerging beneath his mask. Job well done. Who shall I collect from next? His gaze drifted towards the deeper shadows of Gotham, engulfed by the looming figures of Bane and the Joker. Chapter 20. Bane's movements in the vault of Gotham's central bank. A heavy alloy door, reputed to withstand a nuclear explosion, bore a smooth-edged, circular hole, as if melted through by a high-temperature laser. Under the harsh light of the emergency lamps, it appeared particularly menacing. Batman knelt before the opening, his fingertips tracing the impossibly smooth edge, his brow furrowed beneath the mask. The air was thick with the acrid scent of molten metal and an indescribable residue of unnatural heat. Master Wayne, drone scans confirm no casualties within the vault. The guards have been efficiently incapacitated by anesthetic gas, posing no risk to life. Alfred's voice came through the communicator, tinged with gravity. However, the items of interest in the main vault have been removed. Batman's gaze, sharp as a blade, swept across the interior of the vault. Several enormous safes, intended for the storage of high-value items or special contracts, have been precisely cut open, the method mirroring that of the door. They stood empty. What was the list of stolen items? Batman's voice was low and intense. According to the emergency high-priority list provided by the bank, Alfred responded swiftly. The missing items include $500 million in unregistered bonds stored here for Wayne Enterprises emergency liquidity, original key ledgers of the Falcone family, claimed by Black Mask, and a small prototype high-density energy battery known as Prometheus Fire, along with its design blueprint, entrusted for safekeeping by LexCorp. Batman's fists clenched silently. Bane's ambitions were evidently not limited to mere financial gain. The bonds would provide substantial liquidity. The ledgers could be used to control or dismantle Gotham's underground order. And LexCorp's Prometheus Fire, with its energy density and potential applications, would undoubtedly enhance Bane's schemes. The fact that Luthor's technology had fallen into Bane's hands was a calamity in itself. At that moment, Nightwing's voice, laced with frustration and urgency, cut into the communication channel. It's me. The cryogenically frozen man has been subdued, and Nora is safe. However, Walker has escaped. He is incredibly troublesome. Dick's breathing was slightly labored, a clear indication of the considerable toll the recent skirmish had taken on him. Batman's attention was instantly drawn back to the present. He rose to his feet and approached the peculiar gash in the vault door, his gaze penetrating the depths of the subterranean passageway, which had been molten by some unknown technology. The interior of the passage was as smooth as a mirror, with residual heat and energy radiation causing the Batcave-S detectors to emit alarms. "Report the situation, Nightwing," Batman commanded, his voice devoid of any discernible emotion. Yet the calmness itself exuded a palpable pressure. By the time I arrived at the cryogenic laboratory, Walker had already subdued Mr. Freeze. Nightwing spoke rapidly, his movements astonishingly swift as he set traps within the confines of the lab, employing heating pads to melt the ice beneath Mr. Freeze, causing him to slip. He then struck with precision, shattering the villain's wrist, removing his mask, and ultimately concluding the confrontation with a tranquilizer dart. The entire sequence was executed with a terrifying efficiency, as if rehearsed countless times beforehand. Nightwing paused momentarily, seemingly reflecting on the previous, frustrating encounter. I attempted to apprehend him, but this guy was like an eel. He used cryogenic canisters, ice pillars, and pipes to evade me, all while spouting taunts and deliberately provoking me. His fighting style was peculiar, exhibiting an extraordinary combat instinct and heightened perception, his movements almost preemptively dodging my attacks. His strength was considerable too, absorbing my strikes left only a tingling in his arm. Strangely, he seemed somewhat familiar with my fighting habits, even using the term bird boy to infuriate me. And then, Batman queried, simultaneously gesturing for Alfred to retrieve surveillance footage from around Gotham University to track Walker's potential escape routes. He exploited a minuscule flaw, destabilizing my footing on the ice, then instantaneously launched a flashbang and smoke bomb. Nightwing's tone betrayed his frustration. The low temperatures caused the smoke to settle swiftly, but he was even faster. By the time I lost sight of him, he had just slipped into the ventilation ducts. Oracles are in pursuit, but he seems adept at evading conventional surveillance. And before he left, he mentioned bills and suggested Batman call him, Dick added. Furthermore, he examined the energy device that Bane had supplied to Mr. Freeze, stating that Bane was covertly gathering Nora's biological data and parameters from the life support pod, suspecting it had ties to a cold start for a nuclear device. Batman fell silent for a few moments, his supercomputer-like mind racing through possibilities. Walker's methods of subduing Mr. Freeze were efficient, ruthless, and fully utilized the environment, far beyond what a typical mercenary could achieve. His familiarity with Nightwing's combat habits and that precise banter were particularly suspect. Coupled with his ability to discern the true purpose of Bane's device, Walker's identity and capabilities were far more intricate and perilous than they appeared. Dick, keep a close watch on Mr. Freeze and Nora. Ensure the site is secure. Gordon's men will arrive shortly. Batman issued his directive. Oracle, concentrate resources and prioritize tracking Walker. I need to know every location he touched after leaving Gotham University, every individual he contacted. Focus on any non-traditional communication methods or underground trading networks he might have employed. Understood. Oracle's voice responded immediately, the sound of rapid keystrokes filling the air. Batman's gaze once again fixated on the smooth aperture in the vault door. He crouched down, deftly extracting a miniature sampler from his multifunctional utility belt, carefully scraping the nearly imperceptible remnants of molten material from the edge of the aperture. Alfred analyzed the composition of the penetrative substance and its residual energy characteristics. Cross-reference with the database of all known laser, plasma cutting, and molecular disintegration weaponry, particularly the high-security projects of LexCorp. Batman's voice was stark and resolute. Simultaneously, retrieve all data pertaining to LexCorp's Prometheus fire battery, including its energy output characteristics, vulnerabilities, and potential weaponization schemes. If Luthor's technology has fallen into Bane's hands, the threat level has escalated exponentially. Processing, sir. Preliminary analysis of the energy remnants indicates that its core spectral characteristics are remarkably unique, partially aligning with early experimental data from certain undisclosed LexCorp projects. Yet its completeness and destructive capacity far exceed expectations. Alfred responded gravely, his tone laden with professionalism. Batman rose, his dark cape billowing eerily in the stillness of the dim vault. The efficient utilization of Lex Luthor's technology by Bane was an exceedingly perilous sign. Where had Bane acquired such technological support? How had he accurately discerned the structure of the vault and the location of the Prometheus fire? A critical piece of information suddenly pierced Batman's mind. Alfred, retrieve all surveillance records from Arkham Asylum, visitor logs, and anomalous energy readings from both inside and outside Bane's cell, particularly from the last 48 hours. Nightwing on the other end of the comms quickly grasped the implication. Are you suggesting Bane may not be in the prison at all? Or that someone else is inside, yet still able to command remotely? The likelihood is exceedingly high, Batman asserted with unwavering certainty. Bane's incarceration may have been a part of his grand design from the outset. Arkham Asylum serves as his command center, his shield. The prison's fortified walls protect him from direct assaults while simultaneously providing the perfect cover. He can exploit the prison's internal systems, compromise guards, and even certain special inmates as conduits for information and execution of operations. Inside, he possesses everything he requires: security, concealment, and a continuous deterrent against Gotham's underworld. This hypothesis sent a chill down Nightwing's spine. If Bane were truly orchestrating his plans from within Arkham Asylum, then all previous lockdowns and surveillance by Gotham's police and Batman himself would have inadvertently become his most effective shield. The prison's towering walls had transformed into a bastion of his overarching control. Oracle. Batman's voice resonated with unprecedented urgency. Cease deep tracking of Walker and prioritize resources to fully penetrate Arkham Asylum's main control systems. I demand to know every detail, every second of anomalous activity surrounding Bane's cell. Understood. Highest priority. Oracle's voice brimmed with concentration, the sound of her fingers dancing over the keyboard akin to a sudden downpour. Batman strode purposefully towards the hovering Batwing. The night sky over Gotham seemed to grow even more oppressive. Bane's game was far more intricate than anticipated. He had positioned himself at the eye of the storm, appearing to be in the most perilous place while, in truth, he was the safest. The port serves as a conspicuous bait, while the Treasury acts as a covert piece for seizing vital resources. Yet, Blackgate Prison is his indomitable throne. Alfred, prepare the stealth armor and the full-spectrum communication disruption matrix. Batman's voice was frigid and resolute, targeting Blackgate Prison. Bon désiré à forteresse? Then I shall personally dismantle his throne. The roar of the fighter jet engines shattered the nocturnal tranquility of Gotham, heading straight for the looming edifice of Blackgate Prison, resembling a colossal beast perched upon the cliff. An audacious assault, aimed at the heart of the dragon, was about to unfold within Gotham's most formidable penitentiary. Meanwhile, the deep blue figure known as Walker, having just evaded Nightwing's grasp, sat within a dimly lit safe house, observing the sudden drop in priority of the signal tracking him on his tactical wristwatch. A sly grin creeping beneath his mask. Oh, has Batman finally discovered the old fox's lair? Blackgate Prison seems intriguing. He lightly tapped the table, pondering whether the price of information would need to rise, or if he should instead sell popcorn at the prison gates. His gaze also fell upon the imposing structure, its sinister outlines stark against the night. Chapter 21. An unsettled night. Blackgate Prison loomed at the edge of Gotham Bay, resembling a massive, silent beast. This night, the fortress that symbolized order and punishment exuded an entirely different atmosphere, one of oppressive violence, akin to a pressure cooker on the verge of explosion. The perimeter searchlights swept methodically, yet the patrolling guards, who should have been present, were conspicuously absent. Only a few burly men, clad in prison garb but donning Bane's signature masks and armed with assault rifles, could be faintly seen prowling atop the high walls. The Batwing, resembling a colossal bat merging with the night, silently hovered beneath the cliff, distant from the prison. The hatch slid open, and Batman, clad in stealth armor, leaped into the abyss. This armor, entirely black, was sheathed in specialized wave-absorbing material, reflecting almost no light under the moon's glow. The joints employed a silent hydraulic system, allowing him to move with the grace of a true specter. His cape had been replaced with a shorter, tactical cloak, facilitating movement in confined spaces. Utilizing his grappling gun and the armor's built-in magnetic adhesion device, Batman ascended the steep cliff with the silent agility of a gecko, evading all conventional surveillance routes. The display on his mask revealed the real-time prison schematics and energy scans provided by Oracle. The main control system had been physically isolated, rendering remote intrusion impossible. Oracle's voice conveyed a hint of urgency, the last fragment indicating that cells within the sector had been violently emptied, and all regular officers and the warden had been incarcerated in the heavy criminal isolation cells. The surveillance in the common areas had suffered extensive damage. Energy scans revealed multiple high-intensity energy sources concentrated in the warden's office, the central control room, and the corridor nodes leading to the sector. Bane lay in wait. Acknowledged. Batman's voice resonated through the armor's communicator, sounding even more somber and icy. He had arrived beneath the shadow of the prison's towering walls. The passive sonar of the mask detected muffled roars, metallic clashes, and a disquieting, rhythmic low hum emanating from within the walls, reminiscent of a colossal machine warming up. He opted for the least likely path to encounter an ambush, the main entrance of the ventilation system, a massive pipe sealed off by a heavy blast-proof grill. Located inside the cliff, Batman retrieved a miniature plasma cutter from his utility belt, its ethereal blue flame silently caressing the joints of the alloy grill. In under 10 seconds, an aperture large enough for a person to pass through was cut open. He slipped in sideways, merging seamlessly with the enveloping darkness. The ventilation duct was thick with dust, the scent of disinfectant mingling with a faint metallic tang of blood. Batman moved through the intricate network of pipes like a finely tuned machine, his armor's passive scanning system continuously capturing sounds and thermal signals from below. Harsh reprimands and the muffled groans of prisoners reached his ears. Through a narrow gap in a vent, Batman observed several thugs donning Bane's masks, using high-voltage batons to drive a group of handcuffed prisoners, clad in tattered uniforms. These prisoners were not the most vicious of criminals. They resembled mere cannon fodder, hastily armed. "Hurry up, you scum. Boss Bane has given you a chance for freedom. Move to the corridor. If Batman dares to come, use your bodies to block him," one of the leaders bellowed. Cannon fodder. Bane employed the weaker inmates as the first line of flesh and blood, intending to drain Batman's stamina and moral fortitude while sowing chaos. With a frigid gaze, Batman did not linger, continuing his stealthy advance toward the source of the most potent energy signal, which corresponded to the warden's office on the structural map. The closer he approached the core area, the more fortified the defenses became. He spotted makeshift infrared laser tripwires, pressure-sensitive landmines, and automated gun turrets concealed in corners, their barrels trained on critical passageways. The entire prison had been transformed into a vast labyrinth of death. At last, he reached the ventilation duct above the warden's office. Below, he overheard a clear conversation, a deep voice laced with a Latin accent, akin to the grinding of rocks. It was Bane. Are the toys ready on the docks? Batman's attention was swiftly captured. Bane's voice resonated through the duct, dripping with an air of omnipotence. Everything is set. Once the signal is sent, it will be visible to half of Gotham in a fireworks display. A respectful subordinate replied, "Excellent. Ensure the welcoming ceremony in the corridor is sufficiently enthusiastic. I want him to tread upon thorns with every step." Bane paused, his voice seemingly diverting to another person within the office. "As for you, your surprise had better not interfere with my plans." A sudden burst of manic and piercing laughter erupted, jarring to the eardrums. It was the Joker. He was indeed present. "Interfere? Oh, dear Bane, you underestimate the relationship between me and Little Bat." The Joker's voice brimmed with twisted delight. "My surprise is tailored just for him. A gift of love. I guarantee it will leave a lasting impression, so profound that he will never forget this night." Batman's muscles tensed instantaneously. The Joker's surprise invariably signifies unpredictable madness and catastrophic consequences. The laughter of the nuclear clown abruptly subdued, his voice turning serpentine in its cold, slippery demeanor. "Where have you hidden it? Do tell, just between us. I promise not to tell anyone, especially not the Little Bat." "Hee. Enough." Bane's voice suddenly surged, imbued with an undeniable authority and a hint of anger at being provoked. "That is not your concern. Fulfill your part of the bargain, or else." His words dripped with a threat as palpable as an ice pick. "Oh, don't be so serious, big guy." The Joker's tone reverted to its frivolous madness. "I was merely jesting. My surprise will be delivered right on time. I guarantee it'll make Batman weep with joy." "Ha," accompanied by his maniacal laughter. Footsteps echoed as the Joker departed, the metallic doors clanging shut behind him. The room fell into a brief silence. Batman sensed that Bane's rage had not yet dissipated. But more prominently, there was a calculating coldness. "Is he trustworthy?" One of Bane's subordinates inquired cautiously. "Madmen are never reliable." Bane's voice regained its composure. "However, the chaos he creates works to our advantage. Keep a close watch on him. If he oversteps, eliminate him." His command was as frigid as ice. "Now, let's focus on tonight's main event. Batman should be arriving soon. Activate the Iron Curtain defense protocol and seal all primary access points to the office. I want him trapped." "Yes." Below, the sound of rapid keyboard strokes and the low rumble of machinery filled the air. The scanning display on Batman's mask instantaneously transformed, as several main passages leading to the warden's office were completely sealed by heavy alloy blast doors. Simultaneously, the signal points indicating high-energy weapon activation surged in number. The trap was fully set. Bane stationed himself at the core, utilizing the entirety of Blackgate Prison as a fortress, weaving an intricate web, waiting for Batman to walk into his snare. Meanwhile, the Joker's surprise loomed like the sword of Damocles overhead, poised to plunge down and thrust the already perilous situation into a deeper abyss of madness. In the ventilation duct, Batman remained as rigid as a statue, with only the icy fire of his eyes burning beneath the mask. He took a slow breath, adjusting the state of his armor. A frontal assault? A perilous endeavor. A cunning approach? Bane had evidently prepared thoroughly. His gaze fell upon an exceptionally concealed, nearly abandoned maintenance duct on the scanning display. It twisted and turned, ultimately leading to a weak structural point beneath the warden's office. The risk was exceedingly high. Triggering the structural alarm could result in a localized collapse. However, this was the sole path not entirely enveloped by the Iron Curtain system. Without hesitation, Batman moved like the most agile of spiders, commencing his advance toward the forsaken duct. Each step was meticulously cautious, avoiding any sensors and guards that may lurk below. The ultimate confrontation between Gotham's darkest night and the most formidable of terrorists was about to unfold in the shadows of this steel cage. At this moment, atop an abandoned lighthouse in Gotham City, from where the silhouette of Blackgate Prison could be discerned, Walker leisurely perched on the edge, swinging his legs. He held a military-grade high-powered telescope, relishing the faint commotion and the sudden illumination of warning red lights, signaling an emergency lockdown emanating from the prison. The tracking signal from the Oracle flickered weakly on his tactical wristwatch, nearly overwhelmed by the powerful interference barrier he had meticulously established. TSK, TSK, TSK. Has the Iron Curtain truly been drawn? It seems he has indeed stirred a hornet's nest. Chewing gum, a mischievous grin danced upon Walker's lips. Has that madman, the Joker, escaped? His surprise likely heralds nothing good. He adjusted the imaging mode of the telescope, seemingly in search of something. I wonder if Bane's nuclear treasure map holds any value? He licked his lips, his eyes glinting with avarice and calculation. Perhaps, when they are both mutually exhausted, he might venture in to scavenge some scraps. Chapter 22. The carnival at Blackgate Prison. Batman moved like a specter, blending into the shadows, swiftly navigating the chaotic and violent corridors of the prison. The wave-absorbing properties of his stealth armor allowed him to evade most automated defense system scans, yet the liberation of the incarcerated officers inevitably triggered alarms. Within the heavy security isolation cell area, Batman precisely detonated a directional explosive to blast open the lock of the heavy blast door, producing a resounding thud. Inside, the disarmed and bound prison guards, weary and even injured, looked up in astonishment, their eyes igniting with hope upon recognizing the familiar dark figure at the threshold. Batman. The warden struggled to rise. There is no time to explain. Batman's voice, resonating through his armor, was low and urgent. He swiftly severed their bindings, while handing a miniature electromagnetic pulse device to the warden. Take your people and evacuate through the old laundry corridor on the west side. It has the weakest defenses. I've cleared the sensors along the route. This will temporarily disable the nearby automated weapons. Once outside, contact Gordon, quickly. And you? A young guard inquired, concern lacing his voice. Bane is waiting for me. Batman's reply was succinct and resolute. He abruptly turned, his mask's scanner revealing, amidst the blaring alarms, a multitude of thermal signals representing hordes of rioters converging from various directions, akin to sharks sensing blood. Heavy footsteps and frenzied roars echoed through the corridor, merging into a terrifying cacophony. Go! Batman commanded in a low growl, simultaneously hurling several smoke grenades and soundwave disruptors. Thud! 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 The dense smoke and piercing noise erupted instantaneously, obstructing the vision and hearing of the rioters, granting the officers precious seconds for their retreat. The warden gritted his teeth and bellowed, "Everyone, follow me, quickly. Nightwing, Gordon." Batman's voice crackled through the communication channel, calm yet rapid, as officers were evacuating from the old laundry. "I need support. I've been spotted and am diverting the main force. Proceed as planned. Received. Hold on." Nightwing's voice promptly responded, laced with the breaths of battle. At this moment, he traverses the corridor of the prison's middle level, converging with a team of elite assault troops led by Gordon, encountering fierce resistance from Bane's minions. The gunfire is relentless, and the adversary occupies a strategically advantageous position, resulting in a stalemate. Batman, we are mounting a strong assault on the main entrance and the east side. Bane's men are resisting fiercely. They are splitting their forces. We will clear the corridor as swiftly as possible. Gordon's voice pierces through the cacophony of gunfire and explosions. Within the warden's office, Bane's imposing figure looms before the surveillance screen. One corner displays a blurry image of the corridor engulfed in smoke, with officers retreating, while another corner reveals the outside of the prison ablaze, showcasing the fierce exchange of fire between police and criminals. His brow furrows slightly beneath the mask. The cops have gone mad. The firepower is overwhelming. The East Gate is about to give way. Reinforcements are needed. The urgent call from an outer commander crackles through the communicator, accompanied by the deafening sounds of explosions and screams. Bane remains silent for a moment, his icy gaze sweeping over the screen, focusing on the rapidly moving heat signature representing Batman, evading the thugs' encirclement. Split half of the hyenas to the East Gate. Hold off Gordon with heavy firepower. The rest abandon the sector. According to plan, bring Batman to the plaza. He deliberately emphasizes the word bring, laced with cruel mockery. Understood. With Bane's command, a portion of the thugs originally surging towards the corridor immediately alters course, brandishing rocket launchers and heavy machine guns, charging toward the East Gate where the gunfire is most intense. The pressure within the prison momentarily eases. Batman keenly senses the shift in the thugs' movements and the intensified exchange of fire on the periphery. He instantly comprehends Gordon's strategy to attract and disperse Bane's forces with a strong assault. Without a moment's hesitation, he alters his direction, abandoning stealth. Like a dark tempest, he charges toward the vast, open central plaza. The final stage Bane has chosen for him. His alloy baton transforms into a lethal shadow, precisely shattering the joints of obstructing thugs. His grappling gun propels him over obstacles. His armor absorbs stray bullets, sparking with each impact. He no longer evades combat, but tears through resistance with unparalleled speed. His goal unwaveringly set on the plaza. Simultaneously, beneath the shadow of the prison's towering walls, a deep blue figure clings to the cold concrete like a gecko. Walker's unparalleled stealth skills allow him to evade the barrage of gunfire and the sporadic sentries atop the prison walls. He infiltrates the narrow maintenance passage surrounding the prison through an abandoned drainage outlet, currently concealed within a vent overlooking the vast central plaza. In his hands, a high-magnification tactical scope captures the scene within the plaza with crystal clarity. Once utilized for inmate recreation, the expansive concrete area has been transformed into an oppressive arena. Heavy machine guns and grenade launchers are mounted on the towering walls, their barrels ominously directed toward the center. The few entrances are sealed off by thick, alloy blast doors, leaving only an archway directly facing the warden's elevated office. In the heart of the square, Bane loomed like a mountain, his imposing figure standing resolutely. He had shed his signature fur-collared coat, donning only a black tactical vest that revealed his terrifying, rock-like muscles, marred by grotesque scars. Thick metal conduits connected a small oxygen enhancement device at his waist to the spine at the nape of his neck, emitting a low, throaty hum akin to an engine idling with each steady breath. He wore no mask. His weathered face, marked by Latin features, bore an icy calm that exuded control. His gaze, akin to that of a tiger locking onto its prey, was fixed intently on the sole, open archway entrance. Behind Bane stood 4 exceptionally large warriors, their bodies clad in heavy exoskeletal armor, wielding massive power hammers or whirling chainsaws. Their helmets were grotesque, with eyes glowing a sinister crimson, resembling silent machines of slaughter. This was Bane's team of crushers. Farther away, a fleeting glimpse of the Joker's iconic purple figure darted across the high walls. As he gestured exaggeratedly with a flying kiss towards Bane in the center of the square, followed by a series of manic cackles before vanishing into the shadows. Clearly off to orchestrate his surprise, Walker, like a melting shadow, pressed himself against the cold metal walls of the container. Equipped with specialized night vision and thermal imaging goggles, he surveyed the chaos both inside and outside the prison. My, it's quite the ruckus out there. Director Gordon remains as formidable as ever, Walker murmured, observing the police armored vehicles bombarding the prison gates with fiery blasts. Inside, however, things are even more thrilling. Batman is being hounded by a pack of rabid dogs. While Nightwing is engaged in a tug-of-war under the sun, he adjusted his goggles to penetrate the layers of obstructions, locking onto Bane's mountainous silhouette in the central square. Nuclear bomb, nuclear bomb. Walker's fingers unconsciously tapped against the cold container, his mind racing. Bane's unwavering confidence in occupying the square suggested that the nuclear device was either hidden in a nearby location within his reach or stashed away in a place he believed to be utterly secure, one that would remain undiscovered even if the area was breached. His gaze swept across the square's surface, the surrounding structures, and even the vantage points atop the high walls. Suddenly, he noticed an inconspicuous structure at the square's edge, obscured by a massive ventilation grate. Thermal imaging revealed an unusually stable heat source, distinct from generators or weaponry, resembling a climate-controlled storage facility. Moreover, the structure appeared to descend deeper into the prison's underground. Holding his breath, Walker maximized the magnification on his goggles. Scrutinizing the connection points of the devices on Bane, the joint seams of the Crusher's armor, and any potential trap-triggering mechanisms on the square's ground. His fingers danced rapidly over his tactical wristwatch, recording data. Ah, the arena. Old Bane has quite the flair for theatrics, he mused quietly, a hint of amusement in his tone. With 4 tin cans and a powered-up Hulk-like Batman, there would be ample entertainment this time. He noted Bane's particular protectiveness over the device at the spine connection. Just then, a heavy thud and the shrill sound of twisted metal echoed from the thick archway, the square's only entrance. Immediately, a shadowy figure burst through the final barrier of metal fencing like a cannonball, marked by the smoke of battle and the scars of conflict, landing firmly upon the cold, unforgiving concrete of the square. It was Batman. He had finally overcome the formidable obstacles and stepped into the ultimate battleground meticulously prepared for him by Bane. As the dust settled, his dark cape billowed in the chilling wind of Gotham's night. Batman slowly straightened, his icy gaze penetrating the distance of the square, colliding with Bane's eyes above, which burned with the fervor of combat and the desire for conquest. The air seemed to solidify. The sounds of gunfire from outside the prison and the chaos within transformed into distant background noise at that moment. The entire world's focus converged upon the confined space at the heart of this steel cage. A sinister yet satisfied smile crept across Bane's lips. He spread his arms wide, his deep voice resonating like war drums throughout the square. "Welcome, Dark Knight. You have arrived at your grave." Walker, hidden within the ventilation shaft, licked his lips in excitement, adjusting the angle of his recording device. The spectacle was about to commence. Chapter 23. The showdown. The central square of Arkham Prison, the arena, felt as if the air had solidified into a weighty block of lead, pressing heavily upon the ground. Gotham's frigid night air seemed to suspend in time, with only the distant sounds of gunfire from Commissioner Gordon's men clashing with Bane's henchmen echoing like dull background drumming, accentuating the eerie silence and deadly stillness of this court area. Bane stood like a titan emerging from myth, towering upon the slightly elevated concrete platform at the center of the square. Upon shedding his fur-lined coat, his terrifying muscles, twisted and scarred like ancient rock, were fully exposed, glistening with an inhuman sheen under the harsh emergency lights. Each muscle fiber appeared to harbor explosive power, subtly rising and falling with his steady breathing. Thick metal conduits, resembling grotesque parasitic spines, were embedded deeply into the flesh of his neck, extending down to a square device at his waist that emitted a low, continuous hum, glowing with an eerie green light. This was the source of his strength, as well as the shackles of his suffering. His face bore no mask. The weathered features of his Latin descent were etched with resolve and ruthlessness, his gaze like two fathomless, icy pools, terrifyingly calm, yet ablaze with a near-religious fervor for conquest and an extreme focus on his nemesis. He slightly moved his neck, and the metal conduits emitted a faint hydraulic sound, as if a beast was stretching before the hunt. His posture was not tense, but rather an embodiment of absolute control and relaxation, as if the square beneath him was not a battlefield but a meticulously planned altar. With Batman destined to be the sacrificial lamb, Batman stood in the shadow at the entrance of the square, having just emerged from the labyrinth of flesh and blood. A stark contrast to his previous state. His stealth suit bore numerous dents and scratches, marred with bullet holes and charred marks from energy burns, while subtle hydraulic oil seeped from his joints. He breathed heavily, each inhalation laden with the fatigue of battle and the pain he forced himself to suppress. Beneath the mask, Bruce Wayne's lips were pressed tightly together, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, yet his exposed eyes shone with a sharp, icy intensity, ignited by an eternal flame that fixated unwaveringly on Bane above. The fatigue was palpable. The relentless, high-stakes combat and the tautness of his nerves had taken a toll. His injuries were equally real. While the armor absorbed impacts, the relentless onslaught from Bane's thugs and the ensuing tremors inevitably left their mark on his body. However, his will remained as refined as tempered steel, growing purer and sharper under the immense pressure of his arch-nemesis. With measured steps, he advanced into the circular arena bathed in the grim light of death, each stride resolute and unwavering, the black cloak trailing behind him like a battle standard. He spoke not a word, yet the aura of desperation and determination radiating from him served as the most potent declaration against Bane's impending doom. Bane slowly raised a hand, pointing at Batman, his voice low and thunderous, reverberating across the square. "Remove that iron shell, Batman. Let me see how long your pathetic will can burn in the face of pure, overwhelming power." Batman responded by dramatically whipping his cloak, his body lowering slightly as he assumed the most iconic combat stance. No words were necessary. His actions alone declared war. At that critical moment, just as the air seemed poised to ignite, a mocking, exuberant voice, utterly discordant with the surrounding tension, erupted from an inconspicuous vent above the square. "Hey, hey, hey. What a lively party. How could it be complete without me, the life of the gathering?" With a resounding crash, the metal grill of the vent was violently kicked aside. A deep blue figure, agile as a monkey, leapt into the fray with an exaggerated backflip, landing gracefully about 20 meters away from Batman and Bane, perfectly positioned at the flank of the 4 members of the Crusher Squad. It was Walker. When had he infiltrated this core area, he brushed off non-existent dust from his attire and, with a dramatic flourish, addressed the 4 formidable figures whose crimson gazes had instantly locked onto him, as well as the now coldly sharp-eyed Bane on the platform. Good evening, esteemed audience. I am your favorite troubleshooter and part-time battlefield journalist, Walker. Seeing your eager anticipation for the main event, I couldn't resist bringing along a few appetizers to heighten excitement. He gestured towards the 4 menacing crushers, his tone flippant. These tin cans seem rather bored. Shall we play a little? Bane's expression darkened instantly. This unexpected variable. This damned mercenary. Crush him. Bane's voice emerged like ice, chilling to the bone. Boom, 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 boom. Without hesitation, the 4 crushers charged forward, their heavy metal boots shattering the concrete beneath them like tanks unleashed, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression as they barreled towards Walker. The massive power hammers were raised high, and the whirring chainsaws roared, tearing through the air. Wow, such enthusiasm. I love it. Walker let out a peculiar cry as his form instantaneously transformed into a blurred blue shadow. Rather than confronting the onslaught head-on, he deftly navigated through the intervals of 4 devastating attacks with the agility of a butterfly flitting among flowers. Clang! He skillfully deflected a powerful blow with his alloy baton, using the momentum to glide away, taunting, "Big guy, your hammer is impressive, but your swings are rather sluggish. Have you been slacking off at the gym? Would you like me to teach you a few moves?" Simultaneously, he delivered a kick to the knee joint of another crusher, causing a slight wobble in its balance, though it inflicted no real damage. Swoosh! A chainsaw grazed perilously close to his back, tearing through the air with a menacing hum. Walker executed an extreme backward bend, the teeth of the chainsaw barely brushing against the energy-dampening layer of his tactical suit, igniting a shower of sparks. "Be careful. That contraption is quite costly," he complained, springing back up like a coiled spring, and retaliated with a fierce strike to the side of the chainsaw-wielding crusher's helmet, producing a resounding thud that momentarily halted its movements. "For a view against me? How utterly unfair," Walker exclaimed, vaulting between the craters created by the battering ram, his exaggerated tone echoing through the chaos. "Bane, control your mutts. Are they envious of my superior charm?" He deliberately lured the battle toward the edge of the plaza, distancing himself from the central battlefield, yet maintaining a cunning angle that ensured a concealed micro-camera on his wrist could clearly capture the confrontation between Batman and Bane. Though he appeared to be in dire straits, besieged by 4 metallic monstrosities, his extraordinary reflexes and slippery maneuvers allowed him to barely hold his ground, while incessantly hurling insults at the crushers regarding their speed, strength, and intelligence. In truth, every evasion and block he executed was meticulously precise, directing the crushers' attacks towards one another, sowing chaos. While his wristwatch recorded the climactic duel destined to be etched into the annals of Gotham's dark history in the highest clarity, silently. At the very moment Walker drew the crushers into confusion and noise, the 2 central figures sprang into action. No tentative probing, no feints between sworn enemies. Only the most unadulterated and ferocious clash awaited. Boom! Like 2 high-speed trains colliding head-on, Bane's massive physique erupted with a terrifying speed that belied his size. With a single step, the concrete beneath him fractured like a spider's web. He launched forth like a cannonball, his enormous fist, adorned with metal knuckles, tore through the air, embodying the absolute force capable of shattering steel, aimed directly at Batman's head. Simple, brutal, lethal. Batman chose not to stand his ground. The instant Bane initiated his attack, instinct honed from countless life and death struggles guided him. He swiftly sidestepped to the left, narrowly evading the potentially fatal punch, the fierce gust from Bane's fist stinging his mask. At the same time, Batman's right hand struck like a viper. The alloy baton was not used for a blunt strike. Instead, it sliced through the air with a sharp whoosh, accurately targeting the connection pipe of the humming device at Bane's waist. Swift, precise, ruthless. The aim was directly at the source of his power. Oomph. Bane emitted a disdainful snort, and another enormous hand, akin to a door slab, swiftly descended with a howling gust, forcefully striking the short staff thrust by Batman. The resounding clang of metal colliding was deafening, sparks flying. Batman felt an irresistible force emanating from the staff, his grip quaking as it nearly slipped from his grasp. He skillfully spun to dissipate the force, his left hand, encased in an electric gauntlet, striking fiercely at the exposed ribs of Bane. Crack! A brilliant arc of high-voltage electricity flashed. Bane's massive frame trembled slightly, his muscles tightening like iron under the electric stimulation, yet his movement barely faltered. He withstood the electrifying force capable of toppling an elephant. His colossal left hand lunging like a vice toward Batman's unsteady shoulder armor. Batman's pupils constricted. He deftly propelled himself backward, as if gravity had relinquished its hold. Sizzle. Bane's fingertips grazed the armored shoulder, leaving deep claw marks. The first round of combat was swift as lightning. Bane's strength and defense were nothing short of superhuman. While Batman's speed, agility, and timing reached their zenith, neither was able to inflict decisive harm upon the other. Yet the perilous intensity left onlookers breathless. Your skills are but futile struggles in the face of absolute power. Bane bellowed, charging once more. This time, he sought not a single fatal blow, but advanced like a moving mountain, his fists transforming into a tempest, each strike imbued with a might to cleave stone, enveloping Batman within. Batman moved like a storm-battered seabird, darting, rolling, and parrying amidst Bane's ferocious onslaught. Bang, bang, clang, clang. The cacophony of fists, feet, staff, and armor clashing resonated like a torrential downpour. He adeptly utilized the craters Bane created and the splintered debris as obstacles and leverage, continually repositioning himself, searching for the slightest delay in Bane's massive movements, or the critical gaps in his defenses. After a perilous evasion, Batman seized the fleeting moment when Bane's old strength waned and new power had yet to surge, hurling several micro-explosive bat-shaped projectiles with ferocity. The target, Bane's eyes, and the connection point of the neck conduit. Bane's reaction was lightning fast, his arms crossed to shield his face. Boom, boom. The explosions erupted against his arms, engulfing him in smoke. In that instant of obscured vision, Batman approached like a specter. He relinquished the staff, his hands morphing into claws, channeling all his strength. Imbued with the resolve to pierce steel, he lunged fiercely toward the glimmering conduit interface at Bane's nape. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You're far too naive. Bane's roar echoed through the smoke, akin to a wounded beast, seemingly possessing eyes in the back of his head. His massive form contorted with astonishing flexibility, suddenly leaning backward. Simultaneously, his robust right elbow crashed backward with the force of a thunderbolt. This was a desperate gambit, trading injury for life. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated, enough to halt a heartbeat, just as Batman's claws grazed the cold metallic shell of the conduit. Bane's ferocious elbow collided forcefully against his chest and abdomen. Ugh! A suppressed groan of agony escaped from beneath Batman's mask, even with the cushioning of his stealth suit. The overwhelming and terrifying force struck his insides like a battering ram. He flew backward, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto the concrete ground several meters away. Dust billowed around him. Walker, engaged in his deadly dance with the Crusher, caught a glimpse of this scene from the corner of his eye, momentarily silencing his banter, his expression shifting beneath his mask. As the dust gradually settled, Batman struggled to prop himself up with his arms, attempting to rise, yet the intense pain in his chest and abdomen rendered his movements sluggish, causing him to cough up blood that stained the interior of his mask. A conspicuous dent marred the armor of his chest plate. Bane slowly turned, the conduits at the back of his neck intact. He shook off the white marks Batman had left on his arms, looking down at the struggling Dark Knight with a cold and cruel gaze, akin to a predator observing its prey ensnared in a trap on the brink of death. Do you see now? This is the disparity. How can a mere mortal contend with the power of a god? He advanced with heavy steps toward the fallen knight, each footfall resonating like the tolling of a death knell. The ultimate demise was imminent. Meanwhile, Walker, observing Bane's relentless approach and Batman's desperate struggle, exhibited a flicker of complex emotion in his eyes. His watch's recorder continued to operate silently, while his other hand stealthily reached for a uniquely designed device at his waist. Chapter 24. The turning point. Bane's shadow loomed over the fallen Batman like a mountain, each step echoing with the rhythm of destruction. He looked down upon the struggling Dark Knight, his eyes reflecting a chilling blend of conquering delight and cruel mockery. The Dark Knight of Gotham? Merely a crushed insect. Your time has come to an end, Bruce Wayne. He roared, gripping the massive metal knuckles tightly, poised to deliver the final blow. Just as Bane raised his fist, the moment of his power reaching its zenith, a suppressed cough escaped from Batman's mask. Yet the eyes that shone through the pain burned with an even fiercer flame than before, a spark reminiscent of a hunter witnessing a trap springing shut. Your device has been screaming. Batman's voice, hoarse yet clear, pierced through the chaos. Each word was like a shard of poisoned ice. Every energy surge, every muscle overload has been sending diagnostic data to my armor. The stress point of your net conduit is at the third interface on the lower left. Bane's pupils dilated in sudden realization. This was not mere bravado. Batman's previously futile attacks, particularly that desperate claw, were not aimed at destruction, but rather to implant a miniature diagnostic scanner at the moment of contact. His violent coughs and struggles perfectly masked the minuscule glow of data reception and computation. What? Bane's fist instinctively halted, doubt replacing his previous confidence. Now, with the last vestiges of his strength, Batman unleashed a thunderous surge. He rolled not to evade, but to catapult himself upward like a spring. With a soft click, a hidden, intricately designed micro-hydraulic breaching cone sprang forth from his right arm's gauntlet, its tip glimmering with a high-frequency, oscillating brilliance. The target was aimed precisely at the most vulnerable stress interface, located just beneath the left lower side of Bane's neck conduit, which had recently been diagnosed and accurately marked. Speed, timing, precision. These three elements converged, surpassing Bane's reaction limits. A sickening sound echoed, reminiscent of metal tearing through specialized polymers and flesh. The high-frequency oscillating breaching cone penetrated that crucial stress interface with the accuracy of a hot knife slicing through butter, delving deep into the conduit. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the emerald-hued square device at Bane's waist, accompanied by a piercing shriek akin to twisting and breaking metal. The device's casing shattered, and the energy leaking from within surged forth like a frenzied serpent. The thick conduit connecting to Bane's neck instantly darkened, melting away. A heart-wrenching roar escaped Bane, a sound unlike any other, a visceral expression of not just physical agony, but the terrifying experience of power being wrenched away, as if his spine were being cruelly extracted. His massive form convulsed violently, the horrifying force receding like a tide, replaced by an overwhelming sense of weakness and the suffocating collapse of his life support system. Weak-kneed, he fell to the ground like a colossal beast stripped of all its bones, hands futilely grasping at the molten interface at his neck. His eyes wide with disbelief and excruciating despair. The once mighty source of his strength had transformed into the very catalyst of his destruction. Batman, leveraging the moment, rolled to the ground and knelt, gasping heavily. The intense pain in his chest and abdomen blurred his vision, yet he forced himself to rise, step by step, towards the now defenseless Bane. Each stride resonated with the weight of triumph, embodying the posture of a victor. Simultaneously, the grand ball hosted by Walker reached its climactic finale. All right, tin cans. The big boss in the audience is finished, and our warm-up act is coming to a close. Walker evaded a power hammer that whizzed past his head, his demeanor shifting from playful to cold and sharp. No longer merely dodging, he glided along the ground like a specter, seamlessly entering the center of the slightly dispersed formation of four crushers who had been pursuing him. In his hands, a pair of seemingly ordinary alloy batons twisted sharply, emitting two distinct clicks as the ends sprang forth, glimmering with bluish arcs of electricity. Taste this enhanced toothpick, Walker cackled, his body whirling like a tempest. He did not target the heavy armor, but instead aimed with pinpoint accuracy, driving the electrified tips forcefully into the gaps of the hydraulic joints behind the knees of the crushers, the critical junctions of their intricate mechanical structure. With a series of blinding arcs of blue electricity erupting almost simultaneously, alarms blared, signaling joint lock and power imbalance. The four crushers convulsed violently, their massive forms going rigid, as if their power source had been abruptly severed. The heavy power hammer and chainsaw slipped from their grasp, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. They struggled, yet their movements became exceedingly rigid and contorted, akin to rusted marionettes, incapable of executing a cohesive offensive. Job well done. Remember to purchase the anti-electrocution package next time. Walker whistled, effortlessly leaping out of the encirclement, casting not a glance at the four convulsing, sparking metal figures behind him. He clapped his hands, his gaze immediately drawn to the central battlefield, where he observed the kneeling Bane and the standing Batman, whose lips curled into an elusive smirk beneath his mask. The wrist-mounted recorder faithfully chronicled every moment. Almost concurrently with the battle's conclusion, hurried and disciplined footsteps echoed from several entrances to the square. Bruce. Nightwing was the first to burst into the plaza, his domino mask smeared with dust and blood. The electrifying escrima sticks in his hands shimmering with energy, clearly having endured a fierce struggle. Upon seeing the kneeling Bane and the visibly injured Batman, his tense expression softened slightly, though his vigilant gaze swept across the scene as he quickly approached Batman. Shortly thereafter, Commissioner Gordon arrived with a squad of fully armed, weary yet resolute officers. They swiftly fanned out, their weapons trained cautiously on the four incapacitated Crushers and Walker. "Drop your weapons." Gordon's authoritative voice resonated, his glasses reflecting the emergency lights as his gaze fixed upon the most conspicuous targets: the powerless Bane, the injured Batman, and the enigmatic dark blue figure who had just dispatched four formidable threats. Walker, ever cooperative, raised his hands, donning that familiar, irreverent grin. "Hey there, Commissioner. No need to be anxious. I'm one of the good guys. I just helped you deal with four major nuisances." He gestured towards the still twitching Crushers, casually broadcasting his exploits, exclusive footage, high definition, absolutely pristine. Gordon furrowed his brow, disregarding Walker's flippant remarks, his eyes locking onto Batman S as they shared an understanding of the situation at hand. The officers advanced rapidly, employing specialized heavy electromagnetic binding devices to secure the incapacitated Crushers completely. Meanwhile, two officers cautiously approached Bane, who lay convulsing on the ground due to the debilitating pain and power deprivation, preparing to effectuate an arrest. Disregarding the searing agony that tore through his chest and abdomen, Batman strode step by step towards Bane, his imposing shadow enveloping the once unstoppable destroyer. He crouched down, his cold gaze piercing through the mask like a tangible blade pressed against Bane's throat. "Bane," Batman's voice was low and hoarse, yet imbued with undeniable authority. "The nuclear bomb. Tell me where it is now?" Bane laboriously lifted his head, a twisted, blood-streaked grin contorting his pained features. Instead of answering Batman directly, he proclaimed with a tone reminiscent of a harbinger of doom, infused with a final vestige of fervor, "Cough. Haha, it's too late, Batman. Enjoy these last 3 hours. Gotham will turn to ashes before dawn. It is a destined cleansing." 3 hours? Commissioner Gordon exclaimed, his voice faltering, his complexion paling instantly. Nightwing tightened his grip on his escrima stick, his heart plummeting into the abyss. A chilling light surged in Batman's eyes. He abruptly reached out, poised to seize Bane by the collar for a more direct and violent interrogation. Time afforded no delays. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. "Attention, ladies and gentlemen. Attention, ladies and gentlemen." An ear-splitting, frenzied, and hysterically joyous cackle erupted suddenly from the battered loudspeakers surrounding the prison square, accompanied by a discordant music box melody. The sound was so jarring, so utterly incongruous, that it instantly shattered the atmosphere of dread and despair. It was the Joker. "Oh, heavens, heavens, heavens! Look here. Our burly friend seems to have lost control." The Joker's voice dripped with exaggerated sympathy and unabashed schadenfreude. "Look at this pitiful sight. Power's gone, and the plan seems to have unraveled. TSK, TSK, TSK. Upon hearing this voice, Bane, whose gaze had been scattered by weakness and pain, suddenly sharpened, filled with incredulous shock and a furious sense of being mocked. But, alas, the party cannot end so prematurely. The Joker's voice rose sharply, laced with a spine-chilling excitement. "Bane, darling, your, grand firework? Yes, the one that could transform Gotham into a colossal ashtray? How dreadfully dull. Boom. Just like that. Nothing remains. Not a shred of artistry. Not a hint of surprise. Utterly tedious. Batman, Nightwing, Gordon, everyone's hearts leaped into their throats. A stronger sense of ominous foreboding enveloped them all. So, the Joker elongated his tone, brimming with the triumph of a prank well played. I, your beloved, most creative party planner, have merely relocated it, provided it with a, more dramatic entrance. No need to thank me, dear Bat. This is for our impending second round. The maniacal laughter echoed through the square, like the tolling of hell's bell being frantically struck by an unseen hand. No, it cannot be. Bane struggled violently, disregarding the excruciating pain and weakness that racked his body, desperately seeking with his still-moving fingers a concealed control button at his waist, pressing it with all his might. It was the final command to activate the nuclear bomb buried deep beneath the square. Yet, nothing transpired. No tremors, no countdown chimes, only a profound silence, accompanied by the Joker's increasingly deranged laughter over the broadcast. The shock on Bane's face was swiftly replaced by a furious rage born of utter betrayal and mockery. His eyes blazed crimson, trembling with sheer wrath and humiliation. With the last vestiges of his strength, he unleashed a beastly, heart-wrenching roar into the air, directed at the omnipresent loudspeakers. This roar was imbued with the fury of a stolen victory, the humiliation of being toyed with by a madman, and the despair of a plan utterly unraveled. The Joker's voice chimed cheerfully. It seems our Mr. Bane has finally grasped the situation. All right, dear Bat. Don't waste time with that loser any longer. The game has escalated. My dear little gift is hidden in a most intriguing location, awaiting your unraveling of the riddle. Remember, 3 hours. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. The laughter from the broadcast abruptly ceased, leaving behind a profound silence and a suffocating terror in the square. Batman slowly rose to his feet, the agony in his chest and abdomen seemingly frozen by a deeper chill. He cast a glance at Bane, who was on the verge of unconsciousness from a mix of fury and weakness, then surveyed Nightwing, Commissioner Gordon, and the officers, all equally stunned by this astonishing turn of events. His gaze finally rested on Walker, who was thoughtfully stroking his chin, as if evaluating the newsworthiness of this latest plot twist. Gotham's crisis had not been resolved. It had merely shifted from one conqueror's destructive scheme to another madman's meticulously crafted, even more unpredictable game of death. This time, the adversary was the embodiment of chaos, the one who understood him best and reveled in toying with him. Batman uttered not a word as he resolutely turned away, his figure disappearing into the shadows at the edge of the square, his black cape unfurling like bat wings. The countdown of 3 hours commenced at this very moment, ticking ominously. The target, the Joker. The cost, all of Gotham. Chapter 25. The clue: the Joker's maniacal laughter resonated like a massive stone cast into still waters, leaving behind ripples of suffocating silence and bone-chilling cold after the broadcast had ceased. The 3-hour countdown loomed silently in everyone's hearts, ticking away, suffocating them with pressure. Immediately, Commissioner Gordon was the first to emerge from his shock, his voice hoarse from the overwhelming stress and urgency, yet imbued with undeniable authority. The city is to be placed on the highest state of emergency. Codename Doomsday Clock. Initiate large-scale evacuation procedures. Priority: Narrow Island Industrial District, Diamond District Financial Core, and all major transportation hubs and underground network areas. He swiftly issued a series of commands, his experience telling him that the Joker's dramatic locations would likely involve densely populated areas or the lifeblood of the city. The officers sprang into action, the communication channels instantly overwhelmed by tense exchanges. Batman bore the tearing pain in his chest and abdomen, each breath akin to a knife twisting within him. He looked at Nightwing and Gordon. Their eyes met in an instant, and without words, a strategy was formed. Batman's voice was low and hoarse, laced with evident pain. Yet his resolve was as ironclad as ever. I will face the Joker's game. Nightwing, I need you to utilize your agility. He gestured toward the Batmobile. Shrouded in the shadows at the square's edge, its onboard computer would sync with the Batcave's data. Gordon, keep the channels open. Evacuation and city order are paramount. He paused briefly, seemingly gathering strength while enduring a wave of intense pain. My injuries require attention, but time does not permit further delay. He swiftly approached the Batmobile, opening a hidden medical compartment to retrieve a specialized syringe. The cold liquid surged into his body, a potent analgesic mixed with adrenaline. Instantly, the searing pain was forcibly subdued. An unnatural heat coursed through him, allowing him to temporarily disregard his body's protests. However, this is merely a temporary remedy. He could feel the fractured ribs grinding against each other under forced movement, and the internal injuries had not healed, but rather, under the influence of medication, they issued a more perilous warning. Each heartbeat felt as heavy as a drum, and occasionally, a vague shadow would flit across the periphery of his vision. Nightwing's expression was grave as he responded swiftly. Understood. I will commence the investigation at the most suspicious abandoned chemical plant, as the Joker favors such locales. Simultaneously, I will assist in evacuating the populace from high-risk areas, particularly on the narrow island. I shall also monitor any unusual communications and disturbances throughout the city to prevent the Joker from executing a diversionary tactic. Hold on, Bruce. He cast a worried glance at Batman's visibly stiff movements, refraining from further words as his agile figure vanished into the shadows of the buildings leading up to the city above. Gordon bellowed into the communicator, simultaneously looking at Batman. Evacuations are underway. The National Guard is mobilizing to secure vital bridges and tunnels. We can only do our utmost to reassure the public. Signal team, track that damn broadcast signal source with all your might. I know the odds are slim, but we cannot overlook even the slightest clue. He turned to Batman, his voice lowering. We'll hold the rear. Find that lunatic Batman. This city relies on you. Amidst the tense deployment, Walker was being interrogated by two officers. He raised his hands high, wearing his signature nonchalant grin. Relax, officers. I am a law-abiding citizen, a concerned member of the community. Walker's tone was lighthearted. Look, I've taken care of 4 hefty metal blocks for you, and I recorded this, special enforcement action in its entirety. High definition, definitely suitable as a teaching material. He casually shook his wrist-mounted recorder, quickly playing a brief clip of his valiant act of incapacitating the Crusher with a taser, along with the scene of Batman approaching Bane. The officers glanced at Gordon. He furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Walker. This man's background was a complete enigma, his motives shrouded in mystery. But every ounce of strength was crucial at this moment, and he had indeed provided pivotal assistance. Release him, Gordon ultimately commanded, his tone weary yet resolute. However, the contents of that recorder need to be backed up for review. Of course, cooperating with the investigation is a civic duty. Walker readily agreed, seemingly indifferent. As the officers loosened their grip, he showed no intention of departing. Instead, he leaned closer to the beleaguered Gordon and the departing Nightwing. Sheriff, Walker tempered his smile. A hint of elusive seriousness in his gaze. Things don't look too good, do they? That green-haired lunatic has upped the ante. My equipment is decent, and I'm quite resourceful. Perhaps I could be of assistance? For instance, monitoring some unofficial channels? Or exploring those nooks and crannies. After all, time is of the essence, and having more eyes on the matter can only be beneficial. His proposal, seemingly reasonable, bore a strong undertone of proactive involvement, as if hinting that he possessed knowledge or ulterior motives. Gordon regarded Walker with a penetrating gaze, neither immediately acquiescing nor dismissing him, simply stating, "Mind your own affairs, Mr. Walker. Do not complicate matters." This ambiguous response elicited a barely perceptible smirk from the corner of Walker's mouth. Batcave, the chilling countdown and the fiery will of the Batmobile, akin to a shadowy specter, traversed the concealed passages, racing back to the subterranean Batcave. The vast array of supercomputers had been activated, and data cascaded across the screens like a waterfall. Alfred's voice trembled with an uncommon anxiety. "Master Wayne, your vital signs. No time, Alfred." Batman interjected, forcing himself from a vehicle and stumbling towards the main console. He tore away the tattered edges of his shattered chest armor, revealing blood-stained bandages beneath. Yet he paid them no heed, directly connecting the recently recorded audio of the Joker's broadcast to the system. Analyze the voice print. Filter out background noise. Extract any anomalous frequencies, environmental echoes, and mechanical sounds. Lock onto potential environmental characteristics during the broadcast. Simultaneously, he swiftly imported the combat footage from the Walker recorder for cross-analysis. Master Wayne, the analgesics and adrenaline are accelerating your heart rate, but your internal bleeding and rib injuries are worsening. You must. 3 hours, Alfred. Batman's voice was cold and resolute, his gaze fixed on the rapidly scrolling analysis progress bar on the screen. Gotham does not have 3 hours. He suddenly coughed violently, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth, which he roughly wiped away. The alarms of his body's limitations flashed frantically, yet he forcefully suppressed them deep within his consciousness. His entire will ignited upon the screen before him, striving to capture the faintest clue left by the Joker amidst the cacophony of manic laughter. Batman, I found something. Barbara's voice came through, tinged with urgency. Batman jerked his head up, the pain in his chest transforming into a searing background noise under the influence of medication. The audio waveform on the screen was amplified, and after filtering out most of the jarring noise, an exceedingly faint yet rhythmically pulsing low-frequency hum emerged, consistently appearing during the Joker's speech intervals. Analysis frequency match results. This is the distinctive resonance noise characteristic of an old industrial-grade ventilation system of substantial power, imbued with a unique tremor due to rust in the pipes. Barbara swiftly operated the system, cross-referencing the database within Gotham. Only 2 locations still utilize this specific model of gigantic ventilation system, aged over 50 years, the abandoned Gotham Steel main workshop, and, her finger tapped the screen, and a 3-dimensional structural diagram materialized, the basement of the Gotham Central Library. Simultaneously, Gordon's vague whispers regarding Bane reached him. The conduits are initially set deep underground. Batman's icy gaze swiftly scanned the annotations for the basement and the depths associated with Bane. The library's underground repository indeed extended deep below, with stringent environmental control systems in place to preserve ancient texts, including substantial ventilation and temperature regulation equipment. Coincidence? Or a mocking clue deliberately left by the Joker? Lock onto the basement of the Gotham Central Library's ancient text repository. Batman's voice was resolute, and he abruptly rose, a wave of dizziness crashing over him, forcing him to steady himself against the console. The potency of the drug wanes rapidly, and the body's burdens surge forth like an overwhelming tide. Master Bruce, this is merely a preliminary clue. The Joker has likely set a trap. Alfred exclaimed urgently. We lack the time to verify every possibility. Batman made his way to the equipment station, seizing a new miniature reconnaissance device and an additional chest armor module. Though it would not fully mend his injuries, it would at least provide some extra support. Nightwing, receive the coordinates. Target, the underground rare book repository of the Gotham Central Library. Maintain stealth reconnaissance. I will join you shortly. There may be traps, extreme danger. As he issued directives to Nightwing, he swiftly changed his gear, each movement aggravating his wounds and causing cold sweat to break anew. Alfred, continue analyzing the audio for further clues to confirm or eliminate possibilities. Simultaneously, monitor all sensors, energy sources, communications, and any unusual personnel movements surrounding the library. Bruce, the weight of his responsibilities palpable, heard Alfred's voice laced with despair. With his helmet back on, the mask enveloped his pale, yet resolute face. He strode toward the Batmobile, his steps heavy yet resolute. The countdown clock ticked relentlessly, 3 hours remaining, echoing in the frigid air of the Batcave, amidst the pervasive dread shadowing Gotham, and with each heavy beat of Batman's heart. The first piece of the chess game had been set in motion, while the architect of this malevolent game lurked in the shadows. A sinister grin spreading across his crimson lips, eagerly anticipating Batman's entrance onto the stage he had meticulously crafted. The fate of Gotham hung perilously in the balance, teetering between the limits of the body, trials of will, the madman's game, and the enigmatic observer, Walker. Everything had merely begun. Chapter 26. Investigation. The Gotham Central Library, a sanctuary of knowledge, appeared particularly desolate and eerie amidst the panic of Gotham's night. The emergency lights cast a pale glow, barely illuminating the towering bookshelves, which threw long, distorted shadows. The air was thick with the scent of dust and aged paper, mingled with a subtle yet unmistakable chemical sweetness. The Joker's signature. Batman, like a wraith woven into the shadows, silently slipped through a damaged vent on the library's side. The searing pain in his chest and abdomen, dulled by potent medication, morphed into a relentless burning sensation and a heavy burden. Each slight movement rendered his breath shallow. He bore the discomfort, his senses heightened as the passive detection system of his armor scanned the environment. Nightwing, report your position. He lowered his voice, the voice modulator barely concealing a hint of weariness. I am above the main reading room on a beam, with a clear view. I have yet to detect any abnormal heat sources or electronic signals. It is unnaturally quiet. Nightwing's voice came through the encrypted channel, tinged with caution. The library structural layout was clearly displayed on Batman's helmet monitor, revealing that the entrance to the rare book repository lay deep underground, accessible only via a narrow corridor lined with surveillance cameras, which flickered ominously with faint, irregular green lights. Maintain high vigilance. I am descending. Batman's directive was succinct. He skillfully evaded the obviously tampered surveillance cameras, utilizing the shadows cast by bookshelves and columns, akin to a nocturnal predator. Swiftly approaching the formidable metal door leading to the underground archive. The access control system had been violently breached, leaving a narrow gap ajar. The cloying chemical scent intensified. Batman refrained from pushing the door directly. With a deft flick of his wrist, a miniature reconnaissance sphere silently rolled through the crevice. The live feed revealed. Within the vast subterranean space, rows of climate-controlled ancient book cabinets stood silently. Yet the central area had been cleared, now heaped with books. No, torn pages, forming a small mountain. Above this mound, several colorful balloons adorned with exaggerated smiles hung precariously. More critically, the sensors of the reconnaissance sphere immediately triggered an alarm. Abnormal air composition. High concentrations of laughing gas. Almost simultaneously with the alarm's activation, concealed nozzles in the ceiling burst open, releasing a thick, acrid sweet green gas that swiftly filled the entire archive space. The colorful balloons detonated like signals, popping open to reveal not streamers, but a flurry of colorful confetti, equally saturated with laughing gas. Dick, hold your breath. Laughing gas. Batman growled, simultaneously activating the emergency oxygen system in his armor, flooding the mask with pure oxygen. Yet he was acutely aware that Nightwing lacked the equipment to fully insulate against the toxin. Coughing. Nightwing's voice was tinged with discomfort, clearly having inhaled a small amount. But he immediately stifled his breath. A glint of cold light flashed in Batman's eyes. The Joker's trap was crude, effective, and theatrical, utilizing precious ancient texts as a backdrop, showcasing the destruction of knowledge, and employing the most direct neurotoxin attack. The aim was not to kill, but to sow chaos, waste time, and more importantly, to test Batman's reactions, observing how he would balance the protection of his partner with the pursuit of clues. He hesitated not, instantly analyzing the environment. The nozzle positions were fixed, and the gas would take time to disperse. The target was neither the balloons nor the nozzles, but rather that mountain of confetti. Something must be concealed beneath it. Cover me, Batman commanded in a low voice, his figure shooting into the gas-filled archive like an arrow. His movements, slightly hindered by pain, remained impressively swift. Nightwing immediately leapt down from above, wielding his escrima sticks with precision, deftly knocking aside several spring-loaded Joker dolls disguised as ancient book boxes that attempted to pounce from the side. Batman disregarded the swirling confetti and the acrid scent, charging straight for the paper mound. His powerful arms plunged deep into the pile, disregarding the fragile remnants of the ancient texts as he excavated fiercely towards the core. His fingers met something cold and hard. He yanked out an object wrapped in a transparent plastic sleeve, a palm-sized, vintage portable tape recorder. A large, vivid smiley face was painted in bright red on its surface. Beneath the recorder lay a carefully placed playing card. Not just any card. It was a single card, the Joker's ace. Yet this card was grotesquely distorted. The image of the Joker had been torn away halfway, leaving the remaining half of the smile looking even more sinister. The background of the card, once adorned with intricate patterns, has been crudely brushed over with the same vibrant red paint, delineating a simple yet highly recognizable silhouette of Wayne Tower. The paint has yet to fully dry, exuding a cloying scent reminiscent of nitrous oxide, appearing particularly glaring under the stark white light. Found it. Retreat. Batman seized the recorder and playing cards, turning decisively to exit the storage room. Nightwing followed closely, and the two hastily returned to the relatively secure upper level of the library. Nightwing coughed several times, his complexion somewhat pale, yet his gaze remained sharp. Batman promptly placed the recorder on a reading table, activating the isolation analysis mode of his armor, and carefully extracted the miniature tape, inserting it into the microplayer on his armored wrist. Simultaneously, he picked up the altered card, scrutinizing it under the light. Although the silhouette of Wayne Tower was roughly drawn, its features were unmistakable: the distinctive spire and asymmetrical side wings. The tape whirred to life, emitting a raspy noise, followed by the Joker's iconic voice, tinged with a neurotic tremor and frenzied delight. Mimicking Batman's deep tone, "Joker, where's the nuclear bomb?" The Joker erupted into laughter, as though finding the imitation exceedingly amusing. "Oh, don't be hasty, my dear Bat-baby. The game has only just begun. How delightful is the library. The sight of those ancient pages fluttering about is quite poetic, isn't it? A tempest of knowledge prepared just for you, free of charge. Now, let us get down to business. I know you must feel like a headless fly at the moment. Oh no, scratch that. More like a wounded, pitiful bat. So, kind uncle has a guiding path for you. Do you see that sorry car in your hand? It was once perfect, much like everything you seem to hold flawless. But now, it has been torn, defaced, rendered grotesque, and absurd. Just like you, Batman. When the lofty mask is stripped away, when a gleaming facade is splattered with filthy paint, what lies beneath, isn't it intriguing? Now here comes the question. In Gotham, which perfect card tower, symbolizing order and wealth, most deserves to be shredded, defaced, and brought down from its exalted position to revel with us? A hint. It has quite a close relationship with a certain pretentious tycoon. The voice suddenly turned ominous and filled with anticipation. Come find me, Bat. Bring your pain, your rage, and that pitiable will of yours barely holding on to the penthouse of your abode. We must select the grandest stage for this magnificent finale. Remember, tick-tock, tick-tock, time waits for no one. But the Joker will always await your arrival for a game. The recording concluded amidst maniacal laughter. Batman stood in silence, tightly clutching the altered card. The vivid red outline of Wayne Tower, under the harsh light, resembled freshly spilled blood. The Joker's intentions were glaringly evident. He had chosen the ultimate stage at the symbolic heart of Bruce Wayne. Wayne Tower. Top floor, Bruce. This is a provocation. It is a trap within a trap. Nightwing's voice was laden with concern. The vantage point offered the clearest view. Yet it also meant that any misfortune would yield the most significant repercussions. Moreover, he mentioned that the Joker was aware of your identity. He is always known. He relishes in the act of manipulation. Batman's voice, cold as iron, betrayed no emotion, yet Nightwing could sense the suppressed fury within, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. The Joker threatened not only Gotham, but sought to stage the final act of destruction upon the very foundation left by Bruce Wayne's parents. This was the most vile humiliation and the most direct declaration of war. Pacify, Alfred. Batman activated the communication, transmitting the audio recording and high-definition scans of the playing cards back for analysis, scrutinizing all background noises in the recording for potential voice print forgeries. The priority was clear: confirm real-time surveillance of Wayne Tower's upper levels and all areas beneath, monitor energy consumption, and track personnel entries and exits, particularly any anomalies from this afternoon to the present. Search for any architectural blueprints that might indicate concealed nuclear devices or large equipment. Understood, Master Bruce. The security system at Wayne Tower shows no signs of unauthorized intrusion, but there is a mysterious 20-minute gap in the backup power system log for the private observation deck on the top floor and the equipment level below. I am now accessing satellite thermal imaging and penetration scans. My word. Alfred's voice was suddenly filled with shock and dread. Speak. Batman's heart sank like a stone. The top floor of Wayne Tower has detected an extremely intense, tightly shielded neutron radiation signal. The characteristics match the radiation spectrum from Bane's device with alarming precision. The intensity is sufficient to obliterate the entire downtown area. It is there. Alfred's words struck like a final tolling bell, resonating deeply within Batman and Nightwing. The Joker had not lied. A nuclear bomb had indeed been relocated to the top of Wayne Tower. Gordon. Batman immediately switched channels, urgency permeating his voice. Change the evacuation radius. Centered on Wayne Tower, all areas within a 5-kilometer radius, immediately. Maximum priority. The National Guard must seal off all streets leading to that area. Evacuate. At all costs, evacuate. What? Wayne Tower? Gordon's voice was filled with incredulity and horror, yet he questioned nothing, understanding the gravity of the situation. Evacuate with utmost priority. 5-kilometer radius. My God. The sound of his immediate command echoed through the communication channel. Batman closed the communication, turning to Nightwing. his gaze beneath the mask as chilling as tempered ice. "Dick, I need you to return to the Batcave immediately and assist Alfred. The Joker's setup at Wayne Tower is far more complex than merely a nuclear bomb. I require all possible tactical support, trap analysis, and contingency plans." His tone was resolute and commanding. "Bruce, you intend to go alone? Your condition, Wayne Tower, is my responsibility." Batman interrupted, his tone unwavering. "The Joker's target is me. He will be waiting for me there. The evacuation will take time. I need to stall him, find a way to disable the bomb, or prevent him from detonating it." He glanced at Nightwing and added, "I need you as my backup, Dick. Inside the cave, you are the only one capable of processing information swiftly and supporting the overall strategy." Walker instructed Gordon to maintain surveillance, as he was not the primary focus at present. Nightwing observed Batman's blood-stained suit and the burning, almost tragic resolve in his eyes, understanding that he could not alter his decision. He nodded vigorously, "Understood. Keep the communication lines open. Alfred will provide real-time data support." Batman remained silent. He cast a final glance at the bloodied card in his hand before crushing it. The crimson pigment stained his black gloves, resembling congealed blood. He turned away, his dark cape tracing a determined arc through the hushed library, aimed directly at the Wayne Tower, which loomed like a colossal tombstone beneath Gotham's night sky. Every ache in his body screamed in protest. The 3-hour countdown thundered in his mind. And ahead lay the grandest chaotic climax prepared for him atop the rooftop of the King of Chaos's abode. Gotham's fate, Bruce Wayne's dual identity, and the limits of Batman's will were all destined to converge at the pinnacle of that towering edifice, where the final judgment awaited. The ticking of time was relentless, dwindling to a precious few moments. Meanwhile, as Batman deciphered traps and deduced conclusions in the library at the opposite end of the city, Walker disregarded Gordon's caution not to complicate matters. Utilizing a portable spectrum scanner that seemed to transcend conventional civilian standards, he prowled the city's heights, attempting to capture any anomalous electromagnetic signals or thermal reactions. "The Joker relishes the grandest stage," Walker murmured, his gaze sweeping over Gotham's skyline. Suddenly, his device emitted a rapid series of beeps, locking onto the city center. He adjusted the focus, employing a high-magnification thermal imaging module to scrutinize the rooftop platform of Wayne Tower, typically used for helicopter landings and testing Wayne Enterprises' cutting-edge equipment. "Interesting." Walker's lips curled into a smirk. The thermal imaging revealed multiple irregular, high-intensity heat sources active on the platform, not resembling equipment heat dissipation. More crucially, conventional communication signals were cloaked by a powerful barrier exhibiting specific interference patterns, a tactic he recognized all too well. "Quite the spectacle, Mr. Greenhair." Walker's eyes sparkled with excitement and greed. "Setting off fireworks atop the highest rooftop? Impressive." He swiftly stowed his equipment, without a moment's hesitation, his agile figure blending into the night like a stealthy cheetah, utilizing grappling hooks and the city's architectural framework to swiftly advance toward Wayne Tower. Chapter 27. Wayne Tower. The frigid night breeze swept through the shattered observation window, stirring the glass shards and remnants of documents on the floor. Once a symbol of Gotham's wealth and order, the apex of Wayne Tower had now devolved into a deathly amusement park meticulously crafted by the Joker. Emergency lights cast a grotesque interplay of green and crimson hues, flickering across the twisted metal structures and exposed cables, amplifying the madness. Batman stood amidst the wreckage, the searing pain in his chest and abdomen growing more pronounced with each breath. The claw marks on his shoulder and the dents in his armor were strikingly evident in the dim light. He forcefully suppressed the metallic taste of blood surging in his throat, his gaze sweeping across the transformed space like a hawk surveying its territory. The air was thick with the acrid scent of ozone, gunpowder, and a faint hint of the sickly sweetness of laughing gas. "Ding dong, ding dong. Welcome, little bat." The jarring, morbidly jubilant voice of the Joker erupted from hidden speakers, accompanied by the discordant melody of a music box. "Do you fancy my renovation of your humble abode? A minimalist yet lethal style." A colossal screen flickered to life, the Joker's grotesquely painted face dominating the entire display, dramatically wiping away tears of laughter. "Look at you. You can barely walk. Like an old bat that's been run over by a car. What's this? Did Bane give you a too enthusiastic hug? TSK, TSK. How delightful and heart-wrenching." Batman remained unresponsive, his focus entirely on the narrow passageway leading to the core energy hub of the building. The walls were lined with exposed, dangerously flickering cables, and the floor gleamed with reflective alloy plates. Above, dozens of massive pendulums, adorned with lethal spikes, swung slowly in a menacing ballet. Each pendulum's chaotic trajectory seemed disordered, yet interconnected, sealing off all seemingly safe routes. More perilously, at the end of the passage, two automated sentry machine guns swept their infrared targeting lines across the ground. With a deep breath, Batman felt the strain on his wounds tighten his brow. He activated the magnetic adhesion feature of his armor, generating a faint pull between his boots and the metallic wall. Without hesitation, he lunged forward. The moment his foot crossed the threshold, the infrared sensors locked onto him. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Bullets rained down like a torrential storm, striking the ground he had just occupied, sending sparks flying. He rolled to the side, narrowly evading the hail of gunfire, while simultaneously launching several mini electromagnetic pulse batarangs. Buzz! The electromagnetic pulse briefly disrupted the targeting systems of the sentry guns, causing their aim to waver in chaos. But the interference was fleeting. Seizing the moment, Batman propelled himself forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. He had to traverse the passage before the guns regained their accuracy, and the pendulums reduced him to mere fragments. Whoosh! A massive, spiked pendulum swept past him with a dull whoosh, nearly grazing his cape. He crouched low, his back almost touching the cold, smooth floor. Another pendulum descended from an upward angle. Utilizing the wall for leverage, he executed a perilous backflip, the magnetic adhesion of his boots screeching against the surface, his body skimming perilously close to the pendulum's sharp spikes. Wow, impressive. A solid 98. The Joker clapped and cheered from the screen. Too bad you lose 2 points for coughing up blood. Dear audience, did you witness that? Our great Dark Knight is on the brink of collapse. Indeed, Batman felt a violent cough rising in his throat, the metallic tang of blood filling his mask, and for a fleeting moment, his vision darkened. It was this brief moment of hesitation. Whoosh! A stray bullet grazed the outer side of his thigh, tearing through his armor and sending a jolt of pain coursing through him. Simultaneously, a pendulum, having calculated his evasion route, swung down upon him. A crisis loomed. Batman, honed by countless brushes with death, forcefully contorted his body, curling it to the utmost limit. With a resounding thud, the heavy metallic base of the pendulum crashed against the wall where he had just stood, embedding itself deeply. The metallic shards that scattered upon impact clanged against his armor. He landed in a roll, his movements visibly distorted, no longer fluid, but laden with the stiffness of an injured warrior. Half kneeling on the ground, he gasped for breath, the searing pain in his chest and abdomen nearly suffocating him. Blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, seeping through the seams of his mask, and dripped onto the smooth floor, blooming into a vivid scarlet. Look, look, the Joker exclaimed, pointing at the screen with exhilaration. So fragile. How utterly enchanting is this fragility? How long can your proud will endure before your shattered body? Batman, surrender. Join this revelry. Let Gotham ascend amidst the laughter. This is the most splendid conclusion. Batman wiped the blood from his lips, his cold gaze piercing through the mask, fixated on the tightly shut alloy door at the end of the corridor, which led to the energy hub. He observed an exceedingly complex electronic lock, flashing with a myriad of colors, accompanied by an antiquated, rust-covered mechanical dial. Double encryption, a sinister blend of the Joker's malevolence. This was not the end. It was merely a ticket to the final stage. The Diamond District of Gotham, once a bustling commercial hub, had now devolved into a maelstrom of hysterical chaos. The elite of the Joker's gang, adorned with cheap purple wigs and grotesquely painted smiles, wielded crowbars, Molotov cocktails, and makeshift weapons, igniting the fears and despair that had accumulated among the populace under the nuclear countdown. Gotham was doomed. Revel in it. A leading member of the Joker's gang stood atop an overturned police car, screaming into a megaphone, his voice twisted and frenzied. His followers rampaged, shattering the windows of luxury boutiques, tossing expensive handbags, jewelry, and watches into the air like refuse, drawing more panic-stricken and greedy souls to join the looting frenzy. Food. We need food and water, cried out in desperation from another area. The gates of a large supermarket were pried open, and the crowd, surging like a flood breaking through a dam, shoving, trampling and scrambling for supplies on the shelves. The cacophony of wails, curses, and shattering glass melded into a piercing symphony of chaos. Worse still, at the central intersection, several burning car wrecks blazed fiercely, billowing dense smoke, completely obstructing the thoroughfare. A mob incited by the Joker's gang attempted to barricade the advancing police cars with makeshift obstacles and incendiary devices. They hurled stones and Molotov cocktails at the officers, shouting that the police were powerless. Everyone shall perish together. The police cars were compelled to halt, the officers taking cover behind the doors, raising their riot shields as they endured a torrential assault, struggling to hold their ground. The commanding officer bellowed into the communicator, "We are pinned at the intersection of Diamond Avenue. The mob is too numerous, and our firepower is suppressed. Requesting urgent backup." I repeat, requesting urgent backup. At that moment, as chaos reached its zenith, a deep blue figure streaked down like lightning cleaving through the darkened clouds, swiftly descending from an adjacent skyscraper's billboard with the aid of a grappling hook. Nightwing executed a nimble somersault in midair, landing deftly atop the blazing police car at the intersection, nearly face-to-face with the clown gang leader wielding a megaphone. The party was quite lively. His voice, emanating from a miniature speaker beneath the domino mask, resonated with a crisp, biting sarcasm, yet it was a disturbance. Startled, the clown leader instinctively raised his weapon. But Nightwing's Eskrima stick was already hurtling towards him, crackling with electricity. Bang! Crack! A precise strike. The tip of the stick slammed mercilessly against the antagonist's wrist, the sound of shattering bone echoing clearly as the megaphone flew from his grasp. Following this, a fierce side kick sent the howling thug tumbling from the car's roof, crashing into a heap of garbage bags. Nightwing! It was Nightwing! A chorus of shouts erupted from the crowd, laced with hope and frenzied hostility. Unwavering, Nightwing surged forth like a blue whirlwind into the heart of the standoff between the rioters and the police. "Steady the line. Spread out to the sides. Create a buffer zone," Nightwing shouted as he wielded his Eskrima stick. His movements were as swift as a specter, imbued with strength and a flowing rhythm. The Eskrima stick deftly deflected the incoming stones, striking the wrists and ankles of the rioters with precision, incapacitating them in an instant, causing them to collapse in pain, yet without inflicting fatal harm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He simultaneously deployed several non-lethal smoke bombs and stun grenades, which landed accurately in the densest and most aggressive clusters of rioters. Puff, puff. The dense smoke rapidly enveloped the area, and the deafening blast compelled many to instinctively cover their ears, momentarily stalling the assault. "Now's the time. Advance," Nightwing commanded the officers. The well-trained officers seized the opportunity, advancing steadily forward behind shields, using batons and pepper spray to disperse the disorganized rioters amidst the smoke and chaos. Nightwing, resembling a blue dragon, weaved through the tumultuous crowd. His objective was the core members of the clown gang, those still inciting chaos, looting, and attempting to ignite more vehicles. "Hey, the one with the Molotov cocktail. Be careful not to set yourself ablaze." Nightwing executed a sliding maneuver to evade a swinging crowbar, his Eskrima stick striking precisely at the opponent's elbow, causing the Molotov to slip from their grasp and land safely away after a well-placed kick. "Put those down. They won't save your life." He leapt onto a shattered jewelry counter, kicking a clown gang member who was frantically stuffing diamond necklaces into their pockets, away with force. His actions were efficient and precise. Every strike aimed to dismantle the opponent's offensive capability or thwart their destructive acts, all while endeavoring to avoid permanent injury. He continually sought to calm the panicked crowd with words. "Stay calm. Maintain order. We are regaining control. The nuclear threat is being neutralized. Do not let the clowns manipulate you. Let the elderly and children pass first. Help one another. Diamonds won't feed you. Those looting the supermarket should grab essentials. Do not harm anyone." Yet, panic spread like a plague, not easily dispelled by mere words, especially near a large electronic billboard that had been smashed open. A chaotic crowd surged as they scrambled for scattered high-priced electronics, the force of their pushing nearly toppling an old, dilapidated newsstand nearby. Beneath the newsstand, several terrified children huddled in a corner, weeping. Damn it! Nightwing's pupils constricted. The distance was too great. The grappling hook gun was too late. In a moment of desperation, He hurled a collapsible baton with all his strength. Whoosh! Clang! The baton flew like a javelin, perfectly wedged between the newsstand's collapsing support column and the ground, forming a makeshift support. Although the baton was bent and groaning under the pressure, the imminent collapse was forcibly halted. Hurry! Get the children out! Nightwing shouted to several stunned citizens nearby. As if awakening from a dream, they scrambled forward, pulling the dazed children from beneath the perilous newsstand. Nightwing exhaled in relief. It was immediately engulfed by a wave of exhaustion. The continuous high-intensity battles and the strain of keeping his nerves taut, coupled with incessant shouting for crowd control, had taken a tremendous toll. He glanced at the countdown to nuclear detonation flickering on his communicator and the numerous red dots erupting on the global map, then looked toward the distant Wayne Tower, which loomed like a death trap, filling his heart with concern for Bruce. He quickly retrieved the baton and spoke urgently into the communicator. Commissioner Gordon, the intersection in the Diamond District is under preliminary control. However, we require more police forces to maintain order and facilitate evacuation. The mob's emotions remain volatile. I am heading to the next hotspot. How is Bruce doing? At the Gotham Police Department's command center, Gordon fixated on a large screen. Following Nightwing's intervention, the chaotic scenes at the Diamond District intersection began to diminish. The red areas representing conflict intensity gradually transforming into yellow, denoting evacuation and control. His tightly clenched fists relaxed slightly. Nightwing, well done. Reinforcements are on the way. Hold on. Gordon responded to the communicator, his voice imbued with a rare sense of exhilaration, swiftly replaced by deeper anxiety. The situation at Wayne Tower is unclear. Most external surveillance has failed. We have intercepted reports of intense energy fluctuations and gunfire from within. Batman's signal is weak, and his vital signs are fluctuating on the edge of the safety threshold, he stated with difficulty. Gordon's gaze swept across the other areas on the screen. Gotham Bridge was increasingly congested, with vehicles ablaze. Gotham Memorial Hospital reported another remote cyber attack from the Joker's gang, crippling the medical system, and the slums erupted into larger-scale food riots. Each red dot felt like a needle piercing his heart. Meanwhile, the channel from the National Guard continued to echo with bureaucratic evasions. A sense of helplessness surged anew, nearly overwhelming him. He abruptly seized the communicator and connected to the National Guard commander's direct line, his voice low yet akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Colonel Johnson, this is James Gordon. I do not care what absurd evidence you are waiting for. Look at Gotham. Look at these streets. Your citizens are slaughtering one another, awaiting annihilation in panic. The nuclear countdown is ticking. Batman is gambling his life for a chance. And you, still studying the combat manual in the office? Immediately, right now, mobilize your troops into the city. Seal off the main thoroughfares. Safeguard critical infrastructure. Assist in the evacuation. Otherwise, tomorrow's headlines will proclaim the National Guard's shameful cowardice before Gotham's destruction. I swear by my badge, I shall make the world aware. Gordon slammed down the communicator, his chest heaving. Weary, he rubbed his brow and glanced once more at the blurred image of Wayne Tower. Bruce, you must hold on, he silently prayed, simultaneously issuing orders to the command center. All available reserves, prioritize support towards the Diamond District and Nightwing's position. We must stabilize the situation. Buy Batman some time. In the Diamond District, chaos, under the efforts of Nightwing and the reinforcements, resembled a tempestuous sea agitated by a boulder. Although the waves continued to surge, the most ferocious tide of destruction was temporarily suppressed. Nightwing transferred command to the arriving police captain without pause. He cast a glance towards Wayne Tower, which loomed like a black hole consuming light. Taking a deep breath, he activated his grappling gun, his blue figure soaring once more, racing towards that tower, symbolizing Gotham's last hope and despair. The countdown numbers relentlessly ticked away. Within the corridor, Batman endured excruciating pain, his mind racing under the strain of injury and pressure. He scrutinized the flickering lights of the electronic lock and the indistinct markings on the mechanical dial. The Joker would not craft an unsolvable riddle. He sought torment and amusement. Time's up. The Joker's voice echoed once more, considering your spirited performance. The password for the electronic lock is Bruce Wayne's birthday in reverse. How thoughtful, isn't it? Use your true name to unlock the gates to hell. Ha ha ha. Batman's gaze sharpened. A trap. The Joker was aware of his identity. This password itself was a vicious mockery and psychological assault. Yet, he had no time for anger. He swiftly input the reversed birthday digits. The electronic lock's lights turned green, but the door remained immobile. Just as suspected. Oh, I forgot to mention. The Joker feigned exasperation. Tapping his forehead, this is merely the electronic component. That delightful old dial is the key. As for the password, think of your happiest moment, or perhaps your most painful one. Time is running short, Batbaby. There's a main course awaiting you. Batman's gaze fixated on the rusted mechanical dial. The happiest moment? The most painful moment? The Joker was toying with his life. He extended his hand, his cold fingers brushing against the rough dial. Fragments of memories surged. His parents falling in the alley, Dick first donning the Robin uniform, Jason, the countless dark nights of Gotham. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult of emotions and pain. No, the Joker sought not specific memories, but symbols. The essence that wove through his life. The vow. His gaze grew sharp, disregarding the Joker's incessant prattle as he began to turn the dial. Not a birthday, not an anniversary, but the date of his parents' murder? No. Was it the year of Batman's inception? No. His fingers hesitated momentarily before resolutely transitioning to a numerical sequence, an ancient symbol of justice encoded, followed closely by the encoding of hope, and finally, the encoding of vengeance. No, he abruptly halted. Not vengeance. It is redemption, with a definitive click. As the final code fell into place, the heavy mechanical lock emitted a sound of liberation. Boom! The massive alloy doors gradually slid open, revealing behind them the colossal chamber of Wayne Tower's core energy hub, replete with enormous pipelines, flickering indicator lights, and the central energy core. Yet what greeted his eyes, beyond the intricate industrial structures, were the ominous outlines of even deadlier traps lurking in the shadows, as well as the crimson glow of the elite guards of the Joker's gang. Batman did not pause for a moment. As soon as the door opened wide enough, he surged forth like a bolt of black lightning. A new, more lethal battle erupted in the heart of Wayne Tower, accompanied by the echoes of his heavy breaths and the cough of blood. The countdown to the nuclear bomb mercilessly ticked down to a smaller number. Chapter 28. Old Wounds and Madness at the Pinnacle of Wayne Tower, once a helicopter landing pad, now transformed by the Joker into an altar of Gotham's destruction. The howling night wind stirred shattered glass fragments, emitting a wailing akin to ghostly lamentations. The enormous nuclear device, ensconced in lead and flashing wires, resembled an unsightly metal heart, crudely welded at the center of the landing pad, connected to the tower's main energy lines. The ominous green countdown screen pulsated relentlessly, 005821. Scattered around the device were various detonators and cables glowing with perilous light, embodying the Joker's signature chaotic aesthetics. Batman crashed through the last alloy door leading to the upper floor, staggering into this space shrouded in the shadows of death. His cape bore several tears, and his armor was marred by fresh scratches and burn marks. The agonizing pain in his chest intensified with each hurried breath, blood seeping continuously beneath his mask. He forced himself to stand upright, his cold gaze piercing through the dust carried by the wind, locking onto the gaunt figure beside the nuclear device. Its back turned toward him. The Joker slowly turned around, his pallid face illuminated by the emergency lights, casting an eerie blue glow. His grotesque grin stretching from ear to ear like a gash from hell. Well, look who has arrived. Our battle-scarred knight. He exaggeratedly spread his arms, as if welcoming a distinguished guest. Welcome to the grand finale. Do you like the grand fireworks I prepared for you? Enough to illuminate the night sky of Gotham. Batman disregarded his mad ramblings, swiftly scanning the structure of the nuclear device, his mind racing under the strain of pain and pressure, calculating possible disarmament strategies in the remaining time. He moved forward with steady, deliberate steps, each one tugging at his torn wounds. Stop, Joker. The game is over. Over? No. Dear Batman, this is just the beginning. The Joker leaped about, like a jester dancing on an invisible ball, exclaiming, "Look how beautiful it is." The countdown to destruction, the cries of despair, and our most beloved dance partner, dragging its broken body, performing this final death dance. His voice suddenly turned sharp, brimming with malicious excitement. I found myself pondering what kind of music would serve as an accompaniment. Would it be Beethoven's Fate? Or perhaps the two resounding thuds echoing through the alley? Does that melody linger in your dreams? Bruce? Batman's body momentarily tensed imperceptibly. The Joker had struck precisely at his deepest scar. The sensation was not akin to mere words, but rather resembled a cold dagger, tainted with the filth of memories, thrusting brutally into the most vulnerable part of his soul. Ah, indeed, the Joker seemed to have caught a glimpse of that barely detectable rigidity, like a hyena sensing the scent of blood, his eyes shimmering with a morbid excitement. He paced closer, each step imbued with a mocking rhythm, his gaze wrapping around Batman like a viscous poison, attempting to seep into every inch of skin beneath his mask. Speaking of the alley reminds me of another brightly clad little bird, Jason Todd. Was that the name? The angry second Robin, eager to prove himself? The Joker's voice, sharp as a cold blade, transformed from jesting to a dissection like cruelty, gradually peeling away Batman's long-buried, never truly healed pain. His screams, TSK, 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 the Joker mimicked, producing a high-pitched, distorted imitation, a sound so grating it sent chills down the spine, far more melodious than the echoes in Bruce's alley. It was vibrant. And then there was that crowbar. The Joker suddenly seized a discarded metal pipe nearby, exaggerating his movements as he swung it, each flourish accompanied by the simulated, heavy, terrifying sounds of impact. Bang, bang, bang. Listen, what a marvelous rhythm. Each strike seemed to compose a new symphony. The sound of bones shattering. That was the bass drum. The anguish moans. That was the quivering of the violin. He erupted into uncontrollable laughter, doubled over, tears genuinely streaming from the corners of his painted eyes. His laughter, amidst the howling winds, resonated with a particularly maddening sharpness, culminating in a resounding bang as fireworks erupted. Perfect. A young life, a Robin whom you had nurtured and held such high hopes for, lay before you, shattered into fragments under your impotent, furious gaze. Ah, what a magnificent finale. The Joker's laughter pierced Batman's eardrums like countless poison needles, piercing his heart. The name Jason Todd, the cold touch of the crowbar, the blinding flash of the explosion, and the searing shockwave. These grotesque images, painted by the Joker's most venomous and vivid language, transformed from mere blurred memories into tangible, blood-stained barbs, driving deep into the very essence of Batman's soul. The repressed fury of countless days and nights, the haunting pain, the boundless guilt, erupted like a dormant volcano ignited in an instant. Scalding lava surged within his chest, roaring, nearly breaking through the dam of reason. Beneath the mask, Bruce Wayne's teeth ground together, the sound akin to bones scraping, his clenched fists turning pale from the sheer force of exertion. His body trembled violently, uncontrollably, besieged by an emotional tempest and unresolved pain, every muscle crying out in anguish. The searing pain tearing through his chest and abdomen seemed entirely submerged and overshadowed by the mental torment he endured. Silence. A command erupted from Batman's throat. A low growl that seemed to have been squeezed out from the depths of hell, laden with thunderous fury. This was not merely an order. It was a desperate roar from a beast on the brink of collapse, a cacophony intermingled with agony and rage. The Joker's words shattered his resolve more effectively than Bane's fists or any physical assault, dismantling the precarious equilibrium he had fought so hard to maintain. Silence? The Joker tilted his head, his painted expression embodying pure, twisted malice, a grin stretched to the limits of human tolerance, revealing teeth as white as bone, akin to a gaping maw ready to devour. Why? Because I struck a nerve? Because you know that Jason's death. He stepped forward, his voice abruptly rising, sharp as glass, scraping against flesh. You were the one who pushed him toward the crowbar and the bomb. You were the one who picked him off the streets, offering him hope. You trained him as a warrior, providing him with weapons. You led him into our mad game, dressing him in the Robin costume. You set him on an irreversible path, turning him into a sacrificial pawn beneath the crowbar, the fireworks of an explosion. You killed him, just as you killed Thomas and Martha Wayne, just as you will kill Gordon. Kill your new ward, Bluebird, Nightwing. Kill Alfred. Kill every moth drawn to the flame of your darkness. You can save no one, Bruce Wayne. You are but a pitiful creature, clad in a ridiculous costume, futilely struggling in the mire and blood of Gotham. Your very existence is the greatest jest in this rotting world. Ha ha! Enough! The last thread of sanity snapped under the Joker's ultimate humiliation regarding Jason's death, the renewed tearing of parental grief, and the venomous curses upon all those he cherished, culminating in a complete negation of his very purpose. The accumulated lava breached the dam. Time seemed to freeze, compress, and then explode in an instant. Batman's form surged forward not as a man charging in a battle, but like a spring released from its extreme restraint, igniting like a black meteor set ablaze by hellfire. He disregarded the excruciating tearing pain in his chest and abdomen, a torment potent enough to render ordinary men unconscious. This pain became fuel, igniting the last vestiges of his vitality. He transformed into a pure embodiment of darkness, driven solely by wrath and suffering, a black lightning bolt that obliterated the fleeting distance between them. The wind howled in his ears, yet it could not drown out the roar of vengeance reverberating within his heart. The alloy baton was no longer merely a weapon, but an extension of his furious will. With a terrifying shriek that rent the air, imbued with a colossal force capable of shattering stone and warping steel, it traced a deadly arc, crashing down upon the Joker's incessantly chattering face, smeared with evil and mockery, loathsome to the extreme. He sought to obliterate that face, along with all the venomous words it had spewed forth. In the face of this explosive fury, swift as thunder and encapsulating all of Batman's anguish and strength, the Joker's eyes revealed not a trace of fear. Instead, they ignited with a euphoric brilliance akin to climax. His pupils contracted to pinpricks from sheer exhilaration. He had waited for this moment. He had finally torn apart the icy facade, forcing forth the most primal and wild fury of this dark beast. This was precisely the ultimate performance he sought, compelling Batman to shatter his ludicrous no-kill principle. "Come forth!" The Joker screamed with every ounce of his being, his voice contorted and distorted by ecstasy, just as the devastating power of the baton was about to graze the tip of his nose. The Joker's body arched backward with an almost superhuman flexibility, defying the limits of the human form. His upper body lay nearly parallel to the ground. The tails of his purple coat fluttered wildly. The gust of wind trailing the baton slashed across his forehead, bridge of his nose, and lips, instantly stripping away patches of paint to reveal his ghastly pale skin beneath, igniting a searing pain. The baton skimmed perilously close to his upturned nose, the pressure of the wind making him feel as though his skin might be ripped away. Utilizing the momentum of his backward lean, he executed a clumsy yet remarkably effective backward roll, narrowly creating several meters of distance. Oh, he is angry, truly, genuinely furious. The Joker scrambled to his feet, using both hands and feet, neglecting to brush off the dust and shards of glass from his purple suit. He danced with excitement, blood seeping from the places where the paint had been scraped away, mingling with the remnants of his makeup, rendering him even more grotesque. Yet his smile radiated like a mandala flower blooming from the depths of hell. "This is it. This is what I wanted. Pure anger. Pure violencia. Discard your ridiculous rules. Like a true man. Come. Kill me. With your baton. With your fists. Just as I would use a crowbar against a bird. Come on, Bat. And me. Let Gotham witness the difference between its guardian and this madman." Ha 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 ha. The maniacal laughter once again rent the night sky of Gotham, intertwining with the cold countdown of a nuclear bomb, heralding a prelude to destruction. The Joker's body arched backward with an almost impossible agility, narrowly evading the lethal gust of the baton. The baton grazed his nose, the fierce wind stinging his painted skin. He rolled backward clumsily, but effectively, gaining distance. Oh, he is angry, truly, genuinely furious. The Joker rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from his purple suit, his smile growing even more deranged. "This is it. This is what I wanted to see. Pure anger, pure violence. Discard your absurd rules. Come, kill me, just as the Joker would kill a bird." Batman's strike missed, forcing him to stabilize his body, which felt as though it might crumble from the violent motion. A fit of coughing erupted, bringing forth blood once more. His eyes burned with hellish rage, yet the Joker's words were like icy water, awakening him to the realization that he had nearly fallen into the adversary's psychological trap once again. He compelled himself to remain calm, his gaze returning to the ominously ticking countdown of a nuclear device. Time. He must race against the clock. However, The Joker clearly had no intention of granting him that opportunity. Chapter 29, A Dance of Wits. You wish to dismantle my toy? Absolutely not. The Joker shrieked, abruptly extracting a hefty metal syringe filled with a bizarre green liquid from his suit pocket. None other than the Titan venom once wielded by Bane. The party had only just reached its zenith. How could the protagonist be allowed to exit the stage? Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged the needle deep into his carotid artery. A blood-curdling scream, inhuman and piercing, instantly rent the night sky. The Joker's form swelled grotesquely, as if inflated, his purple suit bursting apart in tatters. Beneath his skin, muscle fibers writhed and proliferated, veins bulging like thick worms. His bones emitted spine-chilling sounds of fracture and reconfiguration. In mere seconds, his height soared to nearly 3 meters. Once a lanky figure, he now resembled a monstrous titan, sinewy muscles cloaked in pallid skin marred by irregular green streaks, akin to a decaying giant. His head appeared disproportionately small atop his massive frame. The paint on his distorted face a chaotic smear, leaving only his eyes, glimmering with utter madness and primal savagery, a fiery crimson. Saliva mixed with the green liquid dripped from his gaping maw, which split open to the roots of his ears. Roar. Injected with Titan venom, the transformed Joker emitted a deafening roar. The last vestiges of his sanity were completely submerged by a tidal wave of feral power, leaving only the primal desire to obliterate everything in sight. His colossal body loomed like a wall of flesh, an oppressive force that surged between Batman and the nuclear device. His enormous fists, imbued with destructive might, came crashing down upon Batman. Batman's pupils constricted. In this state, the Joker's strength may well have surpassed even that of a peak Bane. Injured and unable to withstand such force, he rolled awkwardly to the side in a desperate attempt to evade. Boom! The Joker's massive fist struck the ground where Batman had just stood, the solid concrete helipad instantly yielding to a crater several meters wide, debris flying like cannon fire. The shockwave hurled Batman away, slamming him against the wall, his armor groaning under the strain, his vision exploding in a shower of stars. In this moment of despair, a mocking yet remarkably clear voice rang out from the shattered window at the edge of the top floor. A deep blue figure, Walker, executed a flamboyant 3.5 somersault maneuver, deftly vaulting over the shattered ledge and landing squarely on the helipad, perfectly positioned between the rampaging Titan Joker and the struggling Batman. He dusted off non-existent debris from his attire and, with exaggerated flair, bowed before the terrifying behemoth. Good evening, Green Giant. Green Joker. My apologies. But your new look is rather, shall we say, lacking in taste. While Bane may be a brute, at least his musculature possesses a certain brutal aesthetic. Yours, however, he paused, resembles a Godzilla toy that has been run over by a truck. The Titan Joker's crimson eyes locked onto this diminutive yet boisterous new target, unleashing a menacing roar. Walker's taunts seemed to pierce through the chaos, igniting a flicker of primal rage. Calm down, big guy. He deftly dodged the Joker's tentative swipe with a massive hand. To be honest, I am quite disappointed with your nuclear firework display. It lacks creativity. It is nothing but a crude imitation of that brute Bane. Walker deliberately elongated the word crude. You even pilfered the nuclear bomb from Bane. His voice suddenly soared, infused with unabashed contempt. Bane toiled tirelessly, seizing Blackgate and besting Batman. And what do? Snatch it away like trash from the underground plaza? Perhaps Scrap Collector would be more fitting. Ha ha ha. Roar. Walker's precise accusations splashed like boiling oil onto a raging fire. The last remnants of the Titan Joker's warped pride were completely ignited, transforming into an all-consuming fury. His crimson eyes instantly filled with bloodshot rage. Almost weeping tears of blood, he utterly forsook Batman, his massive form no longer a mere mountain of flesh, but rather an uncontrollable engine of destruction. With a terrifying gale that could crush space, he charged like a derailed interstellar train, hurtling towards Walker with a speed incongruous to his size. His colossal fists morphed into 2 howling siege hammers, shrieking as they tore through the air, wildly striking with reckless abandon. Each blow contained the terrifying force capable of flattening a main battle tank into a disc. Yes, just like that. Miss me. Infuriate you. Amidst Walker's bizarre shrieks, his body instantaneously transformed into a blurred, high-velocity blue afterimage. He held nothing back. His super senses operated like the most precise radar, anticipating every muscular tremor and intention of attack from the Titan Joker. His peak agility endowed him with an evasion capability that surpassed human limits. He was no longer merely dodging. He was performing a maddening dance of death upon the razor's edge. Whoosh! The first heavy fist grazed Walker's scalp, so close he could scent the foul odor of sweat, chemicals, and blood that clung to the Joker. The gargantuan fist smashed into the ground. Boom! The concrete tarmac shattered like brittle cookies. A spiderweb-like pit, over 3 meters in diameter, formed instantaneously. Debris and steel fragments shot forth like shrapnel. As the shockwave swept towards him, Walker's body became like a boneless rubber figure, executing an incredible back bend to evade most of the debris, while his feet forcefully propelled off the still intact edge of the pit, launching him backward. The second fist followed swiftly, like a colossal pillar sweeping through an army. Walker found himself suspended in midair, with nowhere to gain leverage. He was on the verge of being cleaved in two. With a sudden intake of breath and a contraction of his abdomen, he curled into a ball, narrowly allowing that pillar-like arm to sweep above his torso. The ensuing gust nearly lifted him off his feet. He took advantage of the momentum to execute a rapid 720-degree spin, dissipating the impact while hurling several sharp fragments toward the Joker's eyes as makeshift projectiles. Too slow, too slow. Walker landed and rolled, muttering after Bane's injection. His speed didn't drop this much. Is your needle a counterfeit? Expired? Was the craftsmanship of the Joker's gang truly so crude? Could they not even replicate a decent muscle-enhancing serum? As he mocked, he darted like a wisp of smoke behind a bent, exposed steel rebar. The Titan Joker, struck in the eye by debris, heard Walker belittle his strength and succumbed to utter madness. He roared, his colossal foot lifting like a pile driver, crashing down upon the steel rebar where Walker had concealed himself. At the very moment the immense foot descended, Walker suddenly lunged to the side. Boom! The rebar was driven deep into the ground, bending into grotesque shapes. A terrifying footprint crater appeared where Walker had just hidden. Left, right. Alas, another miscalculation. Walker's voice, laced with mockery, echoed as he swiftly maneuvered through the swirling dust, his figure flickering unpredictably. You're so dim-witted that even a syringe can't save you. Before the injection, you were a madman. After the injection, merely a mindless lunatic. Have your muscles overrun your brain? At least Bane possessed some tactical acumen. What about you? All that remains is mindless smashing, like a frenzied gorilla. Is it cumbersome to wield the stolen goods? Walker continued to taunt, deliberately circling near the nuclear device. Observing your clumsy handling, you can't even steal a proper one smoothly. Bane's nuclear bomb at least had a respectable detonator. What is this mishmash you've cobbled together? The wiring resembles spaghetti. No wonder Batman dismantles it, as if it were child's play. Roar. The repetitive provocations of Titan, Joker, and junk ignited a fury within the Titan Joker that reached a fever pitch. He ceased pursuing Walker's elusive figure and instead, with a sudden surge, wrapped his arms around a massive metal support column, which bore the weight of part of the ceiling. The column's diameter exceeded 1/2 meter. Creak. Boom. The jarring sound of twisting metal echoed. In Walker's slightly astonished gaze, the Titan Joker's muscles, inflated to their utmost, unleashed an astonishing force, wrenching the heavy steel column from its concrete base. Debris and broken rebar cascaded like rain. A mortal enemy? With your penchant for imitation and thievery? As Walker hastily retreated to create distance, he continued to stoke the flames. Do you even deserve to be Batman's nemesis? You're merely a circus fool, a jester who relies on scavenging other scraps and low-quality stimulants for courage. A true arch-nemesis? That would be someone as dashing, formidable, and possessing an immortal trait as I am. The Joker, clutching the several-ton steel column, swung it like a colossal battering ram, sweeping towards Walker with earth-shattering force. The breadth of the sweep and the speed at which it approached nearly closed off all avenues for Walker to evade. A terrifying shadow loomed over Walker in an instant. There was no escape. Walker's gaze sharpened, his super sense calculating the only possible route of survival. Instead of retreating, he surged forward to meet the sweeping column. Just as the massive column was about to collide with him, he dropped low, sliding along the ground, his body nearly parallel to the earth. Simultaneously, he thrust his hands against the ground, propelling himself like a bolt from a crossbow, narrowly slipping through the less than half-meter gap beneath the column. The whirlwind created by the steel column shredded several tears in the tactical suit on his back. That was a close call. Walker executed a forward roll after passing through the colossal pillar, dramatically thumping his chest, though his complexion was slightly pale. That fleeting moment had indeed been a brush with death, even more ruthless than the demolition office. However, this pillar seemed to belong to the Wayne estate. Make sure to send the bill to Arkham. Oh, the Joker's accountant. The Titan Joker, having missed his strike, staggered slightly from the immense inertia. Seizing this ephemeral opportunity, Walker pressed forward rather than retreating. He dashed towards the gargantuan figure of the Joker like a blue specter, targeting not the vital points, but rather the relatively slender ankles that supported the massive frame. Experience this. Authentic service. Walker roared, as the tip of his alloy baton sprang forth with high-frequency, serrated edges. Channeling all his strength into the thrust, he aimed fiercely at the Achilles tendon of the Joker's right ankle, a critical node for power transmission and a notably vulnerable spot. With a sharp sound, the high-frequency serration tore through the tough, elephantine skin, embedding itself deeply into muscle and tendon. Green blood gushed forth. A thunderous roar erupted from the Titan Joker. Although the Achilles tendon was not completely severed, the excruciating pain and instant structural damage caused his enormous body to lose balance. Collapsing forward like a crumbling mountain, his massive knee struck the ground with a resounding thud, sending tremors through the earth. Batman, now's your chance. Dismantle that contraption. Taking advantage of the moment, Walker swiftly retreated, creating a safe distance while shouting towards Batman, who was intently working to unlock the final physical safeguard of the nuclear bomb. His voice tinged with a barely perceptible urgency. Leave this counterfeit Hulk to me. Let him witness the allure of a genuine trouble-solving expert. And perhaps give him a little foot repair? The Titan Joker struggled to rise, yet the intense pain and structural damage to his right ankle significantly hindered his movements. However, the madness and desire for destruction in his eyes remained undiminished. In fact, his injury only fueled his fury. He seized a massive concrete fragment from the ground, hurling it towards Walker like a cannonball. A new, more ferocious pursuit began, albeit limited in mobility. Meanwhile, the countdown's green light had blazed ominously to 005147. Time. Like the debris scattering beneath Walker's feet, raced by swiftly. Chapter 30. Crisis averted. Walker's deep blue figure danced amidst the Titan Joker's tumultuous onslaught, akin to a fragile vessel on the verge of being engulfed by monstrous waves, yet consistently managing to evade disaster by mere inches. No longer merely evading, he resembled a dancer teetering on the brink of death, each step precisely placed within the fissures of destruction. The Titan Joker's roar reverberated, shaking the very air. His colossal form was the most terrifying weapon, each stomp resonating with a groan from the landing pad, every punch slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. His massive fist descended like meteors. Boom! 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 3 alarming craters marred the landing pad, debris shooting out like deadly shrapnel. Walker's figure darted through the smoke and flying stones, rolling and leaping with astonishing speed. He utilized the shattered concrete blocks as a shield, deftly propelling himself away at the moment the Joker's fist descended. Sliding close to the ground, he evaded the sweeping giant arm that whistled past his head, the force of the wind tousling his hair and stinging his cheek. Too slow, too slow. Walker's voice echoed amidst the explosions, laced with a mocking tone. After the injection, Bane at least resembles a war god. What about you? A poorly inflated balloon? Pricked, and you deflate. With a nimble backflip, he evaded the Joker's attempt to seize him, pushing off the robust arm to leap towards a tilted steel beam. Left, right, above, below. Walker maneuvered rapidly along the beam, resembling an agile monkey, his taunts unceasing. Your attack patterns are more chaotic than a child's scribbles. Did you dilute Bane's Titan serum with laughing gas? Have you lost your mind? He accurately anticipated the Joker's massive hand reaching for the beam, gracefully leaping aside just before the fingers closed in. The steel beam creaked under the Joker's grip, warping grotesquely. Walker landed nearby, panting, his tactical suit soaked in sweat and debris, with several cuts from flying shrapnel. Yet under the influence of super regeneration, they healed swiftly, leaving only faint traces of blood. Using stolen goods is surely cumbersome. I sent it? Walker continued to provoke, observing the Joker's increasing frenzy from his misgrasp. Look at your clumsy hands. You can't even master authentic strength. Bane's nuclear plan may be foolish, but at least it's his own. What about you? Stealing nuclear bombs, pilfering serums. Even the notion of destroying Gotham is a hand-me-down idea. I'd say scavenger suits you better. A howl erupted from the Joker. Walker's repeated emphasis on theft and scavenging pierced deeply into the Titan Joker's frenzied mind, which was engulfed in rage, yet still bore the scars of twisted pride. He had completely lost his mind. His crimson eyes were now fixated solely on the annihilation of Walker. Disregarding the nuclear device beneath him, his massive form barreled forth like an uncontrollable dump truck, relentlessly pursuing the fleeting blue figure, colossal fists and feet smashing the tarmac into a ruinous landscape, dust swirling around them. Walker pushed his agility to the limits, dancing around the colossal beast amidst the debris and dust. He no longer sought lethal strikes. Instead, he capitalized on the terrain and the Joker's clumsiness due to his size, continually creating minor disturbances, striking the Joker's knees and ankles with a short club. Using sharp metal shards as makeshift darts aimed at the Joker's comparatively vulnerable eyes, even deliberately leading the Joker to collide with precariously balanced structural supports, causing more debris to rain down as distractions. Arch nemesis? You dare claim that? Walker exclaimed after narrowly avoiding a stomp, his voice breathless yet dripping with disdain. You don't even have your own style. Bane seeks conquest and order, while you crave chaos and the suffering of others. A true adversary is someone like Batman or myself, principled and cultured. You, merely a clown relying on scrap-picking and performance-enhancing drugs for courage, forever unfit for the stage. These words ignited the powder keg. The Titan Joker relinquished all defenses and finesse, embodying the essence of the primal beast. With a gaping maw dripping with saliva, he unleashed a roar that could shatter eardrums, his arms outstretched as if to embrace annihilation, pouncing upon Walker with the crushing force of a mountain. This leap encompassed an enormous range, nearly sealing off every avenue of escape for Walker, as Walker danced madly on the precipice of death, drawing the Titan Joker's wrath. Batman knelt before the nuclear device, engaged in a silent yet perilous battle. He bore the excruciating pain coursing through his bones as if they were crumbling, and the dizziness that overwhelmed him as he connected a miniature data probe to a relatively intact port on the nuclear control panel. Instantly, the interface behind his mask was inundated with a cascade of complex code and three-dimensional schematics. Barbara, Batman's voice crackled through the encrypted communication, laden with suppressed agony and intense focus. Connect to the main control. I require real-time structural analysis and path guidance. Countdown, 54 minutes and 11 seconds. Connected, Bruce. Came Barbara Gordon's calm and swift response from the Batcave, her fingers dancing across multiple holographic keyboards. The immense screen before her displayed the terrifying intricacies of the nuclear bomb. Goodness, this wiring is more chaotic than the Joker's mind. The primary detonator is safeguarded by triple encrypted physical locks, 2 of which are electronic traps. And the last is a mechanical puzzle. It's also linked to a neurotoxin release mechanism. This lunatic analyzed the pathway, prioritized disabling the electronic traps. Batman's fingers raced across the mini keyboard that emerged from his armored gauntlet, working in tandem with Barbara's remotely injected decryption program to breach the first electronic firewall. On the screen, a red light indicating danger flashed wildly. The first firewall employs a dynamic maze algorithm. It self-replicates and alters its path. Hold on, I'm remapping. Barbara's voice carried a hint of tension. A faint buzzing of electrical currents emanated from within the nuclear bomb, mocking their efforts. Time slipped away, second by second. The Titan Joker's roars and the rushing winds of Walker's evasions served as a backdrop, yet Batman's mind was utterly immersed in the torrent of data before him. Sweat mixed with blood trickled from his brow, landing on the cold metallic panel. The searing pain in his chest felt like a red-hot iron, each breath tugging at his wounds. Breakthrough. The first electronic trap has been disabled. Barbara's voice brightened with a touch of exhilaration. Be cautious. The second is a logic bomb. An incorrect move could trigger the backup detonator. I'm simulating the disarm. A thunderous crash erupted. The Titan Joker's massive form collided with the remnants of a nearby device, sending metal shards clattering against Batman's armor. Batman's body jolted violently, nearly causing him to mispress a crucial command. Bruce. Barbara gasped. Continue. Batman gritted his teeth and steadied himself. His gaze as cold as iron. He glanced at the countdown. 004803. Under Barbara's precise remote guidance, Batman operated like the most intricate of instruments, his fingers leaping across the mini keyboard as he unraveled the second complex logic trap. Each keystroke felt akin to dismantling a miniature bomb. The logic bomb has been disarmed. Well done, Bruce. Barbara's voice brimmed with approval. Now for the final challenge, the mechanical riddle lock. During the physical structure scan, damn it, it is encased in a lead box. Its internal configuration can only be inferred through external sensors and sonar imaging. Furthermore, it is connected to the pressure sensor of a gas valve. Any forced entry or erroneous unlocking would release toxic gas. Batman's gaze fixed upon an inconspicuous, rust-covered metal disc adorned with bizarre graffiti situated beside the main control panel. That is the mechanical riddle lock. Several concentric rings, capable of rotation, bore twisted letters and symbols. Structural analysis complete. Sending to your visor. Barbara spoke rapidly. According to the imaging, the lock's core structure is exceptionally intricate, featuring 7 interconnected pins that must be rotated in a specific sequence and angle to unlock. My heavens, this sequence is utterly illogical. It is entirely the Joker's whimsicality. Moreover, the rotation must be executed with absolute steadiness. Any violent tremor could trigger the pressure sensor. This task is nearly impossible, especially in an environment where the Titan Joker continuously creates seismic disturbances. Batman inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within his veins and the excruciating pain. He extended a hand that trembled slightly, yet remained remarkably steady, gently resting it upon the cold metal disc. The path for unlocking, as projected by the supercomputer, was vividly imprinted upon his retina. His mind was intensely focused, filtering out the cacophony of the outside world, the vibrations, and his own agony. The universe seemed to consist solely of this disc and the 7 pins that demanded precise manipulation. He commenced. His fingers delicately, steadily adjusted the first ring. The helipad shuddered violently once more. The Joker's colossal fist crashed nearby. Batman's body jolted. He forcibly steadied his arm, muscles taut to the limit, veins bulging at his temples. The scale of the ring struggled to align with the number 7 amidst the tremors. Walker. Batman growled, not even lifting his gaze. Received. A distant response from Walker, who understood, followed by his louder taunts and deliberately generated noise, attempting to draw the Joker further away. Batman's fingers moved with the precision of the most delicate instrument, attuned to the subtle sound of the gears meshing within the ring. Counterclockwise, 90 degrees, bead by bead, sweat trickled down his chin. Boom! Another thunderous sound. This time it was closer. The shockwave nearly caused Batman to lose his grip. He clenched his teeth, resolutely halting his body's movement, exerting superhuman willpower to control his fingers and complete the rotation at this angle. The operation grew increasingly arduous. Each tremor struck like a hammer upon his wounds, testing the limits of his nerves and body. His breathing became heavy and rapid. Alarms within the visor signaled that life signs were nearing a critical threshold. Yet, he blocked out everything. His eyes beheld only the disc, only the projected path. Batman's fingers resolutely and steadily rotated the final ring. 180 degrees. Only 10 degrees remaining. The Titan Joker seemed to sense something, or perhaps was simply drawn nearby by Walker, suddenly unleashing a deafening roar, his enormous foot crashing down upon the ground. Boom! The entire helipad shook violently as if struck by an earthquake of magnitude 8. Batman was hurled from the ground, and the ring in his hand slid past its designated scale amidst the tumult. A crisp yet terrifying click resonated from within the mechanical lock. Simultaneously, an inconspicuous valve next to the nuclear device erupted, releasing a pungent green gas. No! Barbara screamed in horror within the Batcave. The poison gas had been triggered. Batman's pupils dilated in shock. Had the final operation gone awry? Yet, the anticipated lethal gas did not envelop them. The green gas dissipated within less than half a second, extinguishing eerily. The valve emitted a series of hollow sounds, as if the toxic gas had been exhausted or replaced. Furthermore, the click was not the sound of a trap being sprung, but rather that of the lock mechanism being disengaged. At the center of the mechanical lock's disc, a small cap sprang open, revealing a red indicator light, flashing the word disarm. What? Both Batman and Barbara were momentarily taken aback. Immediately thereafter, on the nuclear bomb's control panel, the glaring green countdown halted abruptly at 000107. Then, all lights suddenly went out. The countdown screen plunged into darkness. The thick cables connected to the main power source lost their eerie green glow. Silence ensued. Only the howling night wind and the fading roars of the Joker echoed through the suddenly tranquil expanse of the helipad. The nuclear bomb had been disarmed? Under the conditions of a final operational error? That gas. Batman's gaze darted to the valve which had sputtered out and then ceased, as well as to the small indicator light within the mechanical lock. An absurd yet characteristically Joker-like thought struck him. The gas trap was merely a ruse. The true jest of the Joker was to instill in Batman a profound sense of pressure and fear, leading him to believe he had failed, only to discover it was all a false alarm in the end. Or perhaps the gas canister contained nothing more than paint? Barbara's status confirmed. Batman's voice, tinged with the raspy remnants of survival and disbelief, echoed, confirmed. Bruce, all detonation signals have vanished. The core energy source is offline. The nuclear bomb has truly been disarmed. Barbara's voice trembled with excitement and relief. You did it. At the last moment, wait, that gas was his joke. Batman slowly rose to his feet, the intense pain in his chest surging as his tension eased, nearly causing him to falter. He glanced into the distance, where Walker, seizing the Joker's momentary astonishment due to the disarmament, executed a precise, sliding kick to attack the adversary's injured ankle, then rolled away, escaping the fray. A signature smirk of survival on his face. Walker gasped for breath, gazing at the now utterly dark countdown screen, then at the still sputtering gas valve, rolling his eyes. What a farce. After all that, the grand finale was a silent fart? Joker, you owe me a refund for this party planning. Batman disregarded Walker's jibes, fatigue overtaking him as he closed his eyes and inhaled deeply the air, now free of the shadows of death, yet still tinged with smoke and dust. Gotham was momentarily safe, but the battle was far from over. His gaze turned towards the distant Titan, momentarily disoriented by the deactivation of the nuclear bomb, only to erupt into a more hysterical fury. Chapter 31. The setting sun leaning against the cold, disarmed shell of the nuclear bomb, Walker gasped for breath, sweat mingling with dust and a hint of blood trickling down his face. He stared at the extinguished countdown screen and the hissing gas valve, unable to suppress a dramatic eye roll as he began his post-battle critique directed at the staggering Batman. I must say, Batman, you and this green-skinned lunatic make quite the pair. One injects himself to morph into a demolition giant, while the other, clad in a $1 million suit, takes the harshest blows, relying on a hacker at home for bomb disposal guidance. The two of you, in this love-hate saga, could stretch into 100 seasons of a series. The ratings would undoubtedly soar. Walker's words were abruptly cut off, replaced by a shrill, distorted scream, just as he let his guard down, indulging in his taunts. The Titan's green shadow, momentarily confused by the nuclear bomb's deactivation and reignited by Walker's final quip about the hacker and the series, lunged forth with unprecedented speed. The Titan Joker's crimson eyes blazed with pure, unbridled fury, intent on reducing everything to dust. His colossal form surged toward Walker with the force of a freight train. A massive hand, adorned with sickly green patterns, shot out like a bear trap. Walker's pride in his superhuman perception faltered against the absolute might and velocity of the Titan, compounded by his own momentary lapse. He could only manage half an evasive maneuver. Crack, crack. The horrific sound of shattering bones echoed simultaneously. One of the Titan Joker's giant hands seized Walker's left shoulder, while the other clutched his right upper arm, gripping like iron pincers. Roar. The Joker emitted a howl, a blend of rage and sadistic pleasure. His biceps bulged grotesquely, veins protruding as if they might burst. The inhuman, purely physical force of destruction erupted forth without reserve. No. Batman's eyes widened in horror as he prepared to rush forward to intervene, but his severely injured body delayed him by mere fractions of a second. With a heart-wrenching scream that transcended human limits, Walker's anguish filled the air as the Titan Joker violently tore his arms apart. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining the Joker's grotesque green palms, as well as Walker's tattered tactical suit and the ground beneath him. Walker's arms were brutally ripped from their shoulder joints with appalling ferocity. The gory wound was a grotesque tableau of mangled flesh, shattered bone, and torn nerves and blood vessels, all grotesquely exposed to the harsh air. Walker's voice was choked by excruciating pain, leaving only a broken, discordant whimper. His body was flung like a rag doll by the Titan Joker, carving a vivid line of crimson as he crashed heavily into a corner piled high, with debris at the edge of the helipad. Blood swiftly spread beneath him, while his super-regenerative abilities appeared to falter momentarily under such horrific trauma. The writhing flesh at the severed arm seemed trivial amidst the torrent of blood. He curled in the ruins, his face as pale as parchment, his body convulsing violently, his gaze vacant and filled with an overwhelming agony and weakness. Ha! The Titan Joker gazed at the two severed arms still twitching in his grasp, emitting a low, satisfied chuckle, reminiscent of a beast indulging in its feast. He carelessly discarded the severed limbs like refuse, his blood-red eyes turning to Batman, filled with cruel provocation. The pesky fly has been swatted. Now it's your turn, Bat. Let us conclude this party. Batman stood resolute, refusing to glance at Walker's horrific state lest it distract him. To prevent any potential contingencies the Joker might have, he needed to ensure the nuclear device was far removed from Gotham City. His icy gaze pierced through the mask like two tempered daggers, fixated on the Titan Joker. As the fury within him transformed from a raging tempest into the most profound and chilling intent to kill. Although Walker was noisy and of dubious origin, he had just bought Gotham time in his own way, and now he was enduring such inhumane torture at the hands of his enemy. Nightwing, execute Plan 7. Now, Batman's voice crackled through the communicator, cold, concise, and unequivocal, without an ounce of hesitation. Received. Bruce. Hold on. Nightwing's voice immediately responded, laden with unprecedented gravity. Almost simultaneously with Batman's command, a piercing scream of an engine tore through the dark night sky. The sleek silhouette of the Batplane emerged like a colossal bat surging from the depths of hell, breaking through Gotham's low-hanging clouds with pinpoint precision, hovering directly above the pinnacle of Wayne Tower. Beneath its belly, a set of powerful electromagnetic suction devices and towing chains sprang forth instantaneously. Buzz! A formidable electromagnetic field enveloped the disarmed nuclear device. The suction apparatus firmly latched onto the bomb's body, while the towing chains coiled and secured it like a gigantic serpent. Target locked. Towing initiated, Nightwing declared from the cockpit, his gaze sharp as an eagle as he maneuvered the controls. The Batplane's engines roared deafeningly. The tremendous thrust countered the weight of the nuclear device, and amidst the agonizing screech of metal grinding against metal, the heavy bomb was wrenched from its welded landing pad base. Debris and broken rebar cascaded down. Grr! The Titan Joker seemed momentarily bewildered by this sudden turn of events, watching in confusion and fury as his meticulously prepared grand fireworks display was hoisted away. Farewell. Joker's masterpiece, Batman coldly remarked. The Batwing soared without hesitation, clutching its lethal cargo, and surged upward like an arrow released from its bow, racing at full speed towards Gotham Bay. Its velocity was such that it left only a fleeting blur in the night sky, accompanied by the resonant roar of its engines. Mere seconds later, at the horizon where the sea met the sky, an intense, silent flash erupted, momentarily illuminating half the night sky. Subsequently, a colossal, billowing mushroom cloud ascended slowly above the distant horizon. The muffled sound of the explosion rolled in like a delayed thunder, reverberating through the air. It could no longer inflict any harm upon Gotham. The nuclear explosion's radiance cast a glow upon the pinnacle of Wayne Tower, illuminating the steadfast figure of Batman and the grotesquely contorted visage of the Titan Joker, whose plans had unraveled utterly. As the brilliance faded, only the expanding gray smoke, a symbol of the successful diversion of destruction, remained, along with the profound silence enveloping the shattered dome beneath Gotham's night sky. Batman turned slowly, facing the Titan beast, now engulfed in a tempest of rage and despair. He flexed his neck, producing a faint sound of bones grinding. The sharp pain in his chest persisted, his wounds searing, yet his gaze was resolute, cold, and ablaze with a fierce determination to seek justice for this scarred city, for his ally who had lost both arms, and for himself. His cape billowed in the night wind, resembling a black battle flag unfurled. He assumed the classic fighting stance, his voice low yet foreboding. "Now, Joker, it is just you and me." The final showdown commenced amidst the lingering glow of the nuclear explosion and the blood dripping from Walker's severed limb. There was no retreat, only an absolute conclusion. Chapter 32. The finale. The afterglow of the nuclear blast waned at the horizon, and Wayne Tower returned to the dim light of emergency lamps. The Titan Joker's roar transformed from a maniacal declaration to an expression of impotent fury, a result of his plan's total collapse and the disdain for his once mighty power. His massive form, oozing green drool, charged forward with a wrathful force capable of crushing all in its path. Resembling a runaway mountain of flesh as it collided with the dark night standing firm before him, Batman did not confront him head-on. His injured body was incapable of such a feat. Instead, he remained like a solitary rock amidst a tempest, calm, unwavering, yet poised for a lethal counterattack. With a whoosh, the Joker's colossal fist descended with a piercing shriek, aimed to tear through the air. Batman slightly angled his body, skillfully gliding half a step to the left, executing a minimal yet exquisite movement that allowed the devastating punch to graze past his armored chest, the wind from its passage causing his cape to whip audibly. At the moment the fist missed, exhausted from its previous momentum and lacking new strength, Batman seized the opportunity. Rather than retreating, he lunged forward like a spring compressed to its limit, launching himself into the fray, channeling all his strength and the support of his armor. His right fist struck with the precision of an armor-piercing round, landing squarely beneath the Titan Joker's right ribcage, where the liver resided. A critical point for the transfer of power in his massive frame. Thud! A thunderous sound akin to a drumbeat reverberated through the air. The colossal form of the Titan Joker staggered slightly from the impact, a surge of pain eliciting a guttural, furious grunt. Instinctively, his massive left hand swept across, attempting to swat away the bothersome bat. However, Batman had already anticipated the move. He crouched low, allowing the giant palm to swoosh overhead, while simultaneously executing a swift kick with his left leg, striking the outer side of the Joker's right knee. A heavy thud echoed. The Joker's right leg buckled violently, throwing his enormous body off balance once more. Batman skillfully rolled backward, creating distance between them, his movements fluid and graceful, as if the agonizing pain in his chest and the injuries throughout his body were mere illusions. Each evasion was meticulously calculated, and every counterattack struck with precision, showcasing the pinnacle of martial prowess. Roar! The Joker was utterly enraged. His fists descended like a pile driver, attempting to overwhelm Batman with sheer, unrelenting assault. Boom! 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 Debris flew across the tarmac, enveloped in a cloud of dust. Batman darted through the haze and shadows of fists, utilizing the craters created by the Joker's blows as cover and leverage, moving like a phantom, fluidly shifting left and right. He no longer sought heavy strikes. Instead, he unleashed a continuous barrage of small yet precise attacks to disrupt the Joker's balance, targeting the vulnerable joints, neck, and eyes. The electric gauntlets flickered with blue light, crashing down on the Joker's elbow, instantly numbing his arm. The freezing gas canister released a chilling mist, momentarily hindering the Joker's injured ankle. A batarang flew with pinpoint accuracy toward the Joker's eyes, forcing him to shut them or turn away, creating further openings. In a corner cluttered with debris, Walker leaned against the cold wall, his face as pale as parchment, although his super regenerative abilities were fervently at work, rapidly weaving together flesh to seal the horrific wound where his arm had been. The agonizing pain and the weakness from blood loss rendered him nearly immobile. Yet, this did not impede his incessant chatter. Beautiful. That slide. 95 points. Deduct 5 for lack of style. Walker's voice was weak, yet retained a teasing edge, each utterance sending jolts of pain through his wound, causing him to grimace. Thud! Batman landed another powerful punch in the same spot beneath the Joker's ribs. Oh, a combo. Strike him in the liver. Let him taste the bitterness of a hangover, Walker hissed, taking a sharp breath. Batman maneuvered behind the Joker, delivering a crushing elbow strike to the junction at the base of his neck. A critical hit, a strike to the weak point. I told you that tube was an eyesore, but be careful not to burst that shoddy battery of his. The green goo will be a nightmare to clean. Walker smirked as he observed the Joker howl in agony from the blow to his neck. The Joker, in a fit of rage, spun around. His massive hand sweeping through the air, Batman narrowly evaded, leaning back just in time, his cape torn open. Wow, that was close. Almost became the capeless hero. But seriously, it's time for a new cape. That one is tattered beyond recognition. Has Wayne Enterprises gone bankrupt? Walker couldn't resist the jab. Batman seized upon the Joker's momentary lapse, delivering a fierce knee strike to the adversary's injured right knee. A sharp crack echoed through the air. The Titan Joker let out a thunderous howl of agony, his massive form collapsing to one knee, engulfed by a cloud of dust. A splendid execution, targeting the lower body, is essential when dealing with such a behemoth. Cripple him, Walker shouted with exhilaration, only to wince in pain as his injury flared. But buddy, your strikes are truly ruthless, and I admire that. The Titan Joker knelt, overwhelmed by both excruciating pain and the immense fatigue brought on by his own rage. His crimson eyes fixated on the relentless figure of Batman, a being akin to an indomitable cockroach, filled with resentment, fury, and a hint of utter bewilderment at being tactically overpowered. The strength bestowed by Titan Venom was ferocious, yet lacked the rational control to wield it effectively, rendering him an unwieldy burden under Batman's surgical precision. Batman offered no respite. Like a shadowy bolt of lightning, he surged forward once more. This time, he leapt high, channeling every ounce of his strength, Gotham's fury, and the price Walker paid for his severed arm, consolidating it all into one final blow. The hydraulic mechanisms concealed within his armored legs emitted a final hum. For Jason, for Gotham, for all those you have harmed. A deep and powerful voice resonated within Batman's heart. His right foot, akin to a battle axe, brought forth an intent to rend as it struck fiercely against the Titan Joker's chin, which had sagged slightly from the pain. The sound of crushing bone was excruciatingly clear. The Titan Joker's colossal head snapped back violently, his neck emitting a strained groan under the burden. The frenzied crimson light in his eyes extinguished abruptly, replaced by a vacant stare. His massive form, once grand as a mountain, lost all support, toppling backward like a felled tree, crashing heavily onto the debris-laden helipad, raising a cloud of dust. The earth trembled beneath the impact. As the dust settled, the Titan Joker lay motionless in the wreckage. His vast body began to visibly wither, his once vibrant green skin turning ashen, sinewy muscles deflating like a punctured balloon, ultimately returning to the pitiful visage of the frail, ragged clown clad in tattered purple rags. Now adorned with bruises and bloodstains, his chin askew at an unnatural angle, entirely unconscious. The side effects of Titan Venom began to manifest. He would require a prolonged recovery. But at this moment, he was merely a shell devoid of menace. Batman stood before his fallen nemesis, gasping for breath. The searing pain in his chest felt like a tsunami, threatening to topple him. He knelt, summoning the last remnants of his strength to remain upright, disarming the nuclear threat, engaging in combat, and ultimately vanquishing the Titan Joker had drained every last ounce of his energy. In the night sky, the sound of the Batplane's engines grew closer, shattering the eerie silence of the rooftop. It hovered above the ravaged helipad like a loyal black falcon, steadfast in its vigil. The hatch opened, revealing Nightwing's silhouette at the entrance, a rope dangling down. Bruce. Nightwing's voice resonated with concern and a sense of relief following triumph. His gaze swiftly scanned the scene. The disarmed nuclear missile platform, the unconscious Joker, Walker slumped against the wall with a pale visage, and the gruesome sight of his severed arm twitching grotesquely, alongside Batman, kneeling on one knee, clearly at his limits. I'm fine. Batman's voice was a raspy whisper, barely audible as he struggled to rise, unsteadily making his way toward the unconscious Joker. He retrieved a specially designed high-strength polymer restraint, binding the Joker tightly like a rice dumpling. ensuring that even upon regaining consciousness, he would remain immobile. "Hey, Bluebird, over here," Walker called out weakly, attempting to lift his chin slightly, the only movement he could manage. "Could you lend a hand? This new look makes it rather inconvenient to move." He gestured toward his bare shoulder. Nightwing slid down the rope, swiftly reaching Walker's side. Upon witnessing the horrific severed arm and the pallor of Walker's face drained of blood from the pain and loss, even accustomed to bloodshed, Nightwing felt a tightening in his chest. "Hold on, Walker," he said solemnly, carefully avoiding the wound as he applied professional rescue techniques to secure Walker's body onto a makeshift stretcher. Meanwhile, Batman had already dragged the bound Joker beneath the aircraft. Nightwing assisted, using the lift line to hoist the stretchers of both the Joker and Walker into the cabin in succession. Lastly, Nightwing supported the nearly exhausted Batman. Grasping the rope, the Batplane ascended slowly, leaving behind the blood-soaked battlefield atop Wayne Tower, steeped in madness and the taste of eventual victory. Alongside the distant gray mushroom cloud over the sea, a symbol of destruction. Inside the cabin, the hum of the engines served as a backdrop. Walker lay on the stretcher. Though weak, he cast a glance at the unconscious Joker beside him and the resting Batman, whose eyes were closed in quiet meditation, eliciting a faint, characteristic smirk at the corners of his mouth. "Finally, this job is over. The overtime pay better be doubled," he murmured, his voice diminishing, as the toll of super regeneration and blood loss began to plunge him into a semi-conscious state. Batman offered no reply. He merely gazed through the porthole at Gotham City below, gradually receding, still flickering with sporadic fires, but no longer overshadowed by the specter of nuclear devastation. The Dark Knight, battered and bruised, had once again pulled Gotham back from the brink of annihilation. Meanwhile, the armless, incessantly chattering mercenary would become yet another intricate riddle within the Batcave. The aircraft set its course straight for the Batcave. A new dilemma, perhaps, was only just beginning. Chapter 33. Interrogation: A blinding white light. Followed by the acrid scent of disinfectant mingling with some form of advanced biological gel, an unpleasant aroma. Walker abruptly opened his eyes, his vision shifting from blurred to focused. Before him was a curved, transparent, high-strength glass dome. He lay within a medical pod filled with pale blue nutrient fluid. The warm liquid enveloped him, and the severed arm radiated a persistent, deep-seated itch, the unmistakable sign of his super regeneration abilities working frantically. He attempted to move his neck. Fortunately, it was intact. Then, he cast a glance at his shoulder. Walker emitted an indecipherable exclamation. The spot where his arms had been violently torn away was now covered with a thick layer of tissue resembling a translucent membrane, and pink new flesh was visibly intertwining and growing beneath it. Blood vessels and nerves extended rapidly like intricate circuit boards, reconstructing themselves. Although he was far from regrowing his arms completely, this terrifying rate of regeneration exceeded the realm of ordinary comprehension. The indicator lights in the medical pod shifted from red to green, and the fluid within began to slowly descend, accompanied by a slight hissing sound. The arched glass cover slid upwards, allowing a refreshing breeze to rush in. "Awake, are we?" A calm, intelligent female voice inquired from the side. Walker turned his still somewhat stiff neck to see Barbara Gordon in her wheelchair, manipulating the control panel, her gaze scrutinizing him through her glasses with serene composure. "How do you feel, Mr. Walker? Or should I refer to you as the troubleshooting specialist? It feels like being run over by a truck and then pieced back together." Walker's voice was somewhat hoarse as he attempted to sit up, the newly formed muscle tissue pulling and aching, causing him to grimace. "However, it's better than being torn in half by that green-skinned maniac. As for the name, Walker works just fine, Barbara, or even Oracle, whichever you prefer." He flashed a characteristic, albeit somewhat feeble, smile. Barbara paid no heed to his casual address, maneuvering her wheelchair closer to offer him a glass of water. "Hydrate. Your regenerative capabilities demand an astonishing amount of energy and resources. Alfred is preparing food." Walker accepted the cup and gulped it down, feeling his parched throat considerably relieved. "Thanks. So, is the party over? How's the city? The nuclear crisis has been averted." Barbara's tone carried a hint of relief. Nightwing and Commissioner Gordon managed the majority of the ensuing chaos, and the National Guard finally arrived to restore order and assist with evacuations. The nuclear explosion occurred in a safe maritime zone, causing no casualties or environmental damage, though some coastal buildings had their windows shattered. Gotham has weathered the storm. And Bane? That sore loser? Bane has been transferred from Blackgate Prison to the highest security confinement unit at Arkham Asylum. The interface for his neck and power apparatus has been permanently removed, and he has been implanted with potent neuroinhibitors and muscle atrophy agents. He is now merely a strong prisoner burdened by painful memories, his threat level significantly diminished. And the Joker? That lunatic who turns green and then back again? Barbara's voice turned cold. He received emergency treatment, primarily to repair the jaw you misaligned and to eliminate the residual Titan toxin metabolites from his system. The toxin inflicted irreversible damage on his body, including accelerated cellular degradation and potential permanent neurological disturbances. He is currently imprisoned in Arkham's deepest, most secure ultimate cell, under 24-hour surveillance, with the highest level of restraints. The order was personally signed by Commissioner Gordon to ensure he spent his twilight years safely. Twilight years? Huh. Walker nearly sprayed water everywhere. I wager he wouldn't have calmed down even inside, perhaps even digging at the walls with a spoon. Nonetheless, well done. Bane has shut the Black Door. The Joker has secured Arkham, and Gotham's dynamic duo has acquired a new suite. How delightful. He shrugged. Our little gecko is awake. Came a teasing voice. Nightwing entered, having changed out of his uniform into a simple shirt and cargo pants, a relaxed smile on his face, though his eyes remained watchful of Walker. How does it feel? Quite marvelous. ISNT it to have a new arm? Like watching a time-lapse of a plant growing? Splendid, Bluebird, Walker retorted. Far more pleasing to the eye than that garish blue spandex of yours. At least my new arm is original, and I didn't have to pay for it. He intentionally shook his shoulder, the writhing flesh beneath appearing somewhat unsettling. Nightwing raised an eyebrow. Original? Let us hope so. Let us not have 3 hands or tentacles with suction cups sprouting out. As the two exchanged banter, Alfred Pennyworth wheeled in a meticulously arranged dining cart. Upon it lay steaming roasted beef, Yorkshire pudding, vegetables, and a rich, aromatic meat broth. Mr. Walker, Master Grayson, Alfred said gracefully, bowing slightly. Given Mr. Walker's body is currently in a rapid regeneration phase, requiring substantial energy and protein, I have prepared easily digestible meals. Please enjoy. The aroma of the food wafted through the air, instantly brightening Walker's eyes as his stomach audibly grumbled in agreement. Alfred, you are nothing short of an angel. The only light in Gotham's darkness. He eagerly gestured for Barbara to assist in placing the meal before him. Nightwing also sat down, picking up his utensils. Alfred's culinary skills are one of the most potent weapons in the Batcave, capable of healing all physical and emotional wounds. Walker took a hearty sip of the broth through the special straw Barbara had handed him, sighing in satisfaction. Delicious. This flavor surpasses the Joker's concoctions 1,000-fold. Alfred, would you be interested in switching jobs? I'll hire you as my personal chef. The salary is negotiable. I guarantee it's more than what Bruce Wayne offers. He continued to devour his meal greedily while also undermining his rival. Alfred merely smiled slightly, non-committal. It is my honor to serve you, Mr. Walker. Just as Walker was engrossed in a piece of roast beef and Nightwing was quietly eating, familiar footsteps echoed from the entrance of the Batcave. Bruce Wayne entered, having shed his damaged bat armor for a simple black turtleneck and trousers, though the weariness of battle and several lingering bruises marred his countenance. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, landing squarely on Walker, who was indulging heartily. The relaxed atmosphere within the cave instantly stiffened. Nightwing set down his fork. Barbara maneuvered her wheelchair slightly back, and Alfred stood quietly to the side. Only Walker continued to struggle with a piece of beef, seemingly oblivious to the heavy scrutiny upon him. Batman approached the medical pod, pulled up a chair, and sat down, his movements betraying a subtle stiffness. He remained silent, merely gazing at Walker with his blue-gray eyes that seemed capable of piercing through the soul. The calmness in his demeanor was accompanied by an undeniable sense of pressure. Finally swallowing the food in his mouth, Walker licked his lips and raised his head to meet Batman's gaze, a sardonic smile returning to his face. Hey, you look well. It seems you had a good night's sleep. Wait, it appears none of us actually slept. Regardless, I appreciate the hospitality. Alfred's culinary skills have rescued my palate and spirit. Walker let out a satisfied burp, feeling temporarily soothed by Alfred's cooking amidst the overwhelming energy deficit and phantom pain from his severed arm. However, the relaxed ambience within the Batcave froze the instant Bruce Wayne entered. Batman did not glance at the food, nor did he acknowledge Nightwing or Barbara. His blue-gray eyes, akin to precision searchlights, were firmly fixed on Walker. He pulled out a chair and sat down, his movements carrying a hint of barely perceptible stiffness. Yet his presence loomed as heavy as a mountain. Walker. Batman's voice was low and devoid of pleasantries, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. Who are you? This inquiry was far more fundamental and perilous than Walker had anticipated. Nightwing and Barbara exchanged a glance, while Alfred paused his tidying, his gaze steady and contemplative upon Walker. Chapter 34. Half-truths. The satisfaction on Walker's face gradually faded, replaced by a deeper, more complex expression laced with amusement, fatigue, and a tinge of pity. He leaned against the soft padding of the medical pod, his newly formed shoulder tissue subtly writhing under the surgical lights, emitting a faint buzzing sound like some eerie background noise. Wow, Walker sighed softly, his tone losing its levity as he bypassed small talk to pose the ultimate question. Who am I? A conundrum philosophers have debated for millennia without resolution. He paused, meeting Batman's unwavering, penetrating gaze that seemed capable of unmasking all lies. Finally, he smiled, resigned. All right, I understand what you wish to ask. It is not the name Walker nor the title of troubleshooting expert that piques your curiosity. You seek to know where I come from, correct? Batman offered no words, merely nodding slightly. His silence exerted the most formidable pressure. Walker's gaze traversed Batman, then Nightwing, Barbara, and ultimately rested on Alfred, as if weighing how much to disclose. All right, he inhaled deeply, as if steeling himself. Since the nuclear fireworks of Gotham have concluded, I might as well present my credentials to you. However, brace yourselves, for what I am about to reveal may shatter your worldview, more potent than the Joker's laughing gas. He adjusted his position for greater comfort, his eyes drifting off as if recalling a distant realm. The world as you perceive it, Gotham Metropolis, the Justice League, all of it. Walker's voice deepened, imbued with a peculiar, otherworldly detachment, is merely one of infinite possibilities. What do you mean? Nightwing could not help but interject, his brow furrowed in confusion. Walker gazed directly into Batman's eyes and articulated with deliberate clarity, there is not merely one universe. They resemble soap bubbles, floating within the infinite sea of the source. Each bubble harbors a unique Earth, a Gotham, and possibly even a Batman. The Batcave lay shrouded in an eerie silence, broken only by the faint hum of medical apparatus and the sizzling sound of Walker's regenerating severed arm. The notion of parallel universes seemed to Nightwing and Barbara like a fantastical tale. Barbara's fingers unconsciously tapped against the armrest of her wheelchair, her mind racing to find support within known scientific theories, only to encounter a vast emptiness. Nightwing's expression was rife with incredulity. This revelation shattered his understanding more profoundly than any superpower or extraterrestrial technology could. Only Batman remained stoic. His expression barely shifted, yet his deep blue-gray eyes constricted sharply at the moment Walker spoke of infinite possibilities, as if a tempest was brewing beneath a tranquil sea. His body tensed imperceptibly for an instant, as if the cognitive framework he had long constructed about the world had been violently rent asunder by those few words. Evidence? Batman's voice remained steady, though a subtle tension crept in upon closer inspection. Evidence? Walker offered a wry smile, gesturing with his chin toward his shoulder, which was undergoing a frantic regeneration. Does this count? And consider my equipment, the technological lineage of those gadgets. Does it not seem rather unfamiliar? He paused, observing the piercing scrutiny in Batman's gaze, before continuing. As for something more direct, I can tell you that in one of those bubbles, Gotham is ruled by a clandestine organization known as the Court of Owls for centuries. In another, Superman is not from Krypton, but rather raised as a red sun by the Soviet Union. And in yet another bubble, you are all mere cartoon characters, playthings of a fifth-dimensional being known as the Trickster. The absurdity of Walker's descriptions was laced with a chilling sense of detail. Barbara's complexion paled slightly, while Nightwing stood in stunned silence. And Walker's voice took on a self-deprecating tone, hail from one of those bubbles, a place perhaps a touch more lively than yours. Superpowered beings abound, and aliens are as common as dogs. Over there, I am, well, a freelancer. Walker shrugged his intact shoulder, causing a ripple of pain to flash across his face. Just picking up odd jobs, solving minor troubles. Yet, as he shifted his tone, a playful glint returned to his eyes, as if he were not the one who had just dropped a metaphorical bombshell. These philosophical discourses and cosmic geography lectures can be quite exhausting. Could I trouble you for a glass of water, Alfred? He no longer met Batman's penetrating gaze. Instead, he began to survey the entirety of the Batcave with newfound interest. His gaze swept across the cold metallic supports, the humming arrays of colossal servers, the generations of bat suits displayed behind the blast-proof glass, and finally settled on the sleek, menacing Batmobile, an embodiment of the night itself. Wow, is this the legendary Batmobile? Walker whistled, his tone laced with a discerning appreciation akin to that of an antique connoisseur. Its design is undeniably cool, a classic model. But do you folks still rely on a fuel engine with a turbocharger? No warp drive or anti-gravity suspension. TSK, a purely mechanical drivetrain? This contraption would be considered a gem from the early Industrial Revolution in our museums. He shook his head, his voice tinged with a sense of pity for the revelry of city dwellers. His eyes then turned to the control panel adorned with screens and instruments that flickered with intricate lights. This main control interface blends physical buttons with touchscreens. The design style is quite retro and robust. What is the information flow processing speed? Will real-time analysis of the city surveillance data experience lag? Oh, is that a molecular analyzer? Quite sizable. Its integration could be improved. Walker resembled a visitor from a futuristic realm, critiquing each piece of equipment that the Bat family regarded as cutting-edge or even arcane technology, his tone casual yet underscored by a palpable sense of dimensional critique. His observations accurately pinpointed the technological disparity, leaving Nightwing and Barbara exchanging glances, the shock from the parallel universe momentarily dulled by this more tangible and trivial evaluation. Yet the chill in their hearts deepened if what he said bore truth. Alfred approached with a glass of water, his steps steady, yet a hint of profound gravity lingered in his gaze. Walker accepted the cup, gulping down a generous sip and sighing contentedly. Thanks, Alfred. You're always the most reliable. He set the cup down, his gaze returning to Batman, wearing that infuriatingly nonchalant smile as if nothing had transpired. So, Batman, the tour was quite steeped in historical significance. Do you lack a technical consultant here? Free upgrades, no hidden agendas. Batman remained silent, a timeless black statue. Walker's revelations about the parallel universe were like stones cast into a deep pool, their ripples forcibly suppressed by Batman's formidable will. He needed time to digest, validate, and analyze this groundbreaking information. Yet, Walker's deliberate shift in conversation and flippant critiques felt more like a provocation, a retreat into a facade of nonchalance after dropping a bombshell. That cold, unyielding gaze once again fixed on Walker. Your wound, Batman's voice rumbled low, akin to thunder resonating from the depths of the earth, shattering the light-hearted atmosphere Walker had constructed. You appear to be recovering swiftly. Instinctively, Walker glanced at his shoulder, which had largely ceased its writhing, now covered with fresh, tender skin. The sizzling noise significantly diminished. No big deal, just a routine matter. Good. Batman's voice was devoid of emotion, yet bore an oppressive finality. Now leave my cave. The expulsion was issued with crisp decisiveness, leaving no room for negotiation. Walker's smile faltered momentarily, then he exaggeratedly spread his hands. Wow, how heartless. I just helped you avoid becoming the brightest firework in the sky, and I even contributed this explosive cosmic gossip. Yet not even a cup of hot cocoa? Is this the famed hospitality of the Batcave in Gotham? Batman remained silent, merely stepping forward. The shadows seemed to extend with his movement, accentuating his already imposing stature. Those eyes beneath the domino mask were sharp as blades, conveying a singular message. Now. Immediately. Chapter 35. Recuperation. Batman's eviction order resonated with authority. Yet Walker evidently had no intention of leaving Gotham obediently. He took refuge in Wayne Manor under the pretext that Gotham required his expertise to observe potential secondary disasters following the nuclear crisis, thus temporarily residing in a relatively secluded guest room of the grand edifice that loomed over the city from a cliff on Gotham's outskirts. Wayne Manor itself was a silent chronicle of Gotham's history. Its towering Gothic spires pierced the overcast sky, while the heavy stone walls were adorned with the scars of time and ivy. The immense stained glass windows depicted obscure religious or familial totems, casting enchanting shadows in the sunlight. The interior space was almost overwhelmingly vast, featuring a soaring vaulted hall, long corridors lined with opulent Persian carpets, and niches displaying priceless antiques, all showcasing the wealth and power amassed by the Wayne family over centuries. Yet beneath this extreme luxury lingered an inescapable chill and antiquated aura, as if the sunlight struggled to truly warm the grand, intricately carved oak furniture. Walker was placed in the West Wing, far removed from the main house's clamor, with his room overlooking a meticulously tended yet wild rose garden. Alfred displayed his unparalleled skills as a butler, alongside a subtle curiosity, ensuring Walker was comfortably settled under Bruce Wayne's taciturn approval. Walker extolled the manor's opulence and Alfred's attentive service, particularly praising Alfred's sweet biscuits as a transcendent healing elixir. The days of recuperation were far from tedious. Walker soon found amusement. "Hey, Bluebird," he called from the heavy oak doorframe leading to the underground training facility, addressing Nightwing, who was practicing aerial maneuvers in the spacious area filled with high-tech training equipment below. "You're looking quite agile. Care to help an injured fellow stretch his limbs?" "Don't worry, I one-team need a second hand, just this one that's healed." The cold metallic sheen of the training ground starkly contrasted with the classical luxury of the manor above. Nightwing paused, observing Walker's dangling arm and eager expression, raising an eyebrow. He glanced toward Batman, who stood like a statue beside the massive array of servers, offering no response, as if granting tacit approval. Intrigued, Nightwing decided to probe into the mysterious figure's depths, even if it meant using just one hand. "All right, as long as you don't cry," Nightwing set his stance. The battle commenced swiftly. Nightwing's agility and combat skills were top-notch, yet Walker, with only one arm and nimble footwork, displayed astonishing combat intuition and predictive abilities. He seems to possess an uncanny ability to anticipate Nightwing's attack trajectory mere moments in advance, skillfully evading with minimal movement and executing occasional counterattacks that are both cunning and precise, compelling Nightwing to treat him with the utmost seriousness. It is not sheer strength that grants him an advantage, but rather his experience and an indescribable sense of rhythm that enable him to hold his ground even in a one-armed state. "Impressive. That spinning kick nearly grazed my handsome face." Walker dodged a strike, his voice playful, echoing slightly in the high, expansive training hall. "However, if you had directed your force just a couple of inches lower, it would have been far more effective against someone with an unsteady base, like certain individuals who don heavy armor and prefer to strike a pose from elevated positions." His gaze subtly directed towards Batman. Batman remained silent, yet Nightwing distinctly sensed the intensity of his mentor's scrutiny, as if that gaze could penetrate the frigid air of the training facility. One afternoon, Walker encountered Bruce Wayne descending the grand staircase of the manor, having just returned from a meeting at Wayne Enterprises. Dressed in a meticulously tailored suit, his hair impeccably styled, Bruce bore a suitably fatigued yet elite smile, preparing to ascend and change attire. Sunlight filtered through the immense stained glass rose window, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon him, creating an odd juxtaposition with the portraits of generations of the Wayne family adorning the staircase. "Wow." Walker languidly leaned against the polished mahogany banister, an energy bar provided by Alfred dangling from his mouth, his eyes appraising Bruce. "Bruce, darling, just back from a photo shoot for the cover of Playboy? That transition speed is remarkable, even quicker than my dimensional jumper's warm-up." His exaggerated tone resonated oddly in the spacious hall where echoes danced. Bruce paused momentarily, his flawless Bruce persona remaining unyielding, though his gaze instantly turned frigid, revealing the scrutinizing gaze of Batman, as if the warm sunlight in the stairwell had suddenly dimmed. "Mr. Walker, it appears your injuries have healed well, allowing you the energy to concern yourself with others' affairs." "Concern? No, merely an academic observation." Walker chuckled, taking a few steps closer, his boots making almost no sound on the thick carpet. Lowering his voice so only Bruce could hear, he continued, "Honestly, does no one here find it peculiar? By day, a lavish philanthropist, by night, a terrifying urban legend that sends criminals fleeing. This dual personality is executed with remarkable finesse. In my hometown, we have individuals who also play dual roles, but none switch as seamlessly and flawlessly as you. You ought to be awarded an Oscar for lifetime achievement. What is the secret? An iron will? Or, he pointed to Bruce's temple, some sort of psychological suggestion technique? Bruce's gaze sharpened like a blade, the atmosphere around him growing tense, transforming the staircase into a battlefield. Walker immediately raised his unharmed hand in a gesture of surrender. Just a joke. No need to be tense. It's merely a professional habit, an inclination to analyze individual behavioral patterns. He whistled, strolling away nonchalantly under Bruce's icy stare, his figure disappearing around the corner, draped in heavy velvet curtains. Walker found a harmonious rapport with Alfred within the manor. He often encounters the elderly butler, Alfred, in the expansive and technologically advanced open kitchen of the manor, which still retains its traditional fireplace and copper pots. There, he shamelessly requests some sweet treats while offering his assistance. The kitchen, amidst the coldness of the vast estate, emanates warmth and life, filled with the tantalizing aromas of food. Alfred, your soup-making skills are exceptional. The fragrance feels as though it could mend the wounds of the soul. Walker inhaled deeply, leaning against the smooth marble countertop with an expression of rapture. Mr. Walker, you flatter me. It is merely some home-style cooking, Alfred replied, skillfully preparing the ingredients. A gentle smile gracing his lips, with gleaming copper pots and a modern built-in oven behind him, creating a delightful harmony. Homestyle? This surpasses even Michelin 3-star cuisine, Walker exclaimed, chewing on a sweet treat while observing Alfred's meticulous movements. The afternoon sun streamed through the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows, casting light upon the polished tiles. Honestly, Alfred, you are the most formidable presence in this manor. Without you, this Cape Crusader and that aerial performer would likely survive on takeout pizza. And Bruce's parties would never come to fruition. You are the anchor, the heart, the soul that keeps this unique family functioning. His tone, unusually sincere, carried a hint of barely perceptible respect as his gaze swept across the kitchen, warm yet orderly in every corner. Alfred's hands continued their work, though his expression softened slightly as he placed the chopped vegetables into the steaming soup pot. This is my duty, Mr. Walker. The Wayne family is my family. His voice was calm and resolute. Walker observed the elderly man's upright and solitary figure reflected in the large glass cabinet filled with various spice jars, falling into a rare moment of silence. He then shifted the conversation, regaling Alfred with tales of a chaotic farce in a parallel universe where super butler fell in love with his master, eliciting a rare laughter that filled the kitchen with a light-hearted ambience. Chapter 36. Damien's injuries had nearly healed. One afternoon, Walker found Alfred polishing silverware in the study. The setting sun filtered through the vast windows, casting a warm golden hue over the room. Alfred, Walker's voice was deeper than usual, carrying an air of deliberate gravity. There is something I have contemplated for a long time and feel compelled to share with you. Alfred paused his actions, turning to Walker, keenly aware of the shift in his tone. Please go on, Mr. Walker. Walker took a few steps closer, ensuring the heavy door to the study was closed. He met Alfred's wise and tranquil gaze. Bruce Wayne has a son. Alfred's hand, polishing the silverware, faltered imperceptibly, his eyes widening behind his glasses, revealing profound shock. He maintained absolute silence, awaiting further explanation. A biological son, Walker emphasized. A boy, likely not yet 10 years old. I cannot recall his exact age. He is currently not in Gotham, nor is he within the purview of mainstream society. His upbringing is rather unique. Within the League of Assassins, have you heard of it? Alfred inhaled sharply, the name evoking an aura of antiquity, peril, and deadly shadows. For the first time, cracks appeared in his composed demeanor, his hand gripping the silverware tightening ever so slightly. His mother, Walker, lowered her voice, laced with a hint of intrigue, revealing that it was Talia al Ghul, the master of the League of Assassins and daughter of Ra's al Ghul. Alfred's body froze entirely. Talia al Ghul. He was certainly familiar with the name, aware of the intricate relationship between Master Bruce and that dangerous, beautiful daughter of the League, even knowing that they once shared a moment of intimacy. A child, the bloodline of Master Bruce. Could this source be trusted? Alfred's voice was hoarse, struggling to maintain his composure, yet the tumultuous waves in his eyes betrayed him. Walker did not respond directly, but rather offered a cryptic smile. Alfie, you understand. Sometimes the mere possibility itself is the most compelling clue, especially when I am privy to numerous potentialities. He skillfully sidestepped a direct acknowledgement of the parallel universe. Though the implication was unmistakably clear, Alfred fell silent. The news detonated in his heart like thunder. The bloodline of the Wayne family, Master Bruce's son, abandoned in such a place as the League of Assassins. This was not merely a matter of an illegitimate child. It pertained to the fate of a child and the very legacy of the Wayne family. The old butler was overwhelmed, a torrent of thoughts racing through his mind. Without hesitation, Alfred sought out Bruce, not at the manor, but in the Batcave. Batman had just concluded his assessment of the aftermath of a nuclear incident. Master, Alfred's voice was unusually grave, even tinged with a hint of supplication. Mr. Walker has informed me of something of great importance. Batman turned from the console. Regarding Alfred's unusual expression, what is it, Alfred? Concerning one of your sons. Alfred managed to articulate with difficulty. In an instant, Batman's body tensed, akin to a drawn bowstring, his pupils narrowing beneath the mask. So, I have no son. His voice was cold and harsh, embodying the familiar denial of Batman. It pertains to Lady Talia al Ghul. Alfred boldly disclosed the crucial information. The name acted as a key, instantly unlocking the floodgates of memories that Bruce had deliberately sealed away. The night at the Belrev Hotel, steeped in exotic allure and lethal temptation. Talia's fervent gaze, the scent of jasmine, her silken skin, fragments he had forcibly categorized as mere necessities of a mission or fleeting moments of confusion, surged back with unprecedented clarity and weight. A child? His child with Talia? Walker? Batman's voice deepened, like a suppressed storm. What did he tell you? How'd he come to know? His gaze sharpened like that of a hawk, immediately honing in on the source of Walker's information. A parallel universe. That could be the only explanation. Alfred nodded. He hinted that it relates to the possibilities you are currently exploring. He artfully referenced Batman's own terminology regarding parallel universes. Batman was enveloped in silence. His back turned to Alfred, the weight of his broad shoulders appearing particularly burdensome under the cold glow of the lights. The Batcave was permeated only by the soft hum of computer fans and the sound of his restrained breaths. The clues regarding Talia's son from the League of Assassins, framed within a multiverse context provided by Walker, instantly morphed into an undeniable reality. He required no further evidence. Both intuition and logic screamed in unison. This is true. He could scarcely fathom the environment that awaited Damian had he been born into the League of Assassins. As the heir to Wayne Enterprises and the son of the Dark Knight, Batman, he could very well be trained by his mother to become a heartless assassin. Master, Alfred stepped forward, his voice imbued with an unprecedented earnestness and resolve, tinged with a barely perceptible quaver. Regardless of the past, regardless of who his mother is, that child carries the blood of the Wayne family within him. He is your flesh and blood. He cannot be left in a place such as the League of Assassins. It would ruin his life. The old butler's eyes brimmed with concern for the young master he had yet to meet, coupled with a deep sense of familial duty. Please, you must bring him back. Bring him home. Batman abruptly turned around. The expression behind the mask was a complex tapestry of shock, disbelief, a hint of concealed anger, immense responsibility, and a stirring that even he had yet to comprehend, an emotion belonging to Bruce Wayne. He gazed at Alfred, the fatherly figure who stood before him, eyes revealing an unmasked plea and unwavering determination. Wayne Manor required an heir. The lineage of the Wayne family must endure. But more importantly, an innocent child, his child, should not be raised in the shadows of assassins. The silence stretched on, seemingly eternal. At last, Batman spoke, his voice deep and resolute, laced with undeniable conviction. The aftermath of the nuclear incident must be quelled. Gotham requires stability. He paused, as if making a monumental promise, that word emerging from his lips with profound clarity and weight. I will set out to bring back my son. The utterance of the word son marked the inception of a profound acknowledgement and a burgeoning sense of responsibility. Alfred exhaled a long, silent sigh of relief, his eyes glistening with gratitude as he bowed deeply. Thank you, Master. Yet in the unseen shadows of the cave, Walker leaned against a stone pillar, a sly, mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He had overheard Batman's vow. Damian Wayne, or should it be Damian al Ghul? How intriguing, he mused quietly, his eyes sparkling with the gleam of a successful prank. Now, Bruce, let me see how you will balance this impending Chaotic paternal affection when you find that little demon and discover that Jason Todd has returned from the dead. I eagerly anticipated. He vanished like a specter into the shadows of the Batcave, leaving behind a future on the brink of upheaval. Chapter 37. The Base and the Renovations. Walker ultimately could not regard Wayne Manor as a permanent inn. Under Alfred's meticulous care, Walker's minor injuries swiftly healed, restoring his vitality. When Bruce Wayne, or rather Batman, cast upon him a silent gaze that conveyed it was time to depart, Walker, understanding the unspoken message, shrugged and picked up his tattered jacket, which had long lost its original hue. All right, even the landlord has no provisions for idlers. I comprehend, he quipped while flashing a grin at Alfred, who had come to see him off, casually swiping a small jar of freshly baked cookies. Thanks, Alfred. I owe you one. These cookies are my token of gratitude. Next time, I shall bring some local delicacies from my place, hopefully without causing any dimensional disturbances. Alfred maintained his impeccable butler smile, replying, You're always welcome to visit as a guest, Mr. Walker. Wishing you a safe journey. The underlying message was clear to Walker. Avoid trouble. He mused to himself, Journey? No, it's an adventure. As for trouble, that's merely part of the scenery. Walker's first destination was not the outskirts, but rather the heart of Gotham City, the Iceberg Lounge. He strode confidently past the intimidating bouncers at the entrance and pushed open the door to the flamboyantly Victorian office of the Penguin, Oswald Cobblepot. The Penguin, cigar in mouth, furrowed his brow over the ledgers, and upon seeing Walker, his round face flickered with a complex blend of apprehension, annoyance, and a hint of relief. Walker, the Penguin said, putting down his cigar, his voice dripping with his usual slickness, The nuclear fireworks, didn't he take you with him? You truly are fortunate. Internally, he cursed. Why is this passed back? Didn't we settle everything? Thanks to you, Boss Cobblepot. Walker replied unabashedly as he pulled a chair closer, propping his legs on the Penguin's expensive mahogany desk, the mud on his boots glaring against the polished surface. The fireworks show has concluded, and so has our collaboration. I'm here to bid farewell and settle the remaining balance. His smile was disarmingly innocent, yet his eyes left no room for negotiation. A twitch crossed the Penguin's eye. He had witnessed the potency of Walker's peculiar gadgets and was well aware of the unpredictable nature of this madman. The abilities Walker displayed during the nuclear crisis, coupled with his subtle rapport with Batman, convinced the Penguin that it would be prudent to see this pest sent on his way sooner rather than later. Of course, integrity is the cornerstone of the Iceberg Lounge. The Penguin quickly opened a drawer and handed over a thick envelope. Pleasant collaboration, Mr. Walker. I hope we need to see each other again in the near future, he inquired tentatively. Walker weighed the envelope's heft, satisfied, and tucked it into his coat. In the near future? That depends on my mood. Gotham is an intriguing place, though it has been a tad too quiet of late. He smiled knowingly, stood up, dusted off his trousers, and bid farewell. Best of luck with your business, and may you not find yourself kicked by Batman again. Walker thought to himself, this place seems devoid of amusement for now. Even the fat Penguin has turned into a well-behaved child. How dull. The Penguin watched as Walker hummed a tune while leaving, exhaling a long breath of relief, grateful that this pest had finally departed, feeling as though the air in his office had become noticeably fresher. However, Walker had not truly left Gotham. He had merely relocated to its periphery. He acquired a derelict 3-story building on the outskirts of Gotham City, nestled amidst a desolate area surrounded by industrial wasteland and waterways. This structure, once a modest factory or warehouse, now stood as a mere specter of its former self. With weathered concrete walls, shattered windows, and a gaping hole in the roof, resembling the remains of a forsaken giant. The surroundings were overrun with weeds. Rusted railway tracks lay dormant, and the air was thick with a faint scent of rust and the dampness of marshland. Yet the locale was ample, secluded, and inconspicuous. Perfect. Walker had no intention of acting as a handyman. He produced a generous sum from his settlement with the Penguin, along with a convincingly forged identification, and directly contacted Gotham's largest real estate developer, a construction company ostensibly owned by a low-key billionaire but effectively controlled by Wayne Enterprises. Yes, that very dilapidated edifice. Walker spoke in a languid tone over the phone. I've sent you the address. Requirements? Discreet, secure, comfortable, and technologically advanced. Yet it must appear on the outside as if it is about to collapse. Budget? No upper limit, and swift execution is essential. A calculating smile danced on his lips, Constructing a base with Batman's funds right under his nose was delightful mischief. The company's efficiency was astonishing. The following day, a well-equipped and highly trained construction team arrived on site. Their movements were swift and silent, as though conducting a military operation. Even more intriguing to Walker was the remarkably rapid progress. What was initially projected to take weeks was completed in less than 10 days. When the foreman respectfully handed over a set of brand-new, biometric lock-equipped keys to Walker, there was a glimmer of barely perceptible awe in his eyes. "Mr. Walker, as per your request, the project has been completed. At Wayne, our company always strives to meet our clients' expectations," the foreman stated, his words impeccably measured. Walker accepted the keys, his fingers brushing against the cold metal, a playful, knowing smile gracing his face. "Please extend my gratitude to the esteemed client who genuinely cares about the project's progress. The efficiency is remarkable. I am thoroughly satisfied." He understood with crystal clarity. Batman was undoubtedly aware, and not only that, he had likely commanded the acceleration of the project, eager to confine this troublesome matter within a controllable box. Upon entering the transformed building, even Walker, despite his worldly experience, could not suppress a whistle of admiration. The exterior retained its dilapidated guise. Shattered windows artfully disguised to appear as if haphazardly boarded up, stains and damages on the walls perfectly replicated, and the large hole in the roof cleverly concealed by camouflage netting, making the structure still appear as a precarious ruin from a distance or aerial reconnaissance. However, the interior had undergone a complete metamorphosis. The crumbling concrete floors were covered with a smooth, easy-to-clean composite material, while the walls and ceilings were draped in deep gray, sound-absorbing material, seamlessly integrated with an energy-shielding layer that was nearly invisible to the naked eye. The expansive space was judiciously partitioned. At the center lay the core control area, dominated by a streamlined, arc-shaped console radiating with a soft blue and cold white glow, upon which several large floating screens hovered, silently streaming surveillance data and complex multidimensional coordinate maps from across Gotham's districts. In the corner lay several metallic boxes he had brought, glimmering with a faint light. A compact kitchen and a bathroom equipped with a shower had been thoughtfully designed against the wall. Most astonishing to him was the basement. Once a damp and leaky cellar, it had been transformed into a formidable fortress, with reinforced walls clad in thick lead sheets and some form of energy-dampening material. The enormous, softly glowing life pod was securely positioned in the center, with interfaces and expansion space left nearby. Above, a spherical scanning device quietly rotated from a ceiling. Indeed, quite impressive. Walker strolled about, hands clasped behind his back, like a king surveying his domain, a broad grin of unabashed satisfaction adorning his face. His fingers lightly brushed the cool, smooth surface of the control panel. Its concealment was impeccable, its functionality commendable. The DCOR, though perhaps slightly aloof compared to his personal taste, excelled in practicality. The services of Wayne Enterprises were indeed worth every penny. He deliberately emphasized the phrase worth every penny. Yet beneath that satisfied smile, his gaze was sharp as an eagle's, meticulously scanning every corner of the room. The smoke detectors embedded in the ceiling, the exquisitely designed vents, the seemingly decorative minute protrusions on the walls, the inconspicuous interfaces at the base of the control panel, even the newly installed faucets and outlet panels, pristine and polished. Walker couldn't help but mentally scoff. "Old Bat, how much do you distrust me? This isn't merely renovation. It's a surveillance cage." He approached a seemingly ordinary wall, curled his fingers, and lightly rapped it with his knuckles, a wicked smile spreading across his face as if greeting an unseen listener. "Ah, the soundproofing is quite substantial, and I dare say several layers of bulletproof glass have been installed. Excellent, safety first. As for the other thoughtful little devices," he deliberately elongated his tone, winking at the air, "I wager the count starts in the triple digits. Fear not. I shall treat them as hospitable little pets and coexist amiably." He could almost envision Bruce Wayne in the Batcave at that moment, his brow furrowed as he monitored the myriad of surveillance signals. Walker's smile grew even brighter, infused with a childish glee at having successfully irked his old rival. He casually placed a half-eaten, hardened Alfie cookie on the sleek edge of the control panel, creating a surreal contrast with the environment brimming with futuristic technology. "All right then." Walker clapped his hands, as if concluding a certain ritual, marking the end of his housewarming ceremony. The fun observation station was officially open for business. He disregarded the omnipresent, invisible ears and plopped down in the comfortable hovering chair before the control panel, eager to tinker with the complex interfaces. Being monitored? That was a form of amusement, especially when the eavesdropper might hear precisely what one intended for them to hear. Though it could not rival the historical depth of the Batcave, it offered the advantage of freedom, devoid of the old bat's deathly gaze. Walker surveyed his new abode with satisfaction, casually placing a half-eaten Alfie cookie on the control panel. Chapter 38. The next destination, the shadow of the Gotham nuclear bomb crisis, dissipated more swiftly than anyone had anticipated. This was not indicative of the citizen's psychological resilience, but rather a testament to the inherent, almost numb tenacity of Gothamites, shaped by repeated calamities. The fervor of news headlines was quickly overshadowed by new gang conflicts, the latest scandal involving a wealthy individual or sporting events. On the streets, pedestrians continued to hurry along, their faces displaying a unique blend of vigilance and fatigue characteristic of Gotham. The sound of sirens echoed through the night, no longer a harbinger of doom, but rather a constant note in the chaotic symphony of the city. Walker occasionally drifted to the outskirts of the city, observing its seemingly innocent character. He witnessed two young thugs, under the recently restored statue of the dripping beast, earnestly extorting a convenience store owner, who adeptly handed over protection money, his expression reflecting misfortune rather than fear. Walker smirked at the efficiency of this ecological cycle. In a narrow alley, several street performers adorned in flamboyant costumes and poorly applied clown makeup engaged in a simple performance, mimicking classic clown laughter and comical dances, drawing applause and coins from passersby. Walker shook his head. The true clowns were incarcerated in Arkham, yet the fakes found an audience? The city's taste had clearly deteriorated. A bespectacled man, seemingly refined, was earnestly bargaining with a street vendor over a spring knife, citing self-defense. No, he insisted it was more convenient for opening packages. Walker raised an eyebrow, noting the unique life hacks of Gotham, an invaluable lesson learned. The Wayne Enterprises Charity Fund was distributing relief supplies, with a long queue forming, a scene both simple and orderly, albeit occasionally interrupted by minor scuffles and good-natured banter over queue jumping. Walker chuckled to himself, marveling at the optimism that could withstand even a nuclear blast. Truly, this was a city brimming with vitality. Leaning against a street corner, Walker munched on a hot dog and mused over the indomitable spirit of optimism. Perhaps a sign of advanced Stockholm Syndrome? Just as he lamented Gotham's mundane simplicity, a commotion caught his attention. From a narrow alley ahead came the sounds of a scuffle and a few sharp cries. Walker sauntered over leisurely, like an idle bystander. He beheld Nightwing, clad in his iconic blue and black uniform, the emblem of a soaring bird shining on his chest, adeptly dispatching the last two masked thugs attempting to rob an armored truck. His movements were fluid, imbued with strength and rhythm, and a final exquisite spinning kick sent one assailant crashing against a wall of overflowing garbage bins, silencing him entirely. As Nightwing landed, he struck a pose with a hint of theatricality, gesturing to the trembling van driver. All done. Next time, stick to the main roads, buddy. His voice, modulated through a voice changer, carried a touch of Dick Grayson-esque ease. Wow, impressive Bluebird. Walker lazily applauded, stepping out from the shadows of the alley, a hot dog skewer still in his mouth. It seemed that after a few days away, Nightwing's skills had sharpened further. Perhaps the Manor's cuisine was commendable. Alfred's delightful pastries had not been in vain. Nightwing abruptly turned at the sound, his brow furrowing beneath the mask upon recognizing Walker. Walker? What brings you here? His tone was laced with caution. Hadn't Batman sent this troublesome figure away? Just wandering about, soaking in the quaint spirit of Gotham, Walker shrugged, gesturing toward the groaning thug on the ground. He was also surveying for any potential investments. A sly smile formed on his lips. As it appeared, there were none, just a bunch of inconsequential lackeys. Ignoring Walker's jibe, Nightwing deftly secured the thug with a specialized rope, contacting Nightwing to Commissioner Gordon. Same place as usual, a few petty thieves apprehended. Walker stepped closer, intrigued as he observed Nightwing manage the scene. As Nightwing straightened, preparing to depart, Walker suddenly lowered his voice, adopting a tone meant solely for their ears, dripping with mockery. Hey, Bluebird, may I pose a question? What if by chance I mentioned Bruce Wayne in casual conversation? Perhaps regarding that little lordling, Damian Wayne, who has gotten mixed up with the League of Assassins. I doubt he'd mind, would he? Walker paused intentionally, relishing Nightwing's immediate stiffening response, before leisurely adding, after all, with multiple sons vying for inheritance. Your status as an adopted son, oh no, former Robin, could significantly diminish your chances of inheriting Batman's legacy and the Wayne fortune. TSK, I almost feel sorry for you. Nightwing whirled around, his gaze piercing into Walker with shock, anger, and a complex swirl of emotions that spoke of deep-seated vulnerabilities. Walker's reference to Batman's son was deliberate. Even more outrageous was his use of the Wayne inheritance to sow discord. Walker. Nightwing's voice was laced with an unprecedented coldness and warning. You best watch your tongue. Some matters are not to be trifled with. Walker immediately raised his hands in an exaggerated gesture of surrender, a triumphant grin plastered across his face. Just a joke. Why so serious? Did I hit a nerve? This is quite the scoop. Don't worry, my lips are sealed. He winked, his flippant tone inviting a desire to strike him. After all, witnessing your father-son bond is truly heartwarming. I wouldn't want to disrupt this harmony. Fists clenched in frustration. Nightwing recognized that engaging with Walker would yield no fruitful outcome and might provoke him to divulge even more inappropriate comments. Suppressing his rage, he cast a deep, warning glance at Walker, infused with a promise of retribution. Stay away from Bruce, Walker, and keep your distance from matters you ought not to know. Having said that, Nightwing turned away, launching his grappling gun and swiftly vanishing across the uneven rooftops of Gotham. He needed to notify Bruce immediately. Walker watched Nightwing's retreating figure, his smile widening, licking his lips as if savoring the sweetest taste of mischief. Or reaction. It seems the fuse has been lit, he thought gleefully. Enjoy the grand gift I prepared for you, Bruce. Internally, he was cackling. Sowing discord? No, this was a catalyst. Let the internal dynamics of the Bat family intensify. Watching the spectacle was the ultimate delight. However, this vitality, in Walker's eyes, lacks the most essential spice. Those formidable adversaries that could pique his interest. Batman's efficiency is astonishing. The names that once haunted Gotham, the Joker, Two-Face, the Riddler, Scarecrow, now reside obediently within the fortified wards of Arkham Asylum or the frigid cells of Blackgate Penitentiary. The streets are left with mere second-rate thugs, copycats, and lowly extortionists. Even the Penguin has become remarkably docile, focusing on his legitimate enterprises. Walker spent several days in his lair, tinkering with his equipment, watching the crime index bar graph representing Gotham's various districts hover at an abysmally low level, boredom threatening to engulf him. He attempted to infiltrate the Batcave system for some amusement, but nearly triggered the labyrinthine firewalls and tracking programs set by the ever-suspicious Batman. Ugh, how utterly tedious. He turned off the flashing red alerts on the screen, stretched lazily, his bones cracking, as he noted how thoroughly Batman had sanitized this place. So immaculate it resembled a sterile laboratory. There wasn't even a semblance of decent amusement to be found. He mused that while the little episode with Nightwing was entertaining, its aftermath required time to ferment, and for now, he remained bored. Approaching the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, he gazed at the desolate landscape of Gotham's outskirts and the city's hazy silhouette in the distance. The tranquility and simplicity of the city now appeared to him as nothing but dullness. Ugh, how utterly tedious. Walker irritably raked his fingers through his hair. Having spent several days and nights confined indoors, his eyes had lost the spark they once held when seeking amusement, now appearing somewhat vacant. Suddenly, he rose from his hovering chair, pacing on the smooth floor, the sound of his footsteps resonating in the soundproof space with stark clarity. The base that once filled him with pride and a sense of control now felt like a meticulously crafted prison, cold, silent, and teeming with invisible eyes that stifled his breath. The peace of Gotham was not a remedy, but a suffocating vacuum. The naive crimes of the street thugs seemed laughably juvenile in his eyes, hardly worthy of even serving as an appetizer. The heavyweight villains imprisoned in Arkham and Blackgate, in contrast, became objects of his nostalgia. At least they could provide a semblance of chaotic revelry. The distant, indistinct skyline of Gotham loomed like a massive, lifeless tombstone. Internship concluded? Walker murmured to himself, a self-deprecating curve forming at the corners of his mouth, devoid of genuine mirth, resembling more dismissal. Nightwing's warning gaze, Batman's omnipresent scrutiny, and Gotham's own numbness and silence all conspired to expel him without a word. But what after leaving? Where to go? This thought emerged with unprecedented clarity. It was accompanied by an unfamiliar sense of confusion. His fingers unconsciously glided over the cold surface of the control panel. The screen illuminated, revealing a satellite map before him. Countless city names and coordinates flickered and danced. Metropolis, that city, blindingly bright, brimming with hope and the promise of tomorrow. The emblem of Superman seemed to shine in his mind. Walker's gaze flickered momentarily before dimming again. Go there? Finding amusement beneath the watchful gaze of Kryptonians? It feels akin to pilfering under a searchlight, too glaring, too vibrant. He instinctively recoiled, as if scorched by an imaginary sun. Moreover, could such a place truly offer the diversion he sought? Central City, the domain of the Flash. A flicker of crimson lightning flashed through Walker's mind, too swift to grasp. It was said that the atmosphere there was more relaxed, but the pace was relentless. Everything could transpire in a heartbeat, only to conclude just as swiftly. An inexplicable dizziness enveloped him, as if he could not keep pace with the rhythm. Coast City, the birthplace of Green Lantern, a focal point of the cosmic sector. Walker's fingertip lingered over this coordinate, a distant glimmer of longing flashing across his gaze, only to be swiftly engulfed by deeper mists. The cosmos was indeed vast, brimming with potential amusement. Yet, the Green Lantern Corps? Those intergalactic enforcers were not to be trifled with, laden with too many rules and far-reaching oversight. Star City? Overcast and grim, a mere reflection of Gotham, shadowed by the brooding presence of Green Arrow. Detroit? The territory of Cyborg, a realm dominated by machinery and networks. Far too cold. Even farther afield, thoughts churned chaotically, like unbridled marbles colliding in his mind, none able to settle and inspire him to take a definitive step forward. A profound sense of loneliness and uncertainty surged within him, nearly overwhelming. He felt like a weightless feather, swept from its nest by Gotham's winds, oblivious to where he might drift. Each potential destination bore a vast question mark, tinged with a hint of fear. It was not the danger that frightened him, but the unknown, the bewilderment of not being able to find the thrill that quickened his pulse and set his blood aflame. Chapter 39, System Upgrade in Metropolis in the Batcave. Bruce Wayne watched the energy signal representing Walker's base vanish from the screen, the marker shifting to the cruise ship bound for Metropolis, his brow furrowing further. The monitoring channel was filled only with the crackling of electrical static. The variable that introduced chaos and uncertainty, shrouded in mystery and a hint of elusive confusion, had disappeared into the broader, uncontrollable expanse. Meanwhile, the turmoil within Bruce, stirred by news of Damian, had yet to subside as new. Insidious worries regarding Walker's uncertain trajectory quietly took root. Beneath Gotham's fleeting calm, the undercurrents never ceased to churn. Walker's silhouette appeared on the observation terrace of the Star of Tomorrow's penthouse suite, the briny sea breeze tousling a few strands of hair at his forehead. The somber outline of Gotham Harbor, shrinking behind him, cloaked in a leaden curtain of rain. With ill-gotten cash pilfered from some unfortunate gangster stash, he had secured the most opulent suite aboard this luxury cruise ship. He needed time, and more importantly, a workspace far removed from Batman's shadow, soundproof and stocked with complimentary drinks. The nuclear bomb that had nearly turned the entire city into a neon tomb had not only provided exhilarating thrills, but it also afforded his beleaguered mind a hearty feast of crisis energy. Achieving a certain degree of upgrade, at last, he was no longer that wretched artifact of nothingness. Walker reclined on the lavish leather sofa, his consciousness delving deep into the recesses of his mind. The brand new system interface is both simplistic and austere, with its core functionalities laid bare, harnessing crisis energy, filling the energy bar, and expending that energy to partake in a lottery that spans countless realms. The prize pool is vast, encompassing everything from useless debris to divine weaponry, from trivial skills to world-destroying powers. The system prompts are particularly emphasized, indicating that the rarity and value of the items in the prize pool are influenced by the current environment or the nature of the recently absorbed crisis energy. At this moment, the energy bar representing the resolution of the Gotham nuclear crisis radiates an enticing, nearly overflowing brilliant golden light, its value exhilarating Walker to the core. Microtransactions. I must indulge, he thought. A single draw could yield miracles. A 10-draw guarantee is the choice of the timid. Walker licked his lips, his eyes sparkling with the fervent gleam of a gambler, and without hesitation, he initiated the single draw mode. First draw, a flash of light, and a plastic yellow duck materialized in his consciousness space, labeled 1-star trash, bath companion. Walker. Second draw, 1-star trash, a half-pack of stale spicy strips, 3 days past expiration. The corner of Walker's mouth twitched. Third draw, thank you for your patronage. Fourth draw, thank you for your patronage. Fifth draw, 1-star trash, a pair of holy socks inscribed with I love Gotham. As time elapsed in the luxurious suite, the excitement on Walker's face had long dissipated, replaced by a brooding darkness akin to the bottom of a pot. He resembled a gambler who had lost all sense, his fingers wildly jabbing at the void. Each lottery draw that illuminated and extinguished did not bring hope, but rather a deeper despair and refuse. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. 1-star trash, glowing glass beads, no energy. 1-star trash, a broken pencil lead. Thank you for your patronage. The invaluable nuclear-grade crisis energy poured into the abyss of the lottery like a torrential flood. The lavish decorations of the suite reflected Walker's increasingly sullen visage, starkly contrasting with the bright azure of the sea and sky outside, creating a hellish juxtaposition. Damn this system. Scamming establishment. Rogue merchants. Walker could no longer contain himself, slamming his fist onto the adjacent mahogany tea table, which instantly cracked spiderweb-like patterns into the expensive wood. His eyes burned with rage as he beheld the last flicker of golden light in the energy bar, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, his final stake. One last time, if I receive another thank you for your patronage, I will jump into the sea and swim back to Gotham, tearing off Batman's ears to brew in liquor. Fueled by a mixture of desperation and the last vestige of unrealistic hope, Walker summoned all his will and decisively pressed the button for one final single draw. Buzz! The anticipated sound of white light or the noise of refuse hitting the ground did not manifest. The entire consciousness space, and perhaps even the luxurious suite in reality, trembled violently. A profound, heavy, dark purple light erupted suddenly, as if capable of warping space itself. At the center of the radiance, a complex emblem formed, composed of countless tiny, continuously rotating and reconfiguring metallic symbols. The aura emanating from the emblem was ancient and domineering, imbued with the dual essence of control and destruction. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained a 4-star reward. The mutant ability of Magneto. Ability description. Mastery over the essence of one of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe. The electromagnetic force. Currently unlocked basic application. Metal manipulation. Range, 100-meter radius. Strength, capable of controlling approximately 100 tons of metal. Precision, coarse shaping and movement. Advanced applications, such as magnetic field distortion, gravitational manipulation, molecular-level reorganization, and planetary-scale influence, remain deeply locked. System-friendly reminder, wow. Congratulations on drawing the senior experience card of the renowned Magneto from the Marvel Universe. Until you fully grasp this ability, you can only treat it as a larger magnet to play with. Remember to steer clear of credit cards and cardiac pacemakers. Hee. A few days later, the Star of Tomorrow, with its long, resonant whistle, slowly glided into Metropolis Harbor. Walker stood at the forefront of the deck, the sea breeze tousling his hair. He squinted, for the first time using his naked eyes to scrutinize this legendary city bathed in brilliant sunlight. The skyline of Metropolis stood tall and resplendent, its skyscrapers shining like giants. Massive glass facades adorned with fluid geometric lines reflected dazzling white light under the almost scorching noon sun, resembling a steel forest composed of prisms. The air was crisp and transparent, imbued with the scent of sunlight and sea breeze, a stark contrast to Gotham's perennial dampness, oil, and criminal undertones. The bright, almost blinding hues of blue, white, and silver were interspersed with the vibrant greens of meticulously designed parks and the kaleidoscopic colors of blooming flower beds. On the wide, seemingly extravagant streets, vehicles flowed in an orderly manner, and pedestrians walked briskly, their faces displaying a rare, almost naive optimism and a firm belief in a brighter tomorrow, an expression seldom seen on the faces of Gotham's underprivileged citizens. In the city center square, A colossal statue of Superman stood proudly, his red cape fluttering as if he were poised to soar into the sky at any moment. This was not merely a landmark, but a symbol of the city's soul and a spiritual pillar, the embodiment of hope. A massive public screen broadcasted advertisements from LexCorp, showcasing technology that promised to lead humanity into the future, filled with glamorous promises. Walker descended the gangway with the crowd, stepping onto the remarkably clean and solid ground of Metropolis. He tucked his hands into his jacket pockets, resembling a curious tourist blending into the dazzling throng. Goodness, Walker murmured to himself, a smile creeping across his face that contrasted sharply with the surrounding bright sunshine, carrying a tone of scrutiny and amusement. It's so pristine, as clean as a sterile laboratory. Even the air is sweet to the point of being cloying. He looked up towards the Daily Planet building, then glanced at the distant, geometrically striking yet oppressively cold headquarters of LexCorp. Walker paused, observing the red and blue figure hovering a few inches above the ground with an elegance that defied the laws of physics, gently lowering the startled worker. Sunlight cascaded over those broad shoulders and the iconic emblem, as if gilded with flowing gold. The surrounding applause, cheers, and the clicks of mobile phones capturing the moment melded into a wave of reverence. Walker lingered at the periphery of the crowd, a playful smile gracing his lips, even gently applauding twice, the sound barely audible yet laced with a hint of subtle mockery. The savior had arrived, flawlessly adhering to the standard procedure. Was it now time for a speech on love and peace? Superman's gaze pierced through the throng of heads like a precise searchlight, firmly locking onto Walker. Those blue eyes, often likened to the Kansas sky, now resembled the most meticulous of scanners, cloaked in a gentle facade, yet brimming with heightened vigilance and assessment. Walker could almost feel the weight of that gaze as it swept over the hand tucked into his jacket pocket, as if attempting to unveil the secrets concealed beneath the fabric. It lingered on his face, devoid of reverence, only scrutiny, as if reading a complex and perilous tome. Walker met that gaze, which could instill dread in any criminal, without a hint of evasion. He even tilted his head slightly, his eyes reflecting an unfathomable curiosity, akin to a scientist examining an intriguing specimen. There was no adoration, nor gratitude, only a chilling amusement and a flicker of anticipation. Superman's iconic, reassuring smile remained intact, yet Walker keenly detected an almost imperceptible furrow in his brow, the warmth in his blue eyes seemingly diminishing by degree. It was not wrath, but rather a pure alertness to an unknown variable. Chapter 40. A conversation on the rooftop when Clark Kent appeared outside the street corner CAF. He seamlessly blended into the leisurely ambience of a metropolitan afternoon. Clutching a notepad and a cheap ballpoint pen, his trademark black-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, and with the cuffs of his checkered shirt rolled up and his tie slightly askew, he embodied the quintessential, albeit somewhat rigid, image of a journalist. He strode briskly towards Walker, who leaned languidly against a lamppost, a hint of professional curiosity and an almost imperceptible tension gracing his features. "Mr. Walker, pardon the interruption. I am Clark Kent, a reporter from the Daily Planet," he said, extending his hand with a gentle, harmless smile. "We would like to interview you regarding the recent incident in Gotham City. I understand you played a pivotal role during the crisis." Walker did not take the offered hand. He slowly straightened, hands still buried in his jacket pockets, tilting his head as he scrutinized Clark from head to toe with the discerning gaze of one examining a rare specimen. His penetrating look seemed capable of peeling away the layers of clumsy disguise, revealing the dazzling red and blue essence within. The curve of his lips, juxtaposed with Clark's warm smile, appeared particularly cold and devoid of goodwill. "Wow, the esteemed reporter from the Daily Planet has come in person?" Walker's voice elongated, bearing a metallic friction-like quality. "I am truly flattered, Mr. Clark Kent, or should I refer to you as Mr. Superman?" For a fleeting moment, the air seemed to freeze. The whispers from the CAF's outdoor seating, the gentle clinking of cups and saucers, and even the distant clamor of the street appeared muted, as if the world had been momentarily silenced. Clark's smile remained intact, yet the gentle facade behind the lenses of his glasses swiftly dissipated, revealing a gaze that was pure and piercing, akin to the icy scrutiny of a polar glacier. He let his hand drop naturally into the pocket of his tailored trousers, maintaining an air of relaxation, yet the aura he exuded had transformed. He was no longer the somewhat awkward journalist, but rather a formidable mountain poised to unleash catastrophic potential. It seems you possess considerable knowledge, Mr. Walker. Clark's voice deepened, a blend of warmth and iron resolve. In that case, shall we find a quieter place to converse? I happen to have a few inquiries of my own. Huh, a quieter place? Walker scoffed, exaggeratedly spreading his hands. Let me guess, the rooftop? It must be the rooftop, right? You tight-suited flyers must have a peculiar fondness for heights. Do you find conversing closer to the sun lends a sense of sanctity? Or is it simply more convenient to tumble down? His biting remarks were accompanied by an unwavering gaze, scrutinizing every subtle shift in Clark's expression. Ignoring the mockery, Clark calmly adjusted his glasses, the fleeting reflection of light obscuring his profound gaze. The observation deck atop the nearby Grand Metro Mall offered a splendid view and ample serenity. He turned, striding steadily towards the towering edifice, not glancing back, yet his voice resonated clearly in Walker's ears. Please, follow me. The rooftop of the Grand Metro Mall was vast and open, the fierce wind howling unimpeded, causing garments to billow. Below lay a meticulously polished metropolis, its glass facades glinting in the sunlight, while in the distance, the golden globe atop the Planet Daily building and a sharply defined metallic spire of LexCorp stood in stark contrast. The air was pristine, devoid of dust, yet chillingly devoid of life. Leaning against the cold, graffiti-adorned concrete barrier, Walker kept his hands buried in his pockets, squinting as the strong wind tousled his hair. He resembled an outsider on the precipice of the world, gazing down at the sterile city that had been meticulously cleaned. Clark stood a few paces away, his back to the city, his tall figure appearing particularly regal against the gusting winds of the rooftop. He removed his glasses, carefully placing them back into the pocket of his chest. Without the lenses to obscure them, his sky-blue eyes were fully revealed, devoid of warmth. Now, radiating a calm as deep as the ocean, yet imbued with unparalleled strength, firmly locking onto Walker. In Metropolis, I witnessed everything transpiring in Gotham, Superman began, his voice low yet cutting through the wind with a metallic timbre and undeniable weight. The threat of nuclear devastation, the chaotic streets, and you. He paused, his gaze sharp as a blade. You appeared at a critical juncture, aiding Batman in stabilizing the situation, dismantling the threat. Though your methods were contentious, the outcome averted the direst of conclusions. On behalf of him, and all who may be affected in Gotham and Metropolis, I extend my gratitude to you. Walker curled his lips into a sardonic arc, refraining from expressing gratitude, and instead casting forth a question like a frigid stone. No need for thanks. I am rather curious. Big fellow, he deliberately employed this slightly frivolous term. What compels someone like you unconditionally and indiscriminately swooping in to rescue others, aiding elderly ladies across the street, confronting bank robbers, and even attending to cats stranded in trees? Is it a divine addiction? A craving for admiration? Or do you genuinely harbor within you a manual of absolute justice that dictates your every action? Superman leaned slightly forward, his eyes betraying an unmasked curiosity mingled with a hint of icy mockery. The wind howled across the rooftop, and his crimson cape billowed behind him, akin to an indomitable banner. He gazed towards the horizon of the distant city, his gaze seemingly penetrating the steel jungle to uncover deeper truths. I am not a deity, Walker. His voice was calm, yet imbued with a profound strength rooted deep within the earth. I hail from a planet that has been annihilated. Earth granted me a second chance at life. What I perceive is not the burden of divinity, but rather the boundless potential of humanity. He turned his attention back to Walker, his eyes a deep blue, reminiscent of an ocean that encompasses all. I observe that people are capable of fear, selfishness, and error, even of causing destruction. Yet, they also support one another in times of peril, exhibit courage in the face of despair, and are willing to sacrifice everything for their loved ones. This complexity, this struggle for vitality, is what is truly worthy of preservation. He took a step closer, reducing the distance to Walker, intensifying the invisible pressure that hung in the air, not out of malice, but rather as a heavy, compassionate scrutiny. As for you, Mr. Walker, Superman's voice was low and resolute. You always speak with a sense of detachment, as if wearing a frigid mask that mocks everything, including yourself. You seem to revel in chaos, even delighting in the peril of dancing on its precipice. He paused, his gaze appearing to penetrate Walker's cynical facade. reaching into the core concealed beneath layers of irony. In Gotham, as the countdown of that nuclear bomb thundered in everyone's ears, you chose to act. You could have walked away or merely played the role of a gloating spectator. Yet, you remained, you intervened, you embraced the risk. This was not for gain, nor for applause. Superman's azure eyes reflected Walker's somewhat rigid form, peeling away the barbed words and cynical demeanor. Your actions speak volumes. Deep within, there exists a part of you that acknowledges the value of guardianship. Whether you admit it or not, you are not the person you strive to portray. For the first time, the playful smile on Walker's face showed signs of fracture, reminiscent of ice shattered by a heavy blow. He abruptly straightened, evading Superman's seemingly warm gaze as if scalded. Ha! Ha ha! He laughed, his shoulders shaking, the sound echoing harshly across the desolate rooftop. A good person? Acknowledging guardianship? Oh, God of mankind, not only can you see through things, but your imagination is rather vivid. His gaze turned playful, akin to a drawn dagger, piercing directly at Superman. Do not attempt to force-feed me your insipid platitudes of hope. My actions were merely a consequence of my presence at that moment, and I deemed it a bit of a waste to let Gotham become a grand display of fireworks, overshadowing Batman's deeply troubled visage. Just that, and nothing more. Even a virtuous may find themselves at gunpoint. His words rushed forth with an urgency, laced with frantic denial, as if he sought to repel the penetrating conclusions of his interlocutor with a barrage of verbal ammunition. He tousled his wind-blown hair, his fingers inadvertently grazing the cold concrete barrier, and a faint, metallic wave of electromagnetic energy flickered momentarily at his fingertips. The conversation concluded, and Walker's voice regained its aloofness, no longer gazing at Superman. He turned and strode toward the iron door leading downstairs. Next time you wish to interview me, do remember to change your attire. Your disguise is utterly transparent. The iron door slammed shut behind him, isolating the rooftop from the howling wind and the solitary figure that stood like a beacon. Superman remained rooted in place, his red cape billowing in the gusts. Silently, he gazed in the direction Walker had vanished, brow furrowed. He could perceive Walker's chaotic heartbeat and the deliberately subdued murmurs as he descended the stairs. Clark sighed softly, readjusting his glasses to shield his penetrating blue eyes, which could see through the fog, yet seemed incapable of fully grasping the intricacies of the human heart. He bent down to retrieve a cheap promotional brochure that had been blown off the concrete barrier, emblazoned with the words "Welcome to Metropolis." He glanced towards the cold spire of LexCorp in the distance, then looked down at the pamphlet in his hand. The sun continued to shine brightly, casting a radiant glow over Metropolis, yet a far more unpredictable individual, armed with sharp barbs and the power to twist steel, had officially intruded upon his city. And this variable vehemently denied the faint glimmer of light that might exist within. The value of guardianship. Superman murmured softly, the words dissipating into the wind, carrying a barely perceptible weight. He picked up his now empty coffee cup, its walls stained with brown remnants. Unconsciously, he traced the rim with his fingertip, applying slight pressure, causing delicate, spiderweb-like cracks to silently spread across the cheap ceramic surface. Walker traversed the empty stairwell, shaking his head as if to rid himself of the discomfort brought on by those damned blue eyes. Yet, his fingers instinctively pressed against the cold metal object nestled in his jacket pocket, feeling the newly acquired power pulsating at his fingertips like a dormant beast. "Good man? Damn," he muttered under his breath, his footsteps echoing in the desolate stairwell with an almost self-destructive tone as he heavily descended to the next landing. Chapter 41. A chance encounter again. The sunlight of Metropolis seemed to possess a peculiar magic, effortlessly dissolving the lingering chill and tension embedded in Gotham's very bones. Walker wholly indulged himself in the sterile comfort of this newfound environment. He resembled a true tourist, lingering upon the meticulously manicured lawns of Central Park, emitting incomprehensible sounds of admiration before the dazzling abstract paintings in the art museum's brightly lit galleries, and even attending an open-air symphonic concert. Despite breaking into laughter midway at the conductor's overly expressive demeanor, earning a disapproving glare from an elderly lady clad in mink nearby. What brought him the greatest ease was the fortuitous encounter with Clark Kent on the street, where an intentionally maintained, yet somewhat comical sense of normalcy prevailed. "Ah, is that not our esteemed journalist?" Walker remarked, casually holding a hot dog sausage purchased from a nearby vendor, leaning nonchalantly against the metallic stand of a newsstand opposite the Planet Daily building. He observed Clark as he awkwardly emerged from the revolving door, clutching an unwieldy stack of precariously balanced documents, his glasses slipping down to the tip of his nose and his tie askew. Upon hearing the greeting, Clark looked up to see Walker, and a characteristic, somewhat awkward friendly smile instantly illuminated his face. Mr. Walker? What a coincidence. He attempted to rearrange the precarious pile of documents, only for the topmost cassette to tumble to the ground with a thud. Walker bent down, adopting a near-slow motion, exaggeratedly graceful posture to retrieve the cassette, yet instead of handing it over immediately, he toyed with it, his gaze sweeping over the beads of perspiration on Clark's forehead and his slightly furrowed brow. It appears that Editor Perry has extracted yet another peak of productivity from you. Hasn't he? This workload is something even the Kryptonian mule of a production team would hesitate to endure, he jested, a playful smile dancing at the corners of his mouth, while his sharp eyes keenly detected the barely perceptible, superhuman frustration hidden beneath Clark's guise of ordinary manhood. Clark adjusted his glasses, offering a resigned smile. Deadline pressures are always like this. He reached out to take the cassette, yet Walker deftly twisted his wrist, evading Clark's hand, causing the cassette to spin upon his fingertips. No need to rush, Mr. Kent. His gaze drifted past Clark's shoulder, precisely capturing the striking figure emerging from the opposite revolving door, a woman with chestnut curls, clad in a tailored suit, exuding confidence in her stride as she cradled a steaming cup of coffee. Hey, Mississippi Lane, over here. Louise Lane turned at the sound, her sharp eyes sweeping between Walker and the beleaguered Clark, a knowing yet teasing smile gracing her lips. Clark? Mr. Walker? Are you two engaging in some form of street performance art? Walker, in a fluid motion, gently placed the cassette atop Clark's stack of documents, then turned toward Louise, his expression transforming into an impeccable, gentlemanly smile reminiscent of old Hollywood charm, a stark contrast to the image of him just moments before, with a cheap hot dog in his mouth. Mississippi Lane, you are ever so radiant that even the sun of Metropolis appears dim in your presence. His voice was deep and melodious, his gaze sincere. We were merely appreciating Mr. Kent's remarkable endeavor to challenge the limits of ergonomics. Louise raised an eyebrow, evidently surprised by Walker's sudden display of chivalry, yet finding it more amusing than anything. She approached, the aroma of coffee mingling with the subtle fragrance of her perfume, wafting through the air. Mr. Walker, your compliments are always so distinctive. She glanced at Clark, asking, need assistance, town boy? Clark's face appeared to redden slightly, as he hastily shook his head. No, Louise, I can manage. Can manage? Walker interjected, a sly smile gracing his lips, his gaze flitting between the two. Mississippi Lane, you truly ought to have witnessed how he nearly buried himself under that pile of papers just now. I wager he has once again pushed himself to the brink for some exclusive scoop, hasn't he? He deliberately emphasized the words exclusive scoop, casting a knowing glance at Clark. Clark visibly stiffened, adjusting his glasses with an air of fluster. However, Louise perceptively caught the insinuation in Walker's words, directing her gaze towards Clark, her expression a blend of inquiry and barely perceptible concern. Oh, Clark, have you taken on Perry's impossible task again? No, it's just a standard report on the city's infrastructure hearing. Clark's voice trembled slightly. Listen, Walker spread his hands, adopting an expression of knowing. It's always the same, silently shouldering everything, burning himself out to illuminate others. Such a remarkable spirit of self-sacrifice. He shifted his tone to one of earnest gravity, akin to a worried father. Mississippi Lane, as his dedicated colleague and friend, shouldn't you show a bit more concern for this town boy? Encourage him to eat on time, prevent him from pulling all-nighters, and perhaps occasionally grace him with your company for a cup of coffee to unwind? He gestured towards the coffee cup in Louise's hand, his eyes glinting mischievously. Like right now? I hear the new shop across the street has delightful tiramisu. Clark's face turned a deep shade of crimson, nearly burying himself among the documents, stuttering, Mr. Walker, please, don't say such things. Louise was momentarily taken aback, but soon couldn't help but laugh, her smile radiant and infectious. She looked at Walker, then at the flustered Clark, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Mr. Walker, you not only possess keen observational skills, but you also have a knack for playing matchmaker. Talent is hardly the word. Walker gracefully waved his hand, his smile still gentlemanly, though a flicker of private amusement danced in his eyes. I merely believe that a diligent and earnest gentleman like Mr. Kent deserves more beautiful things to embellish his overly selfless life. Louise was thoroughly entertained by Walker's indirect matchmaking, and she generously patted Clark's arm. Did you hear that, Clark? Mr. Walker thinks you need some embellishment. Come on, given how hard you work, I'll treat you. That shop's tiramisu is indeed excellent. Without waiting for a response, she relieved Clark of a portion of the documents he was carrying. Clark looked at Walker with a mix of gratitude and embarrassment, his expression complex. Walker returned a smile that concealed his achievements, gesturing for them to proceed. Enjoy your coffee time, esteemed journalists. I shall not intrude. He watched as Louise gently urged the still bewildered Clark towards the safe, Clark casting a glance back that mixed helplessness with a hint of gratitude. Walker, in high spirits, bid farewell to the pair as they vanished through the CAF doors, turning to continue his own leisurely pursuits. The sunlight enveloped him in a warm embrace, and the air seemed to be infused with the rich aroma of Louise's coffee, mingling with a hint of sweetness reminiscent of artificial flowers. Yet, at the moment he took a step forward, his peripheral vision caught sight of a discreet, almost invisible black limousine gliding past the corner. The windows were made of dark, one-way glass, but Walker felt an icy, piercing gaze, sharp as a scalpel, penetrating through the glass and locking onto him. The gaze bore no malice, merely an evaluation and calculation of the purest nature, as if appraising a rare and dangerous weapon. In the upper echelons of LexCorp, within the presidential office, Lex Luthor stood with his back to the door, hands clasped behind him before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. Several holographic screens hovered in front of him, one of which froze on the moment Walker nodded towards the black car. The image magnified, capturing the cold, playful smirk that graced Walker's lips in high definition. Luthor's fingertips glided over the smooth surface of the glass, a slight curve forming at the edge of his mouth, yet devoid of warmth, akin to ice sculpture. A discerning jester who sees through the script, Luthor's deep voice resonated in the stark, cold office, echoing with a metallic timbre. Intriguing. Very intriguing. He turned to face his desk, where a thin document marked with the highest level of confidentiality lay. The cover featured Walker's photograph, accompanied by bold red letters declaring the assessment conclusion. Highly uncontrollable variable. Danger level. Requires continuous observation and guidance. Luthor picked up the communicator on his desk, his tone calm and unwavering. Nora, prepare an invitation for the new Mr. Walker. The wording must reflect our sincerity towards exceptional talent and our understanding of his spirit of entertainment. He paused, casting his gaze once more towards the bustling city bathed in sunlight, realizing that a stage with only one deity performing would be rather monotonous. It was time to introduce elements of chaos. The sunlight continued to shine upon the gleaming streets of the metropolis, while the cheerful laughter of Louise echoed faintly from the CF. Walker slipped his hands back into the pockets of his jacket, humming a tuneless melody as he merged with the crowd, resembling an ordinary tourist. However, within the lining of his pocket, his fingertips unconsciously grazed a cold, coin-sized metal badge, quietly emanating a subtle yet undeniable magnetic pulse, akin to a beast awakening in the dark, awaiting the command to hunt. Chapter 42. Lois Lane. The CAF was suffused with the rich aroma of freshly ground coffee beans and the warm, sweet scent of pastries. Sunlight streamed through the vast floor-to-ceiling windows, casting bright patches of light upon the polished wooden floor. The soothing strains of jazz flowed as a backdrop, creating what should have been a perfect afternoon respite, were it not for Clark Kent's almost mortified face, nearly buried in the tiramisu plate. Lois Lane reclined comfortably in an armchair, her slender fingers elegantly stirring her latte, keenly observing the contrasting states of the two men seated across from her. Walker, like a connoisseur, leisurely cut a small piece of tiramisu and brought it to his mouth, squinting his eyes in pure enjoyment, as if the earlier encounter on the street had never transpired. Clark sat restlessly, akin to a student caught daydreaming by a teacher, his gaze wandering as he mangled a piece of tiramisu with his fork. Thus, Mr. Walker, it was Louise who first shattered the delicate silence, her voice laced with a hint of playful amusement, glancing between Walker and Clark. Your recent impromptu discourse on embellishments and the finer things in life during our stroll down the street was truly impressive. I must commend your meticulous observation of Clark's work ethic. Walker swallowed the sweet cake, delicately dabbed at the corners of his mouth with a napkin. His movements composed and imbued with an intentional, old-world gentlemanly elegance. He set the napkin down, meeting Louise's inquisitive gaze with an openness akin to discussing the weather. "Miss Ryan, you flatter me." His tone was gentle, tinged with just the right amount of humility, a mere reflection on the facts. After all, colleagues like Mr. Kent, who are diligent, selfless, and unwavering in their dedication, he paused deliberately, casting a glance at the visibly uncomfortable Clark, are indeed rare in today's restless society. "I simply believe that exceptional individuals deserve to be treated with kindness by life." Clark was suddenly choked by his coffee, erupting into a fit of coughs, his face turning crimson. Louise, suppressing her laughter, handed him a tissue while teasing, "Look, Clark, how highly Mr. Walker thinks of you." Selfless dedication, what a splendid term. She turned to Walker, her journalist's sharp eye sharpening with a playful inquiry. "However, Mr. Walker, you seem to show particular concern for Clark. Is it solely due to his selfless dedication?" Walker lifted his espresso, taking a small sip. The bitter liquid caused him to slightly furrow his brow before he unfolded a flawless smile. "Concern? I wouldn't say so." He placed the cup down, leaning slightly forward, hands clasped on the table, his posture relaxed yet subtly commanding, perhaps because I am new here and know few people in the metropolis. "Mr. Kent possesses a quality that instinctively invites trust and proximity." He looked at Clark, his gaze sincere enough to deceive a lie detector, akin to a steadfast mountain, offering an inexplicable sense of security. Louise was amused by Walker's delightful metaphor, letting out a laugh. "A mountain? Clark?" She playfully scrutinized her tall, yet currently awkward partner, noting, "Well, in terms of stature, you do carry some weight." She deliberately nudged Clark's arm with her elbow, saying, "Did you hear that? Kent Mountain? You'll be our go-to for heavy lifting at the office from now on." Clark finally managed to quell his coughing, his face growing even redder as he adjusted his glasses. Striving to reclaim a semblance of journalistic dignity, "Louise." Mr. Walker was merely jesting. He looked at Walker, his eyes a mix of pleading for mercy and an overwhelming sense of powerlessness at Walker's performance. Walker, appearing oblivious to Clark's discomfort, shifted the topic with an air of casual curiosity. "Speaking of work, Miss Ryan, what significant news have you been occupied with lately? I presume it's not the routine city infrastructure hearings?" He deliberately mimicked Clark's earlier remarks, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Louise's eyes instantly sparkled with intrigue. Her journalistic instincts ignited. "Routine matters?" She scoffed, dismissing the mundane topic with disdain. Perry had recently fixated on LexCorp's newly launched Tomorrow City project on the West Coast. Ostensibly an ecological community of the future, but the financial flows and the military-industrial background of its contractors hinted at a far deeper complexity. She instinctively lowered her voice, leaning slightly forward as if confiding a secret. Moreover, there had been peculiar incidents of electromagnetic interference in the metropolis recently, limited in scope yet strikingly intense. The tech department could not trace the source, which was quite bizarre. As she spoke, her gaze habitually flicked towards Clark, seemingly seeking affirmation or resonance. Clark's body tensed imperceptibly for a moment before relaxing again. He raised his coffee cup to take a sip, responding ambiguously, "Yes, it is somewhat strange." Walker's fingers tapped lightly on the table, producing a barely audible sound. His expression remained perfectly poised, embodying the curiosity of an attentive listener. Yet a fleeting glimmer of cold sharpness flickered deep within his eyes. LexCorp? The very technology giant? Walker feigned sudden realization tinged with awe, his acting skills commendable. "Their president, Mr. Lex Luthor, I've seen him in the news. He appears exceptionally wise and visionary." He shifted the conversation with a touch of naive curiosity. "But electromagnetic interference? That sounds like something out of science fiction film. Could it be, some unusual natural phenomenon? Or perhaps extraterrestrial technology?" He uttered the last few words softly, glancing at Clark with an almost imperceptible teasing glimmer that only Clark could detect. Clark's hand, holding his coffee cup, paused momentarily in the air. He could distinctly hear the serpentine whispers beneath Walker's feigned innocence. Louise remained oblivious to the silent skirmish between the two, non-committally shrugging at Walker's speculation on extraterrestrial technology. Who knows? Perhaps some mad scientist is tinkering away in a basement. That is the allure of journalism, Mr. Walker. unearthing the truth beneath the surface. Her eyes sparkled with a hunter's gleam. Lex Luthor was indeed a sagacious businessman, yet the line between wisdom and danger is often perilously thin. She spoke with implied significance. Danger? Walker exhibited just the right amount of surprise and curiosity. Could a successful entrepreneur like him also harbor danger? There are many definitions of success, Mr. Walker. Louise replied meaningfully, and Luthor's pursuit of success can sometimes be chilling. He possesses an almost obsessive vigilance and curiosity towards certain unnatural forces. Her gaze swept over Clark once more, as if hinting at something. Clark set down his coffee cup, the base clattering crisply against the saucer. He inhaled deeply, striving to extricate himself from the mental disturbances wrought by Walker and Louise's keen observations. He glanced at Walker, his eyes reflecting a gentle yet undeniable finality to the topic. Louise has been a long-time observer of Mr. Luthor, and her intuition is invariably accurate. However, such conjectures require substantiation. Mr. Walker, your coffee is rapidly cooling. He artfully shifted the subject. Walker acquiesced, lifting his espresso cup and downing it in one swift motion, as if consuming a bitter yet beneficial remedy. Indeed, evidence is paramount. He set down the empty cup, his countenance once again adorned with an impeccable, gentlemanly smile. Expressing gratitude to both for the coffee and the enlightening conversation, which has afforded him a more nuanced understanding of the metropolis. He emphasized the word nuanced, his gaze flitting between Louise and Clark, imbued with an air of insightful amusement. Rising, he retrieved the jacket draped over the back of his chair. There must be work awaiting in the newspaper, so I shall not encroach upon the valuable time of two esteemed journalists. He inclined slightly, his movements fluid and graceful. Mississippi Lane, it is always a pleasure conversing with you. He turned to Clark, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth, urging caution. This mountain must not be easily shaken. As Louise bid her cheerful farewell and Clark's complex gaze lingered, Walker turned and exited the CAF with a brisk step. Sunlight enveloped him, outlining the apparently ordinary jacket with a striking silhouette. He raised a hand, seemingly casually adjusting his collar, his fingertips brushing over a coin-size cold, hard metallic patch on his nape, the catalyst for his newfound power, now emitting a faint yet steady magnetic field. Inside the CAF, Louise watched as Walker vanished around the corner, thoughtfully stirring the froth in her cup. What a peculiar yet intriguing fellow he is, isn't Clark? There's an inexplicable sense of contradiction about him, akin to an elegant enigma. Enigma, Clark repeated softly, picking up the document that Walker had adorned. Unconsciously running his fingertip over the almost imperceptible metallic magnetic residue on the file box, as if touching the lingering warmth of danger, perhaps a vortex imbued with magnetism. Chapter 43. Luthor, a sleek, matte black LexCorp vehicle glided to a precise halt at the entrance of Walker S. Hotel, resembling a phantom. The door opened silently, revealing a man clad in a meticulously tailored deep gray suit. His countenance was stern, and his gaze sharp as if honed by precision instruments. He approached the hotel lobby, where Walker sat with his legs crossed, perusing a flamboyant fashion magazine. Mr. Walker. The suited man's voice was devoid of inflection, akin to a synthetic tone. Mr. Lex Luthor wishes to avail himself of a moment of your precious time at LexCorp Tower. The car is ready. He inclined slightly, his gestures as measured as if ruled, extending a cold, smooth metallic card embossed with the LexCorp emblem, bearing only an impeccably precise appointment time. Walker leisurely closed the magazine, lifting his gaze to regard this humanoid messenger, casting a sidelong glance at the cold metal card. His face bore no signs of surprise, only a hint of a playful smile that danced at the corners of his lips, as if to say, at last, the moment has arrived. Mr. Luthor is exceedingly courteous. Walker mused as he extended 2 fingers to delicately grasp the card, weighing it as one might a playing card. A private vehicle to escort him? This treatment far surpassed that of Gotham's taxis. Rising to his feet, he casually twirled the invaluable metallic card on his fingertips before carelessly stuffing it into his jacket pocket. As if discarding refuse. Lead the way, Mr. Robot, he remarked in a light tone, laced with anticipation, eager to witness the iconic refrigeration units of Metropolis. The suited man exhibited no reaction to his address or demeanor. Instead, he merely stepped aside, gesturing with a formal invitation. The black sedan, akin to a silent behemoth, transported Walker towards the LexCorp Tower, which rose like a crystalline sword piercing the skyline of Metropolis. Traversing the frigid, vault-like underground corridor, the elevator ascended swiftly and silently. The cabin walls, polished to a mirror-like sheen, reflected Walker's slightly blurred silhouette and the ever-present playful smile upon his face. The air was imbued with a blend of premium air freshener and the scent of precision machinery, devoid of any warmth. The elevator doors glided open soundlessly, revealing an overwhelming sense of both vastness and oppression. The expansive space, dizzyingly lofty, revealed a marble floor so cold it mirrored the intricate geometric lighting on the ceiling. Beyond the massive floor-to-ceiling windows lay a miniature panorama of the entire metropolis, the sunlight blazing fiercely yet unable to dispel the chill within. Lex Luthor stood with his back to the entrance, hands clasped behind him, his gleaming crown reflecting the indifferent daylight from outside, resembling a frigid deity surveying the world from the pinnacle of existence. "Mr. Walker, welcome to LexCorp." Luthor's voice resonated deep and steady, imbued with a metallic timbre and an undeniable sense of distance. He remained turned away, as though Walker were merely an inconsequential embellishment in the background. Walker ambled in with his hands tucked into his jacket pockets. The sound of his polished shoes striking the cold floor echoed with a clear, solitary resonance, shattering the deliberately cultivated solemnity. He resembled a visitor at an art gallery, keenly observing the futuristic displays, costly yet devoid of warmth, the extravagant abstract paintings, and the hovering, luminous blue holograms pulsating with intricate data streams. His contemplative smile persisted, unyielding. "What a splendid view," Walker finally declared, halting before the grand windows, his gaze sweeping over the bustling city below before honing in on the golden globe atop the Star Planet Daily building in the distance, its brilliance somewhat blinding in the shadow of LexCorp Tower. "No wonder everyone aspires to ascend, to stand tall and gaze far," he remarked casually, as if discussing the weather, though his eyes, sharp as a hawk's, captured Luthor's indistinct reflection on the glass facade. Luthor slowly turned to face him. His visage was striking, yet his features were as rigid as a sculpture. Those light-hued eyes, keen as a falconess, bore a penetrating scrutiny and a frigid calculation, firmly locking onto Walker. The gaze was devoid of emotion, embodying nothing but a pure assessment, akin to scanning a weapon awaiting its price or a virus in need of eradication. "The landscape is contingent upon the observer's perspective and altitude." Luthor's voice remained steady, yet it concealed an undercurrent of menace, reminiscent of dark waters beneath a frozen surface. Some, perched high above, might perceive guardianship and order. However, what I discerned was a vast, unresolved threat, a ticking time bomb draped in a red and blue cloak, poised to shatter everything we hold dear into oblivion. He stepped forward, and an intangible sense of oppression permeated the air, as if it were a palpable presence. "Superman." He uttered the name with a profound, bone-deep loathing and vigilance. He possessed the strength of a deity, yet masqueraded as a mere mortal. He transcended laws, nations, and even the very fabric of human civilization. He demanded our trust, our reliance, and even our adoration. But on what grounds? On the basis of his extraterrestrial genes? On a volatile power that could spiral out of control at any moment? "Mr. Walker, you have witnessed the chaos of Gotham. You should comprehend that unbridled power is, in itself, the greatest source of disorder." Luthor's voice escalated, tinged with a near-religious fervor. "He is not a guardian. He is the sword of Damocles, suspended above humanity. His mere existence is the ultimate affront to human intellect, endeavor, and autonomy. As long as he exists, humanity shall never truly grasp its fate, forever remaining in his shadow." The office was engulfed in a profound silence, with only Luthor's words echoing in the frigid space. Outside, the sun shone brightly, yet within, it felt akin to an ice house. Walker listened intently, the playful smirk on his face unwavering. He even tilted his head with a hint of curiosity, waiting until Luthor's tirade reached a pause before leisurely responding. His voice soft yet resonant, akin to a pebble thrown into a raging glacial river. "Wow, Mr. Luthor, your affection for Superman is both profound and intricate. It nearly moves me." His tone dripped with unabashed mockery, entirely disregarding the weighty atmosphere Luthor had cultivated. However, He stepped forward, hands still tucked in his pockets, exuding an almost irreverent nonchalance, while his gaze was as precise as a surgeon's scalpel, meeting Luther's frigid scrutiny. If I may be so bold, Walker shrugged, his smile taking on an innocent demeanor. The sword of Damocles, the source of chaos, the enemy of humanity. Here, he appears to me merely as a cheerful, affable neighbor. Luther's pupils constricted sharply, and the muscles in his face seemed to momentarily stiffen. Walker's words struck like a light, stinging slap against the grand narrative he had meticulously constructed. A neighborly boy? Luther's voice was laced with incredulous, icy sarcasm for the first time. Indeed, Walker spread his hands, his expression earnest, as if proclaiming an evident truth. Look at what he usually engages in: helping elderly ladies cross the street, apprehending bank robbers, rescuing cats stranded in trees, directing lost children. This behavioral pattern, aside from his considerable strength and speed, bears no distinction from that of a community's enthusiastic volunteer. He disregarded the increasingly frigid glare in Luther's eyes, continuing to speak with an air of nonchalance, as though engaged in idle gossip. His thoughts revolved around trivial matters: whom he had assisted that day, what he would dine on that evening, and perhaps how to avoid Batman's incessant chiding. It was pure and simple. Walker even playfully tapped his temple with his fingertips, the gesture imbued with a hint of frivolity. What you describe as a desire for domination, a thirst for destruction, a desecration of humanity's fate. Walker scoffed, shaking his head. It is far too intricate, Mr. Luther. You are attempting to impose the tragic narrative of Shakespeare upon a boy of sunshine who merely wishes to do good. Isn't that exhausting? He approached Luther's massive, frigid desk, his fingers seemingly carelessly gliding across the smooth surface. At the moment his fingertips made contact, an exceedingly faint yet remarkably precise electromagnetic pulse was quietly released. An unassuming metallic pen holder on the desk, containing several expensive gold-plated pens, suddenly began to clatter and rotate, as if manipulated by invisible fingers, performing a bizarre waltz. The subtle disturbance resonated clearly within the silent room. Luther's gaze darted toward the spinning pen holder before snapping back to Walker's face, sharp as a blade. Walker appeared oblivious, offering Luther a radiant smile devoid of warmth. Thus, I must regretfully decline your grand invitation to deal with Superman. He dismissed the proposition with the same ease one might refuse a cup of distasteful coffee. Engaging in schemes with a boy who merely wishes to assist an elderly lady across the street? Such amusement is far too base for my refined taste. He straightened up, brushed his hands as if to remove non-existent dust, and continued. Thank you for the coffee and your captivating discourse, Mr. Luther. The sunlight in Metropolis is delightful. I wish to bask in it a little longer. With that, he no longer cast a glance at Luther, turning instead to stride towards the elevator with the same leisurely pace as his arrival. The heavy alloy doors slid open soundlessly, and Walker's figure vanished beyond them. The office was enveloped in a stifling silence, the cold air seemingly frozen in time. Luther stood motionless, like a sculpture of ice, his pale eyes swirling with a tide cold enough to freeze souls, mingled with a flicker of deep-seated, frigid rage. The pens on the desk continued to quiver subtly, emitting a faint hum akin to a silent mockery. Secretary Nora appeared at the doorway, like a flawless shadow. Observing Luther's icy silhouette, she spoke in a hushed tone, tinged with a hint of inquiry. Sir, the target has declined cooperation, exhibiting a notably insulting attitude. Shall we initiate the cleanup protocol? Though his abilities are unique, they are not without flaw. Luther remained silent for an extended moment. Outside, the sunlight in Metropolis continued to shine brilliantly, casting a deceptive golden hue over the city. He slowly raised his hand, his fingertips gently tapping the desk. The trembling pens immediately fell silent, as if held down by an unseen force. No. Luther's voice regained its former icy composure, akin to steel tempered by fire. He possessed the ability to see through facades yet feigned madness, deliberately belittling the divine to the level of an ordinary boy next door, a man with formidable magnetic control, who chose to demonstrate his power merely by rotating a few pens in my presence. He turned, his gaze directed towards the elevator from which Walker had vanished, his eyes profound as the abyss of the cosmos. Do not provoke a madman whose cards you cannot discern, and whose logic is steeped in chaos, Nora. The corners of Luther's mouth curled into a cold, humorless arc. He was more perilous than Superman, for his intentions remained shrouded in mystery. His destruction could manifest without forewarning or rationale. Returning to the vast expanse of his desk, his fingers glided across its polished surface, leaving behind a trail of frigid air. Proceed with the plan for Superman's eclipse as scheduled. Luthor's voice was resolute, devoid of doubt, regarding Mr. Walker's designation as a high-priority observation variable. I want to be informed of every action he undertakes in Metropolis, every individual he encounters. Did he enjoy watching the spectacle? A flicker of cruel coldness ignited in Luthor's eyes. Then let him witness how the true tempest unfolds, and how the so-called Sunshine Boy will rend this false sky asunder. The elevator plummeted rapidly. Walker leaned against the frigid metallic walls of the cabin, eyes closed. Yet the corners of his mouth curled into a silent expression of exquisite delight, laced with icy derision. He could distinctly perceive that from the cold lair atop the building, a gaze as venomous as a serpent, rife with calculation and hostility, was penetrating barriers and fixating upon him with unwavering intensity. "Sunshine Boy," he murmured silently, his fingertips gently caressing the cold metal badge nestled in his jacket pocket, its faint magnetic field pulsating like a heartbeat. "Baldy, you've already started this game at a disadvantage. The amusement has only just begun." Chapter 44. The accident. Morning sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm golden hue over the CAF named Kryptonite Reviver located beneath the planet Daily. The air was infused with the rich aroma of freshly ground coffee beans and the sweet scent of newly baked bread. Walker occupied a window-side booth, a nearly untouched espresso cup before him, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the cold surface of the table. His gaze traversing the glass to rest upon the bustling revolving doors of the newspaper building across the street. At last, the familiar tall figure emerged. Clark Kent, clutching a somewhat worn briefcase, hurried along, his face bearing the taut expression characteristic of a reporter pressed by looming deadlines, with remnants of late-night toil smeared upon his glasses. He made a beeline for the bar, his order audible even from a distance. "Double espresso, to go, thank you, Penny." A barely perceptible smile graced Walker's lips. The timing was impeccable. He lifted his own espresso, casually rising to obscure Clark's path as he turned with his coffee. "Good morning, Mr. Kent." Walker's voice carried a hint of morning languor, yet his smile was notably sincere. "Relying on double espressos to sustain you this early?" Has Editor Perry tightened the whip again? Clark caught sight of Walker, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into his signature, somewhat clumsy yet friendly smile. "Mr. Walker? Good morning. Yes, there's an urban infrastructure hearing today. I must finish my piece." He raised the coffee cup in his hand, relying entirely on it. Walker sidestepped to clear the path, yet artfully maintained a posture of walking side by side with Clark as they strolled towards the entrance of the newspaper building. Lowering his voice slightly, his face retained an air of casual joviality, though his gaze shifted subtly, as if he were about to share an intriguing piece of gossip. "I've heard you've been diligently covering the Luthor Group's Tomorrow City project lately?" Walker casually broached the subject, his fingertips lightly grazing the warm surface of his coffee cup. "That bald CEO is not one to be underestimated. He has more cunning than a beehive and harbors a particular penchant for grudges." Clark's footsteps faltered imperceptibly, and a flicker of caution passed through his blue eyes behind the lenses. He responded with measured prudence. "Mr. Luthor is indeed a complex individual. As a journalist, one must engage with a diverse array of characters." "Complex? Huh." Walker chuckled lightly, laced with a hint of derision. "What you call complex, I would label as late-stage paranoia, compounded by delusions of persecution." He leaned a fraction closer to Clark, lowering his voice to a near whisper, his eyes sharp as icicles, particularly regarding a certain neighbor clad in spandex who could fly. The disdain was palpable, as if he longed to drag that individual from the sky and dissect him in a laboratory. "I would wager that he harbors at least a dozen nefarious schemes specifically aimed at that sunny boy, each one likely bearing a delightfully juvenile moniker like Godslayer's lighter kryptonite storm." Straightening up, he resumed a normal volume, a playful grin re-emerging on his face as he patted Clark's shoulder with a familiarity reminiscent of old friends, although the pressure conveyed an unmistakable warning. "So, Mr. Kent," Walker said pointedly, his gaze penetrating as if it could see through the lenses into Clark's concealed essence. When you venture out for interviews, particularly those involving that bald mogul, keep your wits about you, won't you? This metropolis may bask in sunlight. Yet even a sterile laboratory can harbor a touch of toxic dust, don't you think? His final words lingered, tainted with a nearly malicious implication. Clark's grip on the coffee cup tightened slightly, the warmth of the cup failing to dispel the chill that Walker's words invoked. He could distinctly hear the undercurrent of that seemingly jesting warning, a whisper coiling like a venomous serpent. Be careful, big guy. The bald man's blade is honed, and its target is your Kryptonian neck. That cursed whisper sent a throbbing pulse through his temples. Thank you for your warning, Mr. Walker. Clark's voice remained steady, yet the gaze behind his glasses had grown deep and piercing. I will ensure my safety. Nodding, he hastened forward, clutching his briefcase and coffee, and swiftly entered the revolving door of the newspaper building. Walker stood rooted, observing Clark's somewhat hurried silhouette vanish into the bustling interior of the newspaper, the smirk at the corner of his mouth deepening. He tilted his head back and downed the icy espresso in one swift motion, the bitter liquid coursing down his throat, bestowing upon him an unusual sense of clarity. The seed had been sown, he murmured to himself, carelessly tossing the empty cup into the nearby trash bin, before merging into the morning throng of the metropolis, like a single droplet blending into the vast ocean. Inside the venue for the urban infrastructure hearing, the atmosphere was as heavy as solidified asphalt. In the expansive conference hall, officials clad in tailored suits and representatives of developers sat behind a long table, reciting from tedious blueprints and lengthy data reports. The air was thick with the hum of air conditioning, the rustling of paper, and the lifeless tones of their speeches. Clark Kent sat in the back row of the press section, his notepad spread open on his lap, a pen unconsciously twirling between his fingers. He struggled to concentrate, attempting to grasp the technical jargon concerning underground pipe installations and transportation hub optimizations, but his thoughts were ensnared by intangible threads, drifting towards Walker's venomous warnings. Lex Luthor's calculating visage, and the enigma of Tomorrow City that Louise was likely investigating at this very moment. Suddenly, an invisible, piercing terror erupted, as if countless steel needles simultaneously pierced his eardrums, shattering the fragile calm he had desperately maintained. Creak, bang, boom. The cacophony was not merely transmitted through the air, but directly assaulted his superhuman hearing. Emanating from several blocks away, near the metropolis central square, a horrific symphony of metal being torn and twisted, glass shattering, and the sickening sound of human bones fracturing under immense impact. This was followed by the acrid stench of gasoline, the screeching of tires against pavement, and the tsunami of screams that surged from the crowd, filled with abject terror and agony. A car crash. My God, so many cars have collided. Help! Someone is trapped beneath. Fire. It's going to ignite. Run. A cascade of chaotic, harrowing sounds flooded Clark's mind, each syllable striking his nerves like a hammer. His body stiffened abruptly, his complexion drained to a ghastly pallor. The hand gripping the pen turned white from the pressure. The pen's tip punctured the notepad, ink swiftly spreading into a deep blue blotch. He could almost visualize the horrific scene. Contorted wreckage resembling grotesque steel beasts, shattered glass reflecting a grim light under the sun. Desperate hands beating against the windows of crushed cabins, bodies lying silently in pools of blood, and the dust churned up by panicked crowds fleeing in disarray. Meanwhile, the speaker on stage continued, the official methodically justifying the dimensions of a certain sewer pipe. Clark suddenly surged to his feet, the force of his movement toppling the chair behind him with a resounding crash. Silence enveloped the room in an instant, all eyes turning in astonishment towards the suddenly unhinged reporter. Opuludisa? Clark's voice quivered, laced with urgency and barely contained anxiety, as he hastily righted the chair, stumbling over his words, his expression a mix of acute embarrassment and pressing urgency. I'm feeling a bit unwell. Please excuse me. I am terribly sorry. He hardly waited for the host's response before grasping his briefcase, lowering his head, and almost stumbling out of the conference hall, leaving behind a room filled with astonished gazes and hushed whispers. Chapter 45. Rescue. The corridor was deserted. Clark's figure flashed like a ghost as he darted into the nearest men's restroom, locking the stall door with a decisive click. Within the cramped confines, the cacophony of the outside world, akin to a hellish uproar, seemed to amplify infinitely, assaulting his eardrums and heart. He yanked open the buttons of his checkered shirt, revealing a familiar blue beneath, his motion swift enough to leave an afterimage. His glasses were removed and hastily stowed deep within a briefcase, and his typically gentle blue eyes now blazed with a frantic fire, a manifestation of the instinct to save lives that belonged to a superhero. "Wait for me," he silently roared, flinging open the stall door. Boom! A whirlwind of red and blue instantaneously tore through the air of the restroom. The window glass silently shattered into dust. Clark's figure had vanished, leaving only the still-quaking stall door and the briefcase forlornly lying on the cold tiled floor. The notepad lay open, a page stained with ink, precisely recording the diameter of the sewer pipe, alongside a desperate puncture made by a fountain pen. Nearby Metropolis Center Plaza, the scene of a multi-vehicle collision resembled a hellscape. 7 or 8 cars were grotesquely intertwined, their metal frames grotesquely exposed, windshields shattered like spider webs, and airbags limply deployed. The pungent aroma of gasoline mingled with the stench of blood, inducing nausea. Flames licked beneath an overturned chassis, poised to ignite an explosion at any moment. The terrified cries, agonized moans, and the futile calls of rescuers intertwined, creating a symphony of despair. The crowd stood in stunned silence, many merely watching from a distance, hands over their mouths, their faces etched with fear and helplessness. Some attempted to approach, but were thwarted by crumpled car doors and leaking gasoline. Time seemed to elongate, each second a reminder of lives slipping away. At that moment, it was as if the sky was cleaved by a red and blue lightning bolt. Whoosh! A figure, accompanied by a sonic boom and a shockwave, descended upon the center of the accident site, as if a deity had arrived. The tremendous impact caused the shattered glass and metallic debris on the ground to tremble. The dust was instantly dispersed. It was Superman. He landed firmly in the most perilous core of the chaos, his red cape billowing in the shockwave like a burning banner. His eyes, as clear as the Kansas sky, were now sharp as a hawk's, swiftly scanning the tumultuous scene. His superbrain functioned like the most sophisticated computer, assessing the locations of the injured, the severity of their wounds, and the greatest sources of threat in a fraction of a second. "Stay in place. Remain calm." Superman's deep and powerful voice cut through the noise, instantly soothing some of the panic. The rescue was about to commence. Before his words had fully faded, his figure had transformed into a blur of red. A young girl found herself ensnared in the driver's seat, the warped door of the car pinning her down, blood streaming from her legs, her consciousness fading. Superman, with one hand, expertly supported the collapsing roof of the vehicle, while his other hand, akin to the most deft of surgical instruments, grasped the contorted edge of the door. His muscles taut. With a swift motion, the sturdy alloy door was effortlessly torn apart, akin to paper being ripped. The entire process transpired so rapidly that the girl merely felt a gentle force enveloping her, and in the next moment, she was securely cradled and placed in a safe area, away from the peril. Beneath the wreckage of another car, a middle-aged couple lay bloodied, the husband desperately attempting to lift the heavy engine hood that was pinning down his wife's legs. In a blur of red and blue, Superman held the cumbersome hood aloft with one hand, while his other hand gently yet firmly extricated the injured couple from their confined space. His movements were as swift as lightning, yet imbued with a remarkable tenderness and precision, ensuring no further harm befell the victims. Suddenly, flames ignited, the fire licking dangerously close to the fuel tank. Superman's gaze sharpened. He inhaled deeply, his chest swelling slightly, and then whoosh, a frigid breath, potent enough to freeze steel, erupted from him like a white dragon. The rampant flames were extinguished as if snuffed out by an invisible giant's hand, vanishing in an instant, leaving only tendrils of smoke and frozen patches of leaking gasoline. The danger was averted. One after another, the trapped souls were rescued with an unimaginable speed and efficiency. Superman's figure darted through the twisted jungle of steel, so fast that the eye could scarcely follow. Each appearance signified a desperate life being returned to safety. He pried open the deformed car frame with his bare hands, as if it were a mere toy. He effortlessly lifted the overturned vehicle as though it were a block. He served as a shield against the flying debris and potential secondary collapses. Superman. It was indeed Superman who had arrived. Hope surged through the crowd. When the last trapped soul, an infant swaddled in a blanket, was gently extracted from the nearly crushed back seat and placed into the arms of the weeping mother. The scene erupted from an initial silence into a deafening roar of jubilation, celebrating their miraculous survival. Superman! 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 Applause, tears, and heartfelt shouts surged like a tsunami throughout the neighborhood. People waved their arms in excitement, tears streaming down their faces, filled with pure, almost reverent gratitude and admiration. The sun poured down unreservedly upon the figure standing at the center of the ruins, his red cape billowing, casting him in a radiant divine glow. Superman stood at the epicenter of the adulation, wearing a gentle and reassuring smile, waving to the surrounding crowd. That smile was flawless, imbued with the power of hope. Yet, only he knew that deep within those seemingly serene blue eyes, a faint, barely perceptible shadow had passed. Moments earlier, when he had torn open the car door, his keen senses had detected an exceedingly subtle, yet unmistakably unnatural fracture in the metal, its edges too precise, suggesting the use of some sophisticated tool for cutting. Meanwhile, in the shadows of a towering office building at the edge of the square, where the cheers could not reach, Walker had appeared, leaning against the cold metal railing. With his hands tucked into the pockets of his jacket, he gazed down upon the throng of jubilant figures below, resembling ants in their fervor, and the vibrant red and blue focal point amidst them. His face bore no sign of excitement or emotion, only the perpetually unchanging, cold smile that hinted at scrutiny and amusement. The Savior's grand performance, the Sunshine Boy, had reached its flawless conclusion. Walker muttered softly to himself, his tongue brushing over his slightly parched lips, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk, sweeping over the twisted metal wreckage from the accident. Yet, was this plot twist not a tad too contrived? Baldy, has your eclipse of tomorrow begun? His fingertips absent-mindedly stroked the cold metal badge in his pocket, the faint magnetic field emanating from it akin to the hiss of a coiled serpent. Beneath the brilliant sky of the metropolis, the roar of cheers was deafening, yet a frigid, blood-stained undertone of conspiracy had quietly begun to permeate the air. Chapter 46, Conspiracy at the Pinnacle of the Kex Building in the Command Center. The vast arc-shaped floor-to-ceiling windows had been adjusted to a one-way dark mode, filtering the glaring sunlight into a chilling azure hue. Several floating holographic screens occupied the central space, transmitting in real time every gruesome, chaotic, and desperate detail of the tragic accident at Metropolis Central Square. Lex Luthor sat poised in a hovering chair, resembling a judge upon a divine throne, his fingertips lightly tapping against the smooth armrest, his gaze calmly fixed upon the screens. At the center of the display was the silhouette of the red and blue figure descending through the air. Behold, Luthor's voice resonated, deep and clear, imbued with a chilling, almost academic analytical tone that shattered the silence of the command center. He did not speak to himself. Behind him stood several holographic projections of generals clad in crisp military uniforms, their insignias gleaming as they solemnly focused on the screen. A perfect timing, a perfect entrance. A flawless display of power. Precise, efficient, devoid of superfluous motion. Each rescue was executed with utmost calculation, minimizing casualties and panic. Not to mention the reassurance offered, a truly impeccable performance of a savior. He slightly turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the holographic projections of the generals, the corners of his mouth lifting into a cold, emotionless arc. This is the threat we face, gentlemen. A force that transcends human comprehension, existing in a selfless manner beyond the moral framework of humanity. He requires no army, no government, and no adherence to the order and rules we hold dear. He merely needs to stand there, wave his hand, and he can garner more public support than all of us combined. A hint of barely perceptible mockery laced Luthor's voice. He was a disruptor of order, as he himself existed above that very order. On the screen, Superman was effortlessly tearing open a twisted, mangled sedan, as if it were merely a cardboard box, delicately extracting the terrified passengers within. The fervor of the crowd's cheers could be felt even through the screen. Luthor's fingertip lightly tapped the armrest, and the image instantly transitioned. No longer a chaotic crash scene, the narrative transitions to the interior of a vast, futuristic laboratory, cold and imposing. At the center of the tableau stands a colossal humanoid entity, exuding a chilling metallic sheen, towering nearly 3 meters high. Its contours are smooth, yet imbued with a sense of formidable strength. The exterior is composed of a matte, light-absorbing dark gray alloy, with joints flickering with ethereal blue energy circuits. Its head eschews anthropomorphic design in favor of a sleek array of sensors, adorned with complex geometric facets. Two crimson points of light, resembling cold compound eyes, scanning the darkness with deliberate precision. Its robust arms terminate not in hands, but in transformable weapon platforms, currently displaying a structure akin to a heavy energy cannon, its muzzle pulsating ominously with blue-white luminescence. The back features a complex array of vector thrusters, while the shoulder armor is substantial, tapering into sharp edges reminiscent of bat wings, exuding an oppressive aggression. Yet, perfection often breeds rigidity and predictability. Luther's voice resonates with an air of omnipotent confidence, grounded in years of profound analysis of the biological energy fields, energy spectra, and movement patterns of the target, coupled with groundbreaking advancements in the reverse engineering of Kryptonian technology. LexCorp unveils the prototype of the anti-Superman tactical platform, codenamed Godslayer. The holographic display zooms in, revealing the intricate internal architecture of Godslayer, a hyperdense alloy skeleton, an energy absorption and transformation matrix modeled after Kryptonian cellular structures. Equipped with a processor housing the most advanced tactical core, and at its center, a piece of kryptonite radiating an eerie green glow, enveloped in a specialized force field. It harbors no fear, no compassion, nor any semblance of moral quandary. Its programming is singular in purpose: analyze, lock on, suppress, and ultimately annihilate the target. Luther's voice, akin to a death sentence, asserts that its armor can withstand the conventional force of the target. Its energy core capable of simulating and neutralizing aspects of the biological energy field, while the embedded kryptonite radiation generator can continuously weaken the target within effective range. More crucially, its tactics adapt in real time to the target's combat habits, predicting with infinite precision. It is not a Terminator, gentlemen. It is a bespoke cage and guillotine. The general's holographic projections remain silent, yet their gazes intertwine shock, greed, and a tinge of dread towards absolute power. Initiate Godslayer testing sequence. Luther's voice is devoid of any tumult, as if commanding the start a coffee machine. Target acquisition, Metropolis Central Square, Superman. Testing objective, real combat data collection and deterrence assessment. Command confirmed. Godslayer, activate. Launch sequence ready. A cold electronic synthetic voice resonates in command center. In the square, the cacophony of cheers reaches a crescendo. Superman safely relocates the last injured individual, gently soothing a weeping mother. Sunlight bathes him, his red cape billowing like a burning banner. Suddenly, the gentleness on Superman's face freezes. He abruptly raises his head, his pure blue eyes narrowing, as if stars were exploding deep within his pupils. His superhuman vision pierces through the jubilant crowd, through towering edifices, locking onto several distant points on the horizon. A few minuscule, nearly imperceptible black specks, akin to harbingers of death, were cleaving through the vast expanse at multiples of the speed of sound, trailing a blazing tail of plasma, hurtling toward the center of the square with precision, silence, and cataclysmic kinetic energy. The air was compressed to an extreme, emitting a deep, heart-pounding shriek. Everyone, take cover. The thunderous roar of Superman eclipsed all cheers in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, he bent his knees slightly, and the solid ground beneath him instantaneously cracked and sank. Boom! An indistinguishable red-blue afterimage shot upwards like a meteor, defying the limits of physics. A terrifying shockwave erupted behind him, forming a circle of white, expanding shock rings that sent the unsuspecting crowd below reeling, their screams swiftly replacing the earlier jubilations. Almost in the same moment, Superman ascended into the clouds. Three metallic harbingers of death, trailing long tails of flame, had already arrived. They did not assault the crowd below, but instead came to a sudden halt hundreds of meters above the ground. Changing direction, the vector thrusters erupted in a ghostly blue flame, the tremendous recoil producing a thunderous roar in the air. Three prototypes of Deathbringers, resembling iron demons from the abyss, formed a triangular formation, encircling the newly airborne Superman, who had yet to reach full acceleration. Their crimson, multifaceted eyes locked onto their target, Cold scanning beams sweeping across Superman's form, as if they were tangible. Without warning, without dialogue. Buzz. The shrill, high-frequency sound of energy charging reverberated. The weapon platforms on the arms of the three Deathbringers instantaneously transformed. Massive cannon muzzles ignited with blinding blue-white brilliance, unleashing streams of destructive high-energy particles akin to judgmental spears tearing through the heavens, directed at the center of that red-blue figure from three cunning angles. The sky of Metropolis was instantaneously transformed into a battlefield. Superman's pupils constricted. His super speed granted him a near-stasis response to time. A mere thousandth of a second before the particle streams reached him, his body executed an astonishing twist and evasion in midair. One particle stream grazed the edge of his cape, instantly scorching a charred hole into the resilient fabric of Krypton. The other two were narrowly avoided, crashing into the rooftop of a distant skyscraper below. Boom! Boom! Two deafening explosions resonated. The rooftop helipad and portions of the external structure of the building disintegrated as if made of paper, erupting into the air. Burning debris fell like fiery rain. The searing shockwave and the minute radiation from kryptonite contained within the particle streams caused a slight lag in Superman's movements. It was this minuscule delay. One of the Deathbringers unleashed its vector thrusters to the fullest. Abandoning its long-range assault, it lunged forward like a cannonball, piercing the air with a shriek. Closing the distance in an instant, the robust, metallic fist, shimmering with ethereal blue energy circuits, surged forth with a formidable kinetic force, capable of shattering mountains. Unceremoniously aimed at Superman's visage. As the punch sliced through the air, it compressed the atmosphere into a visible white shockwave. With a fierce cry, Superman's eyes ignited with a brilliant blue light. Instead of retreating, he advanced, his left arm darting forward like lightning to block, while his right fist, brimming with power, unleashed a sonic boom as it met the incoming assault head-on. The impact produced an indescribable sound, akin to the violent collision of two iron peaks. Echoing through the 1,000-meter height, a spherical shockwave visibly expanded, forcefully dispersing the surrounding clouds. At the epicenter of the clash, space itself seemed to warp momentarily. Superman's body was propelled backward by the immense force, sliding several meters through the air. A distinct sense of numbness coursed through his left arm. The armor of the God-Slayer exceeded his expectations in hardness. Although his right fist struck the enemy's chest plate with tremendous force, it only left a pronounced dent. As the deep gray alloy's energy circuits flickered wildly, absorbing and dispersing most of the impact, the power absorption matrix conjured Lex Luthor's image in Superman's mind. Meanwhile, the other two God-Slayers offered no respite. They traced bizarre, zigzagging trajectories in the air, akin to precise hunters, and opened fire once more. This time, it was not a mere stream of particles, but a torrential barrage of energy projectiles. Countless blue and white orbs rained down like a tempest, sealing off all avenues of escape for Superman. Concurrently, the emerald glow of the kryptonite radiation generator intensified abruptly. An invisible field, imbued with a potent sense of weakness, enveloped Superman in an instant. Superman felt as if his strength had been shackled by invisible chains, causing his movements to inevitably slow. He could only cross his arms protectively over his chest, bracing himself against the relentless barrage. The onslaught of energy projectiles struck his crossed arms and the emblem on his chest with the force of heavy hammers, igniting a series of explosive bursts. The terrifying pressure incessantly bore him down from the heights, like a meteor under a deluge of fire, plummeting toward the bustling streets below. Superman, on the ground. Countless citizens witnessing this scene erupted in terrified, desperate screams. Just as Superman was about to crash into a commercial district, he unleashed a furious roar. The blue light in his eyes blazed with unprecedented intensity. He forcefully twisted his body, pushing off against the empty air with his feet. The atmosphere beneath him compressed to the extreme, producing a thunderous explosion. Abruptly halting his descent, he inhaled deeply, his chest swelling with air. With a mighty exhalation, a breath far more ferocious and frigid than before erupted forth, akin to a polar tempest. His target was not the three God-Slayers, but rather the street he was about to collide with. The The biting cold instantaneously crystallized the air, conjuring countless ice shards that coalesced into a massive, thick ice shield, positioned between him and the buildings. With a resounding crash, Superman collided heavily against the ice shield. The icy shield was instantaneously adorned with a web of cracks, shattering with a resounding crash. Yet, the force of the impact had been significantly mitigated. He utilized the momentum to execute a roll, landing firmly in the center of the street. The asphalt beneath his feet fractured inch by inch. 3 God's layers followed closely, resembling a malignant growth. They hovered just above the ground, their crimson compound eyes fixated on the fallen superhero, the weapon platforms once again glowing with a menacing charge. The surrounding citizens had long since fled in terror, leaving the desolate streets reminiscent of a battlefield. Standing tall, the superhero's red cape billowed dramatically in the aftermath of the explosion and the biting cold. He wiped away a nearly imperceptible trace of golden blood from the corner of his mouth and gazed upward at the 3 frigid killing machines, a chilling fury igniting within his pure blue eyes, akin to the wrath of polar ice for the first time. Luthor, he whispered, the name laden with an unprecedented heaviness. Within the command center of LexCorp Tower, Luthor observed the faint golden trace at the corner of Superman's mouth and the anger surging in his eyes, finally allowing a cold, satisfied smile to grace his lips. Excellent. Anger is the breeding ground of weakness. Godslayer, Phase 2, activate. Chapter 47, Turning the Tide, combined. The frigid radiation of kryptonite pierced through Superman's every cell like countless poisoned steel needles, numbing his nerves and eroding the strength he so proudly possessed. He knelt on the cracked asphalt, gasping heavily, each breath akin to inhaling scalding gravel. His red cape hung limply on the charred ground, sullied by dust and ice shards. The 3 God's layers loomed like cold metallic tombstones suspended in the air, their merciless crimson eyes locking onto him, the weapon platforms glowing ever brighter with a deadly blue-white light, heralding the impending onslaught of annihilation. Superman struggled to lift his head, the indomitable fire of defiance burning in his blue eyes, yet unable to dispel the deep-rooted sense of weakness that pervaded him. He attempted to summon his strength, but the Kryptonian energy within him felt as if it were obstructed by a heavy sludge, every effort to coalesce bringing excruciating pain. The air around him grew thick. The distant screams of terrified citizens seemed to fade away, and time appeared to stretch, leaving only the heart-stopping hum of energy charging, like the countdown to death. Just as the 3 killing machines were poised to unleash their fire. Boom! A sound unlike any other, akin to a thunderous roar erupting from the depths of the ocean, suddenly tore through the immobilized air. It was not merely a sound, but a high-frequency vibration that was agonizing to the teeth, emanating from the very essence of matter. The entire street, along with the glass facades of nearby buildings, began to tremble violently, emitting a groan on the verge of shattering. The 3 hovering God's layers seemed to be seized by an invisible giant hand. Their sleek, powerful metallic bodies abruptly froze. The shimmering azure energy circuits at their joints became chaotic, flickering erratically. The imminent glow of their cannon mouths flashed wildly, akin to a malfunctioning light bulb. What? Superman and Luthor, seated before the command center screen, simultaneously uttered low gasps of astonishment. Superman abruptly turned his head, his extraordinary vision piercing through the chaotic smoke and distorted force fields. At the end of the street, he beheld Walker's silhouette beside the wreckage of an overturned vehicle, still emitting plumes of black smoke. Unlike Superman, who stood prominently in the light, Walker languidly leaned against a twisted lamppost, his hands casually tucked into the pockets of his jacket, adopting a posture akin to that of an onlooker. Yet, the playful smile that had graced his face was replaced by an expression of near indifference, focused intently on something unseen. His eyes narrowed slightly, and within the depths of his pupils, faint silver arcs of energy seemed to flicker silently. More strikingly, his right hand, concealed within his pocket, clearly outlined the contours of a tightly clenched fist, its knuckles quivering from exertion as if resisting some immense, invisible force. "Hey, Sunshine Boy," Walker's voice rang out, laced with his signature jest, unyielding even in the face of peril. "Enjoying the view down there? A fine pose, though somewhat lacking in elegance." As his words fell, a deep, resonant hum, akin to the roar of a leviathan from the depths, suddenly escalated in intensity. Crack, crack, crack. The disconcerting sounds of metal twisting and fracturing filled the air. Every non-essential structural component of the three Godslayers, the sharp armor plates on their shoulders, the heat dissipation fins on their legs, the lightweight armor belts surrounding their weapon platforms, and even the metallic rings at the edges of their rear thruster nozzles, were violently ripped, twisted, and stripped away by unseen, frenzied hands. The once rigid alloys were contorted as if they were mere pliable clay, disfigured at will. Debris, drawn like iron filings to a magnetic storm, was forcibly torn from the machines, swirling in the air, creating a tempest of metallic fragments that exuded an aura of destruction. Walker emitted a muffled grunt, evidently struggling under the immense pressure exerted by the three intricately designed, force field-empowered robots. His clenched fist trembled violently, and the muscles in his arm, buried deep in his pocket, tightened like rock. Damn, this hunk of metal is heavier than expected. Walker. Superman's eyes ignited with disbelief. The kryptonite radiation that had plagued and weakened him, under the tumultuous magnetic interference, manifested visible fluctuations and diminishing effects, akin to ripples on the surface of a pond disturbed by a stone. Though the core source of radiation remained, the debilitating shackles that had penetrated his very bones began to loosen. "Don't just stand there," Walker nearly shouted through gritted teeth, his gaze fixated on the core of one Godslayer, which radiated a rich, eerie green light. "Shut it down. I can't hold on for long." As he spoke, several heavy armor plates, forcibly torn away, clattered to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. No further words were necessary. A flash of blue light ignited in Superman's eyes. His strength surged like a flood breaking through a dam, coursing anew throughout his body. He straightened abruptly, the ground beneath him erupting once more, harnessing Walker's ferocious magnetic field to forcibly tear open the robotic defenses, suppressing its movements and disrupting the precious moment of the kryptonite radiation field. Whoosh! The red and blue figure shot forth like a cannonball, accompanied by a piercing shriek that split the air, vanishing in an instant. The target was none other than the Godslayer, whose kryptonite core glimmered most brilliantly at its chest. The Godslayer's frantic alarms flashed as it attempted to recalibrate its weaponry to aim at this sudden assailant. But its movements became sluggish and clumsy under the chaotic yet precise magnetic field that Walker unleashed, tearing at its external armor and joints. "Shut it down," Superman roared, his fingers tightly clenched, radiating a searing brilliance akin to the core of the sun. He disregarded the robot's hasty attempt to block with its metallic arm, striking with a speed that transcended the opponent's reaction limits, akin to the sharpest scalpel. Plunging fiercely into the area of the Godslayer's chest armor that had been particularly affected by Walker's magnetic field, now distorted and chaotic. Sizzle. The hardened alloy was melted and torn as easily as butter under a hot knife. Superman deftly seized the kryptonite core, enveloped in a special force field and emanating a faint green glow. With a sudden surge of strength, he crushed the delicate force field generator and severed the connecting cables. The lethal kryptonite was extracted in a flash, tossed into the sky, tracing a dazzling green arc beneath the sun, soaring far away. With the kryptonite radiation source lost, the Godslayer's crimson compound momentarily dimmed, its movements becoming even more sluggish. Without pause, Superman executed an impossible turn in midair, propelled by a sonic boom. Lunging toward the second one, Walker felt an immediate alleviation of pressure. He gasped sharply, sweat soaking his temples, yet the manic glimmer in his eyes reignited. "Well done, big guy," he growled, focusing all his energy, consolidating the frenzied magnetic force into an invisible battering ram. Striking fiercely at the joints of the second Godslayer's legs and the connection point of its weapon platform. Ugh! Walker felt as though his head had been struck by a heavy hammer, darkness encroaching on his vision. The backlash from forcefully concentrating his power was significant, yet he succeeded. The energy cannon of the second Godslayer, poised to fire, instantaneously twisted and deformed, falling silent. A joint supporting one of its legs emitted a piercing metallic groan as it was forcibly bent by the unseen might. Its massive form lost balance, staggering forward like a drunken giant. The second one, Superman appeared like a specter in that moment of imbalance, his fists pounding like a pile driver, producing sonic booms that could not be visually tracked, striking ferociously at the unprotected core of its torso. Boom! 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 3 consecutive thunderous roars resounded. The deep gray alloy armor, capable of absorbing conventional impacts, fractured like glass under Superman's full power, instantly covered in a spiderweb of cracks. The internal energy absorption matrix emitted a mournful wail of overload, its azure glow flickering violently before abruptly extinguishing. Superman's fist pierced through the armor, seizing the core processor within, and yanked it outward with a violent force. Sparks erupted in a dazzling display. The colossal frame of the second Godslayer collapsed like a marionette whose strings had been cut. Its scarlet eyes extinguished, crashing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Only one remained. Walker's voice, laced with exhaustion and a hint of exhilaration, broke through as he wiped the sweat from his brow, directing his gaze towards the last remaining machine. This Godslayer, clearly perceiving the dire circumstances, unleashed the full power of its vector thrusters, summoning blue flames in a desperate attempt to ascend and flee. Attempting to escape? A fierce grin curled at the corners of Walker's mouth as he swiftly withdrew his right hand from his pocket, reaching towards the rapidly ascending Godslayer with an open palm. His fingers strained to the limit, turned pale, and twitched slightly. A hum resonated, a magnetic force, even more potent and concentrated than before, enveloped the Godslayer like an invisible net. The thruster flames, previously roaring, were suddenly subdued, like a great hand forcibly smothering them, becoming chaotic and feeble. Its massive metallic body trembled violently in the air, swaying as though ensnared in amber, its ascent abruptly stifled. The metallic shell emitted groans of unbearable strain, tiny components bursting forth like popcorn from the crevices of its joints. "Bring it down," Walker growled, veins bulging on his forehead, clearly straining under the immense burden of controlling a robot desperately trying to escape. Now is the moment. Superman, akin to a hawk poised for its prey, seized this critical opportunity. In a flash, he appeared above the Godslayer ensnared in the magnetic field, thrashing violently. His blue eyes glinted with cold determination as he grasped the sharply contoured sensor array atop the robot's head. "It is over." With a resounding crack, the ear-piercing sound of metal tearing echoed. Superman's arms, brimming with formidable strength, wrenched the head of the Godslayer, an embodiment of Lex's cutting-edge technology, from its torso with a brutal twist. Akin to uncapping a bottle, sparks erupted from the rupture, wires convulsing like dying nerves. The headless torso ceased its struggle, the thruster's light extinguished. Collapsing heavily to the ground like a serpent stripped of its spine, the magnetic force relinquished by Walker, producing a deep thud upon impact. The battle concluded. The street lay in disarray, strewn with burning wreckage, frozen crystals, cracked pavement, scattered metallic debris, and 3 Godslayer carcasses, all sparking and rendered completely inoperative. Smoke filled the air, mingling with the acrid scent of charred remnants, the metallic tang of ozone, and the metallic odor of ionization. Superman gradually descended from the sky, landing not far from Walker. His chest heaved slightly with exertion, breath still somewhat labored, a corner of his red cape tattered and stained. Yet his blue eyes regained their former calmness as they settled on Walker, filled with a complex array of emotions: shock, gratitude, and a profound curiosity. Walker leaned against a twisted lamppost, gasping for breath, his face pale, sweat soaking his hair. He shook his somewhat numb right hand, having exerted himself too much, and slipped it back into his pocket. The irreverent smile returned to his face, albeit tinged with a hint of exhaustion. "This wretched toy packs quite a punch," Walker panted, casting a disdainful glance at the remnants of the robot strewn on the ground. Luthor's aesthetic is truly abysmal. It looks like a sentient garbage can. Superman regarded Walker in silence for a few moments, then solemnly nodded in his direction. "Walker, thank you for earlier," he said, his voice low and sincere, imbued with a weighty gratitude. This expression of thanks was heartfelt. Without Walker's tempestuous and timely magnetic interference to breach the robot's defenses and suppress its movements, most crucially disrupting the kryptonite radiation field, he might very well have met his demise today. Walker blinked in surprise. then exaggeratedly waved his hand as if to dismiss some unsavory notion. No, stop. That's nauseating. He rolled his eyes, his tone reverting to flippancy. What thanks? I merely. His eyes darted mischievously as he pointed at the heap of expensive scrap metal on the ground, his face revealing a mercenary expression. This pile of junk is an eyesore. Besides, if you were torn apart by these trash cans, who would play with me in the future? Who would help the elderly cross the street? Who would rescue the cat stuck in the tree? Gotham's Darkbat certainly lacks your, versatility. He intentionally cloaked his genuine intent with frivolous banter, yet Superman's piercing blue eyes, capable of seeing through the fog, clearly discerned the immense burden Walker had endured during the battle and the moment of reckless resolve he had displayed. Superman chose not to shatter the moment, but merely gazed at Walker, his expression growing more profound. He approached the wreckage of a godslayer, crouching to inspect the torn and twisted armor, brutally distorted by Walker's magnetic field, and then glanced at the core he had himself dismantled. Luthor's plans are unfolding more swiftly and dangerously than I had anticipated, Superman remarked gravely, his voice carrying an unprecedented weight. He picked up a heavy shoulder guard, grotesquely deformed at the edges, which Walker had forcibly ripped from the robot. These machines possess power, defense, and precision far exceeding anything we've encountered before. And then there's the kryptonite. Dangerous? Walker scoffed, sauntering over to kick at a small component that had been violently ejected by his magnetic field, still crackling with electrical sparks. Isn't everything dangerous just a pile of scrap in the end? That bald guy is far too obsessed with scheming, always wanting to orchestrate some grand spectacle. He squatted down, mimicking Superman's stance, and poked at the gaping hole Superman had violently created in the robot's chest, where intricate circuits continued to sizzle. Look at this contraption. Designed like a porcupine, all flash and flare, and what happens? I dismantle it like a child's toy, and you rip its head off like a rotisserie chicken. He lifted his gaze to meet Superman's, a hint of insightful mockery gracing his features. He'll never understand one thing, Sunshine Boy. What? Superman instinctively inquired, confronting pure goodness. Walker rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his hands, a cold smile gracing his lips. His gaze swept over the distant citizens, who, having survived the battle, now gathered in a fervor of relief and adoration toward Superman. Schemes, high-tech weaponry, and even kryptonite were of no avail. They merely served to provoke him, making him stronger, or solidifying the resolve of those he protected to stand staunchly by his side. He paused, his eyes darkening with depth. Lex Luthor's greatest adversary was never the Kryptonian power coursing through you, but rather the naive goodness bubbling within your heart. Superman stood silently, clutching the deformed shoulder armor. Walker's words were like a chilling key, attempting to pry open long-ignored corners of his heart. He watched as Walker turned, striding with a weary yet irreverent gait towards the end of the street, akin to ink dissolving into murky water. Naive goodness, Superman murmured softly, gazing at the cold metallic fragments in his hand before looking up towards the spire of LexCorp Tower, glinting with a frigid brilliance under the sun. Above the ruins, the cheers of the citizens erupted once more, like a warm tide attempting to envelop him. Yet the chilling metallic sensation and Walker's significant words left a scar within him, more indelible than kryptonite radiation. Chapter 48, the parasite combined at the pinnacle of LexCorp Tower in the command center. The final scene of the Godslayer being decapitated by Superman replayed in slow motion on the holographic screen. The twisted metallic remains and the sparks flickering at the charred severance served as a silent mockery of Luthor's meticulous plans. The deafening roar of cheers resonated through the screen, painfully piercing the eardrums. The holographic projections of several generals displayed shock and disappointment. Among them, an elderly general with graying hair and adorned with star insignias furrowed his brow. His voice laced with suppressed fury. "Mr. Luthor, is this truly the ultimate solution you promised? 3 war machines, each costing as much as an aircraft carrier, could not withstand even 5 minutes against Superman and an unknown manipulator of magnetic fields." Luthor stood with his back to the screen, hands clasped behind him, gazing out at the illusory golden city through the expansive windows. His silhouette remained erect, akin to a frigid mountain, yet the hands clenched behind him. Knuckles whitening from the strain, silently betrayed the tumultuous waves within. His nails dug deeply into his palms, inflicting sharp pain. Yet it paled in comparison to the humiliation brought forth by the heap of scrap metal and the thunderous cheers on the screen. A savage fury, potent enough to obliterate reason, erupted within his chest, nearly shattering the meticulously crafted cold facade he wore. He yearned to immediately activate the highest authority, to classify Walker as the utmost threat, and deploy every resource to erase him from existence. This jester, this madman who saw through the script, repeatedly disrupted his rhythm, trampling his carefully laid plans. Yet, just as this rage threatened to consume his rationality, Luther inhaled deeply. The frigid air, imbued with the essence of intricate machinery, surged into his lungs, forcibly suppressing the impulse of destruction. He gradually relaxed his tightly clenched fists, the subtle sting at his fingertips akin to tempered ice water, instantly restoring his absolute, inhuman calmness. Anger is a weakness. Loss of control is failure. He, Lex Luthor, would never be governed by emotions. He slowly turned around, his face adorned with a mask of icy detachment, exuding an aura of omniscience, showing no sign of fracture. Even the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, hinting at a trace of compassion. Failure? Luther's voice was as steady as if proclaiming an undeniable truth, rendering the previous tumult as though it had never transpired. General, allow me to correct your perspective. This is not a failure. It is an exceedingly valuable and successful pressure test. He elegantly extended his hand, gesturing toward the screen, displaying a heap of smoldering wreckage, akin to showcasing a rare specimen. The Godslayer prototype has flawlessly accomplished its mission. It has provided us with an abundance of invaluable data regarding the target's combat mode under extreme stress, especially when subjected to unforeseen strong magnetic field interference, its power thresholds, energy recovery rates, and kryptonite resistance. Such data is priceless. He strode to the central control console, lightly tapping his fingertips on the smooth surface. The screen instantly transitioned, minimizing the wreckage to a corner. And instead appeared a vast, futuristic underground laboratory scene. At the heart of the laboratory was not a cold metallic automaton, but a colossal, pulsating, transparent incubation chamber reminiscent of a living organ. The chamber brimmed with a deep green, viscous nutrient solution, and at the core of this thick liquid hovered a blurred, distorted shadow, constantly pulsating and shifting. It lacked a fixed form, at times resembling a writhing mass of flesh, at other times extending several viscous tendrils, and then retracting into a throbbing, vein-laden, grotesque heart. The entire incubation chamber was encircled by intricate energy conduits, emitting a deep, resonating hum akin to the breath of a colossal entity. An indescribable, eerie sensation, mingling the essence of life and the chilling silence of death, wafted through the screen, sending an involuntary shiver through the seasoned generals present. Gentlemen, permit me to introduce the core of LexCorp's City of Tomorrow project, the latest milestone of the Life Leap initiative, the symbiote prototype, codename the Devourer. Luther's voice bore an almost fervent calmness, akin to unveiling a flawless work of art. It was starkly different from those cold metallic creations. Luther's fingertips glided across the screen, causing the shadow within the incubation chamber to writhe intensely, as if responding to his gaze. It is not a weapon, it is a key that unlocks a new era of evolutionary advancement. The image zoomed in, revealing the microscopic intricacies of the shadow within the chamber. Countless nanomechanical structures flowed through the viscous tissue, reassembling and greedily absorbing energy and material from the nutrient solution. Simultaneously, a complex stream of data erupted upon the screen. The energy absorption conversion rate, cellular vitality index, and morphological adaptability parameters reached astonishing heights. This data stemmed from research on an extraterrestrial protoplasm discovered in the extreme environments of deep space, possessing boundless potential for assimilation and evolution. A glimmer of wisdom and ambition sparkled in Luther's eyes. His core capability lay in symbiosis and evolution. He could seamlessly merge with a host at the molecular level, bestowing upon the host transcendent physical strength, near immortal regenerative abilities, and the capacity to absorb and convert various forms of energy. He paused, surveying the general's solemn and skeptical faces. More importantly, Luther's voice lowered, imbued with a devilish allure, asserting that his evolution was controllable and directed through preset genetic modules and environmental stimuli. We could guide him to absorb specific target energies, such as the unique frequency of the Kryptonian bioplasmic field. The scene shifted once more, initiating a simulated demonstration. A viscous mass of dark green substance enveloped a model representing Superman's energy, writhing like a living entity, permeating its essence. The blue radiance, symbolizing Superman's strength, was voraciously absorbed and transformed by the dark green mass. The model of Superman swiftly dimmed and weakened, while the dark green substance expanded and proliferated, emanating a more potent, ravenous dark green glow. Envision Luthor extending his arms, as if embracing the future. When an ordinary soldier or a loyal agent fuses with the Devourer, no longer a frail corporeal being, he would become a walking energy absorber. Superman's power would no longer be an insurmountable chasm, but rather the sustenance for his evolution. He would transform into a true weapon capable of devouring deities. The general's breaths became noticeably heavier. The imagery of consuming divine power on the screen, coupled with Luthor's vivid portrayal of the future, coiled around their rationality like a venomous serpent, igniting a deep-seated yearning for absolute power within them. In the eyes of the silver-haired veteran general, previous disappointment and anger had been supplanted by a complex gleam of avarice and trepidation. Naturally, Luthor adeptly regained his composure, akin to a spider reeling in its web. The Devourer remained in a highly unstable prototype phase, necessitating the strictest isolation and testing environment. This, indeed, underscored the significance of the Tomorrow City underground laboratory. We pledge to expedite this revolutionary human evolutionary security technology towards practical application in the shortest possible time. He inclined slightly, his posture impeccable, for the future of humanity, for our liberation from the worship of false gods. The Lex Group bears this responsibility without fail. Meanwhile, on the periphery of Metropolis, above the Tomorrow City project site, which was heralded as the ecological utopia of the future, Louise Lane, clad in a tailored suit and holding a recording pen, stood on a spacious observation platform. Opposite her was Dr. Wilson, the project leader, impeccably dressed in the Lex Group's senior engineering uniform, his hair neatly combed. The backdrop featured an expansive construction site, with towering cranes and the skeletal frames of buildings crafted from innovative, eco-friendly materials, reflecting a gentle glow under the sunlight. Dr. Wilson, Louise's voice resonated with clarity and strength, exuding the penetrating quality characteristic of a seasoned journalist. The Lex Group heralded Tomorrow City as a paragon of zero carbon emissions and a fully circular ecological model. However, according to our investigation at Planet Daily, the Type 7 polymer materials utilized by your company for deep structural reinforcement and energy core isolation exhibit energy consumption and pollution emissions that exceed those of comparable products by more than threefold. Does this not appear to contradict the designation of an ecological benchmark? Dr. Wilson adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his expression adorned with a quintessential public relations smile, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of unease. Miss Ryan, you may have misinterpreted some of the data. The design intent of Material 7 is to achieve unparalleled structural stability and energy shielding capabilities to ensure the absolute safety of our subterranean laboratories. In terms of environmental impact, we have implemented the most advanced closed-loop production processes. Louise astutely detected his evasion and the fleeting tension in his demeanor when referencing the subterranean laboratories. Just as she prepared to probe deeper, an ominous rumble erupted, a resounding explosion, seemingly emanating from the very depths of the earth, abruptly shattered the cacophony of the construction site. The viewing platform beneath her trembled violently. Louise stumbled, nearly losing her footing, only to be steadied by a nearby photographer. What on earth is happening? Dr. Wilson's face drained of color, his composure evaporating in an instant. The explosion did not originate from their vicinity, but rather from deep within the construction site, near the colossal, bowl-shaped base of the energy core. A thick, acrid greenish smoke, imbued with a nauseatingly sweet scent, erupted violently from a subterranean vent, soaring skyward. Alarms blared throughout the site, their piercing wails reverberating ominously. In the depths below, beyond the absolute isolation zone reinforced by Material 7, lay an area that even most senior engineers were prohibited from entering. Only the most junior of maintenance workers were tasked with keeping the passageways clean. The air was suffused with the sense of disinfectant and cold metal. Joshua Michael Allen, A man in his 40s with a slightly stooped posture, clad in a grease-stained blue coverall, pushed a heavy cleaning cart along the frigid, smooth, alloy corridor. Engaged in his daily duties, his face bore the marks of fatigue, his gaze somewhat dulled as he mentally calculated his work hours and his daughter's tuition for the following month. A tattered lunchbox, containing a sandwich and a bottle of cheap milk, dangled from the handle of his cart. He was assigned to an area adjacent to a heavily fortified alloy gate marked as a temporary hazardous biological waste processing point. According to regulations, external cleaning sufficed, and proximity to the gate was strictly forbidden. Yet today, a normally sealed airtight valve, used for the transmission of small waste barrels, inexplicably bore a slight gap, from which an almost imperceptible stream of oddly sweet-smelling green gas began to seep. Joshua paid little heed to this anomaly. He was focused solely on completing his tasks expeditiously. As he approached the gate, preparing to use the vacuum to clean the dust beneath it, he stumbled over an exposed pipeline on the ground. "Ouch!" Joshua exclaimed, losing his balance and tumbling forward. He instinctively reached out, attempting to grasp something to support the soiled, gloved hand, which, with unwavering precision, pressed forcefully against the seam of a hermetic valve that was exuding a murky green gas. In that instant of contact, a torrent of unimaginable, frenzied, and frigid energy surged forth from the fissure like a high-voltage current, racing up his arm and violently flooding his body. This was no mere electricity, but a living, viscous energy, imbued with insatiable hunger and chaotic consciousness. Joshua emitted a chilling, inhuman wail, his body convulsing as if electrified. His eyes rolled back, yet from the depths of his pupils erupted an eerie emerald glow. The skin of his arm, pressed against the valve, bulged grotesquely, forming countless enormous, greenish blisters as if boiling. When these blisters burst, it was not blood that oozed forth, but a viscous, writhing green gel that resembled a living entity. Boom! Centered around him, a terrifying explosion, a cataclysmic fusion of biological energy and shockwave, erupted violently. The thick alloy walls of the corridor were torn asunder, warped as if they were mere paper. The sturdy material groaned under the strain of that bizarre energy. The viscous green substance surged forth like a flood from the ruptured breach, instantly engulfing the screaming Joshua, and, as if animated, it wildly spread along the corridor, climbing and devouring everything metallic and energetic in its path. The shockwave and peculiar emerald dust burst through layers of barriers, plunging downwards. Ugh! At the heart of the roiling, living hellish green substance, a contorted, colossal, ever-shifting horrific silhouette struggled in agony, beginning to take form. It emitted an inhuman, terrifying roar that melded Joshua's final desperate scream with a primal hunger-esque growl. Countless viscous green tendrils extended from the core, greedily tearing and consuming the surrounding metallic walls and pipelines, producing an excruciating sound of scraping and sucking. The parasitic demon was born. Chapter 49. Destruction in the command center atop the Lexus building. The screen displayed the horrifying image of the prototype devouring metal walls and energy pipelines, juxtaposed with footage of Louise Ryan and Dr. Wilson staggering amidst the explosive dust below. The piercing alarm and the inhuman roars echoing from the depths of hell reverberated through the cold space via the audio capture device. Luther's expression momentarily stiffened with a minuscule rigidity as the initial shockwave footage flashed, akin to a precision instrument encountering an unplanned electromagnetic pulse. Yet the very next moment, that rigidity dissipated as if it had never existed, replaced by a deeper, almost chilling calm. He stood with his back to the general's holographic projections, gazing out at the illusory golden city, his knuckles whitening slightly from the tension of his clenched fists. "Mr. Luther, is this what you call controllable evolution?" The elderly general, with hair as white as snow, spoke with a voice tinged with astonishment and a barely perceptible hint of fear, pointing at the screen displaying a chaotic, insatiable mass of dark green, a living hell that had spiraled out of control. It was consuming everything. Out of control? Luther slowly turned, his expression marked by a semblance of mournful regret, as if lamenting the unexpected destruction of a flawless piece of art. "No, General. This precisely demonstrates the unparalleled evolutionary potential and environmental adaptability of the devourer." His voice was terrifyingly calm, akin to the recitation of an objective experimental report. He stepped toward the central control panel, his fingertips gliding swiftly across the smooth surface. On the screen, the rampaging parasitic demon was minimized, and a waterfall of data cascaded beside it. Energy absorption rates skyrocketing exponentially, cellular activity surpassing safety thresholds, morphological complexity exhibiting chaotic growth. Physical destructive capacity assessment. Look at this data. Luther's voice resonated with an almost fervent calm, his finger pointing at the wildly fluctuating numbers. It was hungry. It was evolving. It was instinctively seeking the most potent energy source to fill its boundless void. This was not chaos. It was a natural process of protoplasm seeking the perfect host. An unplanned stress test accelerating the process. He deliberately downplayed the unforeseen incident caused by Walker. As for the destruction, Luther cast a glance at the torn alloy corridors and devoured pipelines on the screen, a cold smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, a necessary cost. Any path leading to great evolution is accompanied by growing pains. What mattered was the outcome. He abruptly summoned another set of preset simulated data, where the dark green monstrosity engulfed a blue orb representing superhuman strength, expanding and solidifying until it transformed into a terrifying entity radiating dark green light, stabilized in form. Resembling a demon from the depths of hell. Once it located and consumed its ultimate target, the superhuman, its evolution would be complete. It would metamorphose from chaotic primordial matter into a truly controllable, ultimate weapon belonging to humanity. The final form of the devourer of tomorrow. The generals gazed at the stabilized horror on the simulated screen, then at the living catastrophe unfolding before them, their expressions a complex tapestry of greed, fear, and yearning for that ultimate power, intertwining like poisonous vines in their eyes. What shall we do now? Another general asked hoarsely as that thing rampaged underground. Your Tomorrow City construction site and that reporter Louise Ryan are up there. Crisis is also an opportunity. Luther's voice was resolute, imbued with an undeniable sense of control, as he activated the highest-level emergency protocol for Tomorrow City. Evacuate non-core personnel, seal all underground access routes, and temporarily confine the Devourer's activities to the deep isolation zones. Simultaneously, his gaze fell upon the screen, where Louise Ryan, coughing amidst the dark green haze, clutched her recording pen, her eyes sharp as she searched for the source of the explosion. Activate the witness agreement. Let Miss Ryan become a witness to the first step of this great evolution. Her report will unveil the impotence of false gods to the world and illuminate humanity's resolve to seize its own destiny. The acrid, dark green smoke mingled with the charred scent of the explosion, choking the air and rendering it nearly suffocating. Louise, reeling from the shockwave of the blast, experienced a persistent ringing in her ears and a searing pain in her lungs. With the photographer's support, she struggled to steady herself. Her gaze fixed upon the chaotic construction site. Panicked workers fled in all directions. The shrill sound of alarms rent the air, and beneath the immense energy core pedestal in the distance, thick columns of dark green smoke continued to billow forth. The source of the explosion lay deep underground. Clearing the dust from her face, Louise's voice was hoarse from coughing, yet her instincts as a journalist propelled her to focus on the crucial detail. Dr. Wilson. What lies beneath? Dr. Wilson's face had drained of color, his previous composure completely shattered. He stared in terror at the surging green smoke, his lips trembling. No, it's impossible. The quarantine zone, 7 materials. How could? He seemed to struggle to articulate his thoughts, but overwhelming fear rendered him incoherent. At that moment, Louise's encrypted satellite phone rang urgently. A glance at the caller ID revealed Clark. She immediately answered, and before she could utter a word, Clark's frantic voice pierced through the cacophony. Louise, are you in Tomorrow City? Listen, get out of there immediately, as far away as possible. Something is emerging from underground. It's extremely dangerous. Clark, what do you know? Louise's heart sank. The gravity in Clark's tone was something she had never encountered before. There is no time to explain. Trust me. Run. Clark's voice nearly shouted, the background noise filled with the fierce wind of high-speed flight. Louise hesitated for only a second. Clark would never joke in such a dire moment. Resolutely, she shouted to the photographer, Peter, retreat. Head to the outer high ground. Capture everything. She disregarded Dr. Wilson, who appeared utterly lost, and turned to follow the photographer towards the relatively safe periphery of the site. Boom! Another thunderous, closer explosion rippled through the air. This time it did not emanate from deep underground, but rather from the ground nearby. Crash! The solid, eco-friendly surface suddenly bucked upwards, fracturing violently. It was as though an immense force struck from below. Dark green, viscous matter, resembling a living entity, erupted from the cracks, exuding a strong, metallic sweetness. Louise and the photographer were thrown to the ground by the violent tremors. The recording pen and satellite phone slipped from Louise's grasp. Then, before Louise's horrified gaze, an enormous arm, entirely composed of writhing dark green viscous substance, erupted from the shattered ground. The arm bore no bones, only a continuous flow, merging and transforming gelatinous mass. Its surface adorned with pulsating dark red veins. At its end, several wildly thrashing, tentacle-like appendages, tipped with suckers and sharp teeth, writhed ominously. It flailed violently against the surrounding ground, shattering concrete and rebar with ease, greedily engulfing the debris into a terrifying maw lined with spiraled, serrated teeth, emitting ghastly scraping and slurping sounds. Roar, accompanied by a terrifying roar that blended endless agony, hunger, and primal fury. A more colossal and grotesque figure of deep green emerged, as if a demon had clawed its way out from the molten depths of hell, forcefully breaking through the shattered earth in a desperate struggle. Chapter 50. The Arrival of the Superman. The parasite demon. It loomed larger and more fearsome than it had underground, standing nearly 4 meters tall, its entire form cloaked in a viscous, deep green substance that flowed and merged, sometimes swelling into bubbles, and at other times contracting into muscular contours. It bore no fixed head. Instead, a swirling vortex of thick material resided above its torso, at the center of which were 2 enormous eyeballs that opened and closed in a frenzy, radiating a mad green light. Countless tentacles of varying thickness, each tipped with suction cups, razor teeth, or bone spurs, extended from its body, thrashing wildly, battering and tearing apart everything in its vicinity. One of its arms retained the outline of a human hand, though grotesquely swollen and distorted, while the other had completely transformed into one of those horrific, devouring appendages. Ripped shreds of blue workwear hung from its form, along with a battered lunchbox, half consumed by the viscous substance, a distorted remnant of what Joshua had left behind. Oh God! Photographer Peter collapsed to the ground, instinctively directing his camera lens toward the abomination, trembling violently from fear. Louise's face drained of color, her heart racing. Yet she forced herself to remain composed, crawling towards the satellite phone and recorder that had fallen not far away. Her journalistic instincts overwhelmed all fear. She had to document everything. She needed to uncover what the Lex group had concealed beneath the surface. Roar! The parasitic demon's vortex-like visage turned towards Louise. Those enormous green eyes locked onto her with a gaze devoid of intelligence, embodying the most primal and pure instinct of hunger. It sensed the vibrant life, energy emanating from her. A robust, suction cup-laden green tentacle lunged at her, like a serpent emerging from its lair, slicing through the air with a foul wind, moving with astonishing speed. Louise's pupils constricted as the shadow of death loomed over her. Just at that critical moment, a bolt of red and blue lightning cleaved through the sky, accompanied by a thunderous roar and shockwave, akin to the hammer of a deity, crashing down between Louise and the terrifying tentacle. Boom! The ground was cratered, dust and debris flying. Superman. He knelt on one knee, crossing his arms protectively before him, using his broad back to shield against the tentacle that could have utterly torn Louise apart. Thud! The tentacle struck forcefully against Superman's red cape. The resilient fabric of Krypton emitted a muffled sound, the immense impact causing Superman's body to sway slightly. The suction cups on the tentacle writhed with frenzy, secreting a noxious, corrosive green slime that sought to latch onto and erode him. Ugh! Superman grunted softly, sensing that the slime harbored an eerie power, attempting to penetrate his biological force field. What weighed heavily upon his heart was that, at the very moment he deflected this attack, a familiar, instinctual sense of weakness washed over him like a chilling tide. The power within him was being slowly and greedily siphoned away by the monstrous entity before him. "Lois, run!" Superman bellowed, his voice laced with an unprecedented urgency and a hint of barely perceptible frailty. With a sudden surge of strength, he expanded his arms, unleashing a terrifying force that forcefully repelled the repugnant tendrils clinging to his cape. "Clark!" Lois called out, her heart momentarily soothed by the sight of Superman standing protectively before her. Yet, upon witnessing his slightly swaying figure and the corrosive slime lingering on the tendrils, her anxiety surged anew. Swiftly, she grabbed the phone and recorder from the ground, shouting at Peter, "Peter, move!" The two scrambled toward a relatively secure shelter. A roar erupted as the parasitic creature's assault was interrupted, unleashing a more furious growl. Its swirling visage turned towards Superman, two immense green eyes locking onto him with an insatiable hunger that multiplied tenfold, then 100-fold. It sensed it. Within this red and blue being lay an energy as vast and pure as a star, one it had never tasted before. It was the ultimate feast. More tendrils, like frenzied serpents, whipped through the air with a piercing shriek, spiraling towards Superman from all angles. The mouths at their tips gaped open, sharp fangs glinting ominously, as a pungent stench assaulted his senses. Superman's eyes flashed with blue light, and he unleashed his super speed, darting through the jungle of tendrils, leaving behind a series of afterimages. His fist struck with sonic booms against the thick appendages. Bang, bang, bang. Each impact resonated like a heavy hammer against resilient rubber tires. The tendrils splattered with a viscous, dark green substance, twisting violently, even breaking in some places. Yet, the severed ends writhed and healed in an instant, sprouting new, thicker tendrils. With each punch and surge of energy, Superman felt his strength draining more rapidly. The sensation of being drained, of being consumed, became increasingly vivid and intense, as if countless unseen mouths were greedily sucking the vitality from his very skin. Damn it, it's siphoning my power. A warning bell rang in Superman's mind. He attempted to sever the tendrils with his heat vision, but the crimson beams merely sank into the viscous mass, most of the energy instantly absorbed, leaving behind only faint scorch marks. His freezing breath could only temporarily freeze a small area of the goo, which was quickly enveloped, consumed, and digested by the undulating parts surrounding it. This monster was the very embodiment of his nemesis. "Hey, trash conspirate, look over here." A breathless, mocking voice suddenly came from above. Walker had appeared atop the steel beams of an unfinished building nearby. His face was somewhat pale, clearly still recovering from the energy expenditure of tearing apart the Godslayer with his magnetic field, yet the wild glint of mischief in his eyes burned ever brighter. He extended his right hand fiercely towards the enormous, dark green monstrosity below. His fingers splayed open. He aimed at the thickest primary tentacle of the parasitic demon that was attempting to ensnare Superman. Grasping at the air, a hum reverberated as an invisible, ferocious magnetic force erupted instantaneously. The target was not the demon's bizarre gelatinous body, but rather a massive, heavy chunk of reinforced concrete that had just been torn away. This several-ton weight, under Walker's magnetic manipulation, was as if gripped by an unseen giant hand, abruptly changing direction and hurtling towards the demon's swirling visage composed of viscous material with the speed of a cannonball, accompanied by a whistling wind. Bang! A resounding thud echoed. The dark green goo splattered like mud in all directions. The parasitic demon emitted a pained, furious roar, its vortex-like face grotesquely contorting, its green eyes flashing wildly. Walker, seizing the moment of distraction as the demon recoiled in pain, Superman forcefully broke free from the entangling tentacles, swiftly creating distance. His astonished gaze fixed on Walker atop the steel beam. No need for gratitude. Walker retracted his hand, shaking off the numbing sensation in his arm from the exertion of controlling such a heavy object. With a trademark smirk, he called out to Superman, "This thing looks even more revolting than that trash-can creature." Narrowing his eyes at the demon's rapidly regenerating face, which exuded an increasingly potent, insatiable pull directed at Superman, his tone grew grave. "It seems particularly fond of you, Sunshine Boy. Are you sure you don't owe it money?" Superman glanced at Walker, then at the terrifying creature, its green eyes filled with insatiable hunger, now deeper and more ominous due to the absorption of Kryptonian energy. His expression turned unusually severe. "It doesn't like me." Superman's voice was low and laden with suppressed weight. His fists clenched as he felt the power within him continue to wane. "It wants to consume me." In the command center of LexCorp Tower, Lex Luthor observed the screen, displaying Superman being subdued, his strength siphoned away. He noted Walker's futile interference and caught sight of Lois, terrified yet steadfastly filming from behind cover. A genuine, icy smile of satisfaction spread across his face. "Look, gentlemen." He gestured to the generals behind him, equally shaken by the images projected in the hologram. As though presenting a flawless performance, the Devourer has found his target. The feast has commenced. Chapter 51. The end at the pinnacle of LexCorp Tower in the command center. The vast holographic screen displayed a fragmented view akin to a window into hell. On the left, Lois Lane's pale, yet determined face peered from behind cover, the camera trembling as it focused on the battlefield. On the right, the repulsive, writhing dark green, gelatinous horror of the parasitic demon loomed. Its massive form glistened under the sun's rays, reflecting a viscous sheen, while countless tentacles writhed. Each collision with the crimson and blue figure at the center was accompanied by faint flashes of energy being forcibly extracted and Superman's increasingly palpable stagnation. Luthor stood with his back to the screen, hands clasped behind him, gazing out at the illusory Golden City. There was no need to turn around. Every data point relayed by the sensors meticulously constructed a holographic tableau of the battlefield in his mind. He could perceive the diminishing power with each punch thrown by Superman, could hear the lament of Kryptonian energy being siphoned by that insatiable primordial essence, a sound only precision instruments could capture. A cold, almost shuddering ecstasy silently simmered within his chest. Each greedy sip taken by the dark green monstrosity on the screen felt as though it were tearing at the flesh and blood of deities on his behalf. He envisioned Superman, drained of strength, collapsing like a broken puppet. He envisioned the ultimate image captured by Lois, one capable of shattering the myth of Superman. He envisioned the last flicker of doubt in the general's eyes being obliterated by absolute power's radiance. "Gentlemen," Luthor's voice emanated with a metallic steadiness, imbued with the mastery of fate as he slowly turned, his gaze sweeping over the breathless generals in the holographic display. A historic moment was imminent. Behold how the Devourer rends asunder the final guise of the divine. At the heart of the battlefield, a vortex of hellish chaos unfurled. Each encounter felt like dancing upon the edge of a searing blade. Superman struggled to evade a tentacle tipped with spiral barbs, the appendage brushing against his cape. The resilient Kryptonian fabric instantly corroded to reveal charred holes, with residual dark green slime clinging like a parasite, incessantly and greedily siphoning his strength. He could distinctly feel that with every explosion of energy, whether through punches, heat vision, or icy breath, he was merely feeding this insatiable abyss, rendering it larger, more ferocious, and hungrier still. Once more, he attempted to distance himself with super speed, yet a sudden wave of dizziness struck him, causing his movements to falter. A robust arm, akin to a battering ram of dark green, crashed mightily upon his shoulder. Boom! The terrifying force propelled Superman backward, akin to a struck baseball, as he hurtled through the steel and concrete facade of an unfinished building. Dust and debris swirled around him. "Clark!" Lois cried out from her distant shelter, her voice piercing and heart-wrenching as the camera lens shook violently. "Roar!" The parasitic beast unleashed a deafening, hunger-infused roar, its colossal form resembling a moving mountain, advancing with heavy and ravenous steps towards the ruins where Superman had fallen. On its whirling visage, two immense green orbs gleamed with unprecedented excitement. The feast lay before it. In this critical moment, a deep, resonant hum akin to the roar of a colossal sea creature reverberated across the battlefield. Countless steel rebars, twisted metal frames, and even the remnants of overturned construction vehicles, as if commanded by an invisible giant, violently erupted from the ground and crumbled walls. They spiraled chaotically through the air, colliding and merging, producing a cacophony of piercing metallic distortions. Ultimately, as the parasitic demon surged towards Superman's point of descent, A formidable cage of sharp metal thorns was instantaneously constructed, continuously contracting and rotating inwards. With a violent crash, the colossal form of the parasitic demon collided with this sudden metallic tempest. Countless jagged steel rods and twisted fragments of metal whirled like the blades of a meat grinder, mercilessly slicing and piercing through its viscous, gelatinous body. Dark green, viscous fluid, reminiscent of putrid blood, splattered in all directions. A howl of anguish and fury erupted from the demon, though endowed with formidable regenerative capabilities, rendering physical damage unlikely to be lethal. This unexpected obstruction and excruciating pain incited its uncontainable rage. Countless tendrils thrashed wildly, tearing at the very metal that ensnared and pierced it. In an instant, metal shards and dark green goo scattered everywhere. Upon a steel beam, Walker knelt on one knee, his right hand pressed firmly against the cold surface, his fingers sinking deep into the metal from exertion. His complexion was as pale as parchment, sweat cascading down his forehead like a stream, dripping onto the rusted steel below. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging at his temples, his body trembling violently under the immense mental strain. The task of manipulating such a vast array of heavy, diverse metal, while precisely constructing a cage to contain the terrifying creature, was nearly depleting his last vestiges of strength. "Sunshine Boy." Walker's voice was hoarse, strained with suppressed agony, as he shouted into the debris-laden aftermath of Superman's fall. "Don't pretend to be dead. This damned thing is feeding off you so voraciously. Haven't you ever considered letting it gorge itself to death?" Suddenly, a force erupted from the ruins, dispersing the dust. Superman rose to his feet. His red cape was tattered, stained with dust and dark green slime. The emblem of hope upon his chest dimmed slightly. A trace of golden blood marked the corner of his mouth, yet his pure blue eyes burned with an unprecedented, cold brilliance, akin to the radiant stars of the cosmos. Walker's words pierced through the chaos like a bolt of lightning, swiftly penetrating the fog of weakness and instinctive battle that clouded his mind. Saturation limit reached. All clues interconnected in an instant. The monster's insatiable hunger, its relentless desire to consume, the expansion following each absorption of power. That seemingly endless hunger akin to a black hole. "Walker." Superman suddenly lifted his gaze, his eyes cutting through the swirling metal shards and thrashing dark green tendrils, locking onto the precarious figure upon the steel beam. His voice rang out with the clarity of a drawn sword, resolute and unwavering. "Hold it. Contain it. Do not let it approach anyone. The rest is up to me." Before his words had fully dissipated, Superman ceased evading. He thrust his legs powerfully against the ground, the earth beneath him erupting with a thunderous roar. Like a meteor shooting backward, he charged forward, unyielding, toward the parasitic demon temporarily ensnared by the metallic thorn cage, which was frantically tearing at the metal. A roar of wild ecstasy erupted from the parasitic demon as it perceived the delectable prey approaching. It momentarily forsook the metal, and several of its thickest, sucker-laden tendrils, akin to sharks sensing blood, surged forward with piercing shrieks, eager to ensnare the oncoming Superman. The suckers on the tentacles writhed frantically, secreting more corrosive slime, as the maw opened, revealing glistening teeth that shimmered with a greedy glint. The moment had arrived. Superman's eyes blazed with a blue light, fierce as two miniature suns. He did not throw a punch, nor did he attempt to block. Instead, he abruptly lifted his head. His two beams of concentrated crimson heat vision, capable of vaporizing steel in an instant, erupted violently from Superman's eyes like judgmental spears piercing through heaven and earth. The target was not the vital point of the parasitic demon, but rather its wildly writhing tentacles, brimming with suckers and maws, as well as the gelatinous area on its vortex-like face that continuously opened and closed. Sizzle. The searing red beams struck with unparalleled precision against the greedy suckers and maws. The terrifying heat instantly vaporized the contact's dark green slime, emitting a piercing sound of scorching and a pungent odor of burning flesh. Aya! The parasitic demon let out an unprecedented howl, a bizarre amalgamation of excruciating pain and ecstatic delight. The agony stemmed from the horrific heat searing its flesh, while the ecstasy arose from the two massive energy beams, which were voraciously absorbed by its greedy suckers and maws like a flood unleashed. The energy levels within its body surged like a rocket, causing its colossal form to swell visibly. The dark green slime bubbled up in enormous, unstable blisters, while the dark red vascular patterns on its surface throbbed with an intensity that threatened to rupture. Its enormous green eyes emitted a blinding light, filled with torment and a terror of imminent explosion. Not enough. Still not enough. Superman growled, blood seeping from his gums like liquid gold. He did not cease his assault. Rather, he escalated the output of his heat vision to an unprecedented peak. The two crimson beams thickened and solidified, their hue shifting towards a blinding white. The horrific heat distorted the air, causing even Lois, hiding behind distant cover, to feel her skin burn. Oh! Walker let out a pained scream from the steel beams. He felt as if his brain were being hammered repeatedly upon an anvil. The parasitic demon, in a frenzy of energy absorption, thrashed violently, its power surging, creating a terrifying backlash against his magnetic confinement. The metal thorn cage groaned under the unbearable strain, as countless restraining steel rods were forcibly snapped and twisted. Yet he clung desperately to the magnetic field, his eyes bloodshot as he fixated on the inflation of the dark green monster below, nervously growling. Eat. Eat, you bastard. I invite you to your last supper. LexCorp Tower. Command Center. Luthor's smile froze for the first time, as if a flawless ice sculpture had cracked. He gazed at the screen, where two torrents of blinding white energy were madly being injected into the parasitic demon, watching as its energy levels skyrocketed past the safety threshold, reaching the catastrophic overload red alert zone, observing its continuously swelling, unstable form, akin to a balloon on the verge of bursting. No, this is impossible. The absorption limit of the computational model, Luthor whispered in disbelief, a new kind of terror, loss of control, flickering in his eyes. He lunged toward the console, his fingers frantically striking the keys in a desperate attempt to remotely disable the parasitic creature's energy absorption organ. Yet, the screen merely flashed a blinding red warning. Target energy field overloaded. Command cannot be transmitted. Core structure on the verge of collapse. Stop, Superman. You will destroy it. Luthor shouted at the screen, but his voice echoed coldly in the command center. In the heart of the battlefield, the parasitic creature had swollen into a colossal, dark green mass, its surface marred by grotesque bulges and fissures. Its anguished roar morphed into a sharp, piercing shriek, reminiscent of a pressure cooker on the brink of explosion. The dark crimson veins on its exterior pulsated with a fierce brightness, reminiscent of glowing iron, thrumming wildly. Two enormous eyes brimmed with despair and madness. Now, Walker, withdraw. Superman bellowed, the fierce white heat vision in his eyes extinguished in an instant. Let explode. In near synchrony, Walker summoned the last vestiges of his willpower and abruptly released the magnetic field. In that moment, the creature lost its final restraint and its source of energy. With a thunderous roar that defied description, akin to a star collapsing and exploding before one's eyes, a cataclysmic sound shattered every pane of glass within a several-kilometer radius. A sphere of destruction, exceeding 100 meters in diameter and composed of a chaotic amalgamation of dark green viscous material, blinding energy currents, and vaporized substances, erupted at the center of Tomorrow City's construction site. The devastating shockwave spread outward like a cataclysmic tsunami, expanding spherically. Everything in its path, unfinished steel structures, was torn apart and flung like mere scraps of paper. The ground was ruthlessly plowed open as if by an invisible giant plow. Smoke and debris, infused with the viscous green substance and searing plasma, shot into the sky, coalescing into a monstrous, slowly rising mushroom cloud. In the instant of the explosion, Superman propelled himself to the apex of speed, transforming into a streak of red and blue lightning as he surged toward the shelter housing Lois and the photographer. He shielded the two with his broad back, steadfast against the impending chaos. Meanwhile, Walker was violently swept away by the ferocious gust, tumbling like a severed kite into the distant wreckage of ruins. The destructive inferno persisted for several seconds before gradually subsiding. As the dust began to settle, the once vibrant core of Tomorrow City's construction site was reduced to a vast, charred crater reminiscent of a meteor impact. At the bottom of the pit lay remnants of rocks, melted into a glassy state by the intense heat, twisted metallic debris, and a small amount of dark green residue that sluggishly writhed, devoid of life. The parasitic creature, a horrific creation born from Luther's ambition and Joshua's tragedy, had finally detonated from within, annihilated after consuming far beyond its limits. At the edge of the crater, Superman slowly rose to his feet, his cape nearly shredded, revealing skin scorched by the explosion shockwave. Lois and the photographer Peter, though covered in dust and shaken, were largely unharmed. Superman released them, his gaze immediately darting toward the direction where Walker had been hurled, filled with worry and complexity. Louise broke free from Superman's protection and immediately lunged towards the edge of the chasm, disregarding the peril as she directed her camera lens towards the vast, hellish pit and the writhing, nauseating, dark green residue at its bottom. Her voice trembled with excitement and fury, yet it resonated with clarity and strength. This is Louise Lane, reporting live from the LexCorp Tomorrow City project site. We have just witnessed a catastrophic disaster unleashed by a rogue experiment from LexCorp, akin to hell itself. A dreadful biological weapon has been released, wreaking havoc on an unimaginable scale. The cost to contain it is equally devastating. Lex Luthor, you must provide Metropolis and its citizens with an explanation. At the apex of LexCorp Tower, the command center was enveloped in a profound silence. The holographic screen froze on Louise's enraged visage in the immense charred pit. The blaring alarms had long since ceased, leaving only a suffocating stillness. Luthor stood rigidly, his back to the screen, resembling a lifeless statue. He gazed out at the sky, tainted gray by the remnants of the explosion, devoid of emotion. Only an abyss of chilling darkness reflected in his eyes. His meticulously orchestrated divine banquet had devolved into an uncontrollable disaster, one that shattered his ambitions. And the witness to this calamity was none other than Louise Lane, whom he sought to manipulate and dominate. He slowly raised his hand, his fingertips gliding across the cold console, producing a faint sound. Nora. His voice was eerily calm, devoid of any turbulence. Collect all samples of the explosive remnants, particularly those dark green substances. Initiate the highest level biological contamination purification protocol. He paused, still gazing out the window. Simultaneously, seal off all data channels pertaining to the prototype of the Devourer. What transpired today is an industrial accident caused by an unexpected detonation of the Tomorrow City underground energy core. Understood? Understood, sir. Nora's icy voice resounded from behind him. Luthor ceased speaking, remaining there like the very embodiment of the abyss. Failure? No. This was merely a costly lesson, and lessons would inevitably transform into the foundation for his next, more lethal assault. He turned his gaze towards the pit, as if he could perceive the red and blue figure, along with the chaotic jester who disrupted everything. Cold calculations began to weave anew in the depths of utter darkness. Chapter 52. Departure. The embers of the explosion continued to smolder deep within the expansive pit of Tomorrow City, the air thick with acrid scents of charred remnants, ozone, and an indescribable, peculiar sweetness akin to burnt rubber mingled with decaying seaweed. The smoke hung low, like a grayish-yellow shroud, enveloping the land that had just endured a baptism of hell. The distant wails of rescue sirens, the thrum of media helicopters, and the cacophony of chaotic voices echoed from afar. Yet the core area remained a desolate silence of devastation. Walker struggled to extricate himself from a tangle of twisted rebar and shattered concrete. His body was battered, his jacket torn in several places, exposing skin marred by abrasions and bruises, with a gash on his forehead, still oozing blood, mingling with dust that smeared half his face. Each breath he took was accompanied by a searing pain in his ribs, while his right hand trembled involuntarily due to overexertion of his magnetic abilities, rendering it nearly immobile. He spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with grit. However, the regenerative powers bestowed upon him by the Deadpool template allowed the wound to scab over and heal rapidly. Damn, this amusement comes at a steep price, he muttered, his voice hoarse, tinged with the exhaustion of survival. He leaned against a half-toppled steel beam, struggling to maintain his balance, his gaze sweeping over the vast scorched crater and the figure clad in red and blue, surrounded by reporters and rescue workers. The furious voice of Louise Lane echoed through the loudspeaker, unmistakably aimed at the direction of LexCorp Tower. Enough. The show was over, and the spotlight had shone brightly enough. Lingering any longer could spell trouble should Luthor regain his composure or Superman find time for a chat. Walker grimaced, no longer hesitating. Dragging his weary, aching body, he turned, like a specter merging with the shadows, silently traversing the ruins of steel and flame towards the chaotic throng and traffic at the perimeter of the construction site. His silhouette appeared particularly frail and resolute amidst the swirling dust. Just as Walker was about to blend into the bustling crowd, on the verge of disappearing from sight, a sudden rush of air heralded the arrival of a figure in red and blue, who landed effortlessly just a few paces ahead of him, obstructing his path. It was Superman. The once vibrant red cape now hung in tatters. His costume bore numerous rents, exposing skin marred by burns. The emblem of hope emblazoned on his chest had lost its luster, its edges charred. Weariness was etched across his face, and his trademark blue eyes, usually as clear as the Kansas sky, now held the weight of battle and an indescribable complexity of emotions, fixated firmly upon Walker. Walker, Superman's voice was deep, carrying a gravelly texture, clearly affected by the recent explosion and energy depletion. Wait. Walker paused, a mask of nonchalance instantly reappearing on his face. Well, if it isn't our great hero, shouldn't you be reveling in your victorious cheers and exclusive interviews with beautiful reporters instead of blocking my path as a mere bystander? His tone was flippant, yet his gaze was that of a wary cat. Superman disregarded his taunts, stepping closer. His eyes scanned Walker's tattered jacket and the trembling right hand that hung weakly at his side. The heaviness in his gaze gradually transformed into a pure, undeniable gratitude. Taking a deep breath, Superman's voice turned solemn, each word weighted with significance. If it weren't for you, I might not be here. Louise and the others owe you their thanks. Truly, thank you, Walker. This heartfelt expression of gratitude, unreserved and sincere, struck a chord. Without Walker's near-fatal magnetic restraint, without his wake-up call, the consequences would have been dire. The weight of this debt was immense. Walker found himself unnerved by such an unexpected, earnest acknowledgement, as if he had been plunged into a boiling cauldron. He exaggeratedly rubbed his arms, as if attempting to erase a layer of goosebumps. Stop, stop, stop. Enough. The deity of this world, your gratitude, is more unbearable than kryptonite radiation. He turned his face away, avoiding Superman's overly sincere blue eyes, his tone reverting to its usual sharpness. Thank you for what? I simply found that green, snot creature unpleasant, and on a whim, I feared it might devour you. Who would bother Lex Luthor afterward? Life will be so dull. This is purely for my own amusement. Do you understand? A quintessential form of selfishness. He attempted to mask his disdain with a facade of nonchalance, yet the slight tremor in his voice and the involuntary clenching of his left fist betrayed his inner turmoil. Superman observed him quietly, neither refuting nor exposing him. That gaze seemed capable of penetrating Walker's carefully constructed layers of pretense, revealing a faint glimmer of light wrapped beneath the sharp thorns, a light he himself was reluctant to acknowledge. During Gotham's nuclear crisis, today as parasitic demon, this self-proclaimed purveyor of amusement consistently stood on the side of guardianship at the most critical moments. No matter how you frame it, Walker, Superman's voice was low and resolute. You have saved many lives, including mine. I shall remember this debt. Walker scoffed, turning his head to meet Superman's gaze once more. This time, the mockery on his face had diminished somewhat. His eyes grew sharp and cold, akin to a poisoned needle. Remember? Huh. He curled his lips into a smirk, tinged with sarcasm and fatigue. Just remember. However, bright boy, allow me to offer you a parting gift as a token for shielding me from that repulsive tentacle. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Superman's weary yet unwavering form, over the nearly defenseless sincerity in his eyes. His tone shifted to one of grave seriousness, laced with a barely perceptible warning. Do not place too much faith in the goodness you perceive, nor in your naive logic of safeguarding everything. Beneath the murky waters of this world, especially in Metropolis, lies far more filth and poison than your X-ray vision can discern. He stepped closer, narrowing the distance between them, his voice lowered yet sharp as a blade. That bald-headed Luthor can conjure a blood-sucking abomination today, and tomorrow he could create something even more repulsive. Today, a hapless worker may transform into a monster. Tomorrow, someone might be coerced into donning a more perilous uniform. Politicians, generals, even those seemingly innocuous ordinary folks around you. Who knows what thoughts swirl in their minds? Who knows if, at some moment, for some reason, they might aim a gun or something worse at you? Walker's gaze bore into Superman's pure blue eyes, as if to engrave this dark awareness within. Your strength is formidable, Clark Kent, but your heart is too tender, soft as an undercooked loaf of bread, easily squeezed and bitten into by anyone. Remember, unconditional trust is often the most lethal poison. Stay vigilant in this world, especially towards those around you. His final words were laden with implication, yet remained shrouded in ambiguity. Upon finishing his words, he ceased to gaze at the expression on Superman's face, which was a mixture of shock, contemplation, and a hint of hurt. With a sudden turn, his movements were somewhat unsteady due to his injuries. Yet his resolve was unmistakably firm. It was a farewell of sorts. Perhaps it would be best if they never met again. Walker, with his back to Superman, casually waved his still-functioning left hand as if to swat away an annoying fly. Without further hesitation, he plunged into the tumultuous throng of people and vehicles, his battered figure swiftly consumed by the cacophony. Superman remained rooted in place, as though ensnared by an invisible spell. Walker's chilling words, laced with a cruel truth, pierced his mind like an icicle, stirring up those corners he had deliberately chosen to ignore. Trust, guardedness, and venom. He lowered his gaze to his hands, now smeared with dust and a viscous, dark green substance. Hands that once symbolized strength now felt burdened with an unprecedented weight and a chill. The direction in which Walker had vanished remained a torrent of humanity, while sunlight struggled to penetrate the haze, appearing utterly powerless. Half an hour later, a somewhat dilapidated, mud-specked, gray long-distance bus chugged away from the chaotic suburban roads of the metropolis, merging into the interstate traffic bound for the city center. Walker curled up in the window seat of the last row, watching the iconic silhouette of skyscrapers, still reflecting a cold glow in the setting sun, recede rapidly behind him until it vanished beyond the horizon. He closed his eyes, attempting to block out the image of those damned blue eyes that seemed capable of seeing into the depths of one's soul. His fingers subconsciously traced the cool, coin-sized metal badge nestled in his jacket pocket, a catalyst of his power and the only tangible remnant of his brief encounter with that sunlit boy. Guardedness. Walker silently scoffed within himself, though a weary, self-deprecating smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Big guy, wait until you're truly stung. Then you'll realize how genuine my parting gift is. The bus's engine droned monotonously, carrying this weary jester toward the next city and the next unknown amusement. The clamor and smoke of the metropolis faded into the distance. Yet Walker understood that some things, like Luthor's hatred, Superman's profound gratitude, and his own icy warning, had already taken root like seeds in this seemingly sterile land. Given the right moment, they would burst forth, heralding a new storm. Chapter 53. City Center. The signpost for City Center gleamed blindingly in the sunset, as if mocking Walker's current predicament. The interstate stretched straight toward the skyline, marked by lightning. It seemed so near, yet felt infinitely far. Damn it! Walker kicked a hapless stone by the roadside with great force, sending it flying, and nearly causing himself to gasp in pain from his rib injury. He leaned against his waist, grimacing and panting heavily, his eyes fixed intently on the city ahead, which appeared to be encased in an invisible glass dome. 3 hours. A full 3 bloody hours. 3 hours ago, the dilapidated bus he was aboard, wheezing and creaking, carried a vehicle full of drowsy passengers along with him, a mere soul seeking a novel escapade in a new locale. It should have barreled straight into the bustling heart of the city. He could even discern the silhouette of that iconic laboratory building in the distance, adorned with a massive lightning bolt at its apex. Then, in an instant, an irresistible sensation akin to the entire world being hurled into a tumultuous washing machine seized him. His vision warped, colors elongated, and consciousness felt like it was forcibly extracted and then thrust back in. When he regained his bearings, his stomach churned violently, and his vision blurred. He found himself, like a fool, standing several miles from the entrance of the city, at the cursed, desolate interstate rest area. He was utterly bewildered. Had he succumbed to motion sickness? Or had the earlier explosion caused a concussion? Walker rubbed his aching temples, gazing at the familiar yet strange sights, the faded welcome sign for the city, the rest stop shop exuding the aroma of cheap coffee and hot dogs, and the few small trucks parked nearby that he had seen just 3 hours prior. He refused to accept this fate. Hailing a passing vehicle, he managed to stop a pickup truck, and the kind driver allowed him aboard. However, less than 100 meters after they set off towards the city, the world spun again. He found himself back at the rest area entrance, the truck driver wearing a bewildered expression, flooring the gas pedal and speeding away. Hitchhiking proved futile. Then he would walk. Gritting his teeth, Walker dragged his still-recovering body along the roadside towards the city. The setting sun elongated his shadow. 1 step, 2 steps, 10 steps, 100 steps. He saw the rest area recede behind him, and the outline of the city appeared slightly clearer. Buzz. The familiar dizziness returned. Familiar sights twisted once more. When he opened his eyes again, damn it, he was back at the entrance of that hot dog-scented rest area. He refused to believe it. Walker was utterly incensed. He attempted to retrace his steps in the opposite direction. No success. He tried to veer into the nearby wilderness. Still nothing. But as long as his path pointed towards the city, regardless of the means, be it walking, hitching a ride, or even secretly employing his newly acquired magnetic abilities to slide past on a piece of metal, the outcome remained the same. In the next moment, he would invariably return to this accursed starting point. Leaning against the icy wall of the rest stop, he spat out the name of the Flash, Barry Allen Walker, his voice hoarse and contorted from sheer anger and frustration, akin to the rasp of sandpaper. Damn it! Uncontrollably, the image of that figure clad in a red bodysuit, with a smile as bright as a college studentess, flashed in his mind. Every season, the show would commence with him sincerely proclaiming to the camera or his teammates, "I am the fastest man alive." Although Walker understood that in this universe, which could be reset at the whim of its creator, Barry's title of the fastest was frequently overshadowed by an array of suddenly emerging speedsters, villains, and even interlopers from adjacent sets. There was no denying that this crimson rodent was indeed a beacon of light in the cosmos, physically fast and a narrative reboot button in its own right. The writer, in a fit of frustration, has opted to reboot the universe rather than continue the narrative. Walker, simmering with anger, is exasperated by the notion that he has been yanked back from entering the city. As he contemplates the situation, he imagines Barry Allen, perhaps engaged in a discussion about the Speed Force anomalies with the perpetually brooding Cisco at TAR Labs, or exchanging tender moments with Iris, or perhaps thwarting a bank heist in some obscure corner. Regardless of his current activities, it is evident that Barry maneuvers through time with effortless ease, while Walker, the hapless bystander, is ensnared in a relentless time loop, rendered powerless. Who else but that crimson-clad mischief maker could orchestrate such a precise, ludicrous entrapment? The Speed Force? Temporal barriers? Preventing destabilizing elements from entering the city? Countless possibilities flit through Walker's mind, each pointing to the very architect of his predicament. Have I provoked you in any way? He bellows into the vastness of the empty highway, his voice echoing in the desolate rest area, startling a few sparrows perched on the power lines. All he desires is to enter the city, find a hotel, enjoy a warm meal, and sleep peacefully. Must he be treated like a virus, quarantined beyond the city limits? Barry Allen, you little rascal, if you dare come out, I promise I won't lay a hand on you. I'll merely use a magnet to strip every zipper from your suit, leaving you to run bare. Once his tirade concludes, silence reigns, interrupted only by the wind. The last rays of the setting sun dip below the horizon, and darkness envelopes the land like a rising tide. The dim lights of a roadside shop illuminate Walker's face, etched with fatigue, fury, and profound frustration. He has exhausted every conceivable method, both physical and metaphysical. To no avail. 3 hours of fruitless attempts have extinguished the last flicker of hope for new pleasures, leaving him with nothing but a cold fury and a deep sense of futility. Breathing heavily, Walker's gaze is icy enough to freeze the air. He turns away from the city, which looms tantalizingly close, yet feels impossibly distant, as if looking at it longer would insult his intelligence. With a swift motion, he pivots, facing the opposite direction of Central City, and with all his might, he defiantly raises his middle finger toward the now glimmering metropolis. That finger, illuminated by the dim light, stands as a totem of resentment and derision. You got some nerve, little red imp. Walker's voice is a low rasp, imbued with a reluctant acceptance yet a fierce determination. He will not linger in this wretched place any longer. Without further hesitation, he drags his still-pained body, limping yet resolute, in the opposite direction of Central City. His silhouette quickly melds into the encroaching darkness along the roadside, leaving behind the city ensconced in an invisible barrier, and a relentless flow of headlights on the interstate, oblivious to the turmoil that had just transpired. At S.T.A.R. Labs within the Speed Force monitoring room, the narrative continues. The silhouette of Barry Allen halted like a crimson specter, the gust of air he created disrupting the data pad in Cisco Ramon's grasp. "What is happening, Barry?" Cisco inquired anxiously. "Is that anomalous fluctuation still present? Has another speedster emerged?" Barry furrowed his brow, gazing at the screen, which displayed a freshly stabilized reading of the Speed Force near a rest area on the outskirts of Central City. He scratched his head in confusion. "Strange. I did detect a faint yet exceedingly chaotic temporal disturbance just outside that old rest stop, akin to some unstable anchor point repeatedly resetting local time and space. However, the source of interference is too weak, and it seems to have dissipated." He blinked in perplexity, even his super-speed-enhanced mind struggling to comprehend the brief and bizarre fluctuation. Could have been a wildcat colliding with residual speed force? Or perhaps a drunken truck driver inadvertently activating some extraterrestrial artifact. Cisco glanced at the now normal readings on the screen and shrugged. Who knows? There is no shortage of peculiarities in Central City these days. As long as it's not a new speedster villain, who cares? Let us go. Caitlin mentioned the pizza has arrived. He patted Barry on the shoulder. Barry cast another look at the screen. The anomaly now vanished. He shook his head, dismissing the trivial incident, and a sunny smile returned to his face. "All right, I'm starving. Today, I'm indulging in double cheese." The red lightning flickered once more, and the laboratory returned to tranquility, as if the recent unintentional temporal exile aimed at some mischief maker had never transpired. Chapter 54. Return to Gotham. The night in Gotham resembled a ragged cloth, repeatedly soaked in murky water and then dried, damp, heavy, exuding the scent of rust, refuse, and an ever-present aura of malevolence. Walker treaded upon the slick sidewalk, his worn boots splashing through a puddle reflecting the neon lights, sending murky droplets flying. He tightened the frayed jacket around him. His rib injury had nearly healed, yet fatigue clung to him like the city's pervasive smog, deeply penetrating his bones. An entire month spent roaming like a stray dog. Coast City? The sun shone there as if artificial, the air thick with the salty scent of freedom. And the outcome? Green Lantern Hal Jordan? No trace to be found. Walker had squatted in a dilapidated bar for 3 days, drowning in cheap beer while his ears filled with idle gossip about the missing pilot or the Jordan Air's latest escapades. Not a whiff of the Green Lantern ring. Not even a semblance of extraterrestrial energy fluctuations. Was the timeline askew? Or had that fellow not yet been struck by Abinsur's ring? He had intended to assist Deadpool in giving Green Lantern a proper lesson. Walker spat, feeling as though he had chased shadows. Star City? He had just disembarked from a long bus ride, barely inhaling the air tinged with a hint of forced freshness, when the largest billboard in the city center blared urgent news. Oliver Queen, heir to the Queen Group, confirmed to have encountered a maritime disaster in the South China Sea. With search and rescue efforts ongoing, Green Arrow was still submerged in the Pacific, likely grappling with coconuts on a deserted island. What of other places? Either the heroes are utterly inept, rendering the plot as bland as plain water, or they are simply absent, leaving the world in a state of tranquility as if the supervillains have collectively taken a holiday. Damn it, is Batman the only one tirelessly patrolling the universe year-round? Walker irritably raked his fingers through his hair, transforming his already disheveled locks into a nest. The few bills left in his pocket protested, while the old injury in his ribs ached in the chill of the weather. The yearning for new adventures, repeatedly chastised by reality, had dwindled to a weary acceptance of fate. Gotham, the city he once left with a flourish, now felt like a musty yet familiar old haunt, beckoning him to return and lick his wounds, while also checking what new troubles that Bat had ensnared for himself. He turned into a narrower, dimly lit alley. Trash cans emitted a foul odor, and a few rats scuttled in the shadows. The scents and textures here were infuriatingly familiar. Yet, just as he prepared to traverse the alley, taking a shortcut to a relatively safe, inexpensive hotel from his memory, a voice commanded, "Halt," intruder. The cold, youthful tone, imbued with an undeniable authority, sliced through the air like a frosty blade from above. Walker halted, not lifting his gaze, the corners of his mouth twisting into a weary, sardonic smirk. Damn it, he thought, the Gotham welcome ceremony, albeit delayed, had finally arrived. He slowly raised his head. His gaze traversed the piled trash bins and the damp, mottled brick walls, ultimately resting upon the solitary, still functioning vintage gas lamp at the alley's mouth. A small figure, cloaked in black, perched like a raptor in the night, stood firmly atop that narrow lampshade. The dim light outlined his diminutive yet striking silhouette, green shorts, a yellow belt, the emblem on his chest flickering in and out of the shadows. Beneath the hood's shadow, only a pair of keen, eagle-like eyes glimmering with a frigid light could be seen, now scrutinizing Walker from above with a blend of appraisal and hostility. The new Robin, Damian Wayne, Batman's latest shadow. A devilish brat, the prodigy among mischief-makers. Your scent, Damian's voice emerged, raspy with the awkwardness of adolescence, yet laced with a chilling maturity, is tainted with dust from 7 different cities, cheap tobacco, the stench of violence, and the despair of a loser. Father's intelligence network indicates you left Gotham a month ago, only to return like a stray dog. Is it safe to assume you could not thrive elsewhere? Walker gazed at the small yet audacious figure atop the lamppost, momentarily taken aback, before his mouth uncontrollably stretched into an exaggerated grin, a blend of astonishment, absurdity, and sheer amusement. Ha ha ha! Walker erupted into laughter, doubling over as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke in existence. He pointed at Damian atop the lamppost, his finger trembling with mirth. Hey, you up there, the little squirt in green shorts. Damian's body stiffened noticeably, and the brows beneath his mask furrowed deeply. Walker struggled to suppress his laughter, wiping away tears of mirth. Yet the mischievous grin at the corners of his mouth remained unabated. Tell me, this pose of yours, who did you lure it from? Your father, Batman? No. He prefers the brooding, melancholic style of the water beast. Perhaps it was the first Robin, now Nightwing? Oh, I see. Walker clapped his hands suddenly, feigning realization. His eyes sparkling with mischief, his voice rising an octave as he mimicked an exaggerated anime voice. I, Damian Wayne, am the true Robin. You are merely a relic of the past. Am I right? In the next moment, he was abruptly suspended upside down from a lamppost by a burly figure wielding a grappling hook, resembling a fish drying under an eave. Ha ha ha. Classic. Absolutely classic. Anime films don't deceive me. Walker's laughter grew louder, echoing through the empty streets with unabashed mockery. His imitation was of the iconic scene from the animated film Batman, Son of Batman, where Damian boldly taunted Dick Grayson, only to be swiftly subdued by the experienced Nightwing and left dangling from a lamppost. The alley fell silent, save for Walker's malicious laughter reverberating in the confined space. Sharp and jarring, Damian stood atop the lamppost, his small frame taut like a drawn bowstring. In the shadows of his hood, his icy gaze seemed ready to unleash flames. Walker had precisely struck at his most sensitive point regarding Dick Grayson and his own precarious status. You seek death. Damian's voice emerged through clenched teeth, imbued with the chilling intent of the League of Assassins' air. He ceased to engage in further banter, his body plunging from the lamppost like an arrow released from its bow. The black cape billowed behind him, and his small fists cut through the air with a piercing shriek, aimed squarely at Walker's detestable grin. Walker's laughter abruptly ceased, the playful demeanor on his face swiftly replaced by cold vigilance. He sensed the genuine lethal intent radiating from a boy, far from child's play. His right hand tightened around a metal badge in his pocket, a faint electromagnetic field gathering at his fingertips. Though weary and injured, dealing with a brash youngling should, perhaps, pose no significant challenge. His gaze transformed into one of danger. Just as tension soared, with Damian poised to strike, Walker prepared to twist the lamppost into a pretzel with his magnetic field. Whoosh! A sound more swift, smooth, and rhythmically unique than Damian's earlier assault pierced the air. A blue figure, agile as a swift, erupted from the shadows of a nearby low building. His movements were fluid and graceful, executing a beautiful twist in midair before landing precisely between Walker and Damian, perfectly positioned in the center of their paths of attack. Chapter 55. Damian and Nightwing, an individual clad in a form-fitting blue and black uniform, approached, adorned with a soaring blue bird emblem upon chest. A mask covered the upper half of his face, revealing a beautifully sculpted jawline and a signature smirk that exuded both mischief and reassurance. He bore no weapon, standing casually, yet serving as an invisible barrier that instantaneously severed the lethal aura emanating from Damian and the restless energy surrounding Walker. Nightwing, Dick Grayson, Gotham's inaugural Robin and the guardian of B.L. Daven, stood amidst the nocturnal ambience of Gotham, wearing his trademark smile that seemed capable of diffusing any tension. "Hey there, folks. Good evening." Nightwing's voice resonated with a casual tone, akin to that of an old friend greeting others. He first glanced up at Damian, who perched atop a lamppost like a spiky little creature, patrolling ISNT about striking poses on top of streetlights. "You're assigned to the East End, not the fringes of the West." His tone carried a hint of playful exasperation, reminiscent of someone soothing a feisty kitten. Then, Nightwing turned his gaze towards Walker, his bright blue eyes still shining beneath the domino mask, reflecting curiosity mingled with a trace of subtle caution. His eyes scanned Walker's tattered jacket, the wounds on his face, and the hand tucked into his pocket, seemingly grasping something. Though Nightwing's smile remained intact, Walker could sense the keen assessment lurking behind it, as precise as a falcon's gaze. "And you must be Mr. Walker, correct? Your memory serves you well. Welcome back to Gotham." However, having a tea party beneath the lamppost doesn't seem like the wisest choice, especially with such palpable tension in the air. He shot a pointed glance at Damian's hand resting on the hilt of his knife, then glanced back at Walker's hand, still buried in his pocket. Above, Damian let out a heavy huff, his grip on the knife hilt unwavering as he glared at Walker, as if intending to consume him whole. Walker regarded the suddenly cheerful mediator before him, then glanced back at the visibly frustrated young Robin atop the lamppost. Reflecting on his earlier jest about mimicking the inverted lamppost, his lips twitched into an ambiguous smirk. Gradually, he released his grip on the badge within his pocket, resuming a nonchalant demeanor. "A tea party?" Walker shrugged, offering Nightwing a grin that was more sardonic than sincere. "I have no interest in sipping tea with a kid who might draw a blade at any moment." He deliberately elongated his words, his gaze flickering towards Damian atop the lamppost, a malicious grin creeping onto his lips. "Next time you want to try your hand at looking cool on a lamppost, remember to consult this professional beside you." He gestured subtly towards Nightwing. After all, he was the expert who had once used a grappling hook to suspend someone from streetlight. With that, he paid no mind to the sudden surge of murderous intent from Damian, nor did he linger on the fleetingly complex expression that crossed Nightwing's face. Instead, he turned away, whistling a discordant tune, hands in pockets, sauntering into the deeper shadows of the adjacent alley, quickly vanishing from sight. On the street, only Nightwing remained alongside Damian, who stood atop a streetlight, exuding an aura that warned off any intruders. Nightwing looked up at his hot-tempered younger brother, letting out a resigned sigh as he rubbed his temples. "Next time you encounter such amusing individuals, simply call for backup or report it. Do not charge in recklessly." He paused, recalling Walker's parting remark about the expert, and couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. "While the view from the streetlight is indeed splendid, remember to choose a sturdier pole next time," Damian replied. "The chill of Gotham's underground carries a distinct flavor. Unlike the damp cold of the surface, it seeps from the depths of the rock's marrow, mingling with the low hum of intricate machinery and the scent of disinfectant, creating a pure, biting cold. The air hangs heavy, each breath resonating with a metallic echo." In the Batcave, Walker drifted like a weightless specter, silently descending from the ventilation shaft. His toes touched the frigid alloy floor without a sound. He brushed the dust from his jacket, intrigued as he surveyed this legendary superhero theme park. The cold light from the massive screen outlined Batman's iconic broad-shouldered silhouette. Seated in the Batchair, which could induce cervical issues, he faced away from the entrance, as torrents of encrypted Gotham surveillance data and complex spectral analysis streamed across the screen. The atmosphere was thick with the tension of intense mental exertion, as well as an oppressive, volcanic-like low pressure. Walker's gaze swept over the marvels within the cave. The Batmobile perched on the maintenance rack, its sleek black exterior gleaming with a matte finish under the cold light, resembling a slumbering beast. An entire wall adorned with an array of batarangs, grappling guns, and miniature explosives resembling a cold weapons museum. And in the corner, a massive glass case displaying various Robin uniforms in a spectrum of colors and sizes, from the classic yellow, green, and red to the latest black, green, and gold. Walker couldn't suppress a low gasp of astonishment. Sauntering over to the impressive Batmobile, as if he were to mark it, and unceremoniously plopping down on its smooth engine hood, the chilly surface causing him to squint in pleasure. "Old Bat, your underground garage is quite tastefully decorated. Far more intriguing than the pretentious living room at Wayne Manor." Suddenly, the Batchair spun around with a swift motion, creating a gust of wind. Beneath the mask, a pair of icy goggles, seemingly capable of piercing through souls, instantly locked onto the unexpected visitor atop the engine hood. An intangible yet palpable sense of oppression enveloped the entire cave. Walker, the low, gravelly voice of the voice modulator echoed, devoid of any emotional inflection, yet more chilling than Gotham's winter winds. "You should not be here. Oh, come now. Don't be so formal." Walker chuckled, waving a hand dismissively, completely unfazed by the terrifying aura that could intimidate ordinary criminals. "I just returned home and thought I'd pay a visit to the neighbors. By the way," he deliberately elongated his tone, casting his gaze towards the shadow in the corner behind Batman. "How's your new little bird doing? TSK. Quite temperamental, that one. Almost had me thinking I was a street thug back there." In the shadows, a diminutive figure stepped forward abruptly, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, crossing into the cold glow of the screen. It was Damian Wayne. He was not clad in his Robin uniform, but wore a finely tailored black outfit instead. However, his youthful face radiated a fury and arrogance that seemed on the verge of overflowing. His emerald eyes fixated on Walker as if he were attempting to burn two holes through him. "Mind your words, rodent." Damian's voice, sharp with youthful intensity, yet tinged with an unnaturally mature tone, dripped with unabashed disdain and menace. "Trespassing upon private property and insulting Robin. With just these two offenses, I could make you," a clear voice, tinged with a hint of exasperated amusement, intervened just in time. Like a bucket of warm water poured over a powder keg ready to explode. Chapter 56. A Parental Journey. Nightwing, Dick Grayson, had silently appeared in the shadows at the entrance of the Batcave. Dressed in a simple black tracksuit, he bore his signature smile, one that seemed capable of diffusing any tension. He approached swiftly, placing a hand casually on Damian's taut shoulder, gently pulling him back a step. "Calm down, buddy," Nightwing murmured to Damian before turning to Walker, his smile unwavering, but his bright blue eyes now harboring a hint of scrutiny and vigilance. "Mr. Walker, trespassing on private property is hardly the act of a good neighbor." He pointedly glanced at the expensive paint of the Batmobile, which Walker was leaning against. "Expensive?" Walker exaggeratedly slapped the cool, smooth surface of the car hood, producing a sharp sound. "Could anything be more costly than my son's fragile ego?" "Nightwing, adjudicate this for me." Walker continued, "I merely mentioned the lamppost, and this brat wants to draw his blade. This method of education, tut, old Bat, perhaps it's time to renew your parenting course?" He deliberately tilted his chin towards Batman. Batman did not respond to Walker's provocation. Yet Walker keenly observed the knuckles of Batman's hand resting on the chair's armrest turning pale from the force applied. The cold light of the screen reflected off his chiseled jaw, taut as stone. The oppressive atmosphere within the Batcave seemed to grow heavier still. Under Dick's restraint, Damian's chest heaved violently, akin to a trapped beast, as he snarled through gritted teeth, "Grayson, let me go. I want this foul-mouthed maggot to know what it feels like to be hung upside down from a lamppost." Walker interrupted with a grin, pouring fuel on the fire. "Don't rush it, little buddy. When your wings are strong enough to fly solo, this former Robin professional," he gestured to Nightwing, "would be more than happy to teach you that trick of the aerial 3.5 somersault leading into a lamppost hang. Guaranteed to be learned. No tricks. You." Damian completely lost his composure, wrenching away and nearly shaking off Dick's hand from his shoulder. His green eyes seemed to blaze with fury. "Enough." Nightwing's voice suddenly rose an octave, infused with an undeniable authority. He exerted pressure with his hands, firmly restraining the struggling Damian, while turning to Walker, his smile finally fading to reveal a serious demeanor. "Walker, provoking a 10-year-old child does not demonstrate your superiority. We have just endured an international parent-child trip, and everyone's nerves are frayed. The child's reaction was indeed excessive, and I apologize on his behalf. However, if you continue to instigate without cause. He paused, his gaze sharpening. I wouldn't mind adding a charge of harassment of a minor to your trespassing accusation. Walker raised an eyebrow, non-committal to Nightwing's subtle warning. He remained languidly perched on the hood of the car, although he tempered some of his overt malice, keenly observing the familial drama unfolding within the Batcave. Batman stood as silent as a mountain, the tension in the air palpable. Damian was a tempest of fury, akin to a small leopard poised to strike. And Nightwing found himself caught in the middle, resembling a beleaguered kindergarten teacher. An international parent-child trip? Walker seized upon the key phrase, a playful smirk returning to his lips as his gaze flitted between Nightwing and Damian. Sounds rather thrilling. So, old Bat has finally had a moment of conscience and ventured into that ninja lair to retrieve his precious little one. Was the journey smooth? He emphasized the word smooth with deliberate weight. Nightwing sensed Walker's insatiable curiosity and glanced at Bruce, whose countenance was as dark as the bottom of a pot, then at Damian, who stood defiantly, exuding an air of superiority. With a resigned sigh, he understood that without offering this inquisitive troublemaker a morsel of the story, they would not escape today without a struggle, and this character would undoubtedly concoct an even more ludicrous version of events. Smooth? Nightwing let out a bitter laugh, rubbing his temples as if the headache from the journey had yet to dissipate. To put it mildly, the experience was as spectacular as the mass breakout from Arkham combined with the Joker hosting a concert at City Hall. He pulled over a rudimentary chair meant for visitors, straddling it backward, resting his chin on the backrest, adopting a storytelling posture in an attempt to ease the taut atmosphere within the cave. Time was of the essence. The mission pressing. Intelligence suggested that Talia intended to send the child to a more secluded assassin training camp, located in some remote corner of the Himalayas. A place scarcely marked on any map. Nightwing's voice carried a hint of trepidation. That cursed location was frigid, with an atmosphere so thin that even birds were disinclined to fly there. We disguised ourselves as a hapless geological expedition to infiltrate it. And guess what happened next? He purposefully left the suspense hanging, casting a glance at Walker. Walker, ever the eager audience, straightened up, his face a canvas of anticipation. We had just reached the exterior of the stone fortress perched precariously on the cliff, when Nightwing lowered his voice, lacing it with dramatic flair. Before we even caught sight of the child as shadow, we heard the sounds of a fierce battle from within. Good heavens! That little one was staging a showdown with a legion of ninjas. A dozen black-clad ninjas were utterly outmaneuvered by him, the clash of blades illuminating the scene with such fervor. Damian folded his arms, standing aside, and upon hearing this, let out a haughty snort, elevating his chin even higher, his emerald eyes brimming with an air of entitlement. Humph, a rabble of misfits. Were it not for their reliance on sheer numbers and unfamiliar terrain, I could have resolved the conflict within 5 minutes. It was my father and Grayson who hindered our progress. He unapologetically shifted the blame. Suddenly, a sharp sound of shattering interrupted Damian's self-aggrandizement. The Batman had crushed the handle of a mug emblazoned with a bat symbol. Scalding coffee trickled through his fingers, dripping onto the control panel with a faint sizzling sound, yet he remained oblivious. Beneath the mask, the taut line of his jaw was distinctly visible, and a vein throbbed at his temple. Nightwing's eyelids fluttered, prompting him to hasten his words. In any case, given the circumstances, we ought to abandon stealth and simply knock on the door. One flashbang to clear the way, and I charged in with my staff. The scene was momentarily chaotic, as he vividly recounted. Inside that fortress, it resembled a labyrinth. There were hidden doors, trapdoors, and ninjas cascading down from the ceiling like dumplings. Little was leading the charge, wielding his katana with impressive skill. But he was reckless, battling the seemingly endless stream of ninjas while also keeping an eye on Little, who was carelessly hacking at the ancestral support columns, all while dodging the unknown arrows shooting from the shadows. As for me, I primarily took on the role of, gathering the spoils. I also tied up those unfortunate souls who had been knocked out by Little or subdued to prevent them from rising and causing further chaos. Grayson, that as tactical support, not looting, Damian protested, his face flushed with indignation. Fine, tactical support. Nightwing acquiesced, quickly soothing him. Just as we were about to reach the core area and had a rendezvous with Lady Talia in sight, He deliberately paused, a look of trepidation crossing his face. Although Talia herself did not appear, she had bestowed upon us a grand gift. The entire fortress's automated defense system had been activated. The alloy gates came crashing down. Blades sprang from the walls. Anesthesia, gas, erupted from the floor. Most critically, someone had maliciously shut off the heating system. It was freezing below zero. What a sensation. Walker listened with rapt attention, unable to refrain from interjecting. And then, were you three enveloped in a dumpling? Did you stage an icebound Batman and Robin? Even more thrilling. Nightwing rolled his eyes. We nearly became ice sculptures. In the end, thanks to the peculiar gadgets in our utility belts, combined with Little's vague recollections of the Fortress-S structure, we managed to blow open a ventilation duct, emerging like three smoke-laden rats. Just as we climbed to the edge of the cliff to catch our breath, we turned back to see Talia's men emerging with torches. That scene, with the cliff's sheer drop ahead, the biting wind behind, and the pursuing torchbearers, it was truly unforgettable. He spread his hands in a gesture of conclusion. Ultimately, we barely escaped thanks to the bat wings we had hidden at the mountain's base. The entire operation lasted 32 hours, destroying over 60% of the enemy fortress's defensive capabilities, incapacitating an estimated 30 members of the League of Assassins, and rescuing one target. He cast a resigned glance at the still fuming Damien. Had it not been for my mother's last-minute mercy, Damien would have been grumbling in frustration, though his voice had noticeably weakened. Clearly, the harrowing escape had left an indelible impression on him. Walker couldn't help but chuckle, slapping the hood of the Batmobile with laughter. Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. It rivals a Hollywood blockbuster. Old Bat, your costs for child-rearing are exorbitant, blowing up houses and burrowing through dog holes. However, he shifted his tone, a hint of schadenfreude creeping into his smile, considering this little bird's temperament. The trials of parenting for you are likely just beginning. Damien's temper flared once more, only to be swiftly restrained by Nightwing's quick hand on his shoulder. All right, Mr. Walker. The tale of the parental journey has concluded. Nightwing's smile faded, his expression turning serious as he regarded Batman, who had remained as silent as a stone. Now, shall we discuss matters of importance? Or are you here uninvited solely for gossip? Gotham certainly lacks the leisure to entertain you. Chapter 57. Red Hood at last, Batman stirred. He slowly released his grip on the shattered cup's handle, allowing the scalding coffee to drip onto the specially designed, corrosion-resistant control panel. Rising to his feet, his towering, silent figure resembled a moving fortress, exuding an even heavier aura of oppression. Approaching the main console, he rapidly tapped his fingers on the smooth surface. The enormous main screen flickered to life, revealing Gotham's city-wide surveillance map. Countless red dots, indicative of criminal activity, continued to blink ominously. But the most striking features were several marked areas glowing a perilous crimson. The burned docks, the abandoned factories where intense gunfights had transpired, and neighborhoods designated as power vacuums. At the center of these zones, a grotesque, graffiti-style Red Skull emblem was prominently displayed. During your absence from Gotham, Batman's deep, gravelly voice resonated once more. Akin to ice scraping against stone, the city's order has been reshuffled. Nightwing took the cue, his tone grave. During the days when I was executing a rescue mission with the little one amidst the snowy mountains, a self-proclaimed Red Hood crashed into Gotham's underworld like a firebomb. The screen displayed a few blurry surveillance snapshots and some aggressive graffiti images. A tall, muscular man donned an emotionless, dark red metallic helmet with hollow eye sockets, clad in a dark tactical jacket and cargo pants, armed to the teeth. He stood amidst the smoke-filled streets, towering over several unconscious gangsters, exuding a dangerous bravado. Initially, Black Mask and Penguin, those old foxes, assumed this was just another overambitious punk seeking instant fame. Nightwing gestured towards the screen, noting how they even proclaimed that the Red Hood wouldn't survive 3 days. And then, Walker leaned forward, intrigued, and then, Nightwing sighed ruefully. Then the Red Hood delivered a resounding slap to everyone's face in the most direct, violent manner. Instead of blindly seizing territory, he recruited with precision. He retrieved a segment of processed audio, featuring the harrowing screams of a man tormented by electric currents, juxtaposed with the cold, merciless voice altered by a voice modulator. Loyalty or perish. Choose. He swiftly gathered a band of outlaws, individuals marginalized by the major gangs. Each a ruthless character driven to desperation. Nightwing continued, initiating a cleansing operation. The screen transitioned to a series of harrowing images from the scene. A warehouse reduced to a skeletal structure by explosions, walls riddled with bullet holes, and several bodies disposed of with chilling professionalism. He specifically targeted the core enterprises of Black Mask and Penguin, employing brutal tactics and executing actions with remarkable swiftness and without warning. Warehouses were blown up, smuggling vessels hijacked, and rival leaders ambushed in broad daylight. Yet he refrained from killing, at least sparing the lowly henchmen. Instead, he incapacitated those who obstructed him and eliminated the resisting leaders in exceedingly painful manners, leaving behind a mark of a red skull. Nightwing's voice carried an icy tone, stating that in less than 2 weeks, Black Mask had lost 3 of his most crucial smuggling warehouses and 2 drug routes, while Penguin's underground casinos and money laundering networks were thrown into chaos, with several affiliated gangs dismantled and assimilated. The entire underworld of Gotham was engulfed in fear and trepidation. The screen displayed 2 freshly issued wanted posters, originating from the underground bounty networks of Black Mask and Penguin. The target, the Red Hood. The bounty amount, with its numerous zeros, was blinding. The demand, dead or alive. Now, these 2 crime lords could no longer remain idle, offering an exorbitant bounty simply to claim the life of this crimson figure. Nightwing pointed at the staggering sum, inciting a frenzy among Gotham's outlaws and mercenaries, akin to sharks sensing blood. Batman's deep voice interjected, laced with a hint of suppressed confusion. I cannot trace his origins. His operational patterns, tactical prowess, and weaponry seem to have materialized from thin air. He hesitated, seemingly reluctant to disclose that he had consulted the Joker at Arkham. Walker raised an eyebrow. Oh? What did that green-haired maniac have to say? A segment of heavily distorted audio from the Arkham visit flashed on the screen, allowing only fragmented phrases to be discerned. The Joker's sharp, twisted laughter. Red Hood? Ha ha! An amusing imitator? Or has the lost little bird finally found its way home? Hey, hey, hey. Batboy, can you guess? Can you guess whose joke is colder and more painful? The recording concluded amidst a cacophony of static and manic laughter. Ambiguous, rife with misdirection. Batman's voice grew colder. The Joker either genuinely lacked knowledge or reveled in the chaos. Thus, Nightwing concluded, weariness and gravity etched on his face, that Gotham had devolved into utter disarray. The Red Hood rampaged through the darkness like a mad dog, creating chaos. The Black Mask and Penguin had placed a bounty on his head, attracting more outlaws and rendering the streets even more perilous. Meanwhile, he cast a glance at the silent Batman and then at Damian, who was intently listening, a grave expression etched on his youthful face. They needed to thwart the Red Hood's violent purges while simultaneously guarding against a full-blown gang war that could erupt and preventing greater destruction for the crazed individuals drawn by the exorbitant bounty. He sighed in resignation and looked at Walker. Mr. Walker, now do you understand why the welcome back ceremony in Gotham is merely a knife atop a lamppost? We are truly busy and have no time to indulge in your riddle games or listen to your jokes about upside-down lampposts. The Batcave fell into a brief silence, the only sounds being the low hum of the mainframe's fan and the flickering red dots on the screen, a reminder of the turbulent undercurrents in the city. Walker's gaze flitted between the grotesque red skull emblem, the exorbitant bounty notice, and the Joker's maniacal whispers on the screen. The usual playful smile faded from his face, replaced by a glint of intrigue, surprise, and calculation. He slowly slid down from the hood of the Batmobile, straightened himself, and patted the non-existent dust off his trousers. Red Hood, Walker murmured, savoring the name as if it held a piquant flavor. He raised his gaze to Batman's face, obscured by shadows and the mask, his lips curling into a new, dangerously inquisitive smile. How fascinating, truly fascinating. Walker's voice, though quiet, resonated clearly in the stillness of the cave. A sudden formidable character had emerged, beating Gotham's crime lords to tears with a bounty high enough to purchase half a planet, and even the Joker had begun to speak in riddles. He stepped forward, his eyes blazing. Old Bat, it seems you have finally encountered a worthy opponent in your detective career. Batman's white lenses turned towards him, his icy gaze as tangible as steel. Walker, Batman's voice bore an unprecedented warning, cold and unyielding. This is not a game. The Red Hood is exceedingly dangerous. His behavior is unpredictable, and his capacity for destruction far exceeds that of ordinary gang conflicts. Gotham is now akin to a pile of kindling drenched in gasoline. Any spark could ignite a catastrophic blaze engulfing the entire city. He advanced a step, his imposing figure creating an almost suffocating air around them. I do not care what your intentions are, or how amusing you find this. Stay away from him. Stay away from this matter. Otherwise, Batman's voice dropped to a chilling low, laden with undeniable resolve. I will personally deliver you to the deepest cell of Blackgate Prison and allow you to find your amusement there. The air in the Batcave seemed to be instantly drained. The cold light from the screen illuminated the two adversaries. One, the embodiment of fear lurking in Gotham's shadows, and the other, a harbinger of chaotic amusement. Walker's smile remained unchanged, yet grew brighter and colder in the face of this overt threat. He met Batman's soul-freezing gaze without the slightest hint of retreat. Instead, it was as if he had stumbled upon an unparalleled treasure. You're personally escorting me inside? Walker chuckled softly, the sound reverberating harshly in the vast cave. Oh, what an honor that is. But old Bat, he deliberately elongated his tone, his eyes gliding over the crimson skull emblem on the screen, then sweeping across Nightwing and Damian's solemn faces, finally returning to Batman, his eyes sparkling with the delight of discovering a new plaything. Do you truly believe that a ruthless character capable of forcing the Black Mask and Penguin to place bounties on their own heads would obediently heed your commands or patiently await my arrival? Walker's voice dripped with a mocking insight as he gestured casually, as if discussing the weather. The storm has already arrived, old Bat. While you're still pondering how to close that door long since torn apart by the hurricane, a trace of almost pitying derision colored his smile. Save your strength. This amusement, he paused, his gaze directed toward the passage beyond the cave that symbolized Gotham's endless darkness, articulating each word with clarity, has only just begun. Chapter 58. The planned Batman's warning spread through the cave like tangible ice, yet Walker's smile, imbued with dangerous curiosity, flickered like flames. Just as the taut silence threatened to solidify, a cold voice, suffused with suppressed fury, intruded. Naive, Damian crossed his arms, his small frame radiating an astonishing intensity as his sharp gaze swept across the flickering red dots on the screen, finally fixating on the exorbitant bounty notices. Wasting time on these futile warnings and detective games. These scum, he pointed to the areas dominated by gang influence, his tone grave, as if they were a cancer gnawing at the city. The most direct and effective method is to uproot them entirely. Only by excising the rot can the city heal. He stepped forward, locking eyes with Batman. Father, your no-kill principle is the greatest hindrance at this moment. Allowing these pests to thrive will only give lunatics like Red Hood a chance to strike, resulting in more bloodshed. Let me go. I can turn those bounty notices into their own obituaries. Damian, Batman's voice suddenly rose, imbued with an undeniable authority. His towering figure cast a shadow over the young Robin, the weight of his presence momentarily stifling the air in the cave. Enough. This is not a discussion. The no-kill principle is our absolute boundary, the line that distinguishes us from them. A cycle of violence merely breeds greater chaos and death. This is not justice. His visor gleamed with a frigid light, his voice low yet laden with gravity. What Gotham requires is not more corpses, but order and law. Unchecked violence, regardless of its initial intent, ultimately consumes only the innocent. You must learn to exercise control. Damian's small face tightened, his teeth grinding audibly, his eyes ablaze with unyielding defiance and resentment. Yet under Batman's overwhelming presence, he merely huffed in response, turning his head away in silence, though the tension in his shoulders betrayed the tumultuous storm within. At this moment of stalemate between father and son, Walker's eyes suddenly sparkled with the brightness of a new discovery. He snapped his fingers, the crisp sound shattering the tense atmosphere. Although little Robin's proposal seemed excessively environmentally conscious, it did spark an idea in Walker's mind. He stroked his chin, a calculating, mischievous smile spreading across his face. He strode towards the main screen, his fingers hovering over the regions representing the Black Mask and Penguin's factions, and inspiration struck. Look, in the current situation, ISNT akin to two rabid dogs being chased by an even crazier wolf, who has now put a bounty on the dogs, calling the hyenas of the city to attack the wolf. He turned around, spreading his arms wide, his smile almost malevolent. How chaotic, how lively. Yet, amidst the chaos, there lies opportunity, does there not? Since we cannot prevent the wolf from attacking the rabid dogs or stop the dogs from enlisting the hyenas, why not lend a hand to one of the mad dogs? Nightwing frowned. Help? Help whom? The Black Mask or the Penguin? Walker, what madness are you speaking? How can we possibly assist them? Patience, Bluebird. Walker raised a finger and shook it gently, not aiding them in their misdeeds, but rather assisting them in unification. He pointed to the map, highlighting areas of power vacuum and scattered minor factions. Let us choose a fortunate contender, perhaps the Black Mask. We could help him consolidate resources, devour the Penguin's territory, and simultaneously eliminate those pesky hyenas attracted by the bounty. The more he spoke, the more animated he became, gesticulating wildly. We covertly stir the pot, allowing the Black Mask to rapidly expand his influence, overshadowing the Penguin, and even temporarily sidelining Red Hood. Just when he believes he has achieved overwhelming victory, becoming the sole ruler of Gotham's underworld, Walker made a gesture across his throat, his smile icy. We then strike, uprooting this overinflated mad dog along with his newly consolidated, yet undigested, vast power, accomplishing everything in one fell swoop. How efficient! All problems would be effortlessly resolved. This plan was audacious, reckless, and imbued with Walker's signature chaos and pragmatic ruthlessness. The Batcave fell silent. Nightwing and Damian were both taken aback, even Damian momentarily forgetting his anger, captivated by this fanciful yet destructive scheme. Nightwing was the first to regain his composure, pointing out the most critical issue. What about Red Hood? This plan completely overlooks him. He is the source of all disruption. He lurks in the shadows, ruthless and highly proactive. How can you guarantee he won't emerge during the Black Mask consolidation process and ruin everything? Or wait until we finally confront the Black Mask, only to reap the benefits himself? Excellent question. Walker pivoted sharply, his finger precisely aimed at the silently standing figure, embodying darkness itself, Batman, his face adorned with a look of self-satisfaction that seemed to say, I knew this would come up. Isn't there already a ready-made solution? We have here the most renowned detective in all of Gotham. No, in the entire world, capable of extracting ghosts from the very cracks of the earth. His gaze was fixed intently on Batman's white lenses, seeking to identify the madman in the Red Hood, who he was, where he was, and what he intended to do. Wasn't this precisely your area of expertise? In your illustrious career as a detective, this should merely be a minor diversion, shouldn't it? You're tasked with neutralizing the enigmatic Red Hood, ensuring he does not disrupt the grand endeavors of Black Mask, or, should he cause chaos, to apprehend him with precision. Meanwhile, he gestured towards Nightwing and Damian, then pointed at himself, indicating their responsibility to execute the intricate scheme of black-on-black consolidation. The division of labor was clear, a perfect collaboration. All eyes, including Damian's scrutinizing gaze and Nightwing's complex expression of concern, were fixated on Batman. The cave was enveloped in the low hum of the central computer fan. Batman remained silent for a full 10 seconds. His gaze drifted between Walker's face, Nightwing's worried expression, Damian's tense countenance, and the Crimson Skull emblem displayed on the screen. At last, a voice emerged, deep and grating like stones grinding together. The plan carries risks. Should Black Mask gain power, the consequences would be unfathomable. Our intelligence on the Red Hood is non-existent. He paused, his eyes sharp as blades behind the lenses, locking on a Walker. Yet chaos requires direction. Before it spirals out of control, we must concentrate the risk. He consented. Excellent. Walker clapped his hands as if they had just sealed a lucrative deal. Batman then posed the pivotal question. So, who will assist Black Mask? Who will assume the shadowy role that propels his unification efforts? His gaze swept over Nightwing and Damian, noting Nightwing's distinct style and Damian's age and impulsiveness as potential issues. Infiltrating Black Mask's inner circle, gaining his trust, and guiding his actions necessitate an extraordinary level of disguise, adaptability, and a profound understanding of the darker aspects of humanity. Almost instinctively, the three pairs of eyes in the Batcave turned towards Walker under Batman's scrutiny. Nightwing wore an expression of knowing acknowledgement, while Damian regarded him with a hint of mocking anticipation. Walker's smile froze in an instant. Hey, wait a minute. Walker exaggeratedly stepped back, crossing his arms in disbelief. What kind of international joke is this? You want me to play along with that mask-wearing psychopath and help him secure territory? Not a chance. I am a professional entertainer, not a career undercover agent. Such filthy and laborious work deserves extra pay. He shouted his refusal almost reflexively. But as soon as the words left his lips, his eyes, always glimmering with cunning, began to dart about. He stroked his chin, and his expression shifted rapidly from resistance to a profound contemplation, as if assessing the worth of a rare treasure. Extra pay, he murmured, his lips curling into a brand new grin, steeped in extreme greed and dangerous excitement. His gaze became fervent, as if he could already envision mountains of gold and silver. All that money, the bounty black mask placed on the Penguin's casino vault. Or he glanced at Batman, a smile brimming with unabashed provocation. Those glimmering trinkets in your Batcave? After all, venturing deep behind enemy lines carries immense risks, including psychological distress compensation, reputational damage fees, and the potential frightful costs of being targeted by that maniac with the red barrel or the clown fan club. He took a step forward, meeting Batman's icy gaze, extending a few fingers and leisurely shaking them. My asking price is rather steep. Steep enough to purchase a wheel from your Batmobile, or perhaps a minor stake in Wayne Enterprises. Batman's white lenses narrowed slightly, and the temperature within the cave seemed to drop a few degrees. Nightwing pinched his brow, while Damian scoffed disdainfully. Walker, however, remained unfazed, greedily awaiting a response with his eyes glinting like gold coins. Thus commenced a negotiation concerning monetary increase, or rather, a perilous transaction on how to wield chaos against chaos within the dark heart of Gotham's Batcave. Chapter 59. Harley Quinn. Walker whistled an off-key tune, his hands tucked into his pockets, sauntering through the damp streets of Gotham in the deep of night. The bargaining in the Batcave ultimately concluded with Batman's promise to allocate a substantial, untraceable operational budget from the seized funds of the mob, which Walker preferred to interpret as a deposit. Now, he was off to visit the fortunate Penguin, embarking on his consolidation endeavor. As he turned the corner of a shadowy alley piled with refuse, a jarring sound of shattering glass and a woman's excited shriek pierced the night's tranquility. Walker paused, intrigued, and leaned in to observe. He beheld a gaping hole in the window of a toy store, long closed, illuminated by the fading glow of neon lights. A figure clad in the iconic red and black diamond-patterned bodysuit, with twin ponytails, was gleefully rummaging through the opening. Who else could it be but Harley Quinn? She cradled a few plush toys, surrounded by scattered fragments of models and toy parts, her face radiating the pure, childlike joy derived from satisfying her destructive impulses. Oh, little penguin baby, don't cry. Harley chuckled at a squished penguin toy. Come on, be a good little one and go home with Aunt Harley. I promise to. Her laughter abruptly ceased as her peripheral vision caught sight of a figure standing quietly at the alley's mouth, wearing a playful smile. Harley spun around, tilting her head as she scrutinized Walker, her powder blue eyes brimming with unabashed curiosity and a hint of caution. She elongated her tone, like a kitten discovering a novel toy. Look who we have here. A fresh face. The aesthetic is quite unique and colorful, but not in that ostentatious way like Little Pudding. Hey there, sweetheart. She boldly pointed at Walker. I've never seen you in Gotham's cast before. Are you a new character added by the writers? Or perhaps a lost soul from some parallel universe? The smile on Walker's face blossomed even more brightly, infused with a touch of warmth at encountering a kindred spirit. He realized that this chaotic ambassador before him seemed to possess a vague awareness of that invisible fourth wall. With a snap of his fingers, he elegantly performed an exaggerated bow. Miss Harley Quinn, your powers of observation are truly remarkable. Indeed, I'm a new arrival. They believe Gotham's narrative requires an infusion of surprise and unpredictability. By the way, he lowered his voice, a hint of mischievous secrecy dancing in his tone. And according to insider information, they are currently contemplating a special feature for me. However, Walker spread his hands in a generous manner. I am not one to hoard all the glory for myself. A spotlight? I'd be more than happy to share. Harley's eyes sparkled like bulbs ignited with electricity. A special feature? Wow, Pudding will surely be consumed with jealousy upon hearing this. She bounced excitedly on the spot, then leaned closer to Walker, her voice brimming with anticipation. So, sweetheart, what role do you play in this new tale? Are you here to assist the bat, or to inject some thrill into this mundane script? She made a gesture resembling an explosion. Walker gazed into Harley's inquisitive eyes, and a brilliant idea flashed through his mind. His smile transformed into an enigmatic grin, tinged with a hint of tempting depravity. Oh, dear Harley. Walker's voice was laced with dramatic mystery. The character I portray is far more fascinating than merely aiding Batman or creating chaos for its own sake. He glanced around as if to ensure there were no listening devices, then leaned closer to Harley, whispering in a tone audible only to the two of them, elaborating on his and Batman's audacious scheme to unify Gotham's underworld under the Black Mask and then obliterate it all in one fell swoop, embellishing it with the most provocative language. Just imagine, Harley. Walker's voice took on a devilish whisper, observing those self-important mob bosses dancing like puppets to our script, swelling with pride, and then he made a gesture reminiscent of fireworks. At the very moment they are lost in their hubris, we shall blow them and their filthy kingdom to smithereens. This is far more exhilarating than smashing a few toy stores, is it not? This is the true delight. Harley listened, her mouth agape, her eyes wide as saucers, nearly dropping the Joker doll cradled in her arms. Her mind raced, digesting this grand, mad, and destructively alluring plan. Moments later, she erupted into a sharper, more exhilarated laugh. Ha ha ha! Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! Harley exclaimed, wildly swinging her baseball bat, nearly striking Walker. To toy with those mob fools for the old bat, and then send them all flying? This is the finest script I have ever heard. Even better than Pudding's explosion at City Hall. I want in. Count me in, sweetheart. She spun around, her pigtails flying, her eyes alight with fervent flames. How could such a grand chaotic soiree proceed without Harley Quinn? Moreover, she suddenly halted, a sly yet sweet smile gracing her face. How could I forget my Ruby? She would undoubtedly adore this plan. Just a moment, sweetheart. I shall bring Ivy in on this. Her vine babies are unrivaled in causing havoc and would be perfectly suited to assist that Black Mask or the Penguin in consolidating territory. Walker gazed at the exuberant madwoman before him, who was dancing with excitement over her newfound amusement, and a deeper smile spread across his face. The addition of Harley, particularly the potential involvement of Poison Ivy, undoubtedly infused this already chaotic scheme with an abundance of variables and catastrophic power. This was precisely the greater chaos, the more uncontrollable situation, and the more captivating spectacle that Walker desired. Of course, my dear Harley, he proclaimed, extending his arms in a welcoming gesture. The more participants at this chaotic feast, the more splendid it becomes. The inclusion of Ms. Poison Ivy will surely imbue our grand endeavor with vibrant surprises. Go forth. Invite your Ruby. Inform her that Gotham's script is on the verge of an unprecedented green revelry. Hooray! Await us, sweetheart. The party shall commence shortly. With a jubilant shriek, Harley burst forth like a whirlwind of red and black, crashing through the shattered toy store window. In a few leaps, she vanished onto Gotham's labyrinthine rooftops, leaving only the echoes of her excitement in the night sky and a flurry of toy remnants scattered about. Walker remained rooted to the spot, watching the direction in which Harley had disappeared, then glanced down at the chaos strewn across the ground, a playful smile lingering on his face. He retrieved his communicator, casually pressed a few buttons, and connected to the encrypted channel of the Batcave. Hello, old Bat. Walker's voice carried an unmistakable tone of schadenfreude. A minor, yet decidedly advantageous twist has emerged in our plans. Our cast may require an impromptu expansion. A friendly heads up. Prepare for a botanical surprise. Oh, and by the way, the budget may need a slight increase. He cheerfully severed the connection, humming a tune as he continued toward Penguin's iceberg lounge, the toy fragments beneath his feet crunching with every step. Gotham's night seemed to grow even more enigmatic with the convergence of these two revelers. Chapter 60. Poison Ivy. The woods on the outskirts of Gotham appeared particularly eerie beneath the cloak of night. Twisted branches loomed like monstrous arms, obscuring the scant moonlight. The air was damp and oppressive, saturated with the scent of earth and decaying foliage, mingled with an overly sweet floral aroma. The gnarled roots and rampant vines underfoot rendered walking exceptionally arduous. Red had always been enamored by such places rich with natural essence. Harley hopped ahead, her shoulder bearing the weight of a colossal purple hippopotamus plush, as if meandering through her own backyard. She declared that the city's concrete confines suffocated her, while the flora here allowed her to breathe freely. Although I think her little greenhouse is rather nice, complete with air conditioning, Walker trailed behind, the hem of his trench coat occasionally snagged by the thorny vines. He walked with apparent nonchalance, yet his gaze was keen, his ears attuned to every unusual sound that stirred within the woods. The bat cycle was temporarily concealed beside an abandoned hunter's cabin at the forest's edge. The cost of breathing freely was the presence of mosquitoes and vines that could ensnare one's ankles at any moment. Walker grimaced, carefully sidestepping a thicket of sharply spiked shrubs. At that moment, a faint rustling sound, distinct from the whispering of wind through the leaves, emanated from behind them, as if countless minute creatures were scurrying beneath the layer of fallen foliage. Walker's steps faltered slightly, the corners of his mouth curling into an almost imperceptible smile. Here it comes. Instead of hastening his pace, he deliberately slowed down, even stepping twice on a patch of ground that appeared level but was actually cloaked in a thick layer of decaying leaves. Harley, do you think Miss Isley might not be too welcoming to urban visitors like us? Before Walker could finish his sentence, whoosh, a robust, deep green vine, slick with moisture and resembling a lurking serpent, suddenly sprang forth from the dense carpet of decayed leaves, ensnaring his right ankle with precision. A tremendous force surged forth, lifting him entirely off the ground. Whoa! Walker managed to utter a brief exclamation as he found himself dangling upside down, suspended 3 to 4 meters above the earth. The hem of his trench coat billowed down, revealing a shirt emblazoned with the words, "I survived Gotham." He swayed, yet his expression bore little trace of panic. Instead, there was a sense of resigned understanding. "Red, stop it." Harley immediately turned, hands on her hips, shouting into the shadowy depths of the woods, "It's me, and my new friend. Let him down." From the shadows, a tall figure emerged slowly, Pamela Isley, the poison ivy. She resembled the very essence of the forest, her skin a healthy olive hue, and her nearly emerald green hair cascaded like vines. She was clad in a garment woven from enormous, resilient leaves and deep crimson flowers, accentuating her alluring yet perilous curves. Her gaze was frosty and vigilant, as if scrutinizing an intruder in her territory, exuding an almost tangible aura of plant life and oppression. Harley Quinn, Poison Ivy's voice was low and viscous, reminiscent of plant sap, as her eyes swept over the hippo plush toy draped over Harley's shoulder, her brow momentarily furrowing. "I told you not to bring outsiders here, especially not ones that reek of urban foolishness and bad odor." Her gaze struck Walker like a frigid whip, harsh and unyielding. "He is not an outsider, Red," Harley hastily protested, tossing the hippo plush to the ground and rushing to grasp Poison Ivy's arm, shaking it. "He is fascinating, and we have a super amazing plan. We need your strength." "A plan?" Poison Ivy remained unmoved, her icy stare fixed on Walker. "I have no interest in your mundane human gang wars and power struggles. Gotham is beyond redemption. Let it decay on its own. My only concern lies with my plants." Walker, still suspended, cleared his throat, blood rushing to his head, yet his voice remained clear, laced with a hint of feigned nonchalance. "Ms. Isley first, I must thank you for your warm, welcoming ceremony. It is indeed quite unique. Secondly, Harley is correct. Our plan does indeed require your assistance. Moreover, this is not merely a gang conflict. It pertains to the redistribution of resources and securing some rare inhabitants for your Green Kingdom." Poison Ivy's emerald eyes narrowed slightly, radiating a hint of scrutiny. "Clarify your intentions." Walker swayed, striving to adjust his angle to gaze at her. "In simple terms, we intend to assist Penguin in toppling Black Mask, while simultaneously causing some trouble for the newly arrived Red Hood. The ultimate goal is to elevate Penguin's supremacy, and subsequently dismantle him and his empire, thereby orchestrating a thorough reformation of Gotham's underworld." "How utterly tedious," Poison Ivy scoffed. "Black Mask and Penguin are merely names for the same source of pollution. The outcome remains unchanged. The distinction lies in the process and what we could derive from it." Walker's smile bore a shrewd allure. "For instance, once our plan comes to fruition, those carefully cultivated specimens of the Moonlight Orchid, rumored to be extinct in the wild, from Wayne Enterprises' clandestine biological research station deep within the South American rainforest, not to mention a few ghost ferns possessing unique symbiotic fungi, I know you have long sought them. But Wayne's security and location are indeed formidable. Instantly, Poison Ivy's body tensed. Moonlight Orchid, Ghost Fern, these legendary rare plants were priceless treasures to any botanist. And for her, the queen of plants, they possessed an irresistible allure. For the first time, her gaze revealed a tumultuous shift, a fervent desire igniting within the icy depths of her green eyes. How do you know? Her voice trembled imperceptibly. Information is one of my sources of amusement, Walker shrugged. So what do you say? Help us stir the murky waters of Gotham, allowing those scoundrels to deplete one another. Once accomplished, those precious little treasures will belong to you. Moreover, consider this. When Penguin and Black Mask's enterprises lie in ruins, those tainted lands serve as the perfect bed for your new garden. A vision of life blooming amidst the ashes of death. How beautiful that would be. Poison Ivy fell silent. The allure of the Moonlight Orchid and Ghost Fern was overwhelming. Furthermore, Walker's depiction of a garden rising from the ruins indeed resonated with her longing to restore nature. Yet she remained deliberating the risks of collaborating with the Bat family and the uncertainties of becoming embroiled in such grand-scale conflict. Please, I beg you. Harley seized the moment, launching into a charming performance, nearly draping herself over Poison Ivy, her voice dripping with sugary sweetness. This plan sounds exhilarating. We could topple Black Mask's obnoxious factories with vines. Let Penguin's iceberg lounge bloom with flowers. And that new kid, Red Hood, looks like he needs a lesson. Let us do this together. Just consider it a grand game of make-believe, won't you? She batted her large eyes, shaking Poison Ivy's arm. Poison Ivy looked down at Harley's expectant, unreservedly trusting gaze, then raised her eyes to Walker, who hung upside down, wearing a confident smile. Finally, her gaze seemed to pierce through layers of tree shadows, envisioning the rare plants emitting a dreamlike glow within Wayne Enterprises' secret base. She inhaled deeply, the rich fragrance of flowers nearly overwhelming. The vines entwined around Walker's ankle suddenly released their grip. Walker reacted with remarkable swiftness, executing an agile somersault in midair before landing gracefully. He dusted off the remnants of dirt and moss from his attire, as if he had merely engaged in a trivial game. The voice of the Poison Ivy bore a chilling botanical quality, yet it was tinged with newfound resolve. Those plants must be delivered to me intact. Should a single leaf be missing, I shall ensure that you all become eternal fertilizer for this forest. A deal. Walker extended his hand. Poison Ivy disregarded his gesture, her icy demeanor shifting as she turned to Harley. Keep a close watch on your new companion, Harley. If he attempts any trickery, her words trailed off, but nearby, several robust vines rose like living serpents, their tips shimmering with an eerie glow. Rest assured, Red, he wouldn't dare. Harley cheerfully linked her arm with Poison Ivy's, flashing a playful grimace at Walker. Unfazed, Walker withdrew his hand, his smile unwavering. Well then, ladies, the night in Gotham is still young. Let us pay a visit to Mr. Penguin, the proprietor of the coldest bar in town. It is time to stoke the flames of his business. Thus, this peculiar triad, the Green Queen, the mad harbinger of chaos, and the mischief maker who thrives on pandemonium, set forth from this dominion of Flora, each driven by their own ambitions and strengths, towards the iceberg lounge, the flickering neon heart of Gotham City. A tempest of unpredictable greenery was about to unleash upon the chaotic vortex of Gotham. Chapter 61. Collaboration. The clamor of the iceberg lounge was muffled behind heavy velvet curtains. The private office of Oswald Cobblepot, the Penguin, was less an office and more a chilling lair cluttered with various opulent memorabilia. Beyond the vast glass walls lay the nocturnal panorama of Gotham Harbor, the cold neon reflections dancing upon the smooth, obsidian floor. The air was thick with the rich aroma of cigars, the warmth of whiskey, and an elusive, lingering scent reminiscent of cold-blooded creatures. The Penguin, clad in his signature impeccably tailored white tailcoat and purple shirt, leaned on his umbrella cane, which concealed a sharp blade. His back turned to the entrance as he gazed out the window. His short, stout figure appeared somewhat comical against the backdrop of the grand floor-to-ceiling window. Yet he radiated an undeniable aura of authority. As Walker, Harley Quinn, and Poison Ivy, accompanied by Victor Zsasz, a killer marked by self-inflicted scars and hollow eyes, entered, the Penguin slowly turned. His pale, hawkish face betrayed no emotion, his single eyeglass framing small eyes that resembled two cold glass beads as they scrutinized the trio. His gaze lingered longest on Walker's face, and an intricate array of emotions flickered in his eyes: wariness, disdain, and a hint of humiliation from having been deceived. "Mr. Walker." The penguin's voice rasped like sandpaper against glass, steeped in a feigned politeness that felt insincere. "What an unexpected pleasure. And Miss Quinn, Miss Eiley, what winds have brought Gotham's most distinctive trio to my humble refuge?" Harley immediately waved her arms with excitement, nearly knocking over an expensive antique porcelain piece nearby. "Hey, Birdman, we bring you a lucrative business opportunity." The purple hippo plush on her shoulder grinned widely, as if silently mocking the scene. Poison Ivy stood coldly, her dark green hair swaying without a breeze, while tendrils danced gently at her feet, exuding an aura of danger. She displayed unabashed disdain for both the opulent office and the penguin himself. Walker stepped forward, wearing his usual smirk, a blend of cynicism and shrewdness, as though this were a gathering of old friends. "Mr. Cobblepot, long time no see, and you still look as dapper as ever." He disregarded the chill in the penguin's gaze, attributing it to the whirlwind of Gotham's underworld. "We are here to deliver an umbrella." "Deliver an umbrella?" The penguin lightly tapped the ground with his umbrella cane, producing a crisp sound, his lips twisting into a sardonic smile. "Why, lack the least here, Mr. Walker. His umbrellas, especially after the last one you sent, nearly blew me and my business to smithereens." He was referring to the Gotham nuclear crisis. At that time, Walker had approached the penguin as an expert in trouble resolution, claiming he could handle a dirty bomb smuggled into Gotham by terrorists. The penguin, trusting his words, provided resources and intelligence, only for Walker to join forces with Batman, ultimately resolving the nuclear threat while nearly ensnaring the penguin in the fallout. That collaboration had cost the penguin dearly, leaving his reputation in tatters. "Oh, that incident." Walker waved his hand dismissively, as if brushing away a speck of dust, his smile unwavering. "Mr. Cobblepot, let bygones be bygones. The circumstances were unique, concerning the safety of the entire city. I acted for the greater good, you see. In the end, the result was rather favorable, was it not? The city was saved, and although your business suffered a scare, the foundation remains intact. Unlike some others." He paused suggestively. "For instance, our dear Roman Siones, who recently found himself in quite the predicament, courtesy of a newcomer with a red hood. His warehouse was blown up, manpower diminished, and a bounty has even been placed. He truly seems desperate." At the mention of Black Mask's plight and the Red Hood, the muscles in the penguin's face twitched imperceptibly. This was indeed his greatest concern at present. He snorted disdainfully. That nouveau riche Siones has only brought shame upon himself. As for that madman in the Red Hood, his voice brimmed with suppressed fury, he is a nuisance, one that needs to be dealt with swiftly. "How fortuitous!" Walker exclaimed, clapping his hands sharply, the sound echoing in the spacious office. "We have come precisely for this nuisance, and for the even larger problem that is Black Mask." He leaned forward slightly, locking eyes with the penguin behind his spectacles, his tone lowering to a seductive whisper. "Mr. Cobblepot, I have seen the exorbitant bounty you posted in the Underground Network. Quite enticing, but if I may be candid, relying on those reckless enough to do anything for money to tackle the highly skilled, elusive Red Hood, as well as the resourceful and cornered Black Mask, is far too inefficient. Moreover, it attracts too many sharks, which could easily capsize your own vessel." The penguin sat in silence, cigar smoke swirling before him. Zaz stood like a statue in the shadows, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the hilt of his knife, betraying his presence. "So?" The penguin finally spoke, his voice devoid of emotion. "What insights do you have, Mr. Walker? Or rather, what insights do the three of you possess?" His gaze swept over Harley and Poison Ivy. Harley immediately interjected. "The insight is that we're here to help you, Birdman. Let us take down that insufferable Red Hood and that ugly mug of Black Mask." She exaggeratedly mimicked throwing a punch. Walker took the floor, his smile deepening. "Harley is correct, but let us be more specific. We are not here to assist you in putting a bounty on the Red Hood, nor to engage in a prolonged battle with Black Mask. We are here to help you eliminate them." He deliberately emphasized the word eliminate. "Oh." The penguin raised an almost non-existent eyebrow. "What sort of elimination? Like last time, when you resolved the nuclear bomb situation, ultimately leading to my downfall alongside Batman. This time is different, Mr. Cobblepot." Walker's voice carried a peculiar certainty. "This time, Batman's attention will, for the moment, not beyond you. He gestured towards himself and the two women beside him. This time, it is a collaboration purely among professionals. We have Miss Harley's unique initiative. Harley puffed up with pride. Miss Ivy's unparalleled capability for environmental transformation. Poison Ivy scoffed, yet the vines at her feet subtly unfurled. And my own strategic planning and resource coordination skills. He stepped forward, lowering his voice to a near whisper, akin to a devil's murmur. We can assist you in the shortest time possible, with minimal cost, to concentrate our efforts on defeating Black Mask. His territory, his manpower, his resources will all become your sustenance. Once you consolidate everything from Sieni's, becoming the singular titan of Gotham's underworld. Dealing with a Red Hood who has lost his space for disruption and is left to fight alone will be a trivial task. Wouldn't it? The Penguin's fingers tightened around the cigar. Walker's proposal struck at the very core of his deepest desire, to utterly crush his old rival, Black Mask, and dominate Gotham. Moreover, Walker had pinpointed the crux of the matter. Once he absorbed Black Mask's empire, his power would swell to unprecedented levels, rendering the Red Hood, no matter how formidable, impotent against a unified, vast criminal empire. This indeed seemed more effective and far-reaching than merely placing a bounty on the Red Hood. It sounds quite tempting, Mr. Walker. The Penguin exhaled a smoke ring slowly, his gaze sharp as a blade behind his glasses. But what is the cost? You three professionals cannot possibly be offering your services out of goodwill for Gotham's peace and stability. Can you? Especially you, Walker. Your fees have never been modest. He cast a sidelong glance at Walker's shirt, emblazoned with a sardonic slogan, his tone laced with profound skepticism. Of course, it's not pro bono. Walker acknowledged with calm assurance, his smile unwavering. However, this time, we can negotiate a more strategic compensation. For instance, he surveyed the opulent office. Once the task is accomplished, how about some of Black Mask's prime locations? Those well-equipped docks and warehouses. Alternatively, the lucrative smuggling routes under his control, while these may serve as mere embellishments for you, they represent essential funding for us to maintain our professional services. The Penguin fell silent, seemingly calculating the advantages and disadvantages at a rapid pace. The remuneration proposed by Walker was essentially a product of Black Mask's enterprise, akin to concocting a broth from the bones of his future adversaries, with minimal cost involved. The crux of the matter lay in the reliability of these three individuals. Walker had a criminal record, Harley was notoriously unstable, and Poison Ivy was infamous for her capriciousness. Harley, growing impatient, began to lightly tap a massive ice sculpture of a penguin with a model rocket launcher, exclaiming, "Birdman, can you just give us a straightforward answer?" Red is waiting to transform Black Mask's dilapidated chemical factory into her new garden. Poison Ivy coldly interjected, her voice reminiscent of vines slithering over rocks, Cobblepot. My assistance does not come without a price. In addition to the promised remuneration, upon completion, I demand ownership of the land in the abandoned industrial area in the northern part of the city. It is severely polluted and in dire need of purification. Her words exuded an undeniable possessiveness. The Penguin's gaze flitted between Walker's confident smile, Harley's eager madness, and Poison Ivy's cold, formidable presence. Ultimately, the calculations in his eyes were replaced by a decisive resolution. He extinguished his cigar with a soft hiss. Very well. A genuine, coldly greedy smile, characteristic of a mob boss, spread across the Penguin's face. Let us engage in a fruitful collaboration, Mr. Walker, Miss Quinn, Ms. Isley. He extended his gloved hand. Walker seized it without hesitation, their hands briefly touching, both laden with trepidation and icy calculation. Harley cheered, while Poison Ivy nodded impassively. Sass. The Penguin commanded towards the assassin lurking in the shadows. Take Mr. Walker to the data room and provide him with the latest intelligence regarding Black Mask's core operations, the whereabouts of his leaders, and his defensive vulnerabilities. Highest clearance. He turned to Walker, his monocle reflecting a cold gleam. Mr. Walker, do not disappoint me. Should any unforeseen complications arise this time, his voice suddenly turned frigid, imbued with a chilling intensity, I shall personally ensure that you, along with your ludicrous amusements, are submerged in the deepest mire of Gotham Bay. Walker responded with an exceptionally radiant and unfaltering smile. Rest assured, Mr. Cobblepot. This time, I guarantee you will receive value beyond your expectations. The most perilous factions of Gotham's underworld, bound together in a negotiation rife with calculation, betrayal, and madness were momentarily united in their pursuit of Black Mask Roman Sionis. Meanwhile, at the heart of the storm, the Crimson Skull emblem continued to flicker silently in the darkness. The chaotic symphony was on the verge of entering an even more frenzied chapter. Chapter 62. The raid under the frigid lights of the Iceberg Lounge's data room. The colossal screen before Walker displayed two streams of information converging, colliding, and merging like a turbulent underground river. On one side lies the intricate intelligence provided by Penguin, steeped in the blood and betrayal of the mob's inner workings. The precise location of Black Mask's core enterprises, the habits and vulnerabilities of its leaders, the shifting of security shifts and smuggling routes. On the other side is the data transmitted by Batman through encrypted channels, presenting a broader yet more lethal perspective. The equity structure of companies under Black Mask control, clandestine financial flows, lists of police informants, and a heat map analysis of recent activities by the Red Hood and the conflict points with Black Mask's influence. Walker's fingers danced rapidly on the virtual keyboard, a nearly avaricious smile gracing his lips. Perfect. Absolutely perfect, he murmured to himself, his eyes aglow with the streams of data. With the information from the old Bat combined with Penguin's intelligence regarding Black Mask, I could almost discern the color of your undergarments. He swiftly filtered, integrated, and marked the data. A meticulously crafted strike network targeting the core pillars of the Black Mask empire swiftly took shape on the screen. The objectives were clear: incapacitate its economic lifeline, dismantle its military assets, and collapse its organizational structure. Ladies, let the work commence. Walker stretched, his bones cracking softly. With the first target identified, the Sionis Precision Machinery Plant. Ostensibly a manufacturer of automotive parts, it was, in reality, Black Mask's largest arms modification and concealment site. Mr. Cobblepot mentioned there was a shipment of hard goods inside, just perfect for Harley's new toy. Harley immediately perked up, tossing aside the purple hippo plush she had been clutching. Yes. Blow up the factory. That's my specialty. Poison Ivy, Pamela, remained expressionless, her fingers gently gliding over a decorative potted plant nearby, causing its leaves to gleam with a menacing sheen. The scent of metal and oil was overwhelmingly pungent. A thorough purification was required. The Sionis Precision Machinery Plant was situated on the outskirts of Gotham's old industrial district, its towering smokestacks looming in the night like silent tombstones. The heavy metal gates were securely shut, the high walls adorned with electrified fences and cameras, with a distinct sound of patrolling guards echoing in the air. However, when Walker utilized the backdoor access granted by Penguin and the surveillance interference frequency provided by Batman, the true performance began as he silently disabled the outer alarms. Harley Quinn was the first to charge in. She eschewed the door, instead using the single-man rocket launcher lent by Walker, courtesy of Penguin, to blast a hole large enough for a truck to pass through in the alloy wall on the factory side. The explosion's firelight and deafening roar served as the perfect charge. Harley cackled with delight, shouldering the smoking rocket launcher like a carnival participant, charging into the swirling smoke and dust. In her hands, the large-caliber handgun spat fire, bullets striking the ground beneath the guards' feet, the overhead pipes, and the stacked oil barrels, creating maximum chaos and panic. The guards were bewildered by this sudden, chaotic onslaught. Bullets flew wildly. It was difficult to pinpoint the golden figure darting and rolling through the steel jungle. Simultaneously, strange transformations began occurring within the factory. The cold metal floor cracked. Resilient vines erupted like green serpents from the earth, ensnaring the ankles of the panicked guards, toppling them forcefully to the ground or suspending them in midair. The robust ventilation ducts were ruptured by the expanding roots of plants, unleashing a green sap imbued with a metallic tang and spores, enveloping the entire space in a suffocating, disorienting mist. Poison Ivy, like a spectral entity of verdant hues, wandered along the periphery of the chaotic battlefield. Where she tread, the steel jungle transformed into a primordial rainforest. Enormous ferns erupted from the crevices of machinery, while bizarre, carnivorous flora devoured scattered weapon crates. Thorny vines spread wildly along conveyor belts, reducing precision-engineered equipment to mere scrap. Her power was silent yet lethal, undermining the very foundation of this iron stronghold. Meanwhile, Walker manifested as a precise and malevolent specter, drifting through the darkest corners of the battlefield. armed with real-time thermal imaging from Batman and structural schematics provided by the Penguin. He targeted the petty leaders attempting to rally a counterattack, the guards heading to the armory, and the technicians in the control room. His arsenal did not consist of firearms, but rather an array of peculiar, yet highly effective gadgets. Potent hypnotic gas grenades, sticky binding net launchers, and electromagnetic pulse patches capable of incapacitating electronic devices instantaneously. He orchestrated chaos like a disordered conductor, adeptly incapacitating the neural nodes of the Black Mask S-forces while blasting a jarring rendition of Flight of the Bumblebee through a loudspeaker, further eroding the guard's resolve. In the left corridor, 3 armed with submachine guns sought to flank Harley. Walker effortlessly tossed a hypnotic grenade, and the sound of heavy objects collapsing echoed through the smoke. The control room attempted to lock the security doors. A patch for that, consider it done. With a crackle, the lights and screens in the control room extinguished. Oh, this gentleman wishes to operate an armored vehicle? Let's first deflate those tires. He whistled cheerfully as he deftly slashed through all the tires of the armored cash transport. As jubilant screams and louder explosions resonated from the depths of the factory, indicating Harley had discovered the arms cache hidden by Black Mask. Walker understood this chapter was nearing its conclusion. He spoke into his communicator. Ms. Ivy, please mark this location. Let Mr. Black Mask return to an unforgettable surprise. Poison Ivy responded with a cold acknowledgement. Moments later, upon a massive metallic relief in the center of the factory, emblematic of the Black Mask family crest, countless blood-red vines surged like living entities, entwining and ultimately enveloping the grotesque mask insignia, constricting and deforming it into a colossal, grotesque visage of a carnivorous flower, dripping with corrosive sap. The next objective was a seemingly polished yet Black Mask-controlled logistics company, Speedy Global Freight. This locale served as a pivotal node for money laundering and the transit of illicit goods, with security being both stringent and civilized. Walker adopted a more genteel approach to infiltration, utilizing forged identities supplied by the Penguin and surveillance loopholes provided by Batman. He, along with Harley and Poison Ivy, masqueraded as escort personnel for a special shipment, boldly entering the brightly lit, heavily monitored freight center through the main entrance. Remember, elegance, Harley. Maintain elegance, Walker softly reminded, while awkwardly donning his work cap and making a hand gesture towards the camera. Elegance? Like this? Harley immediately straightened her posture and strutted with exaggerated feline grace, blowing a playful kiss to a bewildered security chief passing by. Poison Ivy furrowed her brow, feeling intensely uncomfortable amidst the omnipresent plastic wrappings, the scent of disinfectants, and the cacophony of mechanical noises. She murmured softly as the inconspicuous green moss beneath her feet began to creep rapidly through the cracks of the polished floor. The epicenter of the action lay within the vast automated sorting center, when Walker utilized his access card to extinguish the main Area S lights, leaving only the emergency green glow. Harley's elegance vanished in an instant. Lights! Music! She shrieked, inexplicably producing 2 flamboyantly designed paintball guns, and unleashed a torrent of colorful projectiles upon the panicked security personnel and corporate executives, who flailed about in the darkness like headless flies. The paint burst forth, splattering vivid, viscous hues, instantly transforming the austere office space into a chaotic paint splash party. Papers flew wildly, computer screens became obscured, and the impeccably dressed elites screamed as they slipped, creating a scene of utter disarray. Meanwhile, Poison Ivy's plague silently erupted. On the conveyor belts of the sorting center, countless spores, delicately laced with fluorescent green dots, wafted like mist from the crevices of containers laden with dubious cargo and from the office potted plants. Upon contact with electronic devices, these spores would trigger short circuits and system failures. When they touched human skin, they incited intense itching and fleeting paralysis. And upon contacting the meticulously packaged illegal goods destined for transport, they swiftly birthed a mold with potent decomposing abilities, causing the materials to decay rapidly and exude a pungent stench. Walker, akin to a slippery eel, deftly navigated through the chaos to locate the company's core server room. Utilizing the hacking program provided by Batman and the backdoor password from the Penguin, he infiltrated the system as if wandering through his own backyard. Moments later, the entire freight center's S electronic screens displayed the Black Mask Company logo replaced by a colossal pixelated image of a purple hippo mascot giving the finger. Simultaneously, all of the company's illicit accounts, client lists, and transportation records were meticulously packaged and encrypted by Walker, with one copy sent to Commissioner Gordon, one retained for himself, and another thoughtfully dispatched to the irate Red Hood. As the sound of sirens drew near, Walker and his companions had already slipped away through the employee passage. What remained was a chaotic mess covered in paint and mold, with systems incapacitated, core data compromised, and illegal goods rendered non-existent. Accompanied by the lingering scent of Harley's cheap perfume and the sweet aroma of poison ivy spores. Chapter 63. Striking at the heart in Gotham's financial district. Atop the Romancini's group's skyscraper, this black glass monolith, symbolizing Black Mask's power, now resembled a wounded beast, filled with furious roars within. Through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, Walker, Harley, and Poison Ivy stood at the edge of the roof of a slightly shorter building across the way, as though witnessing a captivating theatrical performance. The winds at such heights rustled their garments. "Wow, look at that angry bird," Harley exclaimed, holding a high-powered telescope appropriated from the Penguin's records room. Her excitement palpable as she danced about, her cheeks flushed with exhilaration. Although obscured by that grotesque mask, I wager he is blushing. He is hurling objects, slamming the table. Oh dear, he has smashed a gilded ashtray onto his subordinate's bald head. Ha ha ha, that bald fellow appears utterly bewildered. Walker, without the aid of binoculars, with his hands tucked into the pockets of his trench coat, wore a sly smile. His piercing gaze seemed capable of penetrating the one-way glass, reaching the contorted soul of the masked Romancini's. Having lost 3 core industries and billions of dollars of merchandise, with his subordinates either dead, injured, or fleeing, anyone would be driven to madness, especially someone like him, a narcissist who values reputation above life itself. He shook his head, his tone laced with sardonic pity. Poor old Roman, his empire has yet to ascend, and we have nearly dismantled its foundation. Pamela, the Poison Ivy, showed little interest in this farce of human rage. Her attention was drawn instead to a resilient weed growing through the cracks of the rooftop beneath her feet. Noisy, a waste of energy. Let in soon. The land deed for that industrial area still rests in Penguin's hands. With a delicate flick of her fingertip, the weed instantly blossomed into an enchanting violet flower. Quite right, Ms. Eiley. It is time for a midnight snack. Walker withdrew his gaze, and the smile on his face transformed into something perilous and exhilarating. Akin to a shark catching the scent of blood, the main course concluded, it was time for dessert. He rolled his neck, producing a satisfying crack. Ladies, are you ready for a high-altitude drop party? Harley immediately tossed aside the binoculars, her fists ready. I can hardly wait. Target, to obliterate that foul face beneath the mask. Poison Ivy remained silent, yet at the edge of the concrete rooftop, a resilient green vine network silently spread. Walker took a few steps back, gathered momentum, and leapt forth like an arrow released from its bow, hurtling towards the vast floor-to-ceiling window of the opposing skyscraper. On the brink of plummeting, he took a daring leap. The party had commenced. Harley screamed with delight, following suit in an exaggerated free-fall pose. Poison Ivy gracefully stepped onto the vine network, which propelled her swiftly and elegantly into the air. Bang! Crash! In midair, Walker skillfully launched a miniature explosive adhesive device, generously provided by Batman, which he whimsically called a door opener, affixing it to the window. It detonated instantaneously. The reinforced glass, capable of withstanding heavy sniper fire, shattered explosively, transforming into a rain of sparkling shards. 3 figures, akin to vengeful specters returning from the depths of hell, surged forth with the night wind, shards of glass, and a chilling intent to kill, crashing into Black Mask's luxurious yet furious office atop the building. What? Romancini's whirled around, his black ceramic mask trembling with unrestrained fury. His loyal henchmen reacted swiftly, drawing their weapons in an instant. What greeted them was Harley Quinn's maniacal laughter and a torrential storm of bullets. Harley whirled like a tempest amidst the expansive desk, leather sofa, and exquisite artworks. 2 large-caliber pistols spitting flames. Her shooting was chaotic yet remarkably precise, suppressing all attempts to aim at her with a flurry of bullets that sparked against the metal table legs, shattering expensive vases and riddling the imposing portrait of the Black Mask on the wall with countless holes. Chaos was her domain. Stop them. Kill them. The Black Mask roared, retreating swiftly as he attempted to press the alarm button and hidden weapon switch beneath the desk. However, Poison Ivy, Pamela Isley, merely raised her hand with a cold demeanor. Silence, she whispered. Instantly, all the potted plants in the office erupted into wild growth. The enormous leaves of the monstera acted as shield before Harley, while the resilient tendrils of the pothos lashed out like whips, striking down the guards who dared approach her. Even more terrifying, beneath the smooth marble floor and the exquisite carpet, numerous robust vines burst forth like awakening serpents. They ensnared the guards' ankles, arms, and necks, violently throwing them to the ground, constricting, disarming, and even flinging a few unfortunate souls through the shattered floor-to-ceiling windows, their screams quickly swallowed by the night wind. The entire space transformed into a jungle of vines, rendering human struggles utterly futile. Walker had a singular target, the Black Mask. He ghosted through the chaotic battlefield, with Harley's bullets clearing his path and Poison Ivy's vines ensnaring his enemies. He disregarded the bullets fired from the Black Mask's hastily drawn golden handgun, evading them with a deft slide. And as he rose, he grasped a heavy brass paperweight that he had retrieved from the ground. "Good evening, Roman." Walker's smile gleamed amidst the shards of glass and smoke. "I hear you're feeling a bit under the weather. Allow us to bring you some comfort." The Black Mask roared and fired again, but Walker was swifter. He hurled a dart that struck accurately at the Black Mask's wrist, causing him to cry out in pain as the gun flew from his grasp. Walker lunged like a cheetah. A fierce knee strike landed in the Black Mask's soft abdomen, leaving him breathless and doubled over. Immediately, Walker seized the expensive suit's collar and belt, using the momentum to execute a clean shoulder throw. Thud! The Black Mask, Roman Sionis, one of Gotham's underworld lords, crashed onto his massive obsidian desk like a heavy sandbag. The expensive mahogany surface groaned under the strain, and the ceramic mask collided with the hard desk, producing a sound that grated on the teeth, even cracking a minute fissure. The Black Mask hurled in pain, his eyes beneath the mask filled with humiliation and disbelief. Walker placed a foot firmly on the Black Mask's back, pinning him to the desk, and leaned closer to the cracked ceramic mask, his voice dripping with icy mockery. "Look at you, Roman, offering a bounty for the life of the Red Hood? Yet your own home has been robbed. Want to be the Emperor of Gotham? Alas, your crown was crushed beneath our feet before you could even place it upon your head." Walker ground his foot into the Black Mask's back. "The Penguin sends his regards. He graciously accepted your territory and manpower." He deliberately elongated the last word. "Walker, you madman. Batman's lapdog." The Black Mask spat. The curse of the Black Mask was abruptly interrupted by the forceful weight beneath Walker's feet, transforming into a painful groan. "Lackey?" No, Walker shook his head, a radiant smile illuminating his face. "I'm a professional who gets paid to do a job, while also indulging in a bit of fun." He straightened up, addressing Harley, who was joyfully bouncing over with a purple hippopotamus plushie, and Poison Ivy, who stood regal among the vines like a green queen. "Harley, Ms. Isley, would you kindly arrange a prime viewing spot for our esteemed guest?" Harley clapped her hands with excitement. "Understood. One upside-down special." Poison Ivy, her expression devoid of emotion, waved her hand. Several robust vines, as if animated, descended from the shattered edge of the floor-to-ceiling window, expertly ensnaring the Black Mask's ankles and violently yanking him from his desk, suspending him upside down. "No, let me go, you lunatics." "Walker." The Black Mask's furious roar echoed in the night wind. Walker approached the broken window, observing the Black Mask helplessly dangling hundreds of meters above, struggling in vain, akin to admiring a piece of performance art. The night breeze tousled his hair as he exaggeratedly blew a kiss to the Black Mask. "Good night, Roman. Enjoy the Gotham skyline. I hope the wind clears your mind a bit, but I suspect there won't be a next time." He turned, elegantly waving his hand at Harley and Poison Ivy. "That's a wrap. Ladies, tonight's community service has been a resounding success. Time to collect payment from Penguin and see how our little red bucket friend reacts to this grand gift." The trio leaped from the shattered window as they had arrived. Harley was securely caught by Ivy's vines, swinging gracefully to the opposite side, while Walker utilized his grappling hook to descend with elegance. Poison ivy floated down like a forest goddess, supported by her vines. All that remained was the chaos atop the Roman Sionis group building and the sight of the Black Mask, helplessly swaying in the night wind, symbolizing his waning power. Gotham's cold neon lights cast upon him, illuminating the glaring crack on his ceramic mask, a silent mockery of his crumbling empire amidst the city's darkness. The underworld of Gotham, after this night, would be irrevocably transformed. Meanwhile, on the Batcave surveillance screens, the last few red dots representing the Black Mask's influence extinguished completely. Chapter 64. Batman and the Red Hood within the Iceberg Lounge. The scent of money and promises temporarily masked the remnants of gunpowder. Walker, satisfied, weighed an anonymous bond in his hand, while Harley clutched an array of extravagant custom weapons generously sponsored by the Penguin. Poison Ivy had secured a preliminary transfer agreement regarding the land deed for the abandoned industrial district in the north. The trio agreed to reconvene once they had dealt with the Penguin, parting ways for the moment. Humming a cheerful tune, Walker rode his brand-new Batbike through Gotham's labyrinthine back alleys, heading to the Batcave to report his progress to the old Bat. As he approached the outskirts of Gotham's old district, a crossroad ensconced by dilapidated factories and budget apartments, a cacophony of violent metal clashes, explosive detonations, and the dull thud of flesh meeting flesh pierced through the damp night air, capturing his attention. He extinguished the engine and stealthily concealed his motorcycle in the shadows, deftly scaling the roof of a nearby abandoned factory like a gecko. The scene before him elicited a whistle of astonishment. At the heart of the intersection, two swirling black storms were engaged in a fierce confrontation, Batman and Red Hood. Batman, a silent engine of vengeance, moved with precision, efficiency, and formidable strength. He utilized the environment to his advantage, rolling to evade incoming bullets, expertly deflecting grenades launched by Red Hood with his batarangs. While his cape seemed to possess a life of its own, obscuring vision and absorbing impacts. His combat was a lethal ballet, a fusion of various martial arts, with each punch and kick imbued with tremendous force, aimed to subdue, disarm, and incapacitate his opponent. He endeavored to close the distance, attempting to lock Red Hood in a joint hold, yet the latter's weaponry and tactical prowess proved formidable obstacles. Conversely, Red Hood operated like a frenzied engine of war. His movements were explosive and unrestrained, exuding raw power and unabashed malice. He spared no ammunition, unleashing a torrent of gunfire to suppress Batman's maneuvers, while a shotgun erupted at close range, showering lethal steel rain. His combat skills were equally adept, yet marked by a more direct, brutal approach. Heavily influenced by military combat techniques, every strike aimed at vital points, throat, joints, and temples. He employed tactical roles and cover to evade Batman's attacks while continuously deploying flashbangs, stun grenades, and even small remote explosives, creating chaos and expanding his lethal radius. His tactical essence revolved around destruction, suppression, and seizing the opportunity for a decisive blow. Batman sidestepped a barrage of bullets and advanced, delivering a fierce elbow strike aimed at Red Hood's ribs, only to have it absorbed by the latter's reinforced tactical armor, producing a resounding thud. Enough! Batman's deep voice resonated with suppressed fury. Your methods are excessively radical. Explosions, gunfire, public executions. You are instilling panic, not order. Seizing the moment, he grasped Red Hood's arm, attempting a joint lock. Red Hood, summoning his strength, broke free and swiftly kneed Batman in the abdomen. Batman retreated to dissipate the force, yet the impact still elicited a grunt. Order! Red Hood's voice, altered by a voice modulator, dripped with scorn as he seized the moment to draw a combat knife, lunging it towards Batman's throat with lightning speed. Behold your order. Batman. Gotham is beyond redemption. Individuals like you, Navi, hesitant to act decisively, merely allow scum to proliferate like cockroaches. The blade grazed Batman's neck armor, sparking against the metal. Batman deflected the knife's edge, delivering a powerful punch to Red Hood's chest plate, forcing him back a few steps. The cycle of violence is eternal. Slaughter breeds only more hatred and madness. He hurled a grappling hook, entangling Red Hood's ankle in an attempt to bring him down. Red Hood reacted with remarkable speed, severing the rope with a swift strike, while simultaneously firing several rounds at Batman's landing spot. Hatred? Madness? Ah. His laughter was a distorted cacophony. Look around you. How many lives has the Joker extinguished? P.S. Still vacationing in Arkham. Two-Face, Scarecrow, R&T, they all sheltered under your so-called principle of non-lethality. Emerging time and again to wreak havoc upon this city, he lunged forward, using his body to hurl Batman against a rusted iron pillar. Your weakness is their shield. Your so-called principles are merely a breeding ground for Gotham's malevolence. The Red Hood's voice rose sharply, laced with profound hatred, even claiming the lives of those close to you. Do you remember that boy? The one you brought to battle, only for him to be brutally slain by a clown due to your naivete and hesitation. Robin. This remark struck Batman like a venomous curse. His movements momentarily faltered, almost imperceptibly. Though he quickly regained his composure, the Red Hood keenly detected it. What is this? Have I struck a nerve? The Red Hood's assault intensified, the butt of his weapon crashing violently against Batman's skull. That boy Jason Todd, he trusted you, idolized you, and yet met such a gruesome fate. And you? What did you do? Imprison the Joker? And then what? Seek out another young boy to fill the void? His gaze seemed to pierce through the battlefield, directing towards the edge of a nearby low roof, akin to this replacement. Following the Red Hood's line of sight, Walker indeed spotted a small figure clad in a Robin uniform crouched atop a slightly shorter derelict water tower, poised like a fledgling hawk, Damian Wayne. Every muscle in his body was taut, fists clenched, evidently fixated on the battle below, trembling slightly from the Red Hood's venomous words. His eyes blazing with fury beneath the mask. Meanwhile, beneath a solitary street lamp at the intersection, for bruised and battered gang members lay comically, yet pitifully. Their mouths gagged, the infamous fearsome foursome. One unfortunate soul appeared to have been killed by the Red Hood during the earlier melee, his head drooping lifelessly, while the other three lay unconscious. Walker grinned widely, stealthily approaching Damian like a nimble cat, plopping down beside him while pulling out a bag of chips, crunching away noisily. TSK, 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 what a live family drama. Walker gestured towards Damian, chip crumbs cascading on a Robin's cape, exposing the old Bat's wounds right before his eyes. His face must be quite dark now, though it was already rather grim. That Red Hood's tongue is truly venomous, aimed directly at the lungs. Shut up, Walker. Damian's voice emerged coldly, as if squeezed through clenched teeth. Yet most of his attention remained fixated on the fierce struggle between his father and the Red Hood, as his father sought to halt the madness. That Red Hood was merely unleashing senseless violence. He could not comprehend the weight of responsibility his father bore. Responsibility? Walker scoffed, shoving another chip into his mouth. I say it's obsession. A stubborn old man clutching onto the bones of the dead, and a vengeful lad driven mad by those very bones. He pointed below. But to return to the topic, that red-hooded figure possessed remarkable skills, with a wild approach and ruthless tactics, far superior to those mere fish who could only shoot aimlessly with a gun. Observe that deceptive kick. Old Batman nearly fell for it. Splendid. Damian's face turned pale with anger, his fists clenched tightly. His father would subdue him. His combat techniques were impeccable. That madman relied solely on his weapons. Yet weapons are but a facet of strength, little Robin. Walker casually swung his legs, adding emotions can sometimes serve as weapons as well. Look, he mentioned Jason again. TSK tisk. Old Batman's reflexes lagged. This psychological warfare was executed with expertise. On the battlefield below, the verbal assaults from the Red Hood evidently caused significant disruption to Batman. Each mention of Jason, death, and replacement pierced like an invisible needle into Batman's deepest wounds, causing minor cracks in his meticulously crafted combat rhythm. Seizing an opportunity, the Red Hood fired a shotgun blast, its steel pellets grazing Batman's shoulder armor, igniting a shower of sparks, while simultaneously a flashbang detonated at Batman's feet. The blinding light was overwhelming, drawing upon his formidable willpower and training. Batman instinctively closed his eyes and lowered his head, but his movement inevitably lagged by half a second. The Red Hood grinned maliciously, akin to a ravenous tiger. Raising his dual guns, the dark muzzles aimed at Batman, who had temporarily lost his optimal defensive stance. His finger tightened on the trigger. Father! Damian could no longer restrain himself. He leaped to his feet, ready to hurl a shuriken. Hey, little one, don't be impulsive. Walker swiftly pulled him back. maintaining a facade of amusement, yet his gaze sharpened. It was unethical to interrupt the main duel. Moreover, the climax of this performance had only just begun. In that critical moment, Batman, relying on instinct and acute hearing, abruptly rolled to the side amidst the blinding light. The bullet whizzed past, grazing his cape before embedding itself in the wall behind him. He sprang up like a cheetah, abandoning any attempts to capture, instead channeling all his fury and anguish into a heavy uppercut, striking the side of the Red Hood's dark crimson metal helmet with tremendous force. Clang! The deafening sound of metal colliding reverberated through the night sky. The Red Hood was sent flying by that punch, infused with terrifying power, crashing against another dilapidated brick wall. Bricks tumbled down. He struggled to rise, clearly shaken by the blow, his movements unsteady. The side of that hard helmet bore a distinct imprint of Batman's fist. Batman stood firm, breathing heavily, his white lenses fixed intently on the fallen Red Hood, his chest heaving. The night breeze rustled his tattered cape, the air thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, blood, and a suffocating heaviness of sorrow. Walker paused his chip munching, surveying the eerily silent battlefield below. Glancing at the nearly frantic Damian beside him and the terrifying trio swaying on the lamppost, he let out a soft click of his tongue. This spectacle seemed rather too grave, did it not? Chapter 65. Speculation. A dense, ashen-white fog enveloped the crossroads, permeated by a sharp chemical scent that obscured visibility. The figure clad in a red hood flickered within, leaving only the roar of the engine swiftly receding into the distance. Batman stood motionless, his white goggles fixed intently on the dissipating smoke, his chest rising and falling with a subtle tremor. That heavy blow seemed to have drained some vital strength from within him, or perhaps the final words of the Red Hood had pierced his soul like a venomous sting. An almost palpable chill emanated from him, more piercing than Gotham's night wind. He chose not to pursue, nor did he glance at the forgotten corpse atop the lamppost. Father! Damian leapt down from the rooftop and hurried to Batman's side, his small frame positioning itself protectively in front of his father, vigilantly scanning the fog, as if the Red Hood might return for a lethal ambush at any moment. His voice was laced with concern and lingering fury. Walker, however, descended from the rooftop at a leisurely pace, brushing off the dust from his trousers and casually discarding an empty chip bag into a nearby trash can before sauntering over. He observed the statue-like form of Batman, radiating a cold fury and an ineffable sorrow, and let out a whistle. Wow, he took off. That Red Hood was quite slippery. Walker's tone was light, as if he had just witnessed a circus performance, though he had certainly felt the impact of Batman's punch. The dent in his helmet must have left his head buzzing, he mused. Batman paid no heed to Walker's jesting. He slowly turned, his goggles sweeping over Damian before finally resting on Walker. The intensity of his gaze was so frigid that Walker instinctively tempered his smile. Return to the Batcave. Batman's voice was gravelly and resolute, leaving no room for argument. He strode toward the Batmobile, which was shrouded in shadow, his posture rigid. Even the Batcave's climate control system could not dispel the palpable chill that hung in the air. On the massive main screen, a cascade of codes and data streamed like a waterfall, at the center of which lay a blurred surveillance snapshot of the Red Hood and that ominous crimson skull emblem. Batman sat before the Batcomputer, his fingers dancing across the keyboard with such speed that they appeared almost ethereal. Yet, each time he neared a crucial node, a blinding red warning flashed across the screen, erasing the data instantaneously, leaving behind only the cold message of access denied or record not found. Another failure. Batman's fist crashed into the console, producing a dull thud as the metal surface buckled slightly. His voice was choked with profound frustration and rage. Every single time, each time I uncover a vital lead, be it biometric comparisons, tracing weapon origins, or analyzing operational patterns, all data is obliterated in an instant by the highest level of encryption, clean as if it had never existed. He sprang to his feet, his cape trailing behind him in a heavy arc. To achieve such a feat, erasing a person's existence without a trace on a global scale, could only be accomplished by the League of Assassins. Only Ra's al Ghul and his shadow network possessed the resources and capability for such an act. He turned towards Alfred, who had been silently standing by, polishing the silver tray. AFO, contact all our informants in the East. I need to be apprised of any unusual movements from the League of Assassins, especially those related to the Lazarus Pit. Processing it now, Master, Alfred replied in his steady voice, though his eyes betrayed a deep concern. Additionally, Master Grayson has reported significant signs of arson by fireflies in Bloodhaven. He is occupied and will not return tonight. Has Dick left? Walker, who had been idly examining the various Batmobile models displayed in the cave, looked up with an exaggerated expression of disappointment. Oh dear, Nightwing has departed? It feels rather desolate here without him. It's a pity to lose someone who appreciates my sense of humor. He raised an imaginary glass as though toasting to the air. Batman chose to disregard Walker's banter. He returned to the control panel, hands clasped under his chin, his white goggles fixed intently on the crimson skull displayed on the screen. The cave was enveloped in a low hum from the central computer, accompanied by the faint sound of Alfred polishing the silverware. Damien stood a short distance behind his father, arms crossed, his small face tense. He observed his father's rigid posture, listened to the stifling silence, and recalled the vicious accusations from Red Hood. That term struck him like a thorn, inducing a wave of inexplicable irritation and a hint of offended anger. He was no mere substitute. He was a true heir of Wayne, the grandson of Ra's al Ghul, the better Robin. Silence spread through the cold cave, oppressive as the calm before a storm. Suddenly, Batman whirled around, his sharp gaze piercing through at Walker, who was attempting to pick the lock on a display case. Walker, the low voice echoed ominously in the cavern. Imbued with undeniable authority, Walker paused his lock-picking, nonchalantly retracting the universal key. He turned, wearing his signature irreverent grin. Well, old Bat, what can I do for you? Have you come to offer me some overtime pay, or do you need assistance unlocking the League of Assassins database? The latter can be quite costly, you know. Batman rose to his full height, his imposing figure advancing step by step towards Walker, each movement resonating with the stillness of the air. He halted before Walker, towering above him, his gaze behind the white goggles seemingly capable of piercing the soul. You know who he is? Batman's voice was low and gravelly, imbued with an icy understanding. From the very beginning, you were aware. Your actions, your targeting of Black Mask and Penguin, your comprehension of the timing of Red Hood's appearance. Even your earlier gaze on the rooftop, you were not merely observing a fight. Walker's smile remained unchanged, but a fleeting, elusive glimmer passed through his eyes. He shrugged nonchalantly. Wow, old Bat, that accusation stings. I'm just a guy who enjoys a good spectacle and makes a bit of pocket money on the side. What monumental secrets could I possibly know? Do not feign ignorance. The voice of Batman suddenly rose, imbued with a repressed fury that sent tremors through the air of the cave. Tell me, who exactly is the Red Hood? Damien instinctively tensed his body, his gaze fixed intently on Walker. Walker did not respond immediately. He retracted his previously nonchalant demeanor, revealing a rare semblance of calmness, accompanied by a scrutinizing gaze that met Batman's, eyes hidden behind a mask. It seemed as though he could perceive the struggles, the anguish, and the suppressed, unacknowledged speculations lurking beneath Batman's fury. The cave was ominously silent, save for the low hum of the mainframe computer's fan. After a few seconds, Walker slowly began to speak, his voice devoid of its usual mockery, now carrying an odd, almost compassionate clarity. Bruce, he rarely uses Batman's true name. Do you truly require me to elucidate? He leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping lower, each word striking like a hammer against Batman's taut nerves. You have already surmised it, have you not? The voice beneath that helmet, even though distorted, and the familiar fighting style, filled with rage and madness. Who do they ultimately lament? Walker's gaze swept over Batman's clenched fists, traversing the pain etched behind his goggles, and finally settling on his face. What you lack, Walker's tone bore a near-cruel calmness, has never been the answer to who he is. He paused, enunciating each word deliberately. What you truly lack is the evidence that would allow you to believe that answer. As his words lingered, the Batcave fell into a profound silence. Alfred ceased his actions of polishing silver, his eyes brimming with shock and deep sorrow. Damien abruptly turned to his father, confusion and a hint of fear etched across his youthful visage. He vaguely grasped the implications of Walker's insinuation. Yet the name, a representation of his father's monumental failure and enduring pain, remained unuttered. Batman stood motionless, as if petrified, his towering figure cast a long, solitary shadow in the cave's cold light. He did not refute, nor did he inquire further. He merely remained rigid, his gaze behind the white lenses seemingly transcending time, crystallized in a distant and agonizing moment. His tightly clenched fists turned pale, trembling slightly. What he lacked was not merely the evidence to believe that answer, but rather the courage to confront it. A chilling silence enveloped the Batcave, akin to a heavy shroud of mourning. Only the crimson skull emblem on the main screen silently mocked them. Chapter 66. Action Walker's almost cruel revelation acted as a cold scalpel, incisively exposing the wounds Batman desperately sought to conceal, laying bare the tumultuous pain, doubt, and the unapproachable truth to the frigid air. The stillness within the Batcave seemed to gain weight, pressing heavily upon the hearts of all present. Alfred ceased his diligent polishing, the silver tray in his grasp reflecting a chill light. In his aged eyes lingered an unfathomable depth of worry and sorrow. His lips moved soundlessly before ultimately transforming into an inaudible sigh. Meanwhile, Damian resembled a small creature whose territory had been encroached upon. He abruptly turned to Walker, his eyes ablaze with offended indignation, yet overshadowed by bewildered helplessness, ensnared within the tumultuous emotions of adulthood, alongside a subtle sting from being addressed as a mere substitute. Instinctively, he edged closer to his father's rigid silhouette, as if attempting to shield that intangible hurt with his diminutive frame. In the midst of this stifling silence, Walker broke the tension. It was as though his earlier weighty remarks had never been uttered. A carefree smile, akin to a casual discussion about the weather, returned to his face, even as he exaggeratedly clapped his hands. All right, the heavy family drama segment concludes here. He spread his hands, his tone deliberately buoyant. Shall we discuss something substantial to uplift our spirits? Our little penguin hunting plan is progressing remarkably well. The empire of the black-masked figure has crumbled into a heap of smoking ruins. He is currently dangling upside down from his own skyscraper, contemplating life. The penguin has also received our enthusiastic work report, and now we await the final assessment of our endeavors. He paced toward the control console, disregarding the glaring crimson skull on the screen, and pointed at the blue zone representing the penguin's territory, his smile tinged with a hint of cunning and cruelty. Everything is in place. We merely await the right moment. He intentionally elongated his tone, his gaze shifting toward the statue-like figure of Batman, our Gotham embodiment of fear, to deal with that troublesome individual adorned with a red hood. Once the red hood is off the line, we can swiftly pivot and surprise that old burr Cobblepot with a delightful party, sending his iceberg club and his new empire into the annals of history. A perfect conclusion. Walker paused, stepping closer to Batman, his voice taking on a near whisper, laced with temptation and danger. Of course, old Bat, if you find confronting that particular trouble a tad emotionally challenging and feel hesitant, fear not. I'm ever so eager to assist. Just give a nod, and I shall gladly take care of it for you. I assure you, it will be clean and decisive, leaving no lingering issues. Consider it a complimentary after-sales service from a friend. A suggestive smile graced his face. No, Batman suddenly whirled around. The growl erupted like a long-suppressed volcano, imbued with undeniable resolve and frigid fury. His formidable presence pushed Walker back a step. The white lenses of his goggles burned like two icy flames, locking onto Walker with an unyielding gaze. This matter is mine to resolve. Your interference is unwelcome. Batman's voice was resolute, each word striking like tempered steel. Any attempt to act on his behalf, Walker, would be seen as a direct provocation. You cannot bear the consequences. He stepped forward, his vast shadow enveloping Walker entirely, his voice lowered to an ominous tone, imbued with ironclad determination. As for his identity, I still have matters to ascertain. Before my return, Batman's gaze swept over Walker, then moved past him, resting upon Alfred and Damian. Alfred, his voice carried an undeniable command. Take Damian back to the manor. Immediately. Though Alfred hesitated, the resolute stance of Batman compelled him to acquiesce with a slight bow. Yes, sir. Master Damian, please follow me, he urged, setting down the silver platter as he approached Damian. Father, I can stay and help you, Damian implored, eager to intercede regarding the Red Hood. Return. Batman's voice brooked no argument, tinged with a rare sternness that conveyed his authority. It was a command. Damian's youthful face flushed crimson, even through the mask. His defiance was palpable, yet he bit his lip, shot a resentful glare at Walker, and ultimately bowed his head in reluctant compliance, trailing after Alfred toward the elevator. Before the doors closed, Damien cast a final glance at his father's solitary figure, his expression a tumult of emotions. Now, the cavernous Batcave was left with but Batman and Walker. The atmosphere grew even colder and tenser than before. Batman no longer regarded Walker. He strode purposefully toward the Batmobile parked on the platform, his cape billowing behind him like a restless spirit. That silhouette exuded a resolute loneliness and a fierce urgency for release. As for you, Walker, Batman's voice resonated as he approached the Batmobile, frigid and devoid of sentiment. Your entertainment is no longer required here. Depart from my sight at once, until I resolve my affairs. Do not let me catch you meddling in any matters concerning the Red Hood or Penguin within Gotham. He opened the car door and settled into the driver's seat. The low, powerful roar of the engine shattered the cave's silence, akin to a beast's growl. Walker stood motionless, watching the azure flames erupting from the Batmobile's rear, his previously cavalier grin finally dimming. Yet his gaze grew deeper and more inscrutable. He shrugged and called out to the impending departure of the Batmobile. All right. You old bat who burns bridges. Don't forget my residuals. The more I see that Batmobile, the more I adore it. Wishing you a delightful reunion with your son, though the process may prove a tad intense. His voice carried a hint of mockery, nearly drowned out by the engine's thunder. Batman offered no reply. The Batmobile surged forth like a black arrow released from its bow, hurtling down the deep passageway, leaving behind the screech of tires on stone and the furious roar of the engine echoing through the cavern, ultimately vanishing into the endless night that awaited Gotham. Walker remained, listening to the engine fade until it was but a memory. He surveyed the suddenly stark and frigid Batcave, the crimson skull insignia on the main screen still flickering silently. Approaching the silver platter left by Alfred, he picked up a polished silver pastry tongs, inspecting his distorted reflection in the light. How dull, he mused, casually tossing the tongs back onto the tray with a crisp clatter. The stage was set, yet the lead had fled. It appears that I must seek out some amusement to pass the time, while also checking if that old penguin might be interested in an unexpected surprise. He hummed a disjointed melody, hands nestled in the pockets of his trench coat, as he leisurely strolled towards his Bat motorcycle, parked in the corner. Within the expansive confines of the Batcave, the only sounds were the low hum of the mainframe computer and the flickering crimson emblem on the enormous screen, symbolizing unsolved mysteries and the impending storm. Chapter 67. The origin of the Red Hood, the Batmobile, a silent specter of ebony, shattered the desolate stillness of Gotham's industrial wasteland, ultimately halting before a long-abandoned chemical plant, a colossal metallic scar standing resolutely against the night. This site marked the genesis of countless nightmares in Gotham, the crucible of the Joker's birth, and the eternal, unhealable wound within Batman's heart, the place of his first true failure. Heavy footsteps echoed through the vacant facility, filled with rusted pipes and colossal, forsaken reaction vessels. Alone, Batman traversed the rust-laden metallic corridor he had wandered countless times in nightmares, moving slowly toward the center. The air was thick with the acrid scent of aged chemicals, mingling with the mustiness of decay, suffocating in its intensity. He paused at a specific spot. Beneath him lay a vast reaction vessel, once brimming with lethal chemical waste, now desiccated, leaving only dark green stains and a thick, repulsive sediment. His gaze fixated on the edge of the corridor, where a twisted, rusted handrail stood like an unsightly scar, recounting the tragedy of that fateful rainy night years ago. It was here, on that night, he failed to apprehend the panicked, slip-streaming red-haired thug, the man named Jack Napier. Here, amidst the bubbling chemical waste, souls were twisted, giving rise to Gotham's most terrifying embodiment of chaos, the Joker. And now, years later, the shadows of history overlapped in a far more brutal manner. Batman stood beside the fractured handrail, gazing down into the abyss of the vast vessel, a symbol of destruction and distortion. The cold night breeze swept through the shattered windows, rustling his tattered cape, yet could not dispel the heavy gloom within his heart. He no longer required validation from any database. The familiar sensations of battle, the deep-seated hatred and pain in the words, pointed towards a singular possible answer. In that name, Red Hood, a fleeting moniker in Gotham's gangland history, once wielded by the Joker himself. His choice of this name was, in itself, a most venomous declaration of vengeance. He reminded Batman, and the world. It was the Joker who killed Jason Todd, and Batman was powerless to prevent it. By adopting an identity once used by the Joker, he sought to settle the score for the tragedy born of both the Joker and Batman's actions. This was the most profound denial and mockery of Batman's beliefs. The name Jason reverberated silently within Batman's mind, bearing the unbearable weight of anguish and tearing pain. Just then, an explosion erupted violently from the top of the factory. Flames soared to the heavens as shattered metal and concrete cascaded down like a torrential downpour. The shockwave from the explosion shook the very foundations of the decaying steel structure. A figure emerged, akin to a vengeful spirit leaping forth from the fires of hell, enveloped in smoke and debris, landing with precision upon a massive pipeline support not far from Batman. The dark crimson metal helmet glimmered ominously in the glow of the explosion, its hollow eye sockets fixated on Batman, who stood at the precipice of despair. "Do you miss it, Bruce?" The cold, cruel voice of the Red Hood, distorted through a voice modulator, echoed within the cavernous warehouse, laced with biting mockery. "Returning to the place where your journey began, to the very spot where you first faltered?" He spread his arms wide, as though embracing the decaying ruins around him. "Behold, how beautiful it is! Gotham's breeding ground of sin, the cradle of the Joker. The very first and greatest tumor birth from your no-kill code." Batman slowly turned, his white lenses shimmering in the darkness like two cold stars, locking onto the Red Hood. He remained silent, standing still, that silence itself resembling a dormant volcano, brimming with unending pain and suppressed rage. The Red Hood seemed to revel in this quietude, taking 2 steps forward, his metal boots screeching against the rusted steel plates. "You stand here, gazing at this shattered vessel, pondering your what-ifs? What if I caught him? What if I hadn't hesitated?" The Red Hood's voice suddenly escalated, filled with fury and resentment. "Spare me, Bruce. Your what-if saved no one, just as you could not save me." He pointed towards the massive tank below, a symbol of the Joker's inception, and then directed his finger at Batman. "Your principles. Those damned, feeble principles. They led to my demise. They allowed the Joker to rise time and again, claiming more lives. They have left Gotham forever ensnared in a putrid quagmire. And you, like a coward clutching a broken flagpole, lurk in the shadows, pretending to uphold some semblance of order." The Red Hood's accusations slithered through the silent warehouse like venomous serpents, each word precisely tearing at Batman's wounds. He spoke of the Joker, of Gotham's malevolence, inevitably circling back to that core truth. "Look at what you've become." The Red Hood's voice took on a twisted glee. "Standing here, reminiscing about your failures? And then what? Return to train the next little boy? That arrogant brat?" He referred to Damien, suggesting he don a Robin attire. "Worship you, only to send him to the slaughter at the hands of the Joker or some other madman, just as you did to me? A new sacrifice to fill the void of your guilt and despair." Batman's body trembled imperceptibly, his clenched fists cracking ominously. He remained silent, yet the pain within that silence threatened to manifest. The Red Hood seemed to sense Batman teetering on the brink of eruption. He halted, standing at the edge of the pipeline support, facing Batman across the chasm that symbolized destruction. He tilted his head, the crimson helmet appearing eerily sinister in the shadows. "Are you angry? Do you wish to strike? Do you wish to silence me with your fists?" The voice of the Red Hood carried a hint of mockery, yet concealed within it was an imperceptible vigilance. "Patience, Bruce. The game has only just begun. Tonight is not the time for our final reckoning." He took a step back, his body slightly bent, assuming a defensive posture. "I have come merely to show you this place, to ensure you remember the origin of your defeat and the root of my vengeance." His voice lowered, becoming colder still. "Savor your reminiscence, Batman. Soon, I shall make you and your Gotham comprehend the absurdity of your childish rules." Before he finished speaking, the Red Hood abruptly hurled a smoke bomb at his feet. With a loud pop, dense gray smoke erupted, enveloping him. Simultaneously, a pre-installed grappling hook mechanism on the wall behind him activated, the rope snapping taut. From within the haze, the Red Hood's final chilling words pierced Batman's eardrums like a poisoned icicle. "When we next meet, I hope you are prepared to face the end. Take care of your little birds." The rope recoiled. The Red Hood's figure, like a ghost consumed by smoke, was swiftly pulled towards a gaping hole high in the factory, vanishing into Gotham's oppressive night, leaving only the acrid smoke to linger in the frigid air. Batman remained rooted in place, beside the broken railing, teetering on the edge of an abyss that symbolized his dual failures. He did not pursue. He did not move. The thick smoke obscured his dark silhouette, with only the white lenses of his cowl glowing in the darkness, akin to two solidified flames, burning with endless agony and icy resolve. The night wind lamented as it swept through the dilapidated factory, stirring the dispersing smoke and rustling Batman's heavy cape. He slowly lowered his head, once again gazing down at the vast remnants of the tank that had devoured Jack Napier and Jason Todd. His tightly clenched fist, after a prolonged silence, gradually began to loosen. He understood. He confirmed it. The vengeful spirit clad in a helmet was none other than the boy he believed he had irrevocably lost. Jason Todd had returned, fueled by a profound hatred and a will to destroy. Upon the Batcave's main screen, the Crimson Skull emblem flickered silently, persistently, in the unobserved darkness. Chapter 68. The Death of Family. As the smoke cleared, only Batman remained within the chemical plant. He still stood at the edge of the fractured railing, above the abyss that signified the birth of the Joker and his first monumental failure. The Red Hood's chilling accusations and the intensity of his hatred were like a searing iron brand, indelibly marking the answer he had long suspected but had never dared to accept deep within his soul. The Red Hood was Jason Todd. This realization did not bring the elation of recovery, but rather a sharper, heavier anguish than when he first learned of the boy's death. It crashed down upon him like a boulder, dragging him into the darkest depths of memory, into a tragedy he could never absolve, one that would eternally replay within his nightmares. The imagery within Batman's mind is painfully vivid. Jason, that impulsive, passionate youth with a hint of rebelliousness, the former Robin, heedlessly ventures to the Middle East upon learning about his birth mother, Sheila Haywood, disregarding Batman's warnings. The echoes of Batman's cautions reverberate in his ears. Yet the boy's yearning for familial connection overwhelms all. It is an utter deception. Sheila has long been ensnared or corrupted by the Joker. With hope brimming in his heart, Jason steps into the dilapidated warehouse, only to be met not by his mother's embrace, but by the Joker's manic grin, smeared in paint, stretching from ear to ear. What follows is a descent into hell. Batman later discovers a harrowing videotape, deliberately left behind by the Joker, revealing the heart-wrenching scene. Jason is bound by chains, while the Joker, grinning maliciously, brandishes a heavy crowbar, as if striking a decrepit doll. The sickening crack of bones, the boy's muffled groans, and suppressed screams resonate painfully in Batman's heart. The Joker's maniacal laughter serves as the sole soundtrack, accompanying the brutal cadence of the crowbar's assault on flesh. Batman exerts every ounce of strength to trace the clues, but by the time he bursts through the barriers to reach the warehouse, it is too late. He finds Jason, a mere shadow of his former self, tortured and on the brink of death, shackled at the center of the warehouse. What tears at Batman's heart even more is the sight of a massive bomb ticking ominously beside Jason, the cold numbers counting down mercilessly. In that fleeting moment, as if worlds apart, Jason's faint voice calls out in incredulous hope, "Bruce?" Batman, driven by desperation, rushes toward his son, striving to unshackle him. Yet, the Joker's meticulously crafted trap springs into action. Obstacles descend, lethal gas spews forth, and the countdown reaches its final seconds. No, Batman's roar is drowned out by the deafening explosion. A blinding inferno instantly consumes the entire warehouse. The violent shockwave hurls Batman away. He can only watch helplessly as the flames, which devour Jason's life, expand mercilessly before him, burning his outstretched hand, leaving him grasping only searing air and despairing ashes. The memories are frozen in Batman's mind, trapped in that all-consuming flame. He can almost feel the searing heat rush toward him again, hear Jason's final faint call, and the Joker's piercing, deranged laughter through the comms. "Look at your little bird fly away, Batty." Bam! Turn into a roasted bird. Batman's body trembles violently, nearly rendering him unsteady. He grasps a nearby rusted pipe, yet the cold metallic touch fails to alleviate the searing pain of memory. But he is undeniably dead. This grim reality strikes him like a cold iron hammer, hammering down on his consciousness once more. He witnessed the explosion with his own eyes. He personally found Jason's charred, mangled body amidst the ruins. He can even recall the horrific texture and the acrid smell. It was he who laid to rest that small coffin, wrapped in Robin's cape, in the serene family cemetery at Wayne Manor. The gravestone bears the inscription, Jason Todd, a valiant warrior. How could a person, confirmed dead and buried, possibly stand here, adorned with that scarlet helmet, brandishing firearms, filled with an all-consuming hatred and the flames of destruction? Unless that explosion was not the end. Unless that lifeless body was not the entirety of the truth. The League of Assassins, Ra's al Ghul's Lazarus Pit. This thought struck through the chaotic mind like a bolt of lightning. Only the League of Assassins had the motive to exploit Jason's hatred for Batman. The capability, a global network and intelligence, and the means, that mysterious, mind-twisting Lazarus Pit that could resurrect the dead, to accomplish such a feat. Ra's al Ghul, the demon who regarded Batman as both heir and adversary, must have comprehended what Jason's feelings for Batman entailed. He found Jason, perhaps in the aftermath of the explosion, perhaps from the grave, casting him into the bubbling, green waters of that pit. The Lazarus Pit restored Jason's shattered body, yet could not mend his fractured soul. Instead, the waters amplified the agony, fear, and the most profound emotions of resentment towards Batman for failing to save him, along with an abiding hatred for the Joker. He was reshaped, distorted, returning imbued with the madness and obsession for vengeance instilled by the waters, emerging as the Red Hood. Batman slowly straightened, his white lenses once more gazing into the void where the Red Hood had vanished, looking upon Gotham's profound night sky. The pain had not dissipated. Rather, it grew more intricate and burdensome in the wake of this revelation. This was no longer merely the sorrow of a lost son, but the confrontation with a son twisted by hatred, reshaped by darkness, one who viewed him as an adversary. Jason had returned, but he was no longer that impulsive yet hopeful young Robin. He was the Red Hood. He was the embodiment of vengeance. He was the most fervent and agonizing critic of Batman's principles. Batman inhaled deeply, heavily, the decaying chemical scent seemingly infused with the aroma of blood and gunpowder. He cast one final glance at the broken railing and the abyss below, then abruptly turned away. His cape traced a decisive arc behind him. He had to act. He had to find Jason, not for combat, but to confront, to face this living tragedy, born of his past failures, the Joker's madness, and the League of Assassin schemes. The roar of the Batmobile's engine once more shattered the silence of the chemical plant. The Black War Machine launched forth into Gotham's night like an arrow released from a bow. This time, his objective was unmistakably clear. Find the Red Hood, find Jason Todd. Regardless of the outcome, this fated confrontation, initiated by death and perpetuated by resurrection, must find its resolution. Chapter 69. The Remains in the Family Cemetery of Wayne Manor. Under the heavy shroud of Gotham's night, the atmosphere grew even more solemn and sorrowful. The cold moonlight filtered through the gnarled branches of ancient oak trees, casting mottled, distorted shadows upon the ground, akin to lingering specters. The damp earth's aroma mingled with the fragrance of grass and the unique, chilling scent of gravestones, permeating the still air of death. At this moment, Batman resembles Bruce Wayne more than ever, having shed the armor that symbolizes fear, donning only a pair of dark, mud-stained work trousers and a sleeveless shirt. He dismisses the tools offered by Alfred, stubbornly digging with his bare hands, shovel by shovel, into the earth beneath a gravestone that, though not new, bears the marks of time. The clear inscription glistens coldly under the moonlight. Jason Todd, a valiant warrior. Each thrust of the shovel into the dirt, each clod turned over, feels like a fresh wound carved into his heart. Sweat, mingled with dirt, trickles down his taut jawline, falling onto the damp edge of the grave. He presses his lips tightly together, his gaze sharp and terrifying, as if seeking to pierce through the heavy layers of soil and confront the buried truth. Alfred Pennyworth stands a few paces away, resembling a silent guardian statue. His aged visage appears profoundly weary and sorrowful in the shadows, hands clasped before him, knuckles whitening from the strain. He refrains from offering counsel, merely standing vigil, supporting the man who toils in anguish with his silent presence. Each sound of the spade tightens the old butler's heart. He observes Bruce's mud-streaked, trembling arms, noting the unbearable rigidity of his back, his eyes brimming with an unfathomable sorrow. Behind the heavy curtains of the master bedroom, a narrow slit opens. Damian Wayne's small figure stands there, akin to a diminutive statue. He refrains from turning on the light, allowing darkness to envelop him. His sharp blue eyes, inherited from his father, pierce through the glass and night. fixating intently on the figure laboring in the cemetery and the still-standing Alfred. Though he hears no sound, he senses the suffocating sadness and resolve that permeates the air. Jason Todd. Damien silently repeats the name in his mind, that of the former Robin he has never met, existing only in his father's painful memories and the family gravestone. The venomous accusations of the Red Hood echo once more in his ears, eliciting a sharp discomfort. Yet at this moment, he is overwhelmed by an indescribable complexity of emotions. He watches his father dig with a self-destructive fervor, observes the heavy silhouette of the old butler, pondering what this buried individual signifies to his father. What indelible mark has his death left upon him? Is his own existence truly merely a substitute? As the earth is excavated layer by layer, the cold outline of a coffin gradually comes into view. Bruce discards the shovel, leaps into the grave, and with great effort, accompanied by the jarring sound of wood scraping and the soft patter of falling dirt, he gradually pushes open the heavy lid of the coffin. Moonlight reluctantly spills into the interior, illuminating the scene within. A youthful skeleton lies quietly inside, wrapped in decayed remnants of fabric, the colors of the Robin uniform barely discernible. Bruce's gaze acts like the most precise scanner, locking onto the skeleton in an instant. He crouches down, disregarding the stench of decay and the chill of death itself, his fingers displaying a nearly surgical calmness mingled with a barely perceptible tremor as he brushes away the dust from the bones, examining them with meticulous care. The skull remains intact. The ribs were arranged meticulously, devoid of any traces of old fractures. The long bones of the limbs exhibited intact joint structures with uniform bone density, showing no signs of having endured a shattering blow. Bruce's heart sank abruptly, only to be seized by a wave of icy rage and affirmation. No, he remembered. He would always remember every heartbreaking frame from the Joker's videotape. The dull thud of the crowbar striking Jason's body echoed in his mind. During the torment, Jason's ribs, arms, and leg bones were mercilessly shattered by the Joker's crowbar. Even after being buried, those brutal marks of torment, crack lines, signs of healing from comminuted fractures, and deformed calluses would inevitably remain as evidence that time could never fully erase. Yet, the skeleton before him was too pristine. There were no signs of old skeletal injuries consistent with crowbar torture. This cannot possibly be the body of Jason Todd. This skeleton belonged to a youth of similar age and build, but it was certainly not the Jason who had endured that hellish torment. The corpse had been swapped. This cold, cruel conclusion struck him like a final nail, sealing his painful suspicion. Jason Todd's body had been secretly stolen after his burial, in a moment known only to the shadows, and replaced with this unknown, unscarred youth's remains. The purpose was to conceal a truth. Jason Todd had not truly died, or his body was being used for some unspeakable purpose. The League of Assassins, only they possessed the capability and motive. All the clues, all the fragments, converged in this moment, pointing towards the singular, painful yet irrefutable answer. The Red Hood was none other than Jason Todd. Resurrected by the League of Assassins using the Lazarus Pit, his mind twisted by hatred, Bruce slowly rose, standing in the icy grave, gazing up at Gotham's night sky, shrouded in ominous clouds. His face, smeared with mud, bore no expression, save for those eyes, which shone astonishingly in the night, ignited by a cold flame and an almost desperate resolve. "I flit." His voice was hoarse yet remarkably calm. "Restore this place to its former state." He offered no explanation, nor was any required. The old butler, witnessing the certainty in Bruce's eyes, nodded gravely, reflecting a shared understanding and profound sorrow. Bruce climbed out of the grave, casting not a single glance at the unfamiliar skeleton. He brushed the dirt from his hands, directing his gaze toward the heart of Gotham, as if penetrating through layers of buildings and nightfall, locking onto a specific target. There was yet another hypothesis to confirm. Someone who could tell him how Jason had returned from the abyss and what he had endured. He had to find her. He did not return to the manor to cleanse himself, nor did he spare a glance at the small silhouette behind the window. He strode directly toward the Batmobile, nestled in the shadows of the cemetery, and entered, cloaked in the cold aura of the grave and caked in dirt. The engine emitted a deep, oppressive growl, akin to a wounded beast's whimper. The black war chariot silently glided out of Wayne Manor, once again merging into the darkness of Gotham. racing towards the destination where he needed to uncover the final truth, in search of the woman intricately connected with the League of Assassins, Ra's al Ghul and Jason Todd. Damien watched as the crimson tail lights of the Batmobile vanished beyond the manor's gates, slowly lowering the curtains. The room was enveloped in darkness, save for the faint sound of his own breathing. In the cemetery, Alfred silently picked up a shovel, beginning to refill the earth. Silence cloaked everything, but a certain storm was brewing amid the anguish of confirmation. Chapter 70. An early surprise, the heavy alloy door of the Batcave slowly closed behind him, severing the oppressive silence, pain, and chill within. Walker stood at the damp entrance of the cavern. The night breeze of Gotham, tinged with salt and gunpowder, rushed towards him, dispersing some of the staleness inside. He exaggeratedly exhaled, as if he had just escaped a tedious funeral, finally out. The melancholic drama of the moody prince and the rebellious son had nearly suffocated him. He brushed off non-existent dust from his clothes. The expression of being ousted by Batman vanished in an instant, replaced by a familiar, mischievous smile, eager for chaos. He approached his brand-new Batbike, a token and advance payment from Batman, its sleek lines glistening under the moonlight, exuding an aesthetic of technology and power. Walker affectionately patted the seat and mounted it. The old Bat was preoccupied with his familial melodrama, while Penguin was likely dreaming, clutching the spoils he had just seized from Black Mask. Walker revved the engine, the deep, powerful roar resonating along the tranquil cliffside, akin to the awakening growl of a beast. A dangerous grin spread across his face. Such a splendid night could not be left for Mr. Penguin to relish alone in his victory. That would be rather ungenerous. As a partner, it was my duty to deliver him an early surprise. He twisted the throttle, and the Batbike shot forth like a black bolt of lightning, racing down the winding mountain road, its target the brightly lit Iceberg Lounge in downtown Gotham, a symbol of Oswald Cobblepot's new ambitions. Iceberg Lounge, top floor. Emperor Penguin's sweet Oswald Cobblepot was basking in one of the rare, pure moments of joy in his life. The vast floor-to-ceiling windows framed Gotham's dazzling nightscape, resembling a carpet of diamonds beneath his feet. Dressed in a silk robe, he cradled an expensive brandy in one hand, while the other caressed an exquisite penguin statue adorned with black diamonds. A trophy forged from the purest gold ingots procured from Black Mask's recently acquired underground vault. Spread across his massive desk was the latest power distribution map, with the black area representing Black Mask nearly obliterated, thoroughly overshadowed by his own blue territory. Beside it lay a thick stack of asset transfer documents and bearer bonds. Victor Zash lurked in the shadows, counting a new scar etched onto his arm, a celebration of the newly acquired territory. The upstart that Cenis is utterly deluded. The Penguin took a sip of his drink, his face betraying unrestrained pride and avarice. Though Walker is a madman and poses a danger, he is undeniably effective. And that lunatic woman, along with the plant-based femme fatale, are worth every penny. Once the last nuisance, the Red Hood, is dealt with, Gotham, he closed his eyes in rapture, as if he could already hear the cheers of a subservient populace. Just then, a thunderous explosion and the shattering of glass erupted without warning from below. The entire Iceberg Lounge trembled. The piercing alarm blared instantly. What? The Penguin's eyes shot open, nearly dropping his glass, as his smug expression was replaced by shock and fury. Sass, what is happening? Sass's hollow gaze flickered with a hint of agitation, his hand resting on the hilt of his knife. But before he could respond, the heavy, redwood door, adorned with the Penguin emblem, disintegrated into splinters amidst an even louder explosion. Through the smoke and flames, three figures emerged like vengeful specters from the depths of hell, treading upon the burning debris of the door. At the forefront was Walker, wearing that infuriatingly radiant smile, tossing a still-smoking miniature explosive, courtesy of the Penguin, between his hands. "Good evening, Mr. Cobblepot." Walker's voice, laced with mockery, pierced through the alarm's cacophony. "I hear you have a celebratory banquet this evening? I trust you won't team mind if we three esteemed contributors collect our due payments and interest a tad early?" Behind him, Harley Quinn shrieked with excitement, brandishing a diamond-studded custom baseball bat, smashing a priceless ice sculpture of a penguin into smithereens. "The party begins now." Surprise Birdman, Poison Ivy, Pamela Isley, surveyed the opulent suite with unabashed disdain. The resilient vines at her feet slithered like awakening serpents, swiftly entwining themselves around the lavish furnishings and walls. The air was thick with the stench of copper and decay. It required thorough purification. Her voice was frostbitten. The penguin's face flushed a deep shade of crimson, his body trembling with rage as he pointed at Walker. "You, Walker? You treacherous lunatic! We had a pact," he bellowed, frantically pressing the alarm button and hidden weapon switches beneath his desk. Yet there was no response, only the futile wail of the alarm. A pact? Walker exaggeratedly cleared his ears, as if he had heard a joke. "Oh, you mean the one where you asked for our assistance in eliminating Black Mask, then waited for Old Bat to handle Red Hood, after which we would join forces to dispose of you." He spread his hands, his smile a blend of innocence and cruelty. "You see, plans cannot always keep pace with changes. Old Bat is currently preoccupied with familial disputes and likely won't attend to the Red Hood anytime soon. Meanwhile, we three found waiting here dreadfully tedious. And given your ample stock, it would be remiss of us not to advance on our dues." No sooner had he finished speaking than Harley charged at the penguin's bodyguards, the baseball bat slicing through the air with a whistling sound. The poison ivy elegantly waved her hand, and in an instant, all the plants within the lavish suite erupted into chaos. Towering potted palm trees unfurled their resilient fronds to strike at the adversaries, while vines emerged from beneath the carpet and the walls, ensnaring the bodyguards' ankles and weaponry. The once opulent suite transformed into a tumultuous green battleground. Sass darted towards Walker like a wraith, the blade flashing as swiftly as lightning. Yet Walker's reflexes proved even swifter. He sidestepped the lethal edge, and unbeknownst to him, a compact electromagnetic pulse generator had appeared in his grasp, which he brandished toward Sass. ZZZZZT. Sass's body suddenly stiffened, as the intricate neural stimulators and communication devices on him short-circuited and emitted smoke. A perilous delay ensued. Seizing the opportunity, Walker delivered a forceful kick to Sass's abdomen, sending the menacing assassin crashing against the wall. "One down," Walker whistled, his gaze shifting towards the penguin, who was futilely attempting to retrieve a shotgun from the concealed compartment of the desk. "As for you, Mr. Cobblepot," just as the penguin grasped the gun's handle, several vines coiled around his wrists and ankles like venomous serpents. Poison Ivy regarded him with a chilling stare. Simultaneously, Harley's baseball bat whizzed through the air, not to strike him, but to precisely smash the shotgun that had just been drawn, sending it flying. "Ah, you lunatics! My empire! My fortune!" The penguin struggled in vain, ensnared tighter by the vines, resembling a plump goose bound in restraint. Walker sauntered over leisurely, crouching before the disheveled penguin with a smile as radiant as a carnivorous flower. "No need to be agitated, Birdman. We uphold professional ethics. We promise to help you deal with Black Mask, and look how thoroughly we've accomplished that. As for the balance," he gestured to the chaos surrounding them, "the luxurious suite being devoured by plants, we shall take care of that ourselves. Oh, and about Ms. Isley's Industrial District deed, kindly sign it now, so we don't have to rummage through your safe. Quite the hassle." With a flourish, he produced a document and a pen from his attire, placing them into the penguin's vine-ensnared, barely mobile fingers. The penguin's eyes bulged with fury, but under the threat of Harley's bat and Poison Ivy's icy gaze, he had no choice but to humiliatingly scrawl his name upon the document. "Perfect." Walker contentedly stowed the document away, whistling as he rose to his feet and surveyed the room. Harley was gleefully striking the plaques representing the penguin's various enterprises with her bat, while Poison Ivy commanded the vines to grow wildly across the walls, enveloping the symbols of power. Walker's gaze finally settled upon the wall behind the penguin's enormous desk, a symbol of his new empire. There hung a grand portrait of the penguin, framed in gold. "Before departing, let me leave you with a little gift, Mr. Cobblepot." Walker grinned widely and retrieved a can of vivid red spray paint from his tactical belt. Approaching the portrait, he disregarded the penguin's furious roars and deftly brandished his wrist. SSSHH. A massive, crude, and violent crimson skull emblem was spray-painted across the smug visage of the penguin in the portrait. The hollow eye sockets of the skull perfectly aligned with the eyes of the penguin man's portrait, creating an eerie and mocking spectacle. Satisfied, Walker admired his masterpiece, casually discarding the spray paint marked with a red barrel. "Consider it a gift for the inauguration of your new empire." No need for thanks. He blew a kiss to the Penguin Man, bound tightly by vines and nearly fainting with rage, then gestured to Harley and Poison Ivy. Ladies, the final payment is collected, and the fun is had. Time to leave. Let our Mr. Penguin relish his new abode. Harley cheered, skipping along with her baseball bat. Poison Ivy cast a final cold glance at the vine-entwined Penguin Man, resembling a green sacrificial offering, alongside the imperial symbol obscured by the red skull. With a flick of her fingers, several plants emitting potent hypnotic pollen bloomed within the suite, and she turned to depart. The trio, as brazen as they had arrived, swaggered through the chaotic club amidst blaring alarms and the Penguin Man's desperate roars, vanishing into Gotham's night. They left behind the shattered windows of the Iceberg Lounge. The opulent suite overrun by plants, the enormous crimson skull marking on the wall, and Oswald Cobblepot, bound like a dumpling, nearly spitting blood and fury under the weight of his own signature deed. Walker mounted his bat cycle, listening to the chaos erupting from the Iceberg Lounge, a satisfied smile gracing his face. What a fulfilling night, he mused, revving the engine. With Black Mass toppled and the Penguin rendered powerless, the amusement of old Batman in Gotham truly rested upon his own hands. He twisted the throttle, the motorcycle shooting forth like an arrow but not toward home. He was intrigued to see the expression on the young Red Hood's face, confirmed by his father, upon discovering that his mark had been whimsically gifted to the Penguin. This grand spectacle could not afford to miss a single thrilling moment. The red tail light of the bat cycle streaked through Gotham's streets, pursuing the direction where the Red Hood had last vanished. The chaotic symphony, under Walker's instigation, surged toward an even more unpredictable climax. Meanwhile, at Wayne Manor, the elderly butler Alfred had just received an anonymous parcel containing a top-secret document from Black Mask's private vault, revealing the Penguin Man's early lethal blemish. Chapter 71, Vengeance 2-in-1. The secret stronghold of the League of Assassins, much like its master, lay hidden within the shadows of the world. Batman's visit was brief yet intense, filled with silent threats, cold transactions, and bloody confrontations. When he finally emerged from the dark realm suffused with ancient blood and herbal scents, the answers were etched into his soul like a brand, heavy and irrefutable. Lars Elgirl, with a hint of sardonic affirmation, contemplated the fragments of the Resurrection Project, known as Robin, within the clandestine archives of the Assassin League, alongside the unique, lingering, nearly obscured scent of decay from the Lazarus Pit, masked by the acrid smoke and blood of Jason's existence. All of this pointed to a chilling reality. Jason Todd had been cast into that green abyss capable of reviving the dead, but twisting their minds. Lars viewed him as a pawn of vengeance, a poisoned dart aimed at piercing Batman's convictions, dragged back from the ashes of hell, yet transformed into a specter of retribution. The Red Hood, consumed by pain and hatred, Batman returned to the Batcave, which had ceased to be a tactical center and resembled more a fortress for a warrior poised to embark on the final battlefield. He remained silent, methodically inspecting each piece of equipment, infusing new energy into his armor, testing the strength of his grapple gun and the sharpness of its hooks. Each movement was precise, calm, yet imbued with a weightiness that felt almost frozen in time. The immense main screen displayed a map of Gotham, where the Crimson Skull, representing the Red Hood, remained motionless. Yet all understood that this was merely the eerie stillness before the storm. He awaited the inevitable moment, anticipating Jason's readiness for their final reckoning. Alfred silently brought forth a cup of hot tea, placing it on the console's edge, devoid of words, his eyes reflecting an unfathomable concern. Damien stood in the shadows of the training area, arms crossed, his youthful visage taut. He observed his father's stoic silence, which seemed on the verge of erupting into destructive energy as the oppressive atmosphere within the cave weighed heavily upon him. He yearned to speak, to seek companionship, but the accusations directed at the Red Hood, coupled with his father's previous stern dismissal, formed an invisible barrier before him. He could only stand in silence. Like a caged cub, time trickled away in the frigid stillness, akin to a dull knife slicing flesh. Suddenly, the shrill alarm, signaling the highest level of threat, shattered the silence without warning. The main screen flickered instantly. The surveillance footage from Arkham Asylum erupted into static, while the communication channel from the guard station was filled with terrified screams and chaotic gunfire. Alarm! Alarm! The district's highest alert has failed. The Joker has been abducted. The opposing force is overwhelming. Tactical team annihilated. Repeat, annihilated. Signal is moving, extremely fast, unable to intercept. On the screen, a signal point representing the Joker's vital signs streaked across the Gotham map like an uncontrolled meteor, its trajectory erratic and imbued with madness, before it finally halted. It came to rest at the coordinates of Wayne Tower, Gotham's most resplendent landmark, and ceased its movement. The air within the Batcave seemed to evaporate in an instant. Damian surged forward. "Father, it's a trap. The Red Hood has done this. He has taken a Joker. He intends to settle scores there." The unspoken words hung heavy in the air, their meaning clear. The Red Hood sought to confront the Joker before Batman's very eyes. Or worse, Batman slowly rose to his feet. He did not consult the map. His gaze, veiled behind the white goggles, pierced through the cavern's darkness, as if he had already envisioned the brutal drama poised to unfold atop Wayne Tower. He was aware. He had always anticipated this moment would arrive. Every action of Jason, every ounce of his fury, would ultimately converge upon this focal point, the Joker. Batman's voice resonated, deep and tranquil, yet imbued with an undeniable, steely resolve. "Stay here." "No, Father, I can assist you," the boy fervently argued, his small frame trembling with excitement. "This is an order." Batman abruptly turned, the force of his presence silencing Damian in an instant. His gaze, sharp as a blade, pierced his son. "Stay here with Alfred. This is not your battle." In his final words, there lingered an unusual, scarcely perceptible tone, perhaps protective, perhaps something else entirely. Damian stood frozen, gazing into his father's resolute eyes, all words lodged in his throat. He watched as Batman strode towards the Batmobile, its dark silhouette elongated in the cold light, solitary and heavy. "Alfred approachet Damian," gently pressing down on his taut shoulders. "Master Damian," the elderly butler's voice was soothing yet tinged with a sense of helplessness. Batman seated himself in the driver's seat, casting them no further glance. He pressed the ignition button. The engine's growl, deeper and more potent than ever before, filled the cavern, akin to a slumbering dragon unleashing a devastating roar. Blue flames erupted from the Batmobile's rear, and the massive tires screeched against the ground. The black war machine surged forth like a vengeful arrow, hurtling out from the platform into the profound tunnel, racing towards Gotham's night sky. Toward Wayne Tower, the very emblem of the Wayne family's honor, now poised to become the stage for anguish and hatred. The engine's roar reverberated through the cavern, ultimately consumed by the exit leading into the night. Only the piercing echoes of alarms remained within the Batcave, alongside the stationary signal point anchored on the Wayne Tower coordinates. And the dull thud of Damian's frustrated fist crashing against the console, accompanied by Alfred's heavy sigh. The eye of the storm had shifted. The fateful confrontation would commence atop Wayne Tower, beneath Gotham's night sky, amid a vortex of madness and suffering, drawing the final curtain. Batman, solitary and resolute, sped towards that inescapable end. The Batmobile, akin to an aggrieved black comet, tore through Gotham's night, the engine's roar the soul sound shattering the silence. The towering spire of Wayne Tower loomed rapidly closer, resembling a cold, lethal sword pointing toward ultimate judgment. Batman's heart clenched as if gripped by an icy hand. He knew the pinnacle awaited him, a cruel, ultimate reckoning woven from pain, madness, and vengeance. He abandoned the vehicle on the mid-level of the tower, utilizing his grappling gun and cape to glide upward, like the swiftest of bats, scaling the sleek glass F.A.A. The entrance to the observation deck had been violently breached, and the icy wind carried with it the acrid scent of blood mingled with the sickly sweetness of some chemical. Batman, like a specter, merged with the shadows, silently infiltrated the upper platform. The scene before him evoked an immediate, bone-chilling coldness and a heart-wrenching agony, even for him. The colossal Wayne Enterprises shone with a cold white light at the center of the platform, beneath which unfolded a tableau reminiscent of a hellish tapestry. The Joker, stripped of his iconic purple coat, lay on the frigid floor clad only in a blood-stained striped prison uniform, resembling a heap of rotting flesh. His limbs were bound at excruciating angles by coarse ropes, rendering him immobile. On his painted face, the signature grin was grotesquely distorted, intermingling pain, excitement, and a chilling anticipation. Blood flowed continuously from his mouth, nostrils, and wounds on his forehead, saturating half his face and the ground beneath him. Before him stood the Red Hood, Jason Todd, His towering figure cast an oppressive shadow in the cold glow of Wayne Enterprises. The dark red metal helmet resembled a demonic mask, with hollow eye sockets burning with hellish flames. He bore no firearm. Instead, he wielded a heavy crowbar, smeared with dark crimson stains and fresh blood. That crowbar was hauntingly familiar. Batman had witnessed its arc in countless nightmares, heard the dull thud of its shattering bones. It was the instrument of the Joker's torment against Jason, a testament to Jason's journey through hell, now transformed into the scepter of vengeance in his grasp. Ha ha ha! Has the little bird returned to play with Mother? The Joker's voice, punctuated by blood froth, retained a twisted exhilaration as he attempted to laugh, only to be met with the sharp pain of his injuries. Shut your mouth, you repugnant monster. The Red Hood's voice, distorted by a voice modulator, was as cold and ruthless as a steel blade scraping bone, imbued with a tempest of hatred. He abruptly lifted his foot and delivered a brutal kick to the Joker's ribs. Crack! The clear sound of bone fracturing resonated through the air. The Joker emitted a piercing wail, his body curling in agony. Does it hurt? The Red Hood leaned closer, his helmet nearly touching the Joker's contorted face. Not even a fraction of what you inflicted upon me back then. His voice trembled with pure rage, before the words had fully escaped his lips. The Red Hood swung the crowbar high. The heavy metal traced a lethal arc in the cold light. Bang! The crowbar struck with tremendous force against the Joker's left arm. The resounding crunch of shattered bone sent shivers down the spine. The Joker's shriek escalated into a bestial howl of despair. This is for my ribs. The Red Hood's voice roared like a cry from the abyss. Bang! Another blow landed on the Joker's right leg. The bone bent at an unnatural angle. This is for my leg. Bang! The crowbar crashed into the Joker's abdomen. The clown's body arched like a shrimp, expelling a torrent of vile matter mixed with gastric juices and blood. He coughed violently, his laughter intertwining with screams to create a grotesque and nauseating cacophony. This moment encapsulated all the agony I had endured. Every second, every minute, the Red Hood's crowbar descended like a tempest, striking his shoulders, his back, his unbound arms and shins. Each blow was accompanied by the horrifying sound of shattering bones and the clown's increasingly feeble, yet frenzied whimpers and laughter. Laugh. Go on, laugh. You wretched madman. The Red Hood swung the crowbar with wild abandon, emitting beastly roars. Don't you revel in laughter? Don't you delight in torment? Taste this. Savor the bitter fruits of your own making. Blood splattered as the clown's body convulsed helplessly on the cold ground, rolling, his prison garb soaked and tattered. His laughter became intermittent, resembling a worn-out bellows. Yet those maniacal eyes, even on the brink of excruciation and death, remained fixated on the Red Hood, perhaps with a morbid, chilling satisfaction. Batman stood in the shadows of the entrance, as though pinned in place. His white lenses reflected a scene of bloodshed and madness, akin to a hell on earth. Each strike of the crowbar felt as though it were crashing into his heart. The dull thuds intertwined with the clown's anguished cries, merging with the sounds from the tapes in his memory, tearing at his nerves. He could see the annihilating hatred in Jason's movements, the soul twisted beyond recognition by pain. He could even feel the warmth of the blood that once flowed from Jason's own hands on that crowbar. Jason, stop. Batman's deep, hoarse voice finally broke the one-sided slaughter. He stepped out of the shadows, advancing towards the center of the platform, his immense cape billowing in the frigid wind. The Red Hood's actions abruptly halted. The crowbar froze midair, thick blood dripping slowly down its length. He slowly turned, the crimson helmet swiveling towards Batman, its hollow eye sockets seemingly capable of swallowing all light. Bruce, the distorted voice from the voice modulator carried a hint of breathlessness, yet remained cold. You've finally arrived. Just in time to bear witness. He pointed the bloodied crowbar at the clown, who lay gasping yet still managing weak chuckles on the ground. Look, observe closely. Behold the monster that has taken everything from me, that has taken your son. Witness his fate. The Red Hood's voice rose sharply, filled with madness and a resolute desire for destruction. Watch him die. Watch as I shatter him piece by piece with this gift he bestowed upon me, just as he did to me back then. He lifted the crowbar high once more, aiming directly at the clown's blood and paint-smeared head. If he struck true, the clown would surely perish. No, Batman bellowed, launching himself like a cannonball. He had to intervene, to prevent Jason from plummeting into the abyss of darkness, to stop him from becoming the very thing he loathed most. Most importantly, to avert this tragic catastrophe, the most harrowing consequence of his past failures, the dark figures, cloaked in black and deep crimson, collided with a thunderous resonance beneath the frigid glow, symbolizing the Wayne family's glory, amidst the dying clown's faint, curse-like laughter. The clash of the crowbar against Batman's armored gauntlet produced a deafening cacophony of metal on metal, sending sparks flying. The ultimate confrontation erupted in a maelstrom of blood, agony, and madness. The shattered body of the clown lay on the cold floor, serving as the most brutal, sacrificial offering of this tragedy, marking an insurmountable crimson chasm between father and son. Chapter 72. Father and son confronted with the blood-curdling accusation of the Red Hood and the cruel ultimatum. Alongside the dying clown's morbid laughter filled with sinister expectation, Batman's heart felt as though it were cast into a crucible of ice and fire. The immense suffering, the gnawing guilt, and the fundamental questioning of his principles threatened to engulf him. Yet, behind those white lenses burned not wavering resolve, but a determination forged through countless trials. Now woven into his very marrow, he glimpsed the abyss of anguish twisted by hatred in Jason's eyes, the unquenchable madness of the clown, and the myriad flickering lights beneath Gotham's night sky, the lives he swore to protect. He could not choose to slay the clown. Such an act would not only betray his lifelong creed, but would also be the final blow that plunged Jason into a dark abyss. He could not immediately turn to disarm the bomb, as that would mean allowing Jason to fully succumb in that moment, potentially killing the clown and completing an irreversible vengeance. He had to stop Jason. Batman sprang into action. He did not charge at the clown, nor did he leap towards the edge of the platform. Like an arrow loose from a bow, he shot toward the Red Hood with unwavering intent. His grand cape unfurled behind him, resembling a black battle standard. Jason, stop. This is not the answer. Batman's voice pierced through the biting wind, imbued with undeniable force and profound anguish. Vengeance will only consume you. Let me help you. Jason swiftly sidestepped Batman's initial grasping lunge. Simultaneously, his right leg lashed out like a steel whip, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Aimed brutally at Batman's knee from the side, the strike was swift and merciless, intent on crippling his opponent. Batman reacted with lightning speed, transforming his forward momentum into a spin, his cape enveloping Jason's leg like a shield. Yet hidden within Jason's boots lay a cunning secret. With a sharp sound, metallic claws shot forth, instantly shredding the resilient Kevlar fibers of Batman's cape. The two drew near in an instant, harnessing the momentum from his spinning kick. Jason's left hand became a claw, darting toward Batman's throat with electric speed, while glimmering talons emerged from his knuckles. Batman jerked his head back sharply, simultaneously locking Jason's wrist with his right hand like a vice, while his left elbow, imbued with tremendous force, crashed toward Jason's temple. Thud! The dull sound of impact echoed. Jason's helmet took the brunt of the elbow strike, the overwhelming force causing stars to erupt before his eyes, his body staggering. Yet, fueled by astonishing willpower and fury, he steadied himself, twisting his captured left wrist with a sudden jerk, and bent his knee, driving his hard kneecap like a battering ram against Batman's ribs. Batman was compelled to release his grip, crossing his arms downward to block. Thud! His knees collided against the crossed arms with such force that Batman staggered back a step, a wave of fatigue coursing through his arms. In such close proximity, their gazes clashed fiercely through their visors, their breaths audible amidst the biting cold. Jason's eyes burned with a frenzied madness, while Batman's reflected a tormenting pain and unwavering resolve. Look, Bruce. Look what you have made me become. Jason roared, seizing the moment of Batman's brief rigidity after the block. He made a decisive move. Help me. The voice of the Red Hood dripped with profound sarcasm and disappointment. Instead of retreating from the oncoming Batman, he executed an unexpected maneuver. He abruptly raised his hands, seizing the sides of the grotesque, crimson metal helmet. Look what your stubborn principles have brought. Bruce, look at me. With a furious roar, the Red Hood forcefully removed the helmet and hurled it at Batman's feet. The helmet tumbled through the air, revealing the face beneath, a visage belonging to Jason Todd, marred by grotesque scars, a young face twisted by pain and rage. Those once passionate and defiant eyes now only harbored the flames of hell, and unending despair. More lethal was the fact that, just as the helmet was about to land at Batman's feet, it did not explode, but rather triggered an embedded, high-powered flashbang. A blinding white light and a subsonic wave capable of shattering internal organs erupted instantaneously, engulfing the entire platform. Batman reacted swiftly, sensing impending doom the moment the helmet left Jason's hands. He immediately closed his eyes and lowered his head, shielding his head and chest with his arms. However, the proximity was too great. The brilliant light still penetrated his visor, leading to instantaneous blindness and severe disorientation. The subsonic wave churned his insides, causing an unavoidable, lethal delay in his movements. Ugh! Batman grunted, his body swaying. In that fleeting moment, Jason Todd, having removed his helmet, charged forward with a manic, pained, and resolute grin. Akin to a hunting cheetah, he had somehow acquired a large-caliber handgun. Without any hesitation, he aimed the muzzle at the vulnerable joint of Batman's abdominal armor. Exposed by the blinding shock, bang, 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 3 dull, fatal shots rang out. Close-range firing, specially designed armor-piercing rounds. The sound of the bullet tearing through the Kevlar fibers and the weak point of the composite armor was unmistakable. Batman's body was struck as if by a heavy hammer. The immense force propelled him backward several steps, and a ripping agony surged through his abdomen. Blood gushed from the bullet wound, staining his black battle suit. The excruciating pain instantly dispelled Batman's dizziness. In that moment, overwhelming fury, the instinct to protect, and the warrior's essence surged forth, eclipsing the agony. Just as Jason momentarily faltered due to the recoil of his gun, Batman unleashed a terrifying force. He disregarded the excruciating pain in his abdomen and the blood gushing forth. Retaliating like a wounded lion, with a heavy uppercut infused with all his strength, a fusion of agony and fury, he struck Jason's chin with a resounding force. Crack! The sound of shattering bone echoed clearly. Jason let out a short, sharp cry of pain, his body lifted off the ground by the sheer terror of that punch. Soaring backward, blood spurted from the corner of his shattered mouth. He crashed heavily onto the cold ground, mere steps away from the Joker, struggling to rise. The intense pain in his jaw and the concussion made his vision blur and his movements sluggish. The gunshot wound in his abdomen throbbed with a tearing agony, blood rapidly staining the ground beneath Batman's feet. Yet, he remained steadfast as an immovable mountain, his white goggles fixed intently upon the fallen Jason, radiating pain, rage, and an unyielding will. Jason lifted his head, his bloodied face contorted in agony as he beheld the ominous figure advancing upon him, still emanating a terrifying aura despite its own grievous injuries. He realized he had underestimated Batman's resolve and the limits of the human body. Continuing this fight would lead to his certain demise. A flicker of unwillingness, resentment, and an indescribable complexity flashed in his eyes. With a sudden burst of determination, he grasped the handgun that had fallen beside him, not aiming it at Batman, but firing several shots at the glass curtain wall at the edge of the platform. Crash! The glass shattered. A frigid wind rushed in. With his last ounce of strength, Jason charged toward the broken window. In the moment he leaped through, he turned back, summoning every bit of energy within him to unleash a final, beast-like roar directed at the advancing Batman, who was still bleeding from his abdomen. You chose them. Once again, Bruce, remember the price of this choice. Gotham has grander festivities awaiting you. This is not over. Before his words could fully dissipate, his figure vanished into the darkness beyond the window. Only the faint sound of a grappling gun firing and the distant roar of an engine lingered in the night air. Batman rushed to the shattered window, battling through the throbbing pain in his abdomen and the dizziness from blood loss. Below, he glimpsed an inconspicuous black motorcycle merging into the traffic, rapidly disappearing. Pressing against his relentless bleeding wound, his white goggles scanned the distant flickering bomb signal points, then fell to the platform, where the Joker, battered beyond recognition by the crowbar, still emitted faint, mocking chuckles. Alfred, Batman's voice, strained and hoarse from blood loss and pain, initiated the emergency protocol. The bomb locations in Gotham's downtown have been marked. Deploy drones for evacuation and disarmament. Each utterance tugged at his abdominal wound, yet he forced himself to remain alert. Master Wayne, your injuries. Alfred's anxious voice crackled through the communicator. Execute the orders. Batman growled, tearing a corner of his cape to staunch the bleeding from his abdomen, blood seeping persistently through his fingers. He cast one last glance toward the direction Jason had vanished, his eyes reflecting an unfathomable pain coupled with a chilling resolve. He turned with great difficulty, making his way towards the dying clown, not to end his life, but rather to ensure that this malevolent entity would no longer possess the opportunity to inflict harm upon anyone, and to extract any further information regarding the bomb from his lips. With each step, he left a dark crimson footprint upon the icy ground. Atop Wayne Tower, the cold wind howled, leaving only the scent of blood, the clown's feeble chuckles, and Batman's heavy, pained breaths. Beneath Gotham's night sky, a storm had temporarily quieted, yet the scars and animosity remained, like ink dropped into water, destined to spread deeper and darker ripples. Batman's war was far from over. He chose principle, and with that choice came an even heavier burden. Chapter 73. Aftermath. Across from Wayne Tower, in the shadowy equipment room atop a slightly shorter commercial building, Walker sat comfortably on a massive air conditioning unit, his legs dangling freely, holding a bag of chips and crunching contentedly. Beside him lay a high-powered night vision telescope, though it was evidently unnecessary for witnessing the dramatic familial struggle unfolding atop Wayne Tower, which, against the backdrop of Gotham's dazzling skyline, was far more vivid and exhilarating than any cinematic spectacle. Wow, what a grand opening. The kid with the red bucket wielding that crowbar is quite the professional. Walker watched with rapt attention, mimicking a swinging motion towards the direction of the clown-esque beating. The old fellow was on the brink of spewing blood, yet still managed to laugh. Such psychological resilience is commendable, as Batman intervened like a bolt of black lightning. Engaging in fierce combat with the Red Hood, Walker excitedly slapped his thigh. Here it comes. The father-son showdown. Every punch lands with precision. This is far more thrilling than a pay-per-view event. He observed the intense exchange, listening to the distant roars and accusations carried by the wind, forgetting to bring the chips to his mouth. Wow, Batman's defense is impeccable. The Red Hood's approach is reckless, but he still lacks the necessary experience. Suddenly, Walker sat up straight, his eyes widening. He took off his helmet. No way. This is getting serious. When the Red Hood abruptly removed his helmet, revealing a face marred by grotesque scars and contorted by anguish, and hurled it at Batman's feet, the mockery on Walker's face instantly froze. Even from such a distance, he could sense the profound despair and all-consuming hatred etched upon that youthful visage. The blinding flash of light momentarily stunned Walker, causing him to instinctively squint. Damn, a flashbang. Batman's in trouble. As anticipated, gunfire erupted. 3 muffled sounds, like heavy hammers striking a sandbag. Walker clearly saw Batman's body jolt violently, staggering backward, as dark splotches spread across the abdomen of his black suit. Blood. Walker gasped, nearly dropping the bag of chips. Was he actually shot? In the stomach? That Red Hood kid is ruthless. This is patricide. But then, Batman, despite his grievous injuries, launched a counterattack, delivering an uppercut that encapsulated all his pain and resolve, striking Jason squarely on the jaw and sending him flying, a sight that left Walker utterly astounded. Incredible. Walker could not suppress a low growl, slapping his thigh with force. How could he endure this? And retaliate? Old Bat, are you some kind of cockroach? He watched as blood continuously poured from Batman's abdomen. Yet he pressed forward like a wounded beast, exuding a silent and terrifying pressure that Walker could distinctly feel even from distance. As Jason shattered the glass and leaped into the darkness with grave injuries and a final scream, the excitement on Walker's face gradually faded, replaced by a rare silence imbued with complex emotions. He ceased to munch on chips, quietly observing the solitary black figure on the opposite platform. Batman hunched over, pressed one hand firmly against his bleeding abdomen while the other commanded through the communicator. His white goggles gazed towards the distant flickering signals of the bombs, then glanced down at the grotesque form of the Joker sprawled on the platform. The cold wind rustled through his tattered cape, and his figure appeared extraordinarily diminutive under the immense Wayne legacy, yet bore an incredible weight. TSK, Walker clicked his tongue softly, the usual amusement in his gaze replaced by an ineffable sense of melancholy. The Dark Knight truly engaged in a labor beyond human capacity. No matter the choice, It was hell, taking bullets for his son, then having to save his enemy, and afterward rescuing the very citizens who berated him. He shook his head, as if trying to cast off a certain emotion. This spectacle was exhausting to behold. He jumped down from the air conditioning unit, casting one last glance across the way. Batman was laboriously making his way toward the dying Joker, his silhouette appearing particularly desolate in the cold wind. Walker brushed off the crumbs of chips from his hands and casually discarded the empty bag. Enough is enough. The protagonist takes a beating, and the audience disperses. I shall not witness the ensuing cleanup. He stretched lazily, his figure melding into the shadows of the rooftop behind him, leaving behind a whisper that drifted into the night. Ah, the peace of Gotham, once again purchased with blood. With astonishing willpower, Batman suppressed the gunshot wound to his abdomen, orchestrating the drones and emergency response teams within the Batcave, accurately locating and disarming the bombs planted by the Red Hood at Gotham Harbor and the city center, thus averting a larger catastrophe. The entire process felt like a race against death, his blood soaking the driver's seat of the Batmobile. Subsequently, he personally escorted the barely alive, yet still grinning Joker back to Arkham Asylum. During the handover, confronted with the Joker's hoarse whisper of how he had missed a marvelous spectacle of father-son conflict, Batman merely cast a glance imbued with a coldness capable of freezing souls. For the first time, the Joker's signature laughter caught in his throat, dissolving into meaningless gasps. Arkham had prepared for him the most secure and independent new cell. Oswald Cobblepot, the Penguin, was severely weakened at a surprise party atop the Iceberg Lounge. Not only had he been robbed of substantial wealth by Walker and his crew, signing a humiliating deed of transfer, but he had also been rendered dazed by Poison Ivy's hypnotic pollen, with bruises from the vines lingering on his body for half a month. More importantly, the enormous Scarlet Skull emblem emblazoned on Walker's portrait, left behind before his departure, along with the rampant rumors circulating in Gotham's underworld about the Penguin being eliminated by the Red Hood and Batman's ally, brought him great disgrace and a significant decline in his prestige. He has retreated deep into the reinforced Iceberg Lounge, nursing his wounds, lacking both the power and desire to stir up trouble in the short term. Gotham's underbelly, in the wake of Black Mask's downfall and the Penguin's withdrawal, has fallen into a peculiar power vacuum and a fleeting tranquility. The streets of Gotham appear to have regained a semblance of order. The rate of robberies has slightly decreased, and gangland shootouts have temporarily vanished. Commissioner Gordon of the police department has found a rare moment of relief, though he is acutely aware of the undercurrents swirling beneath the calm surface. The media has begun to report that Batman has thwarted yet another terrorist attack, ensuring the city's safety. However, the bloody events and gunfire that erupted on the top floor of Wayne Tower that night have become yet another deeply shrouded mystery in urban legend. Within the Batcave, Alfred meticulously tends to Bruce's gunshot wound in his abdomen. Damian stands silently by, observing his father's pale complexion and furrowed brow, his usual defiance replaced by a profound complexity. Nightwing, Dick Grayson, has also returned from B.L. Davin, gazing at the temporarily dimmed Crimson Skull emblem representing the Red Hood on the screen, his eyes filled with concern and anguish. Bruce Wayne leans back in his chair, the white goggles reflecting the light from the main screen. The searing pain from his abdominal wound is eclipsed only by the ache in his heart. Jason's final desperate scream echoes in his mind like an incantation. He chose principles. He chose the city, at the cost of his son's utter estrangement and a bullet aimed at himself. The peace in Gotham is akin to an illusion, a fragile mosaic held together by blood and scars. He slowly lifts his gaze toward Gotham's profound night sky outside the cave. The bat signal quietly illuminates the clouds, the immense bat emblem resembling a silent sentinel, much like an unhealable scar. The storm has merely paused. The Red Hood's animosity remains unquenched. The Joker waits in the depths of Arkham for the next revelry. The Penguin lies in wait, gathering strength. Gotham's peace has always been a transient and deceptive breath between tempests. The war of the Dark Knight knows no end. He presses firmly on the bandage around his abdomen, the cold flame in his eyes rekindling silently. Chapter 74. The bar party in a forsaken booster station within Gotham's sewer system. Repurposed into a bar named the Fish That Got Away, the atmosphere is dimly lit, the air thick with the stench of cheap alcohol, inferior tobacco, and a faint hint of mildew reminiscent of the sewers. The patrons are a motley crew, yet share a common trait, None are renowned enough to grace the halls of Arkham Asylum or Blackgate Prison, existing at the bottom of Gotham's villainous food chain, car thieves. Third-rate con artists, henchmen discarded by major gangs, amateur chemists whose experiments have gone awry, and a few ludicrously dressed DIY supervillains, aspiring to be antagonists, yet too insignificant for even the police to pursue. However, tonight, the fish that got away welcomes two heavyweight guests. Ladies and gentlemen, and there they are, those ambiguously gendered fellows. Harley Quinn kicked open the creaking iron door, brandishing her diamond-studded baseball bat, her voice piercing enough to shatter eardrums. The party animal, Harley Quinn, along with her, benefactor, partner, supplier of amusement, Mr. Walker, made a dazzling entrance. Worthy applause. The bar fell momentarily silent, all eyes converging upon the entrance. As they recognized Harley and the flamboyantly dressed man beside her, a momentary hush erupted into an even louder cacophony. It's Harley Quinn. Who is that guy next to her? A new beau? Shoo, keep it down. Word has it he, along with Harley and Poison Ivy, took down the Penguin. Is that true? The Penguin. And Black Mask. They did that too. Walker reveled in the effect. He held a hefty black briefcase emblazoned with the Wayne Enterprises logo, containing the payment Alfred had promised to send, which included not only wads of cash, but also a few small pieces of bat-themed technology that made Walker's eyes gleam. He strode like a star on the red carpet, waving to the glances of awe, curiosity, and envy. Boss. Walker snapped his fingers and dropped the briefcase onto the bar with a heavy thud. Tonight it's all on Wayne. Oh no, it's on me, Walker. The finest drinks. The best dishes. All you can consume. He deliberately pronounced Wayne loudly, provoking a wave of suppressed laughter and whispers. Yay! Long live Walker. Long live Queen Harley. Harley exuberantly leaped onto the bar, brandishing her bat, nearly turning the bartender's bald head into a golf ball. The bar erupted into a frenzy. Free drinks, like a spell, sent all the third-rate villains into a wild celebration. Soon, Walker and Harley were surrounded by a throng of tipsy, adoring henchmen in the biggest booth. Cheap whiskey and beer foam splattered everywhere. Boss Walker, Sister Harley, tell us a tale, boomed a burly man, scarred and self-proclaimed Jack the Ripper. Did you really take down the Penguin? And Black Mask? Hanging from a building? That's utterly badass. Harley immediately seized the moment, swinging her bat and spitting words. Of course. You should have seen the look on Birdman's face. Ha ha ha. Green. Greener than my hair. Tied up like a giant dumpling by my little pumpkin vine. And that Black Mask, TSK, hanging upside down in the wind. The way that mask cracked up had me in stitches. She embellished the tale, narrating it like a circus performance. Walker, on the other hand, sipped his whiskey mixed with water elegantly, wearing an enigmatic smile. Once Harley finished her tale, he leisurely began to speak. His voice low, yet imbued with an irresistible charm that compelled one to listen closely. A mere trifle, a mere trifle. Walker waved his hand dismissively, as if brushing away dust. The Penguin? Just a plump bird in a tailcoat. Black Mask? A narcissist leading a ragtag bunch. He leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice to create an air of mystery. What is truly fascinating is the ensuing family drama action blockbuster. The surroundings fell into an instant hush. Even Harley blinked in curiosity as she gazed at him. Can you guess what happened? Walker deliberately paused, heightening the suspense. That little red-hooded, bucket-wielding boy who had terrified the black-masked Penguin? He scanned the room, noticing everyone craning their necks. He chuckled, revealing that he is actually the offspring of the old bat, his biological son, or perhaps a foster child. In any case, it's that kind of relationship. Puffed. A nearby kite man, in the midst of sipping his drink, erupted in laughter. What? The son of Batman? Impossible. Gasps filled the air. Absolutely true. Walker pounded his chest in assurance, claiming he had witnessed it firsthand. Right atop Wayne Tower, the lad removed his helmet, and he bore a striking resemblance to the old bat. Well, aside from the scars and his rather tempestuous temperament. He animatedly recounted the rooftop confrontation, of course, embellished through his artistic lens. The Red Hood's accusations morphed into a rebellious teenage declaration of independence. The Joker was depicted as a relic of age, receiving a lesson from his grandson. The most riveting part was Batman being shot in the abdomen and his retaliatory blow. You should have seen it. The old bat took 3 shots. Puffed. Blood gushed like a fountain. And yet, he didn't flinch. With a swift counter, he unleashed a mighty punch. Bang! That red-hooded boy was sent flying 3 meters away. His jaw was askew. Walker waved his fists, mimicking the motion, prompting a chorus of exaggerated gasps and applause. Ultimately, the Red Hood's escape, as narrated by Walker, transformed into a scene of him covering his face and crying out, "Dad, I was wrong," while leaping off the building. TSK, TSK, TSK. Upon concluding his tale, Walker smacked his lips and reflected. Thus, family education is of paramount importance. Look at the old bat. His offspring turn out either like Nightwing, overly sunny, or like the Red Hood, excessively rebellious, or like that little Robin, so prideful, he deserves a smack. He entirely disregarded the astonished expressions of those around him. "Walker, what role did you play in all this?" Another small villain inquired, wide-eyed with admiration. "Me?" Walker pointed to himself, beaming with a radiant smile. "I, of course, am the key man, the mastermind, the director, and chief jester." He patted the briefcase, declaring, "Without my strategic foresight and my minuscule equipment support, could they revel so exuberantly? Could the old bat successfully retrieve his rebellious son? Could Gotham reclaim this hard-won peace?" He stretched his arms wide, as if embracing the entire bar. "This honor, a large part belongs to me, Walker. Walker is amazing. Cheers to Walker. Cheers to Gotham's peace." The bar erupted once more in fervent cheers and clinking glasses. Harley excitedly leaped onto the table, joining the crowd's screams. Walker basked in the adulation, downing his whiskey diluted with water, feeling it was even more potent than the pure stuff. At that moment, the greasy bar owner cautiously approached, holding a crumpled piece of paper. Mr. Walker, regarding this bill." Walker waved his hand dismissively, not even glancing at it, as he pulled out several thick stacks of cash from the briefcase and handed them to the owner. "Take it. There's plenty for tips. Let everyone drink to their heart's content tonight." The boss stared at the cash in his hands, far exceeding the bill, his eyes wide with disbelief, bowing and retreating. Walker surveyed the chaotic scene around him, listening to the blaring cheap music and the drunken cheers, feeling the satisfaction brought by the toys and cash left in the safe. Comfortably leaning against the worn booth sofa, Gotham is at peace? Is Batman nursing his wounds in the Batcave? Where is the Red Hood brooding in some corner, harboring resentment? Is the Penguin nestled in the Iceberg Lounge, counting his bruises? Is the Joker drawing circles in his new solitary confinement at Arkham? Chapter 75, Flashpoint. The sunlight. That wretched sunlight pierced through Walker's tightly shut eyelids like countless burning needles. He groaned, feeling as though an entire symphony orchestra had crammed into his head, playing heavy metal rock with rusty pots and pans. To make matters worse, his bones ached as if they had been repeatedly crushed by a garbage truck overflowing with Gotham's refuse. "Harley, you little madwoman," Walker mumbled, struggling to open his sore eyes. It took a moment for his vision to clear. What greeted him was not the greasy ceiling of the Leaky Fish Bar, nor the opulent chandelier of the Iceberg Lounge, but rather the exposed, rust-streaked I-beams and dilapidated windows caked with dust and cobwebs. An abandoned factory? Walker propped himself up, his body feeling as though it were leaden, and looked around. The air was thick with a blend of machine oil, dust, and mouse droppings. The memories of last night's revelry came back to him like a shattered puzzle. The deafening cheap music, Harley dancing on the table, nearly toppling over. His own reckless gesture of settling the entire bill with Batman's wallet while boasting about being the architect of Gotham's peace, then a blank void. "Harley Quinn, did you just dump me in a garbage heap?" Walker roared, his voice echoing in the empty factory, intensifying his headache. He staggered to his feet, inspecting his appearance. His flamboyant coat was wrinkled like a piece of dried pickle, smeared with mysterious stains and dust. Fortunately, the Wayne Enterprises safe, filled with final payments, lay at his feet, albeit marked with several footprints, but it appeared untouched. "At least you have some decency not to run off with my fee," Walker muttered, brushing the dust off the safe and lifting it. He adjusted his disaster of an outfit, rubbed his throbbing temples, and trudged out of the musty temporary lodging. Gotham's morning air still carried its characteristic humidity and a faint whiff of exhaust. Walker squinted against the glaring sunlight, making his way in the direction of the main road, as he recalled it. The streets seemed unchanged, yet there was an inexplicable strangeness lingering in the air. Pedestrians hurried by, cars honked. Everything appeared normal, but an odd sense of dissonance gnawed at Walker's mind, the dullness of his hangover preventing him from grasping the essentials. Extra! Extra! Shocking news! Two-Face Harvey Dent was murdered last night. The killer is Batman. A crisp, almost deliberately frightened child's voice pierced through the street noise. Walker's steps abruptly halted, as if he had been struck by a spell. Two-Face was dead? Is the killer Batman? Walker dug at his ear, questioning whether he was still hallucinating from a hangover. The old Bat a murderer? Killing Harvey Dent? That coin-obsessed lunatic? What an absurd international joke. The old Bat would rather suffer broken bones than touch that damn no-kill principle with a single finger, let alone murder Harvey. Their complicated relationship, a blend of rivalry and friendship, could fill 10 romance novels. Hey, kid. Walker rushed towards the newspaper boy, who was waving a paper and wearing an excited expression. Tossing a coin at him. One newspaper. Hurry. The boy skillfully caught the coin and swiftly handed Walker a copy of the freshly printed Gotham Gazette, still exuding the scent of ink. Sir, look. Front page. Big news. Batman has finally crossed the line. Two-Face met a gruesome end. Walker had no interest in the boy's chatter. He ripped open the newspaper, his gaze piercing the front page like a hawk. The massive, bold headline struck his eyes like a hammer. The Dark Knight falls. Batman coldly executes former District Attorney Harvey Dent. Beneath the headline was a shocking photo from a scene. An abandoned warehouse, a figure lying on the ground, its distinctive half-burned face unmistakably Harvey Dent. A conspicuous, fatal wound from a large-caliber weapon marred his chest, blood staining the ground. Walker's heart raced. Could it be true? Was Harvey really dead? Shot. His eyes instinctively moved to the accompanying images, searching for any description or photo of Batman. The article was rife with words like fall from grace, cold-blooded, and the myth of Gotham's guardian shattered. Then, in the sidebar of the report, a smaller, seemingly enlarged image from surveillance instantly seized Walker's full attention, striking him like lightning. His blood seemed to freeze in his veins. The photo was somewhat blurred, but clear enough to discern a tall figure clad in a bat suit, its cape billowing in the night wind. However, the suit appeared more robust, exuding a ruggedness that spoke of wear and tear. Most crucially, the enormous bat symbol emblazoned on the chest was not the typical black or gray, but a glaring, blood-red hue, as if solidified from blood, and the face hidden in the shadow of the bat helmet. Walker could sense that it was not the Bruce Wayne he knew. The contours of that face were more chiseled, the lines sharp as if hewn from stone, marked by the passage of time and suffering. The eyes beneath the helmet conveyed not the suppressed fury and principles of Bruce, but a deeper, more despairing, and chilling intent to kill. Thomas Wayne. The name sliced through Walker's hangover-clouded mind like lightning, surfacing from a dusty corner of his memory as a comic reader. The Flashpoint Paradox. That mad, alternate timeline. A world where Bruce died in an alley, Martha Wayne became the Joker, and Thomas Wayne transformed into a vengeful Batman, adorned with a blood-red bat symbol. The newspaper slipped silently from Walker's hands, drifting onto the dirty sidewalk. A chill surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, instantly replacing the throbbing headache from last night's revelry with a more intense and absurd dizziness. He lifted his gaze, surveying the Gotham that was both familiar and alien. The sunlight persisted, the streets remained unchanged, yet the air was no longer merely saturated with the scent of crime. Instead, it bore an oppressive, desperate madness. Batman had crossed the line. Two-Face was dead, and seated within the Batcave was likely Thomas Wayne, older than him, bearing the blood-stained bat symbol upon his chest, ready to shatter all rules in pursuit of vengeance. Walker glanced down at the newspaper at his feet, emblazoned with a crimson Batman photograph, then looked at the box in his hand, a vault of bat tech and cash from the Bruce Wayne universe. Harley, he murmured, a genuine smile, one tinged with shock, absurdity, and a hint of excitement, finally gracing his face. What the hell did you throw me into last night? Gotham's mischief seemed to have escalated to a new, far more chaotic dimension than Walker could have ever envisioned. He bent to retrieve the newspaper, carefully folding it and tucking it into his trench coat pocket, as if preserving a terrifying invitation from another world. Grasping the box, he inhaled the air of this transformed Gotham, his eyes rekindling with the gleam of discovering a new toy. Chapter 76. Thomas and Martha on a rain-soaked night in Gotham. The atmosphere was cold and viscous. Rainwater cascaded over the dilapidated structure at the edge of the slums, once the Wade Circus, now the venue for the Joker Queen's Mad Carnival. Neon signs flickered with a sickly lavender hue, outlining a grotesque clown smile, while the distorted laughter echoed through the downpour, resembling a ghostly wail. Thomas Wayne stood in the shadows at the circus entrance. Rain streamed down his heavy, battle-worn bat armor, pooling at the crimson bat emblem on his chest, dripping like unceasing blood tears. He had spent a day and a night tracing that familiar scent of madness, traversing countless bloody clues, ultimately pinpointing this location as his wife's lair. Without hesitation, his massive form burst forth like a black lightning that tore through the rain, shattering the partially open door adorned with twisted smiles. The slaughter commenced. Inside the foyer, a few henchmen clad in cheap clown costumes, indulging in low-quality narcotics, barely registered the intruder before being felled by heavy blows imbued with the essence of death. The sound of shattering bones was drowned out by the rain and the distant cacophony of frenzied music. Thomas employed no elaborate tactics. His movements were direct, brutal, and efficient, embodying a destructive force that had been suppressed for decades, now unleashed. With each strike, he felt the cold sensation of life slipping away beneath his fingertips. He advanced over the fallen bodies, the crimson bat emblem shining in the dim, grotesquely painted corridor lights, as if branded by hell itself. The Joker's minions surged from all directions, brandishing machetes, iron bars, and even electric prods used for taming beasts. They screamed, fueled by a courage wrought from drugs and insanity. The responses to them are precise bullets, the sharp sound of a bat-shaped projectile slicing through the throat, the dull thud of an iron fist shattering skulls. Thomas moves forward like a silent machine of death through the narrow, labyrinthine corridors. Blood mingles with the rain, flowing freely across the floor. A nauseating aroma wafting through the air, intermingling with the scents of cheap candy and animal excrement from the circus. He requires no interrogation, no pity. Each obstacle before him serves as an accomplice pushing Martha deeper into the abyss, a manifestation of this mad world. His task is to carve a bloody path directly to the core. Screams, gunfire, the sound of bones fracturing, and heavy objects crashing down intertwine into a brutal symphony of death, playing out in the chaotic circus on this rainy night. Behind Thomas's white goggles, his gaze is as icy as a frozen lake. Only his relentless, destructive actions reveal the agony and boundless rage tearing at his heart. At last, he pierces through layers of hindrance, arriving at the massive main tent at the heart of the circus. In the center of the tent, a dilapidated carousel creaks ominously to eerie music, upon which rides not charming wooden horses, but painted figures with expressions of torment. Under the spotlight stand a figure with her back to him. It is Martha. She wears a tattered, stained purple evening gown, her once elegant blonde hair now a tangled mess, streaked with white, plastered to her pale cheeks by the rain. She bears no mask. The face that once captivated Thomas is now marred by the grotesque distortions of madness. The paint does not cover all her skin. Instead, it resembles festering wounds, exaggerating a despairing smile and tear streaks against her pallid complexion. In her hands, she clutches no weapon, only nervously fiddling with a few playing cards, swaying slightly to the music while humming a dissonant lullaby. Martha Thomas's voice is dry and hoarse, trembling for the first time amidst the carnage of the night. He stands at the entrance of the tent, rainwater cascading from his cloak, his feet submerged in the encroaching blood. The scent of blood clings to him, the crimson bat emblem glaring vividly under the spotlight. Martha slowly turns to face him. Her eyes, once as blue as the skies over Gotham, now swirl with chaos, ablaze with an incomprehensible madness. She gazes at Thomas, at the bloodied bat on his chest, at the blood and killing intent staining his form, devoid of fear, instead twisting her mouth into a grimace more grotesque than tears, an extreme distortion of a smile. "Oh, look who has arrived. Is it my dear knight, or the executioner clad in bat skin?" Her voice is sharp and grating, laced with the quintessential tremor and neurotic pauses of a clown. She cackles, her laughter echoing eerily in the cavernous tent. "Martha, enough." Thomas steps forward, his voice heavy with suppressed anguish and the last flicker of hope. "Come back with me. Bruce is gone, but we can end this all. Leaving Gotham, escaping this madness." He extended his hand, the very hand that had just claimed countless lives, now trembling imperceptibly. Martha erupted into a sharper, more frenzied laugh, as if she had heard the most ludicrous joke in existence. "Return? Ha ha ha. Where would you have me go? Back to that desolate grave, where only you and your foul bat hide await." Abruptly, Her laughter ceased, her gaze turning venomous and frigid. My little Bruce, my sunshine, was taken from me in that alley, by this rotting city, by your weakness. With a frantic tug at her hair, the paint on her face smeared, she continued. You donned the bat suit? You slaughtered so many? Ha ha ha. Did it matter, Thomas? Did it? Can Bruce return? Can my heart return? Her voice escalated, filled with hysterical despair. No, never. Thus I choose to laugh. Ha 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 ha. She spread her arms wide, spinning wildly beneath the bizarre glow of the carousel. Like an uncontrolled top, I choose to be a part of this madness. I choose to make the entire world taste the agony of my lost everything. Let Gotham accompany my Bruce into the grave. Ha 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 ha. Thomas stood frozen, his outstretched hand falling limply. He gazed at the woman, now wholly consumed by insanity, observing the twisted smile on her once familiar, yet now alien face. His heart felt as though it were gripped tightly by a frigid iron vice, crushed beyond recognition. All words fell tragically short. The Martha he sought to reclaim had long perished with Bruce on that fateful rainy night in the alley, leaving behind only the Joker Queen, a pitiful specter fighting despair with madness. Martha's whispers to Thomas were drowned out by her increasingly manic laughter. Suddenly, an odd noise echoed from the tent's ceiling. Several ropes dropped abruptly. Martha's laughter was abruptly silenced as if drawn by an invisible thread. She deftly grasped the ropes, her body swinging lightly upward. The game had ended, and my dear knight, Martha's figure swiftly vanished into the dark hole in the ceiling, leaving only her cold, vengeful voice echoing in the tent, mingling with the sound of rain and distant sirens. Or perhaps it was merely beginning? Hee hee. Come find me if you still remember the way home. Ha 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 ha. Thomas jerked his head up, seeing only the heavy rain-soaked night beyond the gaping hole. He clenched his fists, his knuckles whitening from the strain, producing a cracking sound. Chilled raindrops mingled with blood, dripping through the seams of his tightly clenched hand. A profound sense of helplessness and an agonizing pain seemed to engulf him. He had failed to bring her back. Once again, he had lost her. In the distance, amidst the shadows atop an abandoned water tower, Walker set down his high-powered night vision goggles, the lenses still reflecting the harrowing crimson traces that extended from the entrance to the main tent, bloody footprints and fallen heat signatures. He had witnessed the silent, efficient storm of Thomas Wayne's slaughter, and through the miniature listening device affixed to the tent's framework, he had heard that heart-wrenching dialogue. The rain soaked his trench coat, yet he remained oblivious. The playful smile that once adorned his face had long since vanished, replaced by an unprecedented gravity and a hint of bewilderment, as if struck by an overwhelming sense of absurdity. Bruce was dead, Martha had become the Joker, and Thomas had transformed into a blood-soaked Batman who had even murdered Harvey. He murmured to himself, each word striking his heart like a heavy hammer. This was no jest, but rather a descent into hell. He gazed at Thomas Wayne, standing like a stone statue in the desolate, blood-splattered tent, the crimson bat symbol under the spotlight weeping like a wounded heart. He could sense the weighty and despairing atmosphere that permeated the rainy night, far heavier than any crime Gotham had ever known. This was not the Gotham he recognized, burdened with the tragic mission of the Dark Knight. This was a world that had completely spiraled into madness, thoroughly twisted and cursed. Barry Allen Walker gritted his teeth as he uttered that name, the very source of this chaos, the running culprit. What have you done? He understood that seeking to explain the Flashpoint paradox to Thomas Wayne now, to tell him that his son Bruce was thriving in another world as Batman, while his wife had gone mad and become the Joker, would be tantamount to courting death. The old Bat, who had just endured the pain of losing a child, a deranged wife, and blood on his hands, would undoubtedly shoot him dead or silence him in a way that was quintessentially Thomas. He had to find that reckless fool. Walker's gaze sharpened as he swiftly stowed away his night vision goggles and listening devices. Only by locating the Flash, draining the nonsense from his mind, and sending him back to rectify the timeline, could this madcap festivity come to an end. He cast one last glance at the chaotic circus, resembling a massive wound in the rain, and at the solitary crimson figure within. Then, without hesitation, he turned, his figure blending into the rain like a ghost, gliding down from the water tower. His target, Central City. He was determined to find Barry Allen, the speedster whose folly had precipitated this catastrophe across the multiverse, and give him a good kick until he set the timeline back on track. The rain in Gotham continued to fall, cold and relentless, washing away the bloodstains, yet failing to cleanse the ingrained madness and despair. Chapter 77. In Search of Barry. The rain in Gotham had just ceased, and the damp streets reflected the bizarre glow of neon lights. Walker was deep in thought, contemplating whether to borrow a speedster or commandeer an experimental vehicle from Wayne Enterprises' warehouse to reach Central City, while mentally rehearsing which foot to use to kick Barry Allen when he found him. "Hey, Mr. Moneybags, look here," a familiar voice, exaggeratedly sweet and neurotic, called out from around the corner. Walker halted abruptly, a few dark lines appearing on his forehead. He turned stiffly. There stood Harley Quinn, bouncing out from a cheap clothing store adorned with a sign boasting outrageous discounts. She was not clad in her iconic red and black outfit, but had instead donned an indescribable ensemble, a fluorescent pink tutu, a bright yellow shirt emblazoned with a giant cartoon crocodile head, knee-high socks with rainbow stripes, and a pair of thick-soled platform shoes studded with plastic rhinestones. She wore a massive, fluffy cat ear headband tilted at an angle atop her head, her face adorned with an exaggerated, vividly colorful makeup that surpassed her usual style. And in her hands, she clutched several bulging shopping bags. Harley spun around with her arms wide open, her skirt fluttering, exclaiming, "A new world, a new atmosphere, a new outfit. What do you think? Is it dazzling enough? Is it wild enough for the carnival?" She flashed a smile at Walker, who grimaced, feeling his temples throb with irritation. "Harley Quinn," he nearly ground out the name through clenched teeth, "while I was at the abandoned factory, entangled with the scent of rats and oil. You seem to find time for a shopping spree, and you left me to wallow in the refuse? Is this what you call partnership? This is abandonment." Harley's radiant smile faltered abruptly, replaced by a look of guilt and defensiveness, her fingers fidgeting together. "Oh, don't be angry, Walker," she said, leaning closer and lowering her voice. Glancing around conspiratorially, "I was a bit dazed when I woke up. It felt like my head had been thumped by a pudding. And something is off here. Very off." She nervously tugged at her pastel blue pigtails. "The scent of Batman has changed. It feels older, spicier, like aged chili sauce mixed with rust. And the Joker's scent, while still mad, feels more bitter now, like moldy chocolate. I think I caught a whiff of the scent of dead children." She wrinkled her nose, striving to recall the details from that stinky alley. "So you just abandoned me to play the human police dog?" Walker interrupted her irritably. "That's not true." Harley puffed out her chest proudly. "I was conducting strategic reconnaissance, and I achieved remarkable results." She shook her head triumphantly, the cat ears bobbing along. Harley Quinn, figured out the greatest secret of this world in just one morning." She leaned in close to Walker's ear, whispering excitedly, "Batman is Thomas Wayne, that old Wayne who was supposed to be dead. He has a super cool bloodbath emblem on his chest. The Joker is his wife, Martha Wayne, the socialite who was supposed to be shot, and their little brat, Bruce Wayne." Harley made a slashing gesture across her throat, her expression exaggerated. "Boom. Dead in that crime alley. Now, there's not even a poor flower seller left there. TSK, TSK, TSK. This script is more twisted than my lollipop. It's intense." Walker regarded her with an impassive expression, waiting for her to finish before leisurely retrieving a crumpled copy of the Gotham Gazette from his coat pocket. He unfolded it to reveal the front-page headline and a blood-streaked photograph of Batman, waving it in front of Harley's face. "Not bad," he remarked in a bland tone, his deductive skills comparable to Sherlock Holmes, if Holmes solved cases by scent and shopping excursions. He pointed to the photograph and headline, adding, "By the way, last night, Two-Face Harvey was sent to meet his maker by this season Batman." Bang. One shot. Surprised? Unexpected? Harley's proud demeanor crumbled instantly as she gazed at the newspaper, resembling a deflated balloon. "What? You knew all along, and you bought the newspaper?" She snatched the newspaper, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Harvey is dead? Did Batman do it? Wow, this world is truly creatively insane. It's not the world that's gone mad." Walker sighed, rubbing his still, throbbing temple. "Someone has been reckless, treating the remote control of time as if it were a toy car." He succinctly explained to Harley the core concept of the Flashpoint paradox. A fool named Barry Allen, in a bid to save his mother, ran too fast and shattered the timeline, resulting in this abominable reality where Bruce met an untimely end. Thomas became Batman. Martha morphed into the Joker, and Harvey was gunned down. Therefore, Walker concluded, his gaze turning serious, to return to the world we know, one filled with sunlight, Nightwing, the arrogant Robin, the non-lethal old Batman. In the normal Gotham with that green-haired Joker. We must locate the culprit, the Flash, Barry Allen, and compel him to run once more, setting the distorted timeline back on course. He looked at Harley, shaking the briefcase in his hand. I'm heading to Central City to dig deep for that running bastard. What do you say, Miss Harley Quinn? Care to hitch a ride and seek some new thrills in another city? Perhaps save our poor, altered universe along the way? Harley's eyes sparkled with an astonishing brightness, akin to two burning diamonds. She tossed the newspaper aside and began bouncing with excitement, the cheap clothing and plastic trinkets in her shopping bag clattering. A new city, finding the Flash, forcing him to run and save the world. Her voice rose with enthusiasm, drawing the attention of passers-by. This was 100 times more thrilling than smashing Penguin's nest, more exhilarating than watching the Wayne family brawl. We absolutely must go. She wrapped her arms around Walker's arm, her face alight with a blend of madness and anticipation. Let us go. Mr. Moneybags, where's the car? Your bat cycle? We're off to Central City. I want to see if that speedy guy can outpace my lollipop. Oh no, I mean outpace my new plan. She pointed to her flamboyant outfit, adding, we need to buy some new gear on the way. The villains in Central City must have a different taste from those in Gotham. Hee. Walker observed Harley, who was brimming with eagerness to save the world, and felt the irresistible pull of her arm. He sighed in resignation, but couldn't help the genuine smile that crept onto his lips. Though this partner was eccentric, unreliable, and prone to chaos, she would never be dull. All right. Walker loosened his grip slightly, adjusting his coat that Harley had tugged askew. The car will be ready shortly. I'll use the old Batman's fee for the gear. Target, Central City. Mission, capture that erratic Flash. With the briefcase in hand and Harley clutching her shopping bag. This peculiar duo from the main universe, one a mischief maker reveling in chaos, the other a sharp-witted mercenary, strolled along the damp streets of Gotham, heading towards the unknown Central City, toward the pivotal figure who might save everything, Barry Allen. The distorted neon lights of Gotham stretched behind them, while ahead lay the world of Speed Force. Chapter 78. Barry Allen jolted awake at his workstation, his forehead colliding painfully with the cold metallic frame of the microscope. He shook his head, striving to dispel the lingering fragments of nightmares involving yellow lightning and shattered timelines. The cacophony of his colleagues' chatter seeped into his ears, yet the content sent chills down his spine. The cold citizen thwarted that band of bank robbers again last night, truly our guardian. Indeed, who would have imagined Leonard Snart could turn over a new leaf and gain superpowers? I hear his freezing technology is more advanced than the coffee machine at the precinct. The cold citizen? Lionel Snart. A superhero? A shiver coursed up Barry's spine, more piercing than Snart's iciest rays. His nemesis, the leader of the rogues, Captain Cold, had become a hero? This was utterly absurd. What on earth was happening? He sprang to his feet, the legs of his chair screeching against the floor in protest. He needed air, needed confirmation. Instinctively, Barry summoned the speed force within him, yearning to teleport to the precinct's entrance for clarity. However, a sudden wave of dizziness and imbalance crashed over him. Instead of moving like lightning, he stumbled like an infant learning to walk, tripping over his own feet and crashing spectacularly to the ground. His glasses flew off. Barry, are you all right? A gentle, familiar voice resonated, imbued with concern and a hint of worry. Barry lay on the floor, his body stiff, blood seemingly congealed in his veins. He needn't lift his gaze. That voice, echoing countless times in his nightmares, had provided warmth during his loneliest moments. Trembling, he managed to raise his head. In his blurred vision, he beheld a figure clad in a simple beige knit sweater, apron tied around her waist, bending down to retrieve his glasses, meticulously wiping them with her apronous edge. The face bore the tender traces of time, yet her eyes, as blue as a clear sky, shimmered with helplessness and concern for his clumsy fall. It was Nora Allen, his mother. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Barry's heart raced violently, almost bursting from his chest. His throat felt constricted, silencing any utterance. Shock, elation, disbelief, and profound sorrow surged within him like a tsunami of emotions. His mother, alive. How could this be? She should have perished that fateful night at the hands of Reverse Flash. You always were so clumsy. Nora gently placed the clean glasses back on Barry's nose, her touch as tender as that of handling a fragile treasure. Her warm and embracing smile dispelled the chilling memories of that blood-soaked night that had surged within him. Have you been working too hard lately? Are you so exhausted that you've forgotten what day it is? Barry's vision sharpened, only to be blurred once more by tears. He gazed at his mother's familiar smile, noticed the new fine lines at the corners of her eyes, and the calluses on her hands born from toil. All rational queries, all fears about the distorted nature of the world, crumbled beneath the weight of the most primal and overwhelming emotion. He suddenly extended his hand, grasping Nora tightly, as if he were attempting to meld her into his very being. His shoulders trembled violently, suppressed sobs spilling forth from the depths of his throat. "Mom!" Barry cried, his voice choked with emotion, burying his face deep in the warmth of his mother's neck. "It's so wonderful to see you." Nora, taken aback by her son's unexpected surge of emotion, quickly succumbed to her maternal instincts and embraced Barry tightly, gently patting his back. There, silly child. I'm right here. Today is Mom's birthday, you know? If you hold on any longer, the cake will melt." Her tone was light, tinged with playful teasing. Birthday? Barry's bewildered mind seized upon this information. Yes, today was his mother's birthday. In a world he once knew, he and his father would endure immense pain on this day. Wait, his father? Barry abruptly released his mother, anxious as he inquired, "Mom, where's Dad? Is he at home?" The smile on Nora's face faltered momentarily, soon overshadowed by a veil of sadness. She sighed softly, her gaze dimming. "Barry, your father passed away from a heart attack 3 years ago." She grasped Barry's hand, her voice thick with emotion. "I know you've been busy with work and under a lot of pressure, but today is Mom's birthday. Let's not dwell on that, shall we? Come home. I made your favorite apple pie." Henry Allen died from a heart condition, not imprisoned unjustly, not accused of murdering his mother. Barry felt the warmth he had just experienced extinguished in an instant, replaced by a torrent of disorientation and fear. His mother was alive, yet his father had died of natural causes. The cold captain became a hero. What about the Flash? Superman? The Justice League? "Mom, have you heard of the Flash?" Barry asked, clinging to a glimmer of hope. Nora tilted her head in confusion. "The Flash? What is that? A new superhero? I've only seen him in comics. What about Superman? Wonder Woman? Green Lantern? Aquaman?" Barry rapidly listed a series of names. Nora's expression grew increasingly perplexed, even tinged with concern as she looked at Barry. "Barry, have you been under too much stress lately? Those names sound like comic book characters. In Central City, we only have the Cold Citizen and that fellow from Star City. Green Arrow, but he seems merely a wealthy archer, doesn't he?" Barry's heart sank. No superheroes, no Justice League. This world was utterly distorted. In his despair, a name flickered through his mind, a name that should exist even in the darkest of universes. "Batman!" Barry nearly shouted. "What about Batman? Gotham's Batman. Have you heard of him?" Upon hearing this name, the lightness in Nora's expression vanished, replaced by a mix of fear and revulsion. She instinctively tightened her grip on Barry's arm, lowering her voice. "Batman? The one from Gotham? Of course I've heard of him. He's on the news every day. Ruthless. A murderer. I heard he shot that Two-Face last night. The police can't do anything about him." "Barry, why are you asking about such a terrifying person? Stay far away from Gotham." Nora's words struck Barry like a frigid hammer, obliterating the last vestige of hope within him. Batman exists, yet he is no longer the Dark Knight. Rather, he is transformed into a vengeful figure adorned with a blood-red bat emblem upon his chest. Barry stood motionless, gazing at his mother's worried face, listening to her incessantly chatter about returning home to enjoy apple pie. The overwhelming tide of information and emotional upheaval rendered him nearly incapable of thought. His mother was alive, vividly alive. This had once been a solitary dream that sustained him through countless shadows. Yet now, in this world where that dream has materialized, it resembled a bizarre, barbed nightmare prison. Chapter 79. Crisis Gotham. Rainy night. Rooftop of a high-rise, the icy rain lashed against Thomas Wayne's formidable bat armor. The crimson bat emblem on his chest gleaming more piercingly under the deluge, akin to a fresh wound. His immense silhouette loomed like a predatory owl, pinning a henchman from a clown gang precariously at the edge of the slick, rust-covered rooftop. Half of the henchman's body dangled over the abyss of impenetrable darkness below. "Where's she?" Thomas's voice rasped like sandpaper against glass, seething with suppressed fury. Rain cascaded down the contours of his helmet, splattering onto the fear-warped face of the henchman. "He. The Queen of Clowns, she is everywhere." Though trembling with terror, The henchman's eyes sparkled with a madness imbued by the Joker's toxic gas. You will never find her, Bat. Just as you can never find your son. Hee. Silence. Thomas growled, seizing one of the henchman's arms and twisting it violently. Crack. The crisp sound of bone shattering echoed chillingly through the rain-soaked night. Ah! The henchman screamed in agony, yet the wail quickly morphed into a louder, manic laughter tinged with excruciating pleasure. Ha ha ha! Yes. Again. Bat. Kill me. Let me become the most dazzling firework at the Queen of Clowns Carnival. Ha ha ha! Thomas's patience was utterly exhausted by this unhinged insanity. The last remnants of hesitation vanished from his eyes, replaced solely by a frigid intent to kill. He abruptly lifted the cackling henchman entirely and, without a moment's hesitation, hurled him into the abyss. Oh! The henchman's body plummeted like a severed kite, the wailing wind and rain enveloping him as his manic laughter transformed into a desperate shriek. Just as he was about to become a splattered mass upon the ground, whoosh! A silver-gray figure, illuminated by the glow of propulsion, dove down like a meteor. With precision, it grasped the falling henchman with a mechanical arm. The immense force caused both to spiral through the air before stabilizing. Cyborg cradled the henchman, still trembling with shock, and slowly descended before Thomas. The rain pattered against his cold metallic form, producing a faint crackling sound. Another slip, Batman? Cyborg's voice held the characteristic texture of electronic synthesis, devoid of emotion. Yet his red mechanical eyes bore into the darkness beneath Thomas's helmet. Thomas silently regarded Cyborg and the deranged figure he had saved, offering no response. Such unexpected occurrences are not uncommon on a rain-soaked night in Gotham, and the appearance of Cyborg is merely a routine affair. He holds little interest in this half-human, half-machine superhero. I'm not here for this. Cyborg carelessly discarded the still-grinning henchman to the ground and stepped forward, raindrops cascading down his metallic exterior. We need you, Batman. The world needs you. Thomas finally reacted, tilting his head slightly as if silently inquiring. Wonder Woman, Diana Prince, and Aquaman, Arthur Curry, were engaged in battle. Cyborg's tone grew grave, not out of ideological concern, but for the total annihilation of the other. The war between Atlantis and the Amazons has engulfed half the world. Over 100 million lives have been lost. Half of the European continent has sunk beneath the waves. They are like two frenzied titans, refusing to relent until they have crushed each other and torn the earth asunder. He extended his mechanical hand, projecting a holographic image. Cities ablaze, towering tsunamis inundating the land. Colossal warships colliding and exploding in mid-air, Amazonian warriors and Atlantean soldiers engaged in brutal combat amidst the ruins. An appalling spectacle. I have gathered a few allies. Shazam, Captain Cold, Element Woman. We seek to halt them, yet we lack experience, and we are in dire need of a true leader. A tactical master and commander like you. Cyborg's voice was earnest. Join us, Batman. Lead this team. Prevent them from utterly destroying the Earth before Diana and Arthur do. Gotham will ultimately be affected. Thomas listened quietly to Cyborg's words, his gaze sweeping over the apocalyptic visions in the hologram. Burning continents, submerged cities, billions of lost souls. Yet, the eyes hidden beneath his helmet were as cold as a deep well, betraying not a hint of emotion. Their war, Thomas finally spoke, his voice deep and raspy, tinged with an indifferent nonchalance, is not my concern. Cyborg was taken aback. But the Earth, human civilization, Gotham is my city, Thomas interrupted, his tone resolute. My war is here. His gaze drifted to the henchman still chuckling on the ground, then back into the depths of the rain, as if searching for the phantom of that purple madman. As for whether this world would be destroyed, he paused, his voice devoid of any emotion. I couldn't care less. With that, he turned away from Cyborg, his massive cape billowing as he strode toward the edge of the rooftop. A grappling hook shot out, and his figure swiftly vanished into the rain-drenched night of Gotham, leaving Cyborg standing alone in the cold downpour, his red mechanical eye filled with disbelief and profound helplessness. The heroic team Cyborg had assembled witnessed the entire exchange from the shadows. No one felt angered by Batman's assessment. Rather, they were disheartened by the Bat's rejection. Without him, the peril of this war was too great, and one by one, they expressed their withdrawal from the Alliance. Watching his teammates disperse in an instant, Cyborg stood on the empty, frigid rooftop, the rain washing over his cold metallic form. The holographic image continued to flicker ominously in his palm, depicting the harbingers of doom. He raised his gaze to the somber, starless, rain-soaked night of Gotham. A profound sense of loneliness and immense pressure enveloping him like the chilling raindrops, completely submerging him. The burden of preventing the apocalypse seemed to rest solely upon his shoulders. In the heart of the city, on a suburban road, a dilapidated van, extravagantly adorned like a moving rainbow cake, tilted awkwardly at the roadside. In bold, crimson spray paint, it proclaimed, "Flash Express Delivery. Late? Your money back." Walker, his face darkened with discontent, emerged from the driver's seat to inspect the smoking engine hood. "I told you this junk wouldn't make it to downtown. Harley, your choice of vehicle is as unique as your fashion sense." "Hey, this vehicle is adorable," Harley exclaimed, leaping from the passenger seat. Clad in her recently acquired Gotham battle attire, a fluorescent pink tutu paired with a crocodile-patterned top, rainbow socks, and rhinestone platform shoes. Her cat-ear headband quivered in the night breeze. Stamping her foot in protest, she added, "And it was cheap. The leftover money could buy more gear." She patted the bulging shopping bag in her arms, filled with various toys. "Gear? More like a heap of junk," Walker retorted, glancing toward the brightly lit downtown. He produced a modified detector, its screen flickering incessantly, furrowing his brow at the weak speed force signal, dim and intermittent like a dying flashlight. "What on earth is Barry Allen up to?" "Who cares?" Harley exclaimed, bouncing with excitement as she pointed to the massive neon sign atop the city's tallest building, the cutting-edge tech laboratory. "Look, Mr. Moneybags, we've arrived. The Flash's rear is waiting to be kicked. Hee. Let us hurry. I can't wait to see if this speedy fellow can outrun my new surprise party plan." She dragged an unwilling Walker toward the dazzling lights of downtown, skipping joyfully along the way. Chapter 80. A correction of errors outside the Central City Gazette. Dusk had settled in, and the city's lights began to twinkle. The neon glow blurred in Barry Allen's unfocused pupils. He had just awakened from a dream about a birthday dinner for his mother. The faint warmth ignited by her resurrection, now extinguished by the icy grip of reality, leaving only a chilling desolation behind. He stumbled through the revolving doors of the Central City Gazette, pursued by the perplexed and slightly wary gaze of Iris. No, the unfamiliar, distant Iris West. That gaze pricked at his heart like a needle. Moments ago, he had rushed into the newsroom, filled with anticipation to grasp the sole familiar anchor in this chaotic world, yearning to tell his wife that they could celebrate a birthday with her resurrected mother. Instead, he was met with Iris's furrowed brow of confusion and the instinctive protective stance of a stranger beside her. "Barry, do we know each other?" That question struck him like a dull blade, repeatedly slicing through his fraying nerves. Powers vanished. Mother resurrected. The Justice League seemed never to have existed. Now, even the love of his life, Iris, had become someone else's girlfriend, possibly never having belonged to him at all. The world resembles a lump of clay, mercilessly kneaded by a mischievous child. All that he desperately sought to protect and strive for has dissipated into the distorted fabric of reality. A profound sense of loneliness and a seething anger, stripped of all restraint, surged within his chest. "Batman," Barry murmurs, the name becoming the sole lifeline amidst his chaotic thoughts. Bruce Wayne, the man who always had a backup plan and possessed an uncanny understanding of darkness. If anyone could fathom this madness, if anyone could elucidate the events that had transpired, it would surely be him. Gotham. He must reach Gotham. He shook his head, attempting to dispel the dizziness that clouded his vision, compelling himself to take a step toward the direction of his memories of Gotham. Even without his super speed, he would have to rely on his mortal legs to carry him there. However, just as he turned into a relatively secluded alley, aiming to take a shortcut, whoosh, a coarse burlap sack, reeking of ancient dust and some acrid chemical, fell from the sky without warning, enveloping his head and upper body with precision. Darkness immediately engulfed his sight, followed by a wave of panic as his body lost balance. "Hey, what the?" Barry's protest was muffled by the rough fabric. He instinctively struggled, but without his super speed, he was merely an ordinary man with a decent physique. Two powerful arms swiftly restrained him. One expertly pinned his arms, while the other lifted his legs. He was hoisted entirely off the ground. "Settle down, sweetheart. It's party time." A manic, exuberant voice, dripping with unmistakable mockery, echoed from beyond the sack, accompanied by a fit of sharp laughter. Barry's heart plummeted. Who was it? A kidnapping? At a time like this? He futilely twisted his body, feeling himself being moved rapidly, the back of his head and spine occasionally colliding with hard surfaces. The sound of footsteps reverberated in the empty alley, strikingly clear and urgent. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the movement ceased. He was unceremoniously thrown to the ground, the rough concrete scraping painfully against him. Almost immediately, the sack over his head was yanked away. The blinding glare of fluorescent lights forced him to squint. He gasped for breath, adjusting to the brightness while cautiously scanning his surroundings. He found himself in a corner of an abandoned warehouse, cluttered with dust-covered crates and tarpaulins. As his vision sharpened, two faces came into focus. One was the exaggeratedly painted visage of Harley Quinn, her lips stretched into a vivid crimson smile, her pigtails bouncing with her manic energy. She languidly perched on an overturned oil drum, crossing her legs, playfully tossing an apple she had seemingly found. Beside her stood a man, hands tucked into the pockets of his trench coat, causing Barry's pupils to narrow in recognition. He was tall, with a stern countenance and piercing eyes sharp as a hawk's. Barry recognized him. Just moments ago, a brief warning about this individual had flickered through Batman's encrypted communications. Walker, origin unknown, behavior dangerous, target unclear. Highly suspected of being a parallel world transgressor. Bruce had cautioned all League members to remain vigilant regarding this person. Walker? Harley Quinn? Barry struggled to sit up, leaning against the frigid wall, his voice hoarse from shock and lack of oxygen. Do you know what has happened? What is wrong with this world? Why is everything? He could not finish his sentence, as the overwhelming chaos and anguish lodged in his throat. Walker stepped forward, the cold metal of his boots striking the ground with a sharp echo. He paid no heed to Harley's intrigued gaze nearby, his eyes dissecting every trace of despair and confusion etched upon Barry's face with surgical precision. Yes, we know, Walker replied, his voice deep and steady, imbued with a brutal calmness that suggested a profound understanding. Barry Allen, or more accurately, the architect of the Flashpoint. Flashpoint? The term was foreign to Barry, yet his heart inexplicably raced. You saved your mother, Nora Allen, Walker stated bluntly, each word striking Barry's heart like a hammer. In your misguided moment of perfection, you shattered the rules of time, forcibly reversing the tragic nexus. Did you think it was merely a minor alteration? No. The river of time is far more tumultuous and intricate than you can fathom. The pebble you cast did not merely create ripples. It unleashed a cataclysmic wave that irrevocably reshaped reality. Walker paused, seemingly gauging Barry's reaction. Barry's complexion turned ashen, his lips quivering. Saving his mother was the deepest yearning of his heart, a taboo he had never dared to confront. Had he truly done it? Look around you, Allen. Walker extended his arms, gesturing towards the chaotic, dilapidated warehouse, as if encompassing the entire distorted world. This is the consequence of fragmented timeline. Bruce Wayne is not Batman. His father, Thomas, is. Superman never landed at the Kent farm. He was imprisoned by the government his entire life. Atlantis and the Amazons are engulfed in a devastating war that is sinking the entire world. And your trivial desire has cost you your speed, turned your beloved into a stranger, and erased your friends. This is the world of Flashpoint, a reality birthed from you, doomed to perish because of you. Each revelation pierced Barry's nerves like a sharpened blade. Thomas Wayne is Batman. War, imprisoned Superman. The origin of all this chaos was him. To save his mother. Had he annihilated the world? The weight of guilt and dizziness threatened to overwhelm him. He covered his face, emitting a pained whimper. Why tell me this? Barry lifted his gaze, his eyes bloodshot, laced with a thread of desperate inquiry. Is it merely to inform me that I am the culprit? Because only you can rectify it. Walker's voice was resolute. The timeline is on the verge of fracturing, and the repercussions will lead to the total annihilation of all realities. To mend it, the sole key lies within you, your speed force. You must regain it, run faster than the collapse of time itself, return to the point where you erred, and reset everything. Regain the speed force? Barry bitterly spread his hands, feeling the despairing tranquility within him. It was gone. I have tried. I feel nothing. It has not vanished. It has merely been suppressed by this distorted timeline, or perhaps lies dormant in some form. Walker's gaze is as sharp as a blade. You require a potent stimulus, an opportunity that can reignite the fire of your existence. In this timeline, as far as I know, there exists but one place, One person capable of providing such a jolt. The name flashed through Barry's mind in an instant, that of his initial target. Batman? Thomas Wayne? In Gotham? Walker nodded slightly, as if in tacit agreement. Find him. He may possess the clues, or he might very well be the key himself. He is familiar with this world as Flash, although that individual may have perished long ago. More importantly, a faint, elusive smile curved Walker's lips, and a glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes. The Batman version of Thomas Wayne is not as gentle as the Bruce you know. He has profound experience in dealing with the speedster intruding upon Gotham. Barry inhaled deeply, forcing his chaotic thoughts to settle. Gotham. Batman. This remains his sole, imperative direction to pursue, regardless of Walker's intentions in divulging this information. It has at least presented a potential solution. He struggled to rise, his legs still somewhat unsteady, yet a reckless resolve reignited in his gaze. Very well, Barry declared with unwavering determination, I shall return to Gotham to seek out Batman. A wise choice. Walker stepped back, gesturing for Harley to clear the path. Harley clapped her hands excitedly, like an eager audience awaiting the commencement of a grand performance. Go on, little speedster, she giggled, brandishing her baseball bat. Enjoy yourself or whatever. Either way, Walker and I are quite looking forward to the spectacle. Leaning closer to Walker, she lowered her voice enough for Barry to hear. So, do you think the old bat will break a few of his legs this time? Or will he pin him directly to the dripping beast? Walker did not respond to Harley's ramblings, instead observing Barry's unsteady yet determined figure as he made his way toward the warehouse exit, his expression betraying an icy, almost cruel interest. According to the original script, Walker's voice was barely audible, a detached tone imbued with a sense of control. Batman certainly giving Flash a thorough beating would make for an excellent appetizer. Let us see, Alan, how much potential you can still extract in this hellish realm. Barry did not look back. He pushed open the heavy warehouse door, and the murky night of Central City flooded in. The shadows of Gotham awaited him ahead, and a reunion destined to be fraught with pain and violence would serve as the bloody starting point for him to reclaim his identity and save everything in this twisted world. Chapter 81. Conflict. The murky night of Central City was replaced by Gotham's characteristic, seemingly everlasting gloom. Barry, Walker, and Harley were crammed into an old, battered car with a dented hood and a body marred by dubious scratches, jostling toward the outskirts of Gotham City. Their destination, Wayne Manor. When the silhouette of that once majestic edifice, which had symbolized Gotham's pinnacle of glory, emerged against the dim sky, Barry inhaled sharply. The grand, elegant manor, imbued with a sense of mystery that lingered in his memories, had long since vanished. The scene before him resembled a fortress abandoned by war and time. The towering wrought iron gates, rusted and askew, gaped open like the decayed jaws of a colossal beast. The meticulously manicured lawn had succumbed to rampant weeds and thorns, nearly engulfing the pathway leading to the main residence. The estate itself lay in utter ruin, most windows reduced to gaping black voids, walls marred by rainwater stains and fissures, and the roof partially collapsed, revealing rotting beams beneath. A profound sense of desolation and silence pervaded the atmosphere, with the air thick with a musty scent of dampness and dust. Welcome to Wayne Manor on the Flashpoint timeline. Walker's voice remained emotionless as he first opened the car door and stepped out. On the night of Bruce's death, Thomas Wayne's heart had perished alongside this house. Barry followed silently, each footfall cracking the brittle twigs and leaves beneath him, producing a disquieting sound. Meanwhile, Harley surveyed her surroundings with evident curiosity, humming an off-key tune as if exploring an eccentric theme park. Walker appeared intimately familiar with the layout of the estate. Instead of approaching the front entrance, he veered to the side of the manor, where a nearly overgrown wall lay cloaked in vines. He parted the dense foliage, revealing a hidden, narrow passageway that allowed only one person to enter at a time. A cold gust, heavy with the scent of earth and rock, wafted from within. Follow me, Walker commanded tersely, bending down to enter the darkness. Without hesitation, Harley followed suit. Barry took a deep breath, suppressing his unease and the overwhelming impact of the surroundings, and slipped into the shadowy corridor. Inside, the passage was damp and chilly, the ground uneven with rocky terrain, and water droplets clung to the walls. Only a small device in Walker's hand emitted a faint blue glow, providing scant illumination. The corridor twisted downward, growing steeper the air increasingly frigid, infused with the pungent aroma of bat droppings and aged mechanical grease. Barry's heart raced, the oppressive environment rendering his once swift body feel exceptionally vulnerable. After approximately 10 minutes, faint dripping sounds echoed ahead, and the space seemed to widen slightly. Walker abruptly halted, stepping aside to clear the path, the eerie blue light purposefully illuminating the ground before Barry. Ahead lay what was likely the entrance to the Batcave, Walker's voice resonating hollowly in the confined space. "Alan, you go first. After all, you are the protagonist here, seeking him." His tone bore an unmistakable authority, his gaze flickering with an elusive glimmer in the ghostly light. An alarm rang in Barry's mind. Walker's demeanor felt excessively deliberate. Yet, he had no alternative. The hope of regaining his speed lay ahead. Gritting his teeth, he cautiously stepped forward, his nerves taut, each movement executed with utmost care. Just as he crossed a seemingly innocuous rocky floor, a faint yet distinct click echoed. Before Barry could react, the stone slab beneath him suddenly flipped downward. A bottomless pit materialized in an instant beneath his feet. The sensation of weightlessness seized him instantaneously, eliciting a startled exclamation as his body uncontrollably plummeted downward. With a resounding thud, Barry landed heavily in a net woven from exceptionally resilient, specialized nylon ropes. The tremendous impact dislocated his innards, and dazzling stars danced before his eyes. The net tightened immediately, binding him like a zongzi, suspending him in mid-air, perilously close, less than a meter, to the icy, bone-chilling waters of the subterranean river below. "Walker, Harley," Barry struggled, the ropes digging painfully into his skin as he gazed upward in a mix of fury and despair. Yet, the figures of Walker and Harley had vanished from sight. At the very moment the trap was triggered and Barry fell, a shadow as dark as ink, imbued with a ferocious intent to kill, swooped down silently from a shadowy crevice in the rock above, akin to a true bat, targeting Walker and Harley. Thomas Wayne, the Batman of the Flashpoint universe, clad in severely worn tactical armor, stained with grime, bore a grim bat emblem on his chest that seemed to be painted with dried blood. He did not wear a full-face helmet. His white hair was disheveled, and deep wrinkles etched into his face resembled knife marks, while his eyes burned with a near-mad fury and vigilance in the darkness. He uttered no superfluous words. His strikes were lethal and unrestrained. A poisoned batarang sliced through the air, aimed straight for Walker's throat, while his fist, clad in Kevlar knuckles, hurtled towards Harley's face with a whistling force. The movements were swift, ruthless, and utterly devoid of mercy, an embodiment of the brutal tactics of a battlefield where life and death intertwined. "Whoa, the old bat has gone berserk," Harley shrieked, executing a rapid backflip to evade the oncoming punch, simultaneously swinging a hefty wooden mallet towards Thomas's side. Walker, confronted by the deadly projectile, merely tilted his head slightly as the batarang grazed the collar of his tactical suit, embedding itself into the rocky wall behind with a sharp clang. His gaze turned icy as he faced Thomas's relentless knee strike. Advancing rather than retreating, he thrust his hands forward with great force. Buzz! An invisible yet tremendous power erupted instantaneously. Centered around Walker, scattered metal parts, broken chains, rusted gears, and abandoned bearings seemed to come alive, abruptly levitating with an ear-piercing metallic screech. Like bullets drawn by magnetic force or weapons guided with precision, they hurtled towards Thomas Wayne from all directions with a piercing wail. Thomas's pupils constricted sharply, clearly unprepared for such bizarre capabilities from Walker. Relying on his extraordinary reflexes and combat instincts, he clumsily dodged and blocked amidst the metallic storm. Heavy metal fragments collided with his armor, producing deep, resounding thuds, while sharp components etched bloody trails across his skin. He roared in defiance, attempting to break through the metallic blockade to close in on Walker. Yet Walker, commanding the magnetic force, as if orchestrating an invisible legion of metal, formed a dense barrage, relentlessly pinning Thomas within a confined space, continuously sapping his strength and defense. Harley lurked nearby, seizing the opportunity to swing a wooden mallet, periodically creating turmoil for Thomas, thereby exacerbating his perilous situation. "Stop! Everyone, cease at once!" A hoarse yet anxious voice resonated from below. It was Barry. Amidst the fierce conflict among the three, Barry, trapped in a net, bore witness to the unfolding chaos, his heart racing with urgency. Though Thomas was fierce, he was clearly at a disadvantage against Walker's eerie, formidable magnetic control and Harley's incessant harassment, his life hanging perilously in the balance. The root of this tumult was none other than himself. A surge of self-reproach and the imperative to avert tragedy ignited an astonishing resolve within Barry. He ceased his futile struggle against the ropes and, with every ounce of strength, twisted his body to make the net sway violently. The tethering ropes were not unbreakable metal, but rather a resilient composite material. Barry spotted a protruding rock above, its sharp edge beckoning. With all his might, he hurled himself and the net towards a stone. With a sharp sound, the rock's edge sliced through several ropes. The net tilted sharply, and seizing the fleeting opportunity, Barry twisted and tore with reckless abandon. More ropes snapped, bearing the marks of restraint and bruises. He crashed heavily onto a slightly larger rocky platform below. Though the fall stung painfully, he was finally free from his bindings. Ignoring the pain, he scrambled to his feet, resolutely charging towards the entangled figures. "Stop! Thomas Wayne, Walker, Harley, cease this at once." Barry spread his arms, a fragile human barrier, resolutely positioning himself between the gasping Thomas, ensnared in a metallic tempest, and the cold-eyed Walker, who wielded magnetic force. Several sharp screws, controlled by Walker and aimed at Thomas, halted inches from Barry's chest. Suspended in the air, emitting an unwilling hum, Thomas abruptly halted his retaliatory fist. His bloodshot eyes filled with uncertainty as they bore into the young man who had intruded upon the fray. The Batcave fell into an eerie silence, the only sounds being the flowing underground river and the resonant hum of the suspended metal components. Barry's chest heaved violently, his forehead slick with sweat and dust, as he locked eyes with Thomas, whose weary gaze was rife with vigilance and ferocity. His voice trembled with emotion and exhaustion, yet carried an undeniable earnestness. "Mr. Wayne, please, hear me out. I am not your enemy. None of us are. I am Barry Allen. I know about Bruce. I am truly sorry, but this world has gone awry. Everything is wrong. And he," Barry pointed urgently at Walker, understanding the cause. "He knew how to mend it all, including Bruce." The last name was nearly a shout, infused with a desperate hope. Thomas Wayne's breath caught sharply as he heard the name Bruce. The frenzied intent in his eyes ebbed away like a receding tide, replaced by profound anguish and a flicker of incredulous doubt. He fixed his gaze unwaveringly upon Barry, before slowly shifting his attention to the impassive Walker. Walker regarded Barry, who stood as an obstruction, then glanced at Thomas, whose eyes were a tempest of emotion. The faint curve of his lips appeared to deepen slightly. Gradually, he lowered his hands, and the metallic fragments suspended in the air fell like lifeless raindrops, clattering to the ground. Chapter 82. Explanation and cooperation within the confines of the Batcave. The metallic debris descended like lifeless raindrops, the jarring hum dissipating, leaving only the eternal sound of the underground river and the uneven breaths of the four. Barry Allen spread his arms wide, resembling a fragile yet stubborn dam, standing between the blood-soaked Thomas Wayne, whose gaze resembled that of a wounded beast, and the cold, commanding Walker, wielding inhuman power. Thomas's chest heaved violently, dark crimson stains seeping through the torn tactical armor, marks left by metallic shrapnel. His bloodshot eyes were fixed intently on Barry's face, turmoil swirling within, a tempest of rage, vigilance, and the unbearable pain brought forth by the name he had shouted, mingled with a glimmer of hope so faint that even he struggled to believe it. "Bruce." Thomas's voice rasped like sandpaper, the name escaping his lips with a depth of anguish. "What do you know? What right do you have to mention him? Because in my world, Bruce Wayne is alive." Barry met that gaze, one that seemed capable of piercing him, and summoned every ounce of his strength to shout, his voice reverberating through the cavernous Batcave. "He has become Batman, Gotham's Dark Knight. He has inherited your and Martha's legacy, safeguarding this city. He formed the Justice League, standing alongside Superman, Wonder Woman, Aquaman, and me, the Flash, to combat threats that endanger the entire world." Thomas appeared as if struck by lightning, staggering back a step, colliding with the cold rock wall. Bruce alive? Becoming Batman? Protecting Gotham? These phrases, when woven together, felt to him like the most fantastical of dreams. Yet they also resembled the sweetest poison swiftly corroding the heart that had been encased in hatred and despair for over 20 years. Martha, his Martha, in that world, what were you babbling about? Thomas's voice trembled with incredulity, yet was laced with a deeper fear, a fear that this was merely a meticulously woven lie, aimed at his most tender wounds. This is not madness. Mr. Wayne, it is true, but not in this world. Barry inhaled deeply, aware that he must unveil the entire truth, even if it meant becoming the target of scorn. He lowered his arms, shedding his defensive posture, and faced Thomas directly. His gaze filled with anguish and profound guilt. This world became this way because of me. It is my fault. Barry's voice quivered. I am Barry Allen, the Flash of Central City. I possess the speed force, capable of outrunning light, yet I have committed irrevocable errors. He paused, as if gathering courage, then spoke each word with clarity. My mother, Nora Allen, was murdered by Reverse Flash when I was a child. That has been the nightmare and anguish of my life. Not long ago, I could no longer bear this torment. I ran, faster than light itself, racing back into the past, saving her before the reverse lightning claimed her life. Thomas's pupils constricted suddenly. I believed I was merely rectifying a mistake, reclaiming a lost loved one. I thought time would, like a river, naturally smooth out the tiny ripples. Barry's tears finally cascaded uncontrollably, but I was mistaken, gravely mistaken. I did not alter a mere point, but rather everything. The timeline was irrevocably torn and distorted. This is the flashpoint that Walker had warned me about. He gestured to the surrounding desolation of the Batcave, pointing at Thomas's aged, blood-stained battle attire, and directing attention to the world outside, ravaged by war, where heroes have fallen and lovers have become strangers. Behold all of this, Mr. Wayne. Bruce died in that alley. You became Batman, and Mrs. Martha has succumbed to madness. Superman is nowhere to be found. Atlantis and Paradise Island are annihilating the land through war. And I have lost my speed force, my beloved Iris, my friends and comrades. The root of all this suffering is my selfish desire to save my mother, forcibly reversing a node that should never have been altered. Barry's confession struck Thomas's heart like a hammer, echoing in the silent cave. Harley tilted her head, intrigued by this dramatic scene, while Walker remained expressionless, though a flicker of understanding seemed to flash in the depths of his cold eyes. The timeline had twisted to its breaking point, threatening to collapse entirely, dragging us all and every reality into the void. Barry stepped forward, his voice tinged with desperate pleading. Walker informed me that only I could mend it, but I needed to regain my speed force. I must run once more, faster than the collapse of time itself. Back to that origin point, restoring everything to its rightful course. Let Bruce live. Let the Bruce Wayne you know become the Batman he was destined to be. Back on track, Thomas murmured, the phrase akin to a double-edged sword. Returning to the right path meant Bruce could survive and become a hero. Yet it also signified that he, Thomas Wayne, would once again lose his son, forever trapped in that rainy night of the alley. It implied that Martha might still plunge into the abyss. It meant that this world, albeit distorted and painful, where Bruce existed in another form, would vanish entirely. A profound contradiction tore at him. On one side lay his son's vibrant life and bright future, even in another timeline, while on the other was the searing agony of losing a child and the meaning of existence fueled by hatred that had endured for 2 decades in this twisted reality. He slowly lifted his gaze, looking once more at Barry. The young man bore traces of tears on his face, his eyes reflecting pure anguish, guilt, and a desperate resolve. He noticed the marks and bruises left on Barry's body from his struggle to break free and prevent a conflict between him and Walker. He recalled Barry's description of that Bruce, the one who inherited their will, guarding Gotham, a hero with companions. That is the essence of Bruce, not the child lying beneath the cold gravestone of his memories, nor the terrified visage that has replayed in his mind for the past 2 decades. Thomas's gaze swept over Walker and Harley. Walker was inscrutable, his intentions unclear, his power uncanny. Harley was merely a chaotic disruptor. He harbored profound distrust towards them. Yet Barry's anguish and eyes bore no semblance of pretense. You. Thomas's voice emerged hoarse, as if he had exhausted every ounce of his strength. How can you prove that the world you speak of, where Bruce truly exists, that he has indeed become Batman? Barry pondered fervently. What could he possibly say? Describe the intricacies of the Batsuit? Mention members of the Justice League? Those were pieces of information Thomas could not possibly verify. Suddenly, a pivotal thought struck him. His butler, Alfred Pennyworth. He had always been by Bruce's side. It was he who assisted Bruce in becoming Batman. In that world, Alfred was still alive, caring for Bruce like a father. Alfred, the last remnants of ice in Thomas's eyes shattered completely. This name, the name of an elder so familiar, akin to family, spoken by Barry, evoked a heart-wrenching familiarity. Since Bruce's death, Alfred he could not bear to think further. If Alfred could continue caring for Bruce in another world, then Thomas Wayne, this Batman who had struggled in darkness and blood for 20 years, seemed to have all his strength siphoned away in an instant. He leaned against the rock wall, slowly sinking to the ground, removing the blood-stained and dusty helmet, casting it aside to reveal a face weathered by time, etched with deep wrinkles and streaked with gray hair. He covered his eyes with his hands, his broad shoulders trembling slightly. Silence once again enveloped the Batcave, broken only by Thomas's suppressed, beast-like whimpers. After a long while, so long that Barry nearly believed he had been dismissed, Thomas slowly lowered his hands. His eyes remained red and bloodshot, yet the madness and ferocity within had faded, leaving only an unfathomable weariness and a heavy, self-destructive resolve. He lifted his head, no longer regarding Walker and Harley, but fixing his gaze squarely on Barry Allen. Speed Force's voice was low and raspy, imbued with the calm that followed the storm, yet it resonated with immense power. Do you need it to mend all of this? To ensure Bruce's survival? Yes. Barry nodded vigorously, his heart racing. Walker had mentioned that, in this timeline, the Speed Force might be suppressed or dormant. I need a strong catalyst to awaken it. He mentioned you, or Gotham, might be the key. Do you know the whereabouts of this world's Flash? Or is there any way to... Thomas fell silent for a moment, as if recalling an excruciating memory. He stood slowly, movements stiff, as though burdened by an immense weight. Instead of directly answering Barry's question, he turned to Walker, his gaze sharp as a blade. Even fatigue could not dull its edge. I do not trust you, he declared coldly to Walker. Your motives are anything but pure. Yet for Bruce, he paused, as if uttering that name required immense courage. For him to have a chance to survive and become what he was meant to be, I can temporarily tolerate your presence. He glanced at Harley, his gaze rife with unabashed disdain and warning. Manager accomplice, lunatic. In my territory, chaos leads only to death. Harley shrugged indifferently and made a face. Ultimately, Thomas's gaze returned to Barry, filled with a tumultuous blend of scrutiny, distrust, and anguish, yet ultimately overshadowed by a near-tragic resolve. A father's willingness to sacrifice everything for his child. Follow me, Thomas commanded, his voice carrying an undeniable authority as he turned and walked with a faltering yet resolute stride towards the depths of the Batcave, where a control panel lay buried beneath a heap of discarded equipment and antiquated devices. Regarding the Flash of this world and how to reclaim your damn speed, I do possess some knowledge. Knowledge I am reluctant to revisit. His silhouette appeared strikingly solitary and burdened in the dim light. For the future of a son that may exist in another timeline, he chose to step once more into his darkest memories, personally aiding the very culprit that could obliterate his existence as Thomas Wayne. The price of salvation, for Thomas, was a second loss of Martha. Yet, he chose to pay it. In the shadows of the Batcave, Walker's cold smirk deepened. The plan was steadily progressing along the trajectory he envisioned. Meanwhile, Barry Allen, watching Thomas's resolute back, was overwhelmed with inexpressible gratitude and heavy guilt. He clenched his fists, whatever lay ahead, in order to amend the past for everyone. He had to run. Chapter 83. Experiment deep within the Batcave, Thomas Wayne stood before a massive control panel, cloaked in dust and cobwebs. As the screen flickered with cryptic streams of ancient data, he summoned a highly classified file, projecting it onto the cracked main screen. The image flickered erratically, revealing a blurred figure clad in a tattered red uniform, marred by charred markings. That was the Flash of the Flashpoint world, a name long sealed away in Thomas's memory. His voice was low and raspy, as if he were digging his own grave, a cursed speedster. He attempted to alter Gotham's chaos through speed, but the power spiraled out of control. He ultimately perished in a tragic accident of high-speed instability, his body disintegrating at the molecular level. He closed the file, the screen returning to darkness, concealing the fleeting pain in his eyes, a brief recollection of the fate that befell this world's speedsters. Power brought destruction, not redemption. He turned to Barry, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. What Walker described as stimulation is theoretically feasible. The essence of speed force is inherently linked to the kinetic energy field of the universe, and one of nature's most ferocious forms of kinetic energy is lightning. In theory, a precisely directed, ultra-high-intensity lightning strike could forcibly activate the dormant speed force factors within you, akin to how a particle accelerator explosion granted you your abilities. Then let us proceed. Barry, without hesitation, felt a flicker of hope ignite within him. As long as he could regain his speed and rectify his mistakes, he was willing to embrace any risk. No, Thomas vehemently opposed, his voice resolute and unyielding. This was far too perilous. Clarion served as a cautionary tale. The power of lightning was ferociously violent. A moment's carelessness could leave one reduced to cinders or, like him, utterly disintegrated. The probability of success? Even 1 in 10,000 would be optimistic. He fixed his gaze on Barry, declaring, "I cannot allow you to walk into death's embrace. Bruce's only hope cannot be extinguished in such a manner. But this is the only way," Barry urgently countered. "The timeline is unraveling. We have no time to seek alternative paths." Walker stated he could protect me at the crucial moment. At this, the eyes of the onlookers swiftly turned to Walker, who had remained a silent observer. Meeting Thomas's scrutinizing and distrustful gaze, Walker spoke calmly. "Thomas Wayne, your concerns are indeed valid. The force of lightning possesses the capacity to annihilate mortals. Yet, my abilities extend beyond merely manipulating metal." He raised a hand, palm upward, as delicate arcs of electricity danced like blue serpents at his fingertips, crackling softly. "I can perceive and redirect electromagnetic fields. At the moment lightning strikes Barry, I can intervene, creating a powerful directional magnetic shield that will divert most of the lethal current, retaining only enough energy to stimulate his speed force core without causing immediate fatality. This greatly enhances his chances of survival." He paused, adding, "Of course, pain is inevitable. It is akin to forcibly activating his dormant nerves and cells with high-voltage electricity. However, when weighed against the prospect of global destruction or him losing his speed forever, trapped in this hell, such risk is worth taking." Thomas watched the dancing arcs of electricity at Walker's fingertips, his brow furrowed in concern. He harbored distrust for Walker. Yet the abilities this enigmatic figure showcased exceeded the bounds of his understanding. Glancing at Barry, he saw the young man's unwavering resolve reflected in his eyes, a determination reminiscent of Bruce's stubbornness in his youth when he was resolute about a cause. On one side lay a faint yet tangible hope, and, on the other, the certainty of destruction and eternal regret. Thomas's heart waged a fierce internal battle. He recalled Barry's depiction of Bruce, vibrant, a guardian of justice, surrounded by reliable companions. That image acted as the sweetest poison, corroding the fortress of despair he had clung to for 2 decades. Ultimately, his yearning for his son's future eclipsed both fear and caution. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and when he opened them again, they were filled with a heavy, almost tragic resolve. "Very well." The words seemed to drain him of all vitality, yet he added, "But Walker, if you falter, or if I discover any ulterior motives." He left the sentence unfinished, but the cold menace in his tone spoke volumes. Walker nodded slightly. "The deal is struck. I will ensure he survives the ordeal." The plan was swiftly finalized, with the location chosen as the highest point of Wayne Manor's main residence, where the roof had not completely collapsed, an open terrace that soared towards the heavens. It was the optimal site for attracting lightning. The preparations were imbued with a chaotic simplicity reminiscent of a post-apocalyptic landscape. Thomas unearthed a robust bundle of specially crafted alloy cables from the ruins of the Batcave, purportedly prepared for a defense system long ago. Meanwhile, Harley had somehow procured a massive, rusted metal kite frame. They secured one end of the cables firmly to a relatively sturdy stone pillar at the spot where Barry was to be bound, while the other end was affixed to the enormous metal kite. Barry, stripped to the waist, felt the chill of the stone against his bare skin. Thomas, with a resilient insulating strap, bound him tightly to the cold pillar, his movements rough yet tinged with a barely perceptible hesitation. Barry sensed the slight tremor of Thomas's fingertips. "Remember, Alan," Thomas growled as he tightened the final strap, his voice suppressing a torrent of anxiety. No matter how excruciating it is, hold on. Your consciousness must not waver. Otherwise, not even the gods can save you. I understand. Barry gritted his teeth, striving to calm his racing heart. He gazed up at the thick, rolling clouds overhead. Dark as ink. From deep within, blue-white lightning occasionally rent the sky with a vicious snarl, while the deep rumble of thunder echoed like the growl of a great beast. Drawing ever closer, Gotham had been brewing a superstorm all day, now on the brink of its climax. Walker stood a short distance away, arms hanging at his sides. His focused gaze fixed on the storm clouds above, as if calculating something. Harley squatted by a crumbled wall, resting her chin on her hands, her eyes sparkling with pure excitement like a child awaiting a fireworks display. It's coming. A big one. Harley suddenly screamed, pointing at the sky. Boom! A deafening clap of thunder erupted. Almost simultaneously, a thick bolt of white lightning, akin to a divine spear of judgment, tore through the darkened sky, striking the swaying metal kite with devastating precision. A powerful surge of electricity coursed down the alloy cables in an instant. Blinding white light illuminated the entire derelict rooftop, as if it were midday. The air crackled with the stench of ozone. Aya! The moment the current surged into his body, Barry emitted inhuman, spine-chilling screams. This was no ordinary shock. It was a direct infusion of nature's most ferocious power. He felt every nerve, every cell ignite, tear apart, and carbonize in an instant. His vision was engulfed by searing whiteness. The smell of charred flesh filled the air. His muscles spasmed uncontrollably, and his bones seemed to crack under the onslaught of the current. Intense agony overwhelmed his consciousness, as if his very soul were being ripped from his body by this violent energy. Walker! Thomas roared, his eyes wide with desperation. He witnessed Barry's body convulsing violently in the current, arching as his skin turned charred black, even emitting wisps of smoke. This was not mere stimulation. It was execution. Just as Thomas was about to disregard everything and rush forward, Walker acted. He thrust his hands forward, unleashing a brilliant azure glow from his palms. An invisible, powerful magnetic field instantly formed, enveloping Barry's body with precise intent. Like a torrential waterfall, the violent current cascaded down, and upon meeting the magnetic field, it seemed to collide with an invisible wall. A piercing shriek of electricity filled the air as visible arcs of energy were forcibly distorted and deflected, akin to a tamed dragon roaring in defiance, being inexorably guided by Walker's magnetic force in all directions. Most of the lethal energy was brutally stripped away from Barry, dissipating and crashing against the surrounding ruins, sending countless shards of stone and clouds of dust into the air. However, Walker's movements appeared to slow down for the briefest of moments, or perhaps the intensity of the lightning exceeded his expectations. A significant portion of the current, still lethal, penetrated the weak points of the magnetic shield and surged violently into Barry's body. Barry's scream abruptly ceased. His body jolted upright, then like a marionette with severed strings, it slumped down, suspended by the belt against the stone pillar, his charred head drooping, rendering him utterly silent. Only the several wounds, scorched by the current on his body, continued to emit faint wisps of smoke. Time seemed to freeze. No. Thomas let out a desperate roar, akin to a lion that had lost its cub, and lunged forward in a frenzy. He violently tore at the belt binding Barry, oblivious to the searing metal burning his fingers. He carefully laid Barry's charred body flat on the cold ground. Breathe, Alan, breathe. Thomas's voice was laced with an unprecedented panic as he swiftly checked Barry's pulse and heartbeat. The pulse was faint, nearly imperceptible, and the heartbeat was erratic. He immediately commenced chest compressions, his actions both precise and vigorous, while he shouted into Barry's ashen face. Hold on. Kid, you must hold on. Bruce is still waiting for you. Do you hear me? Harley, too, had ceased her laughter, staring blankly at the scene. Walker stood rooted in place, brow furrowed, gazing at his hands that had just unleashed the magnetic force, then back at Barry, lying unconscious on the ground. A fleeting, almost imperceptible wave of unintended emotion flickered in his gaze, but it quickly reverted to a cold calculation. After Thomas poured every ounce of effort into resuscitation, Barry's chest finally exhibited a faint rise and fall, accompanied by a barely audible, agonized groan. He had survived, but his breath was weak, his body charred, with severe burns marking his form, evidently having endured catastrophic injuries. Thomas collapsed onto the ground, sweat soaking through his tattered battle attire, staring at the barely alive Barry, as an overwhelming sense of defeat and fear threatened to engulf him. The experiment had failed, and it had nearly claimed the life of the sole hope for this altered world. In the midst of this despairing silence, a faint yet remarkably clear voice, filled with astonishing resolve, echoed, "Try again." Thomas abruptly lowered his head. There lay Barry Allen, struggling to open his swollen, charred eyelids. Though his blue eyes were bloodshot and filled with the agony of physiological limits, deep within burned a flame more intense and frenzied than lightning itself. His blood-stained lips quivered, articulating fragmented yet resolute phrases. "Bind me in return for another try." Chapter 84. The return of the Flash. Barry Allen's faint yet unwavering declaration of another try echoed like a stone cast into a still pond, stirring tumultuous waves within the desolate silence. Thomas Wayne abruptly lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the charred, gasping form on the slab, as if beholding a madman. "Have you lost your mind? Another try? You could expire at any moment. Another flash, and you shall be reduced to ashes." Walker's gaze wavered for the first time, scrutinizing the flame of nearly incinerated ambition in Barry's eyes. Beneath his icy mask, a flicker of profound surprise and intrigue passed. Harley, meanwhile, gaped in astonishment before erupting into a sharp, exhilarated laughter. "Wow. Speedster. How audacious. I like it." Barry disregarded Thomas's furious outcry and Harley's manic laughter. He struggled to rotate his charred neck, his gaze traversing past Thomas, locking directly onto Walker. Each breath seared with agonizing pain, his voice hoarse and fragmented, yet suffused with unwavering determination. "Walker, this time, no magnetic field, no protection for me." "What?" Thomas and Walker exclaimed in unison. Thomas, in disbelief and fury, while Walker displayed genuine astonishment, his brow furrowing deeply for the first time. "You will perish." Walker's voice resonated with an unprecedented seriousness. "Without my deflection, the next surge of lightning will unleash pure destructive energy. Your body cannot withstand it. You would instantly turn to ash. This is not bravery. It is suicide." "No," Barry gasped, his charred lips twisting into a near-savage arc. "For the first time, your magnetic field served as a filter. It shielded me, but also obstructed the most crucial essence." He closed his eyes, seemingly recalling that fleeting moment before being engulfed in excruciating pain. "I sensed the speed force. It was there at the core of the current. Yet your magnetic field kept it at bay, like a frosted glass through which I could neither see nor grasp." Suddenly, he opened his eyes, the blue irises ablaze within the charred sockets, as if scattered electric sparks were struggling for release. Let it all in. Either fully awaken it or perish alongside this world. There is no third option. Thomas beheld the reckless resolve in Barry's eyes, a determination transcending fear and the boundaries of life and death, existing solely to rectify past mistakes. He recalled the countless perilous situations he had ventured into for the sake of vengeance. In that moment, he discerned within Barry the same reckless tenacity that characterized Bruce. He fell silent, his tightly clenched fists gradually loosening, ultimately transforming into a profoundly heavy sigh. No longer opposing, he quietly and more cautiously assisted Barry to his feet, leading him back toward the stone pillar that symbolized both death and hope. Walker regarded Barry with a deep, scrutinizing gaze, a complex and enigmatic emotion surfacing for the first time in his cold eyes. He refrained from further persuasion, merely nodding slowly. "As you wish, Allen. Face the thunder. I shall ensure that others remain unharmed." He turned to Harley and Thomas, his tone unmistakably resolute, urging them to retreat away from the stone pillar. What was to transpire next would be a sheer tempest of annihilation. This time, Harley did not hesitate, leaping aside immediately. Thomas hesitated for a fleeting moment, casting a deep glance at Barry before also retreating to a safe distance, his grip instinctively tightening around the batarang, his knuckles paling. Barry was once again firmly bound to the cold stone pillar by insulated straps. His bare torso was marred by terrifying scorch marks and fissures, with some areas revealing charred tissue. He closed his eyes, striving to regulate his fractured breath. immersing all his consciousness deep within his being to summon and sense the once vibrant cosmic power that now eluded him. He silently cried out, "Come forth. Either return me home or obliterate me." The thunderstorm overhead seemed to sense this unwavering resolve, becoming unprecedentedly ferocious. The dark clouds churned like a boiling sea of ink, and the lightning no longer descended as singular bolts, but rather surged like a frenzied host of dragons, weaving through the clouds, colliding, amassing enough energy to bring about cataclysm. The entire city of Gotham trembled beneath the thunder's roar. Without Walker's magnetic interference, the metallic kite swayed like a barefaced provocateur in the tempest, drawing the most violent forces of destruction from the heavens. It came, not a singular strike, but multiple thick, ghastly white serpents of lightning, akin to the world-ending spears hurled by an angry deity, converged in an instant into a single beam, far broader than before, composed purely of annihilative energy. It screamed through the fabric of space with a tearing wail and unparalleled pressure, striking the metallic kite with pinpoint precision. Boom! This time, the roar was no longer merely thunder, but the explosive sound of space being forcibly rent asunder. The entire main estate of Wayne Manor quaked violently, debris falling like rain. There was no deflection from the magnetic shield. 100%, the most primal, most ferocious cosmic thunderous power surged forth like a breached river of stars, cascading down the alloy cables. In an instant, it surged into Barry Allen's body. Barry's anguished scream was drowned out by the roar of thunder. At the moment the current coursed through him, his body erupted with an indescribable radiance, akin to iron being cast in a steel mill. It was no longer the burning sensation of the initial experiment, but a complete disintegration. He felt every molecule of his being torn apart, ionized, and annihilated by this unimaginably violent force. Just as Barry's body was on the brink of total collapse, a powerful yet distinctly different invisible force field erupted from Walker's center. This time, it did not envelop Barry, but precisely shielded Thomas, Harley, and himself. The formidable magnetic barrier stood like the sturdiest dam, staunchly blocking the catastrophic current shockwave unleashed from Barry's body. Rumbling, the terrifying shockwave crashed against the magnetic shield like a tangible tsunami. The shield fluctuated violently, distorting and emitting a groan under the overwhelming burden. The obstructed current surged forth like an uncontrollable dragon, wreaking havoc upon its surroundings. The remnants of the walls were instantaneously vaporized, the sturdy stone columns shattered into dust, and the ground was carved with deep charred scars. The entire rooftop area resembled a realm struck by a meteor, transformed into a hellscape of roiling plasma and molten lava. Thomas and Harley were tossed about within the shield by the shockwave, and despite Walker's protection, the catastrophic pressure left them breathless. Thomas fixated on the blinding orb at the explosion's epicenter, his heart nearly ceasing to beat. Barry was doomed. Under such overwhelming force, survival was utterly impossible. Yet Walker remained steadfast, his gaze locked onto the core of that radiant light. His perception pierced through the tempest of chaotic energy, capturing a faint yet remarkably resilient golden glimmer, nearly obscured by the annihilating brilliance. This glimmer flickered momentarily upon Barry's nearly carbonized, contorted fingertips. Then, a miracle transpired. The pallid light enveloping Barry, a harbinger of destruction, suddenly began to contract violently, collapsing as if an invisible black hole were devouring this cataclysmic energy. Concurrently, a distinctly different, vibrant golden lightning surged forth, like a sprout breaking free from its cocoon, erupting from every pore and wound of Barry's body. Crackling, the golden arcs ceased their chaotic frenzy, instead dancing joyfully across his charred skin as if imbued with life. Wherever they traversed, the horrific scars and carbonized wounds underwent astonishing transformations at a visible pace. The charred dead skin sloughed off like a snake's shedding, disintegrating rapidly. Beneath, fresh skin burgeoned at an unimaginable rate, enveloping the wounds. Muscular tissue, stimulated by the golden lightning, regenerated and restructured with fervor. Fractured bones instantaneously mended with a resounding crackle. The once near-death, crumbling body was being forcibly remade by this newfound, cosmic essence of extraordinary speed. Like a phoenix reborn from its ashes, it emerged anew. As the radiance gradually diminished, the stone columns had vanished, leaving behind only a shallow pit formed by the cooling lava. In the center of the pit, a figure slowly rose to its full height. No longer was he the battered and breathless Barry Allen. His bare torso gleamed as if newly minted, muscles flowing with explosive strength. His formerly charred hair regained its luster, gently swaying in the residual static. Most astonishing were his eyes, within the depths of those blue irises. Pain and despair had been replaced by a vibrant dance of golden arcs that would never extinguish. Delicate, dynamic golden currents flowed beneath his skin like a breath, pulsing with life. He raised his hand slightly, casually flicking his fingertips. Crackle! A slender yet remarkably concentrated bolt of golden lightning leaped playfully from his fingertip, exuberant as the most obedient of pets. He gazed down at his hand, feeling within him a long-lost, ceaseless torrent of power, vast as the universe itself. Every cell rejoiced. Every nerve sang. The familiar yet foreign sensation of speed surged through him like a warm tide, replenishing his very soul. He lifted his gaze towards the astonished Thomas. The flickering eyes of Walker and the exuberant cries of Harley, as a powerful, iconic smile, one that belonged to the Flash, slowly graced his lips. The voice of Barry Allen resonated no longer in a hoarse whisper, but rather with a peculiar echo, as if charged with electricity. Ringing clear and resolute amidst the ruins, "I have returned." Golden arcs of electricity erupted silently around him, heralding the true resurgence of the Speed Force. Beneath the overcast skies of Gotham, the Flash reconnected with the cosmic power of speed. The journey to rectify the timeline was now truly underway. Walker watched Barry, enveloped in the golden arcs, as the cold curve of his lips finally unfolded into an elusive, meaningful smile. "Welcome back, Flash." Chapter 85. Where's Superman? Above the ruins of Wayne Manor, the scent of charred remnants and ozone still lingered. Barry Allen, newly bathed in the golden arcs of the Speed Force, felt an unceasing torrent of power coursing within him, a euphoric reunion, laden with an overwhelming sense of responsibility. The countdown to correct the timeline ticked away in tandem with the return of the Speed Force, growing ever more urgent in his ears. All right, the party's over. Harley Quinn shattered the fleeting silence with her signature, frenzied tone, brandishing a baseball bat as she circled around the rejuvenated Barry, her eyes sparkling with mischief as if appraising a novel toy. The speedy little rascal is back to life. Now, shall we go and thrash that pesky Flashpoint world back to where it belongs? Where should we start smashing? Walker maintained his inscrutable calm, approaching Barry and casting a glance at the golden sparks dancing at his fingertips. The return of the Speed Force is merely the first step, Barry. To reverse the Flashpoint, you must run fast enough, faster than the speed of temporal collapse, to return to that original point. This necessitates precise coordinates and immense energy support. In your current state, you lack the capacity to sustain that journey. He paused, his implication clear. We require greater power, a more stable anchor. The electric light in Barry's eyes flickered with urgent determination. I understand. But before that, we must halt the process of this world's destruction. The war between Atlantis and the Amazons is dragging the Earth into the abyss. We need allies, the strongest allies. He turned to Thomas Wayne, his tone resolute and undeniable. Superman. If we can find him, all our problems will be resolved. His strength is sufficient to intimidate both sides and cease the conflict. He is a symbol of hope. Superman? Thomas Wayne furrowed his brow, his graying hair disheveled in the night breeze. He wiped the scorch marks from his armor, his voice tinged with deep fatigue and a hint of confusion. I have never heard of any Superman. News from beyond Gotham is as isolated as an island. My concern lies solely with making the villains of this city pay. Are you speaking of some urban legend? Or perhaps a specialty from another world? The distortion of information and the phenomenon of isolation in this world left Thomas utterly oblivious to the core pillars of the Justice League. Barry paused momentarily, then recalled Walker's description of the Flashpoint universe. Superman had never landed on the Kent farm. He is Kal-El, the last son of Krypton, endowed with godlike powers under a yellow sun. He must exist in this world as well. However, Barry then remembered the dreadful possibilities Walker had mentioned. His voice growing somber. He might have encountered misfortune. Krypton? Yellow sun? Thomas's expression became increasingly perplexed, as these terms were as cryptic to him as an ancient script. Yet, he perceived the urgency and conviction in Barry's eyes. For Bruce, to rectify this hellish reality, he was willing to explore any avenue. I possess no intelligence regarding Superman. Gotham's database is devoid of such information, and my informants have never alluded to a similar existence. Then, let us seek someone who can. Barry spoke rapidly, his thoughts racing at lightning speed. Cyborg. Victor Stone. He is half human, half motherbox technology. He can access the global network. No information can elude his gaze. Where is he? We must find him. Upon mentioning Cyborg, Thomas's countenance instantly darkened, a flicker of profound disgust and sorrow crossing his eyes. Victor Stone. Thomas's voice emerged through clenched teeth. I know him. A war machine forcibly crammed into the frail body of a boy. He once approached me, wishing to recruit me for his team of heroes to mediate the war between the Amazons and Atlantis, but I declined. Thomas's tone was laden with a deep loathing for technology that desecrates life, tinged with a suppressed sympathy for Victor's tragic fate. Barry felt as though struck by a thunderbolt. The Victor in his memories was the one who played games with him in the Hall of Justice, maintaining his humor and humanity despite his modifications. Even so, they must attempt it. Barry's gaze remained unwavering, the electric arcs of speed force crackling around him. Thomas, I need you to contact him. As Batman, inform him we are seeking a child from the stars, one who can bring hope. The keywords are Kryptonian spacecraft, extraterrestrial descent, Kal-El. This is the sole clue. For Bruce. For this world, I implore you. Thomas looked into Barry's eyes, recognizing the undeniable sincerity and determination therein, and felt once more that resolve to sacrifice everything for a purpose. He remained silent for a full 10 seconds before finally nodding gravely. He approached a relatively concealed communication terminal deep within the Batcave, a device seemingly independent of military networks. He inputted a lengthy string of complex encrypted commands, connecting to a specific and exceedingly perilous frequency. The communication channel was filled with a long, suffocating static noise. After a considerable duration, a cold, monotonous voice, clearly synthesized, emerged, each syllable resonating like machinery grinding. Identity verification, Batman. Communication channel, encryption level alpha. Warning. This frequency has been marked as high risk. Clarify your intentions, or the countermeasure protocol will be initiated. This was the voice of Steel Victor Stone from the Flashpoint universe, stripped of all humanity, leaving only the coldness of machinery and the sternness of military command. Thomas inhaled deeply, suppressing the disdain and complex emotions swirling within him, and spoke in a grave tone. Steel, I require you to execute a high-priority information retrieval. Objective, to seek all historical records, anomaly reports, or classified documents related to the following keywords: Kryptonian spacecraft, unidentified extraterrestrial debris, Kal-El, timeframe, the past 30 years. Retrieval depth, breach all firewalls, including the Deep Well project database. Reporting entity, this channel. Reason, it pertains to a matter of national survival. A prolonged silence ensued on the channel, interrupted only by the faint hum of processors operating at high speed, as if an electronic behemoth prowled through the ocean of data. Each second felt like a century. Barry held his breath, his fists clenched tightly, the golden arcs of electricity flickering nervously at his fingertips. Walker crossed his arms, gazing pensively at the communication terminal, as though awaiting a long-foreseen answer. Harley boredly tapped the ground with a wooden mallet. At last, the cold electronic voice resonated once more, this time seemingly imbued with a subtle, nearly imperceptible data disturbance. Retrieval complete. Keyword, Kryptonian spacecraft. Associated records, a highly classified Pentagon Origin Project file. Access level, presidential. The records indicate that approximately 20 years ago, an unidentified extraterrestrial spacecraft, technologically advanced beyond Earth, crashed in Metropolis. The wreckage was promptly recovered and sealed by a Special Forces unit codenamed Origin, and all traces at the scene were thoroughly erased. Barry's heart raced. They found it. The electronic voice continued, monotonously stating the heart-wrenching truth. Keyword, Kal-El, associated records. Within the aforementioned spacecraft, a humanoid extraterrestrial life form in a dormant state was discovered. This individual has been designated as subject. Kal-El, project objective, to study its physiological structure, energy source, and potential military applications. Current status: ongoing confinement. Where is it being held? Thomas immediately inquired, his voice betraying a tension he had not even realized he possessed. Location: the isolation zone of the main research base of the Origin Project, deep beneath Metropolis. This facility is shielded by layers of lead and multiple energy barriers, rendering it undetectable from the outside. Subject status notes: continuously exposed to an artificially simulated red sun radiation environment. Physiological functions have been significantly suppressed. Regular high-intensity physiological tolerance tests, energy absorption limit tests, and neural stimulation experiments are conducted. The cold electronic voice enumerated a series of chilling experimental project names. Barry's complexion turned ashen. He envisioned the Kryptonian child who should have thrived under the sun and among cornfields, now imprisoned in a lightless underground, subjected to research and torment like a laboratory mouse for 2 decades. The speed force within him seemed to sense its master as fury, and the golden arcs of electricity erupted uncontrollably, crackling angrily in the air. Is he still alive? Barry's voice trembled. The life signs monitoring indicated that the subject's vitality persisted, yet the mental index remained mired in a state of extreme anguish and chaos. The cold, metallic tone of steel bone echoed, as if reciting trivial data. Warning: this information is classified. Any unauthorized attempts to approach the Fortress of Solitude will be regarded as a paramount threat to the United States and will face devastating consequences, including the Iron Fist. Communication terminated. The connection was unilaterally severed, leaving only the harsh sound of a busy signal. Above the ruins, silence reigned. Thomas silently powered down the terminal and turned to Barry, whose eyes burned with unprecedented fury and determination, the golden arcs of energy nearly bursting forth. Harley whistled, her gaze alight with excitement. Wow, the big guy's locked up in a dark room? This will be entertaining. Walker stepped forward, placing a hand on Barry's shoulder, his voice low yet imbued with a peculiar soothing power. Anger is fuel, Barry, but do not let it consume your reason. Now you know his location and his plight. A Kryptonian imprisoned for 20 years, tormented, who has never felt the warmth of the yellow sun. He may no longer be the Superman you once knew. Rescuing him could prove to be a more arduous task than defeating an entire army. Barry abruptly lifted his head, the golden lightning in his eyes blazing like the sun. He gazed towards Metropolis, as if he could penetrate the layers of darkness and behold the soul struggling within. He clenched his fists, the speed force surging through his veins with a roaring intensity. Regardless of what he had become, Barry's voice rang with unwavering resolve, slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning. He is Kal-El. He is Superman. He embodies hope, and this twisted world has stolen everything from him. Now, it is time to reclaim what was taken. Golden lightning erupted beneath his feet. Target: Metropolis. Fortress of Solitude. Chapter 86. Refusal. Beneath the resplendent skyscrapers of Metropolis lay the darkest secret of the American government, the Fortress of Solitude. This name bore a cruel irony. It was meant to be Superman's sanctuary of hope, yet it had transformed into a desolate prison for the son of Krypton. Guided by the frigid electronic consciousness of Steelbone, Barry, Walker, and Thomas infiltrated this steel tomb, buried deep beneath the city. The thick layers of lead and multiple energy barriers were sufficient to shield against any external detection. But for Barry, who possessed the Speed Force, and Walker, who wielded electromagnetic control, the fortress's seemingly impregnable defenses were as fragile as paper. Barry became a golden flash, darting through the corridors, the surveillance footage eternally frozen at the frame just before his passage. As the automated defense turrets activated their targeting red lights, Walker unleashed a powerful magnetic pulse that instantly fried the core circuitry, reducing them to a heap of smoking scrap. Steelbone's data stream silently incapacitated the alarm systems in the background, clearing their path for advancement. Thomas, like the most seasoned hunter, precisely dismantled critical nodes and dispatched the approaching guard teams with batarangs and miniature explosives. The trio moved in perfect harmony, rendering the fortress's formidable defenses utterly ineffective before them. They surged forward with relentless momentum, delving deeper into the very heart of the stronghold, into the most heavily shielded area. The air grew cold and oppressive, infused with the acrid scent of disinfectant and some residual energy. At last, a massive door, several meters thick and forged from a specialized alloy, laced with kryptonite powder, loomed at the end of the corridor like a tombstone of despair. The door bore no windows, only a row of frigid screens displaying internal environmental data, temperature, atmospheric pressure, radiation spectrum, and the blinding reading of red solar radiation, 100. Barry's gaze fell upon the radiation reading, his heart tightening as if gripped by an icy hand. He recalled Clark mentioning that the light of a red sun was a shackle for Kryptonians, robbing them of their powers and rendering them weaker than ordinary humans. Walker. Barry's voice quivered with urgency. Without hesitation, Walker approached the door, arms extended with palms facing the heavy alloy. An ethereal blue light surged from his hands, enveloping the entire door like a tangible tide. The air filled with the agonizing sound of twisting metal. The extraordinarily resilient alloy, theoretically capable of withstanding a nuclear blast, was subjected to Walker's precise magnetic manipulation, forcing its molecular structure to twist and tear apart. The welding points around the door frame shattered first, and then the entire heavy door groaned under an invisible hand's pressure, finally caving inward with a resounding crash, distorting and tearing open a massive breach. A piercing, excruciatingly uncomfortable crimson light surged forth from the opening. Barry was the first to dash inside. The sight before him rendered even the seasoned Flash, who had witnessed countless tragedies, momentarily frozen in shock, as if plunged into a frozen abyss. The chamber was small, its walls and ceiling radiating a constant and intense glow of red solar radiation. In the suffocating corner bathed in crimson light, a figure curled up. Could this still be considered human? Gaunt and emaciated, it appeared to be little more than a thin layer of skin stretched over a skeletal frame. Once broad shoulders now jutted out like the withered branches of a dead tree. Clad only in a tattered white restraint suit, the exposed skin was pallid, nearly translucent, marred by a myriad of needle marks, burn scars from electrodes, and horrific wounds inflicted by experimental apparatus. Huddled with knees drawn to his chest, his face buried deep within, disheveled, filthy black hair cascaded down like withered grass, obscuring much of his visage. The only visible feature were his eyes, hollow and vacant, peering through the gaps of his knees, devoid of life, resembling two desolate wells that had run dry for millennia, offering only boundless numbness and silence. It was a shell of a being, drained of its soul, surviving solely on instinct. Was this truly Kal-El, the Superman destined to bask in sunlight, soar through the skies, and bring hope to the world? An overwhelming wave of sorrow and indescribable guilt engulfed Barry in an instant. It was he who had altered the timeline, leading this innocent child to endure 2 decades of hellish torment. Clark Barry's voice broke, and he cautiously took a step forward. The curled figure seemed startled by the unfamiliar voice, instinctively recoiling and burying its head deeper, emitting a faint whimper akin to that of an injured cub. Thomas's deep voice resonated at the door, insisting they must leave at once. Barry was instantly jolted awake. He suppressed the agonizing pain in his heart, transforming it into a golden flash as he surged forward. Carefully avoiding the ghastly wounds on Kal-El's frail body, he lifted the emaciated Kryptonian as if cradling an exquisite treasure. Kal-El's body felt alarmingly light, trembling slightly in Barry's embrace, devoid of resistance, overwhelmed instead by an all-consuming fear and confusion. "Move," Walker commanded softly, his hands once again unleashing magnetic force to forcibly distort and clear the twisted metal barriers ahead. Barry, cradling Kal-El, became a streak of golden light as he hurriedly retraced their steps. Thomas followed closely, with Walker bringing up the rear, relentlessly dismantling the pursuing automated weapons and reinforcing barriers with his magnetic prowess. The moment they burst through the fortress entrance, the long-awaited air, infused with the bustling energy of the city and the essence of sunlight, filled their lungs. More importantly, they had arrived directly onto the streets of Metropolis. The golden, warm sunlight, brimming with life, cascaded down like a waterfall, enveloping the pale, frail body cradled in Barry's arms. A miracle quietly unfolded beneath the sun. The instant Kal-El's body made contact with the golden rays, he jolted violently. It was as if a seed, dormant for millennia, had been awakened by a gentle rain. Beneath his almost translucent skin, a faint, flickering golden aura became perceptible to the naked eye. His tightly shut eyelids trembled violently, and his long eyelashes fluttered like the wings of a butterfly. A weak yet distinct groan escaped from his cracked lips. Barry immediately halted, carefully placing Kal-El on a relatively secluded, sun-drenched bench by the street, allowing him to bask fully in the warm sunlight. The sun poured in like the gentlest healing energy, continuously surging into Kal-El's body. The golden glow beneath his skin grew brighter and more stable. His withered, almost decayed physique began to visibly fill out at an astonishing rate. His pallor transformed into a healthy flush, and the sunken muscles reinflated as if inflated, exuding contours of unimaginable strength. His once dull black hair regained its luster, softly falling across his forehead. The most astonishing transformation occurred when his azure eyes opened once more. The emptiness and dullness vanished, replaced by a purity and curiosity reminiscent of a newborn, alongside an indelible glimmer of fear and vigilance nestled deep within. He slowly sat up, bewilderedly surveying the towering skyscrapers, the incessant flow of traffic, and the hurried pedestrians, elements of a world entirely foreign to him, belonging to the surface. His movements were somewhat clumsy, as if he were relearning how to command this rejuvenated body. The sunlight danced upon him, outlining his athletic form, and the once tortured body radiated a profound and unrestrained vitality. Clark Kent, Barry knelt partially before him, his voice brimming with excitement and hope, tears glistening in his eyes. "How do you feel?" "I am Barry Allen, the Flash. You are free. This is Metropolis." Carl's gaze fixated on Barry's face, his pure blue eyes filled with confusion. He parted his lips, his voice hoarse yet no longer weak. "The Flash? Free? Metropolis?" He surveyed the cold steel and concrete forests surrounding him, a profound bewilderment etched on his features. This reality seemed far removed from the freedom he had envisioned. Lowering his gaze to his sunlit hands, he felt the unfamiliar yet potent force surging within him, reminiscent of a mighty river, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his eyes. I only remember darkness, pain, and then light, warm light. Yes, sunshine. That is the source of your power." Barry implored eagerly, striving to seize the glimmer of rebirth in Carl's eyes. "Carl, listen, the world is in grave peril. The timeline has been distorted. A catastrophic war is unfolding, and we need you. We require Superman's strength to halt this calamity and save the world." Barry spoke rapidly, elucidating to Carl the origins of their world and the flashpoint, the war between Atlantis and the Amazons, an impending crisis threatening global collapse. He awaited with bated breath for Carl, the compassionate and courageous Clark Kent of his memories, to rise to the occasion. However, as Carl absorbed the information, his expression bore no trace of the resolve Barry had anticipated. In his azure eyes, the purity was overshadowed by deeper confusion and an almost instinctual sense of detachment. The cacophony of the city seemed to unsettle him. Gradually, he stood, bathed in sunlight, his stature taking on the nascent contours of Superman. He glanced at Barry, then at the silent Thomas and Walker, before letting his gaze drift beyond them, towards the distant, glimmering glass facades reflecting the sun. His voice, calm yet as chilling as a bucket of ice water poured over Barry's heart, resonated. "Barry Allen, thank you for bringing me out and allowing me to feel the sunlight." He paused, as if grappling with the unfamiliar vocabulary. "But everything you say, war, salvation, Superman, remains alien to me. I am merely Kal-El, a specimen raised in darkness. My memories are filled with cold instruments, red light, and endless pain. The Clark Kent you speak of, the one who grew up on a farm with hope and responsibility, is not me." He turned his gaze upon Barry, his eyes clear, yet imbued with an undeniable distance. "I'm not the person you know. I do not know how to become him. This world feels foreign and tumultuous." He furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly unaccustomed to the city's clamor. "I just wish to remain quiet for a while, to bask in this sunlight." With that, he ceased to regard anyone further, lifting his head, closing his eyes, and inhaling deeply the air tinged with a mix of exhaust and urban essence, as if to absorb the sunlight he had missed for 2 decades, temporarily shielding himself from the chaos of this unfamiliar world. Barry stood transfixed, the golden arcs of electricity around him dimming slightly. He gazed at Kal-El, who basked in the sunlight of Metropolis yet shunned the mantle of Superman, his heart heavy with profound disappointment and helplessness. He had rescued the child of Krypton, but failed to reclaim the soul that symbolized hope. In this distorted Flashpoint world, even the last glimmer of hope seemed to be shrouded in deeper shadows against the cold backdrop of the city. Thomas clenched his fists, his gaze complex, as he regarded the out-of-place superhero illuminated by the sun. Walker stood silently by, observing Cal, who bathed in sunlight, and then glancing at the despondent Barry, his eyes flickering with inscrutable light. The body had been saved, yet the heart of the hero remained dormant. This journey of rectification appeared to descend into a more profound predicament before the steel jungle of Metropolis. Chapter 87. Preparations for war. The acrid smoke of Metropolis had yet to dissipate, the air thick with the charred scent of molten steel and lingering dust. Barry Allen stood amidst the ruins wrought by Cal's uncontrollable power, gazing up at the empty horizon, golden arcs of speed force flickering weakly around him, mirroring the depths of his despair. Hope had ignited, only to be extinguished in an instant by an even deeper hopelessness. The figure meant to be the savior, burdened with wounds and the ashes of destruction, vanished into the clouds. The target has evaded tracking. The cold voice of steel echoed, pulling Barry's gaze from the sky. He did not wish to be found, not now at least. Thomas Wayne silently surveyed the hellish landscape around him, the burning remnants of armor, the charred streets, the distant, anguished wails. All of this had arisen from their intrusion into the solitary fortress, exacerbated by the uncontrollable power of the Kryptonian child, who had been forcibly dragged into the sunlight, only to be plunged back into the abyss. His tightly clenched fists turned pale, yet in his eyes there was no regret, only a heavy resolve to forge ahead. For Bruce, this battle, no matter how despairing, must continue. "Don't just stand there, darlings," Harley exclaimed, striking a twisted steel plate with her baseball bat, the sharp sound shattering the silence. "The soldier party is over. It's time to return to the Batcave and hold our wee messed up Superman debriefing. Or perhaps," she licked her lips, her gaze dangerously sweeping over the reinforcements cautiously approaching from the distant blocks, "should we stir up a more lively affair? Let us go," Thomas declared decisively, his deep voice brooking no argument. Now is not the time for entanglement. He swiftly activated the mini-smoke grenades and sonic disruptors concealed within his armor. Boom! Buzz! Dense smoke erupted instantaneously, the jarring noise disrupting the soldiers' communications and senses. Seizing the chaos, Barry grasped Thomas and Harley's arms. Walker needed no such assistance, and transformed into a golden streak of lightning, vanishing from the spot. Walker's figure, too, blended seamlessly into the air, disappearing without a sound. Gotham, the Batcave. The damp, chilly air mingled with the scent of machine oil and dust, feeling heavier than ever. On the flickering surveillance screens, real-time satellite images of the Metropolis ruins silently bore witness to their failure. Victor Stone's formidable cybernetic eye flickered with a chilling crimson glow in the dim light. His immense mechanical form was interconnected with the Batcave's main control panel, data cascading like a waterfall across the virtual screen before him. Communication channel, encryption level Omega, information broadcast in the name of Batman. Summon all independent operational units that have previously responded to Gotham's distress signals. Cyborg's frigid voice reverberated through the cavern, delivering the message. Crisis escalation. Countdown to world destruction accelerates. Urgent need for combat power. Assembly coordinates. Batcave. Deadline. 12 hours. The directive sank like a stone into the ocean with scant replies. In this fractured world, where heroes had fallen or fought alone, trust was a luxury, and survival was the foremost law. Time passed inexorably. Just as Barry was on the brink of despair, a thunderous impact resonated from the heavy defensive door at the entrance of the Batcave, accompanied by the youthful, robust yet slightly anxious call. "Hey, is anyone in there? Open up. It's Shazam. I received the bat signal. A bit late. Had a run-in with some flying fishmen on the way." The heavy stone door began to rise slowly. A tall, muscular figure, draped in a vibrant red cloak, with a golden lightning emblem flashing on his chest, stumbled in somewhat awkwardly. He appeared to be no more than a teenager, his face still bearing the traces of youthful innocence and a hint of urgency, presenting a stark contrast to his mighty divine garb. It was none other than Shazam, endowed with the wisdom of Solomon, the strength of Hercules, the stamina of Atlas, the power of Zeus, the courage of Achilles, and the speed of Mercury. "Billy Batson, Wow, this place is in worse shape than when I was here last. Shazam exclaimed, surveying the dimly lit, dilapidated Batcave, scratching his head, and then noticing the somber expressions of those present, particularly the golden arcs of electricity lingering around Barry and the scorch marks on Thomas's armor. Did I miss something big? You all look like you just crawled out of a volcano. Shazam, you made it. Barry's eyes finally sparked with a flicker of hope, as if grasping a final straw. In this moment of despair, the arrival of this youthful deity brought a rare vitality and glimmer of hope. All right, folks, enough chit-chat. Thomas interrupted what could have been a burgeoning exchange. He approached the main control panel and gestured to Cyborg. Cyborg, compile and project all the intelligence you've gathered regarding the front line of war, the deployment of core forces in Themyscira and Atlantis. We need to ascertain where the enemy's heart beats. Directive confirmed. Intelligence compilation commenced. Cyborg's mechanical arm connected port flickered with blue light. On the massive main screen, intricate military maps, satellite imagery, energy readings, and troop movement trajectories came to life, swiftly piecing together, integrating, and magnifying. Countless windows unfolded. Atlantic battlefield live feed. Colossal waterspouts clashed with raining magical arrows, debris from shattered warships, and the carcasses of mythical creatures floating on the surface. The London ruins. Iconic structures have been reduced to rubble beneath the relentless floodwaters and the assault of colossal sea creatures. Amazon warriors engage in a bloody melee amidst the remnants of shattered edifices, clashing with Atlantean soldiers clad in advanced aquatic combat armor. Anomalous energy readings emanate from Paradise Island. Unstable ripples have manifested in the surrounding space, suggesting the congregation of formidable magical energy, potentially in preparation for a grand-scale ritual or weaponry. In the deep-sea fortress of the Atlantean capital, an unprecedented surge of water elemental energy has been detected, with a multitude of gigantic war sea beasts congregating around the royal city. Key figure coordinates are being tracked with high probability. The energy signatures of Wonder Woman, Diana Prince, frequently appear in the core region of Paradise Island. Meanwhile, Aquaman, Arthur Curry's life signal, is highly concentrated in the deepest recesses of the Atlantean capital. Steele's cold voice narrates, "The war has entered its final stage. Both sides have suffered tremendous losses, yet hatred has utterly consumed reason." Wonder Woman, Diana Prince, is rallying the last of the Amazon elite on Paradise Island, employing the lasso of truth and ancient rituals in a desperate attempt to forcibly extract the power of Mother Earth, Gaia, to conjure a cataclysmic earthquake and tsunami that could engulf Atlantis entirely. Conversely, Aquaman, Arthur Curry, has awakened the ancient Leviathan, Kraken, slumbering in the deep-sea rift, channeling all of Atlantis' tidal magical energy to orchestrate a super tsunami capable of rending the continental shelf, erasing Paradise Island and all terrestrial civilizations from existence. The strategic intentions of both factions are unmistakable: to preemptively annihilate the other's core and leadership before the ultimate strike is unleashed. The images on the screen are harrowing, with devastating energy readings that are suffocating. Shazam watches in stunned disbelief, his mouth agape as if to accommodate an egg. Wow. Are they planning to shatter the entire Earth like a ball? Thomas Wayne stands before the vast screen, the dim light casting a rugged shadow across his chiseled profile. His piercing gaze scans each frame of destruction, ultimately fixating on two flickering coordinates symbolizing the sources of death: the core of Paradise Island and the depths of the Atlantean capital. Silence envelopes the Batcave, broken only by the low hum of the steel processor and the cacophony of war sounds emanating from the screen, as if conjured from the depths of hell. Decapitation. Thomas's voice, as frigid as ice scraping against stone, shatters the stillness, each word laden with gravitas. Barry suddenly looks up, disbelief etched across his features. Decapitation? Thomas, are you suggesting? Indeed, Thomas interjects, turning to meet Barry's gaze with the precision of a scalpel, then sweeping his eyes over Shazam, Walker, and finally resting on Steele. The war machines of the Amazons and Atlanteans are not driven by soldiers or beasts, but by their deities, Diana Prince and Arthur Curry. It is their personal will, hatred, and power that propel this world-destroying conflict. Eliminate them. He points to the two flickering lights on the screen, and the armies, regardless of their might, will plunge into chaos. Bereft of unified strategic purpose, hatred persists, yet it has lost its central command. The remaining Amazon warriors and Atlanteans will fight amongst themselves, possibly even engaging in internal strife over the remnants of control. In such circumstances, the threat to us and to this world will be significantly diminished, perhaps rendering them incapable of concern for anything else. He paused, his voice growing ever colder. This is the only method to conclude the war with minimal cost in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, once either side completes their ultimate weapon, it will be too late. Minimal cost? That equates to 2 lives. Lives of our former comrades. Barry retorted passionately, golden arcs of electricity crackling fiercely around him. Diana, Arthur, they should not be this way. It is the flashpoint that has warped them. Can we not attempt to awaken them? He choked on his words, recalling the resolute silhouette of Kal-El as he flew away. Awaken? How simple it sounds. We are out of time, Alan. Thomas's voice was resolute, imbued with undeniable reality. Look at the screen. The world is hurtling towards oblivion minute by minute. We do not have the luxury to reform 2 beings utterly consumed by hatred, wielding world-ending weapons. Before the flashpoint, they may have been heroes, but in this hell, they are the very source of destruction. To prevent greater annihilation, we must eradicate the source. This is the harshest logic of war. He turned to Shazam. Shazam, your power is crucial. I require you to counter the magic of Paradise Island and Diana's divine strength. He then looked at Walker. Walker, your abilities can neutralize Arthur's underwater prowess and tidal magic. The deep sea is your battlefield. Lastly, he gazed at Barry, and you, Flash, are the pivotal reserve and mobile force. Your speed is essential for traversing between the 2 battlegrounds, supporting the most critical areas, or swiftly containing any potential residual forces post-operation. What about me? What about me? Harley exclaimed, raising her hand with excitement. Thomas cast a cold glance at her. You adapt as needed. Just don't create chaos. The youthful innocence faded from Shazam's face, replaced by a heavy sense of responsibility and a hint of confusion. He clenched his fists, the lightning emblem on his chest faintly glowing. I understand. To prevent the world's destruction, I will do my utmost. His voice wavered, clearly instinctively resistant to the task of execution, but the apocalyptic vision on the screen left him no choice. Walker remained expressionless, but nodded slightly. The deep-sea environment favors me. Leave Arthur Curry to me. His tone was as calm as if discussing a trivial matter. Barry shut his eyes in anguish. He knew Thomas was correct. Time was of the essence, and there was no alternative. But to involve himself in the act of killing Diana and Arthur was a torment 100-fold greater than enduring another lightning strike. The speed force within him stirred restlessly. Thomas Wayne donned his tattered cloak, a symbol of dark resolve, and approached the armory, beginning to select the most lethal weapons and equipment. His silhouette stretched long in the dim light, akin to a demon poised to descend into hell. Chapter 88. Preparations within the dimly lit confines of the Batcave. A palpable tension pervaded as the pre-battle preparations unfolded. Thomas Wayne stood in silence before the armory, meticulously inspecting each lethal weapon, the icy aura of impending violence almost materializing in the air. The mechanical frame, forged from steel, was connected to the main control panel, where the screens incessantly updated energy readings from Paradise Island and the capital of Atlantis, the cold electronic voice occasionally announcing nerve-wracking percentages. Harley sat languidly atop the hood of a derelict Batmobile, rhythmically tapping a baseball bat against a nearby tire, producing a monotonous sound that echoed in the oppressive atmosphere. On the periphery of this grim ambience, Barry Allen and Billy Batson had momentarily distanced themselves from the epicenter, leaning against a pile of covered old equipment. Billy had reverted from his Shazam transformation, returning to his youthful form, and appeared somewhat ill at ease. He observed the erratic golden arcs of electricity dancing across Barry's body and quietly inquired, "Hey, Barry, are you all right? I mean, back in Metropolis?" Billy recalled the ruins and the cataclysmic beams of destruction, his youthful visage etched with apprehension and concern. Barry managed a strained smile, placing a reassuring hand on Billy's shoulder. The rapid cognition afforded by the speed force inundated his mind with flashes of the chaos caused by Thomas's cold decapitation plan, and the impending confrontation with the blade of a former comrade. A wave of fatigue washed over him, not merely corporeal but deeply emotional as well. "It's just that things have deteriorated beyond our expectations," he sighed, gazing into Billy's eyes, still imbued with youthful innocence. Sometimes I ponder why we undertake these burdens. Why do we subject ourselves to such exhaustion and pain? We could easily live as ordinary individuals. Because we are heroes, Billy declared with unabashed fervor, puffing out his chest. However, he soon scratched his head, his voice dwindling. Well, at least that's what the comic books say. And we can't just turn a blind eye to those in need, right? Like that old lady I saw being chased by a fisherman. He rambled on about his encounters, attempting to disperse the gloom with his youthful perspective. As Barry listened, a genuine smile began to form on his lips. Billy's innocence and enthusiasm shone like a beacon of hope amid the despairing world. You're absolutely right, Billy. Sometimes the simplest reasons compel us to act. He regarded Billy, seeing in him the reflection of his own youthful exuberance when he first acquired the Speed Force, filled with a fervent desire to aid others. Their light-hearted exchange was abruptly interrupted by the jarring sounds of metal being cut and welded. The two turned their attention towards the source of the noise, where, in a relatively secluded corner of the Batcave, Walker was engrossed in his work. Scattered across his workstation were materials scavenged from various corners of the cave. Shards of kryptonite emitting a faint green glow, several containers resembling liquid nitrogen canisters. A plethora of devices entwined with complex coils, and even samples of the high-strength nylon rope that Thomas had previously employed to confine Barry. With hands capable of manipulating magnetic forces, Walker was deftly assembling these seemingly disparate components, akin to a high-precision 3D printer, melding, shaping, and welding them into a cohesive whole. The ethereal azure luminescence danced at his fingertips, as the metal yielded to his will, molded like putty into specific forms. He was assembling a core of an intricately complex device, exuding an aura of oppressive foreboding, surrounded by several completed components of peculiar shapes, radiating an ominous presence. The speed force within Barry stirred restlessly, sensing an impending disturbance. Furrowing his brow, he curiously beckoned Billy to approach. "Walker, what are you doing?" Barry inquired, observing the device parts that emanated fluctuations of targeted energy, particularly the cleverly embedded fragments of kryptonite within a certain energy-constraining ring, not intended for combating Amazons or Atlanteans. Without lifting his gaze, Walker remained engrossed in manipulating the magnetic forces, precisely inserting a coil entwined with a special alloy into the core's recess, producing a soft click. "Certainly not," he replied, his voice calm and unwavering. "The magic of the Amazons and the tides of Atlantis are matters for Shazam and Thomas to fret over. I am preparing a surprise for an old friend." "Old friend?" Barry blinked in surprise. "Albert Swan." Walker finally paused, lifting a device resembling a miniature cannon, its azure glow swirling within the barrel, aimed at an empty corner as if simulating a target. "Or perhaps you are more familiar with his other name, Reverse Flash. Did you think this flashpoint catastrophe was merely the result of your impulsive sprint?" "Alan?" Barry's pupils constricted. Reverse Flash, the very nemesis who had taken his mother and entangled him in a relentless vendetta. He certainly hadn't forgotten, yet the tumult of Flashpoint had left him overwhelmed, scarcely able to regard the shadowy manipulator behind it all. Walker had been preparing to confront him all along. "How do you know Reverse Flash will intervene?" And Barry glanced at the device in Walker's hand, clearly designed to counter the Speed Force. It could generate a formidable deceleration field, with a core embedded with rare elements capable of disrupting the Speed Force connection. How could you possibly understand how to create such things? Designing effective weapons to counter the Speed Force is no trivial endeavor. Walker's lips curled into an odd, mocking smile. He set down the device and casually picked up a nearby blueprint depicting a complex trap structure capable of instantaneously releasing an ultra-powerful freeze spray. "Methods? The inspiration lies beneath our very feet, Alan." He tapped the cold ground of the Batcave with his toe, his tone imbued with a near-sardonic ease. "Did you think Bruce Wayne spent his days in the Batcave merely crafting batarangs and smoke bombs?" He surveyed the seemingly abandoned equipment and blueprints scattered around, as if admiring a collection of intriguing artifacts. "During your illustrious era of the Justice League, Bruce Wayne, the Great Dark Knight, was a consummate master of vigilance. He firmly believed in preparing for unforeseen circumstances, particularly regarding the potential loss of control among teammates. Well, the time for idle chatter has come to an end." Walker clapped his hands, assembling the final components of his anti-velocity device. The ethereal blue glow stabilized, emitting a low, resonant hum. The harbinger of chaos would undoubtedly seize the moment of impending collapse. He must be lurking in the shadows, biding his time, either to solidify this hell or to deliver a fatal blow as you attempt to amend the timeline. I must ensure that when he appears, he is met with a fervent welcome reminiscent of Batman. He cautiously placed the assembled device into a specially crafted metal box, his gaze directed towards the control panel. Thomas was fully armed, his cape billowing behind him as if propelled by an unseen wind, resembling a reaper poised for battle. The countdown on Steele's screen was mercilessly ticking away. Now Walker's voice regained its icy focus. Let us first address those two gods engaged in their apocalyptic game. God-slaying, indeed, sounds far more intriguing than contending with a madman who perpetually seeks to outpace you. A hint of cruel amusement lingered in his tone. Chapter 89. War while Barry and the others finalized their desperate God-slaying plan in the Batcave of Gotham, across the distant Atlantic. On the scorched earth once known as the British Isles, the final confrontation between Atlantis and the Amazons had morphed into a vortex of annihilation. This land was no longer a memory in human history. It had transformed into a boiling slaughterhouse and an elemental graveyard. The defiant wails of Amazonian warriors intertwined with the soul-rending roars of deep-sea behemoths. The last cries of warriors consumed by magical flames, bisected by jets of high-pressure water, or torn apart by the fangs of sea monsters echoed through the chaos. From the very earth itself arose a mournful lament, deeply rooted in the relentless ravaging of divine power. The cacophony coalesced into a frenzied wave of sound, reverberating wildly among the shattered mountains and seething waters, as if the entire island were in its death throes. At the absolute center of the battlefield, two uncontrollable comets of destruction collided. Aquaman Arthur Curry and Wonder Woman Diana Prince. From Era, this thought burned within Arthur's soul like a searing iron, consuming him with every fleeting second. All his reason, the weight of kingship, had long since been incinerated by the anguish of loss and a raging hatred. Now, the only force sustaining his battered body was the primal, frenzied desire for revenge. He could neither comprehend nor accept that the woman he had once genuinely admired, perhaps even loved, a demigoddess of Olympus, had descended into such a bloodthirsty, merciless monstrosity. Look what you have done, Diana. Look. Arthur's voice rasped like sandpaper, imbued with boundless pain and fury. His assault surged forth like an uncontrollable tsunami, each swing of Neptune's trident stirring the violent water elements, transforming them into colossal blades that tore through space, freezing everything in their path, or unleashing water pressure projectiles as heavy as mountains, indiscriminately bombarding Diana. Each strike carried his unyielding resolve, as if only by utterly dismantling this foe adorned with the head of his dear one could he quell the consuming inferno of hatred within his heart. Diana, once the princess of Paradise Island, now transformed into a pure embodiment of the god of war, stands as a bridge between realms, clad in blood-stained dark armor. The lasso of truth in her grasp resembles a golden serpent, each strike infused with the might to shatter stone and the sorcery to bind souls. Her eyes blaze with a cold, frenzied fire, forged from betrayal and loss. The Red Wedding. Arthur, that was the meticulously orchestrated trap of your Atlantis. Diana retorts sharply, her voice piercing through the cacophony of battle like the clash of metal. With agility, she evades water blades capable of cleaving mountains, her god-slaying sword deflecting the deadly thrusts of tridents, creating thunderous echoes. Each confrontation unleashes visible shockwaves, mercilessly hurling nearby warriors and sea beasts away, shattering their resolve. You never acted with sincerity. You Arthur Curry. Your so-called feelings are merely another scheme to conquer the land. And my mother Hippolyta, my sisters of Paradise Island, have become victims of your vile ambitions. The most striking of all is the trophy hanging from her waist, a preserved head, imbued with special magic, still recognizable as Mara. Her once vibrant, crimson hair has lost its luster, and her beautiful eyes are forever frozen in shock and defiance. This grim ornament sways with Diana's fierce combat movements, each motion piercing Arthur's heart like a venomous dagger, obliterating the last remnants of his sanity. Return her head to me, Arthur roars, a sound resembling that of a wounded ancient sea beast, his eyes bloodshot with rage and sorrow, nearly weeping blood. The trident erupts with an unprecedented blinding blue light. Channeling all his strength, all his pain, all his will for destruction, transforming into a cataclysmic torrent aimed relentlessly at Diana. Unyielding, Diana gazes only with the cold satisfaction of vengeance. She raises her god-slaying sword high, summoning the Earth's divine power from Paradise Island. The blade igniting with golden divine flames that consume all, boldly advancing. Boom! The clash of the God King and the Sea Emperor. Two cataclysmic forces collide, like stars in a cosmic embrace. The blinding radiance instantaneously engulfs the heart of the battlefield. The terrifying energy shockwave expands in a spherical manner, disintegrating all in its path. Sturdy rock, the remnants of iron warships, and formidable warriors and sea beasts alike, all vaporized in an instant. A massive crater, several kilometers in diameter, forms at the epicenter of the explosion, as seawater is drawn up as if by an unseen giant bull, creating a temporary vacuum that reaches the ocean floor, only to be swiftly filled again by the tumultuous influx of water, forming a new, even more terrifying whirlpool. This is but the aftermath of the frenzied clash between two leaders. As the war reaches a fever pitch, both sides have long since abandoned any semblance of restraint or moral boundaries. On the island of Paradise, ancient forbidden magic was unleashed without regard for the consequences. Spectral warriors summoned from the underworld surged forth like a relentless tide. Dimensional rifts tore through space, devouring the organized formations of Atlantis. Colossal meteors were forcibly drawn by magic, engulfed in flames of devastation, crashing down upon the deep-sea fortress. In response, Atlantis revealed its most advanced technology and biological weaponry. Genetically modified war beasts, the Kraken, comparable in size to islands, wielded tentacles like mountains, each strike provoking a tsunami. Deep-sea energy matrices unleashed torrents of particles potent enough to vaporize steel. Infrasound weapons indiscriminately shattered the insides and bones of Amazon warriors. They even began to harness the power of underwater volcanic lava, creating a cataclysmic lava tsunami. Amidst this reckless, frenetic clash, the fragile structure of the planet finally reached its limit. Centered around the British Isles, terrifying seismic waves spread like ripples of death, radiating outward. The continental shelf groaned and fractured. Vast fissures gaped like wounds in the earth, extending from the coastline deep into the interior, engulfing cities, forests, and rivers. Scalding magma erupted from the depths of the crust, igniting the sky. Thick clouds of volcanic ash obscured the sun, plunging half the world into an everlasting twilight. The seas boiled, surged, forming towering walls of water a kilometer high. Hurricanes birthed in chaotic energy flows, swirling with flames, seawater, and lethal radioactive dust, sweeping across the globe. Half of the Earth, caught in the relentless divine conflict between Atlantis and the Amazons, was thrust towards the precipice of collapse and annihilation. The lights of civilization flickered amidst the boundless tide of destruction, like a candle flickering in the wind, on the brink of extinguishment. And at the heart of the battlefield, the relentless foes clashed, each encounter hastening this process, dragging the entire world toward its final demise. Chapter 90, Godslayer. Just as the British Isles groaned under the aftermath of the Divine War, and half the earth teetered on the edge of despair, 5 figures tore through the ashen, oppressive sky, like the last spear of salvation, piercing the very core of this hellish nexus of flesh and elements. The Earth Defense Force. Deploy. Thomas Wayne's deep, gravelly voice resonated through the built-in communicator, imbued with an undeniable, ironclad command. His black cloak billowed in the tumultuous winds, reminiscent of bat wings plunging into the abyss. Walker stumbled, nearly swept away by the oncoming shockwave. Steadying himself, he could not help but roll his eyes dramatically. Earth Defense Force? Old bat, your naming sense is a century out of date. Let me take the lead next time. I'll guarantee something better, he quipped. Yet his hands remained steady, as the ethereal blue glow of magnetic energy coalesced in his palm, skillfully deflecting several incoming magical arrows. However, at this moment, neither Thomas's icy command nor Walker's banter could divert their attention, even for a moment. 5 pairs of eyes, akin to hawks locking onto their prey, pierced through the chaos of the battlefield. The billowing smoke, the roiling sea, and the raging flames fixating intently on the central figures that collided like two cataclysmic stars. Diana. Arthur. Without hesitation, devoid of any pre-battle proclamations, their objective was as clear as a blade. Diana. A roar, brimming with youthful rage and divine authority, erupted forth. Shazam Billy Batson, once harboring a glimmer of hope, attempting to persuade Wonder Woman to cease the conflict, was now stripped of all naivety. The grotesque scar etched on his cheek, a remnant of Diana's god-slaying sword, served as a testament to his resolve. He transformed into a bolt of crimson gold lightning, his form entwined with the ferocious electricity harnessed from the power of the gods, hurtling towards Wonder Woman, who was gathering the Earth's divine energy, poised to unleash another cataclysmic strike. This time, there was nothing left to articulate. Shazam's roar, bolstered by divine might, reverberated like the thunder of divine retribution, as his colossal fist, infused with the strength of Heracles and the thunder of Zeus, descended upon Diana's head with unadorned ferocity. He aimed to disrupt her ritual, to confront the war goddess distorted by hatred. Almost simultaneously with Shazam's leap, a golden flash slithered into the battlefield like a spectral serpent. Barry Allen's figure darted around Diana at breakneck speed, leaving a multitude of afterimages. He refrained from direct assault, instead employing the unparalleled velocity granted by the Speed Force to create numerous indistinguishable illusions that confounded Diana's perception, while precisely launching Thomas's specially crafted miniature sonic bombs, capable of momentarily disrupting the flow of divine energy. Each interruption deftly interrupted Diana's rhythm of power accumulation, crafting openings for Shazam's attack. Corey, your opponent is here. Walker's cold voice sliced through the air like a polar gale, instantly locking onto Arthur Curry, who had been momentarily distracted by Shazam's incursion. He thrust his hands forward with sudden ferocity. Buzz! An unmatched, directed electromagnetic force field erupted instantaneously. The target, the trident in Arthur's grasp, capable of wielding the ocean's might. The trident's brilliant blue glow dimmed abruptly, emitting a mournful hum, as if ensnared by an invisible giant's grip, causing Arthur to feel the movements of wielding the artifact become painfully sluggish and heavy. Furthermore, Walker's formidable magnetic force operated like an unseen bulldozer, forcefully pushing away the sea creatures, currents, and even Atlantean warriors that sought to assist Arthur, clearing a relatively pristine arena for him and Steel to duel amidst the turmoil of the battlefield. Target locked. Aquaman Arthur Curry. Weapon systems, full power activated. Steel Victor Stone's chilling voice seamlessly followed. His massive mechanical form hovered at the edge of the cleared duel arena, as the armor plates on his shoulders and arms slid open, revealing a multitude of cannon ports and energy emitters within. High-frequency particle cannons, freezing rays, and plasma-cutting beams poured forth like a torrential downpour. His attacks were precise, efficient, and devoid of emotion, with a singular goal: to suppress, consume, and seek the chinks in Aquaman's defenses. As the voice of Thomas echoed through Harley-esque communicator, it carried a subtle weariness and an unmistakable coldness. He had plunged into the chaotic battlefield where Amazon and Atlantis warriors clashed, moving like a specter. His bat-shaped dart precisely severed the magical bowstrings, dismantling the energy weapon cores, while miniature explosives detonated amidst the throngs, disrupting their formations. With his grappling gun, he nimbly navigated the ruins, each strike methodically dismantling the enemy's offensive nodes. He was not merely a warrior. He embodied the essence of a ruthless commander on the battlefield, efficiently dismantling his foes. It's finally time for Queen Harley to shine. Harley Quinn cackled with her trademark insanity, wielding her massive wooden mallet like a windmill, lacking any tactical finesse. She charged into the fray, driven solely by her wild intuition and inhuman agility. With the baseball bat slicing through the air, she sent the encroaching Amazon warriors and Atlantis soldiers flying as if in a game of baseball, her movements wild and destructive. She leapt upon toppled columns and darted through the wreckage of burning chariots, leaving chaos and shrieks in her wake, executing her task of clearing the minions in a manner that was quintessentially Harley. The battlefield was instantaneously divided. Shazam, resembling an enraged golden deity of war, confronted Wonder Woman Diana, who wielded her god-slaying sword amidst a surging aura of earth-shattering power. Barry transformed into a streak of golden light, executing lethal distractions and constraints with blinding speed. Walker employed his formidable magnetic forces to severely suppress and disrupt Aquaman Arthur's divine relic and movements while maintaining control of the battlefield. Steel Bones unleashed a relentless barrage of firepower with mechanical precision, targeting Aquaman with merciless long-range assaults. Thomas, like a scalpel in the dark, efficiently dissected the battlefield, dismantling enemy formations, while Harley, akin to a frenzied hurricane, swept away any who dared approach her. The Earth Defense Team, perhaps the most hastily assembled yet potent quintet, intervened in this cataclysmic twilight of the gods with direct and violent force. Their objective was clear and merciless: to slay the gods, for the sake of this fragile world, for the slender hope of rectifying the future. The battle escalated to a fever pitch. Each clash held the fate of the entire planet in the balance. Chapter 91. Subduing Aquaman. Arthur Curry found himself ensnared in an unprecedented predicament. Walker's invisible yet omnipresent electromagnetic field coiled around his trident like countless resilient, frigid sea serpents. Each time he attempted to summon the ocean's might or harness the tidal currents, the relic's power was thwarted by a powerful magnetic pulse. The blue light flickering violently, akin to a candle in the wind, rendering the transfer of energy sluggish and cumbersome. The trident felt as heavy as a mountain. Each swing drained him of immense energy, making it nearly impossible to channel the devastating force of the ocean smoothly. Is your power merely a dependency on this rusted harpoon, Curry? Walker's icy voice, laced with scornful mockery, slithered into Arthur's ear like a venomous snake. He hovered in midair, his hands gracefully manipulating the invisible magnetic shackles, while his gaze was as sharp as that of an eagle, keenly detecting every flaw in Arthur's stance caused by the obstruction of his powers. Without this, how much commotion can you truly stir? Just as Arthur became distracted by Walker's taunting words and the erratic behavior of the artifact, his movements faltered for a fleeting moment. Buzz! Zing! The assault of the steel frame descended like a precise bolt of lightning. A high-intensity, focused electromagnetic pulse struck his chest armor with pinpoint accuracy. This was not intended to inflict harm, but to incapacitate. The formidable pulse instantly penetrated the armor, disrupting the transmission of bioelectric signals within him, causing Arthur's muscles to convulse violently and uncontrollably, as if pierced by 1,000 needles. Following this were several bone-chilling liquid nitrogen freezing beams, which accurately targeted his joints. The intense cold spread rapidly, seeking to immobilize him. Ugh! Arthur emitted a muffled groan of agony, his movements inevitably stiffening for an instant, although his robust physique allowed him to swiftly dispel the paralysis and chill. The critical delay was more than sufficient for Walker. Now is the moment. A glint of determination flashed in Walker's eyes. The magnetic field he wielded transitioned instantly from suppression to capture. The powerful magnetism transformed from interfering with the trident to becoming an invisible, colossal mechanical arm that fiercely constricted around Arthur's body. This force did not aim to crush him, but to confine him. Arthur felt an immense pressure closing in from all directions, as if he had been plunged into the depths of a 10,000-meter ocean trench, his bones groaning under the strain. He struggled mightily, unleashing the surging power of the ocean god, attempting to break free from the intangible shackles. Yet Walker's magnetism clung to every point of resistance like a relentless parasite. Target: King Arthur Curry of Atlantis. Execution plan: restraint. The cold electronic voice of steel frame resonated. His massive mechanical form transformed instantly, shifting from bombardment mode to binding mode. Several chains, forged from high-strength alloys and pulsating with energy suppression, shot forth from steel frame's arms and back like living metal serpents. Guided with precision by Walker's magnetism, these chains evaded the areas of Arthur's most vigorous resistance, swiftly wrapping around his wrists, ankles, and waist, with the final chain coiling around his spear-bearing arm like a venomous snake. The chains tightened. Energy surged. Buzz! A powerful energy suppression field erupted from the chains, forming a perfect dual restraint alongside Walker's magnetic confinement. Arthur felt the power within the trident doused in a torrent of icy water, its flow suddenly rendered sluggish. He was ensnared by both an invisible giant's grip and the chilling embrace of the metallic serpent, possessing the might to sway the ocean, yet finding it arduous to unleash in this meticulously crafted snare. No! Arthur let out a defiant roar, akin to a caged beast, struggling fiercely, but the dual binding's strength far exceeded his expectations, each exertion akin to sinking deeper into quicksand. He watched helplessly as Walker's figure approached like a specter. Walker's ambition is none other than the legendary Atlantis trident, a symbol of dominion over the seven seas. Under Arthur's seething gaze, Walker's palm emanated a deep azure magnetic force, disregarding the residual energy of resistance clinging to the trident's shaft. With the ease of plucking a ripe fruit, he effortlessly wrested the trident from Arthur's chains, which bound him and suppressed his strength. Ah, the heft is quite agreeable. Walker weighed the formidable artifact in his hand, the magnetic brilliance at his fingertips flowing over the trident, as if deciphering its intricate structure. His tone dripped with a blend of amusement and unabashed disdain, as if he were toying not with a powerful relic that could command the seven seas, but rather a curious trophy. Alas, it has found itself in the wrong hands. Having lost the trident and ensnared by the dual energy bindings forged by Walker and Steelbone, King Arthur Curry, once the sovereign of the seven seas, now resembled a fierce tiger stripped of its fangs and claws, utterly devoid of the capacity to resist. He was firmly captured in place by Walker's invisible magnetic field and Steelbone's frigid alloy chains, his eyes aflame with humiliation and seething rage. Meanwhile, on another front of the battlefield, Wonder Woman Diana Prince was equally embroiled in a fierce struggle. Shazam, Billy Batson, had cast aside the last vestiges of hesitation and youthful folly. The scar etched on his cheek by Diana's own hand throbbed painfully, a reminder of the demigoddess's madness and peril that lay before him. He unleashed the full potency of the power of six gods. The unmatched strength of Heracles surged through his fists, each strike crashing down like a colossal battering ram, wielding enough force to shake mountains. The courage of Achilles emboldened him to disregard the threat of Diana's blade, daringly engaging her in close combat. Zeus's thunder coiled around him, transforming into a tempestuous golden electric serpent with each roar, rending the air as it relentlessly battered Diana's defenses. Diana, cease your efforts. Look around you. Shazam bellowed, his immense fist, imbued with tremendous power, hurtling towards Diana's head. The Godslayer sword narrowly deflected the blow, resulting in a thunderous clash of metal and an explosive surge of energy. Diana's eyes blazed with icy resolve. Yet Shazam's raw power and the fury of divine lightning compelled her to summon every ounce of her focus. The Godslayer sword danced like the wind, and the lasso of truth transformed into a golden barrier, repelling fists strong enough to crush steel and thunder capable of rending the very fabric of space. With each parry, a searing ache coursed through her arms, as the ground beneath her feet fractured and crumbled under the collision of divine forces. Yet, the most taxing challenge was the ubiquitous golden flash of the lightning man, Barry Allen. Barry had pushed his speed to its zenith, no longer merely conjuring illusions to distract. He wove a death net of golden arcs around Diana, akin to the most lethal of hummingbirds, utilizing the unparalleled reflexes granted by his divine speed. He sliced through the gaps in her defenses during her engagements with Shazam, like a specter. With cunning angles of attack, a kinetic-laden hand strike aimed fiercely at the bend of Diana's arm, seeking to dislodge her sword. A toe kick entwined with high-frequency shockwaves aimed at the backside of her knee, intent on disrupting her balance. Precise disruption, the specially designed sonic bomb detonated beside Diana's ear, disrupting her auditory perception and concentration. The phase disruptor was accurately deployed at a critical juncture in her divine energy manipulation, causing an instantaneous delay and chaos in her power output. Extreme harassment. He even sped past at an astonishing velocity during the pivotal moment when Diana attempted to channel the Earth's divine power for a powerful strike, creating a tumultuous vacuum vortex that forcibly interrupted her incantation. Diana felt as if she were battling two exceptionally skilled adversaries, each with contrasting styles yet seamlessly coordinated. On one front was Shazam, launching relentless and furious assaults, with unparalleled strength compelling her to defend with all her might. On the other was the Flash, executing extreme harassments and precise strikes that transcended visual limits, insidious and cunning, making it nearly impossible to defend against. Her pride in her combat skills and demigod physique seemed inadequate against this tempestuous onslaught. Her breaths quickened, and tiny fissures began to appear in her once impeccable defensive stance. Deep within her icy gaze, a barely perceptible heaviness and a sense of offended fury flickered. She, the goddess of war, Diana Prince, was being cornered by two mere mortals, in her eyes, to such an extent. Yet, Shazam and Barry offered her not a moment's respite. Their assaults surged like an unrelenting tsunami, each wave more powerful than the last. Diana's predicament grew increasingly perilous with Aquaman's capture. Chapter 92. The Return of Superman Diana Prince. This demigod steeped in the fervor of war, keenly sensed the subtle shifts in the battlefield. Shazam's ferocious onslaught resembled an unyielding tide, while the Flash's harassments buzzed like the most bothersome of insects. She had to break this deadlock. A dangerously audacious thought flickered through her mind, as Shazam prepared to unleash yet another blow infused with Zeus's divine lightning. A hint of ruthless determination flashed in Diana's eyes. Deliberately, she slowed her blocking motion for a fraction of a second, as if shaken by Shazam's might, creating an almost imperceptible flaw in the defense of her god-slaying sword. This flaw lay precisely at the inner elbow of her sword arm, an irresistible target for a high-speed assailant. Barry, an opportunity, Shazam roared, believing Diana had finally exhausted her strength. The Golden Flash indeed aligned with Diana's expectations, instantly seizing this fleeting chance. Barry pushed his speed to the limit, transforming into a golden streak that tore through the air, aimed directly at the exposed joint of Diana. His fingertips, charged with the kinetic energy of divine speed, were capable of piercing steel. However, just as Barry's fingertips were about to make contact with the target, a cold, triumphant smirk curled at the corner of Diana's mouth. She had never truly lost her balance. That seemingly desperate posture, that lethal flaw, was merely a meticulously prepared death trap for the Flash. Too slow, Diana shouted fiercely, her poised left arm striking like a venomous serpent, snapping backward at a speed that surpassed visual limits. Crack! A sharp sound echoed. Diana's palm, imbued with a terrifying power, clamped down with unerring precision on Barry's wrist as he launched his surprise attack. A tremendous force surged through, making Barry feel as though his wrist bones were about to be crushed. The kinetic energy from his swift movement abruptly severed, with an overwhelming strength emanating from Diana's arm. She hurled Barry towards the ground as if he were a mere sack of rags. Barry could only emit a cry of pain before his body plummeted like a cannonball onto a smoldering ruin engulfed in magical flames. A thunderous explosion ensued, debris and fire spiraling into the air, instantly consuming him. Barry, Shazam witnessed this scene, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. A wave of immense anger and concern swiftly eclipsed his trepidation towards Diana. He roared, summoning forth a tempest of lightning, recklessly charging towards Diana in an attempt to rescue his severely injured comrade. Foolish. A glint of cold light flashed in Diana's eyes. She had awaited this moment. With a flick of her wrist, the lasso of truth, resembling a living bolt of golden lightning, shot forth with startling speed. At this moment, Shazam was entirely focused on Barry, his mind in turmoil, rendering him vulnerable. The lasso, imbued with the divine power of absolute honesty, coiled around Shazam's massive form with serpentine precision. The instant it made contact, it tightened, erupting in a dazzling golden light. An unparalleled binding force, rooted in the essence of order, surged into Shazam's being. The strength of Heracles, the thunder of Zeus, and the courage of Achilles were instantaneously subdued and frozen by this artifact's might. Let me go. Shazam struggled fiercely, his divine power ensnared by the lasso's golden glow, akin to sinking into a mire, unable to summon even a fraction of his strength. The lasso of truth not only shackled his power, but also, like a cold, venomous serpent, began to erode his will. A cruel and triumphant smile graced Diana's face. She disregarded Barry's futile struggles in the ruins below, her icy gaze fixated on Shazam, bound like a dumpling in the golden lasso. Slowly, She raised her god-slaying sword, its tip aimed directly at Shazam's brow. Her voice as chilling as the depths of the abyss, imbued with an irresistible divine authority. In the name of Hestia's sacred fire and the lasso of truth. Reveal to me, Billy Batson, what is the incantation to dispel your pathetic disguise? The golden light of the lasso of truth flared intensely. Shazam gritted his teeth in agony, his body trembling violently in resistance, sweat pouring forth like a torrent. However, before the absolute authority of the artifact's unerring truth, any concealment proved futile. His lips moved involuntarily, a secret he desperately sought to protect pride opened by an unseen force. Shazam, he uttered, his voice faint yet clear, laced with humiliation and defiance. Boom! As the incantation escaped his lips, a colossal bolt of golden lightning descended from the heavens, striking Shazam with immense force. The blinding radiance swiftly engulfed his robust divine form. As the light receded, only a ragged, terrified boy, Billy Batson, remained, tears streaking down his face. Helpless, he collapsed to the ground, the lasso of truth still coiled around his small frame, its golden glow extinguishing the last flicker of his resistance. How fragile, how pitiful! Diana gazed down at the trembling boy beneath her, devoid of any compassion, her eyes filled with a chilling intent to kill and a hint of mockery. She raised the god-slaying sword, stained with the blood of countless deities and demons, its blade glimmering with a deadly radiance beneath the somber sky. The tip was aimed at Billy's defenseless, fragile neck. Farewell, little wizard. In your next life, do not meddle in the wars of gods. Diana's voice resonated like the final judgment, her arm taut with the power to obliterate all as she swung down with ferocity. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Billy, in despair, shut his eyes, just as the blade, poised to sever all, was about to make contact with the boy's skin, a piercing, fiery red beam of light. As if capable of cleaving through space itself, shot down from the lofty clouds above, swift as a comet, surpassing the limits of human reaction. This incandescent flash, infused with boundless rage and resolve, silently grazed Billy's terrified cheek, followed by a soft sound, akin to a hot knife slicing through butter. In that instant, Diana's wrist, clutching the god-slaying sword and ready to deliver the fatal blow, was severed cleanly. The dismembered hand, along with the sword, spiraled downward, helplessly descending towards the smoldering ruins below. Beneath Diana's incredulous, agonized gaze. At the point of severance, the wound was charred and void of blood, a horrific gash instantaneously carbonized by extreme heat. Diana abruptly looked up, her eyes ablaze with pain and fury. She followed the trajectory of the scorching beam and beheld a tall figure suspended in the cloud-laden sky, shrouded in volcanic ash and smoke. Bathed in the thin yet resolute golden sunlight piercing through the dust, he appeared like a flame against the darkened backdrop, the emblem on his chest shining brilliantly. The once confused azure eyes now radiated a frigid anger akin to polar ice, resolute and unyielding. Kal-El, or rather, the superhero who had discovered his path amidst suffering and confusion. He had returned, in the moment of utmost despair, to halt the irrevocable slaughter. Chapter 93. Is victory assured? Kal-El's figure descended like a comet, tearing through the gloom with a thunderous crack as he broke the sound barrier. He landed deftly beside Billy, his movements gentle yet imbued with undeniable strength as he swiftly pulled the shaken boy from the bindings of the truth lasso, shielding him behind his own form. His azure gaze swept over the tear streaks, and terror etched upon Billy's cheek, revealing a fleeting, barely perceptible sorrow deep within his icy depths. Without pausing, the superhero's gaze, sharp as lightning, locked onto Diana, whose face contorted in agony from her severed wrist, preparing to roar in retaliation. With a swift motion of his arm, the truth lasso, fallen amidst the ruins, soared into his outstretched hand as if drawn by an invisible force. The golden chain, imbued with the power of absolute honesty, erupted in an unprecedented brilliance within his grasp. In the name of truth, be bound. Karl's voice resonated with a deep authority, akin to the arrival of an oracle from Olympus. He forcefully cast the lasso of truth. The golden cord, animated as if it possessed life, swiftly ensnared Diana, binding her tightly along with the agony of her severed arm and her raging fury, rendering her immobile. Golden runes danced along the rope, and Diana felt an overwhelming compulsion emanating from the depths of her soul, stifling even her most furious roars, leaving her to glare at Superman with eyes ablaze with humiliation. "Carl, you have returned." Barry struggled to rise from the rubble, blood staining his lips, yet upon witnessing Superman's timely intervention, his eyes sparkled with a euphoric gratitude, the golden arcs of electricity around him brightening in response. "Thank heavens. Your arrival is most fortuitous." At that moment, Walker and Steele were escorting the captured Aquaman, Arthur Curry, tightly bound in dual-energy shackles, his complexion ashen and his eyes seething with unbridled hatred, approaching from the far end of the battlefield. Walker nonchalantly toyed with the commandeered Neptune trident, as if it were merely an ordinary fishing spear. The silhouette of Thomas Wayne emerged from the dissipating smoke, his black cloak soiled with dust and blood, resembling a harbinger returned from the depths of hell. Harley skipped along at the rear, baseball bat slung over her shoulder, curiously observing the two subdued deities. Thus, the central figures of this cataclysmic conflict that threatened to annihilate half the earth, the Amazonian goddess of war and the Atlantean king of the sea, had been subdued. All gazes converged upon Kal-El at the center. The battlefield momentarily fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the crackling of flames and the distant wails of sea creatures. The group encircled Superman, forming an impromptu gathering. Barry anxiously turned to Carl. "What should we do now? How can we bring an end to this war?" Shazam also looked on with concern. Thomas's gaze was profound, while Walker casually toyed with the trident, and Steele silently scanned the status of the two captives. Carl surveyed the assembly, then turned his attention to the hostile Diana, bound by the lasso of truth, and the trapped Arthur, resembling a cornered beast, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation as he sought a resolution. Sunlight filtered through the thin veil of dust, illuminating him, the emblem of hope gleaming brightly. He opened his mouth, seemingly ready to articulate his thoughts. Suddenly, in this brief yet critical moment of deliberation, a blindingly bright yellow lightning bolt, accompanied by an ominous hum, erupted without warning from the shadows at the edge of the battlefield, like a venomous serpent tearing through the fabric of space. Its speed was unparalleled, surpassing the reactions of all present, even exceeding Barry's perception limits, granted by his super speed. The target was not any of the gathered heroes, but rather Kal-El, who had just become the focal point of hope for them all. The yellow lightning surged towards Superman, revealing a blurred figure enveloped in a reverse lightning field. Clad in his iconic yellow attire, Albert Swan, the reverse lightning. A twisted delight and utter malice contorted his face. "Surprised, Barry? And you too, pesky scout." As the chilling sound of reverse lightning echoed, he gripped a shard of kryptonite, glimmering with a deadly emerald hue, enveloped by arcs of yellow speed force. The shard, meticulously honed into the shape of a dagger, bore an exceptionally sharp tip. In an instinctive reaction to the sudden assault, Superman turned, unable to gather his heat vision in time. With a sickening thud, akin to a blunt object piercing decayed wood, the kryptonite dagger was thrust with terrifying force and speed into the unguarded left side of Kal-El's abdomen. The eerie green glow of the kryptonite instantaneously penetrated his being. Ack! Kal-El's body stiffened abruptly, a muffled groan of excruciating pain escaping his lips. The resolve and strength that had just surfaced on his face were swiftly replaced by incredulous agony and weakness. The kryptonite, like the most lethal poison, ravenously eroded the might he derived from the sun's embrace. His surrounding force field dimmed instantly. The blue suit, a symbol of hope, seemed to lose its luster. He stumbled back a step, one hand clutching the wound, radiating a faint green glow, while the other hung limply by his side, his eyes filled with torment and a hint of bewilderment. The fatal kryptonite had been injected into the returning Superman's body by their most perilous foe at the most critical moment. The light of hope was extinguished in an instant, snuffed out by the deepest malice. Chapter 94. The Clash of Speedsters. Swan. "What have you done?" Barry Allen's roar resonated like thunder, imbued with boundless rage, fear, and a heart-wrenching concern for his gravely injured friend. At the moment his voice erupted, his body instinctively transformed into a golden streak of lightning, tearing through the fabric of space towards the demon cloaked in yellow arcs of electricity. Yet, his shout, even the instant he launched himself, was perceived by Eobard Thawne. Reverse Flash. as slow as frozen amber. Questioning? Too late, Barry. Welcome to my realm of speed. Reverse Flash's voice, laced with mockery and twisted glee, did not traverse the air, but resonated directly within Barry's rapidly moving thoughts. It was as if they had transcended the battlefield of reality, plunging into an alternate dimension crafted solely from pure speed, imperceptible to any onlookers. Buzz! Two bolts of lightning, one aflame with furious crimson and the other a chilling, malevolent yellow, clashed violently in the chasm between reality and illusion, separating and colliding once more. Their trajectories transformed from mere lines into a myriad of lethal currents that pierced through the battleground's ruins, tearing the air and even momentarily distorting light. Red and yellow entwined and pursued, their velocity surpassing the limits of physical perception, leaving onlookers with a dizzying cascade of light and a cacophony of sonic booms. The entire battlefield seemed to be set to slow motion, with only these two lightning bolts fervently composing a symphony of destruction. Barry clenched his jaw, pushing the speed force to unprecedented extremes. His thoughts ignited in the rapidity, striving to capture every movement of Reverse Flash, anticipating each of his attacks. Yet despair engulfed him like a frigid tide, swiftly submerging his very essence. In terror, he realized that no matter how he accelerated or changed direction, that yellow lightning always seemed to be one step ahead, as if it were a parasitic worm clinging to his very bones, moving with effortless ease. Do you feel it, Barry? The voice of Reverse Flash hissed in his ear like a venomous serpent, dripping with unabashed pride and cruelty. While you, weak and vulnerable like an ordinary man, struggle to save your pitiful mother, losing your speed in this twisted realm, I, Eobard Thawne, have not been idle. A yellow blur intersected Barry's path at an unimaginable angle. A fist imbued with terrifying velocity crashing mercilessly into his side. Ugh! Barry let out a muffled groan as the protective electric arc around him dissipated in an instant, the searing pain momentarily freezing his movements. In this world teetering on the brink of collapse, the timeline was as fragile as a thin sheet of ice. The voice of Reverse Flash whispered like a nightmare, accompanying each strike that was precise to the millisecond, while the Speed Force, the primordial essence of speed in the universe, scattered like a treasure without a master within every temporal fissure. All I needed was a gentle inhale, and the yellow lightning surged forward, so swiftly that even its afterimage began to blur. Like a predator toying with its prey, it circled around Barry, whose speed had evidently lagged, unleashing a flurry of blows. Each strike landed with pinpoint accuracy on Barry's joints and vital points, dismantling his defenses and diminishing his speed. I have stolen it. The voice of Reverse Flash suddenly escalated, filled with a mad possessiveness, having seized the vast majority of the world's unclaimed speed force. Now, Barry Allen, I'm swifter than you, stronger, and closer to the very source of the speed force. You, pitiful Flash, before me, move as sluggishly as a snail crawling through viscous syrup. Boom! 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 3 successive blows, each imbued with terrifying kinetic energy, struck Barry's chest, abdomen, and back like a supersonic battering ram. Barry's protective speed force was utterly shattered. The golden electric arc extinguished like a candle flickering in the wind. He felt his very organs shift within him, his bones groaning as if on the verge of breaking. The intense pain and rapid loss of strength left him in darkness. To onlookers, the tumultuous clash of the two lightning storms lasted merely a suffocating few milliseconds. Yet within the realm of the Speed Force, for Barry, it felt like enduring an interminable and despairing torment. Finally, bang! With a resounding thud, Barry Allen was propelled like a kite severed from its string, trailing golden sparks of electricity, violently ejected from the storm of super speed. He crashed heavily to the ground, carving a deep trench into the charred earth, rolling for several meters before coming to a reluctant halt. Struggling to rise, he could only expel a mouthful of blood laced with electric arcs, his body racked with pain, the speed force within him feeling drained and feeble, leaving him powerless to collapse amidst the ruins, his golden uniform soiled, his gaze filled with agony, shock, and profound helplessness. At that very moment, as Barry was sent flying, time on the other side of the battlefield seemed to flow anew. Superman. Thomas Wayne was the first to react, dashing like an arrow towards the blue figure, staggering backward. Clutching the wound in his abdomen that emanated a deadly green glow, his body arching in agony. Walker's gaze sharpened, and in an instant, he thrust the Neptune trident into the ground like a javelin, the ethereal blue magnetic light converging in his palm, poised to counter any potential ambush. While his eyes keenly scanned the kryptonite dagger at Superman's waist, the colossal mechanical frame of steel activated its scanning protocol immediately, a cold, electronic voice urgently announcing, vital signs plummeting, high concentrations of kryptonite radiation detected, energy level, lethal, immediate removal of the foreign object, and energy neutralization required. Harley, too, ceased her laughter, a rare expression of tension crossing her features as she gripped the baseball bat protectively in front of Billy. Diana, bound by the lasso of truth, and Arthur, ensnared by chains, despite their eyes still brimming with hatred, could not help but show a flicker of strange disturbance upon witnessing the emblem of hope being corroded by the eerie green glow of kryptonite. Everyone understood. The fatal strike from Reverse Flash had not only gravely injured the recently returned Superman, but had also plunged them deeper into a more perilous abyss at the very moment they glimpsed a flicker of hope for an end to the war. Barry lay fallen, Superman endangered, while the yellow demon who had stolen the immense speed force hovered nearby in the air, emanating a chilling, victorious laugh. Chapter 95. The mastermind Barry Allen lay, collapsed amidst the cold ruins, each breath tugging at the agony from his fractured ribs. His speed force flickering like a candle in the wind, barely perceptible. He watched helplessly as those around him frantically surrounded Superman, who was in anguish with a kryptonite dagger embedded in his abdomen, while the demon Reverse Flash, shrouded in yellow arcs of electricity, loomed nearby, gazing down at him with a chilling mockery akin to a cat playing with its prey. It was not until this moment that Reverse Flash seemed to finally hear Barry's earlier question, laced with anger and despair, reverberating within the Speed Force realm, where the flow of time had already twisted. "Oh, you asked what I have done, Barry?" The voice of Reverse Flash, cold as venom, vibrated through the Speed Force, invading Barry's mind with unabashed derision, a question so dull, while you, like an impulsive fool, shattered the timeline for your pitiful familial bonds, creating this splendid flashpoint paradise. In an instant, the figure of Reverse Flash appeared before Barry like a wraith, his speed so blinding that Barry scarcely had time to blink. He bent low, his face twisted in a blend of madness and intellect, nearly touching Barry's bloodied visage, the yellow arcs crackling between them. Barthon, also bathed in the Speed Force. The ripples of time? I am far more sensitive to them. The moment you forcefully distorted the timeline, I sensed it. A brand new, chaotic world, brimming with opportunities, has opened its doors to me. He straightened up, extending his arms as if to embrace this ravaged world. Look at this scintillating universe, Barry. How ironic it is. Due to your alterations, the original you, Barry Allen, never experienced the explosion of the particle accelerator. You have never acquired the Speed Force. What does this imply? Huh? The Reverse Flash gazed upon Barry's horrified expression as though admiring the finest piece of art. This signifies that in this realm, the understanding of the Speed Force, this cosmic power, is as shallow as that of a frog at the bottom of a well. They cannot even comprehend what it truly is, let alone guard against or study it. A glimmer of sinister triumph flickered in the Reverse Flash's eyes. This is my stage, my perfect operational space. I exploit their ignorance and fear of speed to effortlessly weave lies, convincing them that I am a god of speed transcending the laws of physics, the sole symbol of order in this chaotic era. Thus, Barry struggled to utter two words, a dreadful hypothesis taking shape in his mind. So, the Reverse Flash let out a sharp, malicious laugh. So, I have taken control of the United States government. From the highest classified directives of the Pentagon to the tormenting experiments on that poor Kryptonian in the Fortress of Solitude. The shadow of my Speed Force looms over it all. Did they think they were serving their country? No, they are merely ignorant and obedient pawns on my chessboard. He paced, yellow arcs of electricity spreading beneath his feet. And what are the foolish war beasts of Amazon and Atlantis? Do you think their conflict is merely a happenstance of history and the inevitability of hatred? Tu n'avais, Barry. The Reverse Flash halted, a cunning gleam in his eyes. The death of young Bruce? The misunderstanding of the Red Wedding? The escalation of border frictions? The timing of Mara's untimely demise? Behind all these events lies an invisible hand, deftly manipulated by the Speed Force. I only need to inject a touch of appropriate speed at the most pivotal moments, disseminate a hint of misleading information, or place a crucial piece of evidence at just the right location, and the flames of hatred will naturally blaze forth, reducing you so-called gods and kings to ashes. He opened his palm, a sphere of highly concentrated energy, radiating waves of destruction, swirling in his grasp. I guide them toward their doom, patiently awaiting the exhaustion of their powers, waiting for you remnants of heroes to gather like moths drawn to a flame, expending all your strength for that laughable salvation. The Reverse Flash's gaze swept over the distant, gravely injured Superman, the captured Diana and Arthur, the struggling Barry, before returning to the orb of absolute power in his hand. A greedy and satisfied smile adorned his face, reminiscent of a glutton anticipating a feast. Then, at the moment you foolishly believe you see a glimmer of hope in your most vulnerable hour, it will be I, Eobard, who shall pluck this final, sweet fruit of victory, using your collective despair and the wreckage of this world as the stepping stones to my ascension upon the throne of the Speed Force. The truth pierced Barry Allen's heart like the coldest dagger. This global catastrophe, which devastated half the Earth and stripped him of everything, has transformed into a nightmarish struggle not solely due to his errors in altering the timeline, but because, in his moment of vulnerability and powerlessness, he was ensnared by this perilous foe who meticulously orchestrated events, ultimately propelling him into the abyss of destruction. He did not merely alter the past inadvertently. He paved the path for Reverse Flash to ascend to ultimate power and ruin. A profound sense of guilt, anger, and despair threatened to consume Barry entirely. He fought to rise, to roar in defiance, but the excruciating pain in his body and the depletion of his speed left him helplessly sprawled amidst the ruins. Watching the yellow demon hover like a malevolent sovereign beneath the apocalyptic sky. Chapter 96. Archenemy Reverse Flash, Eobard reveled in the astonishment and anguish that adorned Barry's face as the conspiracy was unveiled, akin to savoring the finest wine. Yet this was merely a prelude, far from sufficient. A more frenzied and nefarious glint sparkled in his eyes, embodying a rapture of ultimate liberation from shackles. "Oh, Barry, my dear adversary," Reverse Flash intoned, his voice a chilling aria, as he crouched to peer deeply into Barry's despairing eyes. What has transpired thus far was merely an appetizer. Now, allow me to elucidate the ultimate gift you have bestowed upon me by altering the timeline. He extended a finger crackling with yellow arcs of electricity, almost touching Barry's nose, each word piercing Barry's consciousness like a poisoned ice pick. "You have shattered the damned first law that bound my existence for a lifetime. That cursed paradox of existence you bestowed upon me." Barry's pupils dilated. A blurred yet terrifying suspicion seized him in an instant. Indeed, Reverse Flash abruptly stood, arms outstretched, as if embracing the entire warped continuum, yellow arcs swirling around him like a serpent freed from captivity. "In that accursed timeline, my existence, Eobard, is entirely predicated on you, Barry Allen, because you became the Flash, because you survived into the 25th century, sprinting forth the Speed Force that begot my very being. This is the immutable law, the first law of speedsters I am bound to uphold." His voice surged, brimming with long-suppressed fury and a newfound release. "I loathe you to the core. I yearn to reduce you to ashes. But before that, I must ensure your survival. Ensure you become the Flash. Ensure you live a long life, until you run out my origin. I cannot allow you to perish prematurely. Otherwise, the foundation of my existence will crumble, and I shall be erased from time itself, as if I were a mere stain wiped clean. This is my damnable chain, the most humiliating bondage you have imposed upon me." Reverse Flash pointed an accusatory finger at Barry, the arcs of electricity crackling at his fingertips, laden with condemnation. "But you foolish, selfish, love-stricken imbecile, what have you done? You have altered the inevitability of Nora Allen's demise. You have erased the pain that you were destined to endure, a suffering that was to be your crucible, the very foundation of your journey as the Flash. It is also the anchor that sustains my existence as Savitar." He erupted into a hysterical laughter, echoing through the ruins, imbued with a chilling madness and exhilarating freedom. You have changed it. Haha. You have shattered it with your own hands. You severed the most crucial thread that binds our fates. Do you comprehend the implications of this, Barry? It signifies that the paradox which compelled me to protect you, the very essence of my origin, has been obliterated. You have excised me from this damned, inherent causal chain. I am utterly liberated from the shackles of history that bound me. The figure of Reverse Flash trembled in ecstasy, the yellow arcs of lightning glowing with an unprecedented brilliance and purity. Now I, Eobard Thawne, am alive, breathing, possessing power that transcends yours. Yet I have faded from the timeline, or rather, I exist independently of it. I am no longer the shadow of your future, no longer a parasite tethered to your existence. No matter where you, Barry Allen, flee across the timeline, regardless of the trials you face, I, Thawne, exist autonomously. There is no longer that damned causal relationship defined by you. At last, he could no longer restrain the twisted ecstasy that had built up over countless centuries, unleashing a deafening, frenzied laugh that echoed into the heavens. Ha 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 ha. Freedom. True freedom. This feeling is exquisite. So exquisite it brings me to tears. The laughter abruptly ceased as he lowered his gaze upon Barry, his eyes now devoid of warmth, filled solely with pure, cold, remorseless intent to kill. What does this mean? It means I can return to a time before your birth, before she feels the first stirrings of life, and obliterate you into a blur of flesh and blood with my super speed. Or even at this very moment. Right here, he lifted his foot, clad in metallic boots crackling with yellow lightning, and with immense force, stomped down upon Barry's defenseless chest. Crunch! The sickening sound of splintering bones faintly echoed. Ugh! Barry let out a heart-wrenching scream, blood gushing forth anew from his mouth. He felt the excruciating pain of broken ribs, compounded by the raw, unbridled force of destruction emanating from the sole of Reverse Flash's boot. Leaning down, Reverse Flash brought his face closer to Barry's contorted visage, his voice chilling as though it emerged from the deepest abyss of hell, each word laden with absolute, despairing judgment. I can harm you, torment you, kill you at will. And you, the legendary Flash, Barry Allen, he revealed a twisted, grotesquely satisfied grin. You can no longer inflict harm upon me with time, with causality, or your ludicrous destiny. For in that moment you altered the past. The legendary Reverse Flash transcended your pitiful legacy. This feeling, he pressed down forcefully once more, reveling in Barry's agonizing convulsions. Emitting a sigh of profound satisfaction, truly exquisite, Barry lay upon the frigid ruins, his chest bearing an unbearable weight and excruciating pain. Yet the most profound suffering resided within his soul. The second truth revealed by the reverse lightning instilled a more profound chill and cognitive collapse than the first conspiracy. His attempt to alter the timeline to save his mother not only failed to bring redemption, but instead unleashed the most lethal shackles from his nemesis, transforming a demon once bound by time into an unrestrained nightmare, capable of delivering devastating blows to him and all he held dear at any time and place. This despair was heavy enough to grind any hope into dust. Chapter 97, Judgment. The reverse lightning, Elber Deswin, was enveloped in the ecstasy of his twisted triumph and the sensation of absolute control, unabashedly revealing his meticulously woven dark conspiracy to the prostrate Barry. The yellow arcs of electricity dancing around him seemed to mock the despair of all present. So, Barry Allen, behold the hell you've wrought with your own hands. The voice of reverse lightning laced with malicious delight. Yet, before the final syllable faded, a palpable yet invisible terror descended abruptly from every direction. It was as if the density of the entire space had instantaneously multiplied 100-fold. What? The pride on reverse lightning's face froze instantly, replaced by astonishment and a hint of panic. The yellow arcs surrounding him flickered violently, contorting as they struggled against this sudden confinement. Instinctively, he sought to activate his speed force to flee, but his body was ensnared as if mired in the thickest tar, every movement becoming painfully arduous and sluggish. It was Walker. At the very moment reverse lightning was engrossed in humiliating Barry, boasting of his deadly conspiracy, Walker, like the most composed of hunters, had silently executed his plan. With arms outstretched, the ethereal blue glow of magnetic energy surged forth like a tangible tide, not directly assaulting reverse lightning, but rather skillfully and silently weaving an invisible three-dimensional cage of ultra-high-strength, directed electromagnetic force around him. Do you enjoy oratory? Then stay here and speak at your leisure. Walker's voice was as cold as steel, his gaze sharp as an eagle, wholly focused on manipulating the magnetic field. He was not merely applying gravity. He was distorting the spatial field surrounding reverse lightning with formidable electromagnetic force, creating a powerful spatial adhesive effect that severely restricted the speed upon which reverse lightning relied. Damn it! Reverse lightning roared in fury, the yellow speed force erupting wildly as he attempted to break free from this intangible cage. He transformed into a blurred yellow shadow, darting within a limited space. However, Walker's control was exquisite. With each of reverse lightning's collisions, the invisible electromagnetic net constricted inward like a living entity, compressing. The ethereal blue magnetic lines grew denser and more solid. The space in which reverse lightning could move was being rapidly squeezed, as if trapped within a continuously shrinking metallic box. His speed advantage was ruthlessly constrained by the intricate trap. Each attempt to accelerate felt as though he were struggling through a viscous gel, consuming vast amounts of energy, yet failing to break free of the confinement. Damn it! Break free! Reverse lightning roared in fury, his incredible speed burning recklessly as he endeavored to tear open a gap before the cage fully closed. Yet Walker granted him no such opportunity. Just as reverse lightning was pushed to the brink by the compressing electromagnetic field, his movements momentarily faltered. A glint of cold light flashed in Walker's eyes. His left hand maintained the utmost compression of the magnetic field while his right swiftly reached for a miniature cryobomb. Crafted from discarded Kryptonian technology in a core of freezing apparatus he had utilized within the Batcave. Silence, speedster, Walker commanded, his wrist flicking sharply. The bomb, glimmering with an icy aura, precisely threaded through the minuscule gap left in the magnetic field, heading straight for reverse lightning. Ensnared in the center, and now sluggish in his actions. It was not an earth-shattering explosion, but rather a dull thud, reminiscent of cracking ice. The bomb detonated instantly, releasing not flames, but an intensely concentrated, near absolute zero, supercooled liquid nitrogen mixed with Kryptonian condensation technology, enveloping the area in a white, chilling mist. Crack, crack, crack. The cold mist spread with an unfathomable speed, solidifying. Reverse lightning, his legs encased in yellow arcs of electricity, poised to propel himself forward, found his lower body instantaneously covered by a layer of crystalline ice, radiating an excruciating chill, freezing him in place. This was no ordinary ice. Within it flickered ethereal blue energy runes, exuding formidable strength. Ack! Reverse lightning let out a harrowing scream of agony. The extreme cold not only immobilized him, but severely disrupted the flow of his super-speed energy. He was utterly pinned in place. Despite the immense super-speed energy within him violently battering against the ice, fine cracks began to surface. Walker was right. This ice could hold him for no more than 3 seconds. Yet 3 seconds was long enough for some to deliver a fatal judgment. At the very moment the freezing bomb took effect, a shadowy figure, akin to a long-awaited harbinger of death, silently emerged beside the frozen reverse lightning. Thomas Wayne. At some point, he had retrieved the god-slaying sword, stained with the blood of innumerable deities and radiating an ominous chill, which Diana had dropped. In this moment, the aged Batman exhibited no hesitation, no mercy, only a chilling resolve to eradicate evil, with both hands firmly grasping the hilt. He aimed the sword's tip at reverse lightning's chest, contorted in agony and rage. Time seemed to elongate as Thomas raised his sword. The cracks in the ice spread further, and reverse lightning's eyes filled with a blend of terror and a frantic will to resist. Walker maintained the utmost compression of the magnetic field, the steel scanner locking onto the target. Barry struggled to rise, and all gazes were fixated upon the impending descent of the god-slaying sword. There was no roar, no proclamation, only the most concise and lethal thrust. A sharp, sickening sound reverberated through the suddenly silent battlefield as the blade pierced flesh and bone. The Godslayer's sword, broad and keen-edged, mercilessly penetrated the chest of the Reverse Flash, Albert Swan, with unparalleled precision. The tip emerged from his back, stained with the warm blood of the speedster. Time seemed to freeze. The expression on the Reverse Flash's face was frozen in a tableau of utter shock, agony, and disbelief. The yellow arcs of electricity surrounding him flickered erratically like a dying candle in the wind, before extinguishing completely as if the power had been cut. He opened his mouth, seemingly attempting to utter something, but only a stream of blood, bubbling and crimson, poured forth. The immense speed force, siphoned from his world, surged uncontrollably like a breaching dam, transforming into countless diminutive yellow electric serpents that hissed and dissipated into the air. Walker, in a timely manner, withdrew the magnetic field. The frozen lower half of the Reverse Flash shattered like ice, yet his body, bereft of its supporting strength, could only dangle helplessly from the Godslayer's blade, twitching faintly as the light of life swiftly faded from his eyes. Thomas Wayne, impassive, abruptly withdrew the sword. The corpse of the Reverse Flash collapsed to the ground like a broken puppet, a pool of glaring crimson rapidly spreading beneath him. The Yellow Demon, who had wrought untold suffering, toyed with time, manipulated war, and nearly dragged the world into an abyss, had finally met the end of his wretched existence. It was the cold will of Batman and the blade once wielded to foster hatred that brought about his demise. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 98. Run. Barry. The body of the Reverse Flash lay limp upon the scorched earth, warm blood staining the ground, his incredulous expression forever frozen. Yet, the stillness of the battlefield lasted but a fleeting moment before it was violently shattered by the emotionless yet piercing alarm of steel-boned Victor Stone. The Global Geological Sensor Network detected an abnormal surge of energy. Coordinates: Mid-Atlantic Ridge and Major Continental Shelf Fracture Zones. Energy Pattern Match: Atlantis Core Ripper Array. Steel Bones Electronic Eye blinked frantically, the cold synthetic voice infused with unprecedented urgency. Energy readings surpassing the threshold. Thousands of seismic wave sources were activated simultaneously. Predictive result: chain reaction of structural collapse in the tectonic plates. A global superquake and volcanic eruptions will peak in 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Destruction level: planetary. Repeat. Destruction level: planetary. The screen was instantly inundated with countless scarlet alarm windows, the dense seismic wave graphs resembling the ruptured veins of a dying planet. The entire world seemed to emit a final, anguished groan. Arthur, you madman! Diana, bound by the lasso of truth, for the first time displayed an expression of horror, transcending hatred. Aquaman Arthur Curry, held fast by Walker and Steel Bone, though unable to move, wore a smile that mixed profound pain, madness, and twisted delight, silently screaming, "Let us all be destroyed together." Meanwhile, Barry Allen suddenly clutched his head, collapsing to the ground in agony. Golden arcs of electricity surged chaotically around him, flickering like a malfunctioning light bulb. He felt countless new fragments of memory, belonging to this twisted flashpoint world, forcefully flooding into his mind like a relentless tide, attempting to obscure and drown his original recollections of his mother, his father, the Justice League, and the home he must return to. The very essence of his mission to save the world and rectify the timeline was being frantically eroded and dissolved by the grim reality of this dying world. "Child!" The voice of Thomas Wayne thundered, piercing through Barry's pain and confusion in an instant. The Dark Knight appeared before Barry like a specter, his cold yet powerful hands gripping Barry's trembling shoulders. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, penetrating the haze in Barry's eyes and reaching deep into his soul. "Listen, Alan. Run before this world completely consumes you." Thomas's shout carried an undeniable, ironclad command, imbued with an almost tragic entrustment. Only you can rectify all of this. Before the memories vanish, before everything becomes irretrievable, return to that point of origin. If you succeed, those who are dying, those who have turned to ash, may yet be saved. This world can be redeemed. Thomas's voice trembled slightly, yet the determination in his eyes remained unwavering. He abruptly released one hand, delving into the interior of his cape to retrieve an envelope, worn from handling and stained at the edges with blood. He almost thrust it into Barry's instinctively raised hand. "Take this. Deliver it to Bruce." Thomas's voice was low and urgent, each word seemingly exhausting his strength. He implored Barry to understand that Thomas Wayne would forever. He paused, as if 1,000 unspoken words lodged in his throat. ultimately transforming into a heavy sigh and a flicker of relief. I can depart this hell with peace, knowing there exists a better world, a world guarded by him, filled with hope to replace this cursed fate. He gazed deeply at Barry, his weathered face etched with wrinkles, for the first time revealing an almost tender expression, imbued with boundless trust and hope. I believe in you, Barry Allen. I trust you will fulfill your promise. Now run. Child, the timeline is on the brink of collapse. Barry Allen, this is your only chance. Walker's voice resonated nearby, no longer regarding the fallen body of Reverse Flash. His gaze intensely fixed on the struggling Barry, his tone imbued with unprecedented seriousness and urgency. Run, with all your strength. Set everything back on track. Thomas's trust, Walker's insistence. The crimson numbers flashing on steel screen like a countdown to death, 2 minutes and 48 seconds. And the shards of the flashpoint memories that were relentlessly eroding his original recollections, all converged upon Barry like the hottest branding iron, searing deep into his soul. Barry let out a cry, a tumultuous blend of pain, defiance, and ultimate resolve. The last flicker of confusion in his eyes was entirely ignited, consumed in flames. He clenched tightly the letter in his hand, a vessel carrying the weighty expectations of two fathers from two disparate worlds. The Speed Force, the most primal essence of velocity in the cosmos, seemed to sense its master's unwavering resolve, responding to his fervent call with an intensity unparalleled. More radiant and tempestuous than ever before, golden arcs of lightning erupted from every cell of his being, akin to a celestial deluge breaking free from its confines, enveloping him in a resplendent cocoon of light. For everyone, Barry's roar transformed into a thunderous resonance within the chaotic realm of the Speed Force. In the next breath, boom! An unprecedented bolt of golden lightning, a bridge connecting the past to the future, destruction to hope, rent the very fabric of space and time, tearing apart the crumbling battlefield of doom. Propelled by the ultimate force of the Speed Force, Barry Allen became a streak of brilliance surpassing light and imagination, a radiant beacon carrying the last vestiges of hope for the entire planet. As he charged unflinchingly toward the origin of time, toward the rain-soaked corridor that would alter everything, he ran, pouring every ounce of his soul into his stride. Behind him lay the earth, yawning open to spew forth molten destruction. There stood Walker, Steele, Harley, and the weighty gazes of the bound Diana and Arthur. And there was Thomas Wayne, the Batman from the depths of despair, frozen in a serene smile imbued with relief and boundless hope. Run, Barry, run, before memory fades into oblivion, before the planet is reduced to cosmic dust. Return to the origin, rectify that damned error. For Mother, for Father, for Bruce, for Thomas, for all the souls struggling and fading in the hell of the Flashpoint, run. The Flash. Chapter 99. The timeline Walker felt akin to a speck of dust cast adrift by a stellar tempest, as Barry Allen plunged fearlessly into the warped vortex of time and space, seeking to rectify the catastrophic blunder known as the Flashpoint. An irresistible, transcendent force suddenly seized him. Instead of being swept into the tide of the reboot, he was violently hurled away, cast beyond the magnificent tapestry woven from countless timelines that constitute the very fabric of reality. He floated in an ineffable void, with no solid ground beneath him. Yet a breathtakingly grand and simultaneously despairing panorama unfolded before his eyes, the narrative of the entire universe, compressed and expanded like an infinite tome in the hands of the divine. The pages turned before him, revealing first a vibrant epic, resplendent with colors so pure they seemed nearly ethereal. This was the golden age of comics. Walker could almost scent the ink of freshly printed comic books, hear the exuberant cries of newsboys peddling their wares on bustling streets. He witnessed the birth of a concept, the superhero, a figure clad in red and blue spandex, emblazoned with an enormous emblem, soared across the sky, heralding the advent of Superman, not the complex deity he would later become, but the very embodiment of hope, the quintessential harbinger of a brighter tomorrow. Immediately, the enchanting Amazonian princess, Wonder Woman, emerged from Paradise Island, carrying the sacred missions of truth and love. The Green Lantern wielded by Alan Scott glimmered with a mysterious luminescence. The helmet of Dr. Fate shone with ominous premonitions in the shadowy corners. He even beheld the golden lightning trails left by Jay Garrick, the Flash, as he sprinted, alongside another Green Lantern, their images and tales imbued with an earnestness that felt both familiar and alien to Walker. He witnessed the historic birth of the first superhero team, the Justice Society of America. Their valiant figures united in battle, akin to the inaugural flames of a bonfire symbolizing order and light in the primordial chaos. As the colors intensified and sharpened, and the lines became more fluid, a surge of futuristic energy erupted forth. The Silver Age had arrived. The universe appeared to undergo a magnificent evolution. Walker observed a streak of red lightning racing past at an unprecedented speed. It was Barry Allen, the modern incarnation of the Flash, who brought not only velocity, but also a scientific understanding of speed. Soon after, the deep voids of space were illuminated by a resplendent green light as Hal Jordan, a pilot of Iron Will, ascended as the new Green Lantern, belonging to the vast Green Lantern Corps, extending the stage for heroes into the cosmic seas. This era was not merely a reclothing of old characters. It revitalized them with strokes of science fiction. Superman's powers were endowed with more scientific explanations, and his adventures traversed into bizarre dimensions. The concept of the multiverse was introduced. The valiant figures of the Golden Age were neither forgotten nor rebooted, but existed in a parallel reality known as Earth 2. The freshly invigorated heroes of the Silver Age thrived in Earth 1, which would soon become the nucleus of the narrative. The spirit of teamwork once again radiated during this epoch. Walker beheld the genesis of the Justice League. The Flash, Green Lantern, Wonder Woman, Aquaman, and Martian Manhunter gathered to confront a common threat. Subsequently, the two greatest solitary figures, Batman and Superman, joined their ranks. The youthful heroes were not to be outdone. Under the leadership of Dick Grayson, the Teen Titans assembled, including Kid Flash, Wally West, Wonder Girl, and Aqualad. Meanwhile, in the shadows of Gotham City, the Bat family began to quietly take shape. Walker held his breath, witnessing a historic moment. The heroes of two worlds, the Justice League, Earth 1, and the Justice Society, Earth 2, transcended the barriers of the universe, encountering each other for the first time and fighting alongside one another. This gathering, known as the Crisis on Infinite Earths, resonated like the first grand chord struck upon the strings of the multiverse. Then the timeline deepened, its contours sketching more intricate shadows. This marked the universe's Bronze Age. Walker sensed a shift in narrative focus. The heroes' adventures were no longer mere confrontations of good versus evil, but delved into societal issues, moral ambiguities, and inner turmoil. Iconic and profoundly impactful storylines began to emerge. The scale of the universe expanded to unprecedented dimensions. Walker beheld the introduction of the Fourth World concept, a realm of deities, transcending the ancient battleground of good and evil. The new deities tower majestically, with the most terrifying of them all, Darkseid, entering the cosmos with his devastating Omega effect, pressing the profound weight of cosmic perspective and fate upon the shoulders of every hero. The concluding chapter of this era unfolds as an apocalyptic crisis that engulfs all realities, the Infinite Earth Crisis. Walker witnesses a scene of despair, an infinite, vibrant multiverse, mercilessly devoured and obliterated by a horrific entity known as the Anti-Monitor. This marks the ultimate battle for survival. Amidst the fierce conflict, two brilliant lights extinguish. The Flash, Barry Allen, sacrifices himself in a desperate bid to save all, merging into a bolt of lightning that embodies the Speed Force. Supergirl, Kara Zor-El, also bravely lays down her life. It seems as if the very foundation of the world has been pulled away, leaving the heroes steeped in profound sorrow. Ultimately, the Anti-Monitor is vanquished, but the cost is devastating. Countless surviving Earths are forcibly merged in the ashes of the cosmos, collapsing into a singular new Earth. The heroes of the Golden Age and Silver Age, their histories and narratives are woven together against their will. The complexity of the multiverse is simplified, ushering in a new era that is pristine yet bereft of certain infinite possibilities. Walker feels an overwhelming sense of loss, as if countless splendid tales have been forcibly closed within a single tome. What follows is the post-crisis era, the most familiar universe to the masses. This is a time of rectification, exploration, and scars. He observes that the red lightning has not vanished. Wally West, once Kid Flash, assumes the mantle of the new Flash. burdened with immense grief and responsibility, inheriting his Uncle Barry's legacy. He must combat foes while also delving into the significance of this legendary power he now bears. The universe begins to scrutinize the origins of its core heroes more deeply, attempting to reshape their foundations within the framework of the new Earth. However, this era proves particularly brutal for the Dark Knight. He bears witness to the tragedy in Ethiopia, where the second Robin, Jason Todd, is ruthlessly slain by the Joker. Batman, clutching the tattered Robin uniform, stands solitary in the shadows of the Batcave, his silent anguish threatening to rend reality itself. Soon after, Barbara Gordon, daughter of Gotham's police chief James Gordon and a vital ally of Batman, is shot by the Joker, resulting in a shattered spine that robs her of the ability to walk, transforming her into the wheelchair-bound oracle of information warfare. These successive blows strike Batman like a hammer, nudging him toward the precipice of madness. Walker can almost sense the painful groans of the no-kill principle beneath the Dark Knight's clenched fist, teetering on the brink of collapse. Moreover, Walker witnesses a scene that shocks the world. Superman, the embodiment of hope, falls beneath the monstrous spikes of Doomsday in a catastrophic battle. Succumbing amidst the ruins of Metropolis, the world descends into unprecedented panic and mourning. In the shadow of Superman's fall, Batman encounters one of his most formidable adversaries, Bane. In the grip of searing agony and mental torment, Batman is utterly defeated, plunging Gotham into deeper darkness. On the other end of the universe, the Emerald Glow also finds itself shrouded in shadow. Walker witnessed how Jordan's devastation as the coastal city of his homeland was utterly annihilated by the cosmic tyrant Mongol, resulting in the instantaneous loss of millions of lives. An overwhelming sorrow and fury ravaged his will, allowing the embodiment of cosmic terror, Parallax, to seize him. Consumed by fear, Hal Jordan, once the illustrious Green Lantern, tragically destroyed the headquarters of the Green Lantern Corps on OA, slaughtering his comrades and transforming into the fearsome Parallax. The guardian of cosmic order swiftly devolved into the very embodiment of dread. As the timeline convulsed violently, the fabric of reality distorted anew, reverberating with chaos. The latter half of the post-crisis era, heralding the arrival of the New 52, commenced. Walker sensed a potent amalgamation of rebirth, hope, and chaotic uncertainty. This marked the reconstruction or renaissance of the superheroes. Within the shadows of Gotham, he beheld a figure cloaked in a crimson hood, enacting a brutal form of vigilante justice. Jason Todd had returned, now as the Red Hood. Walker bore witness to his transformation from an avenging fury through profound internal conflict and redemption, ultimately rediscovering his rightful path as a hero. The deep green of the universe flickered back to life. Walker glimpsed the tale of the Green Lantern's rebirth. Through relentless endeavors, the heroes ultimately liberated Hal Jordan from the corruption of Parallax, cleansing his name and restoring him to his former glory as the greatest Green Lantern. This resurrection transcended mere personal salvation. It significantly expanded the mythos of the Green Lantern. Walker discerned the full spectrum of emotions: the red light of rage, the orange light of greed, the yellow light of fear, the green light of will, the blue light of hope, the indigo light of compassion, and the violet light of love, each hue signifying a fundamental cosmic power wielded by the respective core. The cosmic tapestry, woven with this seven-colored spectrum, became resplendently intricate. This era also witnessed monumental events that reshaped the very foundation of the universe. Foremost among them was the Infinite Crisis. Walker observed an unprecedented alliance of nearly all heroes, new and old, from every corner of Earth, including former villains. Their adversary was the supervillain Superboy Prime, imprisoned in a pocket dimension, controlled by the ambitious Lex Luthor, who relentlessly hammered at the barriers of reality in a frenzied attempt to escape his confinement. Each blow resonated like a cosmic force, resulting in terrifying fissures within the structural reality. To thwart his cataclysmic ambitions, the heroes made immense sacrifices. Although the crisis ultimately subsided, the devastation wrought by Prime was irrevocable. The structure of the infinite multiverse was irrevocably altered. The theoretically infinite parallel worlds were compressed and reshaped into precisely 52 parallel Earths. Walker beheld the stage that bore the narratives of the Silver Age, Bronze Age, and post-crisis tales, once known as New Earth. This world was formally designated as Earth Zero within the new framework, the primordial universe, serving as the core of this newly birthed 52 universe and the focal point of the timeline that Barry Allen was fervently striving to restore. Chapter 100. Someone is tampering with the timeline before Walker could catch his breath from the awe and epiphany brought forth by that grand epic. The ground beneath him, woven from countless timelines, began to tremble violently. The tremor was not merely a physical disturbance, but rather a silent scream emitted from the forced tearing and distortion of the very fabric of reality. He abruptly shifted his gaze towards the distant source of the disturbance, a point belonging to the golden age of the cosmos. His pupils constricted in an instant. At that pivotal moment, the young Alan Scott struggled amidst the wreckage of the derailed train, fate urging him to reach for the mysterious, ominous green lantern that radiated an alluring emerald glow. Suddenly, a bare blue figure appeared as if conjured from thin air, resembling a spectral presence. This figure emitted a chilling blue light, its muscular form perfect yet distinctly inhuman, its countenance serene to the point of indifference, akin to a living statue of a deity with absolute rationality. Without a hint of hesitation, it moved with precision as if executing a predetermined program. Just as Alan Scott's fingers were about to make contact with the green lamp that would alter the course of his life, the blue figure impassively extended its hand and gently brushed it aside. The lamp, which was destined to become the source of Alan Scott's power and the catalyst for the birth of the first Green Lantern, vanished as though erased by an eraser. Walker's heart felt as if gripped by an icy hand. He watched helplessly as Alan Scott, in a state of desperate imbalance, grasped at nothingness, his face frozen in astonishment and bewilderment, not yet able to comprehend the unfolding tragedy. In the next moment, the remnants of the derailed carriage, propelled by catastrophic force, came crashing down. The timeline emitted a piercing lament. Like the first domino falling, a terrifying chain reaction commenced. Within Walker's vision, scenes depicting the illustrious history of the Justice Society of America began to dissolve. The swift dash of the first Flash, Jay Garrick, the enigmatic ritual of Dr. Fate, the soaring of Hawkman and Hawkgirl, the scenes of Captain Marvel and the Star-Spangled Banner fighting side by side, all rapidly faded, blurred, and dissolved as if submerged in a corrosive acid. The visages of those heroes, their deeds, and the shared beliefs and legends they valiantly protected were violently torn from the annals of history by an unseen force. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The tremors of the timeline spread like a plague along the main artery. Walker, filled with dread, beheld the core timeline of the primordial universe, which bore the origins of the Silver Age heroes and the rise of the Justice League, twisting and distorting violently. He witnessed a shocking spectacle. Heroes who were meant to converge at different points in time, having undergone their own growth, now gathered prematurely, years ahead of their destined encounters. Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, The Flash, Aquaman, and Cyborg, a young and somewhat inexperienced Justice League, had already been formed. Their faces still bore the innocence of youth, their uniforms untouched by the trials of battle, and their trust in one another seemed tentative. All the heroes appeared younger, as if the entire history of the universe had been forcibly accelerated. This upheaval was not confined to the main universe. Walker sensed the 52 parallel Earths, the very cornerstones of the cosmos, rippling like a stone cast into a pond, each reflection distorting and deforming, history being rewritten, and the identities and destinies of the heroes subtly reset. Deeper within, the dark multiverse, which harbors countless nightmares and sinister possibilities, resonated with a deep and ominous echo, as if nourished by this primordial distortion, stirring restlessly. Just as Walker was shaken to his core by this cataclysmic upheaval, a chilling and penetrating gaze suddenly seized him. Instinctively, almost in fear, he turned once more to the architect of this chaos, the blue figure that had just obliterated the origins of the Green Lantern, triggering this temporal cataclysm. At that moment, the figure slowly turned its head. Those eyes, if one could indeed call them eyes, were pure, devoid of any emotion, radiating a blue light that seemed to perceive all. They pierced through the barriers of time and space, precisely locking onto Walker, who hovered outside the timeline. There was no curiosity, no anger in that gaze, only a cold, scrutinizing acknowledgement, as if Walker's existence were merely a variable to be recorded or processed. In the instant their eyes met, Walker felt akin to an insect pinned to a specimen board, every essence of his soul ruthlessly dissected by that gaze. Then, without any unnecessary movement, the blue figure's cold scrutiny suddenly intensified. An irresistible force, far greater than what had previously thrust him from the timeline, emerged from nowhere. This power was not a physical pull, but rather an expulsion at the level of rule. Walker felt the very ground on which he existed collapse in an instant. The particles constituting his consciousness forcibly stripped away and dragged. He was like a speck of dust thrown into a whirlpool, powerless against that force. Brutally yanked from the lofty observational point outside the timeline toward the chaotic maelstrom of the primordial universe, which was in a state of frenzied upheaval. The sensation of falling was one of tearing. He was no longer a reader overlooking an epic, but rather was violently thrust back into the pages of a book that was being recklessly rewritten. Fragments of the timeline, echoes of erasure from history, and the cacophony of a nascent reality tore at his perception like a storm. The last thing he saw was that blue figure at the source of time, like a callous artisan, continuing to scrutinize the ripples in space-time that he had just ignited and which were still expanding. Then came a heavy sensation of impact, not of the body, but of the soul being forcibly embedded in a reality that was being reshaped, a dull pain. Chapter 101, Dr. Manhattan. A cold despair and a fiery rage clashed violently within Walker's chest, akin to magma sealed beneath the surface of Mars. He fixed his gaze on Dr. Manhattan, who hovered above the energy network, radiating an absolute rational blue light. Reason, like the last fragile dam, struggled to hold back the devastating flood of emotions. There was no hope of overcoming this. This realization struck his consciousness like a cold, iron anvil. The presence before him was a deity at the quantum level, one capable of manipulating the timeline at will, erasing the origins of heroes, treating the entire multiverse as an experimental sandbox. His current powers, mastery over magnetism, combat experience, and even the faint energy drawn from countless events paled into insignificance before Dr. Manhattan. Any thought of attack would be a self-inflicted humiliation, merely accelerating his own obliteration. Walker compelled himself to draw a deep, measured breath of the cold, thin Martian air. The agony continued to thrum within his bones, a stark reminder of his fragility. Ravaged repeatedly by the relentless timeline, he needed to remain composed. Anger would only render him a mere emotional specimen, worthy of documentation yet devoid of significance in the eyes of his adversary. His gaze, seemingly fixated on the inhuman visage of Dr. Manhattan, belied a mind that had plunged into the depths of his consciousness. There, suspended before him, was the only ally he could rely upon, a system not of this universe. The frigid interface pulsed with data, and at its core lay the accumulated crisis energy born from his experiences at pivotal moments, witnessing the epic transformations of the cosmos, and struggling beyond the confines of time itself. Without hesitation or reservation, Walker directed his thoughts to channel all that crisis energy, representative of his struggles and experiences, into the system's core lottery pool. It was a gamble of all or nothing. He placed his hopes in this system from another universe, yearning for it to bestow upon him a fragment of power that could shift the tides of his dire situation, or at the very least, grant him the means to survive or take some action, even if it was but a slender thread of hope. Simultaneously, he had to buy time. Walker forced his vocal cords to vibrate, his hoarse voice resonating in the desolate silence of the Martian palace, striving to shatter the suffocating stillness. Doctor. His voice carried the gritty texture of Martian dust, struggling to maintain an appearance of calm. Is this your understanding of change? To use the fates of heroes and mortals across the universe as your experimental medium? You have stripped away the essence of humanity, merely to observe a predetermined outcome? Is this not the epitome of arrogance? Dr. Manhattan's gaze fell upon him like two beams of icy searchlights. In those blue eyes, brimming with infinite possibilities, there was not a ripple of emotion. He offered no response, merely observing Walker as one might scrutinize a microorganism in a petri dish secreting unusual substances. This silence itself exerted immense pressure. Deep within his consciousness, the system's lottery wheel spun at a dizzying pace, radiating blinding light. Each flash heralded the birth of a new outcome. Walker's mind was wrenched in a fierce tug-of-war, desperately attempting to maintain his verbal standoff with Dr. Manhattan, hoping to delay even for a fleeting second, while anxiously watching the rapid procession of prize information on the system's display. Acquisition. High-density alloy dagger, Marvel Universe. Acquisition. Low-level stamina recovery potion X3. Acquisition. One-time disruptor, effective range, 10 meters. Acquisition. Basic combat skills, mastery level. Acquisition. Language comprehension charm, duration, 24 hours. Acquisition. The information of each item or skill flashed by in rapid succession. Were they of any use? Perhaps in some skirmish in Gotham. But against a quantum deity capable of erasing history? In this silent Martian palace? They were as inconsequential as grains of sand on a beach, unable to construct a dam against an impending tsunami. Disappointment, akin to the frigid subterranean waters of Mars, began to seep into Walker's consciousness. Was this to be his conclusion? Exhausting all accumulated resources, only to yield a heap of inconsequential debris? He glimpsed a flicker of brilliance. Acquired. Hyperion template, significant enhancements in power, speed, endurance, and sensory perception, with partial energy projection capabilities, Marvel's Eternals. Hyperion, a formidable template. Under ordinary circumstances, this would propel him to unprecedented heights of strength. Yet now, in the face of Dr. Manhattan, it remains insufficient, far from adequate. Walker's heart sank, nearly engulfed by despair. His final gambit seemed poised to dissipate into nothingness without a trace. Just as he was on the verge of relinquishing his focus on the system's lottery, preparing to confront the unknown machinations of Dr. Manhattan, the core of the system panel, the rotating hub of rewards, erupted unexpectedly in an astonishing, resplendent golden light. This radiance was so intense, so pure, that it instantly eclipsed the brilliance of all previous prizes, causing Walker's corporeal form to quiver slightly in the realm of reality. The luminescence swiftly converged and coalesced, ultimately manifesting as the ethereal silhouette of a belt upon the system panel. Acquired, dimensional traveler's belt. Description: imprints the host's temporal coordinates, consuming vast amounts of energy, allowing for limited, non-continuous, uncontrollable timeline jumps. The core device requires prolonged recharging or special circumstances for energy replenishment once depleted. Walker's breath caught instantly. Hope flickered to life, akin to a fragile ember ignited on the desolate plains of Mars, illuminating the shadowy recesses of his despondent heart. All his attention, all his will, momentarily detached from the futile dialogue with Dr. Manhattan, fixating intently on the belt emanating a rhythm of time on the system panel. He needed to activate it. Immediately, at that very moment, as his thoughts surged, attempting to connect with the system's belt, the unperturbed voice of Dr. Manhattan, akin to the background noise of the cosmos, resonated deep within his consciousness, carrying an almost ineffable hint of intrigue. Interesting. Chapter 102. The bet the light of hope had just ignited in Walker's eyes. The intent to activate the time traveler's belt surged like electricity towards the system's core. Yet, just as the energy representing temporal authority was about to be summoned, it froze. The entire Martian palace, or rather, the entire space centered around Walker, was abruptly ensnared in absolute stasis. The air ceased to flow, dust hung, suspended in midair, and even the faint light filtering through the palace's dome appeared to solidify into crystalline ice. Walker felt every cell, every thread of consciousness ensnared by an invisible force, transcending the laws of physics. The intent to activate the belt crashed against a sighing wall forged from absolute rules, extinguished completely. Dr. Manhattan did not even lift a finger. He merely raised his gaze slightly, his blue eyes, harboring infinite possibilities, calmly observing Walker, as if to convey, "Your struggles are futile and uninteresting." A chilling despair once again seized Walker's heart, more piercing than the frigid winds of Mars. He could neither move nor escape. His last desperate card effortlessly seized by the opponent. In the face of absolute power, every strategy appeared ludicrous. Yet, amid this suffocating confinement, a thought flickered like a firefly in the darkness, resiliently igniting. Dr. Manhattan's gaze, seemingly marked by absolute rationality, concealed a subtle, almost imperceptible interest in a specific being. Indeed, since he began to alter history, create flashpoints, and observe the tumult of the universe, his focal point appeared to linger, almost imperceptibly, upon that red and blue figure, Superman. The harbinger of tomorrow, the emblem of hope. Compared to Walker, this inconsequential variable, Dr. Manhattan's true subject of experimentation, or rather, the core variable he yearned to observe. Was Superman. In a flash of insight, a mad plan crystallized within Walker's confined mind. If resistance was futile and escape impossible, then perhaps joining forces was the answer. Or rather, leveraging the opponent's interest to carve out a minuscule possibility for himself and the universe. The constricting power subtly loosened its grip as if Dr. Manhattan awaited this minuscule being's final struggle. Walker inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing all fear and anger, his voice slightly hoarse from the earlier confinement, yet imbued with a resolute determination. Doctor, he met those blue eyes head-on. I understand that. In your eyes, I may not even qualify as an experimental error. But I also recognize that your interest in him far outweighs your regard for me. He struggled to raise his hand, pointing upwards, as if indicating that distant, altered Earth Zero. The essence of that symbol was the change you truly sought to witness, was it not? Dr. Manhattan fell silent. Yet the interest in his eyes appeared to intensify, akin to a cold instrument capturing a new stream of data. Walker's heart raced. He knew this was his final opportunity. I propose a wager. The terms are simple. From this moment forth, I, Walker, shall not personally engage in any affairs of superheroes within the original universe, Earth Zero. I will not warn them of your existence, nor will I attempt to rectify the alterations you have wrought, nor interfere with your meticulously designed experimental grounds. He paused, quickening his pace, as if casting his chips over the precipice. On the contrary, I shall become the catalyst for your experiment. I will, in my own manner, propel the progression of your experiment within the confines of permissible rules. I will escalate the conflicts and intensify the choices. I aim to reveal to you, under extreme pressure, the brilliance that the harbinger of tomorrow might unleash, or the depths to which he may plunge. And the stakes were laid bare as Walker's voice resonated with conviction. If ultimately, under the impetus of your experiment, amidst all trials and choices, Superman makes the decision you, in the depths of your being, deem to symbolize right or hope, no matter how arduous or costly that choice may be, so long as he upholds the core belief, then you, Dr. Manhattan, must fully restore all alterations made to the original universe. Let history return to its rightful course. Let existence prevail. Let the timeline be restored. Conversely, Walker's gaze was as sharp as a blade. If I lose, if Superman ultimately makes a choice, under your guidance, that you deem erroneous, corrupted, or a harbinger of despair, then, as recompense, I shall divulge everything I know about that which lies beyond this universe, including the secrets of the Watchmen universe from whence you emerged, its origins, its conclusion, its connections to other universes, and even fragmented whispers concerning the Creator, without reservation. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the Martian palace. Only Walker's labored breaths echoed in the vastness. He was wagering that beneath Dr. Manhattan's nearly divine rationality lay an insatiable curiosity for the unknown, particularly regarding the enigma of his own origin. Simultaneously, he was betting that deep within Dr. Manhattan, there might exist a glimmer of anticipation regarding whether the symbol of Superman could withstand the ultimate trial. Time seemed to stretch into an eternity, yet it also felt like but a fleeting moment. At last, Dr. Manhattan's monotone voice resonated once more within the depths of Walker's consciousness, imbued with a chilling cadence of near pleasure. Interesting. The wager is accepted. I look forward to observing the autonomous evolution of the variables. The shackles of restraint dissipated entirely. Walker felt the cold sweat saturating his back. He dared not hesitate and promptly activated the communication system. He eschewed the perilous time-traveling belt and instead plunged his consciousness into a collection of odds and ends he had previously drawn from a lottery. Swiftly locking onto an inconspicuous item, the advanced doppelganger, an energy entity resembling Walker almost identically, albeit with a slightly vacant gaze, manifested beside him. Walker swiftly infused the doppelganger's core directive with vital information regarding Dr. Manhattan's existence, alerts about the tampering of the timeline, and warnings of an impending greater crisis. Go, Walker commanded softly. Merge with Earth Zero and transmit the warnings to those heroes in any reasonable manner you can conceive. Remember, you are merely a messenger. The doppelganger nodded, its form transforming into a faint stream of data, vanishing in an instant, propelled towards Earth Zero. This did not violate the wager. The doppelganger was not Walker's direct participation, but merely a tool for communication, devoid of independent awareness. Having completed this task, Walker cast no further glance at Dr. Manhattan. He abruptly activated the dark, golden, time-traveling belt. The liquid gold core at its center erupted in a blinding radiance, enveloping him entirely. This time, there were no constraints. Dr. Manhattan merely observed in silence. Dr. Walker's voice became ethereal amidst the golden light. Watch closely. See if your chosen experiment will surprise you, even as the lofty observer that you are. Before his words could fully dissipate, the golden light flared intensely, and Walker's figure was erased as if by an eraser, vanishing completely from the Martian palace. He activated the dimensional leap function of the belt, targeting unknown multiverses. In the vast, frigid, and silent Martian palace, only the blue deity, perched upon the energy network, remained. The gaze of Dr. Manhattan seemed to penetrate the dome of the palace, transcending the barriers of a universe, landing upon the Earth Zero, where history was being reshaped, upon the young Superman, hastily thrust onto the stage, and upon the energy puppet that had just integrated into Earth Zero, attempting to signal the heroes in some manner. His flawless blue visage remained devoid of expression. Yet, within those eyes, which contained the entirety of the quantum ocean, countless clouds of probabilities seemed to flicker and fade, intertwining myriad potential futures. In the silence, his emotionless voice echoed through the empty palace like the whisper of the cosmos itself, imbued with an unprecedented, almost pleasurable icy anticipation. Variables have intervened. Catalytic process initiated. I wait with eager anticipation. Chapter 103. Preparations. Chilling rain mingled with the characteristic winds of London, laden with cold dust and the dampness of the Thames, harshly slapped against Walker's face. He abruptly opened his eyes, greeted not by the inhuman geometric dome of the Martian palace, but by the indistinct outlines of Gothic architecture, the sodden cobblestone streets, and a swiftly passing umbrella emblazoned with the Union Jack. With a groan, Walker propped himself against the drenched wall, his body aching as if it had been disassembled and reassembled anew. He shook his head, attempting to dispel the frigid fragments of memories forcibly lodged within this distracted shell, the memories of Mars and that blue deity. That bastard of a true self had gallivanted off to the multiverse, leaving me to deal with the epic mess of saving the Justice League. Truly, what a splendid true self I have. He could not help but mutter a curse towards the overcast sky, the London rain seeping into his mouth, both briny and bitter. The agonizing pain continued to throb within his body, a remnant of the relentless ravaging of the timeline and the forced distraction. Leaning against the frigid brick wall, Walker compelled himself to regain composure. His consciousness delved into the system, swiftly retrieving information regarding the current state of this Earth Zero, twisted by Dr. Manhattan. The theory of superhumans had now been unveiled, like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples through the government and the populace. Panic, adoration, greed, and various emotions were fermenting, with both superheroes and villains facing ostracism from humanity at large. A cold smile tugged at the corners of Walker's mouth. He understood this was merely the low pressure before the storm. The true detonator of the powder keg would be those concepts and individuals soon to seep in from the Watchmen universe. However, those individuals would require time. Time does not favor us, yet we cannot afford to wait idly. Wiping the rainwater from his face, his gaze sharpened. He needed a fulcrum, a leverage point capable of stirring sufficient chaos to alert those children of tomorrow. To directly approach Batman or Superman. No, that would be too conspicuous. Easily deemed personal intervention by Dr. Manhattan. He required a more circuitous approach, one that aligned with the logic of villains. His eyes swept over a red, antiquated public telephone booth at the street corner. He pushed open the door, and the narrow space was suffused with a mingled aroma of dust and antiseptic. The sound of coins clinking into the slot was sharp and cold. Walker inhaled deeply, his fingers deftly and accurately pressing a number from the recesses of his memory. A number known only to a select few outlaws. This number belonged to one of the most lethal mercenaries in the world. A prolonged, busy tone echoed in the receiver before the call was answered. A deep, gravelly voice emerged, akin to sandpaper scraping against rock, devoid of any pleasantries. Who? Walker infused his voice with a deliberately youthful flippancy, tinged with a hint of nervousness, mimicking the tone of a loquacious cousin from his recollections. "Hey, Slade, it's me, your beloved cousin Wade, the one everyone adores. I heard that mentioning my name when placing a contract with you comes with perks. I have a lucrative proposition that will surely rekindle the excitement in your dreary retirement." Silence loomed on the other end for a few seconds. Walker could almost envision the glint of cold, disturbed malice in the single eye of the Reaper, coupled with an overwhelming impatience towards Wade Wilson's unpredictable insanity and penchant for trouble. "Wade?" The Reaper's voice was devoid of warmth. As if assessing a troublesome object, "Get to the point, or I'll trace this call and ensure you never speak again." "Wow, still as fiery as ever," Walker exclaimed theatrically. "The point, dear cousin, is that I require you to summon your unparalleled network of contacts. Gather those eccentrics from around the globe who possess the power and a thirst for notoriety." "Reason?" The Reaper's voice remained icy. Yet Walker detected a flicker of faint curiosity. The Reaper thrived on chaos, particularly the kind that could yield profit. "Well," Walker lowered his voice, emulating Deadpool's enigmatic and slightly deranged tone, "someone wishes to engage in a monumental game, one that could reshape the world. And we, the villains, must discuss how to redistribute the spoils? Or, at the very least, ascertain who the hell is appending the table. Is that sufficiently explosive? The location and timing I will communicate later, guaranteed to be thrilling. As for the remuneration, it will undoubtedly satisfy you. Or, at the very least, provide a cathartic thrill. What say you, old friend? Are you in?" Another silence enveloped the conversation. Walker held his breath, betting on the Reaper's instinctive vigilance toward unknown threats and potential gains. Moments later, the cold voice returned with 2 words: "The list." "Deadline. It's settled." Walker felt an inner certainty. The list? Of course. It would comprise all the significant players, from those lunatics in Arkham to the major international players. "The deadline is imminent. Await my signal," he hastily concluded, disconnecting the call before the Reaper could respond. But he had no time to catch his breath. His consciousness plunged back into the system, and a virtual keyboard interface materialized. His fingers raced through the void, composing an email of the highest encryption level. There was but one recipient, Lex Luthor. The title of the email is strikingly succinct yet brimming with immense allure and provocation. An invitation regarding the blue sun and the reimagining of the future. The body of the message is equally concise, delivered with an air of omniscience and condescension. "Mr. Luthor, the answers you seek, regarding the origin of power, the disruptor of order, and the enigmatic blue sun that manipulates the stars from the shadows, do not stem from kryptonite. An experiment beyond your wildest imagination is underway, with subjects including your lifelong obsessions. Do you wish to comprehend the chessboard? To become a player? Even alter the rules? Location: a discreet and secure meeting place in London. Time: precisely detailed down to the minute. Come alone. Bring your intellect and your ambition. An observer cognizant of the variables." With a click, the message is dispatched. Walker leaned against the cold glass of the phone booth, watching the rain trickle down the surface, distorting the somber London streets beyond. He lit a cheap cigarette, its origin unknown, inhaling deeply as the acrid smoke enveloped the cramped space. The stage was set, the actor summoned. He exhaled a smoky ring towards his blurred reflection in the glass, his expression complex, as the somber chimes of the villainous alliance resonated like chaotic drumbeats. Luthor was the eye that perceives the darkness, and you, the children of the Justice League, do you hear the increasingly resonant alarm? Dr. Manhattan, do you anticipate the variables? Then observe closely how this fragment, abandoned by your essence, can stir a tempest upon this chessboard. He flicked the cigarette but away, where it sparked briefly on the damp ground before being extinguished by the rain. Pushing open the booth door, he stepped back into the cold, rainy embrace of London, his figure swiftly vanishing into the crowd. Chapter 104. The villainous assembly deep within the abandoned Gotham steelworks. Rusting pipes dripped murky droplets. The vast space illuminated by hastily erected floodlights, casting bizarre patterns of light and shadow. The air was thick with the scents of machine oil, humidity, and the distinct chemical concoctions of various nefarious individuals, along with the decay of vegetation and a faint hint of ozone. Here congregated almost all the heavyweight troublemakers on Earth, save for the isolated island of Kandak, ruled with an iron fist by Black Adam. What on earth is going on? Why all this fuss? Poison Ivy languidly leaned against a rusted steel beam, her fingertips entwined with a vine that glimmered faintly. Ever since that damned superhuman legislation draft leaked, my flower shop has been vandalized by angry mobs 3 times. Do they think a little herbicide can deal with me? Vandalizing my shop? Captain Cold Leonard Snart scoffed, his signature freeze gun cradled in his arms, his gaze icy behind the lenses. We rogues can hardly scrape by in Central City. Those ordinary folks look at us as though we are the plague. In the past, robbing a bank elicited shouts of excitement. Now, they wish they could cage us for display. Exactly. Heat Wave Mick Rory fumed, wildly brandishing his flamethrower, the surrounding air warping slightly. This life has become unbearable. In my opinion, one might as well venture to Kandok. At least that fellow, Black Adam, possesses formidable strength, a vast territory, and pays no heed to trivial laws. Black Adam, Harvey Dent, the Two-Face, tossed his well-worn coin, the grotesque scar on his visage pulsating under the light. Is his domain a paradise or merely another Arkham? Who can tell? The coin decides, does it not? As it fell, he cast a gloomy glance and grunted, choosing to abstain for the moment. The murmurs around him buzzed with anxiety, anger, and a palpable sense of exclusion from the world. Ever since the concept of superhumans was openly deliberated, an unprecedented wave of fear and hostility swept across the globe. Even the most malevolent villains felt the constriction of their space for survival. Captain Cold Snart sauntered to the stoic figure of Deathstroke, who leaned in shadows like an immovable statue, his lenses reflecting a cold light. Slade. Stop pretending to be profound. You summoned everyone here. Who is the employer? What does he desire? Surely, he does not intend to establish a villainous support group? Deathstroke as solitary, I slowly moved under the tactical scope, scanning Snart, his voice a metallic rasp. I am merely responsible for the gathering. The identity of the employer and his intentions are of no concern to me. I take the money. I do the job. That is all. His tone was devoid of emotion, exuding the cold detachment of a professional mercenary. TCH. One act. Firefly muttered in dissatisfaction. Just as discontent and suspicion reached a boiling point, a colossal, rusted gear platform high above the abandoned factory shifted slightly. Walker's figure appeared silently, making no attempt to conceal his presence, instead allowing an overwhelming and oppressive magnetic field to emanate instantly. The corroded steel structure groaned under the weight. Tiny metal fragments floated around him, suspended by an unseen force, slowly spinning and emitting a low hum. The beams of light seemed to be distorted and consumed by his intangible force field, rendering his figure even more towering and unfathomable. The clamorous discussions abruptly ceased. All gazes, filled with skepticism, vigilance, curiosity, and a hint of barely perceptible fear, converged upon the suddenly emerged stranger. Ladies and gentlemen, Walker's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly across the vast space, bearing a metallic chill that echoed in each ear. It appears that the shadow of the superhuman legislation has made your lives rather unbearable. He slowly strolled to the edge of the platform, looking down upon this assembly of the most dangerous villains on Earth, rejected by ordinary people as if they were pests, scrutinized by those who consider themselves heroes with heightened vigilance. Do you feel that your power has become a burden instead? His words pierced the hearts of most present, eliciting a wave of suppressed murmurs and affirming grunts. The world has changed. Walker's voice suddenly rose, imbued with a stirring intensity. It has grown narrow and brimming with hostility. They fear power, shun the different, aiming to confine you and us within the cages of law and public opinion. However, I must convey to you that he abruptly spread his arms wide, and the suspended metal fragments suddenly accelerated, emitting a piercing sound as if a miniature metallic storm was forming behind him. This world has never been in the hands of those who merely scream and cast votes. It eternally belongs to those who truly wield power. A formidable magnetic pulse erupted from him as the epicenter. Below, several abandoned containers collapsed inward like they had been struck by an invisible hammer, twisting and distorting. This bare display of strength instantly intimidated the entire assembly. Those who were eager to challenge authority found themselves gasping under the overwhelming force, retreating several steps with pallid faces. You gathered us here. The Riddleman, Nigma, adjusted his glasses, the lenses flickering with shrewdness, to impart this obvious truth? Or do you wish to lead us to seize control of the world? There was a hint of skepticism in his words. Led? A cold smile played on Walker's lips. No, I merely offer you an opportunity to perceive the truth. A possibility to alter the rules of engagement. Change the rules? Easier said than done. Penguin Oswald Cobblepot slammed his cane down, exclaiming sharply, "What about those costumed Boy Scouts? The Justice League? They're the ultimate authority. Do you expect us to clash with their ironclad resolve?" At the mention of the Justice League, many villains exhibited apprehension. The Justice League? Walker scoffed derisively, as if he had heard the most absurd jest. Them? They are of no consequence. Of no consequence? Bane finally spoke, his towering physique resembling an iron tower, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. Arrogance. Batman's cunning, Superman's might. Cunning? Might? Walker interrupted, his gaze sharp as a blade. What you fear is merely the tip of the iceberg they present. Have you ever pondered why Batman repeatedly thwarts your meticulously devised plots? Why Superman always appears when needed? Why the Flash's speed seems to know no bounds? His probing questions cause the astute individuals present to narrow their eyes. Because Walker's voice carried an icy revelation. They are not invincible gods. They are merely individuals who have been understood profoundly. He raised his hand, and a miniature holographic projector materialized in his palm. A beam of light shot forth, projecting a vast, intricately structured virtual dossier in a factory center, brimming with countless details. The interface exuded a cold efficiency, evoking an eerily familiar sensation akin to the Batcave database. The title of the dossier prominently read, Justice League Members, Strategies and Weaknesses Analysis, Chapter 105. The true objective 8 gasp resonated throughout the assembly. Batman's dossier, exclaimed Mr. Freeze, Victor Fries, his voice laden with disbelief. Impossible. Two-Face, Harvey Dent, stared intently at the projection, forgetting to flip his coin. On the projection screen, documents scrolled rapidly, revealing chilling content. Superman, a comprehensive analysis of his physiological structure, strength thresholds, sensory range, prominently marking the radiation spectrum of kryptonite, magical vulnerabilities, red sun radiation suppression strategies, and the feasibility of mental interference. Wonder Woman, an energy field analysis of the lasso of truth, frequency weaknesses of her divine shield, a dissection of her close combat style, and psychological manipulation strategies targeting her human vulnerabilities. The Flash, theoretical models of speed force field interference, designs for molecular vibration frequency traps, contingency plans for triggering his emotional traumas, and a conceptual sketch for a technology termed speed theft. Green Lantern, an emotional spectrum energy analysis, strategies for energy depletion of the power ring, and psychological assault plans aimed at his personal emotional weaknesses. Aquaman, data on the effects of high-frequency sound waves on the physiology of Atlanteans, analyses of limitations in combat away from water, and political subversion plans addressing the vulnerabilities of his royal rule. Cyborg, network intrusion path diagrams, potential overload points of the Mother Box's energy core, and concepts for a mental virus addressing the flaws in his human consciousness and mechanical body integration. Batman, this document was the most detailed and ruthless, nearly exhausting all his contingency plans, safe house locations, ally networks, and an ultimate plan known as the Nightfall Protocol. Each dossier was appallingly meticulous, replete with Batman's characteristic paranoia, coldness, and foresight. This was not merely a list of weaknesses. It was an almost flawless hunting guide for each core member of the League. An eerie silence enveloped the factory. The villains, who had been raucous moments ago, now stood as if throttled, staring in astonishment at the ominous projection hovering before them. Fear, shock, and a twisted exhilaration permeated the air. Just then, Walker's voice shattered the stillness, imbued with a chilling sense of control. Was it arrogance to deem the Justice League inconsequential? He waved his hand to deactivate the projection, and the suffocating pressure dissipated, yet the shock lingered in the hearts of all present. Knowledge is power. Walker's gaze swept over the faces below, marked by confusion or contemplation. How to wield this knowledge was now their responsibility. Remember, times have changed. The rules ought to be written by those who hold power. You may disperse. There were no impassioned speeches, no concrete plans. Walker merely cast aside the heavy bombshell named the Batman dossier, and turn away, his figure gradually vanishing amidst the distortions of the magnetic field, leaving the factory filled with villains, each absorbed in their thoughts, grappling with the revelation that could upheave the entire superhero paradigm. As the last few villains departed, bearing complex emotions, only the monotonous sound of dripping steel lingered in the depths of the abandoned factory, until a figure emerged slowly from the shadows of a pile of massive, rusted gears. Lex Luthor, clad in a perfectly tailored dark gray suit, his polished shoes clicked against the oil-stained floor, his expression a blend of extreme mockery and a barely perceptible curiosity. He clapped gently, the sound echoing harshly in the vast emptiness of the factory. "What a magnificent performance, Mr. Walker," Luthor's voice, imbued with his distinctive blend of elegance and sarcasm. Some of the most notorious villains on Earth, igniting their ambitions with Batman's ultimate dossier, instilling in them the delusion that power could overturn the established order. He moved to the spot where Walker had just stood, gazing upward, his sharp eyes seeming to penetrate the intangible air, staring into the void where Walker had vanished. "You have gone to great lengths, even invoking the name of my dear cousin to summon the funeral bell, merely to orchestrate this villainous rally?" The corners of Luthor's mouth curled into a sardonic arc. "Did you summon me from Metropolis to London simply to witness how you incite this rabble to obstruct the Justice League? This is profoundly disappointing, Mr. Walker." Luthor precisely quoted Walker's self-reference from the email, his eyes growing more inquisitive. He evidently scoffed at such juvenile schemes of villainous alliances. His true concern lay in the mention of the Blue Sun and the remaking of rules within Walker's correspondence. The photograph itself was unremarkable, yet the manner of its appearance and the eerie azure energy surrounding it caused Luthor's pupils to constrict sharply. For the first time, Luthor's voice lost its habitual elegance, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. "Dr. Manhattan." Walker's voice was deep and resolute, resonating like the tolling of a funeral bell. Or perhaps it was one of the most cherished memories from his time as the mortal John Osterman before he ascended to godhood. The original of this photograph belonged to a universe of a long-extinct cosmic guardian. Walker's gaze locked on Luthor, enunciating each word with gravity. "Every time he intervenes in our timeline, every time he erases the origins of a hero or a pivotal historical juncture, he does so not without leaving traces. He will imprint the energy of this photograph at the site of the alteration. It is an almost instinctual residue, a faint anchoring to the humanity of the past, or a quantum state of retrospection that even he cannot fully control." He pushed the ethereal image of the photograph towards Luthor. Luthor did not flinch. His formidable technological apparatus and analytical prowess activated instantaneously, capturing every thread of information emanating from that azure energy. "Analyze it, Luthor." Walker's voice bore an undeniable weight. "Examine the quantum characteristics of this energy residue, its temporal entropy, and its incongruity with the fundamental laws of our universe. This is evidence. It proves the existence of a quantum state from an alternate universe, one that transcends our understanding, recklessly altering the history of the cosmos." Kid Flash Wally West glimpsed his blue figure in a fleeting moment within the Speed Force. Reverse Flash Eobard Thawne briefly touched the edges of this power while attempting to manipulate Barry Allen's history. They both sensed the anomaly. But what was the outcome? Walker's voice suddenly turned frigid, imbued with a chilling essence born from witnessing countless tragedies. Wally had succumbed to madness, ensnared at the precipice of swift forces. Swan had been utterly erased, his very existence corrected by the powers of the quantum realm. This was the price of attempting to glimpse the divine. Chapter 106. The prelude unfolds. Luthor fixated intently on the floating image, his super-intellect whirring at an unprecedented velocity. The energy sample data provided by Walker surged into his personal terminal, colliding with the cutting-edge quantum theories and multiverse models of LexCorp. The results were profoundly unsettling. The energy did not belong to any known cosmic law. It exuded a chilling, absolute authority reminiscent of source code. Particularly, the residual traces of temporal interference aligned perfectly with the flashpoint events, disappearance incidents, and even the fluctuations of the timeline preceding the formation of the Justice League. Cold sweat trickled down the brow of Lex Luthor, the most intelligent human on Earth, not out of fear, but from a potent mix of furious indignation and exhilarating excitement at confronting an ultimate enigma. Thus, Luthor's voice regained its composure. Yet it was colder than ice as he shifted his gaze from the photograph to Walker, his eyes sharp as a scalpel. You reveal this to me, intending for me to confront him? To challenge a quantum deity capable of rewriting reality and erasing existence at will? Walker, even I am aware that this is akin to prodding a star with a toothpick. His tone dripped with extreme sarcasm. Yet deep within his eyes burned an almost frenzied flame, an insatiable thirst for ultimate knowledge and an instinctual impulse to challenge the supreme existence. Confront him? Walker suddenly laughed, a cold, calculating smile gracing his lips. No, Luther, I do not engage in suicidal enterprises. I do not expect you to confront him. What I require of you is a minor favor. He stepped closer, lowering his voice to a whisper akin to a devil's. Dr. Manhattan looms above, a detached chess player observing his experimental sandbox from beyond the timeline. His gaze is fixed on the child of tomorrow, scrutinizing how Superman navigates the chaos he has orchestrated. As long as he remains outside the board, he is invincible, the unshakable essence of the rules themselves. Therefore, what we must do, Walker's eyes glimmered with a dangerous light, is to pull him down from his position as the player, to compel him to engage directly. Pull him down? Luther's brow furrowed tightly as he thought at lightning speed. Indeed, Walker asserted with unwavering certainty. He is not omniscient nor omnipotent. He too has a past. His ties, though those ties may have become mere dust since his ascension to godhood. And soon, a visitor from his home universe, the now dwindling Watchmen universe, will arrive here. A steadfast ally in salvation, unhesitant in utilizing a god, Pharaoh Adrian Veidt. He will come bearing the past of the divine, along with everything this photograph signifies. Seeking Dr. Manhattan, attempting to persuade or manipulate him. Walker pointed at Luther, and your small favor is to wait. To await Veidt's arrival. Then, in your own manner, assist him, or rather, ensure his success in creating a significant disturbance for Dr. Manhattan. Force the Doctor to divert his attention from Superman and to personally intervene in this trouble from his past. He paused, a glimmer of desperate determination flashing in his eyes, and I shall rally that ragtag group outside to present the Justice League with a grand offering. A global tempest capable of overwhelming Superman, casting doubt in Batman's mind, and exhausting the entire League in a chaotic whirlwind. This will maximally capture the hero's attention, generating sufficient noise and confusion to grant you and Veidt an opportunity to approach the divine. Walker fixed his gaze upon Luther's astonished yet fervent eyes. When Dr. Manhattan is compelled to descend from his pedestal of observation, when he personally steps onto this game board, distracted by the need to address his past, no longer the absolutely transcendent rulemaker, then he ceases to be a god. Luther seized upon Walker's words, a cold, ambitious smile gradually curving his lips, growing wider until it transformed into a deep, resonant laughter filled with power. He is merely a potent variable, and variables can be calculated, guided, and even exploited. Within the Forsaken Steel Mill, two of the most dangerous minds reached a consensus. One would draw the hero's gaze through chaos, while the other would invoke the divine through old acquaintances. A nearly impossible hunt targeting the quantum observer silently commenced amidst the shadows laden with the scent of oil and rust. The darkness of Gotham spread. The neon lights of Centropolis flickered in fear, and the streets of Metropolis teemed with angry slogans and fearful gazes. Walker's gift was fermenting across the globe. He had meticulously selected the most destructive and provocative villains: Two-Face, Firefly, Heatwave, Poison Ivy, and Mirror Master, who, guided by the vague hints in the Batman's weakness dossier provided by Walker, were no longer satisfied with traditional crime. Their actions became highly targeted and performative. In Gotham, Two-Face, utilizing the corruption hints within the dossier about the Gotham City Police Department, orchestrated a trial against Commissioner Gordon and the newly appointed police chief, transforming a bank heist into a bloody public execution broadcast, deliberately leaving evidence pointing to Batman's incompetence and complicity. Firefly ignited fires in the impoverished districts, shouting to burn those bugs who reject us. Flames consumed the homes of ordinary people, while Batman tirelessly extinguished multiple blazes erupting simultaneously. In Centropolis, Mirror Master, analyzing the Flash's speed patterns, set up light-bending mirror traps at key locations throughout the city, causing massive traffic paralysis and panic. Heatwave, in collaboration with a gang of ruffians, attacked a municipal square hosting an anti-Superman rally, The flames intentionally avoided the crowd's core, yet engulfed the government buildings and media vehicles that symbolized order, branding the fear of superhuman threats into the live broadcast. Captain Cold watched with indifference, even inadvertently freezing the police arriving to maintain order, and coldly addressed the camera. Look who the real threat is. Are we the monsters, or are they the so-called normal individuals who wish to confine us? The mutated plants of poison ivy have ceased to attack merely the affluent districts. Instead, they have infiltrated ordinary community parks and schools, releasing hallucinogenic pollen and proclaiming that nature is avenging humanity's narrow-mindedness. Other second- and third-rate antagonists in various regions have begun to emulate this, infusing their acts of robbery and destruction with a tragic hue of resistance against oppression, deliberately portraying the hero's attempts to intervene as violent suppression of marginalized groups. The media has been incited, and panic has been amplified. The theory of superhumanity has swiftly descended from academic discourse into the abyss of societal division. The common populace's fear and distrust of those with superpowers have reached a zenith, with clamorous calls for registration, surveillance, and restrictions. Meanwhile, some radical superhumans have begun to band together, responding to the rejection from ordinary people with even greater hostility. The spark ignited by Walker is now threatening to engulf the very foundations of our societal structure. Chapter 107. The Justice League's Response in the Justice League Watchtower. The main conference room. The immense circular conference table is dimly illuminated by the holographic star map, now overshadowed by the crimson glow of crisis alerts emanating from every corner of the earth. Although the meeting has yet to commence, the early arriving members were expressions of unmistakable fatigue and gravity. The eye of heaven is once again applying pressure, demanding that we share the abilities and action records of all members. Victor Stone, known as Cyborg, speaks with a characteristic electronic monotone, his arms port flickering with an uneasy light, asserting that this is for public safety and transparency. Orders for anti-superhuman security systems from the Luther Corporation and Queen Industries have surged by 300%. I echo his sentiments. Hal Jordan, the Green Lantern, nervously rakes his fingers through his hair, the dark circles under his eyes all too visible. Protests in the reconstruction area of Coast City have persisted, with signs proclaiming me a flying time bomb. I must worry about whether my attempts to save lives will be captured as evidence of power abuse. Atlantis fares somewhat better, yet the hostility on land has begun to impact trade and diplomacy. Arthur Curry, the Aquaman, furrows his brow, his trident resting against the back of his chair, as rumors circulate among ORM's former allies about land dwellers purportedly planning to cleanse the ocean of superhumans. The island of Themyscira has received an official inquiry from the United Nations, and Diana Prince, Wonder Woman, maintains her composure, yet a veil of frost shrouds her beautiful visage. They demand an explanation regarding the potential threat posed by our Amazonian warriors and insist on limiting our interactions with human society. This is an affront to our sacred lineage. Barry Allen, the Flash, appears in a blur, bringing a gust of wind as he quickly interjects, apologizing for his tardiness. Central City is in utter disarray. Mirror traps, traffic paralysis, and that lunatic heat wave. The media is only capturing unfavorable images of us. The looks ordinary citizens give me have drastically changed. His tone is laden with anxiety and indignation. As the weighty atmosphere envelopes the room, a faint hum emanates from the control console. The heavy alloy doors of the conference room slide open soundlessly. Bruce Wayne, the Batman, steps forth like a figure emerging from the shadows, his black cape billowing without wind, radiating an aura of chilling authority. He strode directly towards his position, his gaze, sharp beneath the mask, sweeping over each member present, ultimately settling on the pulsating crisis signals emanating from the control panel. Following closely was Superman, Clark Kent, still clad in his iconic red and blue uniform. Yet an unprecedented shadow loomed over his brow. It was not merely fatigue. It was a profound anxiety, as though hope itself were under immense strain. He offered a slight nod to the assembled crowd, the gentle power he exuded still intact, yet weighed down by an extraordinary gravity. As the two leaders took their places, the final whispers in the conference room faded into silence, leaving only the faint hum of machinery and the intermittent alarms resonating from Earth. Superman approached the central position, his hands pressing against the icy surface of the table, his voice low and grave. "Ladies and gentlemen, the situation is far worse than we anticipated." He summoned a global situation map, where a dense array of red dots nearly coalesced into a singular mass, indicating not just a spike in crime rates. The targets of these assaults had shifted. He magnified several critical areas. Screenshots of the live trial of Two-Face, images of arson at anti-superhuman rallies, headlines about Ivy's botanical invasion of schools. They were no longer merely motivated by greed or destruction. They were instigating conflict. Superman's gaze swept over the assembly, imbued with an all-seeing concern as they intentionally fostered division between heroes and ordinary citizens. Each action deepened fear and tore apart trust. This was no coincidence. It was an organized, calculated social war. "I concur," Batman's voice rasped like sandpaper, cold and direct. He displayed another set of data streams, an analysis of the unusual movements and communications of villains in Gotham and Metropolis. Their operational patterns exhibited a high degree of coordination, with a singular goal exacerbating the rift between superhumans and ordinary people. There was a mastermind orchestrating this, employing remarkably sophisticated methods to exploit the current societal panic. He paused, his eyes deepening in intensity beneath the mask. "I am tracing the origins. The adversary is cautious, concealing themselves adeptly like a specter. Yet, the faintest clues suggest a central figure or planner has united these disparate individuals into a formidable force." Steele, ever the strategist, added, "I have attempted to track the sources of incendiary rhetoric and the flow of funds online, yet I have encountered unprecedented resistance. A formidable information barrier protects those behind the scenes, with a technological prowess surpassing that of any known organization or nation." His electronic eye flickered with vigilant red light. Wonder Woman clenched her fists. "Whoever is behind this is tarnishing the essence of power, dragging the world into a chasm of chaos and hatred. We must halt them." Aquaman nodded. "Atlantis shall support the League's endeavors. This dark force threatens the coexistence of all life." The Flash, filled with urgency, inquired, "Batman, do you have any leads?" "Who is this specter?" Batman remained silent for a moment, the room thick with heavy breaths and the mournful sounds of Earth. He finally spoke, his tone bearing an unprecedented weight. "The clues point to an existence entirely unknown to us. It is not a specific name or organization, but rather a manifestation of malice towards the existing order, wielding formidable resources to subvert it. It exploits the panic incited by the Superhuman Act, precisely amplifying the fractures within society and orchestrating villains to serve as its pawns." He raised his head, his gaze as sharp as that of a hawk, yet tinged with a rare caution towards the unknown. "What we face is no longer merely crime. We confront an unseen hand, propelling the world toward an abyss, and we know almost nothing about it." The conference room fell into a profound silence. The watchtower floated in the stillness of space, the stars outside still shimmering brilliantly. Yet within the hearts of the League members loomed a shadow heavier than the depths of the cosmos. Who is the enemy? What are their intentions? How can one combat a will that evades even the grasp of shadows? These questions coiled around each person's heart like cold chains. For the first time since its inception, the Justice League felt an acute sense of impotence, coupled with a profound unease regarding the impending storm, far beyond their imagination. Chapter 108. The Watchmen Universe. The Watchmen Universe. A world devoid of superheroes, suffocated beneath the clouds of a Cold War. In this realm, there exists a singular individual who stands at the pinnacle of human capability, Adrian Veidt. His inherited wealth is so vast that his descendants could squander it for 10 generations without concern. His body has been subjected to a near-cruel scientific refinement. Every muscle imbued with explosive power, sufficient to effortlessly claim gold in any Olympic arena. His mind is universally acknowledged as the sharpest weapon on this planet. His intellect as frigid as the stars, illuminating and calculating every corner of human society. He bears the widely recognized title of Ozymandias. It is this man, perched at the apex of humanity's pyramid, who gazes upon the two titans of the East and West, each wielding nuclear arsenals capable of annihilating the Earth countless times. Precariously balanced on a tightrope of suspicion and fear, he perceives that the end is not peace, but rather the scorched earth of nuclear winter, where all things perish. Humanity, a species he both pities and scorns, is blindly marching toward the abyss of self-destruction. Thus, Adrian Veidt conceived and executed the grandest, darkest, and most ironically tragic redemption in human history, a salvation founded upon monumental lies and egregious bloodshed. Utilizing his understanding of quantum physics and unimaginable resources, he meticulously orchestrated a catastrophe that mimicked divine retribution, directly targeting New York City. On the night of October 12, 1985, seemingly tranquil, an incomprehensible energy pulse tore through the fabric of space, accompanied by a blinding blue light and a silent shockwave that shattered souls. A city evaporated silently before the gaze of millions watching via television. The head of the Statue of Liberty tumbled. The spire of the Empire State Building was reduced to dust, and millions, men, women, the elderly, and children, transformed into ashes in an instant, without even the time to feel pain. No mushroom cloud, no shockwave, only an abrupt, vast expanse of scorched earth, emanating an eerie blue glow, as if a deity had casually erased a blemish from the canvas. The world descended into an eerie silence, swiftly followed by a global wave of frantic panic. The television screens froze upon that land of death, the anchor's voice trembling. Rendered speechless. The Cold War? Ideological divides? Geopolitical tensions? In the face of such incomprehensible, transcendent terror that knows no borders, all human disputes appeared trivial, even laughable. Adrian Veidt, the weaver of lies, emerged at the opportune moment. He pointed to the source of the blue light, directing attention to the indifferent being known as Dr. Manhattan, who had long departed from Earth, unconcerned with human affairs. He proclaimed to the world that this was not a natural disaster, but rather divine retribution. It was humanity's incessant conflicts and folly that had provoked the wrath of this indifferent cosmic deity. He warned that if humanity continued to engage in internal strife, the next obliteration would encompass the entire planet. Fear, an unprecedented, unified fear, instantly froze the gears of the Cold War. Leaders of the United States and the Soviet Union engaged in urgent conversations, and an unprecedented cooperation swiftly unfolded. Nuclear silos were deactivated, troops were withdrawn to their bases, and disarmament treaties were signed at an unparalleled pace. Under the looming threat of annihilation, humanity truly united for the first time. A fragile peace, founded on a shared terror of Dr. Manhattan and structured around the global cooperation framework advocated by Adrian Veidt, descended upon the world. The Cold War seemed to have come to an end. However, not everyone was willing to accept this peace, forged from the blood of 3 million innocents. Rorschach, the paranoid vigilante who etched the truth upon his mask, tracked down Veidt and unraveled this colossal deception. He could not accept the good that emerged from such vile means, even if that good was the avoidance of nuclear war. He refused to compromise, refused to remain silent. In a frigid Antarctic base, facing Veidt's justifications and Dr. Manhattan's seemingly all-knowing yet indifferent gaze, Rorschach made his final stand. He removed his mask, revealing his scarred visage, and shouted at Dr. Manhattan, "Never compromise, not even in the face of the apocalypse." Then, resolutely, he approached Dr. Manhattan, his body dissolving into the most minute fundamental particles within the pure quantum disintegration field, vanishing completely. He defended his unwavering creed of never compromising with evil with his very life. Dr. Manhattan, this quantum entity exploited by Veidt, feared by the masses, and condemned by Rorschach in death, silently observed it all. He understood Veidt's logic, perhaps even tacitly acknowledged that from his timeless perspective, the continuation of humanity might outweigh individual sacrifice, or perhaps he simply deemed it all meaningless. No one knows. Ultimately, he departed from Earth, leaving behind the world he had saved, carrying with him Rorschach's condemnation and the infamy of Veidt's imposed destruction of a city, disappearing into the vast, boundless multiverse. Veidt succeeded. He became an unknown savior, savoring the bitter wine of peace brewed from 3 million lives in the picturesque Karnak manor. He believed this lie would remain forever buried, that humanity would stride into a new future under the pall of fearful peace. Yet, he underestimated Rorschach's obstinacy, as well as the resilience of the truth. Before his demise, Rasha had already dispatched his diary, which contained the revelations of the conspiracy orchestrated by Veidt and the truth behind the tragedy in New York to the New Frontier newspaper. This diary served as Rasha's final cry, and shortly after the departure of Dr. Manhattan, it was tremulously printed on the front page by a shocked and fearful editor. Boom! The facade of peace was shattered. Pharaoh slaughtered 3 million souls merely to fabricate an extraterrestrial threat. The New York tragedy was a contrivance. Vit is the mastermind. Dr. Manhattan is the scapegoat. Humanity has been deceived. The eye-catching headlines were like countless daggers piercing the freshly healed wounds of society. The newspaper was instantly sold out, and television news fervently broadcast this world-altering revelation. After a brief silence, a volcanic eruption of global outrage and a complete collapse of faith ensued. On the once hallowed grounds of New York, an enraged crowd surged towards the headquarters of Vit Enterprises, the Tower of Pharaoh, a symbol of wisdom and progress. They were no longer frightened lambs, but avengers, deceived and exploited, stripped of their loved ones. Stones rained down upon the glass, Ade, flames ignited below, and the deafening roars of Vit is the murderer. Blood for blood echoed through the air. Some held up photographs of their dearly departed, weeping uncontrollably before the ruins, their mental anguish only just beginning to manifest in widespread trauma. In Washington, the vice president, upon discovering that the man he had long admired, Vit, was in fact a butcher, and that the peace he had participated in was built upon such horrific lies, succumbed to utter despair. In a fit of madness, he shot the attorney general who attempted to soothe him before being gunned down by Secret Service agents. The core of power plunged into chaos. In Europe, the newly forged, fear-based alliance crumbled instantaneously. The European Union descended into discord, trust evaporating entirely. With the absence of a common external threat, long-simmering national tensions and territorial disputes erupted violently. The Russian military, under the pretext of safeguarding its borders, brazenly crossed into Polish territory. The European continent was once again shrouded in the ominous clouds of war. In North America, the panicked American populace no longer believed in the government, nor in a hopeful future. A massive tide of refugees began to form, with countless individuals driving and walking frantically towards the relatively tranquil Mexican border, seeking to escape a nation that seemed on the brink of explosion following the shattering of this grand deception. Chaos, trampling, and conflicts unfolded incessantly at the border. On television screens, reports of turmoil from around the globe flashed. Moscow erupted with massive anti-government protests demanding accountability for the actions in Poland. London's financial district was assaulted by rioters as Vit Group's assets were frozen. The Tokyo stock market crashed, heralding the potential onset of a global economic crisis. An international warrant for Adrian Vit had been issued, and Interpol was vigorously pursuing the largest butcher in history. Meanwhile, Vit sat in his clandestine safe house, watching the chaotic world unfold on the screen. The peace he had meticulously constructed crumbled like a sandcastle beneath the waves of truth. The blood of 3 million souls stains his hands, transforming into a monstrous wave that lashes back at the world he endeavored to save. The fleeting tranquility he brought forth exacts a cost of deeper, broader, and irreparable rifts and enmity. The deadliest blow arrives mere hours after the Russian forces invade Poland. Confronted by the invasion, the anger of betrayal, the fear of chaos, and immense domestic pressure, the newly inaugurated President of the United States makes a frantic and desperate decision. Urged by his advisors and warned by intelligence of an impending large-scale assault by Russia, the president's trembling hand presses the button signifying ultimate destruction. An ear-piercing alarm shatters the silence. Several intercontinental missiles, armed with nuclear warheads, ascend from launch silos across the American landscape, tearing through the atmosphere towards Russia, towards Europe, towards the terminus of human civilization. The nuclear age descends, in the most brutal and irrevocable manner, upon the ruins of the fleeting peace crafted by Adrian Vit. In the shadow of the mushroom cloud, the world of the Watchers, saved by lies yet obliterated by them, meets its fated and scorching demise. Vit sits before the screen, watching as the points representing the missile trajectories traverse the map. His mind, once hailed as the greatest on Earth, now exists as a cold, silent void. He had spared humanity from nuclear war, yet ultimately, he has pushed it towards the abyss of annihilation. This is the final chapter of his grand design. Chapter 109. The second generation of Russia and the puppeteer, the frigid prison corridor reverberates with the roars of profanities and the clattering of iron bars. A burly inmate presses his face against the narrow visitation window, bellowing into the empty corridor. "Let me out. Can you hear me? You swine. I demand my freedom." The only response is the distant echo of a patrolling guard's boots on the floor and sporadic laughter from other cells on the same tier. Suddenly, the monotonous footsteps quicken, growing heavier, imbued with an undeniable aura of oppression that crushes all obstacles. A figure materializes at the end of the corridor, moving with a steadiness that belies its pace. The hem of a black trench coat sweeps silently across the cold concrete floor like the cloak of death. Most unsettling is the mask upon his face, a pure white canvas that undulates with shifting, flowing patterns that occasionally coalesce into grotesque shapes, only to disperse like the dark ink of corrupted blood. This is no static design. It is alive, a manifestation of cold, chaotic, and unadulterated fury. The inmate's roar catches in his throat, transforming into a gasp of terror. Instinctively, he recoils a step. Two guards, alerted by the commotion, approach with batons raised, attempting to block the path. "Hey, stop. Who are you? How did you get in here?" The man, adorned with the ink-stained mask, makes no pause, not even a glance in their direction. In the instant the guards swing their clubs, his movement is as swift as a wraith. A precise and merciless straight punch, accompanied by the sickening sound of bone fracturing, struck the first guard squarely on the jaw, causing him to collapse to the ground without a sound. As the second guard raised his baton halfway, Rasha's elbow slammed into his temple like a hammer, sending his body crashing down as well. Silence engulfed the entire cell block, plunging it into an eerie stillness, broken only by the heavy panting of the inmates and the unsettling whispers emanating from the ink-stained mask. Rasha leaned down and seized a jingling set of keys from the first guard's belt. Approaching the cell of a burly prisoner, he raised the keyring to the viewing window, his voice emerging from beneath the ink-stained mask, low and devoid of emotion. "Do you wish to escape?" The prisoner gazed at the keys, symbols of freedom, then glanced at the unconscious guard on the floor, his gaze ultimately fixating on the ever-shifting, terrifying visage of the mask. In that moment, the ink coalesced into a distorted visage, a silent scream, before fracturing again, as if countless tormented souls struggled within. A chilling sensation rooted deep in the soul seized the prisoner, an unutterable dread that was not born of fear of power, but of a pure, inhuman malice and rage. "No, I will not go out. I was wrong. I will stay inside. I repent." The prisoner shrieked in terror, scrambling backward with all his might, retreating to the darkest corner of his cell, trembling and clutching his head, as if the very emissary of hell stood beyond the door. Rasha, or rather, the figure donning the Rasha mask, remained utterly unmoved. He turned and strode purposefully toward a solitary, reinforced cell deeper within the corridor. The doorplate read, "Erica Manson, Puppet." The key slid into the lock and turned. With a heavy creak, the iron door swung open. Inside the cell, a woman clad in prison garb, striking yet pallid, curled upon the cot. As the door opened and light flooded in, she lifted her head, revealing not surprise, but profound exhaustion and numbness. However, when her gaze met the ink-stained Rasha mask at the threshold, that numbness was swiftly replaced by primal terror. The puppet, Erica Manson, froze as though bound by invisible strings. Her pupils dilated sharply, her complexion turning ashen, and her body recoiled uncontrollably against the cold wall, as if wishing to meld into it. She recognized that mask. She recognized what the ink symbolized. It was the most dreadful nightmare of her career, a lesson that had left her bedridden in the hospital for 3 months. That man, the true Rasha, had taught her the cost of playing with the lives of others in the most raw and painful manner imaginable. Her ability to manipulate others, to toy with their hearts, shattered completely in the face of pure terror. The cell door stood ajar, freedom tantalizingly close. Yet her rigid feet felt as though they were encased in lead, unable to budge an inch. Only gasping, fearful breaths escaped her throat. Rasha lingered at the doorway, the ink-stained mask flowing silently, seemingly scrutinizing Erica's nearly collapsing fear. After a few agonizing seconds of suffocating silence, he slowly raised his hand and performed an action that Erica never anticipated. He removed the glove from his left hand. The revealed hand was not the rugged palm, laden with calluses and scars, that one would expect from the true Rorschach. Instead, it was a hand as black as ink seemingly forged from solidified shadows. Its skin was smooth, yet born in human quality. For a fleeting moment, Erica Manson's fear ebbed like a receding tide, replaced by profound astonishment and a flicker of indignation at being deceived. She fixed her gaze upon the dark hand before looking up at the ink-stained mask. Her voice hoarse from prior terror, yet laced with scorn. "You are not him. You impostor. Madman. Do you not comprehend that masquerading in such a manner would lead the true Rorschach to rend you to pieces if he discovered you? He is not dead, is he? He must still be alive." Her voice carried an almost desperate conviction, as if the existence of the true Rorschach was the only anchor to sanity in this chaotic world. The counterfeit Rorschach paid no heed to Erica's derision. He did not don gloves anew. Rather, he withdrew a plain, unnamed envelope from the pocket of his trench coat with that inky hand and casually tossed it onto the bed before Erica. "Your payment," came the cold voice from beneath the mask. With skepticism, Erica cast a wary glance at him, trembling as she grasped the envelope and tore it open. Inside, there was neither money nor documents, only a photograph. The image depicted a boy of about 7 or 8 years, with curly brown hair and bright, wide eyes, clutching a worn teddy bear and smiling innocently at the camera. Instantly, Erica Manson's body stiffened, more so than when she had first glimpsed the Rorschach mask. She clutched the photograph tightly, her knuckles whitening from the strain, her breath quickening and growing frantic. Suddenly, she raised her eyes, filled with a primal madness and despair, her voice piercing the silence of the cell. "How did you find him? What do you intend to do? Work for me," came the unperturbed voice of the counterfeit Rorschach as the patterns on the ink-stained mask coalesced into a frigid question mark. Alternatively, this photograph could end up in the hands of those who are not particularly fond of children. For instance, your previous clients? They must yearn for your exceptional manipulation skills and the legacy you left behind. Erica's body began to tremble violently, an overwhelming anger intertwined with even greater fear tearing at her. She gazed upon her son's innocent smile in the photograph, then back at the inhuman figure of the counterfeit Rorschach before her. She had no choice. She never had. "Fine. I agree to your terms." She nearly spat through clenched teeth, tears welling in her eyes. "But I demand, Max. My husband, the mime, he must accompany me. Otherwise, even if you were to reduce the world to ashes with nuclear bombs, I will never assist you. I swear." Chapter 110. The mime and the pharaoh, the ink-stained mask of the counterfeit Rorschach tilted slightly, as if in contemplation. He offered no reply, but turned away, heading toward another section of the prison that housed male felons serving lengthy sentences. The public activity area was rife with noise, the stench of sweat, and an atmosphere thick with violence. A group of burly inmates surrounded a tall man, clad in the same prison garb, delivering blows and kicks with reckless abandon. The man curled upon the ground, cradling his head, emitted exaggerated wails of agony reminiscent of a theatrical performance. "Oh, my heavens, my ribs, my artist's visage, lessen your cruelty. I beseech you. I am at my wit's end." Coughing, blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. The victim of this brutal assault was none other than Max Metz, the husband of the marionette Erica, a mad artist who thrived on the aesthetic of graceful violence, eternally ensnared in the realm of silent performance. Just as a prisoner, grinning maliciously, lifted his foot to deliver a punishing kick to the mime's abdomen, a chilling female voice pierced through the chaos. "Max, enough. It's time to leave." The voice emanated from the entrance of the corridor. Erica. She stood there, her complexion still pale, yet her gaze was imbued with unwavering resolve. In an instant, all traces of suffering vanished from the curled-up mime. Max Metz, as if a switch had been flipped. The pitiful creature, who had been writhing and lamenting just a moment ago, now stood upright with an elegance akin to that of a marionette pulled by invisible strings. The exaggerated contortions of pain on his face were replaced by an extreme, frigid calm, as though the beating had not been inflicted upon him at all. He even took his time to dust off non-existent specks from his prison garb. The surrounding prisoners stood frozen, momentarily stunned into silence. "Hey, don't play tricks." Before the words could fully escape, the mime sprang into action. It was not a fight. It was art, a dance of death. His movements were so swift they left behind phantoms, yet imbued with the precision and grace of a ballet dancer. His left hand struck out like a viper, 2 fingers delicately penetrating the astonished eyes of the nearest prisoner. The motion was as gentle as plucking grapes. Simultaneously, his right leg, like a steel whip, swept silently and devastatingly, shattering the knee of another prisoner who supported himself on the side. As the last prisoner raised his fist, the mime spun closer, his right hand caressing the man's neck like a lover, then twisted sharply. Crack! 3 bodies collapsed almost in unison. One writhed in a pool of blood, clutching his face and screaming. Another howled, cradling a grotesquely twisted leg. The final one lay at a bizarre angle, eerily silent. The activity area fell into an instant hush. All prisoners gazed in terror at the man in the center, arms outstretched as if to take a bow, a faint, delighted smile gracing his face, as if he had just delivered a flawless performance. Then, he caught sight of Erica at the doorway. That joyful smile transformed into one of warmth and purity, akin to a child who has just received a cherished toy. He disregarded the corpses and the fearful stares surrounding him, striding towards his wife with a light-hearted gait, as if he had merely crushed a few bothersome insects. The second generation, Rasha, silently guided this perilous couple from the prison, traversing the chaotic streets of the city until they arrived at a dilapidated, abandoned garage on the city's outskirts. However, when the heavy roller door ascended, the interior revealed a hidden world filled with intricate apparatuses, control panels aglow with myriad lights, and a grand, arched viewport overlooking the city. Here lies one of the clandestine bases of the original Night Owl. At the heart of the facility, before an immense holographic screen, stand a man of refined attire. Though his gaunt frame is unmistakable, leaning on a cane, he appears somewhat strained. The screen displays chaotic scenes from around the globe, clashes in Moscow, a raging fire in London's financial district, the advance of Russian tanks on the outskirts of Warsaw, and most strikingly, a close-up of an American nuclear missile silo being opened. Upon hearing footsteps, the man slowly turned around. Both Erica and the mime draw in a sharp breath. Despite his haggard appearance and evident illness, his eyes, sharp as a hawk's, seemingly capable of piercing through all FA-AIDS, alongside his distinctive aura of classical elegance and unwavering confidence, are unmistakable. Adrian Veidt, the pharaoh, the architect of the New York massacre, the creator of the Manhattan threat lie, who momentarily ushered in peace only to plunge the world into a more terrifying abyss. The most notorious butcher in history, with the blood of 3 million souls staining his hands, now a fugitive worldwide. Welcome, Ms. Manson, Mr. Metz. Veidt's voice remained steady, imbued with a weariness that transcends life and death, coupled with an odd tranquility. And Mr. Rorschach, his gaze sweeps across the ink-blotted mask of the second Rorschach, his expression complex, seemingly tinged with nostalgia for the true Rorschach, while simultaneously assessing the utility of the counterfeit before him. It seems my piece was merely a castle of sand. Veidt chuckled bitterly, directing his gaze towards the screen, where an intercontinental missile, recently launched, trails a fiery tale of death. I expended my lifetime's wisdom, sacrificed 3 million lives, and bore an eternal curse, all in a bid to pull humanity back from the precipice of nuclear war with a lie. I succeeded. How ironic. Merely for a few months. Now, the lie has been exposed. Fear has morphed into a tempest of rage and utter despair. The nuclear button has ultimately been pressed. He coughed gently a few times, covering his mouth with a handkerchief. When he removed it, glaring streaks of blood were evident. I am nearing death. Cancer, Veidt stated calmly, as if recounting the misfortunes of another. Time is short, yet I cannot bear to witness this world, however foolish and unworthy it may be, turn to ashes before my eyes. He glanced at the second Rorschach, then at the perplexed Erica and the inquisitive mime surveying the instruments around them. I have reached an accord with this, Mr. Rorschach. This is our final attempt to salvage this irredeemable world. The sole hope for its salvation. Veidt's gaze deepened profoundly, as though penetrating the walls of the base, piercing through the chaotic fabric of time and space, casting his sight into the depths of the cosmos, is to find the one whom I have exploited and subsequently cast aside, the Dr. Manhattan. Veidt's voice carried an unusual reverence and a scarcely perceptible plea. It is only he who possesses the power to rectify all of this. Only he can halt the cataclysm I initiated, which has ultimately spiraled out of control toward annihilation. Chapter 111. The quantum leap within the frigid confines of the spacecraft's cabin. The air circulation system emitted a low, resonant hum. Erica Manson sat before a dust-laden vanity mirror, meticulously tracing her eyeliner. Her makeup was bold and exquisite, exuding the allure of a bygone-era showgirls, concealing the pallor and weariness left by her time in prison. Beside her, her husband, the mime Max Metz, was diligently adjusting his signature, impeccably tailored white performance outfit. The pristine cuffs and collar standing in stark contrast to the cold metallic walls surrounding them. He practiced his expressions silently in the mirror, transitioning seamlessly from profound sorrow to ecstatic joy, akin to the most intricate of instruments. This was their attire before incarceration. The garb of artists and puppeteers poised to perform on stage. The reason for their imprisonment? Pharaoh Vitt had already recounted their foolish, misguided bank heist. Do you remember, Max? Erica's voice trembled subtly, not from fear, but from the chilling impact of that very memory. The damned bank they had thought merely had stringent security until her finger lingered on the eyeliner pencil. As if frozen by an invisible force, the mime ceased his expression shifts, his face momentarily a canvas of cold emptiness. He certainly remembered. That day, as their meticulously planned operation was about to culminate, the vault door swung wide open, and dazzling wealth lay within reach. A figure appeared, without warning, between them and the vault. Pure, frigid, inhuman blue. He hovered there, expressionless, motionless, merely existing. The air seemed to freeze, and time lost its meaning. There was an oppressive sensation that transcended any physical threat, emanating from the very essence of existence. Max's pride in his deadly art, Erica's unerring mental manipulation, felt as fragile as a spider's web in the presence of that existence. They had no time to think, let alone resist. The blue entity, later revealed to be Dr. Manhattan, merely lifted his flawless finger, composed of energy. There was no anger, no intent to kill, akin to a human brushing dust from clothing. Yet, both Erica and Max felt the breath of death, their bodies and souls destined to be utterly dismantled, reduced to fundamental particles of ultimate nothingness. Just as that finger was about to descend, Dr. Manhattan's motion paused, imperceptibly. His blue eyes, seemingly containing the entire universe, yet devoid of substance, briefly scanned Erica Manson's abdomen. In that moment, Erica felt a chilling, penetrating scrutiny. Then, the finger representing annihilation slowly lowered. The doctor did not cast another glance at them, his blue form vanishing as abruptly as it had appeared. All that remained were two individuals, collapsed on the ground, survivors of their ordeal, yet ensnared in deeper terror, alongside the astonished police who arrived shortly thereafter. He felt it. Erica's voice was as soft as a whisper, her hand instinctively resting on her abdomen, where their son had once thrived. He sensed the essence of life, John. This was why the Pharaoh sought them out, firmly believing they could become the pivotal key. The essence of humanity, which had nearly faded to oblivion within Dr. Manhattan, was momentarily stirred by the mere perception of new life, a fleeting yet genuine tremor. Vate wagered that this remnant of humanity could be reignited. As for how to locate him, Vate's voice emerged from the cockpit, bearing a sickly rasp and an undeniable authority. He summoned a complex holographic star map, adorned with flowing points of light and streams of data. Each life form possesses a unique field, a barrier of information that condenses its very atoms. The doctor's field vanished completely and reconfigured for the first time when he, as John Osterman, perished in that experimental accident, transforming into the quantum state we now observe. The second disappearance and reconfiguration occurred when he departed from our universe. The holographic image focused on Dr. Manhattan's iconic blue form. The luminescence of his blue exterior was not merely a skin color, but rather an energy radiation resulting from the uncontrollable overflow of electrons within him. As he tore through the cosmic barrier, these extruding electrons left a faint yet singular quantum trace along the strings of the multiverse, akin to the wake of a ship upon the sea. Vate's fingers deftly navigated the intricate console. The tracker we had devised was designed to pinpoint this electronic trail. Once found, they could navigate along it to discover his current anchor point. Just as his words lingered in the air, a piercing, high-level nuclear attack alarm erupted within the spacecraft. On the main screen, a point of light symbolizing annihilation rapidly magnified, precisely locking onto their coordinates. The ground base's air defense alarms faintly penetrated the spacecraft's soundproofing, filled with despair and urgency. Tracking complete. Vate's voice resonated with a near manic calm as he decisively pressed a massive button on the console. glowing with an eerie blue light, initiating the jump. Almost simultaneously, outside the viewport, at the horizon's edge, a blinding white light, more dazzling and terrifying than the sun, suddenly flared. This heralded the onset of destruction. The initial flash of the nuclear explosion, the searing light instantaneously consumed all within sight, and a colossal shockwave, like an invisible hammer of a vengeful deity, struck the spacecraft with ferocity. Buzz, just as the hull of the ship emitted a tortured groan, on the verge of being torn apart by the rampant energy. The jump engine finally reached its critical point, a purer, deeper white light, as if emanating from the very source of the universe, erupted from the ship's core, enveloping the entire vessel in an instant. The violent tremors, the sensation of being torn apart, and the cataclysmic white light outside distorted and elongated all sensory perceptions before plunging into a chaotic void. Time became indeterminate, and eventually, the chaos receded. Adrian Veidt struggled to open his eyes amid a severe headache and nausea. The emergency lights of the ship flickered dimly, the alarms had ceased, and only the faint hissing of the engine's cooling system could be heard. He fought to sit up and saw the figure beside him. The second-generation Rorschach with an ink-stained mask, shaking his head as if just awakening from unconsciousness. Had they succeeded? Had the jump been accomplished? With great fortitude, Whit endured the discomfort of his body and the excruciating pain inflicted by cancer, lunging towards the control console. The star map on the screen had undergone a complete transformation. The tracker's ethereal blue glow unwaveringly indicated a specific direction, while unfamiliar coordinates and atmosphere parameters were displayed below. Safe. We have arrived. Whit's voice was hoarse, imbued with the frailty of survival and a hint of incredulous excitement, signaling their entry into the universe of the Doctor. Chapter 112. Deep within the abandoned underground drainage system of Gotham City, Whit's uniquely designed spacecraft from the Watcher universe lay dormant like a beached metallic leviathan, shrouded in the damp shadows. Inside the vessel, the dim lighting created an atmosphere of quietude. "Stay still," commanded Pharaoh Adrian Whit through the cabin communicator, his voice laden with undeniable fatigue and a note of warning. "Do not stir up any trouble until we return. Remember your mission." With 2 soft clicks, heavy handcuffs were secured around the wrists of Erica Manson and Max Metz. Whit and the second-generation Rorschach, adorned with an ink-stained mask, exchanged a final glance at their captives before turning away, the heavy cabin door silently sealing behind them. Inside the cabin, only Erica and the mute figure remained. Frustration surged through Erica as she tugged at the handcuffs, the sturdy metal refusing to yield, sending only a faint electric sting through her skin. In contrast, the mute Max exuded an unusual calm, offering his wife a reassuring, silent smile before he began to explore the minuscule gaps of the handcuffs with his artistically deft fingers, moving with a rhythm akin to dance. At the Gotham City Library, beneath the towering Gothic dome, the scent of aged paper and dust mingled in the air. The library, desolate at this late hour, felt almost eerie, with only a solitary lamp illuminating a reading area in the corner. Whit's pale face appeared even more haggard under the light as he hastily flipped through a hefty tome, the Gotham Chronicles, alongside a stack of other works, including studies on superhuman phenomena, Justice League Yearbook, Revised Edition, and Batman, Urban Legends. The second-generation Rorschach, resembling a silent black statue, stood in the shadows behind him, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, an unforeseen disturbance erupted. Without warning, the ink-stained mask of the second-generation Rorschach swung sharply towards the shadow at the library entrance. But it was too late. A golden afterimage, moving faster than the limits of human perception, materialized with a piercing shriek, crashing into the back of Rorschach's neck. The terrifying force struck precisely at a nerve point, causing the eyes beneath the ink mask to roll back instantly, his towering form collapsing like a marionette with severed strings. Unable to utter a sound, almost simultaneously with the golden apparition's assault, the shadows behind Whit writhed, as if alive, congealing into a figure clad in a deep gray bespoke suit, tall and elegant. He stepped forth from the darkness, wielding a uniquely designed short rod that flickered with ethereal blue arcs of electricity. Without uttering a single word, the rod, infused with cold precision, was thrust towards the back of Whit's neck, who had turned slightly in shock. "ZZZZT. The high-voltage current surged through Vitter's already frail body. He convulsed violently, and the last image reflected in his eyes was that of the golden-haired, handsome, yet coldly mocking man, Lex Luthor. Vitter's mind barely had time to register a fleeting thought. Lex Luthor of the universe, before darkness enveloped him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. The golden afterimage halted, revealing Walker's figure. He shook his hand and surveyed the two unconscious figures on the ground. Accomplished. Faster than anticipated. It seems that even the allies of the divine are vulnerable in their mortal forms. He cast a glance at the short stick in Luthor's hand, noting its impressive nature. Luthor elegantly wiped the stick with a handkerchief, as if merely brushing away a speck of dust. Efficiency is a virtue. Take Vitter. He is crucial. This imposter Rorschach. He glanced coldly at the ink-stained mask on the ground, leaving it here. It would serve as a clue for the impending arrival of the Bat. Walker nodded and hoisted the unconscious pharaoh, Adrian Vitter, onto his shoulder. Luthor approached the reading table, his gaze sweeping over the materials Vitter had been examining. A knowing smile gracing his lips. He casually picked up the cerulean device Vitter had placed on the table, which tracked Dr. Manhattan's quantum traces, weighed it in his hand, and tucked it into his suit pocket. The two men, like shadows, silently merged into the depths of the library, vanishing from sight. Merely minutes later, the heavy oak doors of the library were silently pushed open. A tall, dark figure glided in like a bat merging with the night. Batman. His keen eyes immediately locked onto the solitary lamp in the reading area and the figure sprawled beneath it. A batarang slipped silently into his hand as he approached like a specter. The figure on the ground was none other than the second Rorschach. The face beneath the ink mask appeared twisted in pain, still in a state of unconsciousness. Batman crouched down, refraining from immediate contact, instead sweeping a scanner over the scene. His gaze shifted to the reading table. The open books and scattered notes prominently featured summaries regarding Gotham's supernatural phenomena, members of the Justice League, and extensive public and private information about a wealthy individual named Bruce Wayne. The handwriting was calm, precise, and insightful, far beyond what the unconscious Rorschach could produce. Batman's brow furrowed deeply. A bizarrely uniformed Rorschach lay unconscious on the ground, his wrists bearing marks of restraint. The lingering scent of Lex Luthor's perfume hung in the air. The table was cluttered with in-depth investigative materials concerning Gotham, the League, and his own identity as Bruce Wayne. And there were those missing accomplices who had taken something. 4 individuals. Batman's deep voice resonated beneath the mask, akin to the whisper of an owl in the night. Brought here, then taken away. Who else is Luthor involved with? What is their objective? He glanced once more at the unconscious second Rorschach, who seemed to emit a faint groan of pain beneath the ink mask. This mysterious intruder is both a key and a puzzle. Batman retrieved a specialized binding device and syringe from his utility belt. Regardless of who this Rorschach may be, he must be brought back. Arkham, or the Batcave, is a place that always possesses the means to pry open his lips, revealing the perilous drama from another realm that unfolded within the Gotham Library tonight. He hoisted the unconscious second-generation Rorschach, his figure melding once more with the nocturnal hues of Gotham, leaving only a solitary lamp on the reading table, casting light upon scattered tomes and unresolved enigmas. Chapter 113. Collaboration. The frigid white light pierced through Adrian Vate's eyelids. He struggled to open his eyes, the searing pain from the electric shock coursing through his neck, coupled with the insidious grip of cancer, gnawed at him like a relentless parasite. As consciousness gradually returned, he beheld the blinding glare of an overhead lamp, the flickering screens of complex instruments, and the cold, smooth walls and laboratory benches crafted from expensive metal. This was not the Gotham Library. It was a highly modernized laboratory imbued with advanced technology. Attempting to move his body, he discovered himself restrained in a specialized alloy chair, his wrists and ankles shackled by cold energy manacles, which emitted faint azure arcs of electricity, sapping the little strength he had left. Vate quickly scanned his surroundings, his brain functioning like a finely tuned instrument, analyzing the environment. Then, his gaze fixed upon a bald man, just a few steps away, engrossed in a floating data screen. That figure, radiating an unmistakable aura of absolute control, could not be mistaken, even if only seen in photographs. Lex Luthor. Vate's voice was hoarse, tinged with both understanding and an undeniable frailty. one of the most intelligent men in this world, or perhaps the most arrogant. He attempted to force a customary, superior smile, but the pain contorted it grotesquely. Luther slowly turned around, his handsome visage devoid of emotion. His ice-blue eyes scrutinizing Vate like a surgeon examining a rare specimen worthy of study. "Welcome to my domain, Mr. Vate, or shall I say, Pharaoh? A savior burdened with 3 million restless souls, seeking God to clean up the mess?" Luther's voice dripped with his signature blend of elegance and acerbity. Vate chose to disregard Luther's derision, his gaze drifting past Luther's shoulder to another figure lurking in the shadows of the laboratory. This individual leaned casually against a large apparatus, exuding a relaxed demeanor, yet his eyes were as sharp as a hawk's. Vate's mind raced, sifting through every piece of information from the Gotham Library about the core figures of the universe: Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, and even all known allies and adversaries of Luther. But there was no record of this man, no information whatsoever about this Walker. He appeared as a specter conjured from thin air. Vate's gaze zeroed in on Walker, his voice laced with curiosity and caution. "Forgive my ignorance, but it seems your position is absent from my intelligence database. To easily capture both myself and Rorschach, you must be quite formidable. Might I inquire? Spare me your pleasantries." "Pharaoh." Walker's voice interrupted Vate, imbued with a languid insight and a hint of impatience. He straightened, stepping into the light from the shadows, his movements as effortless as a stroll through his own backyard. "Your futile probing serves merely to extract information regarding this universe and my identity, while simultaneously assessing the situation to identify an escape route or a means of exploitation." Walker approached Vate, towering above him with a gaze as sharp as a blade. "I harbor no interest in your psychological manipulations." Leaning in slightly, Walker lowered his voice to an undeniable intensity. "I am aware of the origin of a nuclear device that has just ascended, poised to be either salvaged by Dr. Manhattan or utterly obliterated within the Watchmen universe. I also understand that your singular motive for being here is to retrieve your wayward blue deity and drag him back to rectify the chaos you have wrought." Vate's pupils involuntarily constricted at the mention of the Watchmen universe and Dr. Manhattan. The other party possesses far too much knowledge. Is this mere conjecture? It seemed that Walker had read Vate's thoughts. He straightened up and produced an exceedingly ordinary, even somewhat yellowed, Polaroid photograph from his pocket, pinching it between 2 fingers and presenting it before Vate's eyes. The image depicted a youthful John Osterman in an archaic lab coat, nestled against the gentle smile of Janie, with the faded inscription at the bottom corner reading, "John, Janie, Christmas Party 1960. I believe." Walker's voice resonated with the chilling timbre of metal scraping. "You should recognize the significance of this image. It is his signature etched upon the timeline, an indelible mark of his humanity as John Osterman. It is also the quantum echo left behind with each of his interventions." Vate's gaze fixated intently on the photograph, as the architect behind the scheme to manipulate Dr. Manhattan. He fully comprehended the weight this image bore for the Doctor. It was indeed irrefutable evidence. This enigmatic Walker not only grasped their origins and intentions, but also held the deepest secrets of Dr. Manhattan. "So what?" Vate compelled himself to regain his composure, his voice still hoarse. "Are you sharing this with me to celebrate the discovery of his whereabouts, or to thwart our efforts?" "Thwart?" Walker scoffed. "Quite the opposite. I am aware that you desire him to reveal himself. I am even more cognizant of the conditions that compel this quantum entity, who perceives himself as a mere observer, to manifest in person." He turned away from Vate and approached a nearby safe, flickering with an ethereal glow. After entering a complex sequence of passwords, iris scans, fingerprints, and voice verification, the safe silently slid open. Walker gingerly retrieved an object from within. It was an ancient-looking lantern, crafted entirely from mysterious emerald-hued metal. The lantern's body was adorned with strange patterns, its interior hollow, yet seemingly brimming with the dormant power of celestial bodies. Upon its surface, a faint, soul-stirring azure energy coursed like a living entity, swirling and entwining. This lantern, Walker's voice imbued with an unusual solemnity, rightfully belongs to one Alan Scott. It was destined to fall before him in the train accident, bestowing upon him the power to become the first Green Lantern, igniting the inaugural spark of the cosmic hero era. However, Walker's gaze turned frigid. "The deity you seek has veiled himself at the source of time." He has obliterated the origins of the Green Lantern and erased the entire history of the Justice Society of America, as effortlessly as he has erased New York from a universe. When he extinguished this light, the residual power, or rather, the inevitable fingerprints left upon reality from his touch, clung to it. Walker raised the Green Lantern before Wit, its entangled azure glow appearing particularly eerie under the laboratory's stark illumination. This is but a fragment of the key, Pharaoh. It prevents him from lurking in the shadows, forcing him to engage directly. Wit's heart raced. He understood. Although Dr. Manhattan's quantum state transcended the mundane, each of his interventions in reality left behind an exceedingly faint yet uniquely identifiable quantum imprint on the affected objects or nodes. These imprints served as beacons, directing attention back to himself. When amassed sufficiently, these potent imprints could activate a quantum resonance strong enough to disturb the doctor's exalted state of observation, potentially anchoring him back to the realm of reality. You wish for me to gather these tainted artifacts? Wit's voice quivered with incredulous excitement and deeper vigilance. Why assist me? Assist you? Walker chuckled, his smile devoid of warmth. No, it is a transaction. I can aid you in locating and providing a sufficient quantity of items imbued with his power, enhancing your chances of drawing him out. He set the Green Lantern down, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on Wit. However, you must concede that if your endeavor to salvage the Watchmen universe fails, you will unconditionally and wholeheartedly assist me. Assist you in what? Wit pressed. Assist me in fulfilling my imperative. Walker's eyes were profound, unspoken but resoundingly resolute. The laboratory fell into an oppressive silence. Luther, arms crossed, observed coldly, as if watching an unrelated chess match. Wit's mind raced at an unprecedented pace. Walker's proposition was tantalizing. It was indeed the most efficient method to locate and lure Dr. Manhattan. But what cost? What were the true intentions of this inscrutable Walker? What was this imperative he needed to fulfill? Could this be yet another deeper trap? As time slipped away, Wit reminded himself of the urgency. The thought of the Watchmen universe possibly disintegrating into ashes amid a nuclear explosion, and the realization that his lifelong pursuit of peace could devolve into utter catastrophe ignited a flicker of desperate madness in his eyes. Very well. Wit's voice was unusually parched, yet bore the weight of a gamble. I promise you, if my plan fails, I will assist you. A wise choice. Walker appeared unsurprised. He wasted no time and swiftly proceeded. Walker placed the crucial Green Lantern into a specially designed alloy briefcase capable of shielding energy detection, pushing it towards Wit. With these beacons, how to use them? I need not instruct you, Pharaoh. Walker released the energy shackles binding Wit. Wit stood up and took the heavy suitcase without uttering a word of thanks. He cast a deep, scrutinizing glance at Walker, imbued with a sense of endless inquiry and vigilance, before sweeping his gaze over the silent Luther beside him. Without hesitation, he turned and swiftly vanished into the secret passageway that Walker had previously opened. In the laboratory, only Walker and Luther remained. Is this your plan? Luther finally spoke, his voice laced with unabashed sarcasm and skepticism. You intend to hand over the evidence we gathered regarding Dr. Manhattan's interference with reality to a deranged madman from another universe, one who is barely clinging to sanity and stained with blood, and then place all your hopes upon him? Walker, your contingency plan sounds even more desperate and foolish than his primary scheme. Walker did not respond immediately. He approached the control console and summoned the global surveillance feeds. The screens vividly displayed a coordinated surge of villainy, incited by the tolling of the death knell and the allure of Batman's dossier, as they launched larger, more provocative attacks across multiple critical cities worldwide. Gotham, Metropolis, and Central City were engulfed in flames, chaos spreading like wildfire, igniting the animosity between ordinary citizens and superhumans. The emblem of the Justice League flickered incessantly across numerous crisis points, clearly overwhelmed. Place hope? No, Luther. Walker turned, his countenance devoid of disappointment or anxiety, replaced instead by a frigid calmness that exuded control. The Pharaoh and the key he brings are merely unforeseen variables that have arrived ahead of schedule. I utilize him because he fortuitously appeared at this juncture, bearing what we require. His finger pointed to the red alerts on the screen, signifying global turmoil. His voice resolute. Our plan has neither changed nor ceased. Let chaos engulf the world. Let the heroes become mired in despair. compelling that lofty observer to cast his gaze upon this boiling crucible. The pharaoh? Merely an accidental catalyst. Now, the true spectacle is only just beginning. A colder gleam than the laboratory lights flickered in Walker's eyes. Chapter 114. The theory of superhumans. The frigid glow of the screen illuminated countless faces, each reflecting astonishment, anger, or deep contemplation. In the primetime news studio, the backdrop was a montage of fierce battles between superheroes and villains, interspersed with blurred images of classified laboratory documents. The host, a blonde woman renowned for her incisive and in-depth reporting, now spoke with a deliberately restrained, incendiary gravity. Good evening, dear viewers. Tonight, we shall delve into a topic that is sweeping the globe, shaking the very foundations of our society, the phenomenon of superhumans. Her gaze pierced the camera, as if striving to penetrate the screen and reach into the hearts of every viewer. Have you ever pondered this question? She posed a sharp inquiry. After the first public appearance of the superhuman clad in red and blue, descending upon Metropolis like a deity, did it seem as though Pandora's box had been opened, unleashing a plethora of superhumans that surfaced unexpectedly in every corner of the world? The scene transitions, swiftly flashing images of Wonder Woman, the Flash, Aquaman, Cyborg, Green Lantern, and even villains such as the Joker, Lex Luthor, and Deathstroke. They encircle Superman, akin to stars orbiting a radiant sun. Their abilities are fantastical and varied, their allegiances oscillating between good and evil. Their narratives intertwine and collide, creating the most grandiose and peculiar saga of our time. However, the host's voice suddenly rises, laden with a strong insinuation. Is it conceivable that we, including those so-called heroes and villains, are merely supporting characters in this grand drama, born to complete a core story? The image freezes on the iconic depiction of Superman suspended in sunlight, radiating brilliance yet, within the current context, exuding a disquieting sense of solitude. For long, we have regarded him as a remarkable mutation of collective evolution or a serendipitous gift from cosmic radiation. Nevertheless, Dr. Helga Warner, a respected geneticist from Gotham University, and her team, after years of meticulous research, propose a groundbreaking theory that could upend our understanding. The theory of hyperhumans. The screen displays Dr. Warner's solemn visage alongside the cover of an extensive report titled On the Unnatural Origins and Directed Induction Hypothesis of Hyperhuman Phenomena. According to this comprehensive research document, the host's pace quickens, brimming with the urgency of truth revelation. Hyperhumans are not products of natural evolution. They are highly likely to be artificially created specimens. This declaration lands like a nuclear bomb in a tranquil lake, causing countless viewers before their televisions to gasp in shock. One of the most compelling pieces of evidence. The host pulls up a screenshot of a highly classified document from the Eye of the Sky Society, clearly displaying the name of Elemental Man Ray Palmer and the experimental code associated with the partially verified case of Elemental Man Ray Palmer. His ability to freely alter his size has been confirmed to stem from a covert government experiment known as the White Dwarf Project, a perilous genetic and quantum physics hybrid experiment conducted under conditions of the subject's ignorance or incomplete consent. The visuals showcase blurred images of the Elemental Man experiment alongside harrowing close-ups, simulated by actors or animated rendering, delivering a profound impact. And this is merely the tip of the iceberg. The host's voice crescendos. Dr. Warner's research indicates that this phenomenon is by no means isolated. It perfectly elucidates why over 90 of known hyperhumans are densely concentrated in the United States and its spheres of influence. This is no mere coincidence of geographical distribution, but rather irrefutable evidence of human intervention and experimental centralization. The scene shifts to a world map, with the American region cloaked in a glaring red, denoting the core area of hyperhuman density, while other continents appear markedly sparse. Consider this. The host turns to the camera, eyes sharp, those superheroes filling the headlines rescuing cities, supervillains sowing chaos, the heart-stirring battles, the heart-rending sacrifices, the heinous crimes. Could it all be an intricately orchestrated, unprecedented masquerade? The screen rapidly flashes with intense scenes of the Justice League battling villains. Yet at this moment, it is accompanied by a chilling narration and pointed annotations that suggest the performative nature of the spectacle. Dr. Wagner's theory posits that the host's voice carries an unsettling calm. These conflicts, these dramatic confrontations, fundamentally serve the purpose of concealing ongoing clandestine superhuman experiments under the guise of public scrutiny. The assessment of capability limits, the testing of weaponization potential, and the observation of societal reactions ultimately aim to create a fully controllable, devastatingly powerful living weapon of mass destruction. A profoundly symbolic composite image appears on screen. The figures of Superman, Wonder Woman, and the Flash are grotesquely embedded within the silhouettes of missile silos and nuclear warheads. With a bold red text below proclaiming America's bioweapons arsenal, the so-called superheroes may not be guardians, but rather meticulously cultivated instruments of war. The so-called supervillains, whose chaos and destruction may also be a byproduct of experimental oversights or intentionally released stress tests. The host's voice is laden with accusation. The world we inhabit, the miracles and disasters we witness, the protectors we trust, all may be part of a vast, cold laboratory operating under the pretext of national security. The image concludes with a close-up of Dr. Helga Wagner's report cover, beside a striking slogan, Superhuman Theory, unveiling the concealed truth. Are we mere subjects of experimentation or mere spectators? The studio lights dim, leaving only the host's grave and concerned visage. This is the superhuman theory posited by Dr. Helga Wagner. It challenges our fundamental understanding of ourselves, of power, and of this world. Whether one agrees or not, it has undeniably placed an unavoidable question before all of humanity. What kind of reality do we inhabit? And what shall tomorrow bring? Our station will continue to monitor the subsequent developments and reactions to this theory. Thank you for watching. As the news concludes, the screen plunges into darkness. Yet the panic, suspicion, anger, and the seismic waves that could completely upend worldviews have only just begun to spread and ferment globally at a pace more rapid than any superpower. Walker, lurking in the shadows, observes the scrolling angry comments from viewers and the protests coalescing on the streets, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. The chaotic kindling has been stacked high enough. The spark is about to fall. Chapter 115. Gotham's night has never been so thick and frigid. Batman's silhouette no longer sweeps past the dripping beast's outline, nor does it blend into the moonlight of the church spires. He has descended into deeper depths. The abandoned sewers reeking of decay, rusted industrial pipes dripping toxic condensate, deep within a landfill that even rats disdain. Here lies a corner so forsaken that even shadows scorn it. The superhuman theory has seeped into every crevice of this city like the deadliest nerve gas. Once, he embodied the fear that criminals harbored. Now, he himself has become the very source of fear, the embodiment of dread toward government conspiracies, living weapons, and inhumane experiments. Each appearance to thwart crime no longer elicits gratitude from victims or instills fear in wrongdoers. Instead, it invites a barrage of hostile and suspicious gazes from all directions, accompanied by the cold flash of mobile phone cameras. Look, the government's hound is out patrolling again. Batman, reveal the truth. Whose experiment are you? Why are all the superhumans in America? Speak. Get out of Gotham. We do not need a humanoid weapon. Such outcries even emanate from ordinary citizens he had once rescued from the brink of gunfire. What weighs even heavier on his heart is the sight of familiar figures in blue uniforms outside the Gotham Police Department, holding placards and joining the throng of protesters. The signs read, "Surrender the mask, reveal the truth. Refuse to be a complicit experiment." Commissioner Gordon stands at his office window, gazing at his former subordinates below, his expression ashen and his silence profound. He cannot order them to disperse, for that would only cement accusations of oppression. He can only watch as the symbol of Batman, under Gotham's night sky, increasingly resembles that of a wanted poster. The public no longer believes him to be the Dark Knight. They prefer to see him as a frigid puppet, meticulously crafted by the machinery of the state to conceal bloody experiments. The data from 97 strikes like a poison dagger, piercing through any remaining avenues for defense. The chill of the Batcave cannot alleviate the weight upon Bruce Wayne's heart. Alfred silently offers a warm towel, observing the fatigue etched on his master's brow after he removes his helmet, alongside a fresh abrasion not inflicted by claws or bullets, but rather by stones hurled by an enraged populace. "Alfred, has the guest awoken?" Bruce's voice is hoarse. "Yes, sir." The gentleman with the peculiar mask has regained consciousness. He appears to be greatly agitated and emotionally unstable. Alfred replies with concern. Bruce enters the makeshift medical isolation room housing Rorschach. The man still wears the ink-smeared mask, curled in the corner of the bed, shivering slightly, uttering fragmented syllables that bear no coherent meaning, much like a cornered beast. "Where do you come from?" Bruce approaches, striving for a steady tone, imbued with Batman's intrinsic pressure. "Why are you in Gotham? Who attacked you and your companions? Who was the person taken away?" The questions sink like stones in the sea. The eyes beneath the mask reflect confusion and terror. Responses come in fits and starts, disjointed. Blue Sun nuclear missile trajectory photo. "John. Fail. So much blood." He alternates between clutching his head and flailing his arms, rendering effective communication impossible. Bruce's brow furrows in concern. This man's psyche has evidently suffered immense trauma or has been severely disturbed by some force. As he contemplates whether to employ more drastic measures, Rorschach suddenly freezes. It seems he recalls something, trembling hands frantically searching within the stained, extraterrestrial fabric of his trench coat. At last, he produces an object, not a weapon, but an exceedingly worn, hardbound notebook, its cover marred by deep brown stains and grease. There are no words inscribed upon the cover. He held the notebook as if it were the most sacred relic, akin to grasping a searing iron, laboriously and almost sacrificially extending it towards Batman. His fingers clutched the edges tightly, knuckles blanching, as if surrendering the last fragment of his soul. Bruce received the notebook, its weight palpable, imbued with an indescribable chill and foreboding. He turned to the first page. What greeted him was an exceedingly hasty yet fervent scrawl that pierced through the paper, rife with obsession and rage. The lines were saturated with accusations against the malevolence of humanity, contempt for a hypocritical society, and an almost pathological fixation on the truth. It chronicled stalking and peering, piecing together fragments of a monumental conspiracy surrounding an individual named Veidt, a massacre emulating divine miracles, the evaporation of a city, and a fragile peace built upon lies, purchased with 3 million lives. It spoke of a blue deity turned scapegoat and of the journalist himself, who, upon discovering the truth, made the uncompromising choice to resist evil, even at the cost of his life. Bruce Wayne's breath slowed and grew heavier as he read. He flipped through the pages rapidly. The gloom of Gotham, the identity crisis of Batman, and the clamor surrounding superhuman theories seemed to fade away. His entire focus was ensnared by this diary from another universe, steeped in blood and fire, filled with ultimate madness and despairing truths. He glimpsed a world equally dark, if not more desperate. He saw a vigilante, also wandering in darkness, yet heading towards a divergent fate. He witnessed a savior orchestrating a horrific slaughter to avert nuclear war. He observed a quantum being, powerful as a god, yet unable to salvage humanity, being exploited and exiled. He perceived how lies could momentarily uphold peace, only to bring about a more profound destruction once pierced. As Bruce closed the final page of the diary, which chronicled the author's descent into quantum disintegration as a statement of purpose, he remained silent for a prolonged moment. The sound of dripping water in the Batcave resonated sharply in the stillness. He lifted his gaze to the figure on the bed, adorned with an ink-stained mask. Still trembling slightly, his expression profoundly complex. He understood. Everything became clear. He comprehended the origins of this Rorschach, the reasons behind his mental collapse, the identity of his companions, and their arrival in this universe. Yet, the question of who took Veidt remained unanswered. There was no need to inquire further. Batman grasped all the background he required. What remained was action. Alfred, Bruce's voice regained its customary calm, albeit now laced with a weighty understanding. Please escort this gentleman to the guest room. Prepare him some food and water. He requires tranquility. Chapter 116. The guest room at Wayne Manor was so luxurious that it would cast any five-star hotel presidential suite into the shadows. Towering ceilings adorned with crystal chandeliers, velvet drapes cascading to the floor, and opulent Persian carpets that offered a soft, silent embrace. As Alfred pushed open the heavy oak door, ushering in a masked figure of Rorschach, who seemed so out of place in the environment, the latter visibly flinched, emitting an anxious murmur from his throat. "I beg your pardon," came a hoarse voice from beneath the mask, imbued with the innate trepidation and discomfort of an underclass dweller in the presence of opulence. "Is there a smaller room? Perhaps a storage closet or an attic?" He was accustomed to dim corners, narrow cells, and hideaways reeking of sweat and blood. The vastness, cleanliness, and luxury of this space felt like an invisible torture device to him. Alfred bowed gracefully, his face adorned with a butler-esque characteristic, all-accepting calm. "Sir, please do not feel constrained. This is indeed the smallest guest room in Wayne Manor. Please rest easy, and should you require anything, do not hesitate to ring the bell at your bedside." His words were gentle, yet carried an undeniable weight of finality, implying that the arrangement was set in stone. As Alfred gently closed the door behind him, Rorschach's taut body began to relax slightly, like a bull in a china shop. He cautiously moved to the center of the room, glancing around in bewilderment. Ultimately, he chose to distance himself from the grand bed and sofa. Curling up in a small shadow cast by the heavy drapes, his back against the cold wall, as if seeking a semblance of security. Time slipped by in the suffocating silence. Moonlight streamed through the curtain seams, casting a pale beam onto the carpet. Suddenly, he raised his hand sharply, gripping the ink-stained mask on his face with a fierce intensity. His fingers trembled violently from the exertion. After a few agonizing moments of struggle, accompanied by a guttural roar reminiscent of tearing leather, he ripped the mask away. Beneath the mask lay an entirely unfamiliar visage. Young, perhaps not yet 30, yet etched with the lines of hardship and suffering. His features, which could have been deemed handsome, were distorted by extreme pain, confusion, and a profound self-loathing. His eyes were hollow, yet seemed to burn with an invisible flame. He stumbled into the luxurious, marble-floored bathroom adjoining the guest room. Without turning on the lights, he relied solely on the waning moonlight for illumination. He lunged toward the grand sink, twisting the golden faucet, and icy water cascaded down. He beheld the repugnant, unfamiliar face in the mirror and released a beast-like whimper from his throat. In the next moment, he plunged his head into the basin filled with cold water. This was not a cleansing ritual. It was self-punishment. His hands gripped his short, coarse hair tightly, forcing his head deeper and more forcefully into the frigid, piercing water. It felt not like water, but like searing magma. He sought to scorch away something with this chill. His body trembled violently, convulsing as he choked on water, emitting painful coughs. Yet he disregarded it all, frantically rubbing and clawing at his scalp. His nails broke the skin, and blood oozed from the roots of his hair, rapidly dispersing in the icy water, transforming into a pale, ominous mist. He was in the act of purification, purging the disgrace of having collaborated with Pharaoh Adrian Vate, the butcher who traded the lives of 3 million for peace, the very demon he should have scorned and fought to the death against. Yet he had become his accomplice. Cleanse oneself of the defiling mask of ink that has besmirched the name of Rorschach. It has sullied that unwavering creed. He is but a coward, a wretched soul who bows before the devil for a flicker of hope. Purify this vessel, harboring a spirit that feels alien and repulsive. Blood mingles with cold water, streaming down his contorted, anguished visage, dripping onto the pristine marble surface, splattering into blinding crimson blooms. The bathroom is filled only with the sound of rushing water, stifled coughs, the jarring scrape of nails against flesh, and that silent yet deafening scream of despair emanating from the depths of his soul. This imposter Rorschach carries secrets and torments far heavier and filthier than the blood that flows. Cold sweat slithers down the spine of the second Rorschach, sticky as a worm. He jolts awake from the nightmare, a half-formed scream lodged in his throat. The dream bore no nuclear explosion, only the relentless ink that sought to engulf him entirely. And the visage of Pharaoh Vete, adorned with a sickly smile, stained with the blood of 3 million. He gasps, his lungs straining painfully like a torn bellows. Then, he freezes. Not far from the bedside, in the shadows, a figure sits quietly in a high-backed chair. A black cloak cascades onto the carpet, as if solidified night. The gaze beneath the mask, even in darkness, is as keen as polished flint. Batman, Bruce Wayne, you have read that diary. Rorschach's voice is as dry as sandpaper. Not a question, but a statement. Batman offers no reply, merely nodding slightly. Silence spreads through the dimly lit guest room, more weighty than any words. That diary, steeped in the despair and madness of another universe, has revealed everything. I know the whereabouts of Dr. Manhattan. Batman's voice is low and steady, shattering the stillness. This declaration resonates like thunder in the chaotic mind of the second Rorschach. He abruptly lifts his head, a glimmer of incredulity igniting in his hollow gaze. mingling the last flicker of hope with unfathomable fear. Where? Rorschach's voice ascends sharply, laced with a tearing urgency. Batman rises, his cloak sweeping silently across the ground. Arkham Asylum. He utters this name, the darkest, most twisted abyss of Gotham, teeming with the most formidable minds. There, the essence of time and space is most palpable. The deity you seek resides there. The night rain in Gotham is bone-chilling, battering against the Gothic fortress-like walls of Arkham Asylum, echoing the knocks of countless restless souls. Batman, like a true shadow, guides the second Rorschach, who has donned the ink-stained mask once more, as if it were his final armor, effortlessly into this notorious cage. The alarm system is rendered impotent, and the guard patrol routes are precisely foreseen. They navigate through corridors intertwined with screams and ramblings, evading the mad stares of inmates behind iron bars, descending deeper into the coldest, heaviest, most isolated core of the building. At last, they halt before a specially crafted alloy door. The door bore no markings, save for the heavy observation window and the intricate array of electronic locks. The air felt as if it had solidified, laden with an ineffable sense of stagnation. The second-generation Rorschach felt a slight prickling upon his skin, as if countless invisible particles were brushing against him. Batman gestured towards the door, his voice resonating with startling clarity within the oppressive confines. This is the place. The folds of space and the echoes of time revealed a concentration of residual traces far surpassing that of any other location. The Dr. Manhattan you seek. His gaze penetrated the observation window, peering into the desolate, empty expanse of the pure white cell, is right here. Hope flickered within the second-generation Rorschach's heart like a dying ember, fervently leaping. He rushed to the door, his hands pounding against the cold alloy. His ink-blot mask pressed against the observation window, his hoarse voice laced with a pleading urgency that pierced through the thick door, reverberating in the vacant cell. "Doctor, are you there? We need to talk. Please. Our world's nuclear bomb. He's dying. It's all over. Only you can, please. Answer me. We need you." John Osterman. Inside the cell, only the echoes of his despair collided with the silence. A profound stillness enveloped the pure white walls, the frigid floor, and the barren space. No blue figure, no energy fluctuations, only a suffocating void. Just then a resounding clang. Two heavy metallic crashes, jarring to the heart, echoed without warning from behind them. The second-generation Rorschach spun around. He beheld the heavy alloy isolation door, the very threshold they had traversed to enter this deepest region, slowly closing. Batman stood beyond the narrowing gap, his eyes, concealed by the mask, gazing at him with an unsettling calm. "No, wait, Batman, what are you doing?" Rorschach lunged towards the closing door in terror, yet the heavy alloy door, like the jaws of a monstrous beast, mercilessly compressed the remaining gap. Batman's voice reached him through the dwindling crevice, cold and clear, imbued with a sense of finality. "I'm sorry, Rorschach, but you belong here." The gap rapidly diminished. Click! Boom! The last sliver vanished entirely. The heavy alloy door slammed shut against the frame with a sound as somber as a death knell, sealing off the interior from the outside. The second-generation Rorschach found himself utterly confined outside this depths of Arkham, the most silent and desolate cell, laden with the heaviest traces of time and space, yet void of substance. He was locked within this corridor of despair. "No!" He let out a primal howl, frantically battering the cold alloy door with his fists and body. The dull thuds echoed in the narrow space, akin to the desperate cries of a trapped beast. The face beneath the ink-blot mask contorted in a visceral display of fury, fear, and the acute pain of betrayal. He understood now. Batman had never intended to help him find the doctor. Batman viewed him as yet another lunatic deserving of confinement in Arkham, a dangerous element chasing an elusive god. "Let me out. Batman, can you hear me? Let me out. Pharaoh, he needs the doctor. Release me from this world." The only response was the faint, almost inaudible footsteps retreating outside the door, accompanied by an oppressive silence within the stark white confines of the cell, which seemed to have deepened since moments prior. Batman's silhouette melded into the night like a bat, silently departing from the deepest recesses of Arkham Asylum. Rain pelted against his cloak, splattering icy droplets. He did not look back. Gotham's rainy night remained a cacophony of chaos, shrouded in the ominous clouds of metahuman theories. Pharaoh Wit and the enigmatic Walker were plotting their schemes somewhere, while the whereabouts of Dr. Manhattan remained an enigma. Chapter 117. The Second Generation of Rorschach, Part 1. The clamor of Arkham represented a different kind of silence. The screams, murmurs, the clanging of metal, and the incessant dripping of unknown liquids. These sounds, perceived as madness by the ordinary, formed a distorted, pathological white noise for Reggie, who huddled in the shadowed corner. The minds of the inhabitants here resembled broken strings of a violin, producing absurd yet direct melodies. For instance, the fellow clad in black and white stripes, who referred to himself as the Zebra Man, had just approached him, prodding at his mask with fingers smeared in an unidentifiable substance, conspiratorially whispering, "Listen, new spotted face. Stick close to me during meals. The Ding Dong brothers have taken an interest in you. They want to disassemble you into a tinkling bone wind chime. You belong to me. Personal property, sacred and inviolable. Understand?" Reggie merely averted his gaze in silence, his expression beneath the ink-stained mask devoid of emotion. Such declarations of possession in Arkham represented merely another form of obsessive madness. Dinner concluded amidst the chaos. Upon returning to his solitary cell, suffused with the sense of antiseptic and lingering dread, he found a doctor waiting at the door, clad in a white coat and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. An incongruous presence in this dismal place. He adjusted his glasses, his gaze warm, yet undeniably penetrating. "Routine examination, Mr. Rorschach," the doctor stated calmly, extending a clipboard. "Or shall we refer to you by another name? Your file is utterly blank, as if you had fallen from the skies in a Gotham's rain. Why the persistent search for Batman?" Reggie leaned against the cold wall, the ink mask facing the doctor, silence weighing heavily like a block of lead. The doctor's patience was commendable. He merely waited, his gaze seemingly capable of penetrating the mask to glimpse the scarred soul beneath. Only the faint sound of air flowing through the vent filled the cell. Time passed, though how long remained uncertain. Perhaps it was the tranquility in the doctor's gaze that stirred something long buried within Reggie, or perhaps the unique atmosphere of Arkham stripped away his final pretense. A hoarse, fractured voice finally emerged from beneath the ink mask, laboriously turning like a rusty gear. "Reggie. I'm called Reggie." This name acted as a key, unlocking the Pandora's box of memories. Images unfurled in a chaotic narrative, bloodied and cold, as Reggie's fragmented recounting unfolded. The frigid walls of Arkham seemed to absorb the chill of Reggie's words. Beneath the ink mask, his raspy voice continued to flow, laden with the pain of traversing time and space, piecing together the fragments that would define his existence. 1985, New York. On that day, the sunlight appeared as it always did. Young Reggie lay by the window, doodling on old newspapers with crayons. His mother hummed a tune in the kitchen, while his father had just returned from work, placing his briefcase at the entrance, approaching him with a weary yet warm smile, a bag of his favorite jelly beans swaying in his hand. Then, the world transformed into a shade of blue. Silence enveloped everything. Or rather, sound was obliterated in that moment by an overwhelming, all-consuming light. Reggie could only recall an irresistible force lifting him, his back crashing violently against the wall. Amidst the excruciating pain, he witnessed his father's hand reaching out to him, disintegrating silently like a sandcastle in the dazzling blue light, dissipating into nothingness. His mother's terrified face, as she lunged towards him, also turned to drifting dust the instant it touched that blue light. Outside, the towering skyscrapers, the newsstand at the corner, the clothes hanging out to dry at the neighbors, all familiar sights, were utterly erased in that pure, inhuman blue. He fell into a searing pile of ashes, exuding a peculiar burnt odor. The surrounding silence was absolute. He raised his head, and all that remained in his vision was an endless expanse of blue-charred earth, emitting an eerie glow. The entire city, along with 3 million lives, his parents, friends, neighbors, the hot dog vendor at the corner, had vanished. Only he remained, a boy brushed by the edges of blue light, fortuitously surviving, yet having his soul irrevocably torn apart. The intense ringing in his ears, the bone-deep chill, and an overwhelming sense of existential void became his eternal brand. The permanent psychological trauma, that day, took root like a toxic vine. He was labeled with catastrophic stress disorder and severe dissociation, sent to a psychiatric hospital far from the city. Here, the world was a pallid gray, permeated by the scent of disinfectant and despair. He curled up in a corner, refusing to communicate, his gaze hollow like shattered glass, until he encountered Baron, an elderly man, clad in hospital garb, with tousled white hair and eyes that alternated between murky and startlingly clear. Baron was unlike anyone else. He would stealthily approach Reggie's bedside like a nimble old cat when the nurses weren't watching, producing a crumpled piece of fruit candy or a small stash of stolen bread from his sleeve, placing it in Reggie's hand. "Hey, little Reggie," the old man would grin, revealing a gap-toothed smile, lowering his voice with a childlike mischief. "The Mothman has brought you some treats." The winds were fierce outside, almost sweeping me away. No one knew how he slipped out, nor did they believe he could fly. Yet the increasing number of candy wrappers beneath Reggie's bed and the occasional fresh trinkets remained an indisputable fact. Baron, the self-proclaimed Mothman, became Reggie's sole, fragile, yet warm connection to that cold world. On a frigid night in the depths of winter, Reggie was roused from his slumber, feeling a gentle nudge. It was Baron. The old man's face bore an almost sacred excitement, his nose, rosy from the cold, particularly vivid in the dim emergency light. "Wake up, kid. Merry Christmas." Baron's voice was tinged with suppressed enthusiasm, as if sharing a momentous secret. He shivered as he pulled 2 items from his coat, solemnly placing them into Reggie's trembling hands. The old pocket watch belonging to his father had long ceased to function, its case worn and battered. Reggie believed it had disintegrated into dust along with his father. Another item was a tattered, hardbound notebook, its cover stained with deep brown smudges and grease. It bore no inscriptions, yet felt heavy in his hands, exuding an inexplicable chill and foreboding. As Reggie opened it, he was greeted by the frantic scrawl of his father's diary, filled with fervor and rage, the ink nearly piercing through the pages. Outside, the world was as frigid as a meat locker, and Baron rubbed his hands together, exhaling clouds of vapor as he gazed at the diary with a complex expression. Yet, there was something that could neither be frozen nor melted. "Take it, child. You will need it." Reggie's introverted and gloomy disposition made him akin to a flickering candle in the darkness of the psychiatric hospital, attracting predators who relished in bullying the weak. He silently endured repeated shoves, insults, and food deprivation, until one day, Baron stumbled upon several towering patients cornering Reggie against a wall. The old man's murky eyes suddenly sharpened like those of a hawk. He surged forward like a swift bolt of gray lightning. There was no hint of frailty in his movements. He exhibited a rhythm honed by experience, striking with deadly precision. It was not a brutal beating, but rather a display of exacting joint techniques, deftly redirecting force and nimble footwork. In mere moments, the bullies collapsed to the ground like discarded sacks, their joints locked, howling in agony. Baron pulled the stunned Reggie up, his gaze unusually grave. "Watch closely, boy. This is militia combat. Don't let anyone treat you like a soft persimmon again." From that day forth, in the solitary hours of the night, Baron became Reggie's clandestine mentor. He imparted every skill of the core members of the militia: night owl stealth and weaponry, the fierce close-quarter combat of the comedians, the flexibility and technique of the Silk Souls, and even Rash's lethal street-fighting methods, brimming with streetwise wisdom and brutal directness, all without reservation. Reggie, endowed with exceptional talent and driven by hatred and a will to survive, absorbed these deadly arts like a sponge. The once frail and victimized boy gradually transformed under Baron's guidance into a skilled militia fighter. Baron's companionship was like a beam of light piercing through the gray confines of his existence, infusing Reggie's once lifeless life with a distorted hue. Chapter 118, Second Generation Rasha, Part 2. In 1992, in the dilapidated public lounge, the old television set blared the news as usual. Suddenly, the host's voice turned shrill and furious. The screen shifted to display harrowing documents magnified. The New Year tragedy was man-made. The puppet master was Adrian Witt. In the name of so-called peace, he slaughtered 3 million people. Reggie felt as though struck by lightning. The apple in his hand rolled to the floor. He stood frozen, blood rushing to his head, only to freeze in an instant. Those memories, forcibly suppressed by drugs and numbness, pierced through like blinding blue light. The fading figures of his parents. The city reduced to a silent wasteland, igniting like a barrel of gasoline, exploded. An overwhelming hatred instantly consumed all his reason. That night, A raging inferno erupted within the psychiatric hospital. Reggie, like a vengeful specter, frantically doused everything in gasoline, igniting a blaze. He aimed to incinerate the cage that imprisoned him, to obliterate the fade of tranquility. Bursting into the Baron's chamber, he seized the astonished elder. "Let us go, Baron. We must find him. That devil." Thick smoke billowed. Flames soared into the sky. With Baron's knowledge of the terrain and Reggie's honed combat skills, they miraculously surged through the inferno, escaping to the relatively safe edge of the woods below the mountain. Gasping for breath, Reggie's exhilaration from surviving intertwined with an insatiable thirst for revenge. He turned to beckon Baron to hurry. Yet, he found the elder had halted. The firelight painted Baron's aged, unusually serene face in crimson. He did not look at Reggie, but instead gazed up at the night sky, now stained blood red by the flames. His eyes were profound, filled with an unbreakable affection, resignation, and a weariness belonging to a bygone era. Baron's voice rang out clearly above the crackling fire, piercing through Reggie's ecstasy. "I am a moth drawn to the flame of the old world. It is both my fate and my home." He wore a bittersweet yet gentle smile, lamenting that the new age offered no skies for him to soar. His wings, he abruptly shed his tattered coat, revealing a pair of peculiar wings, emaciated and marred by burns and stitches, yet still unmistakably resembling vast, moth-like membranes. "Only for the ashes." "No, Baron, come with me," Reggie cried, his heart wrenched, reaching out to grasp him. But Baron moved swifter. He cast one last, profound glance at Reggie, an expression of pride, reluctance, an endless entrustment in his eyes. Then, with resolute determination, he turned sharply, unfurling his wings that symbolized his legendary past and heavy shackles, and, like a shadow cast towards the light, he plunged into the all-consuming flames behind him without hesitation. "Baron!" Reggie's anguish cry was drowned by the roar of the flames. He collapsed to the ground, watching helplessly as the elder's figure was engulfed by the fire. Within the flames, a colossal silhouette of a moth writhed in agony and grandeur, burning before ultimately dissolving into nothingness. After a long while, when the flames finally subsided, Reggie, like a living corpse, crawled back to the searing ruins. At the spot where Baron had last paused, he discovered a small cloth bundle, shielded by the elder's body, not entirely consumed by the fire. Inside were some compressed biscuits, a hastily scrawled farewell letter, a crumpled ticket to Antarctica, a hand-drawn, rudimentary map marking the Karnak Manor, and the ink-stained, cold, heavy Rorschach mask. At the end of the letter, Baron had written, "Wear it, child. Like him, never compromise. Seek him, then survive." That night, the chilling winds of Antarctica seemed to sweep over the scorched earth prematurely. Trembling, Reggie touched the mask, still retaining Baron's warmth, with his cold fingers for the last time. Slowly, he donned it upon his face. The ink began to flow gently under the cold moonlight. The youth Reggie had perished. What survived was a Rorschach imbued with the souls of 3 million and the legacy of Mothman. The path of revenge is long and fraught with peril. With the skills imparted by Baron and the tracking techniques recorded in the Rorschach diary, Reggie endured countless hardships and finally set foot on the icy terrain of Antarctica, discovering the grand estate of Pharaoh Vetter, concealed within the icebergs. As he donned the ink-stained mask, filled with murderous intent and icy fury, he burst into the spring-like warmth of the study, where Vetter sat quietly reading by the fireplace. It seemed he had anticipated Reggie's arrival, calmly closing his book and turning around. His face, illuminated by the firelight, displayed a ghastly waxen pallor, his sunken eyes remarkably tranquil, even tinged with a hint of relief. "You have come," Vetter's voice, hoarse and frail, met Reggie's gaze, devoid of surprise or fear, as if he were merely observing an inevitable occurrence. "For New York? For those 3 million souls?" Reggie's rage ignited fully by this calmness. He let out a beastly roar, lunging ferociously at Vetter, intent on tearing apart this hypocrite, this butcher. Yet, just as he was about to reach Vetter, an invisible, pliant, but irresistible force hurled him back. It was as if Vetter was enveloped in some sort of protective field. Reggie crashed heavily onto the carpet. Vetter erupted into a fit of violent coughing, covering his mouth with a handkerchief, his body hunched like a shrimp. After a prolonged struggle, he managed to stifle his cough, revealing the handkerchief soaked with glaring, viscous blood. You see, Vetter's voice grew weaker, laced with profound fatigue and self-mockery, as he gestured to his chest. You need not lift a finger. I am already nearing death. Pancreatic cancer, late stage. He gasped, a bitter smile crossing his face. How absurd that I am the only one capable of performing this intricate operation on myself. His gaze fell upon the bloodied handkerchief, his eyes hollow, devoid of strength or will to act. Vetter's eyes shifted to Reggie, who was struggling to rise. Devoid of the arrogance of a victor, free from the fear of death, instead filled with profound, heavy regret and a melancholic wisdom. Anger changes nothing, child. I cannot atone for the 3 million lives, nor for your family. My sins, my failures, were already destined. Clenching his fists tightly, Reggie's nails dug deep into his palms, his entire being trembling violently from unbridled rage and unexpressed anguish. He fixated on Vetter's pale, serene face, observing the profound regret and exhaustion within his eyes. The desire for vengeance surged within him like boiling magma, yet Baron's silhouette charging into the inferno, Vetter's blood-soaked cough, and that chilling notion of inability to atone, entwined around the blade of his revenge like icy chains. Wearing the Rorschach mask, symbolizing unyielding justice, he grappled with the notion of killing a dying, utterly despairing enemy who exhibited signs of remorse. Was this truly what Rorschach would do, or merely an outpouring of his personal hatred? Ultimately, the arm raised in a culmination of all his honed skills in murder fell limply to his side. Reggie let out a low, wounded growl, teeming with frustration, confusion, and immense pain. He relinquished the assassination. It is not forgiveness, but rather the confrontation of a prisoner who has willingly ascended to the judgment seat. Awaiting the harvest of death, revenge itself has lost its significance. Confession feels like the exhaustion of all his strength. Reggie leans against the wall, gasping for breath, his eyes beneath the ink-stained mask weary and hollow. He tears open his scars, laying them bare before this unfamiliar doctor. The doctor, disguised as Alfred, listens quietly, his gaze behind golden-rimmed glasses imbued with compassion. He puts away his notepad, refraining from further inquiries, merely stating, "You need rest, Mr. Reggie. Wayne Manor will monitor your condition." He turns and departs, the cell door closing silently behind him. Wayne Manor, the Batcave. Alfred removes his disguise of glasses and wig, shaking his head slightly at Bruce Wayne seated before the screen. "Master," he recounted his experiences, which are indeed tragic. However, regarding Pharaoh Witt's current specific plans, the precise location of Dr. Manhattan, and that Walker, he either truly knows nothing or the barriers of his inner trauma are too thick to access these core pieces of information. Our intelligence remains limited. Bruce gazes intently at the curled figure in the Arkham cell on the surveillance screen, his brow furrowed. Reggie's tale unfolds like a desperate canvas painted with blood and tears, elucidating the origins of the mask and the roots of his obsession, yet failing to illuminate the pressing fog before them. Arkham Asylum, Reggie's cell. Reggie bows his head, engulfed in the frustration of unavenged vengeance and the immense void of having lost everything. The image of Baron rushing into the flames, with pallid and serene face. The moment his parents dissipated in the blue light, countless scenes swirl and tear through his chaotic mind. Just then, a soft click resonates. Faint yet disturbingly clear, the sound of a lock being disengaged. Reggie suddenly looks up. To his astonishment, the heavy cell door, which should have been electronically locked from the outside, silently slides open a crack. A figure slips in like a ghost, swiftly closing the door behind her. It is a girl, not much older than 15 or 16. She wears an oversized, faded hospital gown, her bare feet silent against the ground. Her long black hair falls chaotically, obscuring much of her face, revealing only a pair of exceptionally bright purple eyes, as if capable of seeing through all illusions. Her movements are astonishingly light, making not a sound. Chapter 119, The Joker. Within the cold confines of the spaceship's cabin, the air seems to congeal. Adrian Witt leans against the pilot's seat, his pale face bearing the weariness of a long journey and the negotiations with Walker and Luther. Yet his eyes remain sharp as a scalpel. Before him stand two figures, the unsteady second-generation Rorschach, masked in ink, and a girl clad in an oversized hospital gown, barefoot, her disheveled black hair obscuring most of her face, revealing only her remarkably bright purple eyes. Thus, Witt's gaze sweeps over the girl before ultimately settling on Rorschach. Who is this unexpected ally? The young girl took a half step forward, tilting her head slightly, her large violet eyes curiously surveying Veit. Her voice rang clear like wind chimes, yet carried an unusual depth beyond her years. You may call me Saturn Girl. I hail from Titan in the 30th century, a rather distant place. She gestured to her temple, declaring, I am a telepath. 30th century? Vitesse bras furent instantanéously. His sharp gaze piercing like a spotlight directed at Rasha. Where did you encounter her? A telepath from a far-off future is not someone you simply stumble upon in the streets of Gotham. Rasha's voice filtered through the mask, tinged with a hint of lingering trepidation and complex emotions towards the girl, Arkham. She unlocked the door. Veit paused. A flicker of realization accompanied by a sardonic chuckle escaped him. Arkham Asylum? How utterly predictable. His gaze deepened as it fell upon Saturn Girl. The asylum invariably attracted the most extraordinary visitors, whether they be time travelers or echoes left by quantum deities. He evidently categorized the girl's appearance as another variable under the influence of Dr. Manhattan. At that moment, a faint yet distinct meow disrupted the silence of the cabin. At Veit's feet, a cat, wholly white with eyes as clear as sapphires, elegantly strolled forth. This feline, named Bubastis, was Veit's most cherished companion and a clandestine trump card. It was the product of a minuscule biological tissue sample deconstructed by Dr. Manhattan before his departure. Bubastis bore an exceptionally rare quantum imprint, derived from the same source as Dr. Manhattan himself. At this instant, Bubastis neither acknowledged its master nor regarded the unfamiliar newcomer. Its sapphire-like feline eyes fixated intently on the lantern that flickered with a dim emerald glow, carelessly placed upon a control panel. The very green light that Alan Scott should have touched. The white cat's back arched, its fur slightly bristled, emitting a low, rumbling purr filled with vigilance and peculiar excitement. It cautiously approached the lantern, its nose twitching incessantly, as if detecting an alluring yet perilous scent only it could perceive. Veit's eyes sparkled with sudden realization. He sat up straight, his gaze locked onto Bubastis's reaction. Bubastis, you sensed it, did you not? His voice held a barely perceptible tremor, residual traces of the doctor's essence. This cat, cloned from the doctor's remains, exhibited a profound response to the green light imbued with the doctor's power. This was undoubtedly the most direct and compelling evidence. Their course was correct. These beacons could summon forces associated with the doctor. However, as Veit reveled in the exhilaration of this pivotal discovery, a tall, burly figure, soaked to the skin, stepped heavily into the spacecraft's cabin, resembling a demon returned from the depths of hell. Water dripped from his weathered face, marked by flesh and a grotesque scar. He donned a tattered brown leather jacket, stained with grease and indeterminate filth, the open front revealing a robust chest. What is most disconcerting is the gaze that blends a supreme sense of cynicism, a profound disdain for the world, and a chilling cruelty reminiscent of one who has witnessed the utmost depravity of humanity, regarding others with the same indifference as one would view ants. He grinned widely, revealing a set of stark white teeth, his smile devoid of warmth. A coarse, raspy voice, laden with the acrid scent of smoke and blood, pierced the air, grating against the nerves of everyone present. The jester, Edward Blake. In an instant, Witt and Rasha felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. How could this butcher, rapist, and war maniac, who should have met his demise by being thrown from a height in 1985, appear here? The jester shook off the seawater from his head, flexing his thick neck with a crackling sound. His gaze, as frigid as a searchlight, swept over the astonished Witt, the masked Rasha, and the girl clad in a hospital gown, ultimately locking onto Witt with the predatory intensity of a hunter fixating on its long-desired prey. Adrian Witt, the jester's voice, akin to a venomous serpent's hiss, brimmed with deep-seated hatred and a twisted pleasure. I have waited for this day while enduring decades of that hellish place, longing for the chance to smash your pretentious face into your ridiculous peace theories. In a swift motion, he drew a large-caliber shotgun, gleaming with a lethal coldness, aiming it steadily at Witt's forehead. The speed of his action was akin to lightning, infused with the ruthless precision of a battle-hardened veteran. The puppet master of the charade is that blue idiot, is it not? The jester's grin grew more sinister. It matters not. It is time to collect the toll. Let us begin with that astute head of yours. No, Rasha bellowed, his eyes ignited with fury beneath the ink-stained mask. Instinctively, he lunged at the jester, propelled by the deadly combat techniques taught by Baron. Wit, despite his ailing condition, desperately sought cover or a way to activate the ship's defense systems. But it was all too hasty. The jester was a seasoned killing machine, while Wit was at the end of his tether. Although Rasha had received true instruction, he lacked real-life combat experience. The jester deftly sidestepped Rasha's assault as if anticipating it, retaliating with the stock of a shotgun, delivering a crushing blow to Rasha's ribs. The sickening crack of bones, splintering, echoed palpably. Rasha let out a pained groan, sent flying like a rag doll, crashing heavily against the control console. Just as Wit grasped the edge of the console, the jester's shotgun, its dark muzzle once again firmly pressed against his forehead, rendered him utterly rigid with the chilling touch of metal. Farewell, Pharaoh. The jester's finger tightened on the trigger, his eyes gleaming with a cruel satisfaction. Send my regards to Rasha in hell and to the 300,000 souls. At that critical moment, a sharp, resonant gunshot, markedly distinct from the shotgun's dull roar, rang out from the direction of the ship's breach. A precisely aimed bullet tore through the air, searing with intensity, and forcefully penetrated the jester's right shoulder blade. Ugh! The jester was caught off guard. A searing pain rendered his entire right arm powerless, causing the heavy shotgun to slip from his grasp and fall. Staggering backward, he clutched his bleeding shoulder with his left hand. Disbelief and fury etched upon his face as he glared in the direction from whence the bullet had come. There, amidst the chaos of seawater flooding through the ship's breach, stood two figures. Erica Manson, a marionette, appeared pale, yet possessed an unsettling calmness in her gaze. Beside her stood Max Metz, the mime, poised elegantly. He wore that signature, almost theatrical smile, reminiscent of a curtain call. His right hand formed the shape of a gun, aimed directly at the jester's wounded shoulder, while his left exaggeratedly mimicked dispersing the smoke from firearm. The lethal blow had been delivered by this air gun. The mime silently mouthed words to the enraged jester, his smile as radiant and sinister as that of a demon. Chapter 120. The emergence of Dr. Manhattan. The turmoil within the ship momentarily subsided with the return of the mime couple. The jester was securely bound to his chair with specially designed restraints, his gunshot wound hastily bandaged, blood still seeping through. Yet, he continued to curse vehemently, his gaze like a poisoned dagger fixed on Pharaoh. A brief interrogation unveiled the truth. Dr. Manhattan had pulled him back from the brink of death to, at this very moment, use him to eliminate the cat Bubastis, thereby interrupting Pharaoh's ritual of gathering the beacons. Pharaoh Vite regarded the images on the console, each emitting a faint blue light. A lantern, the Saturn girl from the future, the displaced jester, and the trembling white cat, cloned from Dr. Manhattan's remains, quaking in fear. Each photograph represented a figure from the future, a displaced spirit, a lamp, and a cat. Vite's voice resonated with a solemnity akin to a religious rite. His eyes ablaze with fervor. Now, all the anchor points connected to him had converged. He hesitated no longer, disregarding the jester's furious outbursts and Rorschach's complex gaze. With a swift motion, he seized the terrified Bubastis and gently placed it beside the eerie green lantern. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred. The ethereal blue energy emanating from the lantern surged like a venomous serpent unleashed, expanding exponentially. The verdant lamp radiated blinding light. Bubastis emitted a piercing, distorted shriek, its diminutive form being drawn upward by an unseen force, levitating. It transcended its biological existence, becoming the core of an energy vortex. A ferocious cold and pure blue energy erupted explosively around it. Raging bolts of blue lightning, like wild dragons freed from their cages, darted frantically within the ship's confined space, tearing through the air, searing metal, and producing a deafening cacophony. The ship's lights extinguished instantaneously, while all instrument screens erupted in showers of sparks. The Saturn girl gasped, her violet eyes bursting forth with a psychic barrier to protect herself. The mime couple swiftly retreated, their expressions grave. Bound to his chair, the jester ceased his curses, astonishment flooding his eyes for the first time. At the center of the chaotic energy storm, a figure began to take shape, woven from pure light and energy. He was enveloped in a deep azure hue, his muscular form exuding an almost superhuman perfection. His visage remained serene, yet his eyes shimmered with the essence of a universe, alive with the birth and death of stars, while simultaneously conveying an emptiness that was profoundly unsettling. Dr. Manhattan had arrived. His gaze swept across the disarray within the spacecraft and the diverse expressions of the gathered individuals, ultimately resting upon Vit. His voice resonated within the depths of every soul present, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Do you wish to converse? Then let us converse. No sooner had the words left his lips than the gathered crowd felt the very fabric of space twist and stretch. In an instant, the acrid scent of machine oil and blood was supplanted by the fresh, verdant aroma of flourishing flora. They found themselves suspended above an expansive and untouched primordial forest. Beneath them lay a canopy of leaves undulating like a green ocean, while above, an almost surreal azure sky adorned with fluffy clouds spread out before them. Dr. Manhattan hovered before them, akin to an immutable blue star. Adrian, he intoned, his gaze piercing Vit's soul like a frigid probe, I am aware of your intentions. You wish for me to return, to rectify your blunders and salvage the catastrophe you orchestrated? Vit, struggling to suppress the tremor of being so thoroughly understood, hastily interjected. Doctor, only you can. No. The doctor's voice was unyielding, as definitive as a decree from the cosmos. I refuse. He regarded Vit, whose expression revealed, for the first time, a discernible emotion, disappointment, hidden deep within those tranquil eyes. Regardless of the past, present, or future, your scheme shall forever be accompanied by a fundamental contempt for life and immeasurable suffering. You have never truly learned to revere the 3 million lives in New York that now stand on the brink of annihilation. He paused, his vacant blue gaze seemingly penetrating Vit, reaching into a more distant void. Moreover, at this moment, I find myself ensnared in another wager. I must resolve it. This proclamation struck like thunder, casting an even darker shadow over Walker S., if he were present, and Luther's machinations. The doctor's attention shifted to the mimes, Max and Erica. Initially, at the bank, I ceased my actions not because I sensed the life within you, but because I glimpsed the trajectory of that child's future, a fascinating variable. His gaze settled on Erica's slightly rounded abdomen, where new life as trajectory intertwined once more. The choice remains in your hands. Finally, he turned his attention to Reggie, adorned in an ink-stained mask. As for you, Reggie Lang, his voice retained its calmness, yet carried a chilling force capable of casting one into despair. Vit has never suffered from cancer. His physical condition surpasses even yours. Dr. Manhattan observed all of this with a detached demeanor, as though witnessing the inevitable unfolding of a script. He raised his hand, and the ethereal blue glow enveloped everyone once more. Space shifted. They returned to the dilapidated confines of the original spacecraft. What? Reggie exclaimed, as if struck a grievous blow, his voice warping beneath the mask. He turned sharply towards Vit, bellowing, Vit, tell me, you have cancer. Please tell me you have cancer. Vit met Reggie's fiery gaze, and the facade of compassion and fatigue that usually graced his countenance melted away like snow, leaving only the cold, unyielding clarity of absolute rationality. His expression was devoid of emotion, his voice as clear as a surgical blade slicing through glass. I have never had cancer. Not once. Boom. Reggie felt as though his world had completely collapsed. The final pillar that supported his forgiveness of Vet, the unwavering devotion that led him to follow him into this universe. Enduring all suffering, that near-death confession and the image of a savior trying to atone turned out to be nothing but a meticulously crafted deception. Vet had never felt remorse, never a pang of guilt. He was merely exploiting Reggie's hatred and sympathy. Before Reggie even set foot in his Antarctic base, Vet had already gleaned everything about him through his network of information. He needed Rorschach as a symbol, needed Reggie, the Avenger, as a tool. And now, it seemed the tool's value had been utterly depleted. No. Reggie let out a primal howl, his face hidden beneath the ink-stained mask, contorted with extreme fury and betrayal. But Vet's judgment was not yet complete. He gazed upon the crumbling Reggie as if conducting a cold dissection. And then there's your father, Reggie. That pitiful man you believe was destroyed by the Rorschach diary? The Mothman, Baron, protected you. He tore away the more core, darker parts of the diary. Your father, Charles, Vet's voice dripped like venom, slowly infiltrating Reggie's ears. He was a coward, an alcoholic, a liar, a failure. He never achieved any acclaim in the world. He was merely a mediocre doctor scraping by in a third-rate clinic with sedatives. And your mother? They loathed each other, held mutual contempt. Their marriage had long ceased to exist. When they departed this world, they carried a curse against one another, not disdain. Baron romanticized it all merely to safeguard your fragile psyche, allowing you to retain a phantom of a home. Silence. Silence. Reggie was utterly unhinged, like a bomb detonating. He lunged at Vet. His fists, imbued with all the lethal techniques imparted by Baron, rained down upon Vet's cold visage like a tempest. Though Vet's physical prowess surpassed that of ordinary men, the frantic assault forced him to retreat repeatedly, his lips splitting, blood flowing freely. The bound jester, shackled to his chair, howled with excitement. Yes. Strike him. Bash this hypocrite to death. Ha ha ha. Amidst the chaos, Reggie's fists even struck the incapacitated jester, sending the chair toppling as they both crashed to the ground, eliciting pained curses. Damn it. Watch it. Madman. Saturn Girl attempted to soothe Reggie's frenzied emotions through telepathy. But the overwhelming hatred and despair blazed like tangible flames, scorching her psychic field, rendering her pale and unable to approach. The mime couple looked on with detached eyes, as if witnessing an absurd play. In the turmoil, Reggie's fist connected forcefully with Vet's temple. Vet let out a muffled grunt as he fell to the ground. Reggie mounted him, gripping Vet's expensive collar with a vice-like grip, lifting him up. Through the holes in his ink-stained mask, his eyes burned with fury and an endless void. Why? Reggie's voice was hoarse, nearly unrecognizable. Vet coughed blood, yet a trace of near-pitying mockery crossed his face. Because it is necessary. Reggie let out a heart-wrenching roar. He suddenly released Veter, his hands gripping the ink-stained mask on his face. Accompanied by a scream that seemed to tear at the very fabric of his soul, he forcefully ripped the mask away. Beneath it lay Reggie's young visage, marred by tears, twisted in extreme anguish and fury. He cast aside that mask, which symbolized unwavering defiance, as well as the destruction wrought by his father and the deceit he had suffered, as though discarding the filthiest of refuse, hurling it upon Veter with ferocity. Rorschach is dead. Reggie's voice resounded like a lamentation of blood, echoing across the forest. Slain by treachery, slain by my own folly. He no longer regarded anyone, dismissing the struggling Veter on the ground, the cursing jester, the astonished Saturn Girl, the indifferent mime couple, and the floating Dr. Manhattan, resembling a mere observer of cosmic dust. He turned away, staggering yet resolute, and made his way deeper into the city. Not once glancing back, his frail silhouette was swiftly engulfed by the towering edifices, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 121. The silence within the spacecraft was so profound it could consume the very sound of a heartbeat. The briny scent of seawater mingled with the acrid odor of burnt circuitry and the metallic tang of blood, permeating every inch of the space. Veter Adrian, the pharaoh, leaned against the cold control panel, his fingertips unconsciously brushing against the cracked corner of his mouth, where remnants of Reggie, or rather the former Rorschach's fury lingered. Scattered across the control panel lay several items once serving as beacons, their ethereal blue light extinguished, akin to a burst soap bubble. Photographs, lanterns, the Saturn Girl, and the displaced jester, these held no significance any longer. Dr. Manhattan's rejection was as frigid and unyielding as the laws of the universe, leaving no room for debate. He had departed, burdened by utter disappointment in Veter, as well as an enigmatic wager. Veter's gaze was as cold as a frozen lake. His meticulously orchestrated ritual, built upon the anchors of life and deceit, appeared laughably fragile before Dr. Manhattan's absolute might and all-seeing indifference. The culmination of the Watchman universe, which he had directed, aimed at exchanging 3 million lives for the redemption of peace, had lost its only possible rectifier. The shadow of nuclear devastation would eternally shroud the world from which he had emerged. Despair? No. The word did not exist in Veter Adrian's lexicon. Only obstacles and solutions remained. Dr. Manhattan's refusal was a monumental barrier, yet by no means the end. His mind raced with excruciating pain and frustration, discarding one plan after another. A long-buried fragment of memory pierced his consciousness, the fleeting experience of being forcibly stripped of control upon entering the universe. The cold bindings, the blinding scanning lights, and the two faces peering down at him through the observation window. Luther's calculated calm and the ineffable fervor of the man known as Walker. Walker and Luther. They too coveted Dr. Manhattan's power, possibly possessing information or means unknown to Veeder. They had been monitoring every occurrence within the spacecraft, surely aware of his failure. They had their own schemes, a contingency plan, collaboration with these ambitious schemers. An instinctive revulsion and wariness surged within Veeder. They are variables, elusive factors beyond control. Yet at this moment, he holds no trump card. The value of Rorschach as a tool has been utterly shattered, along with the intricately woven deception. The mime couple, they are solely concerned with their own interests. The Saturn girl, her power is limited. The jester, a mere agent of chaos. Need. Vate softly reiterates the words he once spoke to Reggie, his cold rationality overwhelming all emotion. For a higher purpose, to save an entire universe, he must utilize every available resource, even if it means seeking assistance from the abyss. He rises, ignoring the anxious gaze of Saturn girl, the indifferent scrutiny of the mime couple, and the jester's incessant stream of expletives. With steady steps, he approaches the communications console of the spacecraft. Though much of the equipment has been rendered inoperative by the energy surge, some basic, physically isolated backup lines may still function. He needs to ascertain the whereabouts of Walker and Luther. This presents no challenge for him. Upon his arrival in this universe, he had quietly woven his own network of information. A few hours later, Vate's silhouette appears at the entrance of a secret laboratory hidden deep within the metropolis, its technology far exceeding the era's standards. The heavy alloy door slides open silently, revealing a cold, white light and sterile air. Here, there is no decay or bloodshed of the spacecraft, only precision instruments and an absolute sense of control. Luther stands with his back to the door, intently observing a complex, multidimensional model suspended in an energy field, its core faintly pulsating with azure luminescence. Meanwhile, Walker, clad in his signature black uniform, stands before a massive monitor. The screen displays a fragmented scene, freezing the most chaotic moment aboard the spacecraft. Dr. Manhattan's arrival, Reggie's mask being torn off in a roar, and Vate being knocked to the ground. The final image lingers on Reggie's silhouette vanishing into the depths of the forest, alongside the abandoned Rorschach mask on the floor. Walker does not turn around. His voice carries a calmness that suggests he anticipated this moment, tinged with a hint of amusement. Ah, Vate Adrian, welcome to the core of the ARC project. It seems your beacon failed to summon the deity you sought. He slowly pivots, his sharp gaze locking on Vate, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. We have witnessed the conclusion. Impressive. Luther also turns, arms crossed before him, a familiar expression of superiority etched across his face. Pharaoh, your failure was anticipated in our calculations. Dr. Manhattan's refusal once again underscores his inhuman nature. Your attempt to forcibly summon him with anchor points is as futile as trying to fish for stars with hooks. Vate dismisses the sarcasm in Luther's words, his gaze, as precise as a scalpel, sweeps across the laboratory's equipment and the images on the screen, finally locking onto Walker. Your surveillance is thorough, he states steadily, devoid of emotional fluctuation. Thus, you too have heard his refusal. He rejects the correction of the Watchman universe's fate, declines to become anyone's savior. Vate steps forward, his presence undiminished by failure. Tell me, Walker, what is your plan? The so-called contingency plan. Walker exchanges a glance with Luther. Luther nodded slightly, stepping back to cede control to Walker. Walker approached Vate, his gaze imbued with an unmistakable fervor, even possessing a martyr-like certainty. My plan, Vate, is neither to summon him nor to coerce him into action. He gestured towards the ethereal figure of Dr. Manhattan on the screen. We shall observe him, study him, trace every quantum imprint he has left in this universe. I have uncovered a crucial insight after departing from your universe. Dr. Manhattan did not entirely sever the threads connecting him to humanity. Why does he persist in observing the cosmos? Walker paused, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Because of the heroes here, their uniqueness, the emotional spectrum they exude, so potent as to leave traces on the quantum level. Hope, sacrifice, love, anger, faith, struggle. These intricate and fervent aspects of humanity are the unique treasures of this universe, and they are what Dr. Manhattan once possessed, but gradually diluted and forgot upon acquiring his divine powers. His voice resonated with a near-religious fervor. He is unconsciously drawn to it, like a moth drawn to the brightest flame. He is observing, analyzing, even subconsciously feeling. His absolute rationality and dehumanization are being eroded by the most resplendent, yet chaotic lights of humanity in this universe. Walker spread his arms wide, as if embracing a grand vision. My plan is to expedite this process, not with cold objects as anchors, but by infecting him with the most vivid, passionate, and pure aspects of humanity. We will strike at the core of his consciousness with the extreme emotions and beliefs represented by the universe's most formidable heroes. We aim to reignite the flame of humanity within his cold, cosmic background, radiation-like thoughts. Let him feel again, let him care once more. When his humanity is awakened and reshaped, he will no longer be that indifferent observer. He will actively seek to rectify what he perceives as errors, and he will endeavor to save the worlds he deems worthy, including your Watchmen universe. Veidt fell silent. Walker's plan was audacious, reckless, and fraught with uncontrollable risks. It was not devoid of logic. It circumvented Dr. Manhattan's absolute power and refusal, targeting a more fundamental and core aspect, his essence. This was in stark contrast to the rituals Veidt constructed through deception and sacrifice. It sought to persuade the divine with the universe's most powerful weapon. Inflection. Veidt contemplated the term, a glimmer of calculation flashing in his icy blue eyes. How will we execute this? Who is the target? How can we ensure this torrent is sufficient to shake him? Walker revealed a cool and confident smile. That is precisely what we are undertaking, Pharaoh. Luther's technology will locate and guide those most intense beacons of humanity, superheroes, even those individuals who unleash astonishing strength amid extreme emotions. We shall wield the most brilliant flames of this universe's souls to sear that cold divinity, compelling him to feel. Luther interjected, his voice cold and precise. This requires meticulous calculations and immense energy. Pharaoh, your involvement, particularly your profound understanding of Dr. Manhattan's essence and the additional resources you may possess, will significantly enhance the probability of success for our plan. We are not friends, but our objectives momentarily align, to render Dr. Manhattan useful. Veidt observed the two men before him. Walker's eyes burned with a fervent mission to reshape divinity, while Luther's gaze was cold and calculating, embodying an icy determination to control everything. This was a pact with the devil, yet for the sake of that elusive goal, to rectify the universe doomed to destruction because of him, he slowly lifted his head, his habitual mask of pity having completely fallen away, revealing only an unwavering will as absolute as the Antarctic ice, and a newfound sharp resolve born from desperation. Three men, each standing at the pinnacle of their own universe or teetering on the brink of an abyss, had forged a precarious and perilous alliance under the frigid glow of the laboratory lights, driven by their individual purposes and a shared, mad ambition to reshape divinity. Outside the window, the cosmos twinkled with countless lights, while they plotted a tempest of emotions that would engulf all heroes and mortals, aimed squarely at the blue deity suspended outside of time. Thus began a gamble wherein humanity would infect divinity. Chapter 122, Sudden Assault, Part 1, on Earth. Dusk was shrouded in ominous gloom. The once hopeful symbols of light and the bat signal now appeared particularly dim amid the cacophony of protest. Angry slogans echoed across the city. Superhumans, get out, and humanity needs no gods. Like an invisible tide, these sentiments crashed against the defenses of the Justice League members. They navigated the shadows, as usual, contending with the unrelenting tide of ordinary criminals, while cautiously avoiding the very crowds that once regarded them as protectors, now perceiving them as harbingers of disaster. Fatigue and helplessness had become the new norm for these heroes. However, unbeknownst to them, a far more insidious and lethal web had already been woven in the darkness, now tightening with chilling malice. Ronan Rhodes, the Martian Manhunter, transformed into an unseen breeze, striving to soothe several conflict points on the brink of escalation due to panic. As one of the universe's foremost telepaths, his sensitive mind could sense the surging fear and hostility lurking deep within the crowd. a burden that weighed heavily upon him. Just as he hovered atop a skyscraper, scanning the chaos below, a lethal threat emerged from the void. Without warning and devoid of energy fluctuations, a uniquely shaped miniature missile, its tail flickering with an eerie blue light, locked onto him with extraordinary precision at an alarming speed. What? Ronin's super senses barely registered the anomaly in the final moment. But it was too late. The missile struck his green chest in silence, detonating not with a cataclysmic explosion, but rather releasing a silvery gray metallic mist composed of billions of nanobots. These cold, efficient micro-killers infiltrated Ronin's body like a swarm of locusts, continuously injecting the mechanical magnesium into the Martian manhunter's bloodstream, igniting his very being. Ron could only emit a brief gasp. Magnesium, a lightweight metal commonly found on Earth, erupted in a blinding white light and unimaginable heat upon contact with flame. The Martian's physiological structure harbored an instinctual and profound dread of fire. Almost instantaneously, as the first spark ignited, an uncontrollable and instinctive agony obliterated Ron's will. His green form was swiftly engulfed by the incandescent blaze, transforming him from an elegant guardian into a frantic, contorted figure, a human torch wailing in despair atop a skyscraper. The flames greedily licked at him, producing a series of crackling explosions, while Martian debris scattered like raindrops. The once peaceful and understanding green skin blackened, carbonized, and peeled away under the intense heat. Billowing smoke mingled with the acrid scent unique to the combustion of Martian organic materials. Ron writhed in torment, striving to extinguish the hellish flames with the strength of his formidable will, yet the nanobots relentlessly continued to generate new magnesium, perpetually fueling this torment. In mere seconds, the mighty Martian hunter was unrecognizable, akin to a wax figure cast into a furnace, utterly stripped of combat prowess amid the desperate inferno, leaving only a haunting glow against the night sky, illuminating the faces of the onlookers below, filled with terror and a twisted sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, in the murky waters near Gotham Harbor, Arthur Curry, the Aquaman, was perturbed by the rising protests on land. He sensed a familiar, malevolent wave from the manta ray. That relentless adversary was stirring chaos in the nearby waters, attempting to divert his attention. Enough! Arthur roared, wielding his trident to command the surging waves towards his provocateur. The manta ray's mech darted agilely through the sea, engaging and retreating, gradually drawing the furious Aquaman away from the shoreline and deeper into the relatively isolated industrial port's deep waters, far from the main currents. Just as Arthur focused intently on pursuing the manta ray, poised to deliver a fatal strike with his trident, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A special device, concealed within the abandoned pier's steel framework, was remotely activated. A deep, barely audible sound erupted, unleashing ultrasonic waves that pierced the minds of ocean creatures like a sharpened spear. Arthur felt as though an invisible hammer had struck his skull, sending him into a dizzying spiral. The ultrasonic waves precisely disrupted his psychic connection with marine life, severely disturbing his inherent sense of balance and direction. He clutched his ears in agony, his body uncontrollably thrashing in the water, sinking. In that perilous moment of disorientation, the seemingly retreating manta ray suddenly reversed course. Its mechanical arm shot forth a uniquely designed syringe, and as Arthur's defenses lay wide open due to the ultrasonic assault, the cold needle plunged brutally into the exposed flesh of Aquaman's neck. A viscous, chilling liquid was forcibly injected. Instantly, Arthur was engulfed by a terrifying sensation of depletion, as if his very essence was being drained. This was no ordinary toxin. It seemed alive, ravenously siphoning away every drop of moisture within him. His robust muscles withered at a visible pace. His skin lost its luster, taking on a pallid, lifeless hue. The trident, emblematic of the ocean's might, became unbearably heavy, almost slipping from his grasp. His throat felt as though it were scorched by the searing winds of a desert, parched to the point of suffocation. Strength ebbed away like the retreating tide, rendering even the most basic act of suspension a daunting challenge. Arthur, the sovereign of the seven seas at that moment, felt akin to a fish cast ashore, futilely struggling in the throes of rapid dehydration, sinking into the abyss of darkness, his vision swiftly blurring. In Central City, the meticulously laid trap of the Mirror Master awaited Barry Allen. The Flash, in his signature crimson lightning posture, dashed into an ostensibly ordinary warehouse, where intelligence suggested numerous citizens were imprisoned by the glass illusions of the Mirror Master. There was no time to lose in his mission to rescue the captives. Without hesitation, Barry surged forward, his super speed instilling him with absolute confidence as he quickly scanned and confirmed the location of the hostages before plunging into the room. However, the instant his feet made contact with the ground, alarm bells rang in Barry's mind. There was no friction. The surface beneath him was as smooth as an absolute zero ice sheet. No, even more so, it was a specially crafted, frictionless material. His extraordinary speed, capable of running vertically and skimming across water, was rendered utterly ineffective in this bizarre realm of seamless smoothness. Disaster struck. Barry scarcely had time to entertain this thought when overwhelming inertia seized control over him. He tumbled to the ground like a clumsy novice skater, limbs flailing as he crashed down, his crimson uniform sliding helplessly across the slick floor before colliding with the wall. A biting chill permeated the air. Captain Cold, Leonard Snart, emerged languidly from an ice mirror that appeared out of nowhere, a cruel smile reminiscent of a cat playing with its prey gracing his face. "Run, kid, keep running," he taunted, brandishing his iconic freezing gun. The blinding freeze ray struck Barry, who lay sprawled on the ground, with unerring precision. The frigid energy enveloped the Flash instantaneously. That distinctive red lightning shield flickered imperceptibly for a moment, only to be overwhelmed and consumed by the relentless force of absolute zero. Frost spread at an astonishing pace, thickening and crackling ominously as it encased him. Barry attempted to vibrate his molecules to escape, but his struggles proved futile against the frictionless ground and the ceaseless assault of sub-zero temperatures. Within mere seconds, the Guardian of Central City was ensconced within a massive, crystalline ice coffin, his eyes wide with shock, frozen in despair through the translucent layer of ice. Chapter 123, Sudden Assault, Part 2. Above the metropolis, Superman, Clark Kent, stood as a golden beacon of hope. He had just averted a stampede triggered by a protest, carefully relocating the last few injured citizens to safety. During a time when all metahumans faced resistance, only Superman continued to be embraced by the public as he had been in days of yore. While he hovered in midair, scanning for the next soul in need, a bullet, stealthily weaving through the cacophony and chaotic figures, approached silently. The shooter was Deadshot, Floyd Lawton, a perfect, emotionless machine of slaughter. He concealed himself deep within the throng of protesters, perfectly restraining his murderous intent, awaiting that pivotal moment when Superman would be distracted by his noble endeavor to save others. This bullet was no ordinary projectile. It was encased in lead to evade Superman's gaze, its core forged from synthetic kryptonite, specially enhanced in Lex Luthor's laboratory. A dull thud echoed, and Superman's body jolted violently as he incredulously lowered his gaze to his chest. An agonizing, familiar pain surged through him, spreading like a malevolent plague, saturating his very being with debilitating weakness. A sinister, green glow seeped from the wound. His once indomitable muscles, akin to steel, weakened under the lethal radiation, and the emblem of hope dimmed into obscurity. His crimson cape lost its buoyancy, and the fierce light in his eyes extinguished, replaced by profound agony and encroaching darkness. The world spun and blurred before him. The mighty son of Krypton could not muster even a complete groan. Akin to a fallen star plummeting from the heights of the city, crashing through the rooftop of an abandoned factory, consciousness slipping away amid swirling dust. The assassin, calm and collected, stowed his sniper rifle and vanished like a specter within the furious crowd. In the night sky of Gotham, the Batplane hovered like a silent owl, scanning the chaotic streets and lurking evils below through Bruce Wayne's sharp gaze. Flames of protest flickered across Gotham, providing criminals with perfect cover. Suddenly, a piercing missile-lock alarm blared. Batman's pupils dilated as he yanked the controls to evade. Yet, the attack emerged from the shadow of a clock tower nearby. Unexpected and swift, Bane, the monstrous amalgamation of brute strength and cunning, bore a heavy single-man missile launcher upon his shoulder. Boom! The missile, trailing a fiery tail of death, struck the Batplane's engine with deadly precision. A violent explosion instantly reduced the costly aircraft to burning fragments. In the nick of time, Batman ejected, his parachute blossoming against the night sky. However, Bane had anticipated every move. His colossal form surged forward with astonishing speed towards the predicted landing point. Just as Bruce severed the parachute cord and touched down, Bane's massive fist, slicing through the air with a ferocious roar, descended upon him. A brutal clash of power and skill erupted in the narrow alleyway. Batman's martial prowess was exquisite, yet Bane's raw strength, bolstered by venom-enhanced muscles and his meticulous study of Batman's combat style, granted him an overwhelming advantage. Batman's strikes landed on Bane like blows against solid rock, while each of Bane's thunderous hits resonated through Bruce's bones. Seizing upon a moment of vulnerability, Bane's iron grip ensnared Batman's cape, unleashing a primal roar as he summoned every ounce of strength to hurl him upwards. "Embrace the people's wrath, Batman," Bane sneered, sending the Dark Knight crashing down like a discarded sack into the very epicenter of the protest, where emotions ran highest and fervor peaked. Thud! Batman fell heavily amidst the enraged crowd. In the fleeting silence, an eruption of fury akin to a volcanic explosion ensued. It was him, that monster. Strike him down. Avenge our fears. Having lost the opportunity to fight back, grievously wounded, and suddenly thrust into a hostile throng, even Batman found himself powerless in the face of adversity. Rain like fists, kicks, clubs, and stones picked up in haste rained down upon him. He could only curl his body, using his forearms to feebly shield his vital points. The Kevlar fibers groaned under the assault of the mob. His mask shattered, and blood stained the ground crimson. The world, enveloped in pain and curses, became a blurred red haze. His once proud willpower began to wane under the tidal wave of hostility and physical blows. Just as Bane, with a sinister grin, parted the frenzied crowd to deliver the final blow and completely capture this arch-nemesis, a blue-black figure descended from the heavens like a vengeful lightning bolt. "Stay away from him." Nightwing, Dick Grayson's voice resonated with fury and urgency. His eskrima sticks struck with precision and ferocity, repelling the approaching ruffians, while a smoke bomb detonated at his feet. A dense fog instantaneously obscured the view. Amidst the chaos and coughing, Dick, with an intimate understanding of his mentor's position, swiftly located the barely conscious Batman and hoisted him onto his shoulders. Amidst Bane's furious roars and the crowd's chaotic shouts, Nightwing, bearing his injured mentor, nimbly vanished into the shadows of Gotham's intricate rooftops using his grappling gun. Meanwhile, far away in Washington, D.C., Diana Prince, Wonder Woman, had received an oracle from Themyscira long before the global storm erupted. The voice of her mother, Queen Hippolyta, echoed through the magical mirror, filled with concern and undeniable command. "Diana, my daughter, the tempest of the mortal realm has swept toward the shores of Themyscira. The surging tide of anti-human sentiment threatens to bring warfare to our homeland. You must return at once. The island needs protection, and we must reassess our relationship with the outside world amidst the storm." Diana gazed out at the protest signs outside, her heart heavy with worry for her kin and sorrow for the complex situation in the human world. Yet, her mother's summons and the safety of Themyscira left her with no choice. She cast one last, lingering glance at the chaotic world beyond the window and transformed into a beam of golden light, soaring back to her distant homeland. In the boundless depths of the cosmos, the luminescence of OA illuminated Sector 2814. Hal Jordan, the Green Lantern, was engaged in fierce combat against a band of space pirates attempting to plunder an interstellar transport fleet, wielding the manifestation of willpower. Energy beams intertwined silently in the vacuum of space. He remained blissfully unaware of the synchronized and devastating assaults his comrades on distant Earth were enduring. The vast sea of stars temporarily served as his sanctuary, yet it also rendered him the solitary beacon absent from this deadly conspiracy against Earth's heroes. In mere minutes, the 7 pillars of the Justice League had been nearly obliterated by a meticulously orchestrated and ruthlessly efficient coordinated strike. The Martian hunter wails in the flames. Neptune withers in the abyss. The Flash is frozen amidst absolute smoothness and frigid cold. Superman lies unconscious beneath the lethal radiation of kryptonite. Batman is forsaken and gravely wounded by the very city he vowed to protect, while Wonder Woman is compelled to retreat from the battlefield back to her solitary island. Only Green Lantern remains, momentarily becoming the last flicker of hope, the sole unconscious entity amidst the distant stars. Meanwhile, the long-brewing shadow of conspiracy, reveling in the triumph of the initial skirmish, begins to unabashedly envelop the entire scarred world.